Esteemed passengers, the interstellar vessel TBX 4869 is about to arrive at the Earth Cosmic Transit Station. Those preparing to travel to Hammerstar, the artificial planet M87, and the Interstellar Alliance. Please ready your belongings for boarding. Upon hearing the announcement from the Cosmic Transit Station, Wang Hao, seated in the waiting hall, exhaled deeply and grasped his travel suitcase. What's the matter? Young man, are you off to work on Hammerstar, or perhaps to the Interstellar Alliance? An elderly gentleman suddenly struck up a conversation with Wang Hao. Wang Hao shook his head. Neither. I am headed to the artificial planet M87. As he spoke, he raised his right wrist, revealing his personal computer, the WizKid 3000, and displayed an admission notice before the old man. Wang Hao, congratulations on your admission to our esteemed institution. Please present this notice upon registration. The old man squinted, reading the notice aloud. It's from the Academy of Divine Enlightenment. Young man, you are to study at the Academy of Divine Enlightenment. Noticing the old man's astonished expression, Wang Hao nodded with a hint of pride. Indeed, you are quite accomplished for your age. In my 20s, I aspired to enroll in the Academy of Divine Enlightenment, but alas, my talent was insufficient. The old man became animated. Are you planning to study magic, martial arts, or perhaps awaken supernatural abilities? Wang Hao shook his head. I haven't decided yet. It was the year 2099, and between 2000 and 2099, Earth and human civilization underwent earth-shattering transformations. Two monumental events marked this century: the technological explosion in January 2049 and the revival of spiritual energy in December 2049. The hallmark of the technological explosion was the mastery of controllable nuclear fusion, liberating humanity from the constraints of energy scarcity. With this foundation, the technological tree of humanity began to ascend rapidly: planetary terraforming, interstellar colonization and exploration, human augmentation, and regeneration, superintelligent AI, virtual reality. In just a few short years, what once resided in the realm of science fiction became tangible reality. Seizing the opportunity presented by the technological explosion, Earth abolished the concept of nations and established a new organization, the community of Earth's humanity, abbreviated as the Earth Union. The other significant event was nothing short of magical. In December 2049, as the people of the Earth Union prepared to celebrate the new year, an immense celestial body, comparable in size to Earth, hurtled toward them at near light speed. The Earth Union, unable to initiate any defensive measures in time, could only watch helplessly as the uninvited guest approached. Just when it seemed Earth would face annihilation, an unexpected twist unfolded. In an instant, the high-velocity celestial body vanished without a trace. No lives were lost, not a single street was destroyed, nor was a shingle displaced. The populace breathed a sigh of relief. It was soon discovered that the air, in addition to nitrogen, oxygen, and carbon dioxide, now contained an indefinable form of energy, spiritual energy. Thus began an era of madness. Elderly men practicing Tai Chi in parks gradually found themselves able to shatter trees with a punch. Astronomy enthusiasts began to comprehend celestial magic during their stargazing, and high school students who narrowly escaped fatal accidents awakened their superpowers, turning the tables on the dangers they faced. Not only humans, but even certain animals began to exhibit intelligence, some transforming into humanoid forms, demanding their right to coexist with humanity. The potent spiritual energy even caused distortions in space-time, tearing open rifts to other worlds. Countless beings, some benevolent and others hostile, traversed these rifts and descended upon Earth. Had it not been for the technological explosion in January, these upheavals could have led to Earth's collapse. Unfortunately for these otherworldly anomalies, they faced a crushing defeat at the hands of the invincible Earth Liberation Army. Fireballs conjured by 10 sorcerers from another realm could not penetrate the army's powered armor, and their feeble magical barriers crumbled like tofu before high-frequency cutting blades. After quelling the chaos from other worlds, the Earth Union government recognized that spiritual energy had permeated every aspect of life on Earth, making a return to the old ways impossible. Rather than resist, they embraced the notion that as long as it served the people, its magical energy or scientific power, it was acceptable. Thus, Earth evolved into a civilization where technological prowess and mystical forces coexisted harmoniously. As time passed and the year 2099 approached, both science and magic had woven themselves into the fabric of daily life. It was amidst this backdrop that Wang Hao gained admission to the Academy of Divine Enlightenment, preparing to embark on a journey to learn supernatural powers. "Ha, young man, you possess more talent than I ever did." The old man, enviously gazing at Wang Hao's admission notice, reminisced about his youth that I in my day. I yearned to learn such things, but alas, no teacher could impart knowledge to me. I'm not certain I will learn anything smoothly either. As they conversed, a man and a woman hurriedly approached from a distance. Wang Hao and the old gentleman instinctively fell silent, their attention fixated on the pair. The reason for their rapt attention was the strikingly unconventional appearance of the duo. The man was tall and imposing, wielding a silver war spear and clad in gleaming silver armor. The woman was slender and beautiful, adorned in a robe encrusted with jewels, holding a 1-meter-long wand. After the two figures had walked past, Wang Hao snapped back to reality. "Who are those people, don't you know?" The old man replied, astonished. "They're the rangers guarding this cosmic transit station." Wang Hao suddenly understood. With the emergence of superhumans in society, it was only natural that individuals would organize into groups. The Rangers were such an organization, primarily composed of warriors, sorcerers, and superpowered individuals, directly commanded by the Earth Union government. However, what brings the Rangers here? Wang Hao inquired, perplexed. "I've heard each Ranger can take on 100 foes. Why are they not out on missions?" The old man chuckled knowingly. You see, this transit station can be quite perilous. There are often intergalactic stowaways, cosmic radiation clinging to the ship's hull, or some poor soul infected with extraterrestrial pathogens." Wang Hao shuddered. Was the situation in outer space truly that terrifying? Would the artificial planet M87 he was bound for be fraught with such dangers? As they continued their conversation, a thunderous roar of engines echoed from outside the waiting area. The interstellar vessel had arrived at the transit station. The old man jestingly remarked, "Listen, the ship has come. Perhaps a great monster has hitched a ride on the ship's exterior. How could it be so fortuitous to encounter such an event?" Wang Hao laughed. "And what does that sound?" Before he could finish, the entire transit station erupted in an earth-shattering alarm. All passengers preparing to board stood frozen in place, staring blankly at the ceiling. What was happening? "Red alert! Red alert! The transit station's shelter has been activated. Non-combat personnel, please proceed to the shelter as instructed. Repeat, red alert! Red alert! Grandpa, you can't be serious. Could there really be a great monster accompanying the vessel to Earth? Grandpa? Grandpa!" Just as Wang Hao was trying to comprehend the situation and turned to ask the old man, he saw the elderly gentleman already dashing toward the transit station's shelter, laden with his bags. "Foolish boy, hurry to the shelter with me. I've seen this situation many times. The shelter is the safest place," the old man shouted as he ran. Seeing this, the other passengers quickly grabbed their belongings and followed the old man toward the shelter, observing the nimble figure of the elderly gentleman as he fled. Wang Hao found himself in a state of bemusement. It appeared that this venerable man was indeed well acquainted with the vastness of the starry sea, having faced numerous crises, including this red alert, with remarkable composure. In the midst of his reverie, he suddenly felt a sharp tap on his back. "What are you daydreaming about? Hurry to the shelter." Turning around, Wang Hao was taken aback. Behind him stood a woman clad in a shimmering silver gown, intricately adorned with an array of gemstones that bordered on the ostentatious. In her hand, she wielded a wand fashioned from pure gold, the tip set with a diamond as large as an egg. Strangely enough, she wore a pair of running shoes, embellished with tiny wings on the sides. This eccentrically dressed woman was none other than the female ranger he had just encountered. She was now fervently directing the passengers in the waiting hall towards the shelter. Wang Hao found her ludicrous attire somewhat amusing, rendering him momentarily speechless. "What are you standing there for?" The ranger, noticing his daze, urged him once more to, "I request to participate in the combat." Wang Hao snapped back to reality, pulling up an identification on his personal computer. "I graduated from military academy and underwent basic military training. Here is my reserve officer certificate." The ranger glanced over his credentials on the device. Wang Hao Reserve, Physical Assessment Score 80, Firearms Assessment Score 77, Combat Assessment Score 71. As the female ranger read his scores aloud, a flush crept over Wang Hao's cheeks. These results were merely average among his peers. He had graduated without issue, but in comparison to the elite warriors, he felt rather inferior. However, the ranger seemed unconcerned. After confirming that Wang Hao's credentials were authentic, she pointed toward a corner of the waiting hall. The armory is over there. Wang Hao dashed towards the armory, pondering the severity of the situation at this transit station. There was indeed an armory here. The entrance to the armory was an imposing superalloy door, weighing hundreds of tons, impervious to brute force. The only means of opening it was through the identification device above. Wang Hao presented his personal computer, along with his fingerprint, voice, and iris for verification, successfully unlocking the formidable barrier. Reserve Officer Wang Hao, access granted, came the cold metallic voice from the superalloy door. Red alert detected. You are now provided with level 1 armament. Please prioritize survival in the forthcoming battle, while also providing fire support. Chapter 2. Engaging in battle. Reserve Soldier Wang Hao, access granted. A red alert has been detected, and you are now provided with level 1 armament. The door to the armory creaked open, and the indifferent voice of the artificial intelligence echoed in Wang Hao's ears. Please prioritize survival in the upcoming battle, and if possible, provide fire support. As it concluded, with a clatter, a gearbox nearly half his height sprang forth from the armory, landing directly before him. After ejecting the gearbox, the superalloy doors of the armory swiftly closed, seemingly fearful that Wang Hao might take more than one piece of equipment. I knew it would be level 1 armament. What use is a set of level 2 armament during a red alert? Wang Hao grumbled as he opened the armament box. Level 1 armament is typically reserved for reserves or militia like him, and its firepower is often quite meager. Inside the level 1 gearbox, neatly arranged, was a single-person pulse rifle, a 9mm honeybee pistol, a protective suit, and 3 flashbangs. Beyond that, there was nothing else. As Wang Hao donned the protective suit, he complained, "Why a pulse rifle? A real man should wield a bullet-firing gun." The pulse rifle is a high-tech weapon that fires energy rounds, featuring adjustable power, minimal recoil, automatic guidance, and is clean, environmentally friendly, and lightweight, making it suitable for female soldiers as well. However, Wang Hao and his military academy peers unanimously believed that a weapon should be loud and heavy, a true man's choice. Yet, given the urgency of the situation, they had to make do with what they had, and besides, he still had the 9mm honeybee pistol. It was also a bullet-firing weapon. Fully armed, Wang Hao rushed towards the female cavalry. Reporting, "Comrade Cavalry, Reserve Wang Hao is armed and ready for instructions." The female cavalry nodded approvingly. "Good. Please assist in evacuating the crowd here, ensuring everyone safely reaches the shelter." Wang Hao was taken aback. Evacuate the crowd? I didn't equip myself with a pulse rifle to disperse people. Nevertheless, the female cavalry paid him no mind, swiftly darting towards the waiting hall's exit, unstoppable. As she ran, the small wings on her shoes fluttered, and astonishingly, she began to glide, swiftly soaring out of the waiting hall. It turned out these running shoes were magical or some sort of artifact. Wang Hao suddenly understood. No wonder her attire seemed so peculiar. That seemingly gaudy gem-encrusted gown must have some enchantment as well, since he was not permitted on the battlefield. Wang Hao had no choice but to dutifully assist in the evacuation. Fortunately, the waiting hall was not particularly large, and the passengers, valuing their lives, required minimal direction from him. Everyone managed to enter the shelter without issue. After assisting the last elderly lady with mobility issues into the shelter, Wang Hao closed the shelter's door. A superalloy door, of the same caliber as the armory, slowly descended, completely sealing off the shelter from the outside. The individuals within the shelter could now be considered the safest in the world, protected from nuclear explosions, stocked with ample supplies. Surviving inside for a century or two posed no problem whatsoever. At that moment, the elderly man who had just spoken to Wang Hao called out, "Young man, you haven't come in yet. Hurry." Wang Hao pretended not to hear, watching the superalloy door close before his eyes. What a joke. As a reserve soldier fresh out of military academy, I finally encounter a rare opportunity for real combat, and you want me to hide in a shelter like a turtle? Though he thought this, standing in the eerily silent waiting hall did cause his heart to race. There was not a sound. It was too quiet. Regardless, he needed to rush out to assist the two cavalry soldiers. Steeling himself, Wang Hao raised his pulse rifle, cautiously advancing towards the waiting hall's entrance. However, just 50 meters from the entrance, he suddenly spotted a mass of black sludge slowly slithering towards the waiting hall. In shock, Wang Hao observed as this mass of black sludge squeezed its way inside, revealing its true nature. It was a living gelatinous substance, lacking a fixed form, emitting a nauseating stench. It seemed to possess sensory organs, and upon entering the hall, it immediately noticed Wang Hao, turning its attention towards him. Is this a slime? Wang Hao hastily aimed his pulse rifle at the black sludge creature, yelling, "Can you understand me? Halt your movements at once, or I will shoot." The black sludge creature, of course, did not comprehend Wang Hao's words. It continued to emit gurgling sounds while advancing slowly towards him. Seeing this, Wang Hao no longer hesitated. He disengaged the safety on his pulse rifle, adjusted the power to lethal, and squeezed the trigger, unleashing energy rounds upon the black sludge creature. The pulse rifle featured 4 power settings: subdue, injure, kill, and maximum. The built-in battery could sustain the lethal setting for uninterrupted fire for 5 minutes. However, against the black sludge creature, 5 minutes of ammunition was clearly unnecessary. The pale blue pulse energy rounds easily pierced through the black sludge creature, creating a large hole in its form. After a series of sustained shots, the black sludge creature was utterly vanquished, showing no signs of life. Wang Hao cautiously approached to inspect the remnants of the creature, discovering that the gelatinous substance had solidified into a hard, black, transparent crystal after being scorched by the energy rounds, oddly beautiful in its own right. Curiously, these black crystals encased something within. Wang Hao bent down to inspect closely, finding only small, unremarkable items such as bones, stones, and fragments of metal, nothing of particular interest. It seemed the black sludge creature had ingested these items. Wang Hao glanced around at the black crystals on the ground, all of little value, when suddenly, a particular black crystal caught his eye, not for itself, but for what it contained. Inside was a silver oval sphere, about the size of a palm, seemingly engraved with some pattern. Clearly artificial, Wang Hao, intrigued, picked it up, breaking open the black crystal to retrieve the silver sphere. Upon closer inspection, he was taken aback. It was an intricately carved metallic eye, staring intently at him. This bizarre eye carving was indeed peculiar, especially since it had been extracted from a black sludge creature. Wang Hao instinctively wanted to discard it, but then reconsidered. What if it harbored some extraterrestrial virus? Thus, he casually placed the eye carving into his pocket and raised his rifle, ready to continue the fight. Upon exiting the waiting hall, he nearly fell to the ground in fright. Above him loomed a massive jump ship, casting a shadow over everything. And atop, it was an even larger black sludge creature, saturating the entire transport station with an overwhelming stench, akin to a cesspool. Not far from him stood the female cavalry, her right hand raised high with a magic wand, chanting incantations, while her gemstone-laden attire resonated with a humming sound. In her left hand, she conjured a blazing fireball radiating intense heat. She is a sorceress. Wang Hao was startled. The female cavalry was evidently channeling some powerful magic, and her seemingly gaudy, gem-encrusted gown was now revealed to be an artifact amplifying her spells. Above them, the male cavalry clad in silver armor, wielding a silver spear, stood atop the jump ship, swinging his spear to slice the deluge of black sludge creatures into pieces. When he severed a chunk the size of a car, he tossed it towards the female cavalry. Seizing the opportunity, she launched the fireball, incinerating the black sludge into crystalline remnants. Thus, through the synergy of the two individuals, the obscuring black mud creature swiftly transformed into a ground strewn with glistening black crystals. Wang Hao numbly observed the spectacle, feeling like a mere bystander, a languid fish, only capable of exclaiming 666. What fire support could he offer when he hadn't even had the opportunity to fire a shot? Were the Rangers truly monsters? Shaking his head, His heart began to race fervently. He was about to pursue further studies at the Divine Academy. And perhaps one day he too could be endowed with such extraordinary prowess, or even join the Rangers. As he reveled in his optimistic daydreams, a colossal black crystal, towering as high as a person, plummeted from the sky, shattering near the female ranger and unexpectedly unleashing 7 or 8 ferocious jumping insects, their sharp fangs glinting menacingly as they screeched and lunged toward her. Could the black crystal also encase living beings? Wang Hao was taken aback. Hastily raising his pulse rifle to aim at the insects and pulling the trigger, the rifle's formidable firepower created a lethal barrage, obliterating the creatures. Their viscous remains splattering everywhere. The female ranger had been entirely focused on the black mud creature above, and only upon hearing Wang Hao's gunfire did she realize she had narrowly escaped death. Both rangers cast grateful glances toward Wang Hao. You focus on dealing with the black mud creature above. I shall provide fire support. With a sense of achievement, Wang Hao brandished his pulse rifle, exultantly shouting. The two rangers nodded, hastening their efforts to slice and ignite the black mud creature, reducing it to black crystals. When the last fragment of the black mud creature was struck by a fireball and fell to the ground as black crystal, Wang Hao finally exhaled a long sigh of relief. Truly, the three of them were formidable. With the red alert lifted, the superalloy doors of the shelter reopened, and the recently shaken passengers rushed out to playfully smash the black crystals. Don't touch those black crystals. What if they encase something dangerous? Wang Hao shouted at the oblivious passengers, warning them that even cosmic viruses could pose a significant threat. However, the passengers disregarded his caution, treating the crystals like a blind box to be smashed open. Just as he was about to forcibly intervene, he felt a tap on his shoulder. Turning around, he was astonished to find the two rangers from earlier. Comrade, thank you sincerely for your assistance. Chapter 3. Thank you, Comrade Tailuo. I truly appreciate your assistance. The male ranger, filled with gratitude, firmly grasped Wang Hao's hand, exclaiming that without him, they might have faced peril. Wang Hao swiftly deflected the compliment, stating, "Oh, it was merely a few pesky critters. You would have managed just fine without me." He then inquired about the mysterious black creature. What is this black, gooey monster? How did it end up at the transit station? The male ranger picked up a piece of black crystal. This is a widely dispersed, devouring slime creature from space. It's not unusual for a junk ship to accidentally pick one up. Normally, it shouldn't grow larger than a dog, but it must have expanded after consuming the energy from the junk ship. Wang Hao nodded in understanding. I see. However, there are conspiracy theories suggesting that these slimes originate from the biological laboratories of the Interstellar Alliance and are biological weapons. The male ranger suddenly spoke in a conspiratorial tone. When you think about it, other creatures that absorb energy would have burst by now. Before he could finish, the female ranger sharply interrupted him, chastising. Can you not be so familiar? Must you chatter with every stranger you meet? He fought alongside us. He is our comrade. What harm is there in conversing with him? The male ranger retorted, somewhat disgruntled. Wang Hao couldn't help but chuckle. Although these two rangers were formidable, they also had their share of gossip and human emotions. The invisible distance between the three of them was bridged by their banter. Allow me to formally introduce myself, Reserve Wang Hao. I am Ranger Mengli. The female ranger declared earnestly. And this is Ranger Lu Yi. We are grateful for your assistance. Ranger Lu Yi, being quite sociable, curiously asked Wang Hao. Are you also boarding the TPX 4869 jump ship? Are you heading to Hammerstar or the artificial planet M87? If you are going to the Interstellar Alliance, I suggest you reconsider. It's been quite. Could you refrain from meddling in others' affairs? Mengli interjected, exasperated, as she poked Lu Yi's armor with a fierce jab to silence him. I was merely expressing concern. You know how things are with the Interstellar Alliance lately. Lu Yi remarked, clutching his side in discomfort. Enough of that. Mengli firmly interrupted, as if the topic of the Interstellar Alliance were taboo. Lu Yi begrudgingly closed his mouth, and the atmosphere turned somewhat awkward. Wang Hao quickly interjected, rest assured, I'm not headed to the Interstellar Alliance. I'm going to the artificial planet M87. To his surprise, Lu Yi's demeanor brightened instantly. M87? You are going to M87? What for? Displaying his admission letter from the Academy of Divine Science, Wang Hao proudly stated, "Actually, I'm going there for further studies." I knew it. As a reserve officer from a military academy, you're headed to the artificial planet M87 to attend the Academy of Divine Science. Louis exclaimed excitedly, giving Wang Hao a hearty pat on the shoulder. "I'm your senior from the class of 2095. Senior? Wang Hao exclaimed, taken aback. "All of my skills were honed at the Academy of Divine Science," Louis proudly proclaimed. "Moreover, I was recruited directly by the Rangers upon graduation. Junior, make sure to learn well at the Academy. I hope to see you join the Rangers as I did." Wang Hao felt a wave of disbelief wash over him. Is this truly happening? Louis, already an affable character, grew even more amiable due to their newfound brotherhood, almost eager to forge an unbreakable bond right then and there. After some thought, he felt compelled to give Wang Hao a parting gift, removing a white wrist guard from his right wrist. This wrist guard, forged from steel, was adorned with a deep blue crystal core, exceedingly beautiful. However, Wang Hao was bewildered. "What is this for?" Meng Li gasped in surprise. "You wish to give this away?" "This is. Rarely do I meet a junior. I'm merely happy," Louis insisted, thrusting the wrist guard into Wang Hao's hands. "It's just a storage singularity. If need be, I can simply purchase another." Wang Hao shuddered at the notion. Louis was offering him a storage singularity? The technology of storage singularities, even in the technologically advanced year of 2099, was a marvel of its own. In essence, it was a portable storage space that compressed several cubic meters into a singularity. Installed within rings, wrist guards, or necklaces, serving as an incredibly convenient storage device. However, due to its ease of concealment, it quickly became a tool for smuggling. After numerous attempts to curb its misuse, the Earth Coalition had to impose restrictions on civilian use of storage singularities. Wang Hao had no connections to acquire one himself. Just a storage singularity. Rangers have the authority to purchase them. And since you're a reserve officer, giving you one ISNT against regulations. Just a moment while I clear out the contents, Louis said, removing assorted items from his singularity, then pulling Wang Hao close and fastening the guard onto his wrist. "Take it. This will make everything much more convenient." At that moment, Wang Hao questioned if Louis might somehow be a long-lost brother, as it was rare for someone to gift such a valuable item upon first meeting. Surely, he must have some ulterior motive. This gift felt almost burdensome, and he attempted to remove it, saying, "Senior Liu, this is far too precious. I cannot accept it. If you refuse, it would mean you don't acknowledge me as your senior." Louis feigned seriousness, firmly holding Wang Hao and Appos, as hand to prevent him from taking off the wrist guard. Meng Li, shaking her head in resignation, said, "Wang Hao, just accept it. Louis is that kind of person. He treats friends better than himself. Not just anyone. He is my junior," Louis added, emphasizing Wang Hao's significance. With no other recourse, Wang Hao accepted the wrist guard, sincerely thanking Louis. "Don't mention it. Don't mention it." Louis waved his hand dismissively. "Let me show you how to use it." Operating the storage singularity proved to be quite simple, and Wang Hao quickly mastered its use, placing his belongings within. Although Louis's wrist guard had a modest internal space of about 3 cubic meters, it was more than sufficient to enchant Wang Hao, who resembled a child with a newfound toy, repeatedly placing and retrieving his pulse rifle, grinning with delight. At that moment, the jump ship above confirmed that the red alert had been lifted and began its descent onto the landing platform. "Red alert has been lifted. Red alert has been lifted. Dear passengers, the jump ship is now open for boarding." Louis glanced at the nearby jump ship, nodding at Wang Hao. "Prepare to board. When you arrive at the Academy of Divine Science, make sure to establish good relations with the seniors. They will be invaluable to you. Also, the library is filled with treasures, so be sure to explore. If possible, try to acquire a few items from the grand treasury of the school. Oh. And remember, do not enroll in the Superpower Awakening course. That course has been running for over a decade with not a single successful awakening." Wang Hao nodded earnestly. Yes, Senior Liu, I will remember. However, I still need to return the equipment I borrowed from the armory." To his surprise, Louis seized Wang Hao's wrist, placing the pulse rifle, the B-style handgun, and 3 flashbangs into the storage singularity. "I'll file a report. Take these weapons with you." M87 is quite close to the territory of the Interstellar Alliance. Having these for self-defense is wise. How many times had he heard of the dangers posed by the territory of the Interstellar Alliance? Wang Hao resolved to steer clear of it in the future. All right, let us go. Upon reaching that location, please give me a greeting. Wang Hao boarded the transition ship as Liu Yi and Ming Li waved him goodbye. Wang Hao touched the storage singularity on his wrist and waved farewell to the two of them. Senior brother Liu Yi had taken great care of him, and he resolved to treat him to a grand meal when the opportunity arose. The journey from Earth to the M87 artificial planet required 2 transitions, each lasting approximately 1 hour. The first stop was Hammerstar, followed by M87. This was Wang Hao's inaugural experience traversing subspace, and he exited the hall with great enthusiasm, seeking a solitary resting chamber to observe the scenery through the window. As the transition ship ascended steadily, the azure earth gradually receded behind him. The endless expanse of dark space inexplicably instilled a sense of chilling unease within Wang Hao. As the ship's velocity increased, the surrounding celestial rivers blurred into luminous streaks. Soon, the vessel accelerated further, resembling entry into a boundless black tunnel. Noticing the absence of any view outside, Wang Hao turned and lay down on the prepared bed in the small room. "Ah, this bed is rather comfortable," he murmured to himself. With 2 hours remaining until they reached M87, he decided to take a brief rest. Just as he was about to close his eyes, a female voice suddenly resonated within the solitary chamber. It was akin to thunderclaps ringing in his ears, startling Wang Hao into a swift roll from the bed. Drawing a B-shaped pistol from the storage singularity and nervously aiming it at potential hiding spots within the small room. "Impressive. Just acquired the storage singularity. And you already wield it with such proficiency?" A vague figure gradually materialized on the bed where Wang Hao had just lain. "Relax, holster your weapon. I am not your enemy." Wang Hao, astounded, gazed at the figure seated upon the bed, more accurately, a shadowy form. It appeared as a wisp of smoke shaped like a woman, with only a profound outline revealing her slender frame. At that moment, she sat poised on the bed, her head slightly tilted as if observing Wang Hao. Struggling to suppress the impulse to fire, Wang Hao feigned calmness and inquired, "Who are you? Are you human?" "Rest assured, I am human," the shadowy figure replied. "I merely encountered certain circumstances that forced me to relinquish my human form and survive in a spiritual essence." Relinquishing one's human form? A soul? ISNT that akin to being a ghost? Wang Hao felt his legs weaken, contemplating whether his pulse rifle could vanquish a spirit. "Do not be afraid. I bear you no harm," the wisp reiterated. "We are fated to meet, and I seek your assistance." No, we share no such fate. I must report to school shortly, so if you require aid, I suggest seeking someone more capable." Wang Hao hastily denied, dismissing the notion of entangling himself with a female ghost. The specter pointed to Wang Hao's trousers. "Do you think I can act independently? The ability to converse with you stems from your own actions. Check your trouser pocket." His pocket? What could be inside? Wang Hao instinctively patted his pocket and suddenly realized the eye sculpture he had obtained from the black crystal. Trembling, he extracted the sculpture, now emitting a faint white glow. You inhabit this?" The specter nodded. "I perished on a desolate planet tens of thousands of light years from Earth and attached myself to this object, only to be inadvertently acquired by you on Earth. Is that not a remarkable twist of fate?" Wang Hao felt an overwhelming urge to weep, wishing he could shatter the window and cast the ice sculpture far away. Regrettably, the transition ship remained in warped space. Breaking the window would likely result in eternal disorientation within subspace, lacking the ability to exorcise spirits. Wang Hao could only negotiate with the ghost. "What do you need my assistance with?" "If it involves burning incense, I can manage that upon our arrival at M87. If it pertains to gathering your remains, you may have to wait until I graduate from school. If it is for vengeance, how did you meet your demise?" The specter retorted, visibly displeased. "I shall clarify once more. I am not dead. I merely encountered certain circumstances that compelled me to abandon my human form." Wang Hao nodded. It seemed she was a lost spirit unwilling to accept her fate. Upon reaching the Divine Connection Academy, he would first seek to learn the reincarnation spell. "I require your help with a task. For you, this endeavor is more daunting than a celestial ascent, thus we must coexist for a while, the specter continued. However, I shall reward you, rest assured. What could a ghost possibly need assistance with? If not death, perhaps the intention was to assist her in rejoining the realm of the living. Wang Hao shuddered. Dear lady, humans and spirits are destined to part ways. We ought not to become too familiar. Moreover, I can surmise what you seek from me. It is likely to revive you, is it not? Alas, once a person has departed this world, they cannot return. First, I am not dead. Secondly, who told you that the deceased cannot be revived? The ghost fervently interrupted Wang Hao. I can reveal to you the method of resurrecting the dead. With that, the specter waved her right hand, and a series of black and gold Chinese characters floated into the air. Wang Hao focused his gaze, and 5 prominent characters caught his attention. Tai, Nirvana, Sutra. This divine technique, mastered to its fullest potential, would allow one to summon spirits, revive the deceased, and heal bones. Truly not a hollow promise. The specter declared with a hint of pride, but you, at present, can only observe the method of cultivation. Hey, what are you doing? Wang Hao could hardly absorb the ghost's words. His entire attention remained fixated on the black and gold characters suspended in midair. In the realm of Yin, the 6th emerges. How can one speak of the 9th? Tai Chi gives birth to duality, as heaven and earth are initially divided. The 6 Yin have reached their extreme. Upon encountering the 7th, they return to the primordial essence. The scriptures were arcane and difficult to comprehend after merely reading a few lines. Wang Hao felt as though a tempest roiled within his abdomen. Yet despite the physical torment, his gaze and mind remained entranced by the verses, yearning to read each word in succession, just as he felt dizzy and overwhelmed, as if his body were being torn apart. The black and gold characters in the air suddenly vanished. He then witnessed the specter, who had been seated on the bed, launch a powerful punch toward him. And then everything went black. Chapter 4, an introduction to cultivation. Time seemed to slip away, and with a sudden jolt of excruciating pain, Wang Hao regained consciousness. As he rubbed his numbed head and squinted through his blurred vision, fragments of memory began to resurface. He had fainted due to the black gold scriptures. A realization struck him, and he slapped his thigh. Where were those scriptures? Had he truly risked his life over them? A voice echoed in his ear, admonishing him for having succumbed to madness. If I had arrived even a moment later to subdue you, you would have faced paralysis at best or death at worst. It then dawned on Wang Hao that he was sharing a room with a female specter. And what had she said? To knock him unconscious? Could a ghost truly possess such power? Instinctively, he reached for his handgun, but quickly dismissed the thought. Having been unconscious for so long, if she intended to harm him, she would have done so already rather than patiently awaiting his awakening. The ethereal figure glided to the window and gazed outside. By the way, while you were sleeping, the starship has already arrived at Hammerstar. Hammerstar? Wang Hao was taken aback and turned to look out the window. Before him lay an expanse of desolate yellow earth. Hammerstar was an undeveloped planet. A decade ago, the Earth Alliance discovered its rich mineral resources, gradually establishing a mining industry and relocating heavy industry from Earth itself. No wonder everyone had inquired whether he was headed there for work. Clearly, it was a place in need of development. The specter turned and asked, "Aren't you going to disembark and explore? This is your first venture to an extraterrestrial world. A moment worth commemorating." "I would like to, but I feel somewhat unwell." Wang Hao waved his hand in refusal, only to suddenly sense something amiss. "Wait a minute. How did you know this is my first trip to an alien world?" Upon hearing this, the specter chuckled mischievously. "I'm a ghost, after all. Ghosts know everything." Wang Hao fell silent, quietly retrieving his handgun. "Don't react so strongly." The specter, noticing his heightened caution, quickly explained. "You were the one who expressed your excitement about your first journey into space aboard the ship. Is that so? When did I talk to myself?" Wang Hao asked, bewildered. "I don't recall that at all." "Of course you did. When you entered this room, you were mumbling about needing a good sleep." The specter insisted confidently. Wang Hao indeed remembered that moment, scratching his head pensively. Could it be that he had a habit of talking to himself? After gazing out at the scenery for a while, the specter turned back to Wang Hao. "So, after witnessing the Tai Nirvana scriptures, Are you willing to assist me with this favor? Why is she still pursuing this? Wang Hao sighed, exasperated. Sister, as you just saw, I can't cultivate that nirvana technique, so I cannot revive you. You should seek out someone else to possess. No, you managed to succumb to madness, which indicates you possess the aptitude to cultivate the Tai Nirvana scriptures. Otherwise, the black gold scriptures would appear to you as an incomprehensible jumble of characters. Intrigued, Wang Hao inquired, You mean I have the potential to practice the Tai Nirvana scriptures? If I do, why did I lose control? Isn't that obvious? What do you think the Tai Nirvana scriptures are? They are an unparalleled divine art capable of influencing the cycle of life and death. The specter, visibly frustrated, continued. If a clueless novice like you were to master it, would it still be considered unparalleled? If it is indeed unparalleled, then how did you end up as a ghost? Either you failed to master this supreme technique, or it is not as supreme as you claim. Wang Hao pondered silently. Aren't you planning to attend the Academy of Divine Communication? Perfect. By the time you graduate, your aptitude should be sufficient to cultivate the Tai Nirvana scriptures. The specter continued, at which point I will be able to revive you, correct? Wang Hao asked skeptically. In your current state, can the Tai Nirvana scriptures truly save you? Indeed, the body forging and bone tempering chapter within the Tai Nirvana scriptures contains methods for reconstructing the physical form. The specter affirmed with a nod. Wow, this. Wang Hao found himself intrigued. If the Tai Nirvana scriptures were indeed as powerful as the specter claimed, mastering them would render him invincible. However, this would also mean living in close quarters with a female ghost. What if she drained him of his essence over time? Noticing Wang Hao lost in thought, the specter tempted him further. I possess more than just the Tai Nirvana scriptures. There are the 72 great demon-slaying sword techniques, blood-burning celestial demon arts, the sorrowful separation finger, and even the 36 heavenly techniques and 72 earthly marvels. What are all these? Wang Hao's heart raced as if it were pounding like a drum. If he could truly learn these seemingly extraordinary skills, then he would. Seeing the eagerness on Wang Hao's face, the specter playfully dropped a bombshell. I'll let you in on a secret. The eye sculpture I inhabit is a transcendent artifact. An artifact? What kind of artifact? Wang Hao asked, astonished. If you promise to help me revive, I will show you its immense power. The specter seized the initiative, enticing Wang Hao with conditions. At that moment, Wang Hao felt a profound conflict within. Logically, he should steer clear of this mysterious ghost. Yet emotionally, he recognized that such a rare opportunity for cultivation might never present itself again. Ultimately, after much contemplation, Wang Hao closed his eyes, steeled his resolve, and fixed his gaze on the specter. If you can guarantee that you will not harm me, I will agree to assist in your revival. Without hesitation, the specter, Lin Meiying, executed several intricate hand seals. Just as Wang Hao braced for an attack, she pointed skyward with one hand and placed the other over her heart, by the heavens above and the stars as witnesses. If I, Lin Meiying, harbor any intent to harm Wang Hao, may my soul scatter and be lost in the cosmic void. What is she doing? Is she swearing an oath? And did she just say her name is Lin Meiying? This is the oath of sincere heart. If I violate my promise and harm you, my soul will truly be scattered. After completing the oath, Lin Meiying exhaled, assuring him, does that make you feel more at ease? More at ease? More like it's overly dramatic. Wang Hao felt a twinge of embarrassment at Lin Meiying's fervor. Very well, let us agree. You will teach me those techniques. And once I master them, I shall assist in your revival. Is it a promise? Lin Meiying's voice brimmed with excitement. Wang Hao nodded firmly, declaring, it is a promise. Excellent. Without further ado, let us commence with the first lesson. Lin Meiying exclaimed eagerly. Remove your shoes and shirt, and sit on the floor. Wang Hao quickly interjected. Wait a moment. Aren't you a bit too hasty? We're still on the spaceship, and haven't yet reached M87. Fool. The sooner you begin your cultivation, the sooner you can master the Tai Nirvana scriptures, and the sooner I can be revived. Lin Meiying insisted, almost desperate to start. Reluctantly, Wang Hao complied, removing his shoes and shirt, sitting cross-legged on the floor, awaiting Lin Meiying's next instruction. With a wave of her hand, An array of black gold characters materialized in the room once more. However, unlike the extensive text of the Tai Nirvana scriptures, this time there were only a few hundred characters. This is. Wang Hao squinted and read the first 5 words aloud. The nameless breathing technique? Teacher Lin. What kind of skill is this? Lin Meiying shook her head. This hardly qualifies as a skill. It is a rudimentary breathing technique of unknown authorship. Likely of the yellow rank, at best. Wang Hao inquired with curiosity. Is this nameless breathing technique of the yellow tier? What does yellow tier signify? Humans possess varying grades, and martial techniques also exhibit differences in quality. Practitioners generally categorize all techniques into 4 primary classes: heaven, earth, mysterious, and yellow. Lin Meiying elucidated for Wang Hao, stating that techniques suitable for novices or those incomplete in content belong to the yellow tier. Those with solid content, possessing a hint of profundity, are classified as mysterious tier, comprising the majority of techniques one might encounter. Earth tier techniques are subtle and profound, wielding strange powers, and are exceedingly rare. As for heaven tier techniques, they are nothing short of miraculous, capable of reversing the cosmos and manipulating celestial bodies. Seeking even a single volume throughout one's lifetime may prove futile. This sounds rather fantastical, Wang Hao remarked, somewhat skeptical. What tier does the Tai Nirvana Sutra belong to? It is of the lower heaven tier, Lin Meiying replied. The entirety of its power revolves around reversing life and death, offering little assistance in fortifying the body or in combat, thus receiving a slightly lower rating. What about those techniques you mentioned earlier, such as the Great Demon Slaying Sword, Celestial Demon Communication, and so forth? What tier are they? Wang Hao asked again. Lin Meiying, growing somewhat impatient, waved her hand dismissively. Is that even a question? Naturally, all the techniques I provide you are of the heaven tier. Why all this unnecessary chatter? Are you going to practice or not? Wang Hao, feeling somewhat helpless, retorted. You just said that heaven tier techniques are so elusive that one might traverse the world in vain seeking them. Yet here, it seems they come effortlessly to you. Are you not perhaps pilfering others' techniques and have been turned into a ghost for it? Chapter 5. The breath of the nameless regarding the origins of the celestial level cultivation techniques and how he had fallen to such depths. Lin Meiying remained cryptic, instead urging Wang Hao to commence his training without delay. Reluctantly, Wang Hao squinted at the floating black golden script suspended in midair, attempting to practice this nameless breathing technique. Facing the sun, he adopted the 5 hearts facing heaven posture, with his upper body erect and tongue pressed against the roof of his mouth. What on earth is this? After reading the first line, he felt overwhelmed, pondering how he could face the sun while floating in the cosmos. What even is this 5 hearts facing heaven posture? Lin Meiying sighed. I had forgotten that you have never encountered this kind of knowledge. The so-called 5 hearts refer to the palms of your hands, the soles of your feet, and the crown of your head. The 5 hearts facing heaven posture requires you to direct these 5 points upwards, aligning with the celestial energy. Wang Hao suddenly understood. Adjusting his left foot to the root of his right leg and vice versa, placing his palms facing upwards upon his knees. Finally raising his gaze to complete the 5 hearts facing heaven posture. Excellent, just like that. Lin Meiying nodded in approval. This is not Earth, so you cannot truly face the sun. Just disregard that instruction. Next, press your tongue against the roof of your mouth. Wang Hao chuckled in disbelief. Although he was utterly ignorant of martial arts and inner strength, he was aware that any misstep during cultivation could lead to internal injuries, paralysis, or even death. How could Lin Meiying simply skip over the initial instruction of facing the sun? Do you know more than I do? Trust me, you won't go wrong. Lin Meiying waved her hand impatiently. Now, listen and do as I say. Close your eyes, clear your mind, and breathe in a rhythm of inhale, 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 exhale. Oh, Wang Hao nodded, drawing in air like a bellows. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Exhale, from behind. Lin Meiying shouted, do not merely breathe with your lungs. Engage every cell in your body. Inner strength is an energy that originates from within. You must refine this power through your breath. Strive to resonate with your own being. Teacher Lin, your instructions are too abstract. How am I to resonate with my entire body? Wang Hao lamented, pausing his breath. No matter how I breathe, My thumb cannot possibly connect with my heel. Before he could finish, Lin Meiying delivered a sharp punch to the back of his head. Concentrate your mind on your breath and your body. Do not cease breathing. Yes, yes. Wang Hao hurriedly resumed his rhythmic breathing, having never encountered a ghost capable of striking. He was experiencing it now. Lin Meiying continued to shout in his ear, clear your mind. Focus solely on your breath. Teacher Lin, your noise is distracting me from concentrating. Thus, Wang Hao and Lin Meiying embarked on a chaotic journey of inner strength cultivation. A server from the transition ship had intended to inquire whether Wang Hao desired to order food. But upon hearing the cacophony of wails and heavy breathing from the break room, he silently turned away. Young people these days, so full of peculiarities. While the server could escape, Wang Hao had no such luxury. He remained ensconced in Lin Meiying's incessant admonishments, striving to breathe while resonating with his own essence. Hiss, 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 exhale, hiss, 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 exhale. Time passed, and gradually, Wang Hao's condition improved. He could no longer hear Lin Meiying's piercing instructions, and his scattered thoughts dissipated, his entire focus centering on the rhythmic breathing. As he continued the 3 inhales followed by an exhale, he began to feel warmth coursing through his body. Beads of sweat forming on his forehead as though he had just finished an intense workout. Focus. Clear your mind. Lin Meiying observed Wang Hao's progress with satisfaction, nodding approvingly. She had been loud earlier to train him to remain calm amidst external distractions. It seemed he possessed some natural talent. As Wang Hao persisted, his body grew increasingly warm, sweat pouring from him, and he could almost see vapor rising from his head. His breathing, however, became less fluid, resembling a bellows, each inhalation growing heavier. It was evident that his stamina was waning. Come on, Wang Hao, push through this hurdle, and you will truly enter the realm of martial arts. Lin Meiying silently prayed, watching as his face flushed from the heat. At that moment, Wang Hao struggled to continue. For reasons unknown, despite his deep breaths, he felt an insufficiency of oxygen, a sensation akin to suffocation. Simultaneously, his strength seemed to have reached its limit. The high temperature drained him of energy, each cell crying out in agony, as if a weary soul were compelled to carry a 1,000-pound burden while sprinting. I can hardly endure. At that moment, the thought of surrender surged within him. Perhaps it would be wise to pause, rest, and prepare for a comeback. As this notion surfaced, his breathing became erratic. Lin Meiying furrowed her brow. Surely, he won't give up at the final moment? What one fears often materializes. As Wang Hao's breath faltered, his posture began to sway perilously. The previously steady 5 hearts facing heaven's stance wobbled, threatening to topple him. This cannot stand. It would be akin to drinking before achieving enlightenment. Lin Meiying leaned closer, whispering, just a little longer. Persevere, and an infinite path lies before you. Hold on. Uncertain if her words had any effect, Wang Hao, on the brink of collapse, gradually steadied himself, his breathing returning to a semblance of normalcy. Seeing this, Lin Meiying exhaled in relief. At last, he had managed to endure. In the depths of his being, Wang Hao felt an unseen encouragement, and gritting his teeth, he pressed on, amidst the overwhelming fatigue and thinning oxygen. As he persisted in the 3 inhales and 1 exhale, a thunderous sound resonated within him, followed by an outpouring of transparent, formless energy surging from his limbs into his lower abdomen. I did it. I did it. Though he had never witnessed a pig run, he had at least tasted pork. Wang Hao immediately understood that this invisible energy was what he had painstakingly refined from his very essence, true qi. As all the true qi converged in his lower abdomen, it coalesced into a formidable stream, traversing the meridians of his body in a grand cycle. With every passage, the fatigue dissipated, and by the time the great cycle concluded, Wang Hao felt rejuvenated, brimming with vitality as if infused with boundless strength. Ultimately, this stream of true qi settled in his lower abdomen, forming a small vortex. Wang Hao realized that this was the fabled Dantian Qi Sea. Letting out a deep breath, he gradually opened his eyes. Teacher Lin, I have succeeded. I know. Lin Meiying could hardly contain her excitement. I never expected you to possess such talent. You mastered the nameless breathing technique in merely half an hour, though it is only of the lowest yellow rank. Is this truly considered mastery? Wang Hao gazed in astonishment at the floating black golden script, which stated that upon successfully cultivating true qi, it would autonomously circulate in a great cycle before converging in the Dantian Qi Sea, abruptly ceasing thereafter, leaving nothing more. Throwing a punch into the air, Wang Hao felt no surge of strength or swiftness. He turned his head and asked, "Teacher Lin, why do I feel as if practicing has made no difference?" Firstly, your body has undergone refinement during the course of your training. Undeniably, you are stronger now than you were half an hour ago, Lin Meiying explained with a cheerful demeanor. Secondly, when you throw a punch, you must channel the true energy from your Dantian to make your strike swift as the wind and rapid as lightning. Wang Hao excitedly flexed his wrist. How do I channel this true energy? I will teach you some techniques for generating power later. Lin Meiying waved his hand. For now, take a moment to rest. The spacecraft is about to arrive at M87. It was then that Wang Hao recalled he was still aboard the jump ship. He let out a sigh and sat on the bed, adjusting his sweat-soaked clothes, and casually inquired, "By the way, Teacher Lin, what is the purpose of that eye you possess? You spoke of it with such reverence." "Huh? You mean this?" Lin Meiying lifted the sculpted eye. "It's not particularly formidable. It merely assists you in gaining insight into your destiny." "What? Insight into destiny?" Wang Hao asked in astonishment. "Destiny is not immutable. Every minute detail can potentially alter your future dramatically," Lin Meiying said, feigning mystery. "For instance, had you not participated in the battle at the traffic station, or if you had neglected to collect this eye, you would have missed me entirely." Wang Hao furrowed his brow, contemplating. Indeed, had he hidden away in a shelter at that time, or dashed out to support senior brother Lu Yi without a glance after defeating the slime monster, he would not have acquired this eye and would have missed Lin Meiying. This eye of destiny can help you glimpse your future and make choices that embrace favorable fates while avoiding unfortunate ones. Lin Meiying extended his hand and gently tapped the eye, illuminating the entire room with a soft white glow. Wang Hao gazed in astonishment at the glowing mark of destiny in his hand. It can reveal the future? Isn't that essentially foreseeing the future? Chapter 6. Insights into the mundane and understanding one's fate. Isn't that akin to foreseeing the future? Wang Hao asked in astonishment upon hearing that this orb could unveil destiny. No. It is not about predicting the future. It merely allows you to glimpse the threads of fate, Lin Meiying explained. Now, place the imprint before your eyes and give it a try. Is this for real? Can this thing truly reveal one's destiny? Wang Hao asked skeptically as he held the imprint between his eyes. Like this? And then, in that fleeting moment, as Wang Hao gazed into the orb, he beheld countless strands of fate radiating from his heart, extending infinitely toward the horizon. What are these? He exclaimed, horrified. All the strands originated from his heart, yet each diverged in a unique direction. Some veered left, others right. Some followed a straight path, while others twisted like a labyrinth. A few threads even seemed to ascend while others descended, starkly contrasting one another. Now you can see these threads of fate, can't you? Select one and examine it closely to discern the nature of that destiny. Lin Meiying's voice echoed in Wang Hao's ears. Swallowing hard, he cautiously reached out to touch the nearest strand of fate. The instant his fingers brushed against it, a series of vivid images flooded his mind, akin to a slideshow. This was a destiny where he chose to drop out of the Divine Academy and return home, starting an indefinite period of isolation in the midst of his parents' astonished gazes. Despite the pleas of family and friends, he refused to step outside his door. As time passed, everyone speculated whether he had suffered some trauma at the academy ultimately. Many years later, after his parents passed away, he muddled through life on a meager government stipend, assisted by the local community, living aimlessly until the age of 60. And sadly dying alone in his room. What the hell is this? Wang Hao fumed. It's impossible for me to drop out. Do you know how many red envelopes my relatives gave me when I got into the Divine Academy? If I quit now, wouldn't that bring shame to our family? With a resigned smile, Lin Meiying replied, Isn't the real issue here more serious than just losing face in front of your relatives? Wang Hao, in a fit of anger, hurled the orb onto the bed. Am I really destined to encounter some misfortune and become a recluse? I'm only 23. Am I supposed to languish at home for 37 years? I refuse to believe this is my fate. Absolutely not. Do not worry. This is merely one inconsequential thread among countless destinies. Lin Ming reassured him with a smile. If you are dissatisfied, explore other fates. Wang Hao shook his head helplessly and reached for another strand of fate. This time, the outcome was slightly more favorable. He still dropped out of the Divine Academy, but did not isolate himself. Instead, he responded to the call for development on the Forge Star and worked diligently there. After 50 years of hard labor on that desolate planet, he retired with honor, becoming an elderly man who spent his days playing chess and walking his dog in the park. Forge Star, through the efforts of countless builders like him, became the industrial heart of the Earth Union, producing everything from personal computers to interstellar jump ships. Well, how should I put this? Wang Hao scratched his head, feeling somewhat content, but I still don't want to drop out of the Divine Academy. Lin Meiying, suppressing her laughter, said, the closer the strands of fate, the more similar your choices are. If you wish to see a destiny where you do not drop out, select one that is further away. Oh, I see. Wang Hao nodded and deliberately chose a strand of fate that was quite distant from the previous two. In this destiny, he indeed completed his studies at the Divine Academy and became a competent warrior. After graduation, he joined the Interstellar Pioneer Army as a guard. Following 30 years of youth spent on an undeveloped planet, he retired early and led a simple life with a wife. Wang Hao set down the orb, pondering the peculiarities of this fate. What's wrong? Didn't you graduate from the Divine Academy as you wished? What more could you possibly want? Lin Meiying shrugged. Wang Hao lowered his head, contemplating for what felt like an eternity before tentatively asking, is there a future where I join the Rangers? Is there a destiny where I become a Ranger? Lin Meiying paused, taken aback. You wish to join the Rangers? That's no simple feat. Without extraordinary ability, they wouldn't even glance your way. Moreover, I've heard their recruitment criteria have become increasingly stringent. If your skills are on par with Lu Yi and Meng Li, you have a significant chance of being eliminated. Why? Wang Hao asked, astonished. Lu Yi and Meng Li seemed unattainably strong in his eyes. How could they appear so inadequate in her words? Lin Meiying explained gravely. As the Earth Union's interests in the stars grow, so do its adversaries. Naturally, the Rangers must enhance their overall strength to safeguard Earth's interests. As for Lu Yi and Meng Li, their levels are hardly noteworthy. Elite and Ace Rangers are traversing the stars, executing one mission after another. They have no time to guard a mere transit station. Otherwise, do you think the name Ranger just came about by chance? Wang Hao's neck turned red with indignation as he struggled to defend Lu Yi, but he found himself at a loss for words. After all, he knew next to nothing about the Rangers, while Lin Meiying seemed to possess considerable knowledge. All right, you wanted to discover a fate where you become a Ranger, didn't you? Lin Meiying pointed at the strands of fate before him. You'll have to search through them one by one. Given the multitude of strands, how am I to find the right one? Wang Hao complained as he reached out to examine a new thread of fate. This one was particularly grim. During an expedition for the Interstellar Pioneer Army, he encountered a formidable beast. To protect the elderly and children accompanying him, he sacrificed himself to hold off the creature, ultimately perishing at the tender age of 25. That can't be right. How could I die so young? Wang Hao asked, his face contorted in distress. Dying young is also a form of fate. Lin Meiying shrugged. No way. I cannot accept such a fate. Let us try again. Wang Hao, seemingly driven by madness, frantically examined the remaining strands of fate. Some depicted scenarios where he failed to graduate from the Divine Academy, others where he was expelled, some where he accidentally killed a classmate during training and ended up in prison, and even one where the Divine Academy itself collapsed. He even encountered more absurd fates, some where he rebelled against the Earth Union to become a space pirate, others where he was captured and forced into slavery, laboring in dark, oppressive mines for life, and some where he seized an undeveloped planet, becoming its ruler. While these destinies were undeniably varied, Wang Hao found none satisfactory. What's with the space pirates, the cosmic slaves, or being a planetary overlord? What nonsense is this? Observing Wang Hao's growing agitation, Lin Meiying remarked, have you noticed something? None of your fates involve me. Why would you be part of my fate? Wang Hao asked, bewildered. Fool, the absence of me in your fate signifies that you haven't helped me resurrect, and thus You haven't learned the formidable Tai Nirvana scripture from me, Lin Meiying replied with a hint of pride. How could you possibly join the Rangers in that case? Her reasoning struck a chord, leaving Wang Hao speechless. So, according to you, my inability to join the Rangers is because I failed to assist you in your resurrection? Lin Meiying approached with a smile, her head leaning close to his as she gazed into the eye of fate. Come, let me unveil the threads of your destiny. Please don't come too close. Wang Hao instinctively recoiled, aware that humans and spirits tread separate paths. Separate paths, indeed, Lin Meiying retorted, cursing Wang Hao while selecting a thread of fate. Now behold this destiny. This particular thread depicted a future where he and Lin Meiying entered the Divine Academy together. Under her guidance, he graduated successfully. Subsequently, he found a secluded place to diligently practice the Tai Nirvana Sutra, ultimately achieving mastery and resurrecting Lin Meiying. Together, they traversed the stars, reveling in their joy. How about that? Lin Meiying inquired softly in Wang Hao's ear. What do you think of this fate? Wang Hao found himself rendered speechless. His mind was consumed by a vivid image, leaving no room for thought. It was a desolate forest where he stood with hands clasped, chanting incantations to perform a certain spell. Before him lay a woman in black, her profile visible as she extended a hand to rest upon his wrist. Undoubtedly, this was the moment he revived Lin Meiying after mastering the Tai Nirvana Sutra. It was all rather conventional, devoid of surprises. Yet, what left Wang Hao in a daze was Lin Meiying's breathtaking profile, exquisite skin and delicate bones, a charming smile, utterly captivating, a beauty that could topple kingdoms. After 23 years of life, and having graduated from military academy, he finally comprehended the allure of the opposite sex. He even found himself questioning why Lin Meiying had transformed into a fleeting spirit. Surely, even death should bow before her beauty. Wang Hao? Wang Hao? Why are you lost in thought? Ultimately, it was Lin Meiying's voice that roused him from his stupor. What did you see? You may not believe it, but I saw Cupid. Wang Hao murmured to himself. Huh, what are you talking about? Nothing, nothing. By the way, it seems I still haven't become a ranger. Chapter 7. Who will join me in a splendid adventure? What are you dazing off for? What is the ultimate outcome of this fate? Wang Hao certainly could not admit it was because of her stunning beauty that left him spellbound, so he hastily laughed it off. Oh, it's nothing, nothing at all. Speaking of which, I still didn't become a ranger in the end. During graduation, I was too focused on mastering the Tai Nirvana Sutra and failed to pass the ranger assessment. Sigh. What is so great about being a ranger that you can't seem to forget? Lin Meiying sighed helplessly, remarking that becoming a gatekeeper like Meng Liliu was simply a waste of life. If one were to become an elite ranger, it would mean putting one's life on the line to undertake perilous missions across the universe. What's the point? Senior Liu Yi and Meng Li aren't gatekeepers. They are like screws that shine and warm the places where they are needed. Wang Hao retorted defiantly, I just want to be a ranger. Will you help me or not? Lin Meiying replied with resignation, Fine, fine, I'll help you. If you wish to pass the ranger assessment at graduation, you must elevate your abilities to a significantly high level during your time at the Divine Academy, at least far surpassing the graduation standards of the Academy. Wang Hao patted his chest, asking, How is my current level? I've mastered the unnamed breathing technique. Doesn't that make me somewhat formidable? Little did he know. Lin Meiying snickered, deriding his arrogance. I'm not trying to bring you down, but mastering a low-tier yellow-level unnamed breathing technique doesn't even qualify you to graduate from the Divine Academy, let alone pass the ranger assessment. Only when you reach the realm of refining essence into chi should you consider taking the assessment. Refining essence into chi? What is that? Wang Hao inquired. It's a classification of martial artists' power levels, Lin Meiying explained. Upon reaching the realm of refining essence into chi, one's body and meridians become more conducive to the flow of true energy. With vigorous vitality and radiant spirit, one's physique becomes more resilient and agile than that of an ordinary person, resulting in substantial leaps in both endurance and explosive power. What about me? What about me? Do I qualify as refining essence into chi? Wang Hao hurriedly asked after hearing this. You can hardly be considered at that level. You've merely scratched the surface of the cultivation threshold. Lin Meiying exclaimed angrily, Don't underestimate the path of martial arts, beyond refining essence into qi. There are realms such as refining qi into spirit, refining spirit into void, and even the unification of heavenly man. Each of these requires one to invest countless efforts. Wang Hao shook his head, realizing he was still far from sufficient. He should not let temporary success cloud his judgment. Ultimately, your failure to pass the ranger assessment boils down to your weakness. You must seek a path to acquire formidable strength before graduation. With that, Lin Meiying leaned in again to gaze into the eye of fate. Feeling flustered as she approached, Wang Hao quickly dodged, exclaiming, "Don't come any closer." "How can I observe the threads of fate if I don't come closer?" Lin Meiying said, examining the eye of fate while whispering in Wang Hao's ear. Embarrassed, Wang Hao shrank his neck but did not retreat further. Internally, he scolded himself for being a superficial admirer. Knowing Lin Meiying's unrivaled grace made him completely shift his attitude towards her. Just as he was lost in thought, Lin Meiying discovered a new thread of fate. Wang Hao quickly gathered his focus, reaching out to grasp this thread of destiny. However, he never anticipated that this thread would lead to a significant blunder. In this fate, he inadvertently missed his stop, not disembarking on the artificial planet M87, but instead heading to the Interstellar Alliance. Wow, isn't that courting death? Senior Liu Yi had repeatedly warned me against going to the Interstellar Alliance. Wang Hao muttered, intending to delve deeper, only to find everything before him suddenly engulfed in darkness. He hastily opened his eyes to discern the situation, only to discover that the countless threads of fate had vanished. The eye of fate, which had recently emitted a gentle glow, was now dim once more. The energy of the eye of fate has been depleted. Lin Meiying checked the eye, asking, "Did you finish viewing that thread of fate?" Wang Hao panicked. "I haven't finished. Quickly recharge it so I can complete that memory." "How can I recharge it in my current soul state? Do you think I'm a power bank?" Lin Meiying waved her hand dismissively. "It will recharge itself. Just wait a moment." But Wang Hao was impatient to see the rest of the fate, asking, "How long will it take to recharge? Will it be ready before the ship arrives?" Lin Meiying shook her head. "When I leaned into the eye of fate about a month ago, it was already completely drained. To restore it to the level you can use, it will take at least a month. A month. By then, I would have already attended 20 days of classes. This is utterly pointless. What should I do now?" Wang Hao despondently slumped onto the bed. Without seeing the fate ahead of him, how could he become a ranger? Observing his disheartened demeanor, Lin Meiying shook her head in resignation. "It seems I truly shouldn't have let you use the eye of fate. Look at you, so hopeless. Don't you realize that today should not be wasted simply because you know what tomorrow holds?" Wang Hao was taken aback. Since you already know the immense difficulty of the ranger assessment at graduation, what you should be doing is working diligently during your time at the Divine Academy to meet the assessment standards, rather than frantically searching for strategies. Lin Meiying began to chastise Wang Hao earnestly. "Think about it. If you were powerful enough, would you still care about this recruitment? The Rangers would extend an olive branch to you. But if you are mediocre, what good is it to know the course of fate?" Her words made Wang Hao's cheeks burn with embarrassment. While reflecting on himself, he couldn't help but feel puzzled. Wasn't Lin Meiying overly concerned for him? Even his mother was this attentive. One's future must be fought for. Precisely because tomorrow is uncertain, one must earnestly live today. If you merely follow the script laid out by the eye of fate, is that truly living? Lin Meiying was evidently quite agitated, lecturing Wang Hao incessantly. "Teacher Lin." "I understand, Teacher Lin." Seeing Lin Meiying about to speak for hours, Wang Hao hurriedly interjected, "This is not my first encounter with such a powerful artifact. I may have gotten a bit carried away. Rest assured, I will never use the eye of fate again." Upon hearing Wang Hao acknowledge his mistake, Lin Meiying finally softened her tone. "Though you will need to use it, after all. One's destiny relies not only on personal effort but also on the course of history. Although you didn't finish viewing that thread of fate, did you glean any valuable information from it?" Wang Hao pondered for a moment. "Does missing my stop count? Missing your stop? You didn't disembark at M87 but went to the Interstellar Alliance?" Lin Meiying asked in surprise. Wang Hao nodded. "Yes. That's why I was so anxious to see what happened next. Is the Eye of Fate playing tricks on me by sending me to the Interstellar Alliance? ISNT that tantamount to courting death? Listening to Wang Hao's account, Lin Meiying fell into deep contemplation. Wang Hao glanced out the window. The transition ship was about to reach M87. Should he disembark directly to report, or should he heed the Eye of Fate's guidance and continue on to M87? Teacher Lin, what on earth is happening in the Interstellar Alliance? Senior Liu, he implored me not to go there. Wang Hao tentatively asked, noticing Lin Meiying's silence. Is it because they are embroiled in a civil war? Civil war? Why do you think they would be fighting among themselves? Lin Meiying chuckled. On the contrary, they are more united than ever, united against the Earthlings. Wang Hao was taken aback, exclaiming, why? Ultimately, it is the Earth Union's reluctance to join the Interstellar Alliance that is the crux of the matter. Consider this. A cosmic civilization whose scale rivals two-thirds of the Interstellar Alliance yet refuses to relinquish its independence to join them. How could the Alliance not remain vigilant? Lin Meiying waved her hand dismissively, speaking as if it were self-evident. Wang Hao, growing anxious, interjected, but haven't we already issued a declaration of peaceful expansion? Clearly stating our position? Are you but a child of 3? Lin Meiying retorted. A declaration is easily torn up if one so chooses. As long as the Earth Union possesses tens of thousands of star destroyers, the Interstellar Alliance will never lower its guard against Earth. She shot Wang Hao a scornful glance, seemingly mocking his naivety. Wang Hao pondered for a moment, then suggested, then, perhaps I should refrain from joining the Interstellar Alliance and simply report back? To his surprise, Lin Meiying shook her head and flashed a confident smile. No. Although the winds have shifted recently within the Interstellar Alliance, we have not yet reached a state of chaos. As a mere tourist, you should encounter no issues wandering about. Furthermore, in times of crisis, the greater the danger, the greater the opportunity. The more tumultuous the Interstellar Alliance becomes, the more likely you are to reap the rewards. Therefore, I believe you should give it a try. Her words flowed easily, yet it was not she who would be risking anything, was it? Wang Hao scratched his head, torn between decisions. Visiting the Interstellar Alliance was merely a gamble. As long as he stayed out of trouble, he should be fine. Moreover, even if unforeseen circumstances arose, it mattered not. Wasn't he armed? Lin Meiying, spurring him on, employed a tactic of provocation. Isn't it a bit cowardly for a military academy graduate in the reserves to shy away from the dangers of the Interstellar Alliance? Wang Hao, incensed, retorted, spare me your tricks. Provocation does not work on me. It's merely the Interstellar Alliance. After all, I'll go if I wish. What is there to fear? I can come and go as I please. With that, he seized his handgun, loading a bullet with a decisive click. Lin Meiying, both amused and exasperated, mused. Isn't this entirely falling into the trap of provocation? Chapter 8. A Journey Towards the Tiger's Den. Esteemed passengers, our starship TPX-4869 has successfully arrived at the artificial planet M87 and will dock at the transport station for 30 minutes. Passengers preparing to disembark, please ensure you have your belongings. Our next destination is the Interstellar Alliance's asteroid belt. Listening to the broadcast aboard the starship, Wang Hao took a deep breath. This is your final opportunity. Disembarking now will allow you to report to school. Lin Meiying half seriously, half jokingly remarked. Wang Hao resolutely shook his head. A true man never goes back on his word. If he said he was going to the Interstellar Alliance, then he would go. Yet, a sense of unease lingered within him, leaving him restless. Ultimately, he stood up to take a stroll. After all, the starship would be docked for 30 minutes. It was a perfect chance to breathe some fresh air and explore the planet where he would reside for the next 2 years. Stepping out of the lounge, he was startled to find the main hall of the starship nearly deserted, with only a handful of passengers remaining. It was to be expected, as most of those who had embarked from Earth had already disembarked at the Forged Star, and a small contingent had exited at M87, leaving only a few bound for the Interstellar Alliance. Wang Hao furtively glanced at the remaining passengers, noting their indifferent expressions as they awaited the starship's departure. It struck him that all these passengers were Earthlings, not a single alien among them. Wang Hao muttered to himself as he walked. Lin Meiying's voice echoed in his ear. Aliens would never come to the territory of the Earth Alliance without reason. Even if they did, they certainly wouldn't board a starship from Earth. Wang Hao glanced down at the eye of fate in his pocket. Lin Meiying was indeed bound to this eye, following him closely. As long as she chose not to reveal herself, no one else would be aware of her presence. The artificial planet M87 was a picturesque realm, with 90% of its surface adorned by artificially created ecosystems, while the remaining 10% comprised 3 small towns with populations under 100,000. The Academy of Divine Communication was situated at the intersection of the urban and ecological zones. The transport station was built atop a lofty mountain, providing a panoramic view of the urban landscape and its outskirts. The city, dominated by towering buildings, offered little of interest, but a dense forest in the distance captured Wang Hao's attention. How beautiful! Wang Hao gazed at the distant thicket, feeling a sense of serenity at the thought of living here for several years. Lin Meiying, however, expressed her discontent. A remote and desolate place, devoid of anything worthwhile. The mere idea of spending years by your side here drains all my energy. You, a ghost, still have such high expectations. Wang Hao shook his head and turned his gaze back to the verdant hills, perhaps influenced by this enchanting environment. The unnamed energy he had recently cultivated within him began to stir with anticipation. In that case, Wang Hao decided to sit cross-legged and guide his energy through a complete circulation of his meridians. Although the limitations of his low-tier Huang-level unnamed breathing technique restricted further advancement, the sensation of energy flowing through his channels was profoundly invigorating. Lin Meiying nodded in satisfaction. Wang Hao's interest in martial arts was a fortuitous development. It seemed that her resurrection would proceed more smoothly than anticipated. Meditating here is far more fluid than on the starship. No wonder those masters prefer to retreat to tranquil, picturesque locales for their training. Just then, after completing a full circulation, Wang Hao felt a sudden chill sweep across the back of his head. He turned in surprise to see a hazy, translucent figure striding past him, merely 2 or 3 meters away, and entering the starship. What was that? Wang Hao's initial reaction was disbelief, instinctively rubbing his eyes. Yet, the lingering chill on the back of his head confirmed that the apparition was no mere illusion. Lin Meiying exclaimed with delight. It seems that your unnamed energy practice has borne fruit. You've become more perceptive. If it were you an hour ago, you likely would have missed it entirely. That person? Wang Hao asked in astonishment. Lin Meiying nodded. Indeed. That individual employed a cloaking technique to conceal himself and slipped aboard the starship. However, his skills in stealth are still lacking. Otherwise, you, a mere novice, wouldn't he have noticed him? A cloaking technique? Concealing oneself? Is that akin to invisibility? Such a wondrous ability exists. Moreover, if Lin Meiying is correct, this technique is learned through training, which means, Teacher Lin, I request to learn the cloaking technique, Wang Hao declared without hesitation. Lin Meiying was left speechless, realizing that Wang Hao had more pressing matters at hand than the cloaking technique. Yes, the priority is to capture this sneaky individual. He might intend to sabotage the starship. Wang Hao unsheathed his pistol, ready to confront the intruder and deliver him to the authorities. Wait, capturing a thief requires seizing both the person and the evidence. Acting impulsively is not wise. Lin Meiying called out to Wang Hao. Have you considered where this person boarded the ship at M87 and his intended destination? Wang Hao paused, then suddenly understood. The next stop for the starship was the Interstellar Alliance. The individual was headed there. Since you're also uncertain about your purpose at the Interstellar Alliance, why not attempt to follow this elusive character? If he truly intends to commit a crime, you can apprehend him and earn great merit, possibly leading to your rightful place among the Rangers. If he merely seeks to evade a fare or feels too ashamed of his appearance, there is no need to brandish your weapon, Lin Meiying suggested. This reasoning resonated with Wang Hao, who sheathed his pistol and cautiously returned to the cabin. Peering around, he found the same few passengers seated in the hall, but the figure he had seen earlier had vanished without a trace. Don't look around carelessly and alert the prey, Lin Meiying cautioned Wang Hao. Try extracting the energy from your dantian and channel it into your eyes. How do I do that? Wang Hao fumbled, flustered, inadvertently drawing the attention of those nearby. What on earth was this fool doing, standing there with bulging veins? Fortunately, Wang Hao had a modicum of talent for martial arts. After a single attempt, he successfully focused the energy into his eyes. Instantly, he perceived every detail within his field of vision, every subtle movement captured clearly. Is this the power of energy? Wang Hao experimented with his enhanced sight, scrutinizing a passenger 10 meters away, observing even the pores on their face with startling clarity. Lin Meiying urged, "Stop daydreaming. Quickly locate that cloaked individual. What if he enters the lounge and sees you?" Wang Hao hurriedly advanced deeper into the cabin, scanning his surroundings with his peripheral vision. It took little effort to spot a faint outline of a figure in the corner to the southeast. Ordinarily, he would have overlooked it, but to his enhanced vision, the silhouette stood out starkly against the backdrop. He discreetly took a seat behind the cloaked figure, ensuring he could observe every movement with precision. The cloaked individual appeared to have complete confidence in their concealment, showing no suspicion towards Wang Hao, who sat directly behind them. "Teacher Lin, what do you think this person might be up to?" Wang Hao whispered to Lin Meiying. "How would I know? But based on my experience, this individual is likely a treasure thief." Lin Meiying replied. Wang Hao gasped, "A treasure thief? What does that mean?" Calling them treasure thieves is an understatement. In plain terms, they are just common thieves, traversing through various planets to pilfer precious goods and subsequently selling them for profit. Lin Meiying let out a cold laugh. These individuals are scattered across the far reaches of the universe. As long as there is money to be made, they will steal anything. Precious metals, rare ores, magical materials. Even capturing wild creatures, trafficking humans, and stealing technology are all within their capabilities. Wang Hao listened in stunned silence. Having grown up in the United Earth, he knew little of these darker aspects, and today he was truly enlightened. Furthermore, his journey to the Interstellar Alliance likely involved disposing of the stolen goods. He wondered how much treasure this individual had acquired, and whether it was worth the risk he was taking. Lin Meiying remarked with intrigue, "Beyond the Divine Communication Academy, there are only 3 small towns left on the artificial planet M87. If this fellow is indeed a treasure thief, there should be no advanced technology, precious ores, or rare beasts for him to pilfer here." Wang Hao shook his head. Choosing M87 as a target was indeed a miscalculation. "Have you truly forgotten, or are you feigning forgetfulness? Before boarding the ship, what did your senior brother Lu Yi caution you about?" Lin Meiying suddenly inquired. "What did he say that pertains to this infiltrator? Not to partake in the Superpower awakening courses? To spend more time in the library? What else was there?" Wang Hao furrowed his brow in recollection. "Ah, the Grand Treasury a treasury? Could it be that this fellow is planning a heist at the Divine Communication Academy?" Lin Meiying chuckled softly. "Right now, we are merely speculating. Nothing is certain yet. Only upon reaching the Interstellar Alliance will we uncover the true intentions of this infiltrator." Wang Hao gritted his teeth and drew his honeycomb-style pistol. "You had better not be some sort of despicable treasure thief. Otherwise, I shall consider you a parting gift to my alma mater." Unbeknownst to the unfortunate infiltrator, who was obliviously under scrutiny, he sat in his seat, repeatedly glancing at his watch, seemingly lamenting the delayed departure of the jump ship. At last, with a resounding rumble, the jump ship slowly ascended, heading towards the boundless expanse of the stars. Its next destination, the perilous Interstellar Alliance. Chapter 9. The circumference of the asteroid belt, the artificial planet M87, serves as a buffer zone between the Earth Alliance and the Interstellar Alliance. Beyond M87 lies the territory of the Interstellar Alliance. According to interstellar law, ships of the Earth Alliance are prohibited from entering the territory of the Interstellar Alliance without just cause. Therefore, if one is injured here, no rescue ship from the Earth Alliance will come. If one encounters danger, no rescue team will arrive. Even if faced with cosmic pirates, no aid will be offered. The Interstellar Alliance is a loose coalition formed by hundreds of planets that have developed civilizations. The development among these planets is highly uneven, with some possessing technology more advanced than that of Earth, others driven by magical civilizations, and some still languishing in slavery or feudal societies. Under the leadership of the core government of the Interstellar Alliance, these planets are supposed to develop and progress together. However, it is peculiar that over the years, The more powerful planets have grown even stronger while the weaker ones have fallen further behind. It remains unclear what they have developed together. Any planet or civilization may join the Interstellar Alliance, but they must agree to a clause in the event of a cosmic-level disaster or other emergencies. All member planets must obey the core government's command to overcome the crisis together. This requirement contradicts the Earth Alliance's long-standing policy of independent diplomacy, which is why it has not joined the Interstellar Alliance. The two parties have merely established basic trade routes. It is said that since the Earth declined to join the Interstellar Alliance, subtle antagonism towards Earth has been evident. As the spaceship sped forward, Wang Hao focused entirely on the shadow before him. Since he had begun watching it, the figure had not moved an inch, resembling a statue. Wang Hao was even tempted to approach and poke it to see what it was up to. What's wrong? The mouse is not anxious. Yet the cat can't sit still? Lin Meiying mocked Wang Hao. As far as I know, rangers can remain immobile in a sea of corpses for 3 days and nights. Do you think you measure up? Realizing he was in the wrong, Wang Hao fell silent and concentrated on the shadow. After about an hour, the jump ship came to a steady halt at the transport station in the asteroid belt of the Interstellar Alliance. The stealthy figure stood up slowly and disembarked at a leisurely pace. Wang Hao stealthily rose to follow him, but after a few steps, he noticed something odd. Why were only he and the stealthy figure disembarking? Haha, you'll find out once you step off the jump ship. Who in their right mind would come to the asteroid belt? Lin Meiying said with a hint of sarcasm. Is this asteroid belt such a terrifying place? Wang Hao asked, stepping off the ship, only to be taken aback by the surroundings. This was hardly a transport station or shipport. It was merely a flat expanse of concrete surrounded by barbed wire. Is this the Interstellar Alliance? Wang Hao exclaimed in astonishment. Seemingly anticipating Wang Hao's reaction, Lin Meiying suppressed a laugh and replied, what did you expect? This is too shabby. Compared to transport stations on Earth, it's the difference between heaven and hell. Wang Hao still found it hard to believe that the Interstellar Alliance, a vast organization of hundreds of civilizations, had not invested in infrastructure here. You shouldn't dwell on this too much. If you keep dawdling, that stealthy figure will get too far ahead. If you lose track of him, you'll never catch up. Lin Meiying reminded him. It was then that Wang Hao jolted back to reality. He was supposed to be following that stealthy figure. He quickly looked up, only to see the hazy shadow already 200 meters away, prompting him to dash after it. Almost as soon as he moved, the jump ship ascended and departed, unwilling to linger in this desolate place for even a second longer. Upon leaving the transport station, Wang Hao was further astonished by the scenery. Everywhere he looked were dilapidated, haphazardly built wooden shanties, reminiscent of the slums of America in the 1930s and 40s. All the doors and windows were tightly shut, leaving him uncertain whether anyone lived inside. Glancing back at the retreating jump ship and then at the wooden shanties, Wang Hao felt as though he was trapped in a dream. This is far from what I imagined. Isn't the Interstellar Alliance a larger organization than the Earth Alliance? Why is it in such disrepair? Is it abandoned? He murmured to Lin Meiying as he walked. If it were abandoned, why would the jump ship stop here? Lin Meiying explained with a smile. This is the asteroid belt, located at the border between the Interstellar Alliance and the Earth Alliance. It is considered a fringe planet, so naturally, no one wants to invest in development or construction here. But M87 is also a fringe planet. Wang Hao countered. Where do you get all this nonsense? Its dilapidation has nothing to do with me. Lin Meiying, unable to respond, merely urged Wang Hao to be quiet. Perhaps too confident in his stealth skills, the figure ahead of Wang Hao remained oblivious to being followed, showing no signs of heightened vigilance as he walked nonchalantly. Moreover, perhaps due to having disembarked from the ship, his form was less concealed than before, and his outline was now clearly visible. Lin Meiying shook her head and casually remarked, if he truly were a treasure hunter, it wouldn't be long before he met his demise on one of these planets. Wang Hao remained silent, trailing behind the stealthy figure slowly. What are you thinking? There is no need to be so cautious. This guy is so oblivious that you could walk alongside him, and he wouldn't even realize you were there. Lin Meiying commented to Wang Hao. However, Wang Hao shook his head and whispered, what if I have already been detected, and he is intentionally revealing flaws to bait me? After all, We are still on the territory of the Interstellar Alliance. It's wise to be cautious. Lin Meiying was taken aback by Wang Hao's unexpected attentiveness. Perhaps he indeed possessed some talent. Yet, to her surprise, Wang Hao quickly added, "But I think it would be safer if I could conceal my form like him. Teacher Lin, could you teach me stealth techniques? Stealth techniques have nothing to do with Tai Nirvana scripture, so I want to teach you." Lin Meiying replied sternly after a moment of silence. "Why not?" Wang Hao complained, feeling rejected in his earnest request to learn stealth techniques. His voice, slightly raised, echoed throughout the chaotic cluster of wooden shanties. Lin Meiying was nearly at her wit's end. "You just said to be cautious on the territory of the Interstellar Alliance. Yet now you're shouting like this?" She peered ahead at the oblivious figure, relieved that he had not noticed. "Idiot, what are you doing?" Lin Meiying scolded Wang Hao, finally able to breathe easy. "Do you want to get yourself killed?" Wang Hao could not respond, as his attention was drawn to a peculiar sight. A wooden shanty before him had slightly ajar, and around I was peering out, staring intently at him. The two locked eyes for about 3 seconds before the door slammed shut with a loud bang. Startled, Wang Hao took off running. "Are there people living here?" "Teacher Lin, what was that?" he muttered to himself as he sprinted. Lin Meiying sighed. Of course those shanties were built for habitation. This is a fringe planet, located in the resource-poor asteroid belt. Those living here are the impoverished of the Interstellar Alliance. Is it not normal for the poor to reside in dilapidated homes? Are the impoverished not receiving assistance from the Interstellar Alliance? Wang Hao inquired, astonished. "Assistance?" Lin Meiying chuckled derisively, as if he had heard an absurd joke, and fell silent. With a deep sigh, Wang Hao closed his mouth and continued to follow the infiltrator toward the heart of the slum. A young man raised in the United Earth was finally witnessing the stark disparities of the world. After navigating through the slum for nearly 30 minutes, Wang Hao finally beheld the objective of his journey. The center of the slum was encircled by a 2-meter-high barbed wire fence, within which stood several skyscrapers aglow with neon lights. "This is," Wang Hao exclaimed in astonishment, gazing at the imposing fence. "A den of debauchery forged from the blood of the impoverished within this 10-mile radius." Lin Meiying replied, unfazed by the sight of the illuminated buildings. "Your target has dropped his stealth. Keep your eyes on him." Wang Hao quickly turned to see the infiltrator, who had just been cloaked in invisibility, now striding confidently toward the gate of the fence. At the entrance stood 4 guards, their predatory gazes fixed on the approaching infiltrator. After handing a bundle of items to the guards, the infiltrator swaggered through the gate. All 4 guards were not Earthlings, but rather robust. 2-meter-tall aliens with pink skin and a single eye. Wang Hao swiftly accessed his personal computer, the Huahua Xiaozai 3000, eager to uncover the identity of these cyclopean extraterrestrials. "Don't get distracted. Those gatekeepers are Tamorians, renowned for their immense strength. You stand no chance of defeating them in a direct confrontation. Think carefully about how to blend in," Lin Meiying advised Wang Hao. As the infiltrator moved further away, Wang Hao's anxiety mounted. "I don't even know how to communicate with them. How am I supposed to blend in? It's all your fault for not teaching me the stealth technique. If I could become invisible, I could slip in unnoticed." "How is this my fault?" Lin Meiying responded, exasperated. Seeing the infiltrator nearly vanish from sight, Wang Hao gritted his teeth and unexpectedly strode toward the gate. "If all else fails, I'll just say I'm here to tour the place and offer to buy a ticket." Chapter 10. The Treasure Thief Aliens. In truth, Wang Hao had encountered many. Each year, countless extraterrestrial beings arrived on Earth to learn, work, and live. However, this was his first encounter with the rugged, muscular, one-eyed giants known as the Tumorans. As he opened his mouth to speak, Wang Hao could distinctly feel his voice quivering. Excuse me, may I pass?" he asked, gazing up at the 4 Tumorans with a mix of trepidation and awe. The 4 Tumorans exchanged glances, and one of them mumbled something incoherent. How could Wang Hao possibly comprehend this alien language? Back in military school, he had barely scraped by in his English exams. Seeing that communication was futile, the Tumorans shrugged and produced a massive sign, presenting it to Wang Hao. "What is this?" He squinted at the array of unfamiliar scripts from various planets and civilizations. To his surprise, he even spotted his native language, Chinese, awkwardly wedged among the other texts. "Star Rainbow City, entrance fee, 100 yuan. Was this a fee notice? So, you've gone so far as to write your pricing standards in the languages of different civilizations just to charge for entry? Truly, your business is remarkably interstellar. Wang Hao winced as he reached into his wallet, extracting a Red Earth Union 100 yuan bill. As a reservist, he earned approximately 300 yuan a month. What could 300 Earth dollars buy? Simply put, a car equipped with a fusion engine, providing limitless power, sold for just 1,000 yuan on Earth. Here, the entrance fee was 100 yuan, 1/10 the price of a car vanished just like that. Wang Hao felt a pang of regret, wishing he had never set foot in this confounded asteroid belt. Upon receiving Wang Hao's 100 yuan, the four Tumorans examined the bill with astonishment, flipping it over as if verifying its authenticity. After confirming its legitimacy, they produced another sign to present to Wang Hao, showcasing yet another series of alien scripts. This time, Wang Hao easily identified the Chinese characters. No change given. Fine, no change it is. I'm eager to get inside. Wang Hao shook his head, signaling his indifference, anxious to enter lest he lose sight of his target. The four Tumorans beamed with delight, respectfully opening the gate of the wire enclosure, ushering him in as if welcoming a deity. As he stepped onto the hard, marble streets of Star Rainbow City, Wang Hao searched for the figure of the infiltrator, puzzled by the earlier reminder about the lack of change. Why did they feel the need to inform me about that? Wang Hao, you must be new to this alien world, allowing me to enlighten you. Lin Meiying chuckled softly. What they referred to as 100 yuan is likely the currency of the Interstellar Alliance. A sense of foreboding washed over Wang Hao. May I inquire about the exchange rate between the two currencies? Unable to contain her laughter, Lin Meiying replied. There is no trade between the Earth Union and the Interstellar Alliance. Currencies cannot be exchanged. However, 100 Alliance dollars would probably only buy you a pack of toilet paper. What? A pack of toilet paper? My 100 yuan could buy 1/10 of a car. Rage surged within Wang Hao, and he was ready to storm back to reclaim his money from the Tumorans. Fool, money can be earned again. But if you charge back now, you'll likely meet your demise in this alien realm. Lin Meiying urged him to remain calm. Since you are already here, make the most of that 100 yuan. She made a valid point. Observing the four towering Tumorans, Wang Hao knew he had little chance of overcoming them in combat. He had no choice but to swallow his pride and proceed deeper into Star Rainbow City. Having already lost sight of the infiltrator, he needed to find him quickly. Inside Star Rainbow City, the streets teemed with an array of bizarre aliens. Three-faced tripodians engaged in conversation, Aurorans with eyes atop their heads surveying the surroundings, and the mechanically reliant Kangwins whose brains were exceedingly developed, yet whose bodies had withered away. However, what unsettled Wang Hao was that despite the diversity of the crowd, all the aliens regarded him with wary gazes, as if he were a harbinger of misfortune. Why are they looking at me like that? Have I offended them? Wang Hao whispered to Lin Meiying as he walked. Perhaps it's their first encounter with an Earthling, Lin Meiying replied ambiguously. More importantly, have you found the infiltrator yet? In such a chaotic atmosphere, how could he possibly locate him? Wang Hao glanced around, realizing he had completely lost track of his target. 50 meters ahead and to the left, there's a shop run by a tripodian. Perhaps you could try your luck there, Lin Meiying suggested. Oh. Wang Hao looked up and indeed spotted a shop with a sign depicting three eyes, though he could not decipher the text. Tripodians possess an innate sensitivity to minerals, metals, and currency. Their third eye aids significantly in assessment. If that infiltrator is indeed a treasure thief, he is likely seeking the assistance of a tripodian, Lin Meiying explained. Understanding now, Wang Hao marched towards the tripodian's shop, trusting Lin Meiying's judgment. Besides, the peculiar stares from the street had driven him to the brink of madness. He desperately needed a refuge. Upon entering the shop, Wang Hao was taken aback. His quarry, the infiltrator, stood right in the center, staring at him as he pushed through the door. Stay calm. Act like a customer, Lin Meiying whispered urgently. Wang Hao stiffly smiled, feigning curiosity as he examined the items on the shelves. The infiltrator paid him no mind, shifting his gaze elsewhere. Relieved that the immediate danger had passed, Wang Hao patted his chest. When their eyes met again, he feared he had been exposed. That fool didn't he even realize you disembarked from the same jump ship. There is no need to worry. Lin Meiying teased. This level of treasure thief will surely meet a grim fate in the streets. Wang Hao chose not to respond, instead discreetly observing the infiltrator. He appeared to be in his 30s, disheveled hair and unshaven, resembling someone who had just awakened. Clad in a tattered brown trench coat and worn-out boots, he looked as though he hadn't changed in ages. In such a state of disarray, was this man truly a thief of the Grand Treasury? Wang Hao even began to question whether he and Lin Meiying had misjudged him. Perhaps he was merely a tourist visiting the Interstellar Alliance. My apologies, I've kept you waiting. A clumsy voice suddenly echoed in the shop as an alien with a third eye on its forehead emerged from the back. Long time no see, Zhou Jieka. Have you brought me anything good? This infiltrator, it seemed, was indeed named Zhou Jieka, and he conversed freely with the shopkeeper, showing no signs of concern for Wang Hao's presence. Zhou Jieka, the infiltrator, excitedly rolled up his sleeves, revealing a black wrist guard. I just pulled off a big heist. Quick, show me what you've got, Chi-Chi. As he spoke, he lightly touched the wrist guard, producing a 1-meter-long staff that he placed on the counter. Indeed, this man was undoubtedly a treasure thief. Wang Hao sighed, pondering if this staff had also been pilfered from the Grand Treasury. The tripodian shopkeeper, Chi-Chi, marveled as he examined the staff meticulously. Wang Hao cautiously peered over, observing a staff intricately carved from blue jade. Its pinnacle adorned with a gemstone the size of an egg, exuding an air of opulence. The proprietor, Chi-Chi, caressed the staff while exclaiming, "Remarkable, truly remarkable. Such formidable magical power. Although I am utterly ignorant of spells, I can still sense ripples of potent magic emanating from it. Where did you procure this?" First, tell me how much you paid for it." Zhou Jieka was brimming with pride, believing that with this transaction, he could afford a year of leisure. However, to his surprise, Chi-Chi was not quick to offer a price. Instead, he pressed further, "I must ascertain its origin. Where did you acquire it?" This was perplexing. In all his years, Chi-Chi had never inquired about the provenance of goods. Zhou Jieka furrowed his brow, stammering, "I got it, from M87. Chi-Chi's eyes widened in disbelief. M87? Did you pilfer from the Grand Treasury of the Celestial Academy? I cannot accept this." With a decisive motion, he pushed the staff back. "Why refuse it?" Zhou Jieka exclaimed, growing anxious. "Rest assured, I am quite nimble. No one will trace it back to you." His words nearly amused Wang Hao and Lin Meiying. After all, the thief was standing right beside them, yet he still believed his hands were clean. Nonetheless, Chi-Chi's stance remained resolute. No. Take it away." Frustrated, Zhou Jieka slammed the table. "Chi-Chi, we have known each other for years. Our friendship speaks for itself. You must clarify why you refused this staff today." As Zhou Jieka appeared on the verge of anger, Chi-Chi reluctantly divulged the truth. "Your staff is impeccable in every regard, save for one critical flaw. It originates from the United Earth." The mention of the United Earth sent a shiver down Wang Hao's spine. Was Earth truly so formidable that its mere name instilled fear in Chi-Chi, preventing him from accepting stolen goods? Zhou Jieka's retort left Wang Hao astounded. He questioned, "What of the United Earth? Have I not stolen plenty of their items over the years? Have you not accepted them? So, you are indeed a habitual thief?" Chapter 11. I am not an Earthling, boss Chi-Chi. I have previously brought items from the Earth Federation to you, and you accepted them. Zhou Jieka challenged. Goodness, so you are a habitual thief. Wang Hao cast a deep glance at Zhou Jieka, realizing that capturing this fellow might just pave the way for his own entry into the Rangers. His heart raced with anticipation. It seemed the eye of destiny had not deceived him. Opportunities abound within the Interstellar Alliance. That was then. The times have changed. Boss Chi-Chi produced a vial of eye drops from somewhere and instilled them into the third eye on his forehead. In this line of work, how can one remain ignorant? Zhou Jieka was taken aback. No, what? What has happened? Boss Chi-Chi shook his head. You, the treasure thief, how can you be so out of the loop? Let me inform you, just days ago, the Rangers of the Earth Federation acquired law enforcement authority within the Interstellar Alliance. Both Zhou Jieka and Wang Hao were astounded. What did you say? The Rangers obtaining law enforcement authority within the Interstellar Alliance was no trivial matter. This meant that whenever the Rangers pleased, they could traverse from the Earth Federation to the Interstellar Alliance and arrest those who violated Earth Federation laws. How is this possible? Zhou Jika gaped. Is the Earth Federation joining the Interstellar Alliance? Boss Chi-Chi shook his head again. As far as I know, that is not the case. Nevertheless, I can no longer accept stolen goods from the Earth Federation. If a ranger were to appear and haul me away, it would be disastrous. Without business from the Earth Federation, my shop's profits would be halved. Wang Hao chuckled incredulously. Your shop is utterly absurd. Half of your profits rely on selling stolen goods from the Earth Federation? Even if the Rangers don't come knocking, your shop is unlikely to last long. Having grasped the situation, Zhou Jika wasted no more breath. He stowed his staff into the storage singularity on his wrist and turned to leave. Boss Chi-Chi called after him. Wait, I have a few words for you. What? Zhou Jika's tone was now hostile, having realized that Boss Chi-Chi could not assist him in disposing of his stolen goods. Unperturbed, Boss Chi-Chi earnestly advised, you should be cautious. The Rangers' Law Enforcement Authority has stirred a tremendous uproar throughout the Interstellar Alliance, and many believe that Earthlings have offended the Alliance's dignity. Some have grown extremely hostile towards Earthlings, so you must tread carefully. Wang Hao felt a jolt of alarm. No wonder the aliens on the street had been casting strange glances his way. It was because of this. As a pure Earthling, he would naturally evoke animosity from those beings. I am not an Earthling at all, so why should I fear? Zhou Jika declared, striding out of the shop. Watching him leave, Boss Chi-Chi shook his head in resignation. You may not be an Earthling, but who cares about that among those who despise Earthlings? By the way, dear customer, I apologize for the wait. What do you need? Wang Hao retrieved a brimless hat and a mask from the shelf. Boss, do you accept Earth currency here? After donning the hat and mask to obscure his Earthling features, Wang Hao stealthily followed Zhou Jika. As he walked, he curiously asked, Teacher Lin, what does Zhou Jika mean when he says he is not an Earthling? He looks exactly like an Earthling to me. He may be an Earthling in appearance, but his heart has long abandoned the essence of Earth. Lin Meiying scoffed. Since the establishment of the Earth Federation, there have been 3 major waves of immigration, with countless scattered immigrants, the majority of whom have settled in the Interstellar Alliance. If you encounter an Earthling who does not belong to the Earth Federation in the cosmos, do not be surprised. Wang Hao nodded thoughtfully. This could be considered a branch of Earth heritage. Lin Meiying continued. Whether he prefers to identify as an Earthling or a citizen of the Alliance is his choice, and we have no right to interfere. However, this fellow dares to steal on the territory of the Earth Federation. That is a path to his own demise. Wang Hao, bring this scoundrel to justice. So he understands that the Earth Federation is not to be trifled with. It's rare to see you fired up, Teacher Lin. Wang Hao replied helplessly. But while I would love to teach him a lesson, I am not a ranger, and I lack law enforcement authority. Oh, how amusing, Wang Hao thought, relishing Lin Meiying's moment of folly. As he trailed Zhou Jika, he chuckled to himself. Lin Meiying, both exasperated and embarrassed, warned, if you keep laughing, you'll get caught. Ha ha. I got it, I won't laugh anymore. Ha ha. Wang Hao struggled to suppress his laughter, nearly in tears. However, he was more concerned about being discovered by Zhou Jika. The latter was frantically scouring every shop in Xinghong City, yet could not find anyone willing to accept the staff he had stolen. This item must have originated from the Earth Federation, right? No way. It's obvious this came from the Earth Federation. The craftsmanship is too evident. Go check elsewhere. Are you out of your mind? In times like these, you want to sell me this? Are you trying to get me killed? I don't deal with Earthlings. Get out of here. Zhou Jika was nearing madness. Having combed through Xinghong City, yet finding no one willing to accept stolen goods from the Earth Federation. Was the reputation of the Rangers so formidable that mere notoriety could compel these cunning old foxes to wash their hands of crime? Wang Hao lingered in the shadows, poised to act. As soon as Zhou Jika wandered into an isolated area, he would spring into action to subdue him and reclaim the stolen items. In the end, Zhou Jika, desperate to rid himself of the stolen goods, gritted his teeth and turned toward the darkest, most treacherous, and most unethical underground black market in Xinghong City. Surely, there would be someone willing to accept the staff there, albeit at a severely reduced price, with the risk of being cheated. But at this point, He could no longer afford to be choosy. After winding through a maze of alleys, he arrived at a dim corridor nestled between two towering buildings. This narrow passage, scarcely 100 meters long, boasted over 100 stalls, each brimming with illicit contraband. As Zhou Jieka stepped into the black market, he immediately garnered the attention of everyone present. Two burly aliens, resembling bouncers, approached him. Earthling? Ranger? No, I'm not an Earthling. Zhou Jieka hastily raised his hands. I'm here to make a trade. Just one of us. The two bouncers exchanged glances, then turned back to Zhou Jieka for confirmation. You're neither an Earthling nor a Ranger? Zhou Jieka nodded vigorously. No, not at all. All right, follow us. The bouncers led Zhou Jieka deeper into the dark alley. Wang Hao, concealed outside the alley, observed everything with a racing heartbeat. Teacher Lin, did you see that? I did. This fellow is in danger, Lin Meiying remarked. If he pretended to be a ranger, he might have been safer. Since he has already claimed he is not an Earthling, they shouldn't make things difficult for him. Right? Wang Hao queried, perplexed. Lin Meiying shook her head. You are still too naive. The aliens here merely wish to vent their anger on Earthlings. They care not whether Zhou Jieka is an Earthling or of Earth descent. This place is perilous. Do you wish to enter? Wang Hao bit his lip, retrieving a B-style pistol from his storage singularity and summoning his courage to step into the alley. No matter what, he was determined to recover the stolen items from the Grand Treasury. Thanks to his hat and mask, he miraculously drew no attention. In a place like the dark market, where illicit activities abounded, it was entirely normal for someone to conceal their true identity. As Wang Hao strolled along, he casually perused the items displayed on the street stalls. There were crudely crafted weapons, explosives, mysterious potions, unidentifiable meats, and even eggs from various creatures. How outrageous! The contraband here was so abundant that even the laws of the Star Alliance could easily send these merchants to the guillotine. Lin Meiying suddenly exclaimed, Oh, are the contraband items truly that excessive? Wang Hao was about to inquire further when a piercing scream pierced the air. I am not from Earth. Ah, oh no. Zhou Jieka. Realizing something was amiss, Wang Hao dashed deeper into the dark alley. The nearby vendors cast curious glances at the masked man, wondering if he intended to meddle in affairs that did not concern him. Within the alley, there was a section cordoned off by iron sheets, from which the anguished cries emanated. Upon reaching the scene in a few swift strides, Wang Hao was met with a shocking sight. Zhou Jieka lay bloodied on the ground, a gaping wound on his head. Two thugs were examining the storage device on his wrist, turning it over in confusion as they attempted to figure out how to open it. Why won't it open? One thug asked, perplexed. This thing is locked. Let us just smash it. The other thug declared, brandishing a metal rod with eager intent. Upon hearing the suggestion to shatter the storage device, Zhou Jieka, despite the blood oozing from his head, grasped one of the thug's legs in desperation. No. Don't break it. I'll give you everything inside. I'm not from Earth. Though he was bleeding the blood of an Earthling, in his final moments, he still wished to deny his origin. In that instant, Wang Hao felt a mix of pity and disdain for Zhou Jieka. The two thugs paid no heed to Zhou Jieka's pleas and, without hesitation, swung the iron rod down, shattering the gem atop the storage device. With a crash, a multitude of fragments erupted forth, including the stolen staff. Seeing his means of sustenance destroyed, Zhou Jieka fainted on the spot. There is not much of value here. What is this? One thug's gaze fell upon the staff lying on the ground. Huh. And he claims he is not from Earth. This staff is clearly from Earth. Just as he bent down to retrieve the staff, he noticed another figure had already snatched it up, swiftly stowing it in their own storage device. Apologies, but items from Earth ought to be taken by Earthlings. Chapter 12. The Enforcer apologies, but this is an artifact of Earth. It rightfully belongs in the hands of its people. With that declaration, Wang Hao stored the staff within his dimensional pocket and stood resolutely before the two henchmen. They could hardly believe their ears. Had this Earthling truly dared to step forward and seek his demise? Clad in a hat and mask that concealed his features, they hesitated to strike first, wary of potential treachery. Fool, you should have fled with the staff. Lin Meiying urged Wang Hao, her voice laced with urgency. Casting a glance at the bleeding Zhou Jieka, Wang Hao murmured, I intend to teach these two a lesson. Are you serious? At a time like this, you wish to draw attention? Have you forgotten what he just said? He is not from Earth. Lin Meiying exclaimed in disbelief. Wang Hao took a step forward, asserting, that has nothing to do with me. He may not be an Earthling, but I am. If I do not confront them today, they may harm genuine compatriots tomorrow. With a resigned sigh, Lin Meiying cautioned, the Star Alliance harbors animosity toward Earthlings. A mere scuffle will not resolve the issue. Listen closely. In times of battle, disperse your true energy throughout your body. Concentrate when attacking and defend by gathering your energy to a single point. When evading, let your energy flow to your feet. This was Lin Meiying imparting her fundamental techniques for harnessing true energy in combat, and Wang Hao diligently committed it to memory. In essence, the principle was straightforward. When still, disperse your energy like a gentle stream. When in motion, concentrate it as a mighty river. Remain steadfast like a mountain, and strike with the ferocity of thunder. With newfound clarity, confidence surged within Wang Hao as he removed his hat and mask, casting them aside. I am the Earthling you despise the most. Come at me. Upon seeing the face beneath the mask, the henchmen could no longer restrain themselves, raising their iron rods to strike down on Wang Hao's head with lethal intent. Feeling the flow of true energy coursing through him, Wang Hao experienced an exhilarating vitality. His fighting skills, previously modest, transformed under the influence of true energy, allowing him to stand against two adversaries with newfound prowess. Slightly shifting his body, he evaded the downward blow aimed at his crown and retaliated with a powerful punch to the henchman's chin, channeling the true energy as Lin Meiying had taught. The impact contorted the henchman's face grotesquely before he collapsed to the ground, defeated. Excellent strike, Lin Meiying praised, though she noted, alas, your cultivation is still in its infancy. Had your true energy been stronger, you might have shattered his jaw. Wang Hao felt a twinge of discomfort in his fist. Realizing that force is reciprocal, should he break the henchman's jaw, he might also fracture his own hand. The remaining henchman, witnessing the swift defeat of his companion, panicked and lunged at Wang Hao. Amused, Wang Hao thought, is this a mere cannonball charge? He deftly sidestepped the attack and responded with a flying kick to the henchman's abdomen. The second henchman exaggeratedly expelled bile before collapsing, unconscious. Having triumphed in his first skirmish with minimal effort, Wang Hao felt a surge of exhilaration. Indeed, the power of martial arts is formidable. Now that they have been dealt with and the staff retrieved, it is time to leave, Lin Meiying urged, her voice a whisper in his ear. If we linger, the guards of Star Rainbow City will arrive, and escape will be impossible. Wang Hao nodded, casting a conflicted glance at the unconscious Zhou, who lay bleeding profusely. Gritting his teeth, he retrieved a small vial from his dimensional pocket. This vial contained an emergency treatment spray, an essential item for a reserve soldier like Wang Hao, meant for unforeseen circumstances. He aimed the bottle at Zhou and Appo's head and sprayed a foamy white solution that could staunch bleeding, alleviate pain, disinfect, and promote healing. As a fellow Earthling, I have done all I can. After administering the emergency treatment, Wang Hao bent to retrieve his discarded hat and mask. Wait a moment. Lin Meiying's voice interrupted his actions. Look at the card next to your hat. Pick it up and examine it. Startled, Wang Hao noticed a card the size of a playing card beside his hat. He picked it up, revealing 4 bold characters inscribed. I want them all. Is this a flip card? Lin Meiying's voice trembled with excitement. My heavens! What a remarkable find! This must have fallen from Zhou dimensional pocket. Wang Hao was bewildered by Lin Meiying's enthusiasm. What is a flip card? It is a divine artifact, comparable to the Eye of Fate. Lin Meiying replied succinctly. Enough chatter. Stow it away and leave quickly. An artifact on par with the Eye of Fate. Wang Hao felt his composure falter, hastily donning his hat and mask before stumbling out of the alley. The vendors in the alley continued their business as if Wang Hao were invisible. While some harbored disdain for Earthlings, they adhered to a universal truth: might makes right. Once outside the alley, Wang Hao wasted no time and departed Star Rainbow City without delay. As he approached the exit, more Momoans greeted him with smiles. Come again soon. Not a chance. Who would want to return to this wretched place? I still feel the sting of that $100. Hastily maneuvering through the wooden shanties, Wang Hao anxiously inquired, "When will the return jump ship arrive?" Lin Meiying responded with resignation, "I cannot say for certain, but in a desolate place like the asteroid belt. It's fortunate if there are 1 or 2 departures in a day." Wang Hao gasped. "Does that mean I could be trapped here? If the guards of Star Rainbow City catch me, I would be doomed." "Then it depends on your counter-surveillance skills." Lin Meiying chuckled, unable to contain her amusement. "You are a reserve soldier of the Earth Liberation Army, adept in guerrilla tactics, are you not?" Wang Hao was left speechless. With the aid of true energy, Wang Hao sprinted from Star Rainbow City to the transport station in just 10 minutes. To his delight, he discovered a small jump ship parked neatly on the concrete pad, with a driver, a middle-aged earthling, wiping the vessel's exterior with a cloth. Is this a dream? Overwhelmed with emotion, Wang Hao felt tears welling as he approached. "Excuse me, sir. Are you ready to depart?" "Goodness." The driver jumped in surprise. "You are an earthling? What are you doing in a place like this?" Wang Hao could not divulge his quest to investigate treasure thieves, so he improvised. "I was heading to M87 but accidentally missed my stop and disembarked here. The aliens in Star Rainbow City looked at me as if I were an oddity, so I hurriedly fled." The driver nodded knowingly. "Isn't that obvious? This area has been unstable lately. Did your personal computer not alert you with recent warnings against traveling to the Star Alliance?" Wang Hao sheepishly shook his head. He often dismissed such alerts as spam. The driver glanced towards Star Rainbow City, then back at Wang Hao, finally gesturing towards the small jump ship. "This place is too dangerous. Come aboard. My passengers will not return for a while. I can take you to M87. "Thank you, sir. Thank you." Wang Hao beamed with joy, finally able to escape this forsaken place. As he boarded the ship, he fished out his wallet. "How much do I owe you?" "What a trivial matter. Once we settle in, we shall embark on our journey." Aboard the leap ship commanded by the uncle, Wang Hao successfully departed from the asteroid belt and returned to the territories of the Earth Alliance. Ultimately, the leap ship came to a steady halt at the port of the M87 transit station. "Thank you, Master Chow." Wang Hao expressed his gratitude to the pilot, Chao Jun. "If it weren't for you, I truly wouldn't know what to do." Chao Jun waved his hand dismissively. "Foolish lad, make sure you don't venture into the Star Alliance again. Stay safe. I must return to the asteroid belt to pick someone up." With that, he swiftly activated the leap ship, which shot into the sky and vanished without a trace. Standing at the familiar M87 transit station, Wang Hao grinned broadly. "Teacher Lin, we are indeed fortunate to have encountered Master Chow, but he mentioned he has someone to pick up. Who could it be?" Lin Meiying did not respond directly to his inquiry but countered, "Do you know who this Chao Jun really is?" "How could I possibly know? Who is he?" Wang Hao inquired with curiosity. "He is. Never mind. You will come to know in due time." Lin Meiying intended to elaborate, but the words caught in her throat. Wang Hao frowned in dissatisfaction. What is going on? After dropping off Wang Hao, Chao Jun hurried back to the asteroid belt. Upon his arrival, he found 2 individuals waiting for him on the concrete ground of the transit station, one standing and the other lying down. "Old Chao, where the hell have you been? Do you realize you've abandoned your post?" The standing figure bellowed before the leap ship had even come to a complete stop. Chao Jun quickly apologized. "My sincerest apologies. I encountered a young man who accidentally rode too far, and I simply returned him." "Did you apprehend the individual?" The standing figure pointed to the one lying nearby. "Isn't he right there? However, we haven't recovered the stolen goods. This little thief came here to sell his loot and ended up getting knocked out. He nearly died. The items were likely snatched away by someone else. After all, this is not Earth. I can't conduct a widespread search." Chao Jun shrugged. "There's nothing to be done. Let us just take this fellow back. Of all things to steal, why did he have to target the Divine Academy?" It was worth noting that the gash on the thief's head had been treated, which prevented him from dying on the spot. But the treatment involved an emergency medical spray from Earth. Such sprays can be found at any pharmacy. They are not a rare commodity. Hurry and hoist this lad up. What is his name? Is he from Earth? He is of Earth descent, from the 3rd wave of immigration, named Zhou Jieka. Chapter 13. A horrifying beast. The artificial planet M87 is adorned with 3 metropolises, each boasting a population of approximately 100,000, Sirius, Phoenix, and Central City. At this moment, Wang Hao was ensconced within a beverage establishment in Central City, scrutinizing his spoils from Star Rainbow City, an item Lin Ming had dubbed a flip card. This flip card, akin to a playing card in size, bore a vibrant, iridescent pattern on its reverse, faintly revealing the inscription flip. The obverse, however, was emblazoned with the rather prosaic phrase, "I want it all." Wang Hao mused that he could produce 10,000 such items with a mere printer, rendering its purported mystique elusive. "Teacher Lin," Wang Hao queried, regarding the card in his hand, "you claim this to be a divine artifact? It appears quite unremarkable, lacking any discernible special qualities." Lin Ming sighed audibly beside Wang Hao. "You possess a discerning deficiency, young man. This is a wondrous card hailing from another realm. Its effects of such profound enchantment as to defy comprehension. Even the Eye of Destiny pales in comparison to its might. It is a supernal artifact of causal magnitude." Intrigued by Lin Ming's esoteric description, Wang Hao's curiosity was piqued. "Then, shall we employ this flip card and witness its power firsthand?" "Not yet," Lin Ming demurred. "Its deployment necessitates a specific juncture. You have observed the inscription upon the card, have you not?" Wang Hao flipped the card to its obverse. "I want it all, yes?" "What of it?" "I want it all. That is the opportune moment for its utilization. When confronted with a perplexing dilemma, this card can be invoked to embrace all possibilities." Lin Ming declared with startling revelation. "Embrace all possibilities? Is this truly feasible? How is it conceivable that such a card could compel one to choose everything?" Wang Hao inquired. Astonished, Lin Ming shook her head. "Such is the card's potency. As I understand it, this set of cards originates from another dimension, imbued with the laws of an alien world, thus enabling it to manipulate causality itself." Wang Hao nodded thoughtfully, stowing the card within his storage singularity. "Teacher Lin, you mentioned that this card is part of a set. Are there other flip cards?" "From my experience, there are bearing others' burdens, creating from nothingness, postponing to another day, returning swiftly, and others, each possessing its own unique utility," Lin Ming elucidated. "It remains a mystery how such a divine object fell into the possession of Zhou Jack. Yet fortunate indeed that he remained oblivious to its true nature. In that case, I shall endeavor to assemble the complete set. I wonder how many cards it comprises." Exiting the refreshment emporium, Wang Hao directed his gaze northward, towards an endless expanse of verdant woodland. Nestled within its heart lay his future alma mater, the Academy of Omni-Theology. "I am consumed with anticipation," Wang Hao exclaimed, rubbing his hands together. "Academy of Omni-Theology, I am coming." Observing Wang Hao's fervent enthusiasm, Lin Ming could not resist teasing him. "With my tutelage, your attendance at the Academy of Omni-Theology is entirely superfluous." The Academy of Omni-Theology held a sacred place in Wang Hao's heart, rendering him impervious to Lin Ming's barbs. As he strode eagerly towards the northern forest, he retorted flippantly, "Teacher Lin, your prowess is undeniable, but ultimately, you are merely a private tutor. Have you ever encountered a child who, having engaged a tutor, forgoes attending school altogether? Such individuals abound. Consider the so-called aristocratic education, which relies solely upon private instructors," Lin Ming countered defiantly. Wang Hao chuckled. "Such an education invariably produces fools detached from the common populace. Moreover, have you ever heard the adage, the 3 pillars of manhood?" "What?" Lin Ming inquired, intrigued. "What are these 3 pillars?" "Sharing a window, bearing arms together, and enduring incarceration together," Wang Hao replied jovially. "If one engages a private tutor, where shall one find such steadfast comrades?" Lin Ming was rendered speechless by this assertion. Ultimately, she resorted to a playful ultimatum. Compelling Wang Hao, "If I decree that accepting my tutelage precludes your enrollment at the Academy of Omni-Theology, what shall you choose?" Wang Hao smiled enigmatically, retrieving a card from his storage singularity. "I want it all." "You are a swift learner." Engaged in light-hearted banter, the pair soon emerged from Central City, traversed a bridge, and arrived at the edge of the dense forest bordering the Academy of Omni-Theology. However, for reasons unknown, a throng of individuals stood clustered at the forest's entrance. Approaching cautiously, Wang Hao observed that the majority of those congregated at the forest's edge were youths attired in flamboyant garments. They gazed upon the forest with evident trepidation, hesitant to venture within. "What are you awaiting?" Wang Hao inquired, seizing one of them out of curiosity. The individual turned and retorted, "Are you also a freshman of the Academy of Omni Theology, class of 2099? "Indeed. What is the matter?" Wang Hao responded, bewildered. "We, like you, are prospective students en route to registration." The individual exclaimed, his tone agitated. "Ordinarily, one could traverse this forest to reach the academy, but passage is currently obstructed. A horrifying beast has taken residence within, attacking all who dare approach. We are trapped here, unable to proceed." "Ah? A horrifying beast? What manner of creature?" Wang Hao peered into the depths of the forest, discerning a broad asphalt road bisecting the woodland, extending far into its depths. However, the scene appeared unremarkable, devoid of any discernible monstrous presence. "Have any of you beheld this horrifying beast?" Wang Hao inquired. The individual shook his head, and those surrounding him echoed his denial. "If you have not beheld it, what is the source of your dread?" Wang Hao inquired, amused. "Perhaps you have mistaken a mere stone for a ferocious beast?" The assembled individuals remained silent, collectively gesturing towards a single point, a large pool of blackish-red blood, a grim and unsettling sight. This, Wang Hao stammered, rendered speechless. It was now apparent that a perilous entity indeed lurked within the forest, having already inflicted harm upon others. "What of the school? Have they been contacted?" Wang Hao inquired. "If a ferocious beast obstructs the path to the academy, should the institution not intervene?" The throng once more shook their heads in unison. A robust male, clad in a checkered shirt, bespectacled with black-rimmed glasses, and standing approximately 1.85 meters in height, shrugged his shoulders. "This forest spans over 2,000 meters in width. Even if a conflagration were to erupt here, it is unlikely that the academy would perceive it." Wang Hao placed his hand upon his storage singularity. With recourse to his pulse rifle, he could readily dispatch the beast within the forest. After all, no fleshly form could withstand the force of energy projectiles. However, would it be prudent for a newly arrived freshman to make such a conspicuous display? After another 10 minutes, several more prospective students found themselves ensnared at the forest's entrance. All voiced their discontent with the Academy of Omni Theology's perceived irresponsibility, lamenting their failure to safeguard their own doorstep. Observing the mounting resentment among those gathered, Wang Hao could no longer resist placing his hand upon his storage singularity. Let notoriety ensue. The priority was to eliminate the beast that posed a threat. "Greetings, brother. May I inquire as to your appellation?" Just as Wang Hao was poised to retrieve his pulse rifle, the checkered shirt male who had previously engaged him in conversation extended his hand in greeting. Wang Hao promptly withdrew his hand, responding with a cheerful countenance. "Wang Hao. And you?" "Wen Yanba," the checkered shirt male replied. "I harbor a notion, though I am uncertain whether it is appropriate to divulge it." "What is this charade?" Wang Hao inquired, furrowing his brow. "Speak freely. I suspect that the beast within this forest may be a contrivance of the Academy of Omni Theology, designed to assess the mettle of us prospective students," Wen Yanba posited. "Otherwise, it is difficult to account for the presence of a beast capable of inflicting harm. After all, M87 is an artificial planet. Indeed, M87 is an artificial planet. The sun, moon, air, earth, gravity, water sources, and vegetation are all artificial constructs. Therefore, it is logically improbable that this planet harbors any indigenous beasts capable of inflicting injury." "Do you truly believe that the ferocious beasts within the forest were intentionally released by the Academy?" Wang Hao inquired, confusion evident in his voice. "But what could be the purpose of such an act? To instill fear in the students?" Wen Yanba let out a derisive laugh. "Of course, it is to eliminate the weak. The Academy of the Divine is not akin to ordinary institutions of higher learning. It is dedicated to nurturing formidable warriors, mages, and superhumans for the United Earth. Do you think such individuals are worthy of becoming the Blades of Blue Star?" As he spoke, he gestured toward a nearby male student, who was currently fuming and vociferously cursing the Academy's reliability. While there was a semblance of logic in Wen Yanba's words, Wang Hao remained skeptical. He quietly asked, "If there truly exists a trial for new students, why have none of the countless students from previous years ever hinted at it? Most importantly, Senior Liu, he had not mentioned a single word to him about it. I'm not certain about that. However, students who fail the assessment are not necessarily expelled, while those who succeed will undoubtedly receive focused training. Wen Yanbo declared with confidence, "Thus, I intend to take a risk and attempt to traverse this dense thicket. Would you care to join me?" Wang Hao felt a stirring in his heart. He had initially planned to confront the beasts lurking within the forest, but was apprehensive about drawing too much attention to himself, as the tallest tree is the first to be felled. With Wen Yanbo leading the charge, his participation would not seem overly conspicuous. He nodded in agreement. "All right. Gather a few more robust individuals, and let us venture forth together." Without delay, Wen Yanbo began rallying the bolder students nearby to accompany him into the forest. To his surprise, however, everyone believed he had lost his mind. A few concerned girls even urged him not to court death, pointing to a pool of blood on the ground as a cautionary tale. Disheartened by the lack of allies, Wen Yanbo turned to Wang Hao, exclaiming in resignation, "It seems it's just the two of us. Do you dare to proceed?" Wang Hao waved his hand dismissively. "I fear not the unknown of alien worlds. Why should I tremble before a mere beast?" Just as the two were preparing to charge into the woods, a sudden chorus of exclamations erupted behind them. "He is back. He is back. How is he injured? Is he all right? Are there truly beasts in the forest? You've escaped death by a hair's breadth." Wang Hao and Wen Yanbo turned their gazes to see a male student approaching, his arm wrapped in bandages, silently making his way toward them. Chapter 14. The hunt begins as Wang Hao and Wen Yanbo prepared to venture into the dense forest together. A sudden commotion arose. A boy, with his right arm bandaged, approached them, carrying a large backpack. Noticing the significant reaction from the surrounding crowd, Wang Hao curiously inquired, "Who is he?" Wen Yanbo pointed to a patch of dried, dark blood, saying, "He is the unfortunate soul who was attacked by a beast." "Ah, that explains it." Wang Hao scrutinized the unfortunate boy. His complexion was exceedingly pale, possibly due to excessive blood loss, or perhaps a natural condition. Standing at 6 feet tall, he was notably gaunt, with prominent veins visible on his arms. This boy seemed taciturn. When greeted by others, he merely kept his head down and continued towards the forest without responding. Upon reaching the forest's edge, he set his backpack down and extracted a crossbow. A gasp rippled through the crowd. Wang Hao and Wen Yanbo paused, intrigued to see what this individual intended to do. "I bought this in Tianlang City," the boy announced, turning to the onlookers. "I will go in and shoot the beast, allowing everyone to pass safely." Silence enveloped the area. No one had anticipated that, after sustaining injuries, this boy's first action would be to eliminate the creature that had harmed him, armed with a seemingly dangerous crossbow. A few individuals urged him to stay put and wait for the academy to handle the situation, arguing that it was reckless for an unregistered student to take such risks. The boy shook his head resolutely. "I grew up in the forest and have hunted formidable beasts more than once. I can manage this situation. The previous incident caught me off guard without a weapon, but I assure you, I will not falter again." Witnessing his determination, those who had attempted to dissuade him fell silent. Several girls whispered among themselves, expressing admiration for his bravery, inquiring about his name. Wen Yanbo felt a pang of annoyance. He had also intended to explore the forest, yet no one had labeled him as handsome. Wang Hao, too, sensed that the boy was taking a considerable risk. Even with his extensive hunting experience, his injured right arm would undoubtedly diminish his combat effectiveness. With no one opposing him, the boy raised his crossbow and prepared to advance. Wang Hao and Wen Yanbo exchanged glances and followed suit. "Wait, let's go together. It's safer that way." The boy glanced back at them, offering no objection. Thus, the three entered the forest, leaving the other newcomers in astonished silence. A few eager souls considered joining them, but were restrained by their companions. As the boy aimed to hunt the beast, they navigated through the overgrown thicket rather than the broad, paved path. The trio, not yet well acquainted, found the atmosphere somewhat awkward, with Wang Hao and Wen Yanbo desiring conversation while the boy remained focused on his path, head down. Noticing the boy was armed only with a crossbow, Wang Hao cleared his throat and turned to Wen Yanbo, asking, "Do you know how to use a gun?" "Never touched one, why?" Wen Yanbo replied, shaking his head. This posed a dilemma. Had Wen Yanbo been proficient, Wang Hao could have lent him his handgun while he wielded the pulse rifle. As it stood, he felt hesitant to reveal his own weapon. Sensing Wang Hao's predicament, Wen Yanba quickly climbed a tree and broke off 2 branches over a meter long. Use these for self-defense. Wang Hao nodded and bent down to pick one up. Upon rising, he was startled to find a gleaming dagger presented before him. The pale boy extended the dagger, suggesting, sharpen the tip to fashion a spear. With that, he stepped forward, crossbow in hand, stating, I'll keep watch for you. Wang Hao and Wen Yanba exchanged glances, realizing this boy wasn't as difficult to engage with as they had initially thought. The relationship among the 3 rapidly warmed, aided by the dagger. As Wen Yanba sharpened the branch, he asked the boy, Brother, what is your name? Xiaoyu. The boy replied while remaining vigilant. Xiaoyu? Which characters are those? Summer Xian reigns you? Wen Yanba probed further. Who would have thought that Xiaoyu would stammer in response to a simple inquiry about his name? Yes. I think. You don't even know your own name? Wang Hao and Wen Yanba exchanged puzzled glances. Realizing he had misspoken, Xiaoyu quickly stood with his crossbow, taking a few steps forward. There seems to be some movement ahead. Let us proceed. Wang Hao shrugged and followed, wondering if Xiaoyu might be illiterate. Initially suspecting that the mention of movement was merely an excuse, they were surprised when they discovered something after a few steps. There, in a patch of decayed leaves and mud, lay a paw print the size of a palm. Xiaoyu nearly crawled to the ground to examine the print. What animal made this print? Why is it so peculiar? It resembles a feline. No, wait, it's not feline. Wang Hao and Wen Yanba exchanged bewildered looks. Can you identify the print? I can't make heads or tails of it. At that moment, both felt a sense of relief in their shared ineptitude. After scrutinizing for a while, Xiaoyu stood up, puzzled. It's strange, truly strange. This print doesn't resemble any beast I've encountered. Could it be an extraterrestrial creature? Unable to contain himself, Wen Yanba asked, How can you tell? This question acted as a key, unlocking Xiaoyu's thoughts. First, by examining the shape, size, and depth, I can deduce that this is a creature weighing over 200 kilograms. However, curiously, it has 4 toes, and the shape of those toes. Wang Hao and Wen Yanba, entirely ignorant of animal tracks, internally pleaded for Xiaoyu to cease his discourse, thinking, Master, please spare us, we are not equipped to comprehend. Noticing that Xiaoyu could go on for an hour, Wang Hao quickly interjected, Is this print from the beast that attacked you? To their astonishment, Xiaoyu shook his head. No. The creature that attacked me, though unfamiliar, was definitely a feline. This print bears no resemblance to anything feline. Wang Hao and Wen Yanba exchanged astonished glances. Could there be more than one beast in this area? The situation had shifted. It was time to retreat. Wang Hao made a swift decision, suggesting they return to the paved road to notify the academy. Surely, even one instructor would suffice. What are you doing? Before Wang Hao could finish, Xiaoyu suddenly dashed forward, crossbow at the ready, signaling them to be silent. Stay quiet. Something's up. Chapter 15. The Beast Slayer. Hey, what are you doing? As Xiaoyu suddenly dashed out in a fit of excitement, Wang Hao and Wen Yanba hurriedly called out to him. To their surprise, Xiaoyu gestured frantically for them to remain silent, clearly a reaction to having spotted prey. Wang Hao, gripping the branch spear tightly, felt a surge of anxiety about what lay ahead. Was it the creature that had clawed Xiaoyu, or the one that left those peculiar footprints? After a brief, cautious run, Xiaoyu disregarded the dirt beneath him and lowered himself to the ground, carefully crawling forward. It was evident that he was an experienced hunter. Wang Hao and Wen Yanba followed suit, advancing quietly. After approximately 300 meters, a sudden shadow flitted past them. Before their eyes appeared a colossal creature. Towering at 2 meters high, a deer-like being, yet adorned with antlers over a meter long and razor-sharp. Its mouth was not filled with the grinding teeth typical of herbivores, but instead featured menacing tusks. Is this truly a deer? With such tusks, how could it possibly graze? Wang Hao stared, bewildered. From which alien planet do you hail? Wen Yanba and Xiaoyu were equally astonished by this bizarre creature, frozen in place, hardly daring to breathe. What is the Divine Academy up to? Why would such a being be here? After a long silence, Lin Meiying's voice broke through the tension. This is not a deer. It is a predator that has mimicked a deer. Mimicry? Predator? Wang Hao longed for clarification, but the gravity of the situation forbade him from speaking. He could only wait as Lin Meiying elaborated. The creature's true form was not that of a deer. It had taken on the guise of a meek herbivore to entice carnivores into hunting it. When the predator approached, it would reveal its true self and turn the tables, preying upon the very hunters that sought it. A beast that hunts carnivores. It must be at the pinnacle of the food chain. Such a ferocious entity. Why had he never heard of it before? It would be strange if you had. This creature is from another world. Unless summoned here, you would never encounter it alive. Lin Meiying spoke with a serious tone. From another world? Wang Hao was taken aback. His understanding of other realms was limited to the cataclysmic spirit energy eruption 50 years prior, which had distorted space, linking Earth to a foreign continent. Some audacious beings from that land had attempted to invade Earth, only to be repelled by the nascent Earth-united interstellar army within hours. Why is this creature here? Could it indeed be part of the new student trial orchestrated by the Divine Academy? Wang Hao, do not let your guard down. Where is your pulse rifle? You must eliminate this creature at once, before it regains its true form. Lin Meiying urged urgently, heeding her advice. Wang Hao prepared to retrieve his weapon. However, before he could draw his pulse rifle, Xiaoyu unexpectedly produced a crossbow bolt, knocking it and firing with an explosive intensity. Young people truly lacked patience. Xiaoyu's sudden assault not only caught Wang Hao off guard, but also startled the mimicking deer. It had been feigning grazing when a dark arrow, seemingly out of nowhere, struck its right eye. The bolt's force penetrated deep into the creature's skull. A deafening wail echoed through the forest as the mimic deer reared up on its forelegs, its mouth agape wider than a tiger's. What a shot! Wen Yanba exclaimed, waving his spear triumphantly. That arrow struck true. With a smile, Xiaoyu seemed to relish the moment, both convinced that the strange creature was doomed. And rightly so. Having pierced its brain, survival seemed impossible. Yet Wang Hao, filled with uncertainty, questioned whether this otherworldly being could simply be dispatched by Xiaoyu's unexpected strike. But alas, such was the nature of creatures from another realm. They defied conventional logic. The mimic deer continued to howl, showing no signs of weakness, its energy seemingly surging. Its raised forelegs transformed rapidly, swelling into powerful arms, while its hind legs supported its upper body, liberating its limbs in a manner that left Wang Hao and the others in shock. This is bad. Quickly climb the trees. Even as Summer and Wen Yanba's reactions lagged, they understood the gravity of the situation and scrambled up a nearby tree without hesitation. Wang Hao intended to draw his pulse rifle to finish the beast, but in a moment of distraction, the predator had already lunged towards them. Acting swiftly, he too ascended the nearest tree. It was wiser to retreat momentarily than face immediate danger. Among the trio, Xiaoyu was the most adept at climbing, swiftly reaching the treetop. Wang Hao followed suit, perching on a sturdy branch, while Wen Yanba struggled, barely managing to ascend 3 meters, clinging desperately to the trunk to avoid sliding down. With a thunderous crash, the predator arrived at the spot they had just vacated, smashing the underbrush into the ground with a single punch. What manner of beast is this? Wen Yanba shouted in terror. This is no deer. Upon closer inspection, it was more akin to a gorilla with long horns and sharp fangs. Wang Hao exhaled in relief and prepared to fire upon the otherworldly creature from his perch. You fools, why are you hiding in the trees? This monster can climb far better than you. But before Wang Hao could retrieve his weapon, Lin Meiying's anxious voice rang in his ears. As her words faded, the ferocious predator effortlessly scaled the tree where Xiaoyu perched, seemingly aware that Xiaoyu was the one who had blinded it. The creature ignored Wang Hao and Wen Yanba, lunging directly for Xiaoyu and seizing his ankle, dragging him down. Panic-stricken, Xiaoyu's already pale face turned ghostly white as he drew his dagger and plunged it into the creature's hand. Unfortunately, the pain of the dagger was trivial compared to the agony of its blinded eye, and the beast continued to drag Xiaoyu from the tree. Once on the ground, the creature hurled Xiaoyu violently, slamming him several times against the forest floor. Fortunately, the thick layer of fallen leaves cushioned his fall, otherwise, he might have been fatally injured. Seeing this, Wen Yanba gritted his teeth and released his grip on the tree, sliding down to retrieve the branch spear he had discarded. He aimed for the creature's back and thrust with all his might. The monster howled in pain, but merely glanced at Wen Yanba, its grip on Xiaoyu unwavering. The creature's tough hide rendered Wen Yanba's makeshift spear ineffective, barely breaking the skin. Xiaoyu, unfortunately, was lifted again, becoming unconscious from the relentless assault. At this critical moment, it was all up to Wang Hao. He reversed his spear, aimed it at the creature below, gathered his energy, and with a powerful leap, he descended from the tree to confront the beast. Drinking in the moment, Wang Hao stood imposingly, fully aware of the creature's vulnerabilities. He concentrated his vital energy in his hands, gripping the spear tightly, aiming its tip at the creature's neck. Harnessing the momentum of his descent, he forcefully thrust the spear into the beast. With a resounding thud, the fragile spear pierced the creature's neck as effortlessly as one would penetrate tofu, sinking deep into its flesh. Wang Hao then struck the creature's back with immense force, causing him to momentarily see stars. After receiving that blow, the creature lay completely still. Wen Yanba hurriedly approached to assist Wang Hao, exclaiming, "Are you all right?" "I'm fine. Just check on Xiaoyu," Wang Hao replied, wincing as he held his waist. "Are you certain it's dead?" Wen Yanba cautiously inquired, tiptoeing forward. He pulled his own spear from the creature's back and, with great care, prodded it. Confirming that the creature was indeed lifeless, he quickly reached out to drag Xiaoyu from its grip. Despite suffering several fractures, some of which were severe, Xiaoyu had managed to survive. Wen Yanba let out a sigh of relief as he sat down and turned to Wang Hao, saying, "You truly are remarkable. That strike just now took down this ghastly creature. I always knew you were extraordinary. Have you served in the military?" "I attended military school but have never been on the battlefield," Wang Hao replied, struggling to rise and check on Xiaoyu's injuries. The unfortunate soul was riddled with fractures, some even being comminuted. Fortunately, there was no significant blood loss or damage to internal organs. He would be fine for the time being. Honestly, I began to wonder if this was a new student assessment orchestrated by the school. Wen Yanba remarked, "If it weren't for your intervention, he would have been crushed to death by that monster." Wang Hao shook his head. According to Lin Meiying, this creature had indeed been deliberately released into the forest. As for whether it was the work of the Divine Communication Academy, he could not say. "Can you still move? We need to fashion a stretcher to carry him out." Wen Yanba rose, sensing that there were likely more beasts lurking nearby. However, before he could finish his sentence, Wang Hao had already tuned him out. He distinctly spotted a massive, pitch-black boar, its long hair bristling, lurking 20 meters behind them, fixating its gaze upon them with predatory intent. Chapter 16. New leaves on old trees. Can you still walk? We need to make a stretcher to carry him out. Did you hear what I said? Wang Hao's words fell on deaf ears, as his gaze was fixed on a massive, pitch-black boar lurking behind Wen Yanba, its eyes glinting with predatory intent. "Why are you dazed? Is there something behind me?" Wen Yanba, quick-witted as he was, instantly deduced that there must be a formidable creature lurking behind him. Given Wang Hao's alarmed expression, the boar, sensing its opportunity, lowered its head, preparing to charge at the oblivious Wen Yanba. If they did not eliminate this threat soon, another casualty would lie on the ground. Wen Yanba, remain still and do not move. Whatever you see me do next, pretend you haven't seen it, understood? Wang Hao murmured, slowly reaching for his waist. By now, Wen Yanba could hear the heavy panting behind him. Although the instinct to flee surged within him, he chose to trust Wang Hao, recalling the awe-inspiring spear that had just descended from the heavens. With a deep breath, Wang Hao swiftly drew his handgun, aiming at the boar that was now 30 meters away, and unleashed a barrage of bullets. Almost simultaneously, the enraged beast could no longer restrain itself and charged toward Wen Yanba. The sound of gunfire echoed in the air, a relentless barrage of shots. Bang, 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 bang. Wang Hao fired all 10 rounds from the handgun, fearing the beast would escape. The tremendous noise reverberated in Wen Yanba's ears, leaving him momentarily dazed. Why hadn't Wang Hao drawn his weapon sooner? The gunfire reached even those lingering at the entrance of the forest, leaving the new students in stunned silence. Had the situation escalated to such an extent? After the last shot rang out, Wang Hao adeptly stowed the handgun away. The once ferocious boar lay lifeless on the ground, riddled with bullet holes, less than a meter behind Wen Yanba. "It's all clear now. You can move." Wang Hao nodded reassuringly at Wen Yanba. The first thing Wen Yanba did upon regaining his freedom was to clench his fist, ready to confront Wang Hao. You had a gun all along. Why didn't you use it sooner? Wang Hao sighed, feeling exasperated. He had intended to draw his weapon earlier, but Xia Yu's swift actions had thwarted him. As Wen Yanba continued to express his indignation, Wang Hao shifted the topic. Let's not bicker now. According to Xia Yu, there is still a feline creature lurking about. If you wish to retaliate, it would be wise to wait until we're out of here, right? Wen Yanba begrudgingly acknowledged the logic in Wang Hao's words, swallowing his anger. Do you have any bullets left? Indeed, but under these circumstances, a handgun seems inadequate. It's time for something more powerful. Wang Hao pressed his hand against the storage point and retrieved a pulse rifle. Ah, finally. I've got this weapon out. Wen Yanba gazed enviously at the pulse rifle. Is that an energy weapon? It looks magnificent. Wang Hao stroked the pulse rifle with pride, initially dismissive of energy weapons, but now reveling in the admiration. As Wen Yanba fashioned a makeshift stretcher from branches and vines, he inquired, Do you have any bullets left for that handgun? Can I borrow it before we leave? But you don't even know how to use a gun. I can't risk you accidentally injuring yourself. Wang Hao firmly declined. Wen Yanba realized he had slipped up earlier, missing a chance to claim he was proficient. Just then, both men heard a rustling sound in the distance. Something was approaching, many somethings, in fact. Their eyes met, both sensing that something was amiss. The rustling intensified, the ground beneath them trembling slightly. Wen Yanba hurriedly dragged Xia Yu into a corner, while Wang Hao swiftly disengaged the safety on his pulse rifle, adjusting the power to lethal. Aiming toward the source of the sound. Can you handle it? Wen Yanba asked, heart racing. Not certain. Wang Hao replied, his heart pounding. I haven't recharged the rifle since the last time I used it, and I'm unsure how long it will last. Wen Yanba gasped, last time? When did you use this gun? Not long ago. If you had been following the news, you would have seen me. As they spoke, the rustling grew louder, and whatever was hidden among the dense foliage drew closer. Wang Hao swallowed hard, raising the pulse rifle. With a sudden rustle, tall grass parted, revealing a figure emerging from the thicket. Both Wang Hao and Wen Yanba widened their eyes in disbelief as an elderly man in a black suit, sporting a goatee, stepped into view. Wen Yanba sprang to his feet. What? A person? That wasn't he all. The old man held a bloodied object in his hand, which upon closer inspection revealed to be a severed beast's head. Noticing the two young men, the goateed elder waved cheerfully. Are you new students? Don't be afraid. The academy has dispatched instructors to handle the situation here. He approached, one hand gripping the beast's head, a look of concern crossing his face. I apologize. We were holding a faculty seminar at the auditorium in the back campus, and were unaware of the situation here. Wait, what is this? Someone is injured? Wen Yanba felt his face flush with embarrassment. The idea of a student assessment had seemed utterly ridiculous in light of the current events. The elderly man rushed forward, kneeling beside Xia Yu to assess his injuries. Was he attacked by this beast? Without waiting for a response, the old man extended his fingers, tracing arcane symbols in the air above Xia Yu. A vibrant green mark lingered in the air where his fingers danced. As the symbols multiplied, Wang Hao realized they formed a glowing green rune. Wang Hao, this elder is about to cast a spell. It seems you are witnessing a complete spell casting process for the first time. The voice of Lin Mei echoed in Wang Hao's ear. Now is a perfect opportunity for me to explain everything. Watch closely. The complete spell casting process consists of 3 elements: runes, incantations, and magical energy. Lin Mei elucidated. The magical energy originates from the mage's body. You won't see that. However, the runes are right before your eyes. Wang Hao gazed at the glowing rune, realizing it was a crucial component of spellcasting. Runes contain extensive information, such as the nature of the spell, the type of magical energy required, and even details about the caster. Lin Mei continued. For instance, this green rune signifies a healing spell that relies on elemental spirit energy, and the caster is an elderly male, likely in his 70s. Wang Hao listened intently, then quietly asked, Lin, what is elemental spirit energy? That's not for you to worry about. You'll learn about it later. Just keep watching. Lin Mei instructed as the elder began to chant the incantation, closing his eyes and focusing on the rune before him. He chanted at a rapid pace, leaving Wang Hao unable to discern the content, only vaguely catching syllables such as Nai Bin Dai La Duo, Mo Sha Kalamo. At that moment, Lin Mei Ying's voice echoed once more. The three essential elements, runes, incantations, and magical energy, have converged. Now is the time for the manifestation of magic. Wang Hao, open your eyes wide. No sooner had she spoken than a cacophony erupted from the surrounding trees. The once lush green leaves withered and yellowed at a visible pace, transforming the vibrant summer landscape into a sea of golden autumn. However, when Wang Hao glanced into the distance, he noticed that the trees there remained verdant. As the leaves withered and fell, Xia Yu revived, his previously unconscious state giving way as he slowly opened his eyes and attempted to lift his hand. Don't rush. Your injuries are not fully healed yet. The goat-bearded elder quickly restrained him. I merely provided emergency assistance. You must see a doctor afterward. Xia Yu nodded in gratitude. Meanwhile, Wang Hao was astonished by the stark, barren trees around him. These trees appeared to have entered winter, leaving not a single leaf behind. What is this? Wang Hao inquired. Has the life force of these trees been transferred to Xia Yu? Lin Mei chuckled. You are correct. These trees are now entirely lifeless. Mere dead wood that will not sprout new leaves, regardless of the passage of countless seasons. This is the magic the old man has cast. Decayed wood, new sprouts. Wang Hao tentatively reached out to touch the dead trees, and their bark instantly crumbled into dust. With a deep sigh, he said, Teacher Lin, you need not be overly sorrowful. These dead trees will transform into nutrients, allowing new trees to sprout next year. Lin Mei consoled, assuming Wang Hao was disheartened. Wang Hao interrupted her. No, Teacher Lin, you misunderstand my intention. I wish to ask if I can learn such extraordinary magic. Even if you could, I would not teach you. Chapter 17. The Three Secret Institutes' Magic, a power entirely distinct from martial arts, piqued Wang Hao's deep interest. The seemingly unremarkable old man with a goatee possessed the extraordinary ability to extract the vitality from trees and transfer it into Xia Yu's body. Truly, one should not judge a book by its cover. Beside him, Wen Yanba was equally mesmerized, wishing to kneel before the old man and become his disciple on the spot. How reckless you all are. How could you carelessly trespass into this dense forest? After briefly treating Xia Yu's injuries, the old man turned to admonish Wang Hao and Wen Yanba. What if something had happened to him? Wang Hao glanced at the beast's head set aside by the old man, then at the two ferocious beasts he had slain, thinking to himself that the old man's accomplishments were, in fact, less impressive than his own. Wen Yanba, filled with curiosity, inquired, Master, weren't these wild beasts released into this forest by you? This is a man-made planet. Logically, such creatures should not exist here. The old man, looking down at the beast's head in his hand, explained, These beasts are no ordinary creatures. They hail from another world. Perhaps a spatial rift has opened somewhere deep within this forest. When Yanba gasped in astonishment, realizing that these beasts originated from a parallel dimension. No wonder that monkey-like creature could mimic a deer. Wang Hao, however, remained unfazed, for Lin Mei had already conveyed this conclusion to him. Rest assured, the instructors from the Divine Communication Academy have mobilized and will soon resolve the situation with these beasts that have wandered into our world. The old man reassured them. Now, let me escort this injured student to the infirmary. He approached a large tree, raised his right hand, and inscribed a vibrant green rune upon its trunk, murmuring an incantation. As the incantation activated the rune, the marked tree rose from its roots, extending a branch to gently lift Xia Yu and turn towards the direction of the Divine Communication Academy. A tree? A treeman? When Yanba stared, dumbfounded, at the tree giant that stood on roots and moved with branches, Wang Hao's heart raced. At that moment, he resolved to master the power of magic. The old man, observing the astonished expressions of the two, smiled faintly. Would you like to join him? Is that possible? When Yanba asked, his face lighting up with excitement. Without a word, the old man snapped his fingers, and the tree giant returned, extending two sturdy branches towards Wang Hao and Wen Yanba. Without hesitation, they climbed onto the shoulders of the treeman, gazing down with a sense of pride. The old man, then commanded the treemen to carry the corpses of the two beasts as they slowly made their way towards the Divine Communication Academy. With the crisis averted, they encountered new students traversing the forest towards the academy. All eyes were drawn to the towering treeman and the two boys perched upon it, sparking a flurry of discussions. Wow, the Tree King. This is so cool. Look, aren't those the three who ventured into the forest to hunt? They returned unscathed. Is that dead pig in the other hand theirs? Surely not. It must have been slain by a professor. As the trio who dared to enter the forest for hunting, Wang Hao and Wen Yanba garnered quite a bit of attention. However, the girls seemed to express more sympathy for the injured Xiaoyu, casting concerned glances at his bruised body. Is he all right? Did he sustain injuries that hindered his performance? Look at that crossbow bolt in the gorilla's eye. He truly is impressive. Noticing the attention shifting away from him, Wen Yanba felt a pang of dissatisfaction and quietly remarked to Wang Hao, "You took down both beasts. Why is everyone so concerned about Xiaoyu?" Wang Hao chuckled. Girls typically sympathize with the weaker ones. If you were injured worse than Xiaoyu, you'd surely receive more concern. He then turned to observe Xiaoyu, who lay on the branch with a sullen expression, lost in thought. Perched atop the treeman and Appo's back, the trio arrived at the end of the asphalt road. A magnificent gate towering 8 meters high, exuding grandeur and opulence, stood before them. Beyond this gate lay the legendary Divine Communication Academy. A circle of blue stone walls enclosed the academy, stretching endlessly to either side, indicating its vast expanse. The old man, beaming, waved his hand, signaling the treeman to lower Wang Hao and his companions. A waiting ambulance stood ready on the other side of the gate. Upon seeing the injured, the ambulance promptly rolled out 3 stretchers, prepared for emergency treatment. Wang Hao and Wen Yanba quickly waved their hands. No. We are unhurt. There's no need for such trouble. The old man, with genuine concern, insisted, regardless, let the school doctor examine you. What if you've sustained wounds during your battle with the beasts? These creatures from another dimension might carry toxins or bacteria. Wen Yanba waved his hand dismissively. I have no injuries whatsoever. But Wang Hao, you fell from a tree. Are you all right? What could possibly be wrong with me? Wang Hao replied confidently. Though his protective energy was weak, it was sufficient to prevent any serious injury from a fall. Seeing their resolute stance, the old man relented, nodding, very well. Then proceed to your registration. Have you decided on your major? At this, both fell silent. Wen Yanba had never engaged with supernatural powers before, leaving him uncertain of his strengths. Wang Hao had initially planned to pursue martial arts, but after witnessing the old man's magical prowess, he was torn between the two paths. Noticing their predicament, the old man chuckled, still undecided. No problem. Why not enroll in all 3 majors, martial arts, magic, and superpowers, and experience each? All 3 majors? The Divine Communication Academy housed 3 secret institutes: the True Martial Institute for Martial Arts, the Arcane Institute for Magic, and the Scientific Institute for the Study of Superpower Awakenings. Recognizing that many new students, like Wen Yanba, were uncertain of their paths, the Academy allowed students to sample courses from all 3 institutes to discover their true calling. Master, if I wish to practice both magic and martial arts, can I enroll in 2 institutes simultaneously? Wang Hao asked with excitement. The old man paused, then chuckled softly. Of course, that is not an issue. Our educational philosophy is to teach what you wish to learn. However, I must inform you that few students possess the stamina to delve into 2 entirely different powers simultaneously. Wang Hao disregarded the old man's caution, focusing solely on the assurance that it was indeed feasible. After bidding farewell to the old man and Xiaoyu, Wang Hao and Wen Yanba made their way to register at the 3 secret institutes. Wen Yanba asked, "Do you plan to pursue both magic and martial arts?" Wang Hao nodded. "Yes. What about you?" "I think I'll try both paths as well," Wen Yanba replied, suddenly looking anxious. "You know, the qualifications required for magic are significantly higher than those for martial arts. Typically, the ratio of students in the True Martial Institute to those in the Arcane Institute is 3 to 1. Personally, I aspire to tread the path of magic. But if my talents fall short, I may have no choice but to settle for martial arts." "Is that really the case?" Wang Hao inquired, intrigued. What if one lacks the qualifications for martial arts? Then they would likely be sent home, when Yanba shrugged, speculating. At that moment, Lin Meiying chimed in. Have you forgotten that there are actually 3 institutes? Why not consider trying to awaken your superpowers? Wang Hao was taken aback. The Scientific Secret Institute? Isn't that a place where even dogs wouldn't go? Not only had his senior, Liu Yi, advised him against enrolling in the Superpower Awakening course, but Wang Hao himself had also gleaned from various forums that such courses were essentially a waste of time. The Divine Communication Academy had established the Scientific Secret Institute a decade ago, yet in these 10 years, there had not been a single successful case of awakening. To date, the number of graduates from the Scientific Secret Institute remained a resounding 0. Wang Hao took special note of the new students. A significant portion were heading to the Arcane Secret Institute, while another group was bound for the True Martial Secret Institute. The Scientific Secret Institute, however, was utterly neglected, evidently notorious for its bad reputation. After a moment of silence, Lin Meiying suddenly remarked, Actually, you could give it a try. After all, such opportunities are rare and it wouldn't hurt to experiment. Me? Awaken superpowers? Wang Hao exclaimed in surprise. I hardly believe I possess such extraordinary talent. This statement was not unfounded. Since the eruption of spiritual energy 50 years ago, nearly 1,000 superpowered individuals had been observed. Their awakening methods varied. Most had transcended their limits in life and death situations, while others discovered their abilities after recovering from severe illnesses. A rare few had unearthed their talents during mundane daily life. As for those who actively sought to awaken their powers, they were indeed a rarity. Just go if I tell you to. Why all this unnecessary chatter? Lin Meiying could no longer contain her exasperation. I must have my reasons. Do you think I would lead you astray? Wang Hao found himself both amused and exasperated by Lin Meiying's insistence, as she occasionally displayed an unreasonable streak. Since she had put it so firmly, he resolved to visit the Scientific Secret Institute. After all, it wouldn't cost him anything. Still, the priority remained to enroll in the True Martial Secret Institute and the Arcane Secret Institute. Crossing through the central square after passing through the gate, they reached the entrance of the True Martial Secret Institute. A tent had been erected here, with a teacher present to welcome the new students. Ah, you two must be the new students. A robust and well-proportioned young man stood up from within the tent and greeted them. Enrollment is over here. Chapter 18. A desolate and melancholic scene. Hey, are you freshmen? Come over here to register. Upon arriving at the registration office of the Zhenwu Academy, Wang Hao and Wen Yanba heard a voice calling out to them. Upon closer inspection, they saw a tall, cheerful young man waving at them. What caught their attention was the bold characters emblazoned on his shirt, Senior Brother. As the two approached, the young man smiled and pointed to his shirt, saying, As you can see, I am your senior brother from the 2098 class. My name is Lu Dong. Wang Hao and Wen Yanba promptly greeted him. Hello, senior brother. Lu Dong handed them 2 forms, saying, Fill these out, and from now on, you shall be members of the Zhenwu Academy. The forms required simple information, names, birthdays, and addresses. After collecting their completed forms, Lu Dong cheerfully exclaimed, Come, let me show you around the Zhenwu Academy. The academy was vast, comprising 4 main areas: the Grand Lecture Hall, the Martial Arts Hall, the Sword Mastery Hall, and the Fire Refinement Hall. As they walked, Lu Dong elaborated. The foundation of our studies here at Zhenwu Academy is internal cultivation, and it is also the most profound. As the saying goes, without internal practice, one ends up with nothing by the end of their journey. In a few days, Dean Li will personally teach you the basics of internal cultivation, so pay close attention. If you do not master the foundational internal skills, you will struggle with subsequent courses. Wen Yanba, feeling somewhat uneasy, tugged at his collar and asked, But, Senior Brother Lu, what if my talent is lacking and I cannot learn internal skills? Haha, do not worry about that. Our Zhenwu Academy has a vast collection of internal cultivation texts. There is surely one that suits your practice. Lu Dong waved his hand dismissively. Even if you lack talent for internal skills, you can still pursue external techniques to enhance your body, which can be equally powerful. This remark did not comfort Wen Yanba. Rather, it darkened his expression further. Wang Hao, puzzled, wondered why Wen Yanba was already fretting about his lack of talent before they had even begun their studies. To divert the topic, Wang Hao asked Lu Dong, "What courses come after internal cultivation?" Lu Dong chuckled, "You should not worry about the later courses just yet. Focus on mastering the very basics of internal cultivation." Wang Hao smiled wryly. This was true, yet he had already completed the first step by mastering a low-level yellow-tier breathing technique. He was eager to learn applications to enhance his combat abilities. Internal cultivation and body refinement were mandatory courses, followed by elective options. Seeing Wang Hao's persistence, Lu Dong counted on his fingers. You can choose from techniques such as body maneuvers, hand-to-hand combat, claw techniques, swordplay, spear techniques, and so forth. Additionally, there are courses in alchemy, forging, and divination. Thus, Jinwu Academy offered not only combat techniques, but also courses in medicine and alchemy. After sharing this information, Lu Dong suddenly raised a finger, speaking mysteriously. If you reach a certain level of strength in school, the professors may impart to you some extraordinary secret techniques. For instance, Wang Hao and Wen Yanba leaned in with interest. What kind of secret techniques? Techniques like wall passing, cloud riding, and earth burrowing. Lu Dong proclaimed, "Do not think I am exaggerating. Our Dean Li possesses these techniques. I have personally witnessed him use the wall-passing technique to glide through a half-meter-wide wall." Wang Hao and Wen Yanba were left speechless. Wall-passing? Cloud riding? Were these not the legendary spells of immortals? They eagerly inquired, "What level must we reach for the Dean to teach us these?" Lu Dong shrugged. "You would need to attain at least the second level of qi refinement to be able to project your vital energy outward." Wang Hao sighed in frustration. He was far from achieving even the first level of refining essence into qi. Disheartened, he casually asked, "So, senior brother Lu, what level have you reached?" It seemed Lu Dong had been waiting for this question. Without hesitation, he removed his shirt, revealing his muscular torso. "Come, let me show you." He pointed towards a tree some 20 meters away, its branches lush and long. "Watch closely. Do not blink," Lu Dong declared as he assumed a horse stance and began to gather his energy. Wang Hao and Wen Yanba exchanged glances, uncertain of Lu Dong's intentions. At that moment, many senior students passed by, chuckling at the sight of Lu Dong's bare torso. However, Lu Dong paid no mind. After only 4 or 5 seconds of gathering energy, beads of sweat began to pour from every pore of his body. No wonder he had discarded his shirt. "Ready, look closely." After approximately 10 seconds, Lu Dong finally finished gathering his energy and pointed his finger at the branch, shouting, "Ha!" With a sharp whoosh, a transparent energy blast shot from Lu Dong's fingertip, striking the branch directly. The branch snapped in two with a loud crack and fell to the ground. Before Wang Hao and Wen Yanba could express their astonishment, Lu Dong collapsed onto the ground, beginning to meditate and recover. Clearly, this effort had nearly drained his strength. Seeing this, Wang Hao and Wen Yanba dared not speak, fearing they would disrupt Lu Dong's recovery. That was quite a strain. Lin Meiying whispered in Wang Hao's ear, "Your senior brother Lu Dong has not yet broken through to the second level of qi refinement. He is only halfway there. Those who truly reach qi refinement do not need to exert themselves so desperately to project their vital energy," Wang Hao quietly remarked. "But it is impressive that senior brother Lu has reached qi refinement within a year, ISN and Oppos. Tiet? Indeed, quite commendable. If he can break through to qi refinement in the next year and learn a few advanced techniques, he might even pass the selection for the Rangers," Lin Meiying replied. "Rangers?" Wang Hao's heart raced. If that were the case, he too would strive to follow in Lu Dong's footsteps. After resting for about 3 minutes, Lu Dong stood up, slightly out of breath. I hope I did not embarrass myself too much." "Not at all. What you just did was truly astonishing," Wang Hao praised subtly. Lu Dong laughed heartily. "You all should work hard too. What I did was nothing compared to the many other prodigies." The three of them took a cursory tour of the Jinwu Academy, gaining a rough understanding of the place where they would spend the next 2 years. However, for reasons unknown, Wen Yanba maintained a sullen demeanor throughout the tour, appearing disinterested. "Let us stop here." After concluding the tour, Lu Dong bid farewell to the two. "I need to head back to the admissions office." He handed them his electronic ID. "If you need anything, just contact me." Wang Hao extended his left hand, showcasing his device as he added Lu Dong's contact information. "Thank you, senior brother Lu." "You're welcome." Take care. Lu Dong waved casually as he departed. Next, they would head to the Arcane Academy for registration. While walking, Wang Hao observed Wen Yanba's increasingly dark expression. What's wrong? You seem down, he inquired curiously. Wen Yanba shook his head. I'm just worried about what will happen if my talent isn't enough to keep up with the courses here. Do not overthink it. Did senior brother Lu not say there are thousands of secret texts at Jinwu Academy? Surely, one will suit you. Wang Hao consoled him, suggesting that even if his internal cultivation talent was lacking, he could still pursue external skills. Wen Yanba shook his head, speaking with a hint of melancholy. If only that were true. Was this fellow too pessimistic? Wang Hao shrugged, uncertain of how to encourage him. The enrollment process for the Arcane Institute was quite similar to that of the True Martial Institute. However, this time, the influx of new students had increased, leaving no one available to guide them through the Arcane Institute. Nevertheless, the two were not overly concerned. After completing their registration, their next task was to secure accommodation. Wait, have you forgotten what I told you? Lin Meiying suddenly interrupted Wang Hao, reminding him to check out the Scientific Institute. I would have forgotten about that if you hadn't mentioned it, Wang Hao exclaimed, slapping his forehead. He turned to Wen Yanba and said, I plan to visit the Scientific Institute. Care to join me? Wen Yanba displayed a look of disdain. What's so interesting about the Scientific Institute? I'm feeling a bit tired. I'll just head straight to the dormitory. Give me your electronic ID, and I'll take care of it for you. Wang Hao nodded. I appreciate it. Upon arriving at the Scientific Institute, it became evident that the atmosphere was significantly quieter, with hardly any pedestrians in sight. Wang Hao pondered. Could it be that this year, there isn't a single new student? Just as this thought crossed his mind, he overheard someone nearby lamenting the same sentiment. Turning his head, he spotted an elderly man, around 60, clad in a white lab coat, wearing a worried expression as he stared at the empty registration desk. Don't be disheartened, Professor Hu. Someone will surely come. Beside the old man sat a young woman with a warm smile, offering him comfort. She was likely a senior from the Scientific Institute, with thick black hair and a heavy fringe. Her friendly demeanor compelled Wang Hao to approach her for a conversation. He thought about it and acted on the impulse. Before he realized it, he found himself standing in front of the registration desk of the Scientific Institute. Classmate, are you interested in awakening your superpowers? Chapter 19. Join us, classmate. Do you wish to awaken your superpowers? The excitement in the old man's eyes and the tremor in his voice jolted Wang Hao from his daydream of the gentle senior sister. He realized, quite unconsciously, that he had wandered to the enrollment point of the Scientific Secret Institute. Before Wang Hao could respond, the old man in the white coat grasped his hand, exclaiming, Excellent. We need vibrant, promising newcomers like you. Come, fill out this form. No, teacher. I just came to take a look around. Wang Hao quickly shook his head. Incredulous. Senior Lu Yi had repeatedly advised him against enrolling in the Superpower Awakening course. How could he fall for this trick? The old man remained undeterred. Sign this form, and I will show you around. Wasn't that a bit unreasonable? Wang Hao felt a wave of reluctance wash over him. He could not afford to be involved with this Scientific Secret Institute. Perhaps it was better to slip away. At that moment, a gentle voice interrupted Wang Hao's thoughts. Professor Hu, please don't pressure him. The new student should be allowed to make an informed decision about joining us at the Scientific Secret Institute. Look, even a professor should learn from the senior sister. The old man begrudgingly withdrew the form. The long-haired senior sister stood up and slightly bowed to Wang Hao. Hello, classmate. This is Professor Hu, the head of the Scientific Secret Institute. I am your senior sister, Ling Yuan Jibu. May I ask your name? Hello, Professor Hu, senior sister Jibu. My name is Wang Hao. Wang Hao greeted them while internally pondering. Ling Yuan Jibu? Is she from the Neon District in Asia on Earth? Upon hearing Wang Hao's introduction, Ling Yuan Jibu seemed to want to correct something, but smiled and gave up. Professor Hu, however, chimed in. Only those who are very close can call someone by their name. Your approach is rather abrupt. Ling Yuan Jibu waved her hand with a smile. It's no problem. Wang Hao, are you very interested in superpowers? Follow me. Inwardly, Wang Hao thought, actually, I am somewhat intrigued by you. If it weren't for Senior Jibu's presence, he would have likely made a hasty exit by now. Professor Hu continued to linger at the enrollment point, awaiting elusive newcomers. while Ling Yuanjibu led Wang Hao into a building. This is the research institute dedicated to uncovering the mysteries of the human body, she explained. Our singular goal is to discover the secrets of superpower awakening and grant humanity the key to self-evolution. It sounded quite impressive, but Wang Hao silently shook his head. Hadn't they failed to produce a single success story? He chose to remain silent. Ling Yuanjibu, however, was brimming with enthusiasm as she detailed their recent research endeavors. Unfortunately, Wang Hao could not comprehend a word, feeling utterly lost, as if he were reading an ancient tome. His attention soon shifted from her words to her presence. Her long, dark hair cascaded down to her waist, emanating a subtle fruity fragrance that invigorated Wang Hao. Beneath her thick bangs were a pair of beautiful, large eyes that seemed to have stepped out of a comic book. But what captivated him most was her gentle charm that made him willing to endure the convoluted discussion of human genetic codes. So that is where we stand now. What are your thoughts? At some point, Ling Yuanjibu had finished her introduction and turned to Wang Hao with a smile. My thoughts. I feel like an illiterate in your presence. Although he thought this, Wang Hao could not show any signs of weakness before Senior Jibu. He countered with a question. Senior Jibu, I have heard that superpowers generally awaken in life and death situations. Have you conducted any research in that direction? Ling Yuanjibu's eyes lit up, as if she had found a topic of interest. Do you also have an interest in superpowers? As you mentioned, currently, 90% of superpower users awaken after surviving near-death experiences. We are investigating whether humans secrete hormones related to superpowers in times of crisis or if human cells mutate under extreme pressure. As she spoke, Wang Hao found himself lost once more. He awkwardly chuckled and glanced at the time, realizing it was getting late, and contemplated how to make a discreet exit. However, Ling Yuanjibu became more animated, her beautiful eyes shining brighter as she passionately shared her insights. In her excitement, she even took Wang Hao's hands. Wang Hao, why not join us and help research the secrets of superpowers? Feeling the softness of her hands, Wang Hao regretfully declined. I'm truly sorry, Senior Jibu, but I previously attended a military academy and possess no knowledge in this area. I fear I would be of no help. Ling Yuanjibu paused, then beamed. Graduating from a military academy means your physical fitness must be excellent. Our research needs someone with your strong physique as our subject. Are you planning to use me as a guinea pig? Wang Hao felt an array of emotions surge within him. He had not expected the gentle and amiable Senior Jibu to secretly wish to conduct experiments on him. This was untenable. He needed to leave this place without delay. Clearing his throat, he said, Senior Jibu, I believe it's getting late, and I'm a bit hungry. Are you hungry? Ling Yuanjibu perked up at once. Wait here. I have some delicious food. With that, she turned and dashed out. Watching her retreating figure, Wang Hao thought, what a perfect excuse. I was merely trying to leave. Isn't this splendid? Suddenly, Lin Meiying's voice echoed in his mind. Why not join the Scientific Secret Institute and explore your superpowers? Wang Hao shook his head in disdain. I could be better off honing my internal skills in the meantime. To his surprise, Lin Meiying's tone became unusually serious. I am not joking, Wang Hao. I personally encourage you to explore your superpowers. Even if you do not join the Scientific Secret Institute today, I will arrange similar courses for you in the future. What? You want me to awaken superpowers? Why? Wang Hao was taken aback, not to mention that he lacked the talent. What was your motivation for wanting me to awaken superpowers? As long as I diligently cultivate my internal skills and master the Tai Nirvana Sutra to revive you, wouldn't that fulfill our agreement? After hearing Wang Hao's words, Lin Meiying sighed. I had thought our journey together had forged a unique bond, but it seems I was mistaken. Don't start with me. Wang Hao was furious. If they were to count, they had known each other for less than 24 hours. But my feelings for you are genuine, Wang Hao. Lin Meiying feigned sincerity. If you call me teacher, I shall nurture you into the best student in my eyes. Just mastering the Tai Nirvana Sutra is only the beginning. Her words left Wang Hao in a state of turmoil. Could it be that Lin Meiying genuinely cared about him, urging him to develop superpowers? After all, in the timeline where he successfully revived her, she had not parted ways with him but had journeyed through the stars alongside him. Thinking of Lin Meiying's celestial beauty made Wang Hao's heart race. Could it be If you truly master superpowers, joining the Rangers would be a breeze. Lin Meiying continued. Even if you were to squander 2 years at the Divine Academy, they would still recruit you without hesitation. The mention of the Rangers was the last straw for Wang Hao. Under Lin Meiying's persuasive onslaught, he finally found himself swayed. Perhaps he should give the Scientific Secret Institute a try? At that moment, hurried footsteps echoed, and Ling Yuan Jibu returned, clutching a lunchbox. Apologies for the wait, she said bashfully. You must be starving. Come and try this rice ball. Nestled within the bento box were 2 tantalizing rice balls, glistening with translucent grains of rice adorned with seaweed, eliciting a salivary response from Wang Hao. The filling is tuna. You're not allergic to seafood, are you? Ling Yuan Jibu inquired with a cheerful smile. Even if I were allergic, I would still have to try it. Wang Hao, no longer hesitant, seized a rice ball and took a bite. The initial burst of fragrant rice was soon followed by the savory essence of tuna exploding within. A delightful combination that compelled him to devour the rice ball with eagerness. How is it? Do you like it? Ling Yuan Jibu asked, cradling the remaining rice ball. It's delicious, truly exquisite. Jibu, your culinary skills are remarkable. Wang Hao praised sincerely. As Jibu offered the remaining rice ball, she humbly shook her head. Oh, it's merely the quality of the ingredients. You should finish this one too. Not just yet. Wang Hao interjected. Jibu, I intend to explore the secrets of awakening superpowers with you. However, my knowledge is rather limited. Would you allow me to join? I am more than willing to assist with any menial tasks. Upon hearing this, Ling Yuan Jibu gasped in astonishment, covering her mouth. Are you serious? How could you? Wang Hao chuckled and nodded. I am quite serious. However, I also enrolled in courses at the True Martial Academy and the Arcane Academy. So I may be. Jibu? Before Wang Hao could finish his sentence, Ling Yuan Jibu turned abruptly and dashed outside with the bento box. After a few steps, she suddenly remembered something, spun around, and thrust the box into Wang Hao's hands. Please enjoy. If you like it, I shall make you more. Her eyes sparkled with gratitude towards Wang Hao. Professor Hu. Professor Hu. He is willing to join us. Observing Ling Yuan Jibu's exuberance, Wang Hao shook his head in bemusement. It was merely a freshman. Was it truly necessary to be so dramatic? As he pondered this, he raised the remaining rice ball to his mouth. Cough, cough. How spicy. Is there mustard inside? Chapter 20. The first lesson of the new semester teacher Lin. Is this truly not a waste of time? Wang Hao grumbled, fully aware of his own limitations. The awakening of superpowers, a phenomenon rarer than winning 5 million in the lottery, was something he believed could never happen to him. Exiting the Scientific Secret Institute, he continued his tirade towards Lin Meiying. Lin Meiying, growing increasingly impatient with Wang Hao's complaints, retorted, Just do as I instruct. Can I possibly lead you astray? Your reasoning is reminiscent of my mother, who has always tried to push me into doing things with her persistent arguments. Wang Hao shook his head with a wry smile. Conversing with Lin Meiying was far more exhausting than dealing with his mother, who at least did not follow him around 24 hours a day. With a mocking laugh, Lin Meiying replied, Once a teacher, always a father. If you call me teacher, then I am no different from your mother. Rest assured, even if the awakening course here proves ineffective, I have my own methods to help you harness extraordinary powers. You certainly have a way with words. Superpowers are a mysterious domain about which even the Earth's foremost scientific institutions know little. You simply expect me to master them? At that moment, Wang Hao's personal computer emitted a notification. Glancing down, he saw a message from Wen Yanba. The dormitory is booked, room 0805, building 2 of the 12th Institute. Exhausted from his tour of the 3 major secret institutes, he thought it best to settle in and rest. After dismissing the message, Wang Hao searched for a map of the Divine Communication Academy to locate the 12th Institute. To his astonishment, he discovered that the academy spanned an impressive area of over 200 square kilometers, larger than 3 small towns on the M87 planet. However, only a small portion was designated as the teaching area, with the vast majority remaining undeveloped wilderness. The student dormitory of the 12th Institute was situated at the boundary of the teaching area and the wild. I should buy an electric scooter in the city center. Traversing this distance daily between the classroom and dormitory will take an hour. Despite his complaints, All grievances vanished upon seeing his dormitory. Each student was allocated a nearly 60 square meter single room. No wonder the dormitory buildings expanded to the 12th Institute. Wang Hao gazed at his spacious room, 2 bedrooms and a living room, complete with an independent bathroom and kitchen, fully equipped with various appliances. It was sheer comfort. His neighbors were Wen Yanba and Xiaoyu, who had assisted in the check-in process. Let us see how Xiaoyu is doing. Wen Yanba, unable to remain idle, urged Wang Hao to knock on Xiaoyu's door. What did you see at the Scientific Secret Institute? Wang Hao, feeling a bit awkward, confessed, I joined them. Wen Yanba, stunned, turned to Wang Hao as if he had heard the most shocking news. You joined them? You enrolled in the Scientific Secret Institute? Why? Fearing that admitting his desire to develop superpowers would earn him the label of a fool, Wang Hao hastily fabricated, "There's a beautiful senior at the Scientific Secret Institute. And I was lured in." Wen Yanba shook his head helplessly, giving a thumbs up. You truly are something else. Moments later, Xiaoyu opened the door. He appeared mostly recovered, though his complexion remained pale, possibly from malnutrition. Old Xiaoyu healed so quickly? Wen Yanba exclaimed. Did the school nurse use a medical chamber on you? Xiaoyu, slightly turning to invite them in, replied, No. The school nurse employed healing magic. Let us not linger. Let us head to the city center for a meal on me. Wen Yanba waved off the invitation. Xiaoyu shook his head. Thank you for your kindness, but I have some matters to attend to. Curious, Wang Hao and Wen Yanba entered Xiaoyu's room, only to find him filling out the enrollment form for the 3 major secret institutes. Completing such a form should take no more than 3 minutes. Wen Yanba plopped onto the sofa, urging, Hurry up, finish it before we eat. Unexpectedly, Xiaoyu opened his mouth, looking troubled, struggling to articulate his thoughts. Wen Yanba, intrigued, asked, Haven't he decided which secret institute to attend? Just enroll in both the true martial and arcane institutes like us. At these words, Xiaoyu's face inexplicably flushed. He glanced at the blank enrollment form, fidgeting as if unsure how to proceed. Wang Hao and Wen Yanba exchanged puzzled glances. Was filling out basic information truly so daunting? Leaning in, they noticed that Xiaoyu's form remained pristine, devoid of any writing. Quickly write it down. After that, we can eat. Wen Yanba urged. Xiaoyu stammered, unable to write a single word. This odd behavior, combined with his apparent lack of knowledge regarding his own name, led Wang Hao to a startling conclusion. Was it possible he did not recognize Chinese characters? When the Earth Union was formed, significant efforts were made to unify global languages and scripts, with Mandarin and Chinese characters becoming the mother tongue for the vast majority of Earth's populace. However, it remained plausible that some remote regions still employed alternative languages and scripts. In Xiaoyu's case, he seemed capable of speaking yet struggled with reading and writing. Understanding this, Wang Hao stepped forward with a pen. Here, write your name. It's Xia for summer and Yu for rain, right? Yes. Xiaoyu nodded gratefully. Name, Xiaoyu. What about your date of birth? Wang Hao continued as he filled in the name section. April 20th, 2077. So, you are a few months younger than me. I was born in January 2077. Thus, Wang Hao assisted Xiaoyu in completing the enrollment forms for both the True Martial Institute and the Arcane Institute. Holding the forms, Xiaoyu expressed his gratitude. Thank you both. I still need to submit these forms. We can dine together another time. Wang Hao and Wen Yanba exchanged glances, shaking their heads in resignation. As they walked back to their own rooms, Wang Hao mused inwardly about the peculiar friends he had made. Wen Yanba, perpetually insecure about his talents, and Xiaoyu, illiterate who couldn't read or write, leaving him to ponder how Xiaoyu would manage to study martial arts manuscripts without someone to read them aloud. However, at the moment he closed his door, Wang Hao observed Wen Yanba engaging in a video chat on his personal computer. Mom? Everything's fine here. I've made 2 friends. One is illiterate, and the other talks to himself, but otherwise, all is well. Wang Hao found himself both amused and exasperated. When have I ever talked to myself? Having resided in the Divine Communication Academy for a few days, Wang Hao gradually acclimated to life on M87. Following the orientation event, he soon faced his first lesson at the academy, the internal energy course taught by the esteemed head of the True Martial Institute. This cohort of new students at the Divine Communication Academy numbered over 300, with more than 250 enrolling in the True Martial Institute's courses, including Wang Hao, Wen Yanba, and Xiaoyu. At 6 in the morning, as dawn barely broke, they gathered in the grand training arena of the True Martial Institute. Wang Hao yawned widely, feeling utterly exhausted. Why must we assemble at this hour? Wen Yanba remained silent, his eyelids heavy, on the verge of dozing off while standing. Unlike the two, Xiaoyu was lively, urging them towards the center stage to hear the lecture clearly when the headmaster began. At that moment, a familiar figure navigated through the crowd, approaching Wang Hao. You too? Still not awake? Wang Hao rubbed his bleary eyes. You are. Brother Lu Dong? What brings you here? The newcomer was indeed Lu Dong. At this moment, he still donned that striking senior's attire, greeting the three with a cheerful smile. Today marks your first practice of internal cultivation. It is essential for someone to assist you to prevent any mishaps. Just wait. Your seniors will be arriving shortly. Looking around, Wang Hao indeed saw numerous second-year students gradually converging upon the grand martial arts arena, blending in among the newcomers. Observing the lackluster expressions on Wang Hao and Wen Yanba's faces, Lu Dong chuckled. You two can't go on like this. Once you join the Jinwu Secret Academy, you must rise at this hour every morning for your early training. Wang Hao managed a wry smile. During his time at the military academy, he was accustomed to early morning runs, yet here at the Tongshan Academy, it seemed he could not indulge in a leisurely sleep. No need to complain. The morning sun rises with auspicious energy, making internal cultivation remarkably effective, Lu Dong said with a grin. To cultivate your qi externally like I do, you must diligently practice. At that moment, a man in his 30s slowly ascended to the podium, clad in a pristine white training outfit, cinched at the waist with a belt. He exuded an air of remarkable competence. For some reason, Wang Hao felt a vague, indistinct impression of the man, as if he were slightly out of focus. Rubbing his eyes, he realized the haze remained. Moreover, it appeared that all the surrounding newcomers were also rubbing their eyes. Don't waste your efforts. This is a manifestation of abundant true qi enveloping him, Lin Meiying's voice echoed in his ears. This man must be the director of the Jinwu Secret Academy. Such profound, true qi. Wang Hao was taken aback. Could this 30-something man truly be the director of the Jinwu Secret Academy? He appeared remarkably youthful. Fool. He merely possesses deep internal cultivation and techniques to maintain his youth. He cannot possibly be as young as he seems, Lin Meiying remarked. Curiously, Wang Hao turned to Lu Dong and asked, Senior Lu, our director looks quite young. How old is he this year? He and Appos, as 25 years older than the United Earth Federation. How old do you think he is? Lu Dong replied in a hushed tone. How do you know he is our director? Wang Hao chose not to respond. 25 years older than the United Earth Federation means he is 75, right? Director Li scanned the surroundings and began to speak. He did not use a microphone. Yet his voice resonated powerfully, reaching every corner of the martial arts arena. Dear newcomers, welcome to Tongshan Academy. Welcome to the Jinwu Secret Academy. I am Li Junin, the director of the Jinwu Secret Academy. Chapter 21, The Song of Integrity. Dear new students, welcome to the Academy of Divine Connection. Welcome to the True Martial Secret Institute. I am Li Junin, the head of the True Martial Secret Institute. Li Junin's voice was resonant and powerful, seemingly infused with a hint of true energy, causing a buzzing sensation in Wang Hao's ears. The effect was remarkable. All present, especially the newcomers, were fully alert and focused their attention on Li Junin on the platform. Satisfied that the new students were captivated by him, Li Junin nodded approvingly. Dear students, to progress in the True Martial Secret Institute, what you need more than great wisdom is great perseverance. Are you individuals of great perseverance? The new students below responded with scattered voices. Yes. Li Junin frowned, gathering a breath of true energy in his throat and taking a slight intake of air. Lu Dong, witnessing this, was taken aback and quickly turned to Wang Hao and the others. Cover your ears and open your mouths. Unfortunately, it was too late. Before Wang Hao and the others could react, Li Junin unleashed a thunderous roar. Do you possess great perseverance? With a resounding boom, Wang Hao felt a wave of darkness engulf him, nearly stumbling to the ground. His true energy involuntarily surged from his dantian, careening chaotically through his meridians, causing him immense discomfort. Not only him, but the surrounding new students were also left dazed by Li Junin's overwhelming presence. When Yanba clutched his head, swaying as if intoxicated, while Xiaoyu simply collapsed to the ground. Yet, no one mocked him. Those who remained standing were indeed in the minority. Wang Hao gritted his teeth, cross-legged on the ground to regulate his disordered true energy, allowing it to circulate through his body before returning to his dantian. This headmaster had truly shown him the stark difference in their abilities. Merely a shout had left him in such a predicament. If he were to engage in combat, would he not be reduced to a mere pulp in an instant? At this moment, the new students in the martial arts arena were either standing or lying down, with only Wang Hao meditating in solitude, rendering him somewhat out of place. Lu Dong looked on in astonishment at this junior. It was evident that he was meditating. Had he practiced internal skills prior to enrollment? Li Junin also noticed the solitary seated student. He subtly nodded and then took a deep breath. Are you individuals of great perseverance? Yes, 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 indeed. All the new students, disregarding their lingering dizziness, shouted at the top of their lungs, fearful that the headmaster might bellow again as he had moments before. However, without a unified command, their responses came in a disjointed chorus. Fortunately, Li Junin did not further challenge them, instead nodding in satisfaction. Good. Since you are all individuals of great perseverance, I shall not waste time. Let our first lesson commence. With a sigh of relief, Wang Hao stood up, invigorated. Thanks to the unnamed breathing technique, all discomfort had vanished. The others, however, were left to grapple with their nausea and dizziness as the lesson began. Fortunately, Li Junin did not delve into internal skills immediately, but instead emphasized the importance of virtue in martial arts, warning the students against seeking conflict prematurely. Do not think that a few rudimentary techniques grant you the courage to fight recklessly. Otherwise, you shall soon face the iron fist of retribution. At this moment, when Yanba leaned in and whispered, "Hey, were you meditating just now?" "Sort of," Wang Hao replied vaguely. "Before entering the academy, someone offered me guidance." "How did you know I was meditating?" When Yanba responded ambiguously, "I had someone guide me as well. But I never managed to cultivate true energy." Never cultivated true energy? Had when Yanba faltered at the final hurdle? Was his lack of confidence the root of his struggles? Just as Wang Hao was about to ask more, Lu Dong interjected. "Hey, Li Junin is discussing something crucial. Pay attention." Redirecting their focus to the platform, Li Junin began to explain the principles of internal cultivation and how to practice it. Although these concepts had been previously imparted to Wang Hao by Lin Meiying, he remained attentive, believing in the value of revisiting knowledge. In essence, practicing internal skills and strengthening one's physique are not fundamentally different. Both require diligent effort to yield rewards. After elucidating the principles of internal cultivation in an accessible manner, Li Junin shifted his tone. "Now, let us take this opportunity to engage in a hands-on experience. Bring forth the materials." As his words fell, 6 second-year seniors carried 3 large stone tablets onto the stage. The crowd peered closely, noticing that each tablet bore cryptic inscriptions, leaving them perplexed about the purpose. However, Wang Hao immediately discerned the significance of the 3 stone tablets. These were 3 relatively elementary internal cultivation techniques. Had Li Junin brought these tablets forth for them to practice on the spot? Indeed, after positioning the stone tablets, Li Junin addressed the new students. These 3 tablets inscribe 3 introductory internal skills to facilitate your practice. Your task is to select one from these 3 and attempt to cultivate it here. Upon hearing this, the new students erupted in astonishment. Was this truly the start? Was it not a tad hasty? Lu Dong chuckled wryly. This is a yearly tradition at the True Martial Secret Institute. Li Junin gathers the newcomers each time for a collective practice. How can anyone truly focus in such chaotic circumstances? It appeared that first-year Lu Dong had also experienced this initiation. Though complaints were rampant, Li Junin remained enthusiastic. These 3 internal skills are categorized as low-level yellow grade, mid-level yellow grade, and high-level yellow grade. Students may select the technique that best suits their individual circumstances. At this juncture, someone in the crowd shouted, "Headmaster, could you bring out the Tai Chi Homing technique? I wish to learn that." This provoked uproarious laughter from the second-year seniors. as if they had heard an utterly ridiculous joke. Li Junin could not help but chuckle, shaking his head. You are quite well informed, knowing of the Tai Chi Hongming technique. However, this technique is restricted. While anyone can peruse it in the library, you could even copy it and take it home. Curious. Wang Hao turned to Lu Dong. What is the Tai Chi Hongming technique? A heavenly tier technique, a treasure of the Institute. Lu Dong succinctly replied. This revelation left Wang Hao flabbergasted. Was the Tai Chi Hongming technique truly a heavenly tier skill? And it was accessible in the library for anyone to examine? The Academy of Divine Connection was indeed remarkable. He felt an eagerness to explore the library at once. However, even if I were to present the Tai Chi Hongming technique here, could you practice it? The first level requires you to connect your energy channels and bridge your energy. How would you accomplish that? Li Junin then doused Wang Hao with a dose of cold reality. A journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step, and great structures are built upon solid foundations. You should start with the basics. Was this not akin to what Lin Meiying had once advised him? Despite her possession of numerous heavenly tier techniques, she still insisted he begin his practice with the low-level unnamed breathing technique. Having said this, Li Junin waved his hand. Now, let us begin. Should you encounter any uncertainties, feel free to consult your senior brothers and sisters. As the words left his lips, the new students in the martial arts arena began fervently discussing their options. Wang Hao turned his gaze toward the 3 stone tablets. The low-level and mid-level yellow-grade techniques were akin to the unnamed breathing method and were remarkably simple to cultivate. However, the high-level yellow-grade technique was different. It not only had a poetic outline, but also comprised 3 stages. Only upon completing all 3 could one achieve true mastery of this internal skill. As Wang Hao marveled, he turned his attention to the title of the martial art inscribed on the stone tablet. At the pinnacle of the monument, 3 grand characters were etched, Zheng Qiju. What do you think? You are no longer an utter novice. Why not attempt to cultivate this Zheng Qiju? Lin Meiying's voice echoed in Wang Hao's ears. This was distinctly different from the rudimentary breathing techniques. It represented a genuine internal skill. Let's practice. Wang Hao responded, fully intent on the endeavor. However, before proceeding, he wished to observe how his 2 friends would choose. Turning his head, he noticed Wen Yanba, already holding his personal computer, snapping photographs in front of the low-tier Huang stage stone tablet. Seeing this, Wang Hao couldn't help but tease. Is this your ambition? You're starting with the low-tier Huang stage? Senior Lu Dong said this is the simplest. I will begin with the most basic, Wen Yanbo replied, his expression earnest as he hastily refocused on his computer screen. Meanwhile, Xiaoyu sat restlessly, glancing around. Wang Hao suddenly smacked his forehead. He couldn't read. And the 3 stone tablets before him were as perplexing as a hedgehog to a tiger. He was utterly at a loss. Senior Lu Dong, could you assist Xiaoyu? With no other option, he sought outside help. He cannot read Chinese, so he cannot commence cultivation. Would you kindly offer him some verbal guidance? Lu Dong was taken aback. What? He cannot read Chinese? This. Very well, I shall assist him. However, you must ensure he enhances his literacy skills. Otherwise, he won't even comprehend the textbooks. With that, he turned towards Xiaoyu. Yet as he walked, he muttered to himself with curiosity, how curious. How did he manage to enter the Divine Communication Academy without knowing how to read? Indeed, how did Xiaoyu gain admission to the Divine Communication Academy without the ability to read? Was it possible that their examinations were conducted in a script other than Chinese? Pondering this conundrum was futile. Wang Hao steadied his mind and concentrated on the summary of Zheng Qiju inscribed on the stone tablet. When energy gathers, life emerges. When energy dissipates, death ensues. Breathe in and out, the foundation of internal skill. Exhale the impure, inhale the pure. Observe broadly and accumulate profoundly. Chapter 22. The Arcane Academy. The 100-person joint training session led by Dean Li did not yield the desired effect. The cacophony of the training grounds rendered it nearly impossible for most freshmen to find tranquility for meditation. They chattered incessantly, ostensibly engaging in discussions with their peers. But it was more akin to a raucous uproar. Unable to endure the clamor, Wen Yanba exhaled deeply and set his personal computer aside. It seemed he indeed lacked an aptitude for such endeavors. Glancing over at Xiaoyu, he noted that, Despite Lu Dong's hands-on guidance, Xia wore a perplexed expression. As for Wang Hao, he sat motionless on the ground, likely asleep. Time swiftly passed, and soon it was noon. Observing that the session had nearly concluded, Li Junin cleared his throat and shouted to the freshmen below, "Dear students, today's lesson ends here. It is perfectly acceptable if your progress in cultivation is minimal. There is ample time ahead. The 3 stone tablets will remain here for your reference. You may jot down the contents before departing." Class dismissed. When Yanba had been anticipating this announcement, upon hearing he could leave, he sprang to his feet. With Lu Dong's assistance, Xia Yu had exerted considerable effort to barely memorize the rudimentary yellow-level techniques, allowing him to commence his practice upon returning to the dormitory. "Did you manage to grasp any insights?" When Yanba inquired of Xia Yu, Xia shook his head, having spent the majority of his time memorizing the techniques, repeating after Lu Dong without the opportunity to contemplate their deeper meanings. Such matters cannot be rushed. Patience is essential. When Yanbo reassured him, "Let us go for lunch." "What about Wang Hao?" Turning to look, they found Wang Hao still seated, utterly unmoving. When Yanba chuckled and reached out to pat his shoulder, "I say, you must be sleeping quite soundly. The class has ended, yet you remain oblivious? Come on, let us eat." A lack of enthusiasm for food suggests something is amiss with your mind. Just as when Yanba's fingers lightly brushed Wang Hao's shoulder, he felt a subtle tremor in his forefinger. Startled, he quickly realized this was the circulation of Wang Hao's vital energy, instinctively responding to his touch. Though aware that Wang Hao had engaged with internal cultivation long ago, he was astonished at how robustly he had developed his vital energy, even to the point of forming an automatic protective barrier. What surprised when Yanba even more was Wang Hao's ability to enter a meditative state amidst such chaos. This was akin to the reason Lin Meiying had shouted at him during their training of the nameless breathing technique aboard the spaceship. She aimed to cultivate his ability to remain unshaken like a mountain in tumultuous circumstances. At this moment, Wang Hao was entirely oblivious to the calls around him, continuously repeating the teachings of the Jingqi Ju, exhaling turbid energy and inhaling pure energy. As he absorbed more pure energy into his dantian, his qi steadily expanded. When Yanba and Xia Yu exchanged glances, was this not the disparity of existence? While they struggled with the rudimentary yellow-level cultivation, Wang Hao was effortlessly mastering the advanced techniques. Approximately 10 minutes later, Wang Hao exhaled deeply, opened his eyes, and rose. Although he could have maintained his meditative state longer, he had been inadvertently disturbed by an external touch, causing his vital energy to waver, and thus he exited his practice prematurely. Overall, he found the Jingqi Ju slightly more challenging than the nameless breathing technique, yet he managed it with relative ease. "What time is it?" "It must be time for lunch," Wang Hao mused, taking several deep breaths and stretching. Having just concluded his practice, he felt invigorated, almost bursting with energy, eager to shout and leap about. When Yanba, with a hint of envy, remarked, "The bad news is you'll have to treat us later. The good news is we're dining at the cafeteria, so you can spend less." Wang Hao blinked in confusion. "Why? Treating is no big deal. After a morning of training, my stomach has been growling for ages." Spotting a nearby cafeteria, he seized a plate and began to fill it. 2 chicken legs, some pork meatballs, and a serving of braised pork hock, please. At the serving window, Wang Hao made his requests with gusto. "Is there tofu? A scoop of mushrooms, and add some greens." When Yanba stared, wide-eyed, "Have you not eaten in 3 days? Or are you planning to order enough for 3 people? He quickly cautioned Wang Hao, "Don't get too much. If you finish and still feel hungry, you can come back for more." Before Wang Hao could respond, the serving lady interjected, "Oh, it's no trouble. Every student from the Jinwu Secret Institute can eat. Your appetite is hardly noteworthy. There's lamb over there. Would you like some?" Wang Hao nodded emphatically. A generous scoop. With a heaping bowl of food, Wang Hao marveled. The school cafeteria is such a bargain. All this for just 35 cents. It's hardly different from a buffet. When Yanba glanced around and realized the serving lady spoke the truth, numerous upperclassmen were laden with plates piled high with food. Some, especially the larger students, even used specially designed bowls that resembled basins, leaving one astonished. "By the way, where's Xia Yu? Just as Wang Hao was about to dig in, he suddenly remembered their trio. Where had Xia gone? The two craned their necks and soon spotted Xiaoyu in a corner. His plate contained a few steamed buns and a generous serving of vegetables and tofu, and he was eagerly consuming them. Why are you sitting here alone? Wang Hao approached. This is rather sparse. Go get some meat. You don't need to save for me. Xiaoyu's cheeks were stuffed. I appreciate your kindness, but there's no need for that. When Yanba glanced at the cafeteria prices, steamed buns were free, and vegetables and tofu cost a mere 2 cents. Realizing Xiaoyu lacked a personal computer, he concluded, Xiaoyu must be financially strained. Wang Hao continued to encourage Xiaoyu to get more meat, while when Yanba discreetly pulled him aside. Stop it. He seems to be on a tight budget, which is why he is only getting a little. Who knows? Wang Hao whispered back. I noticed too, which is why I wanted him to eat more meat. You don't understand. For Xiaoyu, his pride is far more important than a piece of meat. When Yanba asserted, and if you treat him today, he'll feel compelled to invite you back another day, leading to more expenses. Wang Hao chuckled. I never insisted on him treating me back. Ultimately, when interacting with him, it would be best to act as if nothing was amiss and not to make a fuss. When Yanba clapped Wang Hao on the shoulder, you grew up on Earth, without much exposure to those less fortunate. I'm different. Back in the day, never mind. Let us eat. Having begun his thought, when Yanba swallowed it back, picking up his plate to sit opposite Xiaoyu and indulge heartily, Wang Hao felt somewhat helpless. He wished to maintain a facade of indifference. Yet with Xiaoyu's modest tofu and greens before him, indulging in lavish meats felt somewhat inappropriate. Halfway through the meal, when Yanba casually mentioned, Wang Hao, how does one apply for the scholarship at the Divine Academy? Am I eligible? Wang Hao understood and glanced at his plate, shaking his head. I'm not eligible. You must have a disposable income of less than 80 yuan per month to apply. I receive a monthly reserve subsidy of 300, which exceeds that limit. Then I am also ineligible. My family sends me 500 a month. When Yanba mumbled through a mouthful of chicken, Wang Hao couldn't help but chuckle. You could save for 2 months and buy a car with that, and you still want a scholarship? Unbeknownst to them, Xiaoyu, who had been quietly nibbling on his steamed bun, perked up at the mention of scholarships. After a moment of hesitation, he summoned the courage to ask, what is the process for applying for that scholarship? Let me see. Wang Hao secretly laughed, looking down at Xiaoyu. You just need to go to the administrative building of the Divine Academy, find the director, and submit some personal and family information. After the scholarship is granted, one can receive a monthly stipend of 150 yuan without any strings attached. What troubles you? Upon hearing the request to submit personal and family information, Xiaoyu's expression shifted from eager anticipation to sheer terror, and he lowered his head, silently focusing on his meal. Wang Hao and Wen Yanba exchanged puzzled glances, unable to fathom which remark had triggered such a reaction. Nevertheless, they felt it inappropriate to inquire further, so they remained silent, finishing their meal before preparing for the afternoon's classes. The afternoon session was the much-anticipated magic course held in the grand auditorium of the Arcane Academy. As the three emerged from the dining hall, they eagerly made their way toward the academy. Alas, if I were to be completely incompatible with magic, I might have to withdraw from school, when Yanba lamented, recalling the recruitment for the Hammerstar, suggesting that pursuing development there could be a viable alternative. Wang Hao struggled to find words of encouragement, pondering the pessimism of his companion. Are you not being overly gloomy? Did we not discuss the safety net provided by the Zhenwu Academy's rigorous physical training? Regardless of your innate talent, surely you can still build muscle through diligent effort. Can you not? Upon hearing Wen Yanba's words, Xiaoyu's mood visibly plummeted as well. Thus, the trio approached the grand auditorium of the Arcane Academy with a sense of melancholy. This expansive lecture hall could accommodate over 1,000 individuals. Yet it was devoid of desks and chairs, replaced instead by hundreds of yoga mats spread across the floor. More striking than the mats was a prominent slogan emblazoned on the wall. Absolutely no necromancy, strictly prohibited dark magic, exercise caution with summoning spells. This declaration reflected the Academy's educational philosophy of humility, caution, and prioritizing safety. While the restrictions on necromancy and dark magic were understandable, the caution regarding summoning spells raised questions. Why should one be wary of summoning? It is because every year, numerous mages are attacked by the very creatures they summon, leading to severe injuries or even fatalities. A gentle voice suddenly resonated in Wang Hao's ear, prompting him to turn in astonishment and exclaim the name of the speaker. Senior Jibu? What brings you here? Chapter 23. Meditation. Wang Hao turned in astonishment at the voice behind him, exclaiming, Senior Jibu, what brings you here? Lingyuan Jibu smiled warmly at him. Adorning a beige dress paired with black knee-high boots, exuding an air of maturity and charm. Hello, Wang Hao. Is today the first session of the magic class? She greeted him cheerfully. You wonder why I'm here. I specifically came to see you. Upon hearing this, Wang Hao's face flushed a deep crimson. Growing up in a military academy, he had encountered but a handful of girls in his 23 years of life. Suddenly, a beautiful and gentle senior was speaking to him in such a manner, igniting his imagination. Within a mere 3 seconds, he envisioned a narrative of confession, romance, graduation, marriage, and children with Lingyuan Jibu. Noticing Wang Hao's dazed expression, Lingyuan Jibu curiously tapped him. What's wrong? Are you all right? Why is your face so red? It's nothing at all. Wang Hao jolted awake from his fanciful daydream, slightly flustered. Did you need me for something? Is there an issue with the Scientific Institute? To his surprise, Lingyuan Jibu chuckled softly. I was just teasing you. I'm also a student of the Arcane Institute, while also assisting with research at the Scientific Institute. You're a student of the Arcane Institute too? Wang Hao exclaimed, taken aback. Yes, but my talent is rather low, and I still can't perform any remarkable magic. Lingyuan Jibu laughed self-deprecatingly. But let us not dwell on that. I have class soon, so good luck with yours. With that, she waved goodbye and turned to leave the auditorium. Wang Hao watched her retreating figure, feeling his thoughts drift away with her. Stop daydreaming, she's already gone. When Yamba's voice snapped him back to reality. Is that your senior from the Scientific Institute? Only then did Wang Hao recall that he had used Lingyuan Jibu as an excuse to join the Scientific Institute, stammering and struggling to articulate a response. Well, regardless, do your best. She only sees you as an ordinary junior for now, so you need to put in more effort. When Yamba teased, go away. There's nothing between us. Nothing? Didn't you join the Scientific Institute for her? After a brief period of waiting, the new students enrolling in the Arcane Institute gradually filled the auditorium. As the last newcomer stepped inside, the doors behind him closed without a breeze, slowly sealing shut. Meanwhile, a figure draped in a brown robe, concealing their entire form, emerged from backstage and approached the podium. Now that everyone is present, we shall commence the class. Please each take a cushion, the robed figure announced in an unusually hoarse voice. By the way, I am the Dean of the Arcane Institute. Such a straightforward approach, devoid of any pleasantries. He merely stated his title without even introducing his name, presenting an aura of aloofness. Moreover, the Dean and Apos' voice was gratingly hoarse, akin to speaking with a blade lodged in his throat. Wang Hao and his companions chose their yoga mats to sit upon. When Yamba surveyed the surroundings and whispered, should we take off our shoes? Just as Wang Hao was about to respond with uncertainty, the Dean, as if reading their minds, instructed, please remove your shoes and sit comfortably on the cushions. Do not feel constrained. Make yourself at ease. Since you insist, I shall not hold back. Wang Hao promptly kicked off his shoes and instinctively assumed a lotus position on the yoga mat. Once everyone settled, the Dean took a piece of chalk and inscribed 3 words, rune, incantation, magic power, on the blackboard, then addressed the students. To cast a spell, you require runes as the foundation, incantations as the form, and ultimately infuse it with magic power for success. Now, I shall demonstrate. With that, he extended his right index finger and traced a pure white diamond rune in the air. He then lowered his head and muttered a series of indistinct syllables, and a blinding light burst forth from the diamond rune, illuminating the auditorium. This content resonated closely with what Lin Meiying had conveyed, captivating Wang Hao's attention. The Dean, seemingly disinclined to converse much, dove straight into the substance of the lesson, presenting a wealth of knowledge. Each spell requires unique runes and incantations, which you will need to study independently in the future. With a wave of his hand, the dazzling sphere of light diminished as the Dean continued. Today, I will teach you how to refine magic power through meditation. The focal point had arrived. All present perked up, eyes fixed on the dean at the podium. He turned and swiftly wrote 5 terms on the blackboard: divine light energy, elemental spirit energy, arcane magic energy, chaotic dark energy, and void entropy energy. These represent 5 distinct types of magic power. After jotting down these words, the dean explained, those who can master divine light energy and elemental spirit energy are relatively rare. If any of you manage to refine either of these 2 types of magic power, report it to the Institute immediately. Chaotic dark energy and void entropy energy are exceedingly perilous. You must not attempt to engage with them, or you will face expulsion. Arcane magic energy is comparatively gentle and is the most suitable for you. What a contradictory discourse. While he spoke sparingly, he certainly could not afford to gloss over such crucial details. Why not provide a thorough introduction to each type of magic power? He could simply state that everyone should focus solely on refining arcane magic energy. Around him, the new students murmured amongst themselves, feeling somewhat bewildered. Now, let us begin our meditation, the dean announced, seemingly eager to move on to the next segment. First, meditation requires an utterly quiet environment. As he spoke, he raised one hand, a white circular rune shimmering in his palm, and a dim ripple emanated from it, swiftly spreading throughout the auditorium. Wang Hao watched in astonishment as the ripple passed by him, thankfully causing no harm. Startled, Wang Hao attempted to voice his discontent regarding the dean's abruptness, only to find that although his lips moved, no sound emerged. Turning to Wen Yanba beside him, he noticed his mouth moving as well. Yet not a whisper reached his ears. It was the same for Xiaoyu and the other students. In an instant, they had all become mute. The loss of the ability to speak was no trivial matter. Some students panicked and attempted to flee, inadvertently knocking over a lamp post. In such a silent environment, the sound of the lamp post crashing should have been thunderous, yet all remained eerily quiet. Wang Hao suddenly realized that he had not lost his voice, but rather, he had become deaf. The dean must have enacted some sort of silence domain, rendering those within it incapable of hearing any sounds. Everyone, please remain calm. I have merely transformed the auditorium into a soundless realm, the dean finally reassured them. His hoarse voice, now a soothing melody to their ears, continued, meditation requires absolute silence. It must be this way. That student over there, please right the lamppost and return to your seat. The student who had toppled the lamppost blushed as he restored it and sheepishly returned to his place. Now, everyone, choose a comfortable sitting position, close your eyes. Empty your thoughts and breathe deeply to calm yourselves. The dean's hoarse voice resonated in Wang Hao's ears. Now, envision that you are standing upon a vast, flat, and boundless prairie. At this moment, the night envelopes the sky, studded with twinkling stars. Standing upon the vast grassland, you gaze upward at the celestial glow, reminiscing about your childhood. Thus, the brown-robed dean endeavors to guide the new students into a state of meditation through his words. Wang Hao follows suit. Yet his mind drifts uncontrollably to other thoughts. A gentle breeze stirs, accompanied by the melodious chirping of insects. In this expansive meadow, you feel liberated. Unearthing your most authentic self, you leap and laugh, reclaiming the carefree joy of your youth. The voice of the gray-robed dean continues to echo in Wang Hao's ears when suddenly, he perceives himself ascending slowly toward the heavens, drawing ever closer to the resplendent starry sky, as if he could pluck the stars from above with a mere outstretched hand. This thought propels him into action, and as he reaches out, he grasps something soft. Upon obtaining this object, the starry sky, the grassland, the breeze, and the chirping of insects vanish, as if ensnared in a fantastical dream. Opening his palm, he discovers the gift bestowed by this dream. The object plucked from the heavens is none other than his magical power. As the brown-robed dean concludes, Wang Hao almost bursts into laughter. Are you attempting to lull children asleep? Unable to resist, he opens his eyes and surveys his surroundings, noticing several classmates also drifting off. Beside him, Xiaoyu, though his eyes are shut, reveals through his furrowed brow that his meditation is not proceeding smoothly. Meanwhile, Wen Yanba sits with tightly closed eyes, seemingly having succumbed to slumber due to the comfort of his position. Students, now slowly open your eyes, the brown-robed dean instructs. Did anyone successfully extract their magical power? Wang Hao shakes his head in resignation. Can this truly yield magical power? Meditation has existed since ancient times, yet he has never witnessed anyone successfully extracting it before. At that moment, when Yanba, who had been seated, suddenly stands, exhales deeply, and opens his eyes to gaze at the ceiling of the auditorium, as if still lost in the vast grassland. What happened? Did you manage to extract magical power during your meditation? Wang Hao asks half-jokingly, when Yanba remains silent, continuing to stare at the ceiling, murmuring a quiet thank you before unfolding his left hand. A soft, lavender sphere of energy gently floats in his palm. Chapter 24. Campus Patrol. Gazing at the purple orb nestled in Yanba's palm, Wang Hao was rendered speechless. Although it was his first encounter with such an object, his intuition strongly suggested that this was indeed the legendary magical essence. It turned out that the meditation guidance provided by the brown-robed dean, akin to soothing a child, was genuinely capable of extracting magic. After the initial astonishment, a profound sense of loss and jealousy washed over him. If he could harness magic while he could not, did that not imply his inferiority? The moment this thought crossed his mind, Wang Hao yearned to slap himself. Jealousy is a poison, dragging a person into an abyss of despair. It must be avoided at all costs. In such moments, one ought to congratulate a friend and glean some insights from their success. Well done. Wang Hao sincerely congratulated him. You've been worried about lacking talent, but isn't this going quite smoothly? Upon hearing this, when Yanba's furrowed brow unfurled like clouds parting to reveal the sun. Yes. Where there's darkness in one area, light shines in another. I'm not completely hopeless after all. Haha. This statement made Wang Hao shake his head. What had he thought of himself previously? I see some classmates have already extracted magic, which is excellent. At this juncture, the brown-robed dean interjected. Those who have not yet succeeded should not lose heart. Our meditation classes will further guide everyone in exploring the mysteries of magic. The time is nearly up. Class dismissed. With that, he hastily turned and left the podium, eager to escape the stage as though fearing another minute there. Upon exiting the lecture hall, the trio felt a wave of fatigue. When Yanba stretched and yawned, no more classes today, right? Let us head back to the dormitory for a nap. That is fine. But I have a class at the Science Institute after 8 tonight, Wang Hao replied, glancing at his watch. It was only 4 in the afternoon, leaving 4 hours until class. I really don't understand why the Science Institute schedules classes at 8. Do they think the sun hinders your ability to awaken superpowers? Xiaoyu remained silent, her mood evidently low. It was understandable. After all, while Wang Hao had made progress in cultivating his righteous energy technique, and when Yanba had successfully extracted magic, Xiaoyu had achieved nothing. Anyone would feel immense pressure in such a situation. Wang Hao exchanged glances with Yanba, unsure whether to offer comfort or remain silent. Speaking clumsily might lead him to think they were making light of his plight. Let us just head back to rest. Yanba chuckled and turned towards the 12th Institute. Just as Wang Hao intended to follow, he suddenly heard Lin Meiying's voice. Unable to extract magic. And you still think you can sleep? She exclaimed. The reinforcement class is about to begin. Startled, Wang Hao shuddered. Reinforcement class. But no buts. Dismiss them, Lin Meiying said bluntly. Resigned, Wang Hao feigned a casual demeanor towards Yanba and Xiaoyu. Ahem, I think I'll go see Senior Jibu. You two can head back first. Yanba flashed a knowing smile and resolutely set off with Xiaoyu towards the 12th Institute. However, Wang Hao distinctly heard Yanba muttering to Xiaoyu about his own thoughts as they walked away. Lin teacher, why can't I extract magic? Is it because my talent is insufficient? Wang Hao inquired anxiously once he found a secluded spot with Lin Meiying. Of course, you haven't even succeeded in meditation. How could you possibly extract magic? Lin Meiying replied. But this isn't entirely your fault. Your inability to meditate smoothly stems from your excessive excitement. Excessive excitement? In what way? Is it because I encountered Senior Jibu? Wang Hao felt a bit embarrassed. Not psychological excitement, but physical excitement. Lin Meiying corrected him. You practiced the righteous energy technique this morning, activating all your cells, making it difficult to calm down for meditation in the afternoon. So it's like that? It's not due to my subjective reasons. but rather objective ones. He felt relieved and asked, "So what should I do? Should I meditate again tomorrow?" "But there's an early class at the True Martial Institute tomorrow morning." Lin Meiying had anticipated this. "I know that. In this case, you'll need some tools to assist your practice. Do you have any money?" Wang Hao immediately grew cautious. "I have some. How much do you need?" "Not much. Just buy 4 types of herbs from the pharmacy," Lin Meiying instructed. 13 grams of blue road, 7 grams of dream cherry, 20 grams of moonlight rose, and most importantly, 50 grams of mint aroma. "Oh, such a small amount shouldn't tea cost too much," Wang Hao mused, scanning his surroundings to figure out how to get to the central city to purchase these materials. Lin Meiying interrupted him. Wait. Don't rush to the central city. The materials I need are alchemical ingredients, which ordinary pharmacies won't stock. Check the alchemy zone at the Arcane Institute. They should have shops that sell these items." "Oh, I see. You should have said so earlier." Wang Hao cheerfully set off towards the alchemy zone. Since it was a campus shop, the prices should be more reasonable. Before long, he found a shop called Mysterious Cauldron. After entering and presenting the prescription to the attendant, he was unexpectedly met with a scrutinizing gaze. "You must be a new student, right? You shouldn't have started alchemy classes yet. Why are you buying these things?" The attendant questioned suspiciously. Without overthinking, Wang Hao shrugged and replied, "Of course, I'm here to concoct potions for training. Do you have these items?" The attendant furrowed his brow and went to fetch the herbs. Soon, Wang Hao's requested materials were wrapped in a small paper bag and handed over. "That LLB 243 yuan and 6 jiao. I'll give you a discount, just 240. Wang Hao's hand trembled slightly as he grasped his wallet. 240? You mean the Star Alliance currency? This is the Earth Alliance. Do you think Star Alliance currency circulates here?" The attendant replied bluntly. "If you don't have money, don't cause trouble." A surge of indignation ignited within Wang Hao, burning away his rationality. "Our monthly allowance is only 300, and you dare charge me 240? Just watch me pull out my pulse rifle and take down this scam." Just as he was about to take a desperate risk, Lin Meiying's voice timely interrupted him. "Wang Hao, don't be impulsive. Alchemical materials cannot be industrially mass-produced. That's why they're so expensive. When I asked you if you had money, that was the reason." Upon hearing Lin Meiying's explanation, Wang Hao felt deflated, like a punctured balloon, and obediently paid the fee. He silently vowed never to engage with that troublesome alchemy course again. As Wang Hao dejectedly exited the mysterious cauldron, the attendant who had previously regarded him with disdain secretly pulled out a personal computer and dialed the number. "Campus Patrol? A new student just came to buy 50 grams of mint aroma. I suspect he is up to no good. Please catch up with him." Sighing deeply while clutching the bag of herbs, Wang Hao lamented, 240 yuan is nearly a quarter of an infinite power vehicle. "Why have you been sighing since earlier?" Lin Meiying scolded impatiently. "Buying these items is to aid your training. Don't be so ungrateful." Wang Hao offered a bitter smile. "I truly understand you mean well, but, sigh, you really are a miser." Lin Meiying was exasperated with Wang Hao. "You'll be spending even more. These raw materials need someone to refine them, so you'll have to shell out additional cash." Upon hearing this, Wang Hao could only let out a heavy sigh once more. "Excuse me, could you please wait a moment?" At that moment, a clear female voice called out from behind Wang Hao. "May I ask what you're holding?" "What am I holding?" "I'm holding a quarter of an infinite power vehicle." As I was about to unleash a tirade upon the meddlesome individual behind me, Wang Hao turned around in indignation, only to be momentarily struck dumb. The person who had called out to him was a second-year girl with flowing, light golden hair. She gazed at him with eyes as blue as the vast ocean. Her snow-white skin and exquisite beauty, reminiscent of jade, evoked a poem in his mind. In the north, there is a fair maiden, unparalleled and solitary. "Classmate, I'm inquiring about something. Why are you lost in thought?" Before Wang Hao could finish reciting the verse in his mind, the golden-haired girl interrupted his reverie. "I shall ask you once more. What is it that you hold in your hand?" Taking a deep breath, Wang Hao realized he felt rather embarrassed. Although he had been attending a military academy and had limited interaction with the opposite sex, being caught in such a stupor might lead others to perceive him as a lecher. "Ahem, these are some alchemical materials I procured from the pharmacy," he replied to the golden-haired girl. "Is there a problem?" The girl scrutinized him with suspicion, extending her hand. Allow me to take them to the laboratory for inspection. What nonsense! Do you have any idea how much this costs? It could purchase a quarter of an infinite power vehicle. There's no way you can just take it for inspection. The obsession with money swiftly overshadowed his admiration for beauty, transforming Wang Hao into an indignant warrior. Absolutely not. Seeing his lack of cooperation, the girl's expression darkened. She retrieved an identification card from her pocket. I am Lin Ligia, a member of the campus inspection team. I must examine the alchemical materials you purchased, and I require your cooperation. What does that have to do with me? Wang Hao retorted, turning away. I'm in a hurry to find someone to turn these into potions. Such an attitude incensed Lin Ligia, who swiftly attempted to seize the bag from Wang Hao's grasp. In the past, he might have been caught off guard by her actions. But ever since he had trained in internal martial arts, his reflexes had sharpened considerably. In the blink of an eye, he stored the bag in a spatial pocket and expertly executed a grappling maneuver learned at the military academy, adeptly capturing her wrist with a resounding snap. So smooth. Chapter 25. A clash of wits. Lin Li, a self-proclaimed second-year member of the campus patrol, appeared unexpectedly, insisting on inspecting the alchemical materials purchased by Wang Hao. Naturally, Wang Hao, who felt a sting from spending 210 coins, was in no mood for pleasantries and promptly engaged in a scuffle with Lin Li. After placing the purchased materials into a storage singularity, Wang Hao swiftly executed a grappling maneuver, seizing her outstretched wrist. Oh, so slippery. Having grasped her wrist, he should have taken the opportunity to pin her down or even apply enough force to dislocate it. However, it was neither a battlefield nor a life-or-death struggle, and the unexpectedly smooth sensation distracted Wang Hao, leaving him frozen in place, gripping Li's wrist. This lapse proved fatal. Li deftly broke free from his hold and, with a swift motion just half a meter away, conjured an inverted triangle rune in midair. Oh no! Wang Hao's heart sank. This person is from the Arcane Academy. I must do MOKESELAMO. Lin Li softly chanted a series of brief syllables, unleashing a repelling force. The inverted triangle rune detonated with a resounding boom, propelling Wang Hao several meters away, landing him in a heap on the ground. Yet, he remained composed, using his body as a shield while discreetly brushing his hand over his storage singularity. Seeing Wang Hao on the ground, Lin Li pressed the advantage, extending her right index finger to sketch a purple cross rune in the air, aiming directly at Wang Hao's forehead. As he attempted to rise, he was startled to find the cross rune targeting him. It evoked a rather ominous thought. Crosshairs. You must be a freshman, and perhaps unfamiliar with this rune. Lin Li remarked coolly. It can launch an arcane arrow that could truly pierce your body. Surrender peacefully. You must be a military novice, as you may not recognize the 9mm Beretta in my right hand, Wang Hao retorted after a brief silence. This weapon can fire a 9mm bullet that would leave a horrific cavity upon entry. Li's eyes widened in shock as she turned to see the dark muzzle of a gun aimed at her. In that moment, they found themselves locked in a standoff. Put the gun away. Do you really think you can outpace my arcane arrow? Li threatened darkly after a tense 10 seconds. You are welcome to try. Let's see whether your arrow is swifter than my bullet. To be frank, I am quite renowned as a sharpshooter at the military academy. Wang Hao shot back without hesitation. Left with no other choice, Li gritted her teeth. I will count to 3, and we both let go. 1, 2, 3. Both parties, maintaining a semblance of honesty, retracted their arcane arrow rune and gun, parting ways without further incident. However, Li was clearly unsatisfied. Hissing through gritted teeth, since you graduated from a military academy, you should adhere to the rules and cooperate with my inspection. Wang Hao scoffed. Does your so-called campus patrol possess any legal authority? Surely you are not mistaking a feather for a command. Li was left speechless. The campus patrol, at its core, was merely a pretentious disciplinary committee with no real power to inspect others. Wang Hao's words effectively deflated her, leaving her at a loss for words. In that case, I shall take my leave. Following his victory, Wang Hao turned with an air of triumph, preparing to walk away. I still need to find someone to process these raw materials. As Wang Hao strutted away, Li, gritting her teeth, dashed forward and grasped his sleeve. Wait. Even if I lack enforcement authority, I still have a responsibility to the students of the Arcane Academy. Do you realize that the lavender you purchased can be used to create hallucinogens, and the dream blossom has certain stimulating effects? Unless you clarify your intentions for these items, I cannot allow you to leave. Ah? Hallucinogens? Stimulating? Linnele, what on earth did you have me buy? No wonder the staff at the Mystic Cauldron looked at me as if I were refuse. Did I inadvertently cast myself as a rogue? In an effort to clear his name and prove his innocence, Wang Hao quickly retrieved the materials he had purchased. These are merely to concoct a potion to assist me in entering a meditative state. I assure you, I have no intention of engaging in any nefarious activities. Please take a closer look. Ailey found herself at a loss for words. Just moments ago, she had insisted on an inspection, and he had threatened her with a gun. Now, upon merely suggesting he might be a rogue, he was eager to present his materials for examination. She was unsure how to respond. Peering into the paper bag, Ailey indeed found a generous handful of lavender and a small pinch of dream blossom. Instinctively, she took a step back and said to Wang Hao, "You should confess. There is still time. Examine what is inside before making any assumptions." Wang Hao retorted, his temper flaring. This bag contains more than just those two herbs. As anticipated, besides lavender and dream blossom, the bag also contains some blue path and moonlight rose. Ailey's expression softened slightly. These two herbs can indeed neutralize the effects of lavender. Could it be that you genuinely intend to concoct a potion to aid in meditation? But why include dream blossom? Wang Hao, lacking any knowledge of alchemy, could only shift the responsibility onto Lin Meiying. This recipe was provided by a remarkable sorceress friend of mine. She assured me of its efficacy, and I simply followed her instructions. Beyond that, I know nothing. Ailey eyed Wang Hao with suspicion. Where is this friend of yours now? Well, she is certainly not in a detention center, Wang Hao explained dryly. The situation had become increasingly complicated. He could not prove his innocence, and Ailey could not trust him not to engage in wrongdoing. They stood there, locked in a silent stare. At that moment, Lin Meiying could no longer restrain herself. Are you going to do anything? Just firmly take the items and walk away. Time is of the essence, and you still need to visit the Scientific Academy. How could I? If I leave like this, I would be solidifying my reputation as a rogue. I must prove my innocence. Wang Hao murmured. Lin Meiying sighed in exasperation. Just be quick about it. If all else fails, let her observe while you meditate. That might not be such a bad idea. Wang Hao suddenly felt a surge of excitement. She had just recognized the blue path and moonlight rose as neutralizers for lavender. Could it be that she had some knowledge of alchemy? Ailey could not help but interrupt. Who were you just speaking to? Your sorceress friend? No. I was merely talking to myself. Wang Hao waved his hand dismissively. More importantly, have you studied alchemy? Ailey nodded, somewhat perplexed. Well, I suppose I have attended alchemy classes, at least. That simplifies things. You can take these materials, concoct a meditation potion, and then observe as I enter a meditative state and extract magical energy. How does that sound? Wang Hao beamed, envisioning a win-win scenario where he could prove his innocence while successfully meditating. Win-win, you say? Ailey thought to herself, feeling as though she were the one being shortchanged. Was she to work for free? However, upon further reflection, this seemed to be the optimal solution, as she could not allow Wang Hao to walk away with lavender and dream blossom. Fine, follow me. The Mystic Cauldron has an alchemical laboratory. Coming to this conclusion, she no longer hesitated, gesturing for Wang Hao to follow her toward the Mystic Cauldron. Wang Hao felt as if he had struck gold. He had found someone to prepare his potion without spending a dime. Where else could he find such a fortunate turn of events? He joyfully followed Elijah to the mysterious alchemy pot. May I borrow the laboratory in the back? Elijah, clearly familiar with the staff here, greeted them before heading straight into the inner chamber of the pot. Wang Hao cheerfully followed, not feeling like an outsider at all. The staff of the mysterious alchemy pot were taken aback. Was and Oppos. This the young man who purchased the aromatic herbs? How had he become so familiar with Elijah? Inside the chamber, an array of unfamiliar instruments greeted Wang Hao, alongside countless beakers, flasks, and test tubes. Elijah's first words upon entering were a caution against touching anything, as a mishap could lead to an explosion. leaving Wang Hao no choice but to obediently take a seat. So, how do you intend to handle these materials? You're not really going to concoct a potion to drink, are you? Elijah asked while carefully extracting items from a paper package. Lin Ming whispered in his ear. Have her turn these materials into incense. You need to make these into incense. Wang Hao echoed Lin Ming's words. Incense, you say? That sounds manageable. If it were a potion, even with the neutralizing effects of the blue road and moonlight rose, you would likely be unconscious for days. Elijah nodded in agreement as she poured all the herbs into a grinder, which roared to life, turning them into powder. Wang Hao watched helplessly as the materials were blended. A sense of powerlessness washed over him. If Elijah were to mess this up, he might just leap up and confront her. However, it seemed Elijah was quite skilled. With remarkable ease, she placed the ground powder into a vessel, then rummaged through her supplies to produce a sack of black powder, which she added generously to the mixture. Following this, she retrieved a bottle of pale yellow liquid, pouring it in while stirring vigorously. You. These materials don't come with an extra charge, do they? Are you in need of money? If so, you should steer clear of alchemy. You won't be able to handle it. Elijah quipped without looking up, deftly shaping the mixture into a rectangular block. Wang Hao could only laugh in exasperation. Rest assured, the next time I dabble in alchemy, I shall be your grandson. I certainly don't have a grandson as inept as you. Elijah retorted, pouring out a dark rectangular block from the vessel. Here you go, the incense you requested. All done. Chapter 26. Drowsy red tea, is this incense? Wang Hao gazed incredulously at the black chunk in Elijah's hand. If you told me it was a piece of coal, I would believe you. Elijah impatiently placed the incense on the table, saying, You're going to use it anyway. I didn't add any embellishments to make it look pretty. Otherwise, you'd have to pay extra. I see. Thank you, Elijah. Wang Hao eagerly retrieved his lighter, thinking. There's no time like the present. Let's begin. Wait a moment. I'm a bit apprehensive about this dubious incense. Elijah halted him and donned a gas mask, signaling that he could proceed. Wang Hao, exasperated by her fussiness, ignited the incense with a sharp snap and set it beside him. He then assumed a meditative posture, gradually closing his eyes. A faint aroma enveloped the room, easing his tense nerves. The scent was subtle, not overly sweet, reminiscent of a singular jasmine blossom amidst an endless sea of grass. Observing Wang Hao's seated position, Elijah shook her head. It's clear you belong to the true martial secret institute. With the assistance of the incense, Wang Hao swiftly emptied his mind, entering a state of transcendence where he thought of nothing, desired nothing, and cared for nothing. Lin Ming seized this opportunity to whisper the words of the brown-robed dean into his ear. Imagine yourself in a vast, flat, boundless grassland. It is night, and the sky sparkles with stars. You stand in this meadow, gazing up at the celestial glow, reminiscing about your childhood. Lin Ming and Apos' voice was gentle and melodious, far more enchanting than the raspy tones of the brown-robed dean. Guided by her words, Wang Hao found himself truly immersed in a limitless grassland. Leaning slightly forward, he could even catch the fragrance of fresh grass, as though ensnared in a lucid dream, both ethereal and tangible. A gentle breeze caressed him, and the sounds of insects filled the air. On this meadow, he felt liberated, rediscovering the carefree joy of his childhood as he danced and laughed. The brown-robed dean's voice continued to echo in his ears. Just then, he felt himself slowly ascending towards the starry sky, drawing ever closer to the resplendent constellations, as if he could reach out and pluck the stars from the heavens. He thought this and acted upon it, extending his hand to grasp something soft. Upon acquiring this object, the starry sky, the grassland, the breeze, and the chirping of insects vanished, as if he had stepped into a fantastical dreamscape. Opening his palm, he discovered the gift bestowed upon him by the dream. Lin Ming continued guiding Wang Hao in pursuit of magic. In her soothing whispers, he soared upwards, plunging into the vast ocean of stars. The brilliant constellations seemed to respond to him, shining even more brightly. Wang Hao slowly reached out, plucking a star that belonged to him. Subsequently, the grassland, the sky, the stars, the breeze, all dissolved into an endless dream. When he opened his eyes, the incense beside him had completely turned to ash. Elijah, still wearing her gas mask, sat in a chair, dozing off. For some reason, the outside world was shrouded in darkness, and a lamp flickered inside the room. How long have I been meditating? Wang Hao furrowed his brow, feeling as if only 10 minutes had passed. His mutterings stirred Eligia from her slumber. She removed her gas mask, rubbed her eyes, and stretched languidly. Wow, you really did it. You sat here for over 4 hours. Aren't your legs numb? Over 4 hours? Wang Hao stared in disbelief at the clock, realizing it was already past 8 in the evening. He had missed his class at the Science Secret Institute. I thought you were dozing off, but I didn't dare wake you, fearing it might disrupt your meditation. Eligia shrugged innocently, to prevent interruptions. I even sent away a few people who needed to use this laboratory. Wang Hao felt like crying. She had truly put him in a predicament. How could Wen Yanba finish meditating in just a few minutes, while he had taken 4 hours? Because you used this incense, Lin Meiying explained. Meditation exists between wakefulness and slumber. Sometimes you regain consciousness from it, and sometimes you simply fall asleep. Under the influence of this incense, it is perfectly normal for you to have slept so deeply. Enough of that. I must hurry to class at the Science Secret Institute. Wang Hao hastily gathered his belongings, ready to dash out. Now can I prove that I bought the mint-scented dream cherry for the purpose of harnessing magic? Eligia was taken aback. Did you succeed? Without speaking, Wang Hao extended his left hand. A pure, luminous, mysterious purple energy orb floated in his palm. You really did it. Eligia exclaimed, astonished. I believe he is also from the True Martial Secret Institute, isn't he? This means he has dual mastery of magic and martial arts. Retracting his right hand, Wang Hao cast a slightly smug glance at Eligia before turning to leave. Wait, Eligia called out again. What is it? I'm in a rush for class. Wang Hao stopped reluctantly, impatience creeping into his voice. Eligia pointed towards the outer room. I used a bit of coal tar powder and dwarf spirits to prepare your incense. So you need to pay me back. It totals $10. Wang Hao wanted to shout but found himself unable to utter a sound. He wished to flee but could not move his legs. Ultimately, he capitulated and dutifully paid the 10 yuan material fee. I spent a whopping 250 yuan just to refine this bit of magic power. I truly am foolish. Exiting the mystic cauldron, Wang Hao felt tears welling up. What would he do for his next meditation? Spend another 250 yuan? If spending 250 yuan could grant you insight into the mysteries of magic, that would be the best deal in the world. You simply do not know how to appreciate it. Lin Meiying chastised him. Besides, meditation is only difficult the first time. Subsequent attempts will be much easier. Just like learning to ride a bicycle. Upon hearing that future attempts wouldn't require another 250 yuan, Wang Hao's mindset gradually settled. Luckily, it was merely a one-time expense. Otherwise, depleting his finances would hinder his pursuit of magic. The night breeze felt refreshingly cool against his skin. Suddenly, a mischievous smile crept onto Wang Hao's face. Teacher Lin, how do you draw runes? Lin Meiying frowned. Concentrate your magic at your fingertips, and you will be able to draw the runes. What are you planning to do? Just watch. Wang Hao exhaled, following Lin Meiying's instructions to channel his magic into the tip of his index finger. He aimed at the window of the mystic cauldron and slowly traced a bright purple inverted triangle rune in midair. Seeing the inverted triangle rune, Lin Meiying was taken aback. Isn't that what you do? Moku-selamo. Without giving her time to prepare, Wang Hao flawlessly and precisely recited the spell. Indeed, this was the repulsion spell used by Eligia during their earlier encounter. Since they had been in close proximity, Wang Hao had heard the incantation quite clearly. With a whoosh, the inverted triangle rune emitted a faint sound, and then the window of the mystic cauldron was forcefully struck open with a loud bang. A staff member poked their head out from inside. Who is knocking on my window? I did it. Wang Hao turned on his heel and dashed toward the Science Secret Institute, feeling as though he had truly mastered magic. The earlier repulsion spell had successfully burst open the window of the mystic cauldron. I am the king of the world. Overcome with excitement, he even began to leap as he walked, completely oblivious to the peculiar gazes of those around him. In the heart of Lin Meiying, a tempest raged. Had he truly mastered the repulsion spell after merely a single glance? Although the repulsion spell was merely a rudimentary magic designed to generate a force to push a target away, it was still unfathomable that he could grasp an unfamiliar incantation in such a fleeting moment. What on earth? Upon arriving at the Scientific Secret Institute, it was already 9 in the evening. For the inaugural lesson on awakening superpowers, Wang Hao had arrived a full hour late. Bursting into the research building, he spotted his mentor, Lingyuan Jibu, and Professor Hu waiting under the bright lights, and his cheeks flushed with shame. I am terribly sorry, Professor Hu Jibu. I encountered an unexpected delay and lost track of time. I assure you it will not happen again. Professor Hu, however, displayed an unexpected look of delight. I thought you had turned your back on us and would no longer participate in our research at the Scientific Secret Institute. Just moments ago, I was telling Jibu that it would be better to attend at least one class before taking your leave. Lingyuan Jibu smiled and nodded at Wang Hao, showing no signs of reproach for his tardiness. I truly apologize. I accidentally overslept. I promise to be more vigilant next time. Feeling a twinge of guilt for their understanding, Wang Hao was taken aback when Jibu and Appo's eyes sparkled at the mention of his oversleeping. She produced an exquisite lunchbox, and upon opening it, revealed a delectable sandwich. Since it seems you haven't eaten, why not have this to tide you over? She offered, extending the lunchbox towards him. It was remarkable how she could be so kind despite his late arrival. Jibu was indeed a good person, although Wang Hao initially intended to decline. The rumbling of his stomach betrayed him, and he sheepishly accepted the sandwich, savoring each bite. As he relished the meal, Professor Hu suddenly withdrew his benevolent smile, exchanging a discreet glance with Lingyuan Jibu. Receiving the signal, Jibu nodded and produced a thermos, pouring a cup of tea for Wang Hao. However, as she handed him the cup, she surreptitiously added a packet of powder into the tea. Here, don't just eat, have some tea as well. With the tea tampered with. Lingyuan Jibu presented the cup to Wang Hao. Without a hint of suspicion, he accepted the cup and drank it down in one go. Ah, this is delicious. I never expected your tea-making skills to be so. Before he could finish his sentence, the effects of the tea took hold, and Wang Hao felt the world spin around him, plunging him into darkness. Chapter 27. The Abduction. As Wang Hao slowly opened his eyes, he realized he had dozed off again. Just moments ago, he had been in the mysterious pod, having taken a nap for the entire afternoon. How had he fallen asleep once more? What was he doing before he succumbed to slumber? Ah, yes. He had been enjoying the sandwich given to him by Senior Jibu. Could it be that his full stomach had lulled him to sleep? Just as he was about to rise from the chair, he suddenly discovered that he was bound to it by some unseen force. Blinking through his haze, he noticed the thick chains encircling his body. What on earth is this? Realizing his predicament, Wang Hao was jolted awake. What had transpired while he was asleep? Why was he ensnared by iron chains? Where were Senior Jibu and Dr. Hu? He struggled a few times, only to quickly recognize that the steel chains were beyond his strength to break. No amount of effort would allow him to free himself. In desperation, he called out softly, "Teacher Lin, are you there? Teacher Lin? Could you teach me the art of contortion? Teacher Lin?" The silence surrounding him was unnerving, and the absence of a response from Lin Meiying filled him with dread. Could it be that the Eye of Fate, which Lin Meiying had possessed, had been taken from her? Panic surged within him as he desperately reached for his right wrist with his left hand. When his fingers brushed against the bare skin, his heart sank. His personal computer and storage singularity had been removed. At that moment, it became increasingly clear that he had been kidnapped. Taking a deep breath, he admonished himself not to panic and began to survey his surroundings. The room was expansive, over 100 square meters, with bare walls save for a single door. There were no windows. A dim yellow light hung from the ceiling, casting a feeble illumination. Am I still within the confines of the Scientific Secret Institute? Or have I been taken elsewhere? Wang Hao pondered, trying to recall the events that led to this moment. The only thing he remembered was being late and eating the sandwich from Senior Jibu. But what could be the motive behind this abduction? After all, he was merely a humble student of the Divine Communication Academy. Or perhaps, as he reflected on the potential reasons for his kidnapping, he became increasingly alarmed. There were quite a few possibilities. First, he was a reserve member of the Earth United Interstellar Liberation Army, making him a military target. Second, He had caused quite a ruckus in the Rainbow City of the asteroid belt, which surely had earned him some enemies. Lastly, he possessed the Eye of Fate and the Card of Reversal, artifacts that could certainly attract covetous eyes. Of course, the most likely explanation was that he had been entangled in Lin Meiying's affairs. Although Lin Meiying had never disclosed how she became a spirit, it was easy to surmise it was due to an unnatural death. If that were the case, she must have made enemies. His inexplicable kidnapping could very well be the result of those enemies seeking retribution. Teacher Lin claimed to possess an abundance of heavenly-level techniques. Could it be that she was once a treasure thief? No wonder she always ridiculed Zhou Jack. It seemed they were rivals in the same trade. Wang Hao muttered to himself, regardless of the circumstances, I must rescue her. With that, he slowly closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and channeled the energy within his dantian throughout his limbs. Then, with a sudden exhalation, he unleashed tremendous force, causing the chains that bound him to clatter ominously. Ugh! Wang Hao and Appo's face flushed crimson as the unyielding chains bit painfully into his flesh, tormenting him. Yet, how could he hope to snap the steel chains with his current strength? After an excruciating struggle, the chains remained steadfast, while he emerged battered and bruised. In the monitoring room, Professor Hu and Lin Meiying observed the scene on the screen, their hearts racing for Wang Hao. Thank goodness I didn't use hemp ropes to bind him. Look at the commotion. He might have actually managed to break free. Professor Hu exclaimed. Lin Meiying shook her head in disbelief. He has only been enrolled for a few days, yet possesses such power? While I may not be well versed in the curriculum of the Divine Martial Institute, I too have been a new student. Enough of that. It's our turn to take action. We cannot allow him to harm himself any further. Professor Hu stood up. It's all up to you, Meiying. Whether or not you can awaken successfully hinges on this performance. Lin Meiying nodded, her expression tense. In the dimly lit room, Wang Hao continued to exert all his energy in an attempt to break free from the chains. Just as he concentrated on squeezing the last vestiges of energy from his dantian, a loud bang reverberated from the door, causing his resolve to waver. Lin Meiying entered the room, her demeanor cold as she stood 10 meters away, silently observing him. Senior Jibu, Wang Hao exclaimed, overjoyed at her presence. Have you come to rescue me? Please, help me free myself from these chains. I have a sculpture shaped like an eye on me. Have you seen it? However, Lin Meiying remained motionless, unresponsive to Wang Hao's plea. Senior Jibu? Wang Hao furrowed his brow, an ominous premonition flooding his mind. He had unwittingly succumbed to slumber after consuming the sandwich given to him by Senior Jibu. The silence in the room was deafening. The dim light cast shadows across Lin Meiying's face, stripping her of her previous warmth, replacing it with an unsettling aura. Wang Hao, I am truly sorry. It was I who brought you here. She finally spoke, her voice icy, as though she were addressing a condemned soul. Wang Hao's heart plummeted. So it was indeed her. But why? Had he offended her in some way? Lin Meiying shook her head. You have not wronged me. On the contrary, I believe you to be an exceptional junior. All the blame lies with me. If that is the case, then why did you kidnap me? Was it to test your anesthetic? Or perhaps to practice your binding techniques? Wang Hao, do you know what the dropout and expulsion rates at the Divine Communication Academy are? How could I possibly know such things? Yet, it was true that the dropout rate was alarmingly high, with many unfortunate students failing to complete their studies. Ultimately, it stemmed from the limited talents of the students, who often found it difficult to progress beyond a certain point. This issue had even made headlines, prompting calls for the academy to implement entrance exams to filter out those lacking in aptitude. But what was Lin Meiying getting at? The courses at the academy were not determined by me. Even if you kidnapped me, those who were destined to fail would still fail. Sighing deeply, Lin Meiying spoke slowly. Wang Hao, do you realize? Although I am a student of the Arcane Institute, my magical talent is hardly remarkable. It took me a full 26 days to succeed at the most basic meditation practice, while my exceptionally gifted classmates have already mastered no fewer than 10 spells. Perhaps making incense from Dream Cherry Blossom, Blue Road, Moonlight Rose, and Mint might help you. Wang Hao struggled to find words of comfort, clumsily sharing Lin Meiying's formula. Lin Meiying shook her head. What use is there in discussing such things now? A single misstep leads to further delays. I can no longer keep pace with the Arcane Institute's curriculum. I never aspired to be a standout student, merely to graduate smoothly. Yet at this rate, I will undoubtedly receive an expulsion certificate. Well, I cannot assist you with that. Wang Hao shook his head with a wry smile, suggesting that abducting the brown-robed dean for preferential treatment would be more effective than kidnapping a mere novice like himself. Since the path through the Arcane Academy was proving unyielding, he had sought an alternative route by joining the Scientific Academy. He had hoped that successfully awakening superpowers would lead him to boundless prosperity. Ling Jibu became increasingly animated as she spoke, but as she admitted, the research into superpowers had been a complete debacle. Her time there had been fruitless, a waste of precious hours that could have been spent practicing magic. Senior Jibu, I sympathize with your plight, Wang Hao said, unable to bear it any longer. Perhaps you could release me first, and we can devise a solution together? I know a powerful mage who might be able to resolve your troubles. He pointed out that keeping him confined in the dim room was also a waste of time. In response, Ling Jibu offered an unsettling smile. I appreciate your enthusiasm, but I no longer require it, as I have found my own way out. However, to proceed, I will need to sacrifice you to assist me. If I can help, I am more than willing, Wang Hao replied with resignation. But please untie me first. You seem to have misunderstood, Ling Jibu clarified. By sacrifice, I mean it in the most literal sense. As she spoke, she traced a hexagram in the air with her right hand and began chanting an incantation. Ash de fa. A crossbow, nearly half a person's height, materialized in Ling Jibu's grasp. She aimed it at Wang Hao, a cruel smile playing on her lips. Crap? You mean to sacrifice my life? Wang Hao exclaimed, finally alarmed. Don't be hasty, Senior Jibu. My corpse will be of no use to you. How can it possibly help? A corpse is quite sufficient, Ling Jibu retorted, conjuring 10 bolts, each nearly a meter long, capable of inflicting grievous wounds. Senior Jibu, if you must kill me, at least let me die knowing why. What use is my body? Unless you intend to. In this critical moment, Wang Hao recalled the slogan he had seen on the wall of the Great Hall that afternoon. What was the first line? Absolutely forbidden, necromancy. He asked, Senior Jibu, are you planning to practice necromancy? Chapter 28. Fraud Prevention. Initially, Wang Hao was oblivious to Ling Yuan Jibu's intentions for his corpse. Did she plan to sell char siu buns after dropping out of the Divine Communication Academy? However, upon reflecting on the slogans adorning the lecture hall walls, an epiphany struck him. Jibu, are you intending to practice necromancy? Ling Yuan Jibu grinned wickedly and complimented him. How astute. Wang Hao, have you been driven to this point by the Divine Communication Academy? He lamented, feeling tears welling up. Even if you wish to practice necromancy, you should at least start with the basics, like a lab rat, right? That's none of your concern. Just resign yourself to death. She retorted, given our previous rapport, perhaps I won't erase your personality. At this moment, Ling Yuan Jibu seemed utterly deranged, uttering terrifying words while knocking an arrow onto a crossbow. Wang Hao, drenched in cold sweat, was taken aback. He never imagined that the previously gentle and amicable Jibu would turn into someone akin to a terrorist. Alas, he lamented his untimely demise before achieving anything significant. Never again would he accept anything offered by others so carelessly. Yet, he clung to a final shred of hope. Jibu, if I go missing, the school cannot simply ignore it. They would investigate, and wouldn't you find yourself in trouble as well? Please, reconsider, it's not too late. Ling Yuan Jibu, uninterested in further dialogue, extended a finger to pull the bowstring taut, the sound echoing ominously. Wang Hao's jaw dropped in shock. This was a crossbow taller than a person, requiring a winch to draw. How could Jibu, with just one hand, manage such strength? With such power? Why practice necromancy at all? Was she merely pretending to intimidate him? The thought of intimidation sparked an epiphany within Wang Hao. Today's abduction seemed more like a farce, filled with contradictions in Jibu's reasoning. Firstly, she claimed that her inability to graduate compelled her to practice necromancy, yet mastering such arts would not aid her in graduating. Did she intend to showcase a resurrection during her final assessments? Surely, an arrest warrant would take precedence over her diploma. Secondly, the choice of him as her lab rat was illogical. If Wang Hao needed a corpse for necromantic practice, he would never resort to abducting a student from the Divine Communication Academy, as that would be far too conspicuous. He would, instead, Seek a fresh corpse from a hospital or graveyard. Thirdly, if Jibu had a compelling reason to practice necromancy on her own, why not seize the opportunity while he was unconscious? Why bind herself to him and engage in lengthy monologues? Was she not concerned about any slip-ups that might allow him to escape? Lastly, the crossbow itself was exceedingly peculiar. Wang Hao had encountered similar ones in military school. Realizing they were not operable by mere human strength and required a winch or motor to draw. If Jibu could draw it with a single finger, she could likely pierce a wild boar with the same ease. Piecing together this information, Wang Hao increasingly sensed something was amiss. Was today, perhaps, an elaborate April Fool's joke? Across from him, Ling Yuan Jibu slowly raised the crossbow, aiming it at Wang Hao. Farewell, Wang Hao. However, should my necromancy succeed, we may meet again. If you can forgive me, I might even transform you into my death knight. With her ominous declaration made, the moment to act had arrived. Yet, for reasons unknown, Ling Yuan Jibu merely held the crossbow aimed at him without pulling the trigger. After contemplating, Wang Hao devised a ruse. He would deceive her. Jibu, please lower the crossbow. I feign indifference towards life and death. If you desire my life, I willingly offer it. What are you saying? Ling Yuan Jibu asked, bewildered. As she lowered the crossbow, Wang Hao squeezed out a couple of tears, feigning deep emotion. Jibu, do you know why I joined the Scientific Secret Institute? Jibu instinctively took a step back. Why? From the moment I first laid eyes on you, I fell in love. Knowing I lacked the potential for awakening superpowers, I still joined the Scientific Secret Institute to be closer to you. Wang Hao gazed at her with glistening eyes. Clearly, Ling Yuan Jibu did not anticipate such a sudden turn of events, standing there, somewhat flustered. Observing her reaction confirmed his suspicion. Seizing the moment, Wang Hao pressed on. I had envisioned graduating together with you from the Divine Communication Academy and leading a blissful life. But fate has played its hand. So be it. Let me die at your hands. However, I am a reservist in the army. Should you take my life, you cannot escape culpability. Allow me to channel my true energy and end it here. Wang Hao's choice to feign suicide likely left Ling Yuan Jibu in shock. She stumbled towards him. A pale visage. Wang Hao, don't act recklessly. It was all a ruse. But it was too late. Wang Hao slumped, breathless, in his chair. Fake. It's all fake. Don't. This revelation horrified Ling Yuan Jibu, who clutched Wang Hao's head, crying out, Professor Hu. Professor Hu. Come quick. Wang Hao has committed suicide. Woe is me. Moments later, Professor Hu ambled into the room. Greeted by the sight of Wang Hao with closed eyes and a tearful Ling Yuan Jibu. Sighing deeply, he remarked, enough with the charade, Wang Hao. My life monitor indicates your heart rate is already over 180. Tears streaming down her face. Jibu looked down in astonishment at Wang Hao. What is happening? Undoubtedly, Wang Hao's ploy had succeeded. He had turned the tables on Jibu, who now held him in her arms. If not for his excitement causing his elevated heart rate, he might not have been uncovered by Professor Hu. As Wang Hao sheepishly opened his eyes, his face flushed. Jibu smacked him playfully. You rascal. You deceived me? Didn't you deceive me for ages? Wang Hao replied helplessly. What is this all about? Chains and crossbows? Wiping her tears, Jibu shyly stepped behind Professor Hu. The professor shook his head with a wry smile. Since you could see through this ruse, you must also have guessed our motivations, right? After a brief silence, Wang Hao responded, to simulate a life and death scenario, allowing me a chance to awaken superpowers? Indeed, you are remarkably astute. Despite Ling Yuan's convincing performance, you still identified the flaw. Care to elaborate on where the mistake lay? Professor Hu inquired. A touch of frustration in his tone. Wang Hao gestured toward the massive crossbow. Initially, I had no doubts, but that contraption was problematic. Ling Yuan, as a student of the Arcane Secret Institute, could not have drawn it with one hand. Perhaps Dean Li from the True Martial Secret Institute could. Professor Hu and Ling Yuan exchanged glances, astonished that the oversight stemmed from such a trivial detail. While unbinding Wang Hao from the chains, Professor Hu sighed deeply. Another attempt at awakening superpowers had failed. Don't be too disheartened. Let us learn from this experience and strive for better next time. Wang Hao consoled. And please, spare the props. If you intend to perform, use the real deal for a more convincing effect. Professor Hu shook his head. It's futile. Now that you know the truth, we cannot genuinely place you in a life-or-death situation again. As for that crossbow, it was merely an illusion conjured by Ling Yuan. With a clap of her hands, the gigantic crossbow vanished without a trace. Wang Hao marveled. Incredible, Jibu. That was quite the illusion, conjuring something from nothing. The praised senior, Jibu, did not display any signs of joy. Instead, she numbly remarked, "Such a trivial trick can be mastered by a somewhat talented student in perhaps a month. As for me, With that, she left the room without a backward glance. This left the atmosphere somewhat awkward. As Wang Hao pondered whether he had inadvertently offended Jibu, or if she was merely continuing her performance, Professor Hu sighed with his hands behind his back. Ling Yuan is indeed a good child, diligent, humble, and intelligent, but she lacks talent. Unfortunately, the Theological Academy is a place that demands a great deal of innate ability. Was it true that Jibu's earlier act was a reflection of her own circumstances? I have all your belongings, safely stored. Professor Hu then presented Wang Hao's personal computer, the storage singularity, and the Eye of Destiny. You should head back for now. I will notify you for the next class. One advantage here is that you need not come every day. Leaving the Scientific Secret Institute, it was already 11 o'clock at night. Wang Hao looked around to ensure no one was watching before picking up the Eye of Destiny. Teacher Lin? Teacher Lin? How does it feel to be kidnapped? Lin Meiying's voice echoed in Wang Hao's ear. Were you frightened? I was watching your little performance next door and nearly laughed my belly off. Wang Hao was infuriated. You were watching the whole time? Why didn't you save me earlier? Lin Meiying replied helplessly, because the method of intimidation is indeed an effective way to awaken superpowers. I wanted you to seize this opportunity to harness your abilities. Who would have thought you would notice the flaw? Being too clever can also be a fault. Back to the dormitory, back to the dormitory. We have an early class tomorrow. Wang Hao muttered, awakening superpowers? The righteous chi technique is far more reliable. Today was nothing but a waste of time. Aside from Jibu's hug, everything else was a trap. Little did he know, Lin Meiying burst into laughter. I found today's performance quite amusing. I never expected you to be so anxious after losing track of me. Did you know they were both shouting on the surveillance? Teacher Lin, I want to save you. Looking utterly bewildered? Haraha. I did not shout like that. Chapter 29. The prodigy. At 6 o'clock in the morning at the Academy of Telepathy, most of the faculty and students remained ensconced in their dreams, save for the pupils of the Jinwu Secret Institute. According to Director Li, the moment of sunrise heralds the arrival of auspicious energy from the east, marking an opportune time for the cultivation of inner strength. Thus, Wang Hao rose early, seeking a secluded spot to commence his practice of the Jingqi Ju. He engaged in rhythmic breathing, the foundation of internal cultivation, exhaling impure energy while inhaling pure essence, observing and gathering, accumulating knowledge to unleash potential. As energy converges, life emerges. When energy dissipates, death ensues. These succinct phrases encapsulate the essence of the Jingqi Ju. The first level of the Jingqi Ju involves the continuous inhalation of the breath of heaven and earth, subsequently distinguishing between pure and impure energies. The impure energy is expelled, while the pure essence is drawn into the dantian. Upon the pure energy within the dantian reaching a transformative threshold, the first level of the Jingqi Ju is deemed complete. 3 days had elapsed since the commencement of the semester, and Wang Hao had diligently practiced the first level of the Jingqi Ju for the same duration. Although he sensed a growing accumulation of pure energy within his energy reservoir, it did not manifest the immediate enhancement he had experienced with the nameless breathing technique. Lin Meiying cautioned him against the folly of seeking instantaneous success, emphasizing that the cultivation of internal strength is a gradual process. Each day, a drop of water accumulates, and eventually, it becomes an ocean. Only by enduring the solitude of repetitive practice can one experience the exhilaration of a breakthrough. Yet, Wang Hao recently sensed that the pure energy in his dantian approached its limit. If he continued to draw in more pure energy, he feared his dantian might rupture. Rupture your dantian? What nonsense are you speaking? Lin Meiying scoffed at Wang Hao's fanciful notions. Have you ever seen a strong man burst his muscles from excessive strength? Unless he resorted to nefarious means to acquire that power. Enough of this chatter. Resume your practice. Casting a glance towards the eastern horizon, Where the sky was beginning to brighten, Wang Hao promptly settled into a meditative posture, inhaling the breath of heaven and earth and directing it into his meridians. As the breath entered, the pure energy ascended due to its lightness, while the impure energy descended, separating into two distinct essences. Wang Hao guided the pure energy towards his dantian while expelling the impure energy outward. After repeating this process over a dozen times, he was astonished to find the pure energy within his dantian had reached saturation, akin to a dough that had risen to fullness, unable to accommodate any additional pure essence. What now? I cannot simply expel this hard-won pure energy, Wang Hao pondered. Perhaps I should compress it. With this thought, he forcefully pushed the newly refined pure energy into his dantian. As he did so, the pure energy within his dantian reacted as if startled, coalescing into a dense vortex, swirling violently within. This unexpected occurrence startled Wang Hao, but he quickly realized this was the transformation from quantity to quality. The first level of the Zhengqi Ju was approaching its final stage. With this revelation, he continued to refine and direct pure energy into his dantian. The vortex, resembling a voracious entity, devoured each new influx until it burgeoned into a massive, swirling mass once again. Excellent. Let us press on. Wang Hao could not resist hastening the pace of his energy refinement. I shall see how much you can consume. After 8 more infusions of pure energy, the immense vortex coalesced into a singular droplet, glistening with clarity. Unlike the previous ineffective pure energy, this droplet radiated a formidable power. Cautiously, Wang Hao guided the droplet through his meridians in a grand circuit before returning it to his dantian. Did this count as progress? Wang Hao exhaled deeply, opening his eyes. Yet, he felt as though the results were still elusive. Rising to his feet, he performed a set of military-style exercises, only to find himself unchanged from before his practice. This left Wang Hao in a quandary. Had he been expending effort in vain all this time? Yet, what then was the significance of the crystalline droplet residing within his dantian? Merely ornamental? Lin Meiying, equally puzzled, remarked, this should not be the case. The Zhengqi Ju is a high-level yellow-tier technique. It shouldn't yield futile results. Have you considered if you might be practicing incorrectly? Retrieving his personal computer, Wang Hao scrutinized the photographs he had taken of the ancient stele. However, no matter how he examined it, he had adhered strictly to the instructions inscribed upon the stone. Perhaps there was an error in the transcriptions, Lin Meiying speculated. Why not visit the Academy's library to see if you can find the original text of the Zhengqi Ju? The library? The same one that houses the legendary Taichu Hongmeng Ju? Wang Hao had long wished to explore it, but time had eluded him. Seizing this opportunity, he decided to make the trip, skipping the morning class to head directly to the library. The library was situated at the heart of the Jinwu Secret Institute, a 5-story tower covering an expanse of 20,000 square meters. It was said that the original manuscript of the legendary celestial tier technique, Taichu Hongmeng Ju, resided on the 5th floor of the tower. With excitement coursing through him, Wang Hao entered the library. Upon crossing the threshold, he heard a curt voice declare, "No entry for non-students of the Jinwu Secret Institute. Are you a student here?" Turning to investigate, Wang Hao beheld a boy of approximately 12 years seated at the entrance, diligently transcribing something. He approached and lightly tapped the boy's head, asking, "What are you doing here, little one? Where is the librarian? Do I look like a mere child to you?" The boy lifted his head to reveal eyes sparkling with radiant white light. "I am Shintong, a humanoid artificial intelligence. Mind your manners." Wang Hao gasped in astonishment. This boy was, in fact, an artificial intelligence. The so-called artificial intelligence refers to robots endowed with self-awareness. Following the technological explosion of 2049, humanity had mastered super AI technology, leading to the first robot revolution as many jobs transitioned to robots. The second robot revolution, however, sparked considerable controversy. This was the invention of the electronic heart. Robots equipped with electronic hearts miraculously developed self-awareness, personality, emotions, and preferences, becoming indistinguishable from humans save for their metallic bodies. The advent of the electronic heart ignited a significant debate. Did these self-aware artificial beings qualify as humans? Proponents argued they possessed emotions and personalities, while opponents contended they were merely machines, akin to televisions or washing machines. After urgent deliberations, the Earth Union enacted the Artificial Intelligence Act 1 month after the introduction of the electronic heart technology, stipulating that robots with electronic hearts were citizens of the Earth Union, equal in rights and obligations to natural humans. Thus, the Earth Union welcomed these unique compatriots. Initially, humans harbored trepidations regarding potential crises reminiscent of cinematic portrayals of rogue AI. Yet to their surprise, these artificial beings quickly joined forces with humans in the grand interstellar expansion. These steel-bodied allies, leveraging their distinct advantages, became the vanguard of the Earth Union. They ventured into perilous environments inaccessible to humans, processed data beyond human capability, and even engaged in combat, armed and charging forth. After all, as long as their electronic hearts remained intact, their bodies could be replaced at will. In no time, humanity genuinely embraced their artificial brethren. With the implementation of the marriage law between humans and intelligent machines have thoroughly integrated into the United Earth. As of the year 2099, among the 12 billion inhabitants of the United Earth, 1 billion are intelligent machines. The boy before me, appearing to be around 12 years old, is one of the 2 billion intelligent machines. To distinguish themselves from true Earthlings, humanoid intelligent machines have been equipped with a pair of dazzling white rings in their eyes. Anyone possessing these rings is unmistakably identified as a humanoid intelligent machine. Tell me, why do you occupy the form of a child? Wang Hao jested. One might think you are a child laborer in a scripture repository. The intelligent machine prodigy smiled broadly. I have been operational for less than 3 years. I am indeed a child laborer. And what about you? Shouldn't the students at the True Martial Secret Academy be attending morning classes at this hour? What brings you here? Wang Hao shook his head in resignation. I encountered a problem with my cultivation technique and sought the original text for guidance. Could you assist me in investigating it? The technique is called Jingqi Ju. Jingqi Ju, is it? Please hold on. The prodigy nodded, his gaze vacant as he fixed his attention on a distant point, entering a state of contemplation. Wang Hao understood he was accessing his internal database and silently awaited his return to normalcy. After approximately 20 seconds, the prodigy resumed his usual demeanor. The technique you practice is indeed Jingqi Ju, is it not? Have you encountered the bug of true energy failing to enhance oneself? Wang Hao's eyes widened in disbelief. Had he truly pinpointed the source of his troubles? Jingqi Ju underwent an update in 2090, rectifying the issue you experienced, the prodigy stated, turning to tap on his personal computer a few times, sending a document to Wang Hao's device. As for the version inscribed on the steel, it is outdated. Are you serious? What kind of nonsense is this? Wang Hao exclaimed, both exasperated and amused. Is this some sort of computer game that requires version updates? The prodigy shrugged. Speaking with an air of resignation, nothing is born perfect. The same applies to internal cultivation techniques. It is precisely because we can update and improve that we continue to progress. Do you not agree? Yet, Wang Hao was consumed by despair. You have robbed me of 3 days of enlightenment. Chapter 30. The Ethereal Principle 2. 0. Despite the profound sorrow and indignation in his heart, Wang Hao realized that the lost time could not be reclaimed, and thus he resigned himself to his fate. He sought out a tranquil spot to delve into the newly updated Ethereal Principle. Greetings, everyone. I am Master Baohua, the head of the Tai sect of Xinyuan Hunyuan. When I originally conceived the Ethereal Principle, I believed it essential to expunge the turbid energy, retaining only the pure essence, embodying the notion of to maintain pure energy throughout the cosmos. However, after formulating the principle, I discerned a significant issue. The more refined the pure energy, the lesser its enhancement to the practitioner. If one were to achieve absolute purity, such pure energy would be indistinguishable from air. Upon reading this, Wang Hao was nearly incensed enough to toss aside the little rascal beside him. So, my lack of enhancement is due to the over-refinement of pure energy? What a farcical high-level yellow-tier technique this is. It pales in comparison to the nameless breathing method. Suppressing his fury, he continued to peruse the subsequent content, hoping that Master Baohua had rectified this flaw. Otherwise, he would undoubtedly seek out trouble with the Tai sect of Xinyuan. In the days that followed, I grasped the principle of solitary yang does not give rise, and singular yin does not endure. All things in the world necessitate a harmonious balance of yin and yang, and the interplay of pure and turbid energies is no exception. Consequently, I revised the training methodology of the ethereal principle, reintegrating what I had previously dismissed as wasteful turbid energy. Typically, practitioners would encounter issues only after mastering the first level, so I commenced modifications from the second level to prevent them from engaging in futile efforts. Wang Hao focused intently, discovering that the second level of the revised ethereal principle necessitated actions contrary to those of the first level, expelling pure energy and absorbing turbid energy. Isn't this a sheer waste of effort? After all the hard work to expel the turbid energy, now I must practice to reclaim it? To avoid being duped, Wang Hao meticulously examined the third level of the new ethereal principle. According to Master Baogua, the second level would yield a drop of extremely turbid water, which precisely corresponds to the clear drop produced in the first level. The third level involved transforming the 2 drops into 2, then 3, and ultimately into myriad forms. The update log further stated, the new ethereal principle has transcended the realm of yellow tier techniques and advanced to the profound tier. Henceforth, the ethereal principle shall be officially renamed the Howren ethereal principle, with the hope that every practitioner may achieve success and traverse the path of martial arts ever further. Well, so it has become a profound tier technique. Wang Hao chuckled in disbelief, tossing the little rascal aside. Teacher Lin, what is your perspective on this? If it truly achieves the harmonious balance of yin and yang as he claims, then this technique could indeed merit the profound tier. Unexpectedly, Lin Meiying held a rather high opinion of the Howren ethereal principle. Since you have already mastered the first level, why not continue to practice further? You make it sound so easy. What if the Howren ethereal principle turns out to be rubbish? If that happens, not only will I have wasted time, but my Dantian will also hold 2 useless spheres of true energy, leaving me with no recourse. Even if you do nothing, your Dantian already contains a sphere of useless waste energy. Lin Meiying jested, suggesting it might be better to strive for a rebirth through trial. That does make sense. Wang Hao rose, preparing to leave the scripture repository. In that case, I must accelerate my cultivation speed. Wait a moment. Since we are here, why not borrow a few books to take back? Lin Meiying interrupted Wang Hao, stating that her course was about to enter the next phase. Wang Hao paused. What do you intend to do? Powerful internal energy is akin to an engine. Next, we must construct the shell driven by that engine. Lin Meiying declared, I will now train you in physical techniques. Go over to the intelligence machine and borrow the books Bone Forging Fist and Small Leaping Steps. Wang Hao felt a surge of excitement. Was he finally going to be taught practical skills? He eagerly approached the prodigy. I would like to borrow 2 more techniques. Do you have the Bone Forging Fist and Small Leaping Steps? The prodigy nodded. Do you prefer the electronic version or a handwritten copy? I can send you the electronic version right now, but the handwritten one will need to be picked up tomorrow. Wang Hao was not overly particular and accepted the electronic version. However, before leaving, he wished to see the legendary Tai Chi Hongming technique on the 5th floor. You may, but do not practice according to the incantations written there. The prodigy pouted, explaining that every year, there are overambitious newcomers who sneakily attempt to practice the Tai Chi Hongming technique, often resulting in disastrous outcomes. Understood. Wang Hao chuckled. He had experienced the might of heavenly tier techniques and recalled how merely glimpsing the Tai Nirvana Sutra had nearly rendered him unconscious. Fortunately, Lin Meiying had intervened in time. Who knows what might have occurred otherwise? The prodigy rose from the counter and led Wang Hao to the 5th floor. It seemed he was still concerned and felt it necessary to accompany him. After all, as an intelligence machine, it mattered little if he memorized the Tai Chi Hongming technique flawlessly. Upon reaching the 5th floor, they beheld a colossal bamboo scroll suspended in midair, inscribed with the training methods of the Tai Chi Hongming technique. Impressive. Wang Hao admired the scroll, noting the effort taken to present it in such an antiquated and elegant manner. However, the prodigy shook his head. In truth, this is merely the initial version of the Tai Chi Hongming technique. After its excavation from Earth, it was brought here to M87 for safekeeping. Wait, what are you saying? The initial version of the Tai Chi Hongming technique? Excavated? What does that mean? Wang Hao interrupted the prodigy, incredulous that this was not something they had inscribed themselves. Of course not. This was discovered in an ancient tomb on Earth. When the Divine Communication Academy requested this bamboo scroll, the Archaeological Bureau was quite vexed, claiming it was an important ancient artifact. The prodigy rambled on. Wang Hao's eyes widened. What are you saying? The spiritual energy eruption occurred 50 years ago. How could there be techniques recorded on ancient bamboo scrolls? The prodigy shrugged. I knew you would get hung up on that. How would I know about such things? Perhaps an ancient individual casually penned a method for self-cultivation, which in today's post-eruption world has transformed into a heavenly tier technique. That does hold some validity. It is said that following the spiritual energy eruption, some elderly practitioners of Ba Duan Jin and Wu Qin Shi managed to cultivate true energy. Perhaps the Tai Chi Hongming technique was originally a form of health maintenance? Having satisfied his curiosity about the Tai Chi Hongming technique, Wang Hao left the scripture repository contentedly, only to encounter Wen Yanba, who had just finished the morning session at the Jinwu Secret Institute. Wen Yanba waved at Wang Hao. Hey, where have you been? I couldn't find you for ages. What's up? I had to take care of something at the scripture repository. Wang Hao replied. Wen Yanba remained silent as he pulled out a form from his pocket and waved it. Wang Hao focused, noticing the bold letters inscribed on it. Application for withdrawal from the Jinwu Secret Institute. You want to withdraw from the Jinwu Secret Institute? Wang Hao exclaimed in shock. Why? Wen Yanba shrugged. I have made no progress in internal energy over the past 3 days, not even managing to learn a low-level yellow tier technique. It seems I lack the talent for martial arts. Therefore, I plan to focus solely on magic. Wang Hao felt a twinge of regret. Yet perhaps this was indeed the best choice. Reflecting on the tragedy of senior sister Jibu, he sincerely hoped Wen Yanba would not follow in her footsteps. Seemingly sensing Wang Hao's low spirits, Wen Yanba patted him on the shoulder. Don't be so downcast. Even if I don't continue my training at the Jinwu Secret Institute, we still live next door. You can come and visit me at the Arcane Institute whenever you like. Huh, don't underestimate me. Wang Hao smiled, stating that he would indeed frequent the Arcane Institute, though not to see Wen Yanba, but to attend classes. As he spoke, he extended his right index finger and traced an inverted triangle rune in the air. This was the rune for repulsive impact. Wen Yanba gasped, have you refined magical energy? Indeed. Wang Hao nodded with pride. So, you possess both true energy and magical energy. Does that mean you will cultivate both martial and magical arts? Wen Yanba found it hard to believe. If he were to awaken yet another superpower, would he truly be defying the heavens? If one must speak of it. Not long ago, I missed an opportunity to awaken a superpower simply because I was deemed too intelligent. Wang Hao shook his head, choosing not to respond. In his haste to submit his discharge application, Wen Yanba waved his hand, preparing to leave. However, after taking a few steps, something seemed to come to his mind, and he turned back to say, Xiaoyu is just like me, making no progress in internal cultivation. Moreover, he is also struggling with the meditation class at the Arcane Academy. It won't be long before Xiaoyu has to drop out and return home. Wang Hao was taken aback, opening his mouth but unable to utter a word. Recently, he had taken to practicing alone in the wasteland behind the 12th Academy after classes. If you have any methods to assist him, please lend him a hand, Wen Yanba urged, then quickly waved his hand. I am not trying to impose any moral obligation. I simply cannot bear to watch him leave in defeat. With that, he headed towards the administrative building of the Jinwu Academy. Wang Hao did not ponder further, but quietly inquired of Lin Meng, Teacher Lin, do you wish to use my unnamed breathing technique for good? Lin Meng immediately discerned Wang Hao's intentions. I too cannot bear to see Xiaoyu leave in despair. After all, he is a comrade with whom I have hunted. Wang Hao said bashfully, and the unnamed breathing technique is so simple. You can cultivate true energy with just a few breaths, making it quite suitable for promotion at the Divine Communication Academy. Lin Meng found herself at a loss for words, who said the unnamed breathing technique is simple. If you find it easy, that is merely a reflection of your exceptional talent. However, I will not decline your request. After all, I do not hold the copyright to this technique. If you wish to pass it on to others, feel free. But there is one matter I must clarify with you. What matter? Please tell me. Wang Hao asked eagerly. It is commendable to wish to help others, but one must also discern whether the person in question has any underlying issues. Surely you have heard the tale of Mr. Donghua and the wolf? Lin Meiying said, feigning mystery. Wang Hao scratched his head. What do you mean? Does Xiaoyu have issues? In the year 2099, have you encountered anywhere in the United Earth where there are still illiterates? Think for yourself. Lin Meiying concluded, leaving no room for further discussion. Chapter 31. The zealous mentor in the year 2099. While one may wish to assist others, it is imperative to discern whether the individual in question harbors any issues. Lin Meiying, after expressing this sentiment, fell silent. Wang Hao stood frozen in place, struck by the realization that in this era, the Earth Union had achieved a staggering 100% literacy rate. It seemed utterly implausible that there could still be inhabitants of Earth who could not read or write in Chinese. As for Xiaoyu, he could either be a rare exception who slipped through the cracks of compulsory education, but if Xiaoyu had indeed evaded such education, how had he managed to enroll in the Academy of Divine Communication? The only plausible conclusion was that he was not an earthling at all. The thought struck Wang Hao like a thunderbolt. Xiaoyu was not of this world. The mere notion unsettled him. If he were not an earthling, then who was he? Could he be an alien in disguise? And what could be his ulterior motive for infiltrating the academy? Was he perhaps a treasure thief? As a reservist? Such matters could not be taken lightly. Without hesitation, Wang Hao made his way toward the 12 courts, determined to investigate Xiaoyu's origins. If his intentions were to sow chaos within the academy, he would take it upon himself to thwart his nefarious plans. Though the Academy of Divine Communication sprawled across a vast expanse, less than a third of it was developed. The teaching and dormitory areas were bordered by an extensive stretch of wilderness. Without a navigation device, one could easily become disoriented in the desolate terrain. However, since the area was uninhabited, the students had established an unwritten rule: when practicing powerful techniques that could cause significant damage or alter the landscape, they were to retreat to the mountains behind the academy to avoid injuring others or damaging structures. Thus, Wang Hao and his peers often heard the thunderous sounds of their seniors practicing formidable martial arts or magic during the night. Upon reaching the wilderness, Wang Hao swiftly located Xiaoyu, who was engrossed in meditation atop a large stone. He had no personal computer and dared not venture deeper into the wilderness. Employing the stealth techniques he had learned in the military, Wang Hao concealed himself in a patch of grass 40 meters away from Xiaoyu. If he were indeed an alien in disguise, he might reveal some telltale signs or even revert to his true form when alone. In that case, Wang Hao would seize the opportunity to apprehend or eliminate him. Xiaoyu, meanwhile, sat with his back to Wang Hao, breathing rhythmically as he clearly engaged in internal cultivation. He was practicing alone. Wang Hao furrowed his brow. Shouldn't he be plotting some scheme during such solitude? Moreover, could extraterrestrials even cultivate the techniques of earthlings? Did they possess the meridians and energy reservoirs that were intrinsic to human physiology? Xiaoyu's cultivation seemed stagnant. Despite following Lu Dong's guidance meticulously, he felt no sensation of energy, rendering all his efforts futile. At times, he pondered whether the low-tier yellow-grade technique was unsuitable for him and considered seeking a different one in the library, unwilling to pursue a single path to its bitter end. However, he could not comprehend the text in the library, so he abandoned the idea. Gradually, Xiaoyu ceased his breathing exercises, opened his eyes, and sighed in disappointment. Once again, he had made no progress. Rising to stretch, he reached for the backpack beside him. Wang Hao placed his hand on the storage singularity, prepared to draw his pulse rifle should Xiaoyu exhibit any suspicious behavior. Of course, set to the lowest setting to incapacitate rather than kill. As Xiaoyu retrieved a steamed bun and a learning device from his backpack, he began to nibble on the bun while attending a lesson. Wang Hao discerned that he was studying the reading and writing of Chinese characters from the faint sounds emanating from the learning device. Exhaling deeply, Wang Hao removed his hand from the storage singularity. Had he perhaps overreacted? The first time he met Xiaoyu, he had exhibited bravery by venturing into the depths of the forest to hunt beasts for the sake of others. How could such a person possibly be an alien? With this thought, he stood and approached Xiaoyu. The sudden appearance of a figure startled Xiaoyu, causing him to drop his bun in surprise. Upon recognizing Wang Hao, he visibly relaxed and closed his learning device. Having a meal? Wang Hao greeted awkwardly. How has your training been lately? Not very good, Xiaoyu replied tersely. This was the first time Wang Hao had found himself alone with Xiaoyu. Without Wen Yanba to facilitate their interaction, a palpable barrier seemed to linger between them. Clearing his throat, Wang Hao seated himself across from Xiaoyu. No progress is not a concern. Everyone has techniques that suit them or do not. Speaking of which, I have a relatively simple breathing technique, also of the yellow grade. Would you like to give it a try? Xiaoyu was taken aback by Wang Hao's offer to teach him a new technique. After a moment of astonishment, his eyes sparkled with eagerness. Yes, and thank you. Apologies to Lin Meiying, but Wang Hao resolved to trust Xiaoyu this once. If he truly posed a threat to the Earth Union, Wang Hao would personally see to his downfall. After silently apologizing to Lin Meiying, he slowly recited the unnamed breathing technique from beginning to end. Listening attentively, Xiaoyu concentrated on memorizing the incantation. Wang Hao raised a hand to signal him. You don't need to remember this. Just follow my instructions. First, face the sun and assume the 5 hearts toward heaven posture. With a rustle, Xiaoyu promptly arranged himself in the correct position atop the stone. It seemed he had made some progress during his training, as he understood the terminology associated with cultivation. Now, sit up straight. Press your tongue against the roof of your mouth, clear your mind, and breathe in a rhythm of inhale, 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 exhale. Wang Hao began to instruct Xiaoyu in the same manner Lu Dong had once taught him. Xiaoyu nodded slightly, puffing out his chest as he commenced taking deep breaths. Once you find your rhythm, you will encounter a martial arts threshold. You may feel a burning sensation in your lungs, and your body will feel utterly drained. But do not panic. Continue breathing as I instructed, and you will break through the threshold. Once you do, you will have mastered this unnamed breathing technique. Okay, Xiaoyu nodded, taking a deep breath in preparation. Suddenly, Wang Hao recalled something and reached out to gently adjust Xiaoyu's posture. Your head, keep it straight. Responding to Wang Hao's words, Xiaoyu promptly straightened his back. All right. Let us begin. You can do this. The challenge lies in breaking through the martial arts threshold, but I have faith in you. With that, Wang Hao withdrew his hand, discreetly brushing against the storage singularity. As Xiaoyu initiated his deep breathing, Wang Hao's earlier action of touching the back of his head had not merely been a correction of posture. He had surreptitiously plucked a hair from him. Whether Xiaoyu was indeed an alien could not be discerned by the naked eye, but analysis in the laboratory would reveal the truth. Xiaoyu, I choose to trust you emotionally. However, as a reservist of the Earth Union and a student of the Academy, I must suppress my feelings. I hope you understand. Wang Hao thought to himself. Unaware of the missing hair, Xiaoyu focused intently on his rhythmic breathing. Oddly enough, he felt a peculiar sensation. Though he was uncertain whether this unnamed breathing technique would yield true energy, he experienced a sense of comfort within his body, as if the fatigue accumulated from his recent training began to dissipate with each inhalation and exhalation. Gradually, Xiaoyu ceased his deliberate pursuit of cultivating true energy and instead began to relish this peculiar breathing technique. Wang Hao could distinctly perceive that Xiaoyu was gradually entering a state of proficiency. His breathing had transformed from its initial forced nature to a much more natural rhythm. His body stretching to its fullest extent, and a faint smile even graced his face. It appeared that success was within reach. Observing this, Wang Hao nodded in satisfaction. The nameless breathing technique was indeed straightforward and should replace that inferior yellow-grade method inscribed upon the stone tablet. At that moment, Lin Meiying spoke up. So you have chosen to play the role of the Good Samaritan? It would be prudent to remain wary of such a questionable character. Instead of aiding him in his cultivation and mastery of power, are you not concerned he might ultimately betray you? Wang Hao feigned the need to relieve himself and walked to a tree 100 meters away, then lowered his voice. I am not entirely unguarded in my benevolence. While he was distracted, I discreetly plucked a strand of his hair, which I shall soon send to the Scientific Secret Institute for analysis. We shall ascertain whether he is an extraterrestrial or a terrestrial being. He chuckled softly. Lin Meiying could not suppress a laugh. Wang Hao, while you possess considerable intelligence, you remain rather young and inexperienced. Very well, let us proceed according to your wishes. How this matter unfolds, we shall await with bated breath. These words left Wang Hao utterly bewildered. Teacher Lin, please do not speak in riddles. If you have something to say, then say it plainly. Lin Meiying seemed resolute in her desire to witness the unfolding drama, refusing to utter another word despite Wang Hao's calls. Left with no choice, he trudged back to Xia Yu, his heart heavy with frustration. Was it truly a mistake to teach him the nameless breathing technique? Watching Xia Yu's successful progress, Wang Hao felt a profound sense of discontent. If only the eye of fate were available to him, he could glimpse the outcomes of two divergent choices and understand everything. As Wang Hao lost himself in contemplation, he suddenly noticed Xia Yu's breathing intensifying beside him. Turning his gaze, he observed that Xia Yu's skin had taken on an alarming crimson hue, radiating an immense heat akin to that of a furnace. Could it be? A breakthrough was imminent? Chapter 32. Against the current, observing the crimson complexion of Xia Yu, Wang Hao was beset by a singular thought. Did I appear in such a wretched state aboard the spaceship? You are far worse off than he. Panting like a bull and drenched in sweat, almost on the brink of surrender, Lin Meiying remarked. His resilience far exceeds yours. Wang Hao, unable to contain his frustration, retorted, that was because I had informed him beforehand about this martial arts threshold. At that time, I was utterly oblivious, feeling miserable all over, and thought I might be succumbing to demonic possession. Lin Meiying was about to continue her mockery when suddenly, two violent coughs erupted nearby. Alarmed, she turned to see Xia Yu, his body aflame with heat, contorted in pain, clearly on the verge of collapse. What on earth is happening? Wang Hao exclaimed in shock. Teacher Lin, please take a look. Lin Meiying clicked her tongue. Although his will is more steadfast than yours, his innate talent falls woefully short. If he struggles with the nameless breathing technique, he should consider withdrawing from the academy. Stop with the sarcasm. Think of a solution, Lin. Wang Hao urged anxiously, fearing that Xia Yu might truly succumb to demonic possession. Rest assured, the nameless breathing technique is merely a trivial exercise, not even deserving of being classified as true internal power. It cannot possibly lead to demonic possession. Just let him rest for a moment, Lin Meiying said nonchalantly. However, if he cannot even master this rudimentary technique, then he truly cannot remain at the Academy of Divine Communication. Wang Hao steadied Xia Yu's feverish shoulder and whispered in his ear, relax, gradually cease your rhythmic breathing. It's all right, this isn't demonic possession. At that moment, Xia Yu suddenly pushed Wang Hao away, resuming his vigorous inhalation and exhalation. Xia Yu, don't be reckless. Wang Hao was taken aback. Are you trying to throw away your life? It's fine, let him persist. The worst-case scenario is he'll be bedridden for a couple of days. Lin Meiying reassured Wang Hao. If he truly is willing to risk everything to master the nameless breathing technique, he may indeed have the potential to compensate for his lack of talent and progress further along the martial path. You can still joke at a time like this. What good is martial prowess if he succumbs to demonic possession? Wang Hao thought of forcibly pulling Xia Yu away but feared that doing so might cause him harm. He could only stand by anxiously. You might as well refrain from interfering. Even if you were to pull him away now, he would likely continue to train in secret afterward, Lin Meiying pointed out incisively. If you compel him to stop, he might harbor resentment against you. Just stay aside and guard him. Wang Hao did not believe that Xia Yu would resent him for this, but with such words spoken, he decided to adhere to his role as a protector. He positioned himself 2 steps away from Xia Yu, ready to intervene should any issues arise. For the next half hour, Xia Yu endured through the agony, resembling a battered bellows, producing heavy breaths in accordance with the inhalation-exhalation rhythm. After half an hour, his breathing began to weaken, seemingly reaching his limit. What a pity. Even if Xia Yu's will can endure, his body may not be able to hold out. Wang Hao lamented, shaking his head. Would it ultimately amount to nothing? As Xia Yu's breaths gradually ceased, Wang Hao extended his hand, intending to assist him to the infirmary. Just as his hand reached Xia Yu, the latter's eyes shot wide open, and with a sudden movement, he spat a jet of crimson blood. Slowly, he collapsed to the ground before Wang Hao's horrified gaze. What the hell? Teacher, you said he'd only be bedridden for a couple of days. How could he be spitting blood? For a fleeting moment, Wang Hao even feared that Xia Yu might be dead. He trembled as he checked for a pulse at Xia Yu's neck, Thankfully, he was still alive. In a flurry, Wang Hao prepared to administer CPR. But as soon as his hands pressed against Xia Yu's chest, another stream of dark blood oozed from Xia Yu's mouth, and he struggled to rise, assuming the 5 hearts to heaven posture. Brother, at a time like this, don't think about training. Let's go to the hospital. Wang Hao cried, on the verge of tears. If you keep this up, you'll lose your life. Compared to you, I truly am a brother devoid of willpower. Xia Yu laboriously waved his hand, signaling that he would no longer practice, closing his eyes to take a deep breath. A minute later, he hoarsely declared, I have succeeded. What? You've succeeded? Wang Hao could hardly believe his ears. After spitting blood like this, is that considered success? Seemingly sensing Wang Hao's disbelief, Xia Yu rose and threw 2 punches. The gust from his fists even stinging Wang Hao's face. He had indeed mastered the nameless breathing technique and successfully cultivated true energy. After throwing his punches, Xia Yu turned to Wang Hao and knelt with a thud. I cannot express my gratitude. The kindness you have shown me is beyond words. If ever I have the chance to repay you, I would not hesitate to sacrifice my very being. Please accept my bow. What are you doing? Wang Hao quickly helped Xia Yu to his feet. We are classmates. It's only natural to share insights with one another. No need for such formalities. Yet Xia Yu insisted on bowing. You have imparted to me this unique internal technique. You are my master. A disciple must bow to his master. What year is this in terms of values? Wang Hao, exasperated, forcibly pulled Xia Yu up, and after much persuasion, managed to dissuade him from the idea of bowing in gratitude. Seeing Wang Hao's firm refusal, Xia Yu relented, expressing his gratitude once more. You have given me a second chance at life. Perhaps you do not realize the significance of mastering this nameless breathing technique for me. I will always remember this kindness. Wang Hao chuckled awkwardly. Very well, very well. For your further training, you might want to visit the scripture pavilion. There, a mechanical genius named Shintong can assist you. Just tell him you cannot read, and he will recite the martial arts secrets for you. Do not push yourself too hard in your training. It could lead to demonic possession, which would be troublesome. Yes, I understand. Xia Yu replied respectfully. Then I shall head to the scripture pavilion. Once again, thank you for sacrificing your own training time to guide me. It appears Xia Yu thinks he has come to the mountains to train. Wang Hao, seizing the opportunity, pretended to focus on his personal computer, saying, Huh? You go on with your work, and I too shall begin my training. Haraha. Watching Xia Yu's retreating figure, Wang Hao anxiously inquired, Teacher Lin, do you think he will be all right after spitting out 2 mouthfuls of blood? At worst, he may be left with internal injuries, or even suffer a reduction in lifespan. Lin Meiying replied succinctly, a reduction in lifespan? Practicing internal power not only fails to extend life, but may even shorten it by a few years. This is the dire consequence of forcing oneself to practice without sufficient talent. If he were to abandon training and focus on recuperating, he could still make amends. However, judging by his current demeanor, it seems he will not cease. Lin Meiying gazed at the departing Xia Yu, her tone indifferent, as if she were entirely unconcerned about his fate. Wang Hao retrieved the Eye of Destiny from his pocket, eager to glimpse Xia Yu's future. Initially, his fate appeared destined for withdrawal due to insufficient talent. However, under his guidance, he had mastered the nameless breathing technique and learned to seek assistance from the mechanical genius Shintong, thus embarking on a new path of destiny. Where would this path ultimately lead him? He did not know, and he felt a growing sense of regret for having imparted the nameless breathing technique to Xia Yu. Well then, how long do you intend to stand there in a daze? His training has concluded, and now it is your turn. The voice of Lin Meiying erupted in Wang Hao's ear. Today's lesson is quite simple. You need to master the technique of small leaps, and then practice the bone-hardening fist to strengthen your physique. What? I still have homework. Wang Hao lamented, his face a picture of despair. It's lunchtime. Even Xia Yu can enjoy a steamed bun, and I have to starve myself to practice? Enough of the nonsense. Let's begin. Recite the mantra for the small leap technique. Once in teaching mode, Lin Meiying became like a relentless blizzard, compelling Wang Hao to move forward without pause. Beyond the wilderness of the back mountain lay a dense forest, its lush foliage blocking out the sun. Lin Meiying commanded Wang Hao to climb one of the trees and leap from one branch to another. What? This? Wang Hao quivered, glancing down nervously. The height was at least 10 meters, and what if he fell? Then don't fall. Lin Ming bellowed in his ear. Stop dawdling and jump. This is truly exasperating. With no other choice, Wang Hao crouched and carefully leaped towards another branch. Fortunately, he had practiced similar exercises at military school, and the branches beneath him were sturdy enough. Before long, he grasped the technique and began to move fluidly from tree to tree. Seeing Wang Hao had mastered the skill, Lin Ming nodded in satisfaction. Good. Now, divide the true energy in your dantian into 3 parts. 2 should form a line leading to the Yongquan acupoints on your feet, while the 3rd should coalesce at your chest for breathing. Wang Hao complied, dividing the true energy into 3 and forming a character within his body. Now repeat the recent branch-jumping action, Lin Ming instructed. Wang Hao nodded, his toes pressing down as he leapt towards a thick branch 50 centimeters away. However, to his astonishment, with the infusion of true energy, his jump transformed him into a projectile, soaring skyward and crashing heavily into a sturdy branch 5 meters above him, before plummeting toward the ground, just as Wang Hao was about to fall from the tree in a state of panic. Lin Ming's voice rang out in his ear. Don't panic, maintain your true energy, regain your balance, and jump back up. Chapter 33, Arcane Arrow. Do not panic. Maintain your energy and restore your balance to leap once more. It is easy for you to say that, in this state. I have no foothold. How am I supposed to jump? As he descended closer to the ground, Wang Hao, in a moment of desperation 3 meters above the earth, lifted his leg and forcefully kicked a nearby tree trunk. With this momentum, he soared sideways, hurtling toward another towering tree 10 meters away. What a magnificent display! Even the notoriously stringent Lin Ming could not help but commend Wang Hao for his impressive maneuver. Just before colliding with the great tree, Wang Hao, having anticipated this moment, struck the trunk with a powerful palm. This infused strike helped alleviate his momentum and enabled him to twist his body, landing squarely on the tree trunk with both feet. After securing his footing, Wang Hao dashed toward the treetop, and miraculously, he left 3 distinct footprints on the bark, propelled by his energy. Just as he felt his strength waning against the pull of gravity, he exerted force once more and leaped higher into the air, tracing a graceful arc before landing firmly on the branch he had just struck. Excellent! Lin Ming praised him, her admiration evident. Wang Hao, indeed, has not disappointed me. Breathing heavily, Wang Hao gazed back at the path he had just traversed, particularly the deep footprints on the tree trunk, and a swell of pride surged within him. The brief moments he had just experienced felt as though he had defied gravity itself, soaring freely. Reflecting on those fleeting seconds, his spirits soared. And he could not help but softly sing, "It feels like flying." You have mastered this intermediate yellow tier technique, the minor leap, Lin Ming remarked. It is astonishingly swift. Your talent is truly exceptional. If that Xia Yu possessed even a fraction of your ability, he wouldn't have to toil over a mere nameless breathing technique, risking life and limb. Wang Hao shook his head, striving to dismiss thoughts of Xia Yu. With a light push from his toes, he sprang forth again, bounding through the lush forest, reveling in the fleeting sensation of flight. However, in his exuberance, he grew somewhat reckless and could not contain a loud shout. This is boiling sheep. To his astonishment, uttering those words caused the energy coalescing in his chest to dissipate rapidly. Without the support of his energy, he lost his balance and crashed onto a branch, stars dancing before his eyes. Are you daft? How can you speak while drawing energy? Lin Ming mocked. Fortunate you did not plummet to the ground and shatter into pieces. Grimacing through the pain, Wang Hao rose. I was just too exhilarated, unable to hold back. Next time, even if you beat me, I won't utter a word. Ouch. Lin Ming shook her head. Are you a monkey? Can you really get this excited from a few hops on a tree? Focus on diligently cultivating. Once you master higher-level techniques, you will not only move as swiftly as lightning, but also tread upon the void and traverse the skies. Wang Hao raised his thumb in admiration. That truly is impressive. Now, let us proceed to the practice of the bone-forging fist, Lin Ming instructed. Begin by executing the routine as outlined in the text. Wang Hao nodded, leaping down from the tree, and as his toes barely touched the ground, he rolled to dissipate the impact, then raised his left hand. A graceful landing. Graceful, you say? Be more agile. Do you enjoy being reprimanded? What a troublesome spirit you are. Lin Meiying scolded. At her words, Wang Hao nearly wept. The teaching mode of Lin Meiying felt akin to that of a tyrant. It was best for him to avoid provoking her. Pulling up the diagram for the bone-forging fist, he earnestly practiced the moves as illustrated. After completing the sequence, he scratched his head in confusion. This set of techniques appeared to lack practical application in combat. Rather, it resembled a form of calisthenics designed for overall fitness. Of course, its very name is bone-forging fist, intended to strengthen sinews and enhance striking power. Lin Meiying retorted without mercy. Now listen closely. Channel your energy to the 9 major acupoints in your body and seal them. Wang Hao blinked in bewilderment. 9 major acupoints? Which 9? Lin Meiying fell silent for a moment, then exclaimed, Did I not teach you? Reluctantly, she manifested her form to indicate the locations of the 9 acupoints on Wang Hao's body, her ethereal presence resembling a specter. However, Wang Hao had no time to be frightened. His mind was preoccupied with a singular question: had Lin Meiying's form become more substantial? The first time he encountered her, her presence was so faint it was nearly imperceptible. In a room filled with firelight, those with poor vision might mistake her for smoke. Yet this time, her shape was distinctly visible, a dark silhouette with discernible limbs and features. Gazing at Lin Meiying, Wang Hao pondered silently. What are you daydreaming about? Can you hear me speaking to you? The penalty for your distraction is my wrath. Lin Meiying scolded. How can you dare to lose focus with me right beside you? Yes, you may speak. Finally explaining the locations of the 9 acupoints, Wang Hao divided his internal energy among the left arm, left leg, right leg, chest, back, waist, abdomen, and head. Lin Meiying nodded in satisfaction. Your ability to direct your energy with such precision reflects your extraordinary talent. Provided you maintain your focus and progress steadily, you could likely master the Tai Nirvana Sutra within a few years. Now repeat the bone-forging fist. Wang Hao nodded, raising his hand to prepare for the initial stance of the bone-forging fist. However, as he lifted his arms, they felt as though they were burdened with 1,000 pounds, requiring all his effort just to raise them a few inches. What is happening to me? Feeling the weakness in his arms, Wang Hao exclaimed in astonishment. Lin Meiying scoffed. Did you think I had you seal your acupoints for no reason? Your strength is now less than 1% of its original capacity. Naturally, you cannot lift your arms. What? How am I supposed to practice the fist then? Wang Hao attempted to move other parts of his body, only to find even lifting his leg or turning his head an extraordinary challenge. Each slight movement felt akin to moving a mountain. I want you to practice the bone-forging fist under these conditions. At that moment, Lin Meiying's voice was reminiscent of a demonic entity. This is the only way to truly forge your sinew and bone. Quickly, initiate the bone-forging fist. Do not dawdle. Wang Hao felt tears welling up. Teacher Lin, rather than instructing your disciple, perhaps you should write a treatise on the subject. With no other choice, Wang Hao began the arduous practice of the bone-forging fist, laboring under what felt like an insurmountable weight. Due to the extreme limitations on his strength, the expansive movements of the bone-forging fist were nearly impossible to execute. What should have been a bold step followed by a powerful punch devolved into a mere shuffle of his left foot and a feeble swing of his right arm, which he considered a completion of the move. This mockery of martial practice was oddly permitted by Lin Meiying, perhaps because she was, indeed, a ghost. After completing this farcical routine, Wang Hao emerged as though pulled from a bath, drenched in sweat. Even the ground beneath him had become soaked, forming a puddle nearly a square meter in size. Given your current level, this outcome is about right, Lin Meiying remarked, shaking her head. That will be enough for today. Conclude your practice and take a break for a meal. Upon hearing this, Wang Hao exhaled a sigh of relief, retracting the energy from the 9 major acupoints. However, just as Lin Meiying was returning to the Eye of Destiny, he could not help but exclaim, Teacher Lin, you've only taught me some fundamental skills. Shuden and Oppos. Do you also impart some techniques for facing adversaries? Lin Meiying was taken aback. What? Are you dissatisfied with the pulse rifle? The pulse rifle represents external power. One cannot rely on it indefinitely, Wang Hao replied, shrugging his shoulders. What if I encounter an enemy one day and am unable to draw my weapon in time? This statement held merit, and Lin Meiying nodded in agreement. Your awareness of such potential dangers is commendable. How about this? I shall teach you how to launch your own projectiles. That way, you need not fear the inability to draw your weapon. Wang Hao was momentarily stunned. Launch my own projectiles? How would I do that? I will teach you the very basic attack spells, Arcane Arrow and Arcane Bolt, Lin Meiying explained. These two spells are the quintessential defensive magic for every novice mage, possessing suitable power, ease of casting, and enduring relevance. Arcane Arrow. Wang Hao recalled his earlier confrontation with Lin Iligia, the blonde girl from the campus patrol, who had aimed an arcane arrow at him. The rune for the arcane arrow is a cross-shaped symbol. You should have seen it before. The incantation consists of the 3 syllables Y and ILO. Quite simple, isn't it? Lin Meiying succinctly elucidated the secrets of the arcane arrow. Wang Hao nodded and, aiming at a tree not far away, concentrated his magical energy at his fingertips to draw a cross-shaped rune. He then murmured softly, "Yin Yelao," with a whoosh. A violet magical arrow shot forth from the center of the rune, flying straight toward the distant tree, puncturing through the trunk with a soft thud. Why does your incantation carry an accent? Lin Meiying sighed, incredulous that such a chant could indeed yield success. Wang Hao paid no mind to these concerns and hurried over to the tree, reaching out to touch the hole his arcane arrow had created, a roughly 1 centimeter diameter circle. It had not penetrated completely, but it had lodged itself deeply into the wood. I did it. Wang Hao is truly magnificent. Haha. Observing Wang Hao's exuberance from a distance, Lin Meiying shook his head with a serious expression. To master it after just one attempt is, too. Chapter 34. The Temptation of the Demon's Silver Arrows. Silver Materials. Yinniao. Wang Hao, who had just mastered the arcane arrow spell, was filled with exhilaration as he continuously shot magical arrows at the surrounding trees, leaving them riddled with holes. Lin Meiying could no longer bear it. Will you ever stop? Be careful not to attract the attention of the Botanical and Zoological Protection Society. And what's with your incantation? It's getting more and more off-target. Wang Hao halted his barrage of arcane arrows and smiled sheepishly. I was just too excited. Teacher Lin, I feel that mastering magic is incredibly easy. Perhaps you could teach me a few more spells? Mastering it with such ease? If your beloved senior Jibu hears that, she might hold a grudge against you. Lin Meiying shook her head helplessly. It's not that I can't teach you more magic, but in my current ghostly state, I can assist you in wielding it more adeptly. Wang Hao was taken aback. Like what? Did you know? If you use an alchemical potion to inscribe runes and incantations on your body, creating magical tattoos, you can inject magical energy directly into them during battle, eliminating the need for drawing runes and chanting incantations, thus allowing for instantaneous spellcasting. Lin Meiying explained, if I still had a physical body, I could tattoo the arcane arrow onto your finger, and during combat, you would only need to move your finger to release an arcane arrow. Is there such a wonderful thing? You can actually bypass the drawing and chanting process? Otherwise, do you think battles among mages consist solely of standing still and drawing runes at each other? Magical tattoos are among the most essential techniques, Lin Meiying remarked. Shaking her head, Wang Hao, brimming with excitement, asked, even though you can't do it, surely there must be someone else in the Arcane Academy who can create magical tattoos? I'll go find out. Before he could set off, Lin Meiying sneered. Creating magical tattoos isn't considered an advanced skill, but the quality can vary greatly from one practitioner to another. Your skin is limited if you find a mediocre tattoo artist. Just the arcane arrow alone could take up your entire arm. You'll regret it later. Is that so? It makes sense. A person's skin is limited, so not all magic can be inscribed on the body, necessitating careful choices. Before that, it's essential to find a highly skilled tattoo artist to make the magical tattoos as small as possible, allowing for more designs. Then, Teacher Lin, how small can you make the arcane arrow? Wang Hao inquired curiously. Let me put it this way. For a magic of the arcane arrow's caliber, I could inscribe 10 of them on your index finger. During combat, you would only need to tap with a single finger to unleash 10 different spells. Lin Meiying proclaimed proudly. Now that's impressive. It's a pity that Lin Meiying is a ghost and cannot tattoo herself with magical tattoos. Never mind. I'll teach you a spell for arcane missiles. This spell is an improved version of the arcane arrow, so the runes and incantations are quite similar. You should be able to grasp it quickly. Lin Meiying instructed, wrap a circle around the 10-character rune, and then change the incantation to Y and ILA. Wang Hao nodded and immediately attempted to cast the arcane missile. He first drew a cross-circle rune, then chanted, Yin-Yao, with 3 whooshes. 3 purple spherical missiles shot forth from the cross-circle rune, tracing a perfect parabolic arc as they struck the trunk of a nearby tree. Before Wang Hao could revel in his triumph, Lin Meiying added, there's also an advanced version of the arcane missile barrage. You just need to change the incantation to Y and ILALO. However, the barrage consumes magical energy very rapidly, so be cautious while practicing. Wang Hao could hardly absorb this information. He was already eager to try releasing the arcane missile barrage, Y and ILALO, with a series of whooshes. Magical missiles erupted from the cross-circle rune at a rate of 3 per second, resembling a dazzling display of fireworks. Wang Hao clapped his hands in excitement. This is hardly different from firing a gun. Before he could finish his thought, he felt a sharp pain in his head, followed by dizziness, and then he collapsed to the ground, utterly exhausted. Lin Meiying shook her head. What did I tell you? The missile barrage consumes magical energy excessively. Do you really think you can keep up with that? I take back what I said. This is far inferior to a gun. Wang Hao muttered under his breath. Just lie here for now. Once you regain your strength, have a hearty meal and get a good night's sleep, and you'll be back to normal, Lin Meiying said, as she suddenly manifested beside the Eye of Fate. Today, he had practiced the small leap step, sealed the 9 major acupoints to train his bone-forging fist, and finally, exhausted all his magical energy with the missile barrage. Wang Hao was truly fatigued both physically and mentally. Yet, even while lying in the grass in a disheveled state, with the soft grass beneath him and the azure sky above, he thought that napping here could be quite pleasant. As he pondered this, he closed his eyes and drifted into a deep slumber. Why should I not trust the esteemed Academy and instead rely on your nebulous promises? You may trust the Academy, but given your current progress, the inevitable outcome will be dropping out. It was unclear how much time had passed when Wang Hao was awakened by a not-so-intense argument. Lying in the grass, he attempted to wiggle his toes and realized he had regained quite a bit of energy from his short nap. Even if I drop out, I cannot practice dark magic. Why are you so stubborn? Dark magic is not inherently evil. The power itself is devoid of good or evil. What matters is the wielder of that power. Think about it. If you use dark magic to defeat a malevolent villain threatening the earth, saving countless lives, who could condemn you for using dark magic? But the prohibition against dark magic is a school rule. Clinging to the rules will only result in being sent home. Consider this. You are 24 this year, right? The most precious years of your life, wasted here aimlessly? When you turn 25 and leave M87 with a certificate of withdrawal, who will sympathize with you? Don't say that. Wang Hao lay still in the grass, afraid to make even the slightest sound, lest he alert the 2 individuals. From their dialogue, it was clear that a nefarious character was attempting to persuade a struggling student to practice the dark magic strictly forbidden by the Academy of Divine Communication. However, what shocked Wang Hao the most was, think carefully, Lingyuan Jibu. Are you truly willing to leave the Academy of Divine Communication in such a disgraceful manner? Senior Jibu, what are you doing here? Chapter 35. A Grand Conspiracy. Ling Yuan knew that Jibu. Were you truly willing to depart from the Arcane Academy in such a disheartened manner? Jibu, what are you doing? Wang Hao slightly lifted his head, and indeed, standing 50 meters away was a striking beauty with flowing hair, his senior, Jibu. Opposite her stood a diminutive figure clad in black, wearing a cap and mask that obscured his face entirely, who was enticing her to practice dark magic. Both were so engrossed in one another that they failed to notice a living person lying in the nearby grass. At that moment, Ling Yuan Jibu was embroiled in a profound inner conflict. When this masked man initially approached her, she regarded him as a mere jest. However, within mere moments, he struck at the very core of her deepest fears, Her innate talents were insufficient to sustain her studies at the Arcane Academy. Continuing down this path would only lead to one inevitable outcome, an inability to graduate and merely obtain a certificate of incomplete studies. We are both teetering on the brink of abandonment, the masked man asserted to Jibu. Yet, this opportunity before us is one I cannot refuse. I shall not leave the Arcane Academy empty-handed, having learned nothing, only to retreat to a desolate planet to toil in obscurity. What is wrong with planetary development? Wang Hao mused silently, listening to their exchange. Is it not a marvel to witness an uncharted world transform into a radiant gem among the stars? Ling Yuan Jibu's breath quickened as she found herself silently conceding to the masked man's words. As he spoke, she recognized her unwillingness to squander her youth, ultimately departing M87 with nothing but a certificate of incompletion. What is your plan? She inquired, her voice trembling as if the mere act of asking such a question was a grave transgression. The masked man nodded, without a definitive response from you. I cannot divulge specifics. In essence, we require 4 individuals to perform a powerful spell to summon a formidable mentor. Under this mentor's guidance, our magical prowess will flourish, and we shall graduate from the Arcane Academy. His vague description, laden with secrecy, raised Wang Hao's suspicions, and he yearned to leap up and confront him, to distance him from Jibu. How many have you found thus far? Ling Yuan Jibu whispered, her voice barely audible to Wang Hao. Currently, it is just my brother and I. We still require 2 more females, the masked man replied in a hushed tone. This ritual necessitates 2 males and 2 females. Besides you, we need to find another girl. Wang Hao clenched his fists in frustration. Jibu, do not acquiesce to him. Rally your strength, call for help, and report him to the campus authorities. Alas, the exceptionally gifted Wang Hao could never comprehend Ling Yuan Jibu's plight. Even aware of the abyss ahead, she sought to grasp at the faintest glimmers of hope, however illusory they might be. I cannot provide you with assurance right now. Allow me some time to ponder. Ling Yuan Jibu finally replied, her resolve wavering. You go seek the 4th girl, and once you have found her, inform me. The masked man nodded. I understand your hesitation. Take your time to deliberate. Regardless of the outcome, I hope you will remain discreet. Understood? Rest assured, Jibu affirmed with a nod. Moreover, you must practice summoning magic. The masked man continued, producing a substantial stack of printed materials from seemingly nowhere. This is for you, painstakingly acquired summoning magic information. As you are aware, the Arcane Institute claims to treat summoning magic with caution, which is akin to an outright ban. Ling Yuan Jibu numbly accepted the materials, nodding in acknowledgement. I must take my leave now. Linger here for a while longer without drawing attention to our conversation, the masked man instructed, turning away towards the academic district without a backward glance. Are you 2 engaged in espionage? What has it achieved? I lay here and overheard your entire scheme. Wang Hao chuckled in disbelief, caught in a dilemma of whether to remain or to confront them. Jibu remained seated for a full 10 minutes before finally departing. Once she had distanced herself, Wang Hao swiftly rose, calling out, Teacher Lin, you must listen to this. I heard. To put it simply, Lin Meiying sighed resignedly. Their plan is destined to fail. You need not worry. Why is that? You do not know this masked man. On what basis do you assert their inevitable failure? Do you think summoning magic is trivial? Can it be performed by just gathering 4 random individuals? Students who cannot even keep pace with the courses of the Arcane Institute wish to succeed in casting summoning magic? Lin Meiying scoffed. Instead of wasting time on such impractical endeavors, they would be better served by reading more books or enrolling in a course on interstellar colonization. So their meticulously crafted grand plan is utterly futile? Wang Hao pondered, yet concerns still lingered. What if they succeeded? Succeeded? Either they truly achieved their goal of receiving guidance from a renowned master and advanced their abilities, though the probability of this is a mere 10%, Lin Meiying replied coolly. Wang Hao furrowed his brow. And the remaining 90%? Lin Meiying smiled faintly. Naturally, they will lose control over whatever they summon, leading to their untimely demise. Is that truly the case? Summoning magic is that perilous? Wang Hao exclaimed. I cannot stand idly by and watch Jibu meet such a fate. I must thwart their reckless scheme. Simply relay their conversation to the faculty of the Arcane Institute. These three will likely face expulsion, and the Institute will implement stringent measures to ensure no one dares to tamper with summoning magic. Lin Meiying advised. Expulsion? Would Jibu also be expelled? They have not committed any wrongdoing. Wang Hao exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. Lin Meiying shook her head. By the time they take action, it may be too late. No. You cannot expel them simply for contemplating such ideas. There must be a more lenient approach, Wang Hao declared, heading towards the Institute of Scientific Studies. I must persuade Jibu to reconsider before it is too late. Chapter 36. The Thief's Guild. Indeed, you need not be so anxious. Their choices are their own. Why the rush? Lin Meiying whispered in Wang Hao's ear. Could it be that you have truly fallen for Senior Jibu? Are you unable to bear the thought of her making a single mistake? Wang Hao's face flushed crimson. Please, do not speak such nonsense. She is a senior I deeply respect, and she often treats me to meals. I cannot simply stand by and watch her walk into a trap. Lin Meiying clicked her tongue. A trap? What truly constitutes a trap? Is practicing summoning magic a trap? And yet, leaving the Godly Academy in disgrace is not? Taken aback by her words, Wang Hao halted. What do you mean, Teacher Lin? Though their plan may be absurd, it holds one undeniable truth. Power itself knows no good or evil. It is the wielder of that power who determines its righteousness or malevolence, Lin Meiying remarked calmly. I am well versed in the three forbidden magics of the Arcane Academy. Would you label me a wicked sorceress? Well, I cannot say for certain whether you are a sorceress. Setting that aside, your mysterious celestial techniques are indeed suspect. Moreover, did you just claim to be proficient in all three forbidden magics? Does that imply you can wield necromancy? Teacher Lin, I must earnestly ask you a question. Wang Hao coughed lightly. If you were to confess, what might your sentence be? Lin Meiying was incensed by his audacity. What do you mean by that? While summoning and dark magic may be forgivable, one who masters necromancy is definitely not innocent. Wang Hao declared with righteous indignation. Let us not forget, when you practiced necromancy, you committed the crime of desecrating a corpse. Repent, Teacher Lin. Get lost. Lin Meiying retorted fiercely. I am no moral paragon, but I can hold my head high in the sunlight. Speak less, lest I expend energy rebuking you. Very well, very well. Wang Hao sighed, choosing not to engage further with Lin Meiying and instead focused on his journey. Before long, he arrived at the Scientific Academy and encountered Dr. Hu. What brings you here, Wang Hao? There are no first-year classes today. Dr. Hu inquired with curiosity. Wang Hao scanned the area, failing to spot Senior Jibu, and asked, Will Senior Jibu be arriving shortly? She should be. Since when have you two become so close? Dr. Hu raised an eyebrow. Wang Hao, let me remind you, the skills taught at the Godly Academy are essential for survival and combat. The more effort you invest now, the less bloodshed you will face on the battlefield in the future. Matters of romance can wait. Upon hearing this, a wave of frustration washed over Wang Hao. His most futile endeavor at the Godly Academy was participating in your Scientific Academy. Dr. Hu, do not take offense. Let me tell you. Noticing Wang Hao's noncommittal expression, Dr. Hu prepared to impart some life wisdom when Wang Hao interjected, Wait, Dr. Hu, I actually came here to present you with something valuable. Thinking quickly, he retrieved a strand of hair belonging to Xiaoyu. What do you make of this? Doctor Hu leaned closer to examine it. Human hair? What is so peculiar about that? Wang Hao waved the hair in front of him. This strand has a remarkable origin. It is said to have been taken from a superpowered individual. Would you care to analyze it? Dr. Hu chuckled. Do you take me for a fool? This is undoubtedly your own hair, isn't it? Are you merely seeking to amuse an old man? I swear this is not my hair. Please, test it. You are bound to uncover something. Wang Hao implored, raising the hair closer. Trust me, you won't regret it. After a moment's hesitation, Dr. Hu cautiously accepted the hair and retreated to the laboratory. Wang Hao clenched his fist inwardly. Success. Now, he awaited the results of Dr. Hu's analysis, eager to discover whether Xiaoyu is indeed from Earth. By the way, there is one more favor I need from you, Wang Hao. Dr. Hu suddenly returned, handing him a piece of paper. This is a materials procurement list. Please pass it along when the logistics team arrives. Wang Hao took the procurement list and noticed an extensive array of items listed by Dr. Hu. Cosmic bacteria alpha, beta ray, ore, chlorophyll stone, delectable and flammable gel, and so forth. After handing the list to Wang Hao, Doctor Who returned to the laboratory to analyze the hair, while Wang Hao dismissed the matter, casually placing the list on the table. Wang Hao, add another item to the procurement list. Lin Mei Ying's voice suddenly echoed in his ear. Request an HEPA stone for the logistics team. HEPA stone? What is that? Wang Hao exclaimed, startled. Teacher Lin, what are you saying? This is Doctor Who's procurement list. I cannot alter it recklessly. Lin Mei Ying chuckled mischievously. This is an essential tool for my Superpower Awakening class. I was fretting over how to obtain a HEPA stone, but now fortune has smiled upon me. Hurry, this opportunity is rare. If you miss it, you shall have to purchase the HEPA stone yourself. And let me tell you, HEPA stones are quite expensive. Though initially unwilling, Wang Hao swiftly added HEPA stone to the procurement list, spurred on by the thought of having to pay for it himself. Phew, I hope this does not backfire. He glanced anxiously towards the laboratory, eyeing the newly inscribed words. Lin Mei Ying remarked, I believe I have discovered your weakness. As long as it involves spending no money, you will go to great lengths. Not at all. Do not slander me. I was simply considering that if your superpower course proves effective, I could share the benefits with Doctor Who. Wang Hao defended himself with a sheepish grin. At that moment, a member of the logistics department arrived to collect the procurement list. Wang Hao feigned calmness as he handed over the altered list, which was accepted with only a cursory glance at Doctor Who's official seal before the individual turned and departed. See, it is of no consequence, Lin Mei Ying said cheerfully. You are part of the Scientific Academy. It is only natural to procure items using its funds. There is no need for excessive concern. Wang Hao smiled wryly, hoping that was indeed the case. With a loud slam, Doctor Who emerged from the laboratory holding the analysis report. Wang Hao, where did you acquire this strand of hair? Well, Doctor Who, have you discovered anything? Wang Hao rushed forward, eager for the truth about Xia Yu's origins. Indeed, I have found some peculiar substances within the DNA carried by this hair. Could you possibly procure some more for me? Ideally, a blood sample. Chapter 37, Conspiracy and Whisper in the DNA carried by this strand of hair. I have discovered something intriguing. Could you assist me in acquiring more? It would be best to obtain some blood as well. Doctor Who addressed Wang Hao, trembling. Wang Hao asked, is he? Truly not. Not from Earth? I have made a grave mistake. What are you talking about? This is undoubtedly a strand of hair from an Earthling. Doctor Who interjected, dismissing Wang Hao's wild conjectures. However, this individual's DNA has undergone approximately 12 mutations compared to that of a normal person. Mutations? Is this still a normal person? Wang Hao exclaimed, nearly dropping his jaw in shock. Xia Yu, no, brother Yu. What on earth has happened to you? Doctor Who tapped the inspection report in his hand. That is why I need some blood from you. With a blood sample, I can identify the mutagenic factors. He continued, you should head to the wasteland. You might find some desiccated traces of blood beneath that large stone. In any case, find a way to procure additional samples. I will return to my research on this DNA. This mutated DNA is exceedingly fascinating. It may well lead humanity to a new path of evolution. Doctor Who concluded, instructing Wang Hao to inform Ling Yuan that today's class was cancelled before striding away towards the laboratory. Wang Hao let out a sigh. The good news was that Xia Yu was indeed an Earthling. The bad news was that for some unknown reason, his genes had mutated. Perhaps he should find an opportunity to take him to the hospital. After all, one should not delay in matters of health. By the way, Wang Hao, did you submit the procurement list to logistics? Doctor Who's voice echoed from the laboratory. Startled, Wang Hao shuddered and bit his tongue as he stammered. Yes. I did. Great. Doctor Who responded, burying himself in his research. Approximately 15 minutes later, Senior Sister Jibu approached the Scientific Secret Institute, engrossed in a thick book. She walked with utmost concentration, her focus unwavering. Wang Hao bent down to sneak a glance, discovering the book was a rather ordinary volume titled Introduction to Magic Armor Techniques. Could it be that Senior Sister Jibu had reconsidered and decided against their absurd plan? Wang Hao felt a flicker of hope. It seemed he would not need to intervene, for she was likely aware of what was permissible and what was not. However, as she drew closer, Wang Hao noticed a small secret within the book, a piece of paper tucked between the pages, which was precisely the summoning magic material provided by the masked man. Seeing senior sister Jibu so absorbed in her reading, Wang Hao's heart sank. "Oh, Wang Hao, what are you doing here? There are no classes for you today, right?" Lingyuan Jibu inquired, her surprise evident. "I have a matter to discuss with Dr. Hu. He asked me to inform you that today's class has been cancelled," Wang Hao replied, all the while anxiously contemplating how to persuade senior sister Jibu. Upon hearing that today's class was cancelled, Lingyuan Jibu nodded and turned to leave. "Oh, then I'll head back to the dormitory. Wang Hao, you should return to rest early. The morning classes at the Xinwu Secret Institute can be quite exhausting. Are you in such a hurry? Do you wish to rush back to the dormitory to study summoning magic?" Wang Hao clenched his teeth, impulsively calling out, "Senior sister Jibu, could you teach me summoning magic?" With a resounding thud, the book slipped from senior sister Jibu's hands, and her eyes widened with disbelief and panic, locking onto Wang Hao. "Do you know something?" Faced with her astonished gaze, Wang Hao wished to slap himself. How could he have been so reckless, devoid of any forethought? "Do you know something?" Lingyuan Jibu pressed, unable to maintain her composure. "I didn't do anything. I merely looked through some materials. Your mental defenses are far too fragile. I merely mentioned summoning magic, and you immediately crumbled and confessed." Observing how pitiful senior sister Jibu appeared, Wang Hao decided not to expose her. "Ahem, senior sister Jibu, what are you talking about? What do you know?" He feigned ignorance. "I am simply fascinated by the 3 types of magic prohibited by the Arcane Institute and wish to study them privately." This explanation was rather flimsy, likely only convincing to a 3-year-old. Nevertheless, Lingyuan Jibu seemed to latch onto it like a lifeline as she exhaled a long breath. "Is that so? But it's not allowed. You cannot study summoning magic. Although the Arcane Institute has not expressly forbidden it, they have sealed off the majority of summoning magic materials. Are you pretending? Do you think I am unaware of what you have tucked within your book?" Wang Hao picked up the Introduction to Magic Armor Techniques from the ground and waved the paper imprinted with summoning magic above his head. Lingyuan Jibu's face paled once more. She vaguely remembered that this junior seemed to be a reservist. How had she stumbled into such peril? "Senior sister Jibu, since you are also studying this, why not share your knowledge with me?" Wang Hao waved the paper. "Once I learn summoning magic, we will be on the same side. Why would you worry about me reporting you? Are you truly intent on studying summoning magic?" Lingyuan Jibu asked, astonished. "Why? This is a taboo at the Divine Academy. Are you not afraid of being caught and expelled?" Wang Hao shrugged nonchalantly. "Indeed, it is a taboo at the Divine Academy. Yet the laws of the Earth Union do not prohibit it. My studying it merely violates school regulations, akin to skipping class to play video games. That's a considerable stretch." Lingyuan Jibu shook her head, forcing a wry smile. Yet, she felt a weight lift from her heart, evidently. Wang Hao was genuinely interested in learning summoning magic, not in betraying her. After some contemplation, she decided to take a leap of faith. "Junior Wang Hao, I can share this material with you, but you must promise me a few things." "Senior sister Jibu, speak." "I shall certainly comply." Wang Hao nodded earnestly. "First, absolute confidentiality. This matter is known only to you and me. Secondly, once you learn summoning magic, you must not use it unless absolutely necessary." Lingyuan Jibu stated solemnly. "Can you do that?" Wang Hao nodded earnestly. "I shall do my utmost." "Doing your utmost? What does that even mean?" Lingyuan Jibu lightly tapped Wang Hao and Appo's arm. "We will meet by the large stone in the wasteland later. I will go ahead. Wait here for 10 minutes before coming." With that, she turned and left the Scientific Secret Institute without looking back. Watching Lingyuan Jibu depart, Wang Hao found himself both amused and exasperated. He had intended to dissuade her from the brink, yet here he was, embroiled in the very scheme he sought to prevent. Chapter 38. Come. Otherworldly beings. Regarding the promise made to Senior Jibu, Wang Hao found himself unable to fulfill it from the very beginning. The secret shared between the two was immediately complicated by the presence of a third party, Lin Meiying. "I foresee you becoming a heartbroken beauty in the future," she teased with a hint of sarcasm. "The moment you see someone in tears, you soften, don't you? Is it that you've never encountered a woman before?" Indeed, self-reflection was necessary. However, it was not entirely his fault, for he had been attending a military academy. So what do you plan to do? Will you keep the appointment? Lin Meiying inquired, or should we report this matter to the school? Wang Hao shook his head. Reporting to the teachers would be making a mountain out of a molehill. I shall subtly persuade Senior Jibu to abandon these dubious studies and focus on her education, aiming for an honorable graduation. If studying diligently could guarantee an honorable graduation, would she even need to dabble in such dubious arts? How naive, Lin Meiying sighed. Genius is composed of 99% perspiration and 1% inspiration. Yet at the Academy of Divine Communication, the significance of that 1% inspiration far outweighs the 99% of hard work. Upon returning to the desolate grounds of the 12 institutes, Wang Hao spotted Senior Jibu waiting for him. She looked around nervously and whispered, "You weren't followed, were you?" Senior Jibu, "It's not that dramatic," Wang Hao replied, both amused and exasperated. Better to be cautious. While summoning magic isn't as hazardous as necromancy or dark magic, being discovered would still lead to complications. As she spoke, Ling Yuanjibu laid out a picnic mat on the ground. "Come sit." How considerate of her. To bring a mat to avoid soiling her clothes. Indeed, she was Senior Jibu. She then retrieved a picnic basket filled with various delicacies. "Are you hungry? Feel free to take whatever you like." Such tenderness. She was truly thoughtful about whether he was hungry. She was indeed Senior Jibu. However, she then remarked, gazing at the picnic basket, "Even if someone were to intrude upon us here, they would merely assume we were having a picnic, not that we were delving into summoning magic." How cunning. Now, let me briefly explain the essentials of releasing summoning magic according to my understanding. Like all forms of magic, summoning requires runes, incantations, and magical energy, Ling Yuanjibu stated directly. However, the runes and incantations for summoning are far more intricate than those of other magics and demand a substantial amount of magical energy. She handed Wang Hao a piece of paper on which the formula for summoning a meat-eating zombie was inscribed. Wang Hao looked down and felt his head spin. The designs on the paper resembled a magical array more than mere runes. Within a vast circle, numerous peculiar runes were densely packed, with a hexagram at the center. Together, they constituted the runes for summoning the flesh-eating zombie. As for the incantation, it was long and cumbersome. Wang Hao counted over 60 syllables. It resembled a poetic recitation. In summary, summoning magic has particularly high hardware requirements. And as a newcomer who just enrolled, you may not be able to utilize it for the time being, Ling Yuanjibu concluded. But no matter. Grasping some theoretical knowledge now is beneficial. Wang Hao nodded, realizing that Senior Jibu likely intended to discuss theoretical knowledge before concluding the session. This way, he could also persuade her not to believe in dubious practices and to focus on honing her skills, which was the true path. However, to his astonishment, after discussing theoretical knowledge, Ling Yuanjibu pulled out a large stack of printed paper, flipping through it until she found a simpler rune and a shorter incantation. She began to sketch it out on the ground nearby. "Senior Jibu, what are you doing?" Wang Hao inquired, astonished. "I'm demonstrating for you. This is the summoning formula for a killer rabbit. It's simpler than the others, so I should be able to execute it smoothly," Ling Yuanjibu replied. Concentrating on inscribing the runes, Wang Hao grew anxious. "But be quiet. I need to concentrate." Before he could finish his thought, Ling Yuanjibu interrupted him firmly. "Inscribing runes of this scale is mentally taxing." Watching her focus intently, Wang Hao could only obediently close his mouth. "Wang Hao, if you wish to intervene, then do so decisively, even if it means reporting her to the academy and risking her expulsion. If you don't care, then simply walk away and stop fussing about." Lin Meiying suddenly whispered in his ear, "I'm truly tired of your indecisive demeanor. How could I report the academy and get Senior Jibu expelled? That would be pushing her into the fire." Wang Hao whispered back, ignoring it as out of the question. Lin Meiying, somewhat vexed, retorted, "Are you genuinely infatuated with this woman? She merely treated you to a few rice balls, and you're utterly captivated? This is unrelated. My principle is to repay even the slightest kindness with profound gratitude." Wang Hao replied quietly, "If it were you, Teacher Lin, I wouldn't ignore you either." Humph. Lin Meiying fell silent, yet Wang Hao sensed that her mood had somewhat improved. It seemed he would need to frequently speak kindly to her. as Teacher Lin enjoyed such words. Meanwhile, Senior Jibu was struggling with her task. She repeatedly drew and erased the runes on the ground, yet discrepancies persisted. Gradually, her frustration mounted, leading to even more errors. Wang Hao leaned over to take a look and noticed that the runes for summoning the killer rabbit were indeed simpler than those for the meat-eating zombie, comprising only 5 runes within a large circle, with another smaller circle at the center. This simplicity piqued Wang Hao's interest. If Senior Jibu couldn't manage it, perhaps he could succeed? With this thought, he stealthily approached from 20 meters away and began to replicate the runes he had just seen on the ground with his finger. "Wow, what are you drawing?" Lin Meiying's voice chimed in his ear. "You have no artistic talent whatsoever. It looks like a 3-year-old's crayon drawing." Wang Hao glanced at the dismal runes on the ground, feeling a flush of embarrassment. "This is good enough. Why does it need to be so aesthetically pleasing? Are you foolish? The runes of summoning magic essentially serve as the gateway to another world. How can you treat it so carelessly? Your scribbles will either fail to channel magical energy or prevent otherworldly beings from crossing over, and it will absolutely fail," Lin Meiying asserted confidently. "Failure is fine. I never intended to truly study summoning magic." Wang Hao shrugged and began to recite the incantation. "Ah, you're so foolish, you're so thin." As he chanted, the runes on the ground emitted a faint blue glow. Chapter 39. The disparity of humanity. The inhabitants of Earth first encountered the concept of another realm approximately a year after the surge of spiritual energy. At that time, the overwhelming spiritual energy on Earth distorted the fabric of space-time, forging a connection between Earth and an alternate world. This realm, steeped in the essence of sword and sorcery, witnessed its indigenous populace, after a brief moment of astonishment, assembling an expeditionary force to invade Earth within a mere 3 days. They traversed the rifts in space-time to reach our planet. However, they were shamefully defeated by the forces of the Earth Alliance, with all invaders predictably taken captive and subsequently housed in a specially constructed magical prison designed for them by the Earth Alliance. After a period of rehabilitation, these denizens of the other world received a special pardon from the Earth Alliance, integrating into its ranks as rare representatives of foreign realms. Objectively speaking, these interdimensional individuals were not without merit. They significantly contributed to the advancement of magical arts and martial techniques within the Earth Alliance. One such innovation was the development of summoning magic. The close-quarters combat skills of mages were generally rather lacking, often resulting in a disheveled appearance during engagements. Hence, the notion arose to summon familiars to fight on their behalf. Thus, summoning magic came into existence. Through enhanced runes, various entities, powerful, ferocious, or astute, could be summoned from distant planets or even other worlds and brought under the summoner's control to do battle. However, summoning magic posed a considerable risk. If the summoned creature exceeded the summoner in strength, there was a high probability of a backlash against the summoner, as no sentient being would relish being unceremoniously yanked from their world. Consequently, the Arcane Academy treated summoning magic with utmost caution, and in recent years, there have been indications of its outright prohibition. Thus, the materials procured by the masked man constituted the sole pathway to study summoning magic at the Arcane Academy. Bored and aimless, Wang Hao endeavored to apply the scant knowledge he had acquired about summoning magic to conjure an assassin rabbit from the other realm. Lin Meiying found his attempts utterly amusing. "With your childlike drawings and disjointed incantations, what makes you think you'll succeed?" Ignoring Lin Meiying's derisive remarks, Wang Hao meticulously recited the complete incantation. To his astonishment, as the final syllable left his lips, the crooked runes on the ground emitted a pale blue glow. "This is impossible!" Lin Meiying exclaimed in disbelief. How could such a flawed incantation possibly succeed? Wang Hao, equally flabbergasted, gazed at the glowing runes. He had merely intended to experiment casually, never anticipating such a swift success. If he could achieve this with such ease, what did that imply for his senior, Jibu, who was painstakingly refining the runes nearby, before he could contemplate further? A diminutive white figure dashed through the runes and appeared beside a boulder on the desolate hillside of the M87 planet Arcane Academy. Wang Hao squinted in trepidation, spotting a sizable rabbit clutching its front paws. This creature was roughly the size of a cat, entirely snow-white, yet its eyes gleamed a menacing crimson. It donned a red denim jacket and sported a small headband. Most incongruous of all, this seemingly endearing rabbit bore a shotgun nearly its own size slung across its back. After a few moments of acclimatization to its summoning, the assassin rabbit steadied itself. Upon recognizing Wang Hao, it nodded enthusiastically and declared, "I'm here, good buddy. Who are we off to eliminate today?" Struck dumb by the absurdity of the situation, Wang Hao stood frozen, noting the silence from its summoner. The assassin rabbit turned its attention to a target, spotting Jibu, who was engrossed in inscribing runes. "Are you looking to take out that silly girl? Here, take this. I'll distract her with my charm while you aim for her side. You know how to use a shotgun, right?" Wang Hao couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of the weapon handed to him, as it was scarcely larger than a handgun for him. "What? Can't use it? How about a knife? Or you could just strangle her from behind." "Enough, enough," Wang Hao interjected, raising a hand. "I have no intentions of harming Jibu. In fact, I don't wish to kill anyone." The assassin rabbit grew agitated. "If you don't want to kill anyone, why did you summon me? Think of someone who owes you money, or perhaps someone who stepped on your foot, or someone who is better looking than you." Wang Hao fumed. "Your standards for murder are alarmingly low. Who resorts to violence over a mere footstep? Moreover, I have yet to encounter anyone more handsome than myself." Seeing that his master lacked a target for assassination, the rabbit slumped to the ground, exclaiming, "Alas, I have become a useless rabbit. Lin, please send this creature back." Wang Hao sighed, bemused by this unexpected companion. Lin Meiying, equally entertained, suggested, "Why not keep it? I find it quite adorable. My dormitory prohibits pets." Wang Hao retorted, grasping the assassin rabbit by its collar. Even if he were to consider a companion, it certainly wouldn't be a creature armed with a shotgun. Lin Meiying laughed heartily. "I actually quite like this rabbit. Just place it back on the runes and recite the incantation again." Wang Hao nodded, returning the assassin rabbit to its original runes and softly reciting, "You're so foolish. You're so thin." Before he could finish, the rabbit lunged from the runes, exclaiming, "You don't need to kill. There are plenty of others who do. Don't even think about sending me back. Farewell." Stunned by the rabbit's abrupt escape, Wang Hao instinctively pressed a hand to his storage point, determined not to let it get away. Just as he prepared to chase after it, he felt a searing gaze fixated upon him. Turning slightly, he saw Jibu staring at him in disbelief. "Did you really just summon that assassin rabbit?" she asked, her eyes wide with incredulity. Wang Hao stammered, unable to explain how a mere freshman could summon a creature that even a second-year student like Jibu had struggled to call forth. "You are truly impressive. You will undoubtedly become a renowned mage in the future." Jibu, at a loss for words, could only offer a despondent blessing before departing without a backward glance. Leaving behind her mat and picnic basket, "Jibu," Wang Hao called out, wanting to pursue her, but found his feet weighed down as if by lead. Lin Meiying remarked, "Such is the disparity of existence. What is easily obtained by one may be sought after by another at great lengths. Why did I ever think to summon that assassin rabbit?" Chapter 40. The Hypostone. Recently, Ling Yuan has not been attending classes, and I have been unable to reach her by phone. "Do you have any insights, Wang Hao?" Faced with Doctor Hu's inquiry, Wang Hao found himself at a loss for words. Should he honestly confess that he had successfully cast a spell that rendered Ling Yuan incapacitated, causing her distress? After witnessing Senior Jibu flee in the desolate mountains, Wang Hao was uncertain how he made it back to the dormitory. He pondered where he had gone wrong. Yet he felt he had done nothing amiss. After all, he had merely succeeded in casting a spell. If that is the case, then everything can only be explained by Lin Meiying's words. This is merely the disarray of the world. Moreover, there was another matter weighing heavily on Wang Hao's mind: the runaway killer rabbit. This creature had been summoned from another world by him, and now it had brazenly escaped. If the head of the Arcane Academy were to catch wind of this, his use of summoning magic would be exposed. Even more troubling, this killer rabbit was fixated on eliminating a few individuals. If he allowed it to roam free, it might indeed create chaos. Sighing, he could only guess the outcome. While Wang Hao was lost in thought, Doctor Hu let out a disappointed sigh, stating, "She has been with me for over a year, and my patience has finally worn thin. Ultimately, It is my inadequacy that has hindered my understanding of the mysteries of superpowers, causing her delay. Wang Hao chuckled to himself, thinking that Doctor Who should not be too hard on herself. There are numerous organizations on Earth dedicated to researching superpowers, many with greater resources than hers, yet none have yielded any significant insights. However, there was good news from the strand of hair you provided. I have identified a new research direction. Although the odds are slim, it remains a faint glimmer of hope amidst the darkness, Doctor Who remarked. So, have you brought me more hair? It was unexpected that Xia Yu's hair would serendipitously lead Doctor Who to a new avenue of research. Wang Hao had little faith in Doctor Who's studies, yet he retrieved a small vial from the storage singularity and handed it to her, containing Xia Yu's blood. Since the last time she had imparted the nameless breathing technique to him, Xia Yu had inexplicably placed her trust in him. When Wang Hao hesitantly requested a bit of his blood, Xia Yu did not hesitate to draw a knife and slice her wrist, not even questioning why her blood was needed. Is this the blood of that individual? Doctor Who's eyes brightened. Thank you, Wang Hao. You have been an immense help. Cradling Xia Yu's blood like a treasure, Doctor Who hurried towards the laboratory. Observing her enthusiasm, Wang Hao could only shake his head in resignation. At that moment, a vehicle came to a halt outside the laboratory. The logistics personnel who had previously come to collect the material requisition form arrived with 7 or 8 robots, carrying several large boxes into the lab. Seeing them and their hefty cargo, Wang Hao's heart sank. These individuals had procured items based on the modified requisition list he had provided. Doctor Who, the supplies you ordered have arrived. The logistics personnel shouted as they entered. Please check them and sign off. A voice from within the lab could be faintly heard, impatiently calling, Wang Hao, you handle this for me. The logistics personnel shrugged helplessly and handed Wang Hao a form. Doctor Who is busy with research again? Could you check the supplies for him? Wang Hao, feeling incredibly nervous, accepted the form. How do I check? This is your first time, isn't it? The female assistant used to handle this, the logistics personnel replied. It's quite simple. Most of the supplies were previously ordered by him, so a quick glance will suffice. Only this hypostone is a first-time order, so you'll need to inspect it closely. As he spoke, he retrieved a large box from one of the robots and opened it, revealing a watermelon-sized, jet-black stone lying inside. Is this the hypostone? Wang Hao stared blankly at the object. What could Lin Ming possibly want with such a thing? The logistics personnel smiled wryly at the stone. This item is indeed rare and precious. Initially, we couldn't find it anywhere in the Earth Union. Ultimately, we learned that the Interstellar Alliance had a hypostone, and we traveled a great distance to procure it. Wang Hao, feeling guilty, grasped the logistics personnel's hand and sincerely apologized. Thank you. You have truly worked hard. It's no trouble at all. We must meet Doctor Who's needs, the logistics personnel replied with a smile. Now, please check to see if this is indeed the hypostone you require. Wang Hao nodded, feigning nonchalance as he crouched down to lift the large stone from the box and place it under the light. Strangely, despite its watermelon size, it felt remarkably light, akin to a piece of wood. Shining a strong light upon the stone, if it radiated colorful brilliance, then this must be the hypostone. Lin Mei Ying's voice echoed in Wang Hao's ear, guiding him in discerning the hypostone. Wang Hao nodded, adjusting the laboratory lights to their maximum brightness before holding the stone up to the overhead incandescent bulb. As the blinding light illuminated the stone's dark surface, a kaleidoscope of colors burst forth, transforming the entire laboratory into a fantastical realm. Wow, it's beautiful. The logistics personnel nodded. It seems we have found the genuine article. Please sign to confirm. Wang Hao complied, signing his name on the form. Once the logistics personnel departed, Lin Mei immediately urged, Wang Hao, fetch a hammer and chip off a piece of the hypostone. I can't believe they brought such a large chunk. Break it? Is that wise? Wang Hao asked, bewildered. What if Doctor Who discovers it? He won't notice if just a small piece is missing. Enough chatter, get to it, Lin Mei insisted. With that, Wang Hao ceased his hesitation, retrieved a hammer from the laboratory, and struck the hypostone with a forceful blow. With a resounding crack, a shard the size of a fingernail broke off and fell to the ground. Take it. This is your hypostone, the key to awakening superpowers. Lin Mei Ying's voice brimmed with excitement. The remainder can be left for Doctor Who. After all, he is the one financing this endeavor. What financier? More like a gullible fool, Wang Hao retorted. Can such a small fragment truly awaken superpowers? Chapter 41. The hyper ray holding the small, dark fragment in his hand. Wang Hao was filled with skepticism. Could this seemingly worthless object truly awaken superpowers? At that moment, Doctor Who emerged from the laboratory. Has the shipment arrived? Just stack it aside, and I will sort it out when I have time. Wang Hao hurriedly stashed the fragment into a storage singularity and arranged several boxes in a corner of the lab. Then nervously said to Doctor Who, if there's nothing else for me to do here, I'll take my leave. I didn't have lunch on the way here, and I am quite hungry. Doctor Who casually picked up the delivery note. All right, make sure to rest well. I intend to study the samples you brought in more closely. I will inform you of the specific time for the next class. Wang Hao said nothing further and quickly made his exit. Upon returning to his dormitory, Wang Hao cautiously retrieved the fragment of the hyperstone from the storage singularity and examined it under the light. The thumb-sized conical shard had sharp edges, and its dark surface felt faintly cold to the touch. Teacher Lin, how does one awaken superpowers with this? Wang Hao asked in confusion, perceiving the object as nothing more than an ordinary stone. Do I need to swallow it? Lin Mei feigned mystery and replied, as for how to use it, allow me to keep you in suspense. Place it under the light and let it bask in illumination, then attend to your own affairs. Wang Hao was taken aback. Allowing it to bask in light. What was this operation? Could it possibly be a plant that required photosynthesis? Despite his myriad questions, he complied. He turned on the desk lamp and positioned the hyperstone fragment beneath it, letting the light shine upon it. He had come to understand Lin Meiying's nature. She would not reveal anything until the very last moment. Sighing, he resumed his training. He was nearing completion of the second level of the harmonious technique and decided to exert himself further today. Taking a deep breath, Wang Hao sat down on the floor of his study, closed his eyes, and began to absorb the breath of heaven and earth. Unlike the first level of the technique, the updated second level required him to incorporate impure energy while expelling pure energy. With prior experience, Wang Hao navigated this process with ease and soon encountered the bottleneck of the second level. His dantians were now filled with dark, turbid energy, while the original nameless true energy and a droplet of pure water had been forced into a small corner. Concerned that the droplet of pure water might be contaminated by the turbid energy, he wrapped it in nameless true energy for protection. Drawing in a deep breath of the breath of heaven and earth, he circulated it through his meridians, dividing it into pure and turbid energies. However, this time he needed to expel the pure energy and incorporate the turbid energy into his dantian. Although turbid energy was essentially part of the breath of heaven and earth, Wang Hao instinctively felt as though he were consuming refuse as he absorbed it. Thus, Wang Hao continued to wait for the hyperstone to charge while unconsciously practicing the harmonious technique. Time swiftly flew by. Outside the window, the sun gradually set, and the room dimmed, leaving only the desk lamp illuminating the space. Just as Wang Hao was deeply engrossed in his practice, he suddenly sensed a change in the room's light source. Besides the desk lamp, another object emitted a radiant glow. Instinctively, he opened his eyes and was astonished to see the object on his desk radiating a dazzling array of colors. Could it be the fragment of the hyperstone? Why has it suddenly begun to glow? Observing the iridescent brilliance on his desk, Wang Hao hastened to absorb the last of the turbid energy into his dantian, preparing to investigate. However, once the final turbid energy entered his dantian, the previously dispersed mass of turbid energy began to swirl rapidly, forming a pitch-black vortex. Wang Hao understood all too well that this was a precursor to a breakthrough. He inwardly lamented, why must it be at this moment of all times? Reluctantly, he suppressed his curiosity about the hyperstone and continued to expel the pure energy while incorporating the turbid energy to strengthen the vortex in his dantian. This endeavor consumed nearly another hour until he successfully compressed the swirling black mass into a drop of murky liquid. Exhaling deeply, Wang Hao felt a sense of accomplishment. He had indeed mastered the second level of the harmonious technique. Rising to his feet and stretching his limbs, he realized his power had not significantly increased. It appeared that he needed to attain the third level to truly progress. The final level awaited him. According to the revised texts, the content of the third level involved harmonizing yin and yang, balancing purity and turbidity, when the two energies were distinctly delineated yet intermingled. The Hao and righteousness technique could unleash its true power. However, at that moment, Wang Hao was far more concerned about the hyperstone. He hurriedly approached his desk, cradling the fragment for a closer inspection. What had once been a dark piece of stone now shimmered like a brilliant jewel, radiating an enchanting light. Is this the hyperstone? Wang Hao gazed at the colorful fragment in his hand, utterly captivated. Had it absorbed the light from the lamp, allowing it to emit such brilliance? Lin Meiying gave an unseen thumbs up. You are quite astute. Yet, what use is this? It looks beautiful, but Wang Hao, holding the fragment, felt a mixture of amusement and frustration. Was it not meant to awaken superpowers? It seemed more suited for crafting jewelry. Jewelry. The value of the hyperstone is far beyond that of mere trinkets, Lin Meiying scoffed. The secret to awakening superpowers lies within the very iridescent glow it emits. Wang Hao paused, reflecting on this revelation. The colorful radiance. What purpose did it serve beyond illumination? It couldn't possibly be radioactive and cause harm. Wait a moment. Teacher Lin, may I ask you something? Suddenly recalling a thought, Wang Hao stammered. The light emitted by this thing. It isn't radioactive, is it? Lin Meiying burst into laughter. Ha! Wang Hao, sometimes I think you are too clever for your own good. It would be much simpler to enjoy life without overthinking. You are correct. The rainbow light emitted by the hyperstone is indeed a form of radiation known as hyperrays. It can penetrate your skin, muscle, and bones, reaching your DNA and causing mutations. Teacher Lin, are you putting me in danger? Chapter 42. The Superpower Mutation Gene. Upon hearing Lin Meiying acknowledge that the vibrant radiance of the hypocrystal was, in fact, a type of radiation known as hyperrays, Wang Hao felt a tumult of emotions akin to a shattered bottle of mixed flavors. With the advancement of technology, even exposure to radiation could be remedied with a brief hospital stay. Thus, rather than fear the hyperrays, he found himself more consumed by the fury of betrayal. Teacher Lin, why would you do this? Wang Hao clenched the hypofragment tightly. Do you wish for my demise? Lin Meiying was momentarily taken aback. Then her laughter grew more joyous. Look at your face, it's all twisted. If I truly wanted to harm you, would I resort to such an inefficient method as radiation? Even if you were to contract cancer, a mere 2 days in the hospital would suffice for recovery. That is indeed a valid point. Cancer, once deemed incurable, had become manageable in the rapidly evolving realm of the United Earth. Yet, why had Lin Meiying gone to such lengths to acquire a stone that emitted radiation? Allow me to explain, Lin Meiying continued. The hypocrystal emits hyperrays that are quite unique. Once they enter the human body, they only affect specific DNA sequences. She elaborated, in other words, if one does not possess the particular DNA, the hyperrays are entirely harmless. Conversely, it could be inferred that if one did possess specific genes, exposure to hyperrays would be detrimental. Wang Hao swallowed hard and inquired seriously, what is this specific DNA? Lin Meiying smiled faintly. It is the superpower mutation gene. This is the key to humanity awakening superpowers. Superpower mutation gene? I was unaware that humanity harbored such a gene. Teacher Lin, are you not engaging in pseudoscience? You are the one indulging in pseudoscience. Do not speak recklessly without knowledge. Lin Meiying retorted, her annoyance palpable. This superpower mutation gene emerged during the Qi explosion in 2049 and remains unobserved by scientists to this day. The reasons are twofold. Firstly, the individuals who possess it are exceedingly rare. Secondly, humanity's technology has yet to reach an adequate level. Is the technology on Earth truly insufficient? If we cannot even detect this superpower mutation gene, it stands to reason that no civilization in the universe has managed to observe it either. Moreover, since humanity has not identified this gene, how do you, Teacher Lin, possess knowledge of its existence? The superpower mutation gene usually lies dormant within the DNA sequence. If an individual with this gene leads an ordinary life until their natural end, they would remain unaware of their uniqueness. Lin Meiying continued, however. This gene possesses a distinctive trait. It awakens suddenly in times of crisis, becoming a dominant gene. Those fortunate enough to trigger their superpower mutation gene are the legendary, superpowered individuals. Superpowered individuals. So, the awakening of their abilities occurs due to the stimulation of the superpower mutation gene in life or death situations? Wang Hao pondered, realizing the implications. By the way, the abilities awakened in each superpowered individual are unknown. The superpower mutation gene randomly enhances one or multiple organs within their bodies. Lin Meiying added, unfortunately. Such random enhancements often yield little effect in life-threatening situations. For instance, if you were about to be struck by a truck and awakened X-ray vision, you might only have time for a fleeting glimpse before your demise. Wang Hao grimaced, contemplating the notion that the scarcity of superpowered individuals in this world could be attributed to some who, despite awakening their abilities, perished in perilous circumstances. Realizing this, he lifted his gaze. So, the reason you did not intervene during the farce of the kidnapping plot orchestrated by Dr. Hu and senior sister Jibu was that you intended for me to awaken my superpower mutation gene during what I believe to be a life-threatening situation? Lin Meiying nodded. Precisely. Alas, you are far too astute. You discerned the flaw in the crisis and deduced that the kidnapping was merely a ruse. Upon hearing this, Wang Hao felt a sense of despair. Was it truly the case that being overly clever could lead to unhappiness? This applied not only to the kidnapping incident, but also to his relationship with senior sister Jibu. However, I did not anticipate that a mere kidnapping would genuinely awaken your superpower. Hence I have a plan B. Lin Meiying exclaimed, gesturing to the hypercrystal in Wang Hao's hand. This hypercrystal, with its emitted hyperrays, is the key to awakening your superpower mutation gene. Simply place it by your bedside and immerse yourself in the rays. Upon rising the next day, you shall discover that you have awakened your superpower. Wang Hao, bemused, replied, Teacher Lin, you just mentioned that individuals possessing the superpower mutation gene are exceedingly rare. On what basis do you believe I will awaken my abilities? Lin Meiying, brimming with inexplicable confidence, responded, If I say you will, then you shall. Now, off to bed with you, and remember to keep the hypercrystal nearby. Reluctantly, Wang Hao complied, washing up and retiring to bed. As he lay there, he found the presence of such a large crystal beside him quite bothersome. Teacher, may I move this thing a little? It's quite distracting and preventing me from sleeping. He implored, hoping to alleviate his discomfort. Just lie there. Even if you count sheep with your eyes closed all night, the hypercrystal must remain close to you. Lin Meiying replied without hesitation. Fine, whatever you say. After all, I've honed my sleeping skills during my years at military school. What is a mere large light beside me? I could sleep standing up if necessary. 30 seconds later, the sound of snoring filled the room. Lin Meiying shook her head in exasperation, lamenting the boy's lack of awareness, and retired for the night herself. The following morning, Wang Hao awoke to a severe dizziness. Confused, he turned his head and noticed that the hypercrystal beside his pillow had reverted to its opaque black state. Teacher Lin, I feel incredibly dizzy, he complained, rubbing his temples. Is this normal? Indeed, it is a good sign, Lin Meiying affirmed. My vision is a bit unclear as well. Is this normal? Are you certain the hypercrystal has harmed me? Lin Meiying, growing impatient, restrained her irritation and replied, Rest assured, this is entirely normal. It is a positive development. Wang Hao continued to rub his face. My consciousness is also becoming increasingly hazy. Is this normal? Normal. Absolutely normal. It is a good sign. Lin Meiying's frustration was palpable. Teacher, please refrain from calling everything a good sign. Now I feel some discomfort in my abdomen. Wang Hao complained, clutching his stomach. It must be that hypercrystal causing the issues. Finally, Lin Meiying could no longer contain her anger and shouted at Wang Hao. You weren't in this pathetic state when you woke up. Immediately go wash your face, brush your teeth, and attend class. You enjoy being scolded, don't you? Yes, I will go right away. Chapter 43. The final moment. With resolute strides, Wang Hao made his way towards the Zhenwu Secret Academy, shedding the feebleness that clung to him upon awakening. Teacher Lin, has my superpower truly awakened? Why can I not sense it at all? Or is it possible that I lack the super mutant gene altogether? He pondered aloud as he walked. Why the haste? Even with cancer, The spread of malignant cells requires time. Lin Meiying replied nonchalantly. Just wait. You might suddenly grasp your super abilities at any moment. Wang Hao nodded in silence. Yet his mind was abuzz with questions. How was it that Teacher Lin possessed such profound knowledge? The research on superpowers was still shrouded in mystery, even for the entire Earth Union. The general consensus was that only a select few could awaken their abilities in life-and-death situations. Yet, Lin Meiying had articulated a comprehensive theory about it, what she called supermutant genes, awakenings under high pressure, and the distinction between recessive and dominant genes. Such concepts were beyond his imagination. Furthermore, she not only understood the theory but also proposed a practical awakening method, the hyper-ray irradiation technique. It was astonishing that she knew about the hypocrystal's potential to awaken superpowers. How did she come to know that the crystal could recharge under light? Had she used it before? With a hint of curiosity, Wang Hao inquired, Teacher Lin, are you perhaps a superpower user yourself? I have mentioned before. Overly intelligent individuals often lead unhappy lives. You should temper that sharp mind of yours. Lin Meiying retorted cryptically. You deduced the underlying meaning of my question so swiftly. It seems you are quite clever yourself. When two clever minds engage, it often leads to a battle without bloodshed, Wang Hao mused, deciding to feign ignorance to lower her guard before launching a surprise. When does one act foolishly? Perhaps when in love. If only the hypocrystal could truly awaken superpowers. I could assist Senior Jibu. Wang Hao feigned a sentimental demeanor, whispering to the hypa shard, if it awakens my abilities, Senior Jibu would surely graduate with ease. And the Scientific Secret Academy could be revitalized. Lin Meiying, with a touch of jealousy, remarked, you certainly care a lot for Sister Jibu. Even after your falling out, you still express such concern for her? I can only attribute it to the immense pressure of potential failure weighing on her. Her heart remains pure. Wang Hao attempted to mimic the infuriatingly sycophantic tone often found online, hoping to rattle Lin Meiying's composure. As expected, Lin Meiying launched into a lengthy discourse. If she were truly poised and graceful, she would have heartily congratulated you upon your success, rather than turning her back when faced with challenges. Moreover, if she were truly intelligent, she would realize that with your assistance, graduating would pose no issue at all. Just look at Xia Yu as an example. Outwardly feigning indifference, Wang Hao's heart surged with happiness. Teacher Lin was indeed easy to provoke. After several minutes of silent contemplation, Wang Hao suddenly posed a question. Teacher Lin, if I were to awaken my superpowers, would it be difficult to control them? Not at all. It is the power within your own body, naturally under your command, Lin Meiying assured him. How do you know this so well? Wang Hao pressed. Have you ever experienced it yourself? Lin Meiying inadvertently let slip. Of course, I see what you're doing, you clever boy. Trying to extract information from me. Success. Wang Hao's heart raced with excitement. Teacher Lin was indeed a superpower user. Eagerly, he inquired, Teacher Lin, what is your superpower? Enough. Do not speak to me. You scheming rascal. Lin Meiying huffed, refusing to divulge her abilities. Today, Wang Hao had a crucial task at hand. He aimed to break through to the third level of the harmonious chi technique. This stage did not require the gradual accumulation of time. Rather, it demanded the merging of the already cultivated pure and impure energies, allowing for a swift resolution. Teacher, if I master the harmonious chi technique, will I be able to formally enter the refining essence in a chi realm? He asked while preparing. Still sulking, Lin Meiying seemed to hold a grudge over her earlier slip. She merely responded with a dismissive hum to his question. Please, don't be upset, teacher, Wang Hao implored, attempting to soothe her. I jest with you because I feel our relationship has become distant due to your stern demeanor in class these past few days. Really? Have I been too strict? Lin Meiying seemed intrigued by his words. Wang Hao suppressed a laugh and nodded. Yes, yes. If I can joke with you. It feels like our relationship grows closer, doesn't it? I would much prefer to be friends rather than see you solely as a teacher. You, with your silver tongue. Lin Meiying, though aware of his flattery, could not help but enjoy his words. Let us get on with the lesson. The harmonious chi technique is a profound art. If you truly master it, you can securely enter the refining essence into chi realm. That's exactly what I've been waiting to hear. Wang Hao nodded, taking a deep breath and closing his eyes. focusing his consciousness into the Dantian's Qi Sea. There, two large droplets of liquid, one black and one white, flowed aimlessly. Worried about contamination, he had previously separated them with nameless true energy. However, today was different. The third-level mantra stated that these two energies must achieve a state of clarity and mutual inclusion to unleash their true power. Thus, he would actively merge them. Distinct yet intertwined. What a paradox. Wang Hao mused to himself, pondering the implications. Isn't this akin to death and rebirth? Regardless, I shall give it a try. But I must avoid contamination, or I will have to refine them once more. With utmost caution, he withdrew the nameless true energy and attempted to draw the two droplets together. As they approached each other, he silently prayed for success. The moment the black and white droplets touched, a powerful repulsive force erupted, sending them flying apart. The pure energy, being lighter, ascended, while the turbid energy, heavier, descended. Why won't you merge? You were originally one. Chapter 44. A breakthrough at hand. Why can't they merge? They were originally one entity. Wang Hao had been concerned that the refined essence of purity and impurity would be tainted by merging, yet to his astonishment, they violently repelled each other the moment they came into contact. This was utterly unexpected. Ordinarily, like repels like while opposites attract, does it not? Undeterred, Wang Hao exerted greater force to fuse the two droplets of aura, but once again, an immense repulsion emerged upon contact. He hastily summoned his unnamed true energy in an attempt to suppress this force, but it succumbed in less than 3 seconds, leading to another explosive separation of the two essences. What on earth is happening? Enraged, Wang Hao leapt up to retrieve his personal computer. Did Master Baowa truly perfect the harmonious Qi technique? Could it be that he merely concocted it on a whim? Upon accessing the third level of the harmonious Qi technique, he found it reiterated the necessity of merging the two essences without complete fusion to unleash its true power. However, it offered no guidance on how to achieve this fusion or to what extent it should occur. Teacher Lin, have we been deceived? In his helplessness, Wang Hao sought Lin Meiying's counsel. Lin Meiying, equally perplexed, replied, to be honest, even I know little about the righteous Qi technique, the harmonious Qi technique, or this Master Baowa. Moreover, given my current state, I cannot physically practice or experience the harmonious Qi technique, so you must rely on your own efforts. Wang Hao nodded and resolutely returned to his task. Today, I will exert every ounce of strength to unify these two essences. If they prove ineffective after merging, I shall seek out this Master Baowa and give him a good thrashing. With that, he took a deep breath, channeling all his strength to forcefully collide the two essences. The result was immediate. A violent explosion erupted within his dantian, a powerful shockwave coursing through his limbs, causing Wang Hao to spew blood several meters away before collapsing back to the ground. Wang Hao, are you all right? Lin Meiying exclaimed, panic washing over her. Can you stand? Cough, cough, I'm fine, Wang Hao weakly gestured, clearing the blood lodged in his throat. This incident proved the harmonious Qi technique was not without merit. At the very least, it could be employed for self-detonation in dire moments. Seeing him still able to speak, Lin Meiying felt a wave of relief. After nearly an hour of catching his breath, Wang Hao finally gathered the strength to rise. The first question he posed to Teacher Lin was, how can I eliminate the true energy within my dantian? I believe you should not rush to discard everything and start anew, Lin Meiying suggested. From my experience, the principles of the harmonious Qi technique are sound. The harmony of yin and yang is also a profound martial theory. So it is likely that you simply have yet to discover the correct method. Wang Hao shook his head, exclaiming, enough is enough. I am genuinely frightened. After practicing for so long, not only have I failed to grow stronger, but I nearly met my demise. Surely, I have a nuclear bomb lodged in my dantian. Since Wang Hao was adamant about not persisting with the harmonious Qi technique, Lin Meiying provided him with a method to expel his true energy. Transform your unnamed true energy into a grinder to gradually grind the two essences into dust, then slowly expel them. Wang Hao exhaled slowly, following Lin Meiying's instructions to use his unnamed true energy to grind the large droplet of pure water. Surprisingly, the droplet proved remarkably resilient. The unnamed true energy seemed utterly ineffective against it, requiring considerable effort to diminish it even slightly. Ah, it's far easier to summon a deity than to send one away, he lamented. It took me 3 days to cultivate this droplet of pure water. Yet to completely grind it down and expel it from my dantian will take at least a week of continuous effort. Lin Meiying teased from the side. If you have that much time, you might as well hurry to the scripture pavilion and find a new technique to start practicing. No way. What if they collide violently again someday? Wang Hao retorted stubbornly. I must dismantle this unstable nuclear device. Remember, while nuclear energy can create terrifying weapons, it can also generate clean energy. Everything in this world before Lin Meiying could finish, Wang Hao suddenly wailed. Ah, Teacher Lin. It's your incessant chatter that distracted me from monitoring the situation in my dantian. And now look. Lin Meiying was taken aback. What happened? The physical properties and charges of the pure and impure essences in Wang Hao's dantian were precisely opposite, like charges attracted while opposites repelled. Wang Hao had just managed to grind down a fraction of the pure qi, but in the blink of an eye, it was sucked back in, reverting to a perfectly intact droplet of pure water. Lin Meiying was at a loss for words. The Haoran righteous qi technique was indeed peculiar. No, even if it kills me, I must expel these troublesome essences from my dantian, Wang Hao declared with determination. If all else fails, I will simply expel them whole. Expel them whole. You might find yourself bedridden for a month. That is the most crude method of discarding internal energy. It could inflict significant harm on your body and even pose a life-threatening risk, Lin Meiying cautioned. If I were you, I would practice a superior internal technique first, then deal with the pure and impure essences. As she spoke, Lin Meiying revealed her form and waved her hand, conjuring countless black and gold characters in the air, forming an outline of an internal technique. This is the Taiji Liui Gong, a low-level mystical technique that you should be able to practice. Wang Hao squinted at the Taiji Liui Gong suspended in the air. Taiji Liui, yes. How could I have forgotten this? This is the legendary principle of clear distinctions, yet mutual inclusion. Realizing something, Wang Hao's excitement surged, causing his speech to tremble. Ignoring Lin Meiying's bewildered expression, he closed his eyes once more, sinking his consciousness back into his dantian, and resumed grinding the droplet of pure water with his unnamed true energy. Taiji, yes. The Taiji diagram embodies clear distinctions, yet mutual inclusion. Wang Hao seemed to have grasped the essence of his task. Lin Meiying quickly recognized his insight, casting a look of approval at Wang Hao. Truly remarkable. As Wang Hao continued, he managed to grind down another small droplet from the large pure water droplet. This time, he did not allow the two droplets to recombine. Instead, he carefully guided the small droplet toward the larger murky one. When the two droplets met, a significant repulsion arose. Yet it was far gentler than before. Without much effort, he successfully inserted the small pure droplet into the larger murky droplet. Excellent. Success. Chapter 45. Breakthrough. Observing the small pure water droplet enveloped by the murky droplet within his dantian, Wang Hao nodded with satisfaction. The success of this step confirmed that his conjecture was indeed correct. The next step would involve separating a portion of the murky droplet. Drawing from his previous experience, Wang Hao effortlessly detached a small part of the murky droplet and, just before it could reassemble, swiftly inserted the smaller portion into the pure water droplet. At that very moment, the two previously lifeless energies of clarity and turbidity erupted within Wang Hao's dantian, swirling with fervor, sometimes merging, sometimes dispersing, creating chaos in his qi. The two energies danced like yin and yang fish, causing Wang Hao considerable discomfort. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he endeavored to calm the two entities. He understood that these were two separated parts yearning to reunite, but their encasing layers repelled each other, resulting in a tumultuous state of wanting to converge yet being unable to do so. Lin Meiying, observing the beads of sweat cascading down Wang Hao's forehead, realized that his dantian was at a critical juncture of convergence. Silently, she offered a prayer for him. Go on, Wang Hao. Though your innate talent is unparalleled, mere talent is insufficient. Perseverance, diligence, patience, and a touch of luck are also required. Within Wang Hao's dantian, the two energies continued to collide and rebound with alarming speed, seemingly relentless in their pursuit to break through the confines of his qi. However, Wang Hao discerned a peculiar phenomenon. After each collision, an indescribable essence began to accumulate within his dantian. This essence bore a striking resemblance to true energy imbued with formidable power. An existence beyond the reach of nameless true qi. As the saying goes, Taiji generates the two forms generate the four images, and the four images generate the 8 trigrams. Could it be that the collision of these two energies had birthed a new form of true qi? Wang Hao marveled inwardly, contemplating whether this was the true essence of the Haoren Jingqi technique. Master Baohua, I have misjudged you, he exclaimed silently. Let us name this newly generated true qi Haoren qi. With the continuous collisions of the two energies, the Haoren qi within Wang Hao's body multiplied, ultimately leading to a qualitative change, transforming into a formidable force. Recognizing the moment had arrived, he manipulated the Haoren qi to form 2 colossal hands, which swiftly captured the restless yin and yang energies with a decisive grip. Lonely yin does not give birth, solitary yang does not thrive. Yin and yang, clarity and turbidity, each is essential. Wang Hao addressed the black and white energies. You are the essence of the world, inherently intertwined. It is time for you to unite once more. With that, he forcefully pressed the two energies together. Strangely enough, this time, the reaction of the two energies was not as tumultuous. Their opposing characteristics kept them distinct, yet a portion of each energy clung to the other, ensuring they would never separate again. Thus, the two energies finally achieved the legendary state of clarity and turbidity, wherein each contained the essence of the other. The Haoren Jingqi technique was about to unleash its true power. At the moment the two energies formed the Taiji diagram, they began to generate an unceasing stream of Haoren qi, akin to a powerful engine. This influx rapidly filled Wang Hao's qi and flowed through his meridians to nourish his entire being. The speed and magnitude of this energy surge astonished him. What? How can there be so much? He gasped. Wang Hao was initially taken aback by the sheer volume of Haoren qi, which exceeded the capacity of his dantian. In the next instant, this Haoren qi began to autonomously nourish his meridians and qi, even penetrating through to fortify his skin and flesh. Alarmed, he called out to Lin Meiying, Teacher Lin. This. Lin Meiying, seasoned in such matters, recognized the implications immediately. She smiled reassuringly at Wang Hao and gave him a thumbs up. Keep going. You are on the verge of a breakthrough. Soon to step into the realm of refining essence into qi. Do not worry. Aside from a bit of pain, there is no danger. Upon hearing Lin Meiying's words, Wang Hao felt a wave of relief wash over him. He relaxed his body and began to accept the nourishing flow of Haoren qi. However, within 3 minutes, regret washed over him. This breakthrough was excruciatingly painful. The Haoren qi forcefully expanded his meridians, stretching his qi to its limits. His skin and flesh twisted violently under the influence of the Haoren qi, causing tears to spill from his eyes. Teacher Lin, can I not go through with this breakthrough? It hurts so much. Are you not a man? It's just a bit of pain. Lin Meiying retorted, half amused, urging him to endure. You make it sound easy. I am on the brink of agony here. Wang Hao moaned in response. Despite his complaints, Wang Hao gritted his teeth and persevered. Finally, after 3 minutes of intense suffering, the pain began to subside, replaced by an overwhelming sense of comfort. A comfort born from newfound strength, a sensation of wielding immense power. Exhaling deeply, Wang Hao rose from his seat. He felt invigorated, as if his entire being brimmed with strength. Even his hair felt as rigid as steel. He clearly sensed a significant enhancement in his abilities. This newfound strength filled him with exhilaration, compelling him to shout, to leap, to punch through walls. Drawing in a deep breath, he summoned a mouthful of Haoren qi from his dantian and unleashed a punch towards the glass window 5 meters away. The resulting gust of wind reverberated against the glass, producing a cacophony of sound. Ha! What incredible power! Wang Hao exclaimed, overjoyed by the potency of his punch. Just the force of the wind was astounding. How powerful would a direct hit be? Lin Meiying manifested beside him, proclaiming, Congratulations. You have successfully broken through to the realm of refining essence into qi, officially becoming a martial artist. The path ahead will be more arduous, so prepare yourself. Oh, that can wait, Wang Hao replied, retrieving a fragment of the Hypa original stone from his storage. Now that I have achieved my breakthrough, my next step is to help others awaken their powers. I will assist Senior Jibu. Taken aback by Wang Hao's words, Lin Meiying couldn't help but feel a twinge of jealousy. You truly cannot forget her. Be cautious, or you may invite emotional entanglements that could become your inner demons. What are you talking about? I'm merely assisting Senior Jibu, just as I helped Xiaoyu, Wang Hao countered, merrily making his way towards Lingyuan Jibu's dormitory. Watching Wang Hao's retreating figure, Lin Meiying calculated in disbelief. In less than 10 days of training, he has gone from zero to breaking through the realm of refining essence into qi. Good heavens. Chapter 46, Girls' Dormitory. No entry for gentlemen. As Wang Hao hummed a tune, he made his way towards Lingyuan Jibu's dormitory. At this hour, the Arcane Institute had no classes, so it was highly likely she was still in her room. Feeling the strength radiating from the ground beneath his feet, Wang Hao couldn't help but display a triumphant smile. The sense of power that accompanied his breakthrough was all-encompassing. If he were to fight his morning self, he could probably defeat that version of himself with a single punch. I am the king of the world. Noticing no one around, he couldn't resist shouting out loud. Lin Meiying, unable to watch this display any longer, admonished him, "Don't act so arrogant just because you've achieved a little success. Humility and caution are the foundations of progress. Pride and arrogance will surely lead to downfall." I know. I'm just a bit too happy," Wang Hao replied cheerfully. Lingyuan Jibu's dormitory was located in the 9th courtyard, situated between the Arcane Institute and the Science Institute. The open space below was filled with various herbs, and the gentle breeze carried a faint medicinal fragrance. Wang Hao had only heard Lingyuan Jibu mention living here, but he didn't know which unit it was. Standing next to the herb garden, he craned his neck to peer into the 9th courtyard, hoping to locate Lingyuan Jibu's residence. Should I just call out? No. Normally I could do that, but my relationship with Jibu Senior is quite delicate. Such an action might irritate her, and she wouldn't want to see me. Wang Hao pondered anxiously, then took out his personal computer, deciding it would be best to send her a message first. At that moment, a slender object suddenly pressed against Wang Hao's waist, followed by a delicate voice scolding him. "What are you sneaking around for? Taking pictures? It's a misunderstanding. I'm here looking for someone," Wang Hao exclaimed in surprise, quickly turning to introduce himself. Wait, what? It's you?" He then realized that the thing pressing against his waist was a delicate, fair finger, and its owner was a familiar golden-haired beauty, Linoligia from the campus patrol. "Looking for someone? Who? All odd-numbered dormitories are for girls," Linoligia retorted without reservation. "I thought you were a rogue before, and now it seems my judgment was correct." Wang Hao couldn't help but chuckle. "Come on, I'm looking for Lingyuan Jibu, the senior from the Science Institute. You should know her, right? Lingyuan Jibu? You're looking for her too?" Eligia was taken aback. "She has been absent for 3 days. I came here today to see what had happened to her." Absent for 3 days. Wang Hao felt a buzz in his head. Does that mean after our last encounter in the wilderness, she hasn't attended class since? Could it be that Jibu Senior has? Unable to bear the thought, has she taken her own life? Where does she live? Let us go check, Wang Hao exclaimed, slapping his thigh in urgency. I think it's 0103. While we must check, you can't just barge in. Hey, what are you doing? Get out of the way. Worried about Jibu Senior, Wang Hao disregarded all notions of propriety and dashed straight into the 9th dormitory, heading directly to 0103. Seeing this, Eligia had no choice but to follow reluctantly. In front of Jibu Senior's door, Wang Hao knocked hurriedly. But there was no response from within. He was about to call out, but reconsidered, turning to Eligia and gesturing towards the door. You call her. Lingyuan Jibu? Are you home? Eligia knocked on the door, inquiring about her absence from classes in the past 3 days. Are you in there? After waiting nearly 3 minutes without any response, Wang Hao grew increasingly anxious, uncertain whether Jibu Senior was absent or. There's no choice now. Let us go in and wait. Yela. Suddenly, Eligia raised her hand and drew a purple rune, unlocking spell. With a loud click, the sturdy door swung open, and Eligia strode in confidently, treating the place as if it were her own. You, How can you just walk in like that? Wang Hao was dumbfounded. How could she enter someone else's home so casually? Elijah scoffed. Whose home? This is property of the Academy of Divine Communication. As a member of the campus patrol, I naturally have the right to enter any building. I've never seen someone so shameless in my life. Don't you understand the meaning of privacy? Wang Hao sighed in resignation, following her inside. Elijah casually scanned the entire apartment, confirming that Jibu Sr. was not home. Then began to pace slowly. Where could she be? Has she left the academy for the city? Wang Hao stood awkwardly in the living room. A faint sweet aroma permeating the air, seemingly the lingering scent of Jibu Sr., which made him somewhat flustered. There's no other option. Let us see if we can find some clues about her whereabouts. Elijah said as she stepped into the study. Is she out training? What magic has she been studying recently? Honestly, if she's going out, she should at least inform the academy. What magic has Jibu Sr. been studying? Wang Hao's cold sweat began to pour down. She has been studying summoning magic. If Elijah finds out, it would be disastrous. He hurried into the study and glanced at the desk, where he indeed saw a pile of daunting summoning magic materials. Elijah strode straight towards the desk, her target set on that stack of materials. At that critical moment, Wang Hao summoned his energy, leaped lightly, and executed a small somersault, landing atop the desk to shield the materials with his hands. What? What are you doing? Elijah jumped in surprise. Are you insane, jumping around in here? Though nearly scared to death, Wang Hao forced a fierce expression. Get out of here. Is it appropriate for you to casually rummage through someone's privacy? What authority does the campus patrol have to do this? If you keep this up, I'll report you to the dean. Elijah shrugged and turned to leave the study. All right, I want to look. You definitely have a crush on her. Watching her exit the study, Wang Hao finally breathed a sigh of relief, then hurriedly packed all the materials on the desk into his storage point. Encountering such a troublesome campus patrol member was indeed unfortunate. At that moment, Elijah's voice came from outside the study. If you let me out, why are you still staying in there? You're not trying to spy, are you? What nonsense are you talking about? I'm coming out now. After confirming he had missed nothing, Wang Hao stepped out of the study and into the living room. As he exited the study, a familiar figure swiftly entered through the front door. Who are you, and why are you barging into someone else's? Wang Hao, is that you? Chapter 47, The Moment of Reckoning. Who allowed you to intrude into someone else's home? Wang Hao, what are you doing here? After 3 days, Wang Hao was relieved to see the lively Jibu Sr. again. It seemed she had not succumbed to despair, and his previous worries were unfounded. However, he now faced the difficult task of explaining his unauthorized entry into her abode. Their relationship was already awkward. This incident might push Jibu Sr. to resent him deeply. He nervously glanced into Jibu's eyes, only to be met with a look of joy. She seemed genuinely happy to see him again. Had she forgiven him? Wang Hao felt a surge of happiness. He had known it. Jibu Sr. would not remain angry for more than 3 days. At that moment, Elijah could no longer contain herself and stepped forward, addressing Jibu. Jibu, you know me, right? I'm Elijah from the patrol team. Jibu nodded. What do you want from me? Don't you know why the patrol team is looking for you? Why haven't you attended class for 3 days? Elijah pressed. Jibu did not respond immediately but glanced toward the study, then subtly signaled to Wang Hao, indicating that Elijah had never been inside. Wang Hao understood and discreetly pointed to the storage point on his wrist, signaling that everything was safely hidden. Their silent communication was remarkably in sync. Despite Elijah and Appo's presence, she would never suspect that they were actually mischievous students practicing summoning magic. Receiving the signal of safety, Jibu sighed in relief and began to weave a casual lie. I had some urgent matters at home and returned to Earth for the past 3 days. Elijah was taken aback. You? Returned to Earth? Who did you tell? Why didn't you request leave from the teacher? Also, show me your transit records on the jump ship. It was too urgent. I didn't have time to ask the teacher for leave. Jibu shrugged. As for the transit records, my computer is broken. Her excuses were clearly flimsy, and Elijah instinctively wanted to press for more. However, Wang Hao suddenly coughed loudly, reminding her not to overstep her bounds. The patrol team does not possess such authority. If there are any consequences regarding Jibu's absence, it should be addressed by the teachers. With no other option, Lygia retreated. Just be careful. If you miss too many classes, you won't be able to graduate. This remark shattered the good mood Jibu had felt upon seeing Wang Hao. Her face fell, and she opened the door, making a clear gesture for him to leave. And it did not end there. Once Lygia exited, she slammed the door with a resounding bang. Seeing Jibu's fury, Wang Hao felt a wave of anxiety. She was clearly upset. How could he mend their relationship? Wang Hao, it's been a while. Did Doctor Who mention me at the Scientific Institute? Surprisingly, Jibu was the first to speak. I lost my composure that day in the wasteland and said things I shouldn't have. I hope you won't take it to heart. Wang Hao was elated and quickly replied, Jibu, please don't say that. There are no issues between us. It's all a misunderstanding. Jibu numbly nodded, yes, just misunderstandings. Seeing her lack of enthusiasm, Wang Hao attempted to strike up a conversation. Doctor Who isn't doing well. He feels quite at a loss without you as his assistant. If you're free, you should go check on him. He has found a new research direction and is tackling some technical challenges. Jibu nodded, though it was unclear if she absorbed his words. Noticing Jibu's indifferent demeanor, Wang Hao decided to make another effort. Jibu, I want to advise you to refrain from practicing summoning magic. It is perilous. This statement struck her like a thorn, causing Jibu to leap in anger. What do you mean by that? Jibu, I understand your current distress about not graduating from the Academy of Divine Communication. However, you must realize that summoning magic won't lead to your graduation. You can't possibly summon an assassin rabbit during the graduation assessment. Wang Hao urged. Jibu interrupted him with a wave of her hand. I know you mean well, but there are many things you don't understand. Practicing summoning magic is merely the first step. I am fully aware of my path. Wang Hao recognized that the moment of truth had arrived. Unless he laid everything bare, he could not sway Jibu. Gritting his teeth, he whispered, the masked man's plan is utterly absurd. It will ultimately bring harm to you. Rather than his scheme, I discovered an awakening you. Found out? Jibu's eyes widened. Staring intently at Wang Hao. The masked man. You were in the wasteland that day? Wang Hao nodded. I was practicing and collapsed in the grass. You didn't notice me. I heard everything you discussed. Rest assured, I haven't revealed a word. Despite his assurance, Jibu appeared shaken. She had not anticipated that her confidential scheme with the masked man had been overheard from the very beginning. Perhaps the only solace was that the one who heard this secret was Wang Hao. Jibu, think carefully about the absurdity of this plan, Wang Hao implored. First, the summoning technique is incredibly difficult. You are unlikely to succeed and will waste precious time. Moreover, even if you successfully summon a powerful otherworldly sorcerer, what if he refuses to impart knowledge? What if he turns hostile and attacks you? Most importantly, what happens if the school discovers this plan? As a third party laid out the disarray before Jibu, she began to realize that the scheme was not the solution to her troubles, but rather a potential descent into an irretrievable abyss. However, to abandon it outright. At that moment, a loud knock echoed from Jibu's door, accompanied by a man's voice. Jibu? Jibu? Didn't you say you were getting something? Why is it taking so long? Wang Hao froze in place. He recognized that the voice belonged to none other than the masked man who had persuaded Jibu that day. Chapter 48. The Wicked Daughter. As Wang Hao endeavored to persuade Ling Yuan Jibu to abandon the impractical scheme proposed by the masked man. He was utterly taken aback when the masked figure audaciously knocked on the door. Ling Yuan Jibu hesitated momentarily, but ultimately proceeded to open the door, leaving Wang Hao no time to intervene. Time was of the essence. They needed to grasp the fundamentals of summoning. What a surprise! Upon the door's opening, the masked man impatiently began to chatter incessantly, only pausing when he noticed Wang Hao standing behind her. Wang Hao was momentarily at a loss for words, rendered speechless as he simply gazed at him. Is he her boyfriend? The masked man awkwardly raised a hand in greeting, introducing himself as Cheng Feng, merely a classmate of Ling Yuan, currently collaborating on a magical endeavor. Misunderstood as her boyfriend, Wang Hao felt a tinge of embarrassment but refrained from correcting him. Shyly introducing himself, I am Wang Hao, a freshman of the 99th cohort. A junior. Cheng Feng raised an eyebrow, astonished that Ling Yuan Jibu had an interest in someone younger than herself. Greetings. Have you enrolled in the Secret Institute? Well, I have applied to both the True Martial Institute and the Arcane Institute. Very impressive for your age. Upon initial interaction, Wang Hao discovered that Cheng Feng possessed a notably gentle demeanor, suggesting that his foray into summoning magic was born from desperation. At that moment, Ling Yuan Jibu could no longer contain herself and interrupted the pleasant exchange. Enough of this idle chatter. Cheng Feng, he knows about our plan. When you came to find me, he was lying in the wilderness behind the mountain. Cheng Feng was taken aback. Have we been exposed? How could this be? With the matter laid bare, Wang Hao no longer engaged in pleasantries. Indeed, I inadvertently overheard your plan. I do not wish to report you, but Jibu cannot continue associating with you. You must seek others. That is unacceptable. The summoning ritual requires 2 males and 2 females. We have finally found 1 female. And now she is considering withdrawing? Where am I to find 2 more suitable participants? No. Cheng Feng turned a glance at Ling Yuan Jibu. She promised. Wang Hao gritted his teeth, countering sharply. I am her boyfriend, and if I say no, it is final. This declaration left Cheng Feng speechless. Indeed, Wang Hao was Ling Yuan Jibu's boyfriend, whereas Cheng Feng was merely an ordinary classmate. In this comparison, he was certainly obliged to heed Wang Hao. Curiously, in response to Cheng Feng's assumption that Wang Hao was her boyfriend, Ling Yuan Jibu did not rush to deny it, but merely stood nearby, frowning. Whether she accepted this misunderstanding or simply found it trivial to correct remained uncertain. Yet, Cheng Feng sought to resist. If you are indeed Ling Yuan's partner, you must be aware of her situation. She is struggling greatly with the courses at the Arcane Institute, and only dropping out seems viable. Our plan is her only hope for graduating successfully. Successful graduation? More like a path to ruin. Wang Hao waved his hand, firmly rejecting the idea. No, Jibu will not wade through this murky water any longer. As for graduation, I have discovered a way for her to succeed. This method, of course, involved the hypofragments. Should she awaken her latent abilities, Ling Yuan Jibu would surely graduate smoothly. Moreover, she might be among the first in the Scientific Institute to manifest such powers, creating a sensational headline. However, this was contingent upon Lin Meiying not deceiving them, and Ling Yuan Jibu possessing the genetic predisposition for superpower mutation. Faced with Wang Hao's nebulous claims, Cheng Feng's reaction was one of genuine surprise. His eyes widened as he inquired, "What method? Can you share it with me?" This was rather tragic. Wang Hao was nearly in tears. Cheng Feng was indeed an earnest individual. Had he not been forced into a corner, he would never have resorted to such dubious means. Just as Wang Hao desperately sought an excuse to dismiss Cheng Feng, the door to Ling Yuan Jibu's residence swung open once more. This time, a tall man with golden hair, fair skin, and a prominent nose, standing at an impressive height of nearly 6 feet 3 inches, entered. After surveying Cheng Feng and Wang Hao, he hesitated to speak. A few practicing martial arts over there. Should we? Cheng Feng, frustrated, raked his fingers through his hair and replied, "The situation has changed. Ling Yuan may no longer be joining us." The golden-haired man was taken aback. What? Why? We've finally assembled 4 individuals. Upon hearing this, Wang Hao nearly dropped his jaw. Had they truly gathered 4 participants? Who was this 4th female? Was there truly a lack of students at the Godly Institute who were concerned about their graduation? In response to the golden-haired man's query, Ling Yuan Jibu fidgeted with her hands. I believe my aptitude is simply too inadequate. The path of summoning magic may not be viable for me. Therefore, I shall not impede your progress. I withdraw. Cheng Feng and the golden-haired man exchanged glances, their faces reflecting disappointment. To lose a member at such a crucial juncture meant their plans would once again be postponed. Wang Hao felt a surge of joy. It appeared Jibu was indeed on his side. Withdraw? One cannot simply come and go as they please. At that moment, a third uninvited guest pushed open the door to Ling Yuan Jibu's home. Wang Hao focused his gaze and saw a girl clad in a black JK uniform, her legs adorned with knee-high boots. This girl possessed strikingly beautiful features, surpassing even Ling Yuan Jibu's ordinary beauty and rivaling the unmatched allure of Lin Meiying. However, for reasons unknown, Wang Hao sensed an unsettling aura emanating from her, as if she were a nefarious sorceress harboring sinister intentions. Consequently, Wang Hao remained vigilant. not allowing himself to be distracted by her beauty. Who might you be? I am Li Shangling. I have long heard of your esteemed name, Mr. Wang Hao. Today, I see your grandeur firsthand. The girl slightly lifted her skirt and curtsied before Wang Hao, adding, I too am a freshman of the 99th cohort, Li Shangling. Who gives their child a name such as Shang? It must be an alias. Wang Hao furrowed his brow. You know me? I have heard Sister Jibu speak of you. She holds you in high regard, calling you a genius. Li Shangling replied with a smile that barely concealed her intentions. Not taking her flattery at face value, Wang Hao maintained his guarded stance and continued to inquire. You claim to be a freshman. Why do you wish to involve yourself in Chengfeng's plans? Surely you are not yet at the stage of worrying about graduation? Li Shangling smiled faintly. One must always prepare in advance. By the time I reach my second year, I may no longer have companions like Cheng Feng and Sister Jibu. Chapter 49. Pressing forward according to Li Shangling. Her involvement in the graduation plan initiated by Cheng Feng and others, as a mere freshman, was a precautionary measure. She reasoned that if she did not participate now, by the time she reached her second year and required a graduation plan, individuals like Cheng Feng and Ling Yuan would no longer be available to assist her. However, Wang Hao found this explanation to be utterly nonsensical. His preconceived disdain for Li Shangling led him to dismiss everything she said. After weighing his options, he resolved to act decisively, helping Senior Jibu refuse the graduation plan and ensuring that these individuals departed swiftly. How astute of you to prepare in advance. He feigned admiration for Li Shangling, adding, but Senior Jibu must withdraw due to personal matters. Kindly seek another female participant. Before Li Shangling could respond, the blonde man beside her interjected, Who are you to speak on behalf of Ling Yuan? What gives you the right? Wang Hao frowned and inquired, And you are? I am Makiewicz Simmons, Cheng Feng's roommate. The blonde man introduced himself. Wang Hao nodded and replied, Oh, I am Wang Hao, Senior Jibu's boyfriend. Upon hearing this, Makiewicz let out a heavy sigh and turned to leave. It seemed he was a straightforward individual, departing without hesitation, which improved Wang Hao's impression of him considerably. Wait a moment, Senior Makiewicz. At that moment, the mischievous Li Shangling spoke up again. How many times must I say this? Do not take everything others say at face value. Is it reasonable for Senior Jibu to have a boyfriend who is merely a week into his studies, especially while grappling with the torment of potential failure to graduate? Makiewicz paused, considering her words, and turned back to question, Who exactly are you to Ling Yuan? Do you have the authority to make decisions for her? Wang Hao seethed internally, cursing Li Shangling for instigating trouble. After all, Senior Jibu had not expressed any grievances. Li Shangling shook her head and retorted, Even if Wang Hao is Senior Jibu's boyfriend, so what? What qualifications does he have to make decisions for her? If she wishes to withdraw, it must be her own choice. Cheng Feng and Makiewicz turned to Ling Yuan, silently asking, Are you certain you want to withdraw? Ling Yuan lowered her head, remaining silent, clearly torn about whether to withdraw from the graduation plan. Although Wang Hao claimed to have methods to guarantee his graduation, what if he failed? Furthermore, despite his considerable talent, he was still merely a freshman. What could he possibly do to ensure his graduation? Seeing her indecision, Wang Hao could no longer hold back. Senior Jibu, please repeat what you just said. Hey, you cannot manipulate Senior Jibu, Li Shangling admonished, shaking her finger. Makiewicz waved his hand dismissively. Even if you are, you cannot influence her decision. Wang Hao was furious. He could ascertain that Makiewicz was an honorable man. Yet he found himself at odds with him due to Li Shangling's provocations, which had bred hostility toward him. In that moment, Ling Yuan felt as if she were caught in a vice, torn between two opposing forces. On one side were her peers, equally facing the prospect of not graduating. She did not wish to betray them. On the other side stood Wang Hao, her Senior Jibu. Li Shangling is not a good person. For your own sake, you must distance yourself from her, Wang Hao silently urged. While Ling Yuan grappled with her dilemma, Li Shangling spoke again. By the way, did you not just claim to have a guaranteed method for Senior Jibu's successful graduation? Why not share it openly with us? If it is indeed effective, we would not be so adamant about holding on to Senior Jibu. Cheng Feng perked up at this, nodding in agreement. What she said makes sense. Let's hear your method. Fueled by adrenaline, Wang Hao placed his hand on the storage artifact, preparing to unveil the remnants of Hypa. Allow me to show you the power of extraordinary abilities. However, just as he was about to reveal the hyper remnants, Lin Meiying's voice rang in his ear. This Li Shangling is suspicious. Do not disclose the existence of the hyper remnants. If you must speak, do so only with Ling Yuan. Wait, you choose this moment to intervene? Wang Hao's hand trembled, causing him to release the storage artifact. What is it? Were you about to take something out? Sensing Wang Hao's hesitation, Li Shangling pressed on. You possess a storage artifact. A regulated item. It wouldn't happen to be stolen, would it? For a fleeting moment, Wang Hao contemplated striking Li Shangling across the face. Does your mouth ever cease to function? Stay calm. Li Shangling is deliberately provoking you to incite a loss of composure. Lin Meiying's timely warning echoed in his mind. If you resort to violence, you may fall into her trap. Wang Hao exhaled deeply, nodding in understanding. He could clearly sense that Li Shangling was attempting to provoke him. Subtly, he activated the recording device on his personal computer, preserving a safeguard for himself. What's the matter? Unable to articulate your graduation method? Li Shangling noticed Wang Hao's discreet gesture, smirking without exposing him, and continued to fan the flames. Glaring at her, Wang Hao responded directly. There is indeed a method, but I do not trust you enough to share it. Turning to Ling Yuan, he added, Come with me to my study. I will tell you privately. Ling Yuan nodded, rising to follow Wang Hao. Yet, after only a couple of steps, she was halted by Li Shangling's raised hand. Wait, what clandestine secret do you harbor? You are not planning to brainwash Senior Jibu into obediently following your command, are you? Wang Hao clenched his fists in frustration. Must you cause a scene? What brainwashing could I possibly do? You do not need to brainwash her. Why the need for whispered conversations? Or have you, as a freshman from the Divine Academy, mastered some extraordinary cultivation method? Li Shangling pressed on relentlessly. This was clearly a case of sophistry. Chung Feng and Makiewicz should have recognized that Li Shangling was acting suspiciously. However, when Wang Hao glanced at them, he found them wearing expressions of doubt, as if he truly were a deceitful man attempting to manipulate Ling Yuan. It was unclear what kind of spell Li Shangling had cast over the two, or if they simply believed her beauty rendered her incapable of deceit. Yet surely Senior Jibu would trust him? However, when Wang Hao looked over at Ling Yuan, he saw her grappling with uncertainty. Did he truly possess a foolproof method for graduation? In desperation, Wang Hao could only disclose a fragment of information. Senior Jibu, this graduation method is connected to the Scientific Secret Institute. Chapter 50, Martial Arts Sister Jibu. This method is related to the Scientific Secret Institute. Driven by desperation, Wang Hao could only reveal a fragment of the information. Upon hearing this, the four exchanged glances related to the Scientific Secret Institute? Does that imply? Ha 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 ha. You can't possibly mean that the so-called method is to awaken superpowers in Sister Jibu, right? Li Shangling suddenly burst into laughter. Don't be ridiculous. Who doesn't he know that the Scientific Secret Institute has been established for so many years without a single success? You want Sister Jibu to abandon magic for the elusive awakening of superpowers? Not only Li Shangling, but Chung Feng and Makiewicz also shook their heads, evidently skeptical about Wang Hao's proposition of awakening superpowers. Wang Hao felt his blood pressure rising. This Li Shangling was indeed a master at manipulating emotions. It was one thing for her to act this way, but Chung Feng and Makiewicz shared the same attitude. Damn it. Your graduation plan's success rate can't be much higher than mine. Helpless, he had no choice but to leave the decision to Ling Yuan Jibu. Wang Hao turned to her. Sister Jibu, do you believe what I said? Ling Yuan Jibu nodded at first, but before Wang Hao could rejoice, she shook her head and said, I believe you, Wang Hao, but this matter is crucial to my graduation. It is far too important for me to hastily withdraw from the graduation plan and agree to you. It seemed the situation had reached a deadlock. Wang Hao had almost convinced Ling Yuan Jibu to withdraw from the graduation plan, but with Li Shangling's intervention, he found himself in a passive position, as if she were toying with him. Moreover, in Wang Hao's eyes, this newcomer Li Shangling appeared to be the one calling the shots among the four, which was quite unreasonable. Did Chung Feng, Makiewicz, and Ling Yuan Jibu truly intend to obediently follow her lead? All right, Mr. Wang Hao, Sister Jibu has already declined your offer, so please take your leave. Li Shuangling extended a finger towards the door. We must continue our studies in magic. By the way, you wouldn't report us, would you? Even if you disregard our lives, consider Sister Jibu. Damn this witch. Why is she so eager to chase me away? Wang Hao retorted angrily. I haven't finished speaking. Since Sister Jibu is unwilling to withdraw from the graduation plan, I cannot force her. However, she can still try my method while participating in the graduation plan, right? At least it serves as a double assurance. If one fails, there is still the other. This indeed seemed a viable approach, and the other three nodded in agreement. Cheng Feng, in particular, appeared quite interested in Wang Hao's method. If Ling Wanjibu succeeded, perhaps he could benefit as well. Unfortunately, only one person was unwilling, and that was Li Shuangling. She wore a disdainful expression and exaggeratedly remarked, Mr. Wang Hao, Sister Jibu has already rejected you. Could you not be magnanimous and leave quickly? Your insistence is truly amusing. Wang Hao was taken aback. Am I being insistent? What are you talking about? I'm truly fed up with you. Sister Jibu, let him go, or we will abandon you. Li Shuangling turned to Ling Jibu, her tone firm. Has this woman gone mad? Wang Hao was so exasperated he almost laughed. You want to expel Sister Jibu, right? That would truly suit me. He immediately turned to Ling Jibu. Do you see what kind of person Li Shuangling is? To his surprise, he was met with a complex gaze. Ling Jibu conveyed an expression of apology mixed with pleading. Just for my sake, please leave for now. Wang Hao could scarcely believe his eyes. Sister Jibu, you are sending me away for Li Shuangling. We have known each other for a full 10 days. While this Li Shuangling has barely been around for 3 days. Oh, I suppose 10 days and 3 days aren't all that different. Yet, even so, Wang Hao felt deeply hurt. He resolutely stood his ground, gazing intently at Ling Jibu. You must give me an explanation. Time was running out. At that moment, Li Shuangling glanced out the window. The sun was now low in the west. Night would soon fall. This mischievous character displayed a hint of impatience as she addressed Cheng Feng and Makivik. I truly can't bear to watch any longer. Senior brothers, please throw Wang Hao out. Cheng Feng and Makivik naturally disagreed, awkwardly responding, this isn't right. Wang Hao is indeed Sister Jibu's friend. We can't treat him this way. Fine, if you're throwing him out, then I'll leave too, Li Shuangling declared, turning to exit. I simply don't want to see this guy anymore. It's either him or me. Upon hearing Li Shuangling's ultimatum, Cheng Feng and Makivik panicked. They reached out to stop her while turning to Wang Hao, as if faced with a difficult decision. What is happening? Why do these three obey Li Shuangling so readily? Is it that the graduation plan cannot function without her? Observing this scene, Wang Hao felt utterly baffled. Ultimately, Cheng Feng and Makivik succumbed to Li Shuangling's threat and approached Wang Hao. Friend, we truly don't wish to make things difficult for you. You should leave quietly. Wang Hao frowned. You two are capable individuals. How is it that you simply follow whatever Li Shuangling says? Do you not sense her character is quite questionable? You needn't say more. She is the core of our team, and we cannot do without her. Makivik extended a hand towards Wang Hao. Please, be reasonable. I don't want to resort to force. Core, cannot do without her. A sudden realization struck Wang Hao, and he blurted out. Are you saying that without Li Shuangling, your graduation plan cannot be executed? To be precise, is there no one besides her who can master summoning magic? These words darkened the expressions of Cheng Feng and Makivik. Wang Hao instinctively covered his mouth, realizing he had misspoken. Yet, he finally understood why Li Shuangling could command such authority over the three. Without her, their graduation plan was nothing but a farce. Just summoning a powerful mage was a mere pipe dream. If she can swiftly master summoning magic, then she surely has no worries about graduating. Why is she even participating in this ridiculous graduation plan? Wang Hao couldn't help but exclaim, she has no intention of helping you. Don't let her deceive you. Finally, unable to contain himself, Makivik swung a fist at Wang Hao. Shut up. Chapter 51. The bamboo stick strikes like a sword. The words of Wang Hao were akin to a sharp blade, piercing directly into the vulnerabilities of Cheng Feng and Makivik, inflicting gory wounds upon their most sensitive spots. Their inability to graduate already left them feeling humiliated at the Divine Academy. But now they found themselves overshadowed by the newly admitted student, Li Shuangling, whose talents surpassed theirs. They had to rely on her favor for survival, a humiliation beyond measure. Little did they know, Ling Yuan had endured the same disgrace twice. Standing before them, Wang Hao was also a freshman who had mastered summoning magic. Shut your mouth. Makivik could no longer contain his rage and swung his fist at Wang Hao. Whoa. Wang Hao quickly grasped his arm. Don't be impulsive. I'm merely speaking the truth, your head. Enraged, Makivik lost his composure and aimed a punch directly at Wang Hao's face. It was unclear whether Makivik had undergone training at the True Martial Secret Academy, but this punch came swiftly and fiercely, leaving Wang Hao with no time to evade. He could only watch as the massive fist approached, realizing he was about to take a hit. At that moment, a sudden buzzing echoed in Wang Hao's mind, followed by an uncomfortable sensation at the bridge of his nose, as if it were trying to warn him. Instinctively, he connected the discomfort with Makivik's fist. His punch would certainly land on his nose, hence the warning. With this awareness, evading became effortless. Wang Hao slightly tilted his head, allowing Makivik's rocket-like fist to graze past his face, missing entirely. Having failed to land the blow, Makivik lost his balance and lurched forward. Wang Hao stood before him, and if he didn't T-dodge, he would be crushed. That inexplicable feeling returned to alert him. His chest and back tingled with discomfort. If he didn't T-move now, he would surely be toppled over and suffer injuries. He heeded his instincts, gently sidestepping, causing Makivik to crash onto the floor. Seeing Makivik fall, Chung Feng angrily pointed at Wang Hao. How could you throw him down? Are you blind? He fell by himself. Wang Hao could only smile wryly. After all, it was Makivik who made the first move. Chung Feng clenched his fists, torn between wanting to assist Makivik and acknowledging that Wang Hao spoke no falsehoods. Makivik's stumble was entirely due to his own lack of skill, having missed his attack. However, Wang Hao was unwilling to let the confrontation end there. He yearned to explore that peculiar premonition he had experienced earlier, that uncanny sense of foreseeing how his opponent would strike. Since Makivik was down, he turned his attention to Chung Feng. Senior Chung Feng, let us spar a bit. Don't you want me to leave? Well, I'm staying right here today. Wang Hao beckoned him over. Even with Chung Feng's good temper, he found himself provoked by Wang Hao's taunts. You're truly asking for it, he roared, lunging at Wang Hao and unleashing a flurry of punches. It appeared that Chung Feng had received some rudimentary combat training. His strikes lacked structure. Yet, this was of little concern to Wang Hao, who was eager to test his inexplicable premonition ability. The more chaotic, the better. In an instant, he felt a tingling sensation across his face, head, neck, and chest, likely from Chung Feng's erratic assaults. He stepped back, creating distance, and most of the tingling faded, leaving only a sensation in his lower back. What is going on? How can he target my lower back from this distance? Wang Hao furrowed his brow, in a fit of rage from his failed attacks. Cheng Feng unexpectedly removed his personal computer and hurled it at Wang Hao, aiming for his lower back. Are you serious? Wang Hao exclaimed, swiftly twisting his waist, causing the device to crash against the wall. With a series of unsuccessful attempts, Chung Feng was on the verge of losing his sanity. He glanced at the now-recovered Makivik. Let us team up. Makivik, conflicted, nodded and shook his head. He was furious with Wang Hao and wanted to retaliate, but felt that 2 against 1 would be unwise. However, Chung Feng had other plans. He not only wanted to gang up but also to arm himself. He pulled out a sword-shaped key from his pocket, dragging it in one hand while drawing a deep blue rune in the air with the other. Wang Hao was taken aback. A brawl was one thing, but why resort to magic? So loya ni tai. With the incantation, the sword-shaped key transformed into a sharp 2-handed sword. Chung Feng gripped it tightly and swung it down at Wang Hao, shouting, I'll chop you to pieces. Run. Wang Hao gasped, taken by surprise, and dashed away. Even though he wished to test his premonition ability, this was taking it too far. At that moment, Lin Meiying's voice echoed in his ears. Why are you backing down? Turn around and fight. Remember, you've just entered the refining chi stage. This guy is no match for you. Do you not realize that no matter how skilled one is, they fear a butcher's knife? Wang Hao thought as he sprinted faster than before, bursting out of the dormitory of the 9th Academy in the blink of an eye. If we're going to fight, at least give me a weapon. There are plenty of bamboo poles in the flower bed, used for planting hemp flowers. Grab one. Lin Meiying commanded. Wang Hao looked up and indeed spotted several bamboo poles standing in the nearby nursery. entwined with climbing plants. He wasted no time and extracted one, muttering, "Just a temporary measure. I'll return it later," although he had acquired a weapon. Wang Hao still felt uneasy. How was he supposed to confront a grand sword with just a bamboo stick? In his hesitation, Cheng Feng charged out, eyes blazing, intent on cleaving Wang Hao in two. "Infuse your vital energy into the bamboo pole to enhance its strength." Lin Meiying's voice rang out just in time. "This is something only you can achieve after entering the refining chi stage." "Is that so? Can I really do that?" Wang Hao's heart leapt with excitement. He immediately concentrated, channeling his vital energy through his hands into the bamboo pole. To his astonishment, the once brittle bamboo, weathered by sun and wind, regained its resilience. Simultaneously, Cheng Feng, sword raised, closed in. Wang Hao steeled himself and swung the bamboo stick at him. Cheng Feng, taken aback, instinctively raised his sword to block. The impact of bamboo against blade resonated with a thunderous crash, as if the sword had struck not a mere stick, but an iron weapon. Not bad. There's promise in this. Chapter 52. An unexpected interference. The bamboo rod infused with true energy unexpectedly matched the might of Cheng Feng's iron sword, prompting a surge of joy in Wang Hao's heart. This could work. Cheng Feng, momentarily stunned from his thwarted assault, quickly retracted his sword and swung it down towards Wang Hao's head once more. This time, Wang Hao sensed a more intense premonition. A sharp pain akin to needles piercing his scalp, warning him to evade swiftly, lest he face dire consequences. "Huh!" Wang Hao exclaimed, raising the bamboo rod to block the strike. "Cheng Feng, do you truly intend to kill me?" Cheng Feng remained silent, relentlessly attacking, forcing Wang Hao to retreat repeatedly. His eyes were bloodshot, glaring at Wang Hao with a ferocity that sent chills down Wang Hao's spine. This expression resembled that of a vengeful adversary. Strange. This individual's demeanor is somewhat unhinged. Lin Meiying suddenly remarked in his ear, "Why does it feel like he has lost his mind?" Wang Hao was taken aback. "What do you mean?" In that fleeting moment of distraction, Cheng Feng unleashed 3 lethal strikes, each more perilous than the last. Had it not been for his foresight, he surely would have sustained a grievous wound. "Focus. Subdue him first. We can discuss matters afterward," Lin Meiying urged, angered by Cheng Feng's ferocity. Wang Hao exhaled deeply, deflecting Cheng Feng's sword aimed at his neck, then seized the opportunity when Cheng Feng's strength waned, delivering a powerful strike to his wrist. "Ah!" Cheng Feng cried out in pain as his sword clattered to the ground. Wang Hao swiftly kicked the weapon away and pressed his hand firmly on Cheng Feng's shoulder. "You have lost." Cheng Feng's eyes remained bloodshot, his teeth clenched in defiance, refusing to concede. "This is peculiar. While I may have offended him with my words, must he truly harbor such murderous intent?" Wang Hao thought, incredulous. "Are you aware that if you injure me, you will likely face expulsion?" Before he could finish, a sudden sharp pain struck the back of his head, a warning from his premonition that danger lurked behind him. Without a moment to ponder, Wang Hao shoved Cheng Feng aside and rolled on the ground, narrowly avoiding a glinting curved blade that sliced through the air where he had just been. Lying on the ground, Wang Hao felt relieved by his quick reflexes and looked up to see the blade's wielder. There was no mistaking it. It was Mikievich. "Have you lost your senses? Do you wish to slay me or Cheng Feng?" he exclaimed in exasperation. Had I not pushed Cheng Feng away before he could finish, Mikievich charged at him with the knife. Left with no choice, Wang Hao rolled clumsily out of the blade's path and scrambled to his feet. How humiliating. Just moments ago, I was lying down. Why not capitalize on that advantage? Lin Meiying was infuriated, kicking him. Attack his lower half? Such tactics did not occur to Wang Hao. He could only retort, "I feared soiling my clothes." "You rolling about like a donkey 1T, keep your clothes clean," Lin Meiying replied, exasperated. With no time for further banter, both Cheng Feng and Mikievich launched simultaneous assaults. One wielded a knife, the other a sword, both intent on reducing Wang Hao to mere pulp. "What have I done to deserve this?" Wang Hao thought, igniting a fierce combat spirit within him as he charged towards the two. A bamboo rod, a sword, and a knife clashed in a cacophony of violence. The Ninth Institute echoed with shouts, the atmosphere thick with murderous intent. Such a ruckus naturally attracted the attention of others. Several female students from the Ninth Institute noticed the brawl and rushed to call the campus patrol. Li Shangling observed their actions with rising anxiety. Just as the battle reached a fever pitch, the fierce onslaught from Cheng Feng and Makivich abruptly slowed, their inflamed eyes returning to normal, and the intense hatred that had driven them vanished without a trace. Meanwhile, Wang Hao, driven by a fervor for battle, would not relent simply because his opponents had faltered. If you've weakened, it is now my turn to sound the horn of counterattack. With a flurry of movements, Wang Hao wielded the bamboo rod with a ferocity that sent gusts of wind swirling as he struck at the two seniors. Though he had never trained in any form of staff technique, each blow, bolstered by true energy, held significant power. Cheng Feng and Makivich found themselves unable to defend against the onslaught, their weapons slipping from their grasp with a clatter. Seizing the moment, Wang Hao pressed the attack, brandishing the bamboo rod threateningly. I shall teach you a lesson. At that instant, two piercing sounds cut through the air. Followed by excruciating pain surging in his temples and wrist, something was hurled at him. Since Wang Hao had begun sensing danger, he had never experienced such an overwhelming premonition. Even Cheng Feng's earlier lethal strike had not compared. This indicated the malicious intent behind the two ambushes. Feeling the imminent threat, Wang Hao wasted no time and threw himself onto the ground. Two projectiles whizzed past above him. After evading the hidden arrows, Wang Hao glanced toward the source of the attack, where he spotted Ling Yuan Jibu, her expression filled with concern, and Li Shangling, whose face was twisted with resentment. You damn it, Wang Hao seethed, instantly recognizing the assailants. Gripping Cheng Feng's fallen sword, he declared, I shall cleave you in two. With a powerful leap, he raised the sword high and aimed a devastating strike at Li Shangling. The force of his swing was tremendous. If it landed, it could easily split her in half. Li Shangling turned pale, frozen in terror, her eyes wide as she beheld Wang Hao and Appo's furious strike, unable to even think of evading. Gasps erupted from the onlookers above. They had not anticipated that Wang Hao, amidst the chaos, would shift his target to a nearby girl, unaware of the treachery behind the ambush. As the grim scene of bloodshed threatened to unfold in the Ninth Institute, Wang Hao suddenly felt an overwhelming force enveloping him, followed by a swift motion that hurled him sideways, sending him crashing toward the Institute's wall. It was over. Realizing the speed at which he was hurtling, Wang Hao knew that a direct collision would likely land him in the hospital for an extended period. Yet just as he braced for impact, a massive water giant appeared near the wall, its arms outstretched to catch him. The giant's embrace cushioned his fall, allowing him to land safely. In the next moment, a figure clad in a brown robe stepped slowly into the Ninth Institute, a man who appeared to be the head of the Arcane Academy. Chapter 53. Not worth it. Gazing upon the sorcerer clad in a brown robe, Wang Hao's seething fury swiftly subsided. He was the headmaster of the Arcane Institute. What was his name again? The brown-robed headmaster turned to cast a glance at Wang Hao. The ample hood obscured his visage entirely, rendering it impossible to discern his countenance or emotions. Nevertheless, Wang Hao could still sense the headmaster's uncontrollable wrath. Subdue him. After scrutinizing Wang Hao for a prolonged moment, the headmaster directed a command at the water giant. His voice remained gratingly hoarse, akin to the sound of sawed timber. The water giant enveloping Wang Hao nodded, a chilling aura emanating from it, rapidly plunging the temperature to bone-chilling levels. Just as Wang Hao instinctively attempted to struggle, he discovered his limbs ensnared by some unyielding substance. Upon lowering his gaze, he realized that the water giant had solidified into a frost giant. Trapped within the frost giant's form, he found himself utterly immobilized. After a brief moment of shock, a blaze of indignation ignited within him. Was it not Cheng Feng and Majikovic who had first assaulted him with blades, and Li Shangling who had stealthily attacked him with a hidden weapon? How did it come to pass that he was the one shackled? With his heart ablaze with fury, Wang Hao gritted his teeth and summoned all his internal energy, striving to break free from the frost giant's grip. The powerful flow of righteous energy coursed through his limbs, providing him with immense strength, causing the frost giant's body to creak ominously. What is happening? Did I cause you pain? At that moment, the frost giant sensed Wang Hao's unusual struggle and slightly tilted its head to speak. Wang Hao trembled in surprise. Wait, you can talk? I possess a modicum of intelligence. Furthermore, cease your struggles. I am a magical servant created by your Arcane Institute's headmaster, with strength and solidity far beyond your capacity to shake. The frost giant replied slowly. But you cannot act without discernment. Wang Hao exclaimed in exasperation. Those two men just attacked me with swords, and that woman, Li Shangling, ambushed me with a hidden weapon. Why are you not apprehending them instead of binding me? The frost giant shook its head. However, upon our arrival, we only witnessed your sword strike that nearly led to a grave mistake. Wang Hao was left speechless. After all, the opponents were woefully incompetent, and despite the odds of 2 against 1, coupled with a sneak attack, they had failed to best him, allowing him the opportunity to almost turn the tables. Rest assured, if it were not for your responsibility, we would not wrongfully accuse you. There are so many witnesses around. The frost giant gestured toward the dormitory of the Ninth Institute, where nearly every window was occupied by a curious onlooker. Undoubtedly, they could attest to Chung Feng and Majikovich's joint assault against him. With no recourse, Wang Hao could only relent. Very well, I trust you will provide me an explanation. Yet, could you loosen my bindings a little? I am on the verge of freezing to death. Apologies, I too wish to prevent your frostbite. However, unless my master orders it, I shall not release you. The frost giant shook its head. Meanwhile, what was the frost giant's master doing? He was interrogating the other 4 individuals regarding the incident. Chung Feng and Majikovich appeared disheveled, seemingly humiliated by their failed 2-on-1 attempt. Li Shangling was sobbing uncontrollably, pleading with the brown-robed headmaster, claiming how brutal Wang Hao was and how wretched she felt, asserting that his sword strike had nearly traumatized her. As for Ling Yuan Jibu, she remained silent, her head bowed as she wiped away her tears. Jibu, could you at least speak up for me? I have gone to such lengths for you. Wang Hao sighed deeply. This was the first time he felt disappointment, realizing that all he had done for Jibu thus far had been in vain. After hearing the accounts from the 4, the brown-robed headmaster refrained from passing judgment, instead waving his hand. Follow me to the disciplinary office. Why yes. Chung Feng and Majikovich's faces turned ashen. They understood this matter would not be resolved with mere reprimands. The Divine Communication Academy would thoroughly investigate the incident. At that point, the truth about the 4's practice of summoning magic would be impossible to conceal. Once revealed, only one fate awaited them: expulsion. The brown-robed headmaster turned and extended his hands in a gesture of dismissal. Miraculously, a radiant portal materialized just 5 meters ahead, leading directly to the disciplinary office. A teleportation portal. Wang Hao was left dumbfounded. Such dazzling and powerful magic, effortlessly conjured by the brown-robed headmaster without even the need for runes or incantations. With the portal to the disciplinary office now open, the brown-robed headmaster stepped through first, followed closely by the frost giant, who awkwardly bent down to squeeze through. The 4 of them exchanged glances, yearning to flee, yet acutely aware that such thoughts were mere folly. Even if they disregarded the prospect of expulsion, where could they possibly escape to? This was the artificial planet M87. Resignedly, the 4 of them stepped through the portal. However, one among them was particularly enraged, Li Shangling. Her expression contorted into a fierce scowl as she glared at Wang Hao from the other side of the portal. Fortunate wretch. Inside the disciplinary office, there existed a completely soundproof confinement chamber. Upon entering, Wang Hao was locked inside. There was nothing but a folding bed within, illuminated solely by a dim light overhead. Wonderful. You have done all this for Jibu, and are now on the brink of expulsion. If you truly are expelled, you might not even qualify as a ranger. Lin Meiying's voice echoed in his ear. How did she treat you? At this moment, Wang Hao was pressed against the door of the confinement chamber, attempting to eavesdrop on the conversations outside. Unfortunately, aside from Lin Meiying's incessant chatter, not a single sound reached his ears. Don't waste your efforts. This room has been reinforced with a barrier, and no sounds from outside can penetrate, Lin Meiying cautioned. In that case, I shall not waste my efforts, Wang Hao exclaimed, flipping onto the folding bed. Rest assured, I activated the Huahua device in advance and recorded our earlier conversations. When the time comes, presenting that recording will be irrefutable evidence to clear my name. Lin Meiying paused, then teased, Are you truly willing to release that recording? You do realize you discussed quite a bit about summoning magic? If the disciplinary office hears this, The four of you will undoubtedly face expulsion. Are you willing to sacrifice your Jibu? A flicker of reluctance crossed Wang Hao's eyes. Yet he shook his head resolutely. If it is for the sake of those I cherish, sacrificing myself is a duty I shall embrace, let alone mere expulsion. However, this time, it is not worth it. Chapter 54. A visit to the teaching office for the sake of those dear to me. I would not hesitate to sacrifice myself. However, this time, it does not seem worthwhile. In response to Lin Meiying's inquiry, Wang Hao replied nonchalantly. Yet, despite his words, an unease lingered within him. He held profound feelings for Ling Yuan Jibu, and the indifference displayed by her only deepened his disappointment. Sensing Wang Hao's despondency, Lin Meiying resolved to shift the topic. Rather than that, Li Shangling is indeed quite suspicious. Have you noticed that during our previous conversation, she was scheming against you? Was there a need for Lin Meiying to point that out? The mere thought of Li Shangling ignited a desire in Wang Hao to unleash a barrage upon her. And then there is Cheng Feng and Makiwich. The malice they exhibited during your confrontation was utterly inexplicable. Could it be that someone is secretly using magic to interfere with them? Lin Meiying continued. A spark of realization struck Wang Hao, prompting him to leap from the bed. Lin teacher, could it be possible that the hostility from Cheng Feng and Makiwich, along with Jibu's inaction when I was in peril, is the handiwork of Li Shangling's magic? Here we go again. Still unable to forget your Jibu, are you? Lin Meiying sighed in exasperation. She is merely a freshman like you. How could she possibly wield such powerful mind-altering magic? Wang Hao fell silent, returning to his seat without a word. He recalled why Cheng Feng and the others were so bound to Li Shangling. She had mastered summoning magic, making her an integral part of their graduation plans. If she could command summoning magic, could she not also possess mind magic? With this thought, Wang Hao spoke slowly. At that moment, Li Shangling shot 2 arrows at me, one aimed at my head, the other at my left wrist. And what do I have on my left wrist? Lin Meiying paused. Your personal computer? You even know where she attacked you? By the way, what was up with your performance in the earlier battle? You seemed extraordinarily perceptive, even anticipating your opponent's moves. At this juncture, Wang Hao suddenly slapped his thigh. Lin teacher, I was just thinking about discussing this with you. A resounding crash interrupted their conversation. The brown-robed dean stood at the door of the confinement room, gesturing for him to come out. Hesitantly, Wang Hao stepped outside, only to find another middle-aged man with a scar on his face, whom he recognized as Chiao Ying, the director of the teaching office. Cheng Feng and his companions had vanished without a trace. Chiao Ying gestured to a chair before him. Please, take a seat, Wang Hao. The 4 of them have just recounted the entire incident to me, and it appears your responsibility is quite minimal. Wang Hao was taken aback. They had disclosed the facts. Was this true? Did they wish to sever ties with the academy? Or were they merely downplaying their faults while concealing the matter of summoning magic? It was astonishing that they dared to meddle with summoning magic. Chiao Ying lamented. Even if they cannot graduate, they should not resort to such means. Could it be that they confessed, believing graduation was futile, opting instead for an honorable exit? Despite the fierce battle, Wang Hao couldn't help but feel a twinge of respect for Cheng Feng and Makiwich. What tenacity! However, now that the facts were clarified, did this mean he bore no responsibility? Wang Hao looked at Chiao Ying with hopeful eyes. Am I free to go now? Chiao Ying, however, waved his hand dismissively. Not so fast. Your matter is not concluded. Could you explain why you suddenly drew that sword to attack Li Shangling? Well, she ambushed me earlier and struck particularly hard. Wang Hao replied candidly. Having brushed with death, I was naturally enraged. This explanation evidently failed to convince Chiao Ying. What are you saying? According to the surveillance footage, Li Shangling never attacked you. Really? Is that true? Wang Hao stood up. Can I see the footage? Chiao Ying shrugged, raising his hand to project a transparent screen before Wang Hao, playing the surveillance video. The footage displayed Wang Hao displaying remarkable prowess, wielding a bamboo stick with vigor, effortlessly overpowering Cheng Feng and Makiwich. Just as he was about to deliver the final blow, he suddenly collapsed to the ground. Moments later, he rose, seething with fury as he launched an attack on Li Shangling. Chiao Ying replayed the segment where Wang Hao collapsed. Are you suggesting that Li Shangling attacked you during that moment? Pay close attention. Wang Hao widened his eyes, Focusing on the scene with Li Shangling, she and Ling Yuan Jibu remained motionless, not initiating any assault during the moments surrounding his fall. Could it be? Was it not her? Had he misjudged her? Wang Hao was taken aback, realizing he had not witnessed Li Shangling's attack with his own eyes. Qiuing nodded solemnly. It appears so. Do you have anything else to add? Feeling embarrassed, Wang Hao shrugged. Nothing more. Very well. Your attempt to assault Li Shangling contravenes the first chapter. 5th article of the Academy's disciplinary regulations. Thus, I must impose a major demerit upon you, Qiuing stated. If you do not reoffend by the end of the first year, I can rescind this punishment. Do you have any objections? Wang Hao shook his head. None. Good. You may leave. Qiuing gestured for him to exit. Director Qiu, may I inquire about the consequences for Jibu and the others? Wang Hao hesitated before mustering the courage to ask. Qiuing paused, then waved his hand dismissively. Their involvement with summoning magic is beyond my purview. I will discuss this with Dean Luca. You may go now. As Wang Hao reluctantly exited, he cast a suspicious glance at the brown-robed dean. Luca? Was that truly his name? How peculiar. Once outside the teaching office, Wang Hao did not rush away. Instead, he stealthily pressed his ear against the door, concentrating his energy to eavesdrop on the conversation between Qiuing and the brown-robed dean. Unfortunately, the acoustics were too effective, and he could discern nothing. At that moment, a shadow darted past, creeping toward Wang Hao. As the figure drew near, it suddenly raised a hand to pat his back, attempting to startle him. Who goes there? Unexpectedly. Before the hand could make contact, Wang Hao swiftly turned, seizing the wrist of the intruder. Lin-I Ligia stared at Wang Hao in shock. You scared me. How did you notice me? Chapter 55. The Dean terrified. Eligia gazed at Wang Hao, her voice trembling as she inquired, How did you discover my presence? Wang Hao, of course, would not divulge that an inexplicable premonition had alerted him to Eligia's impending ambush. To maintain his composure, he nonchalantly shrugged. As a student of the Jinwu Secret Institute, I am naturally attuned to the detection of others' attacks. Impressive. Truly worthy of someone who can take on 2 opponents, Eligia exclaimed, giving him a thumbs up. I always thought you'd end up in the guidance office for your antics, but here you are, engaging in combat. Wang Hao chuckled. Who is acting lewdly? It's all a misunderstanding, all right? And how do you know I faced 2 opponents? Were you present? Don't you know? The video of you decisively defeating Cheng Feng and Makaweichi has gone viral within the academy, Eligia remarked, her eyes wide with astonishment. Now, everyone knows you. A freshman wielding a bamboo pole triumphed over 2 second-year students armed with swords and knives, a classic David versus Goliath scenario. Goodness. It must have been some casual recording from the 9th courtyard that made its way online, Wang Hao mused, indifferent to such superficial fame. He was more interested in hearing about the disciplinary actions the guidance office would impose on Jibu and the others. He waved his hand dismissively at Eligia and pressed his ear against the door, attempting to eavesdrop. Eligia, stifling a laugh at his furtive demeanor, exclaimed, You won't hear anything that way. Come with me. I'll show you something exhilarating. She then pulled Wang Hao away from the guidance office. Hey, where are we going? Can you help me listen in? Wang Hao asked, astonished. Eligia lowered her voice as she walked, as a member of the patrol team. I've leveraged my position to make some adjustments within the guidance office. I secretly installed a camera in that room. Good heavens, you. Wang Hao exclaimed, wide-eyed. You should really sit in the guidance office yourself. Less chatter. Are you in or out? If not, then leave. Of course I'm in. Finding a secluded spot, Eligia produced her personal computer, displaying the guidance office's footage for Wang Hao to see. Here. I'm just as curious about the punishment that awaits Ling Yuan and Jibu. In this day and age, who dares to dabble in summoning magic? It's a path to self-destruction. I shouldn't speak ill of her in front of you, sorry. Wang Hao internally lamented, no worries. Eligia's camera appeared to be cleverly concealed within the wall's decor, allowing them to clearly observe Qiuing and the brown-robed dean seated at a table, deliberating the consequences for Ling Yuan and her companions. What is your take, Luca? Qiuing absent-mindedly asked while navigating his personal computer. Without a doubt. Immediate expulsion and a public announcement. The brown-robed dean replied decisively. Wang Hao shuddered. This Dean Luca was indeed ruthless. Fortunately, she was unaware that he too had mastered summoning magic and had secretly allowed an assassin rabbit to escape. Upon hearing the brown-robed dean's words, Xiao Ying displayed a troubled countenance. Luca, hasn't the Arcane Institute always approached summoning magic with caution? It wasn't banned for students to study, was it? How did it escalate to expulsion in your case? The brown-robed dean remained silent. And expelling students, to be frank. Doing so without the Grand Dean's consent is rather inappropriate. Xiao Ying continued, rambling on. Wang Hao quietly asked Elijah. I didn't realize Director Qiu was so accommodating? He's a master of diplomacy. Elijah whispered back. A sweet scent wafted into Wang Hao's ear, sending shivers down his spine. To avoid appearing overly excited, he concentrated fully on the computer screen. Despite Xiao Ying's incessant chatter, the brown-robed dean exhibited remarkable patience, allowing him to speak uninterrupted. It wasn't until Xiao Ying paused to take a sip of water that she finally interjected. My opposition to summoning magic is rooted in reason. My homeland was utterly devastated by it. You should be aware of that. Xiao Ying nodded, of course. That is why you came to Earth, right? Wang Hao's eyes widened. What? Came to Earth? What does that mean? Elijah chuckled. You still don't know? Dean Luca is actually from another world. Wait, seriously? So she is a descendant of those who invaded Earth 50 years ago? Elijah, pleased with Wang Hao's response, added. If you were fortunate enough to see Dean Luca remove her mask, your astonishment would only deepen. If you ever get the chance. What does that mean? Is there some mystery beneath her mask? On the other side of the screen, the brown-robed dean insisted on expelling Ling Yuan and her allies. Thanks to the mercy of the Earth Alliance, we have become members of this grand alliance. Given this, I must be accountable to the Earth Alliance. The tragedies of our homeland must not be repeated. These 4 students, tainted by summoning magic, must be expelled. Xiao Ying shook his head. I don't agree. Rather than expelling them into society, which would impede oversight, I propose we allow them to remain in the academy, continue their education, and recognize their mistakes. Thus, the two engaged in a back and forth, neither willing to yield. The brown-robed dean insisted on expulsion, while Xiao Ying staunchly defended the students. 10 minutes passed, yet no resolution emerged. Finally, Xiao Ying could no longer contain himself. Luca, let us not bicker. How about we stick to the old method and contact the Grand Dean for a decision? The brown-robed dean nodded in agreement. It's about time. Elijah, witnessing this, excitedly shook Wang Hao's arm. Hey, they're about to contact the Grand Dean. You might just get a glimpse of Dean Luca's true identity. Who is this Grand Dean? I don't believe I've seen him before, Wang Hao asked curiously. Are you serious? You don't know the Grand Dean of the Academy, Zhou Shirin? Elijah exclaimed, covering her mouth in disbelief. Haven't you read the admissions brochure? Wang Hao scratched his head, feeling embarrassed. I have some recollection, but it's not very clear. Elijah waved her hand dismissively. Just know that Grand Dean Zhou Shirin is incredibly formidable, one of the most elite figures in the Earth Alliance. The most powerful in the Earth Alliance? Isn't that a bit exaggerated? Has he mastered the primordial chaos technique? Xiao Ying typed away on his computer, seemingly contacting Grand Dean Zhou Shirin, while the brown-robed dean, who had been seated, stood up, anxiously awaiting the call to connect. Elijah pointed at the brown-robed dean. Dean Luca holds great respect for the Grand Dean. She wouldn't dare sit in his presence. Oh, Wang Hao nodded, realizing that Grand Dean Zhou Shirin possessed not only immense strength, but also remarkable charisma. At that moment, Xiao Ying's computer emitted a beep, and a voice, feigning a high-pitched tone, echoed from the device. Good evening. I am Santa Claus. Chapter 56. The Compassion of the Dean. Good evening. I am Santa Claus. Gazing out at the bright sunlight and listening to the affected voice on the phone, Wang Hao initially thought that Xiao Ying had inadvertently dialed a circus clown. However, with a wry smile, Xiao Ying addressed his computer. Dean, please refrain from jesting. There has been an incident at the academy that requires your guidance. The previously high-pitched voice quickly reverted to a deep and resonant tone. Enough of the jokes. Old Xiao, what do you need from me? Wang Hao turned in surprise to ask Elijah. Was that amusing fellow really the dean? How delightful. Elijah, however, dismissed it nonchalantly. His strength has reached a level of unfettered freedom, allowing him to say and do as he pleases. Indeed, if Wang Hao possessed the formidable power of the United Earth, he might well be even more audacious than this illustrious Dean. Dean, what have you been up to lately? Are you in the United Earth? Instead of reporting the situation regarding Ling Yuan and Ji Bu immediately, Xiaoying began to engage in casual conversation. The dean on the other end, Zhou Shirin, casually replied, "Oh, just attending to some matters in the Star Alliance. You know, a ranger like me can never be idle. There are always tasks at hand." A ranger? Wang Hao's eyes lit up at the mention of those words. "You must be quite busy," Xiaoying lamented. Zhou Shirin's voice conveyed a sense of resignation. "You know my hardships, yet you still prattle on? Just tell me what you need." Yes, Xiaoying snapped to attention. Recently, a few students have dabbled in summoning magic. After recounting the situation in detail, Zhou Shirin fell into a lengthy silence. Xiaoying and the brown-robed dean remained silent, awaiting his decision. After about 3 minutes, Zhou Shirin finally spoke. "The Arcane Institute. When did summoning magic become prohibited? As far as I know, only necromancy and dark magic are banned, correct?" Xiaoying remained silent. Casting a glance at the brown-robed dean, the brown-robed dean stepped forward, saying, "Dean Zhou, I imposed the restriction on the student's study of summoning magic." That voice. "Oh, Luca, you are here too," Zhou Shirin casually remarked. "I understand your resistance to summoning magic. But isn't it a bit excessive to expel them just because a few students experimented?" He continued, "Why not allow them to remain under observation and educate them to correct their mistakes?" The brown-robed dean nodded in agreement. "Indeed, Dean Zhou. Let them stay under observation." Xiaoying found it amusing. He had struggled for ages to convey the same point without success, while Zhou Shirin managed to persuade Luca in a single exchange. People truly are different. Wang Hao outside the screen also breathed a sigh of relief. With this, Senior Ji Bu would not be expelled. Zhou Shirin truly is remarkable, demonstrating why he holds the title of Ranger. After addressing the concerns regarding Ling Yuan and her peers, Zhou Shirin casually inquired, "By the way, do you know why these students are interested in summoning magic? Is it mere curiosity, or do they wish to cultivate their own familiars?" Xiaoying and the brown-robed dean exchanged glances before ruefully replying, "These students are struggling academically and may not graduate successfully. They hope to summon a powerful mage from another realm to guide them. Do they believe the faculty of the Arcane Institute is inadequate?" Zhou Shirin was at a loss for words upon hearing this rationale. To be fair, the teaching quality at the Arcane Institute leaves much to be desired. During his meditation class, he merely assigned tasks without imparting any theoretical knowledge. Yet, now that he is the dean, he likely has little involvement in teaching. At this moment, Xiaoying remarked, "Sometimes I feel pity for these students lacking talent. They come to our academy with high hopes, only to find themselves unable to graduate for various reasons. Indeed, in our academy, talent is often more crucial than diligence." Zhou Shirin said with a hint of resignation, "Recently, at a seminar, we found that not only is this issue present at our institution, but also at others, such as Canaan Academy. Thus, we devised a method to attempt a resolution." Xiaoying's interest was piqued. "What solution did you propose?" "Extension of studies," Zhou Shirin answered succinctly. Upon hearing this, Xiaoying shook his head vehemently. "Our duty is to cultivate the blades of the stars for the United Earth, not to nurture the mediocre. Moreover, the United Earth provides funding for each student for only 2 years. If someone extends their studies, who will cover their tuition? Well, we certainly aim to cultivate the blades of the stars, but we must also provide a lifeline for the mediocre. After all, 3 cobblers can equal 1 zhuge liang." Zhou Shirin countered, unconvinced. "As for tuition, I will apply for some funding from above. The academy will contribute, and each secret institute will pitch in as well. It will be sufficient." Since Zhou Shirin had already considered this, Xiaoying felt it unnecessary to argue further. After all, he was merely the director of the teaching office and had no authority to dictate educational policies. Wang Hao, however, was thrilled. Dean Zhou truly was impressive, not only sparing Senior Ji Bu from expulsion, but also paving a path for them. He truly lives up to the title of Ranger. The group then engaged in some light-hearted conversation with little substance. Wang Hao and Lygia lost interest and returned their attention elsewhere. Wang Hao sighed in satisfaction. "Thank you for allowing me to eavesdrop. Aligia shook her head. Please, do not phrase it so harshly. What do you mean by eavesdropping? By the way, why are you so concerned about Ling Yuan and Jibu? What is your relationship? Relationship? We are just ordinary senior and junior. Wang Hao awkwardly turned his head away. Aligia chuckled. Just ordinary senior and junior? Indeed, quite ordinary, considering you were chased by two seniors wielding blades. And she did not lend a hand. This remark struck hard, rendering Wang Hao speechless. He weakly waved his hand to change the subject. Enough about that. Why are you still operating the teaching office's camera? Oh, I was wondering if I might catch a glimpse of teacher Luca removing her hood. Aligia glanced at her computer. Although I am also a girl, I am completely captivated by her. Wang Hao was taken aback, counting on his fingers. You are also a girl, yet you are captivated. Are you implying that teacher Luca is female? Huh, you didn't know? Chapter 57. Awakening. Did you not know that Dean Luca is a woman? Aligia exclaimed in astonishment. How was I supposed to know? Wang Hao shrugged. I've only seen her twice, and each time she was dressed in a long robe. Concealing herself completely, her voice sounding rather hoarse. Aligia shook her head. Dean Luca's voice is not truly hoarse. It is melodious, akin to a fairy song. It's merely altered by magic that gives it that rough edge. This left Wang Hao perplexed. If Dean Luca possessed such captivating beauty and a lovely voice, why would she choose to conceal herself so thoroughly and affect a rasping tone? Isn't it obvious? She's of otherworldly descent, Aligia remarked incisively. Although the otherworldly beings have become part of the Earth Alliance now, 50 years ago, they arrived as invaders. Many harbor animosity towards them. I see. Wang Hao nodded, recalling that he was indeed surrounded by individuals who had experienced that era and held strong opinions against the otherworldly beings, believing they should have been sent back to where they came from. Well, I shall take my leave now. I need to rest, Wang Hao announced, rising from his seat. Aligia waved her hand without looking up. On his way back to the dormitory, Wang Hao sensed the curious gazes of his classmates upon him. It was evident they had seen the news on the Academy's internal network regarding his remarkable feat of taking on two opponents simultaneously. Wang Hao, you haven't finished your previous statement, Lin Meiying suddenly interjected. Why has your perception become so acute? I was just thinking of mentioning that. Wang Hao's excitement rekindled as he recounted. During my battles with the two seniors, I could sense their impending attacks beforehand. Lin Meiying inquired with interest. How exactly did you perceive it? Do tell. In simple terms, I could feel where they were about to strike, and my corresponding body part would sense it in advance. Wang Hao recalled. Moreover, the stronger their attacks, the more intense my perception became. For instance, a punch to my face would feel tingly, while a sword strike would cause a sharp pain. Would you mind if I tried it out? Lin Meiying asked with a meaningful glance. Try it out? How? Wang Hao was taken aback. With a swift motion, Lin Meiying manifested her form. After a few days, her appearance had solidified considerably, allowing Wang Hao to clearly discern her striking features, indeed, as breathtaking as he had perceived through the eye of fate, before he could admire her further. She retrieved a clod of earth from the flower bed beside them, preparing to toss it towards him. Ms. Lin, you can lift objects now? Wang Hao asked in surprise, eyeing the clod in her hand. It's too heavy to manage, but lighter ones are fine, Lin Meiying replied. Now, close your eyes. I will throw this clod at a random part of your body, and you shall use your perception to catch it. Isn't that a bit extreme? What if I can't catch it? Not catching it would indicate your lack of skill. Close your eyes and prepare. Lin Meiying raised her hand, ready to throw. Wang Hao confidently shut his eyes. After practical tests, he felt unshakable in his newfound precognitive sense. As long as it wasn't a grenade, he could handle anything. Seeing his unwavering confidence, Lin Meiying smiled slightly and aimed for his right eye, launching the clod. In an instant, Wang Hao felt a faint tingling sensation near his right eye. This had to be her target. He raised his right hand to shield his eye and caught the clod with a satisfying clap. Impressive, Lin Meiying praised. Wang Hao beamed as he tossed the clod back. Ms. Lin, let's do it again. All right, but do not open your eyes. Lin Meiying aimed for his right eye once more and threw the clod. Too weak. Wang Hao caught it effortlessly again. Your little tricks are ineffective against me. Again. With laughter, Lin Meiying continued to throw clods, all of which Wang Hao caught with ease. She then decided to intentionally misalign her throw, allowing the clod to graze Wang Hao's shoulder without touching him. Since it hadn't aimed at Wang Hao, his danger perception did not trigger. "Come on, throw it already, Ms. Lin," he urged from his position. "Patience. This time, I shall employ some real skill," Lin Meiying declared, picking up another clod. With that, she aimed for Wang Hao's chest and employed a special throwing technique. This time, instead of shielding his chest, Wang Hao lowered his guard significantly, placing his hand at his thigh instead. As the clod approached his chest, it suddenly veered off in an unusual arc, landing perfectly in his hand. "Impressive, truly impressive," Lin Meiying mused, observing the clod in Wang Hao's grasp. "Just now, I utilized a meteor throwing technique, causing the clod to randomly alter its trajectory mid-air. Even I could not predict where it would land. Yet, Wang Hao managed to protect the correct area instantaneously. This transcends mere danger perception, almost resembling foresight." Wang Hao casually tossed the clod back. "Shall we continue?" "That won't be necessary," Lin Meiying waved her hand. "You must have some inkling about this newfound power, yes?" "Well, I grasp a fragment, but not the entirety," Wang Hao nodded, then shook his head. "Please, just tell me outright." Lin Meiying beamed widely. "Congratulations, Wang Hao. You have successfully awakened your superpower and officially become a superhuman." Though he had sensed it prior, Wang Hao felt as if he were dreaming upon hearing Lin Meiying's confirmation. "Superpower? Have I truly awakened a superpower?" "This. Do not be overly astonished. I had mentioned before that the hypocrystal would certainly lead to an awakening," Lin Meiying said with a hint of pride. "You once doubted my words. Yet now the evidence is before you. Dare you still question the greatness of Ms. Lin? It seems the hypocrystal is indeed effective." Wang Hao carefully retrieved a fragment from his storage point, pondering the ramifications of this news. Surely, it would create a sensation throughout the Earth Alliance. "I must inform Dr. Who right away." "Wait, Wang Hao," Lin Meiying suddenly called out. "If you wish to avoid attracting unwanted attention, refrain from disclosing your awakened powers." "Ah, why is that?" Chapter 58. The Triad of Mind, Body, and Skill. Wang Hao. If you wish to avoid attracting unnecessary trouble, it is best that you refrain from disclosing your newfound abilities. "Why is that?" Wang Hao inquired, puzzled. Lin Meiying gestured dismissively. "This is not the place for such discussions. Return to your dormitory first." As he made his way back, Wang Hao pondered why he could not reveal his awakening of superpowers. Could it be that his abilities would incite someone to hunt him down? Was the Earth Union's failure to discover the method for awakening such powers over the past 50 years perhaps due to the existence of hunters? "Stop overthinking it," Lin Meiying interjected. "It's not that dangerous, but it is rather troublesome." It seemed that Lin did not wish for him to become the discoverer of the hypo-awakening method. After all, she was currently in a ghostly state with her registration nullified. Wang Hao mused quietly to himself. "Are you contemplating something absurd?" Lin Meiying asked, her tone curious. No, it's a misunderstanding." Upon returning to his dormitory, Wang Hao locked the door, drew the curtains, and brandished a pulse rifle at the entrance of his bedroom. "Can we speak now, Lin teacher?" With a resigned sigh, Lin Meiying revealed her presence. "You needn't be so dramatic. I simply cannot comprehend why I cannot share my awakening of superpowers with others," Wang Hao said, spreading his hands. "The hypa-awakening method. If this news were to spread, it would undoubtedly create a stir within the Earth Union. My name would be etched in history, and limitless wealth would flow to me. Surely the Rangers would come to request my joining with great fanfare." Lin Meiying chuckled. "So it's wealth you're after? While publicizing the hypa-awakening method may indeed bring you immense fortune, it would also spread a message across the stars. You are a legendary figure possessing martial arts, magic, and superpowers. What is wrong with wielding these three powers?" Wang Hao scratched his head in confusion. "You truly know nothing, do you?" Lin Meiying expressed her astonishment. "Of course, military academies do not teach such things. If you were to ask me how much explosives are needed to demolish a building, I could calculate that for you. Oh, I suppose I need to start from the beginning with you. Did you know that martial arts, magic, and superpowers are collectively referred to as the triad of skill, mind, and body?" Lin Meiying declared, raising a thumb. What are these?" "The triad of mind, body, and skill? It sounds like some sort of gymnastic routine." Lin Meiying began her explanation. First, martial arts, also known as the power of skill. The true energy and techniques of martial artists are cultivated through persistent training over time. Thus, martial arts embody the power of skill. Wang Hao nodded in understanding. Next is magic, referred to as the power of the mind. The source of magical energy lies within your heart. Thus, magic is the manifestation of your inner strength. Do you recall that vast prairie you entered during meditation? It can, in some sense, be described as your inner world. Does this mean everyone has their own prairie within? Wang Hao mused, his eyes lighting up. The prairie is merely a figment conjured by the meditation guides. They could just as easily lead you to envision a forest, a lake, an island, or even your own room. Lin Meiying explained, exasperated. Please, stop fixating on these trivial notions. Wang Hao chuckled nervously. I'm listening. Please continue. Finally, we have the power of the body, which refers to superpowers. This source lies within the mutated genes you carry. Thus, it is an inherent force within your body. So this is the triad of mind, body, and skill. But what does this have to do with my inability to reveal my superpowers? Wang Hao inquired, shaking his head in disbelief. Lin Meiying raised a finger. Currently, the Earth Union has approximately 12 billion inhabitants. Excluding artificial intelligences, let us say there are around 10 billion. Do you know how many among them possess the simultaneous mastery of martial arts, magic, and superpowers? Wang Hao furrowed his brow. Well, just considering superpowers alone, that number shrinks to about 1,000. And among those, finding individuals who also wield magic and martial arts. The answer is fewer than 10. Lin Meiying stated unequivocally. In other words, Wang Hao, you are 1 in 10 billion, a truly exceptional existence. The remaining populace either lacks the mutated genes necessary for superpowers or cannot perceive their own inner strength. As for the power of skill, most individuals can grasp a modicum through practice. Even if I am so rare, what does it matter? The Earth Union won't increase my monthly stipend. Hold on, my explanation is not yet complete, Lin Meiying interjected. These 3 powers are akin to 3 keys, each capable of unlocking an exceedingly complex lock, a lock that transforms a mere mortal into a divine being. Wow, what? You mean to say becoming a divine being is a possibility? This is absurd. Wang Hao felt as though he were listening to a fantastical tale. Mastering these 3 powers could lead to divinity? Indeed, the triad of mind, body, and skill can indeed merge into one. Lin Meiying asserted confidently. When these 3 powers coalesce, a 4th power will emerge, a force that transcends martial arts, magic, and superpowers, one that touches upon the divine realm. Wang Hao stood in stunned silence. While he found her claims outrageous, he also recognized a truth. Lin Meiying had never misled him before. If she spoke of internal cultivation, she taught him. If she claimed that meditative incense could refine magical energy, it did. If she asserted that the hypocrystal was valuable, he indeed awakened a premonition of danger. Was there truly such a thing as this so-called 4th power, one that transcended humanity and grazed the divine? Now do you understand why you must keep your superpowers concealed? You would attract unnecessary attention, incite unwarranted envy, and create needless enemies, Lin Meiying said softly. If it were revealed that you possess the triad of mind, body, and skill, your current strength may not suffice to ensure your longevity. Wang Hao swallowed hard. Is it really that exaggerated? Then, Lin teacher, allow me to ask you. He took a deep breath. Since I have already mastered these 3 powers, I possess all 3 keys, correct? Lin Meiying nodded affirmatively. Then, how do I unlock this lock? Wang Hao whispered, wary of eavesdroppers. You wish to grasp this 4th power? Lin Meiying lowered her voice as well. I want to give it a try. Wang Hao nodded resolutely. Very well, then it is time to speak of it. I do know how to merge the triad of mind, body, and skill into one. That method is, Wang Hao, are you in your dorm? I heard you got into a fight with a sophomore, and we came to see you. At that moment, when Yamba's voice echoed from outside the door. What the hell? I'm not home. Chapter 59. The Realm of the Divine. Just as the revelation of the 4th power was about to unfold, an unexpected knock resonated at the door. Wang Hao, are you home? We heard you had a scuffle with the 2nd-year students, so we came to check on you. Damn it, no one is home. Although Wang Hao felt a surge of frustration at being interrupted by Wen Yanba, he reluctantly opened the door, as they had come to visit him. Wow! Did you know that you've become quite the sensation? Wen Yanba exclaimed excitedly upon entering. The entire Tangshan Academy is buzzing about who you three are actually fighting over. Though we all suspect it must be your esteemed senior, Jibu. Wang Hao was taken aback, silently lamenting. His fierce battle with Chung Feng and Makiwich had occurred at the 9th Institute dormitory, which was, after all, a girls' dormitory. To outsiders, it would appear as though they were brawling over a girl. With no way to defend himself, he chose to remain silent. It wouldn't be long before the disciplinary office would release a notice detailing the incident, and the truth would eventually come to light. At that moment, when Yanba glanced behind him, "Huh, where's Xiaoyu? Why are you just standing at the door? Come in." Xiaoyu had come as well. Since the last time he had taught him the unnamed breathing technique, they had not met again, and Wang Hao wondered how his subsequent training had progressed. As when Yanba urged him on, Xiaoyu timidly stepped into Wang Hao's home and whispered, "Is everything all right?" "Of course, everything is fine. What could possibly be wrong?" Wang Hao waved his hand dismissively. "Really? Your opponents are 2 second-year mages." When Yanba inquired with concern, "They didn't cast any curses on you, did they?" "Curses? You're thinking too much. Not to mention whether the Arcane Academy even teaches such vile magic. Even if they did, Chung Feng and the others might not be able to grasp it. After all, they're focused on summoning magic to graduate from Tangshan Academy. Well, you managed to take down 2 seniors without any serious repercussions, just a major demerit. Consider yourself fortunate." When Yanba gave him a thumbs up. "Let us head to Central City for a meal to help you relax." "Fortunate? What about you go and fight Chung Feng and the others instead?" Wang Hao pondered for a moment before declining Wen Yanba's dining invitation. "Let us save it for another time. Battling those 2 seniors exhausted my energy, and I need to recuperate." Wen Yanba shrugged. "All right then, I won't disturb your rest. Xiaoyu, let's head out." "Wang Hao, how has your training been lately?" He called out to Xiaoyu. "Thanks to you, my training has been going relatively smoothly. The robot in the library has assisted me greatly." Xiaoyu replied, visibly pleased by Wang Hao's concern. "That's wonderful to hear." After sending the 2 off, Wang Hao turned to Lin Meiying. "Teacher Lin, they're gone now. Can you finally tell me about the 4th power?" "Well, never mind. It just feels like the moment has passed," Lin Meiying replied lazily. "Perhaps I and Appos. I'll share it with you another day when I and Appos am in the mood." "How can that be? I went through the trouble of sending Wen Yanba and Xiaoyu away just to hear this secret." Seeing Wang Hao's insistence, Lin Meiying lowered her voice once more. "Are you certain you wish to know the secret of the 4th power?" "Absolutely. Please tell me," Wang Hao urged eagerly. Lin Meiying nodded. "Very well. The theory posits that the 3 powers of the mind, body, and technique, when combined, will give rise to a 4th power that touches the realm of the divine. However, this is merely theoretical. In reality, it's quite absurd to even consider how superpowers, martial arts, and magic could possibly merge." Wang Hao contemplated this and realized she was correct. The 3 powers had no common ground, and the notion of fusion seemed utterly implausible. Surely, one couldn't channel their righteous energy to launch an arcane arrow, could they? Thus, although a few super beings within the Earth Union have mastered the 3 powers of mind, body, and technique, they remain bound within the framework of mortals. Lin Meiying continued. "Everyone knows the method to become divine, yet no one knows how to take that first step. So, you're saying that the 4th power is utterly unattainable?" Wang Hao sighed in disappointment. "Had I known this, Teacher Lin, you shouldn't have raised my hopes." But, just as Wang Hao's disappointment peaked, Lin Meiying shifted her tone. "I actually know how to merge these 3 powers." Wang Hao's mouth fell agape. "Is that true? Has your beloved Teacher Lin ever deceived you?" Lin Meiying laughed with a hint of pride, stating unreservedly, "I, Lin Meiying, am the only one in the universe who comprehends the secrets of divine power." "You're truly remarkable." Wang Hao feigned enthusiasm, giving a thumbs up. "Since you know, please stop teasing and tell me." The 4th power can be considered the ultimate mystery of the universe. Such an important matter cannot be revealed without some suspense. Lin Meiying said, slightly displeased. "Do you realize that even a hint regarding the 4th power could incite a bloodbath across the universe, triggering wars of stellar proportions? Is it really that exaggerated?" Wang Hao scratched his head in confusion. How did you come to know about such a significant matter, teacher? Your superpower isn't omniscience, is it? Seeing the bewildered expression on Wang Hao's face, Lin Meiying chuckled. All right, I won't tease you any longer. Logically, the merging of the three powers is indeed an impossibility. However, if one could obtain the assistance of a certain item, the situation could change. Wang Hao perked up. What item? Superpower butter. Lin Meiying replied. It's an artifact on par with the Eye of Destiny, capable of binding and merging any substances in existence. If you wish, you could apply the superpower butter to yourself and your esteemed senior, and soon the two of you would merge into one. Teacher, you truly have a peculiar sense of humor. Wang Hao waved his hand. All right, I've got it. If this superpower butter can merge two individuals, could it also merge the three powers? In other words, finding this superpower butter could lead to the fusion of the mind, body, and technique, correct? Lin Meiying nodded. Precisely. Now I understand. Once I become a ranger in the future, I must keep an eye out for this superpower butter, Wang Hao said excitedly. Once I master the divine power, I will surely ascend to the rank of elite ranger. Lin Meiying couldn't help but laugh and cry at the same time. You've already grasped divine power, yet your aspiration remains to be a ranger? You don't understand. With great power comes great responsibility, Wang Hao proclaimed resolutely. The stronger my abilities, the more I should serve the people, fighting for the Earth Union and the entire universe. Lin Meiying subtly nodded. She felt reassured by Wang Hao's sense of duty. It was no wonder he had emerged from a military academy, keeping the service of the people at heart. With that thought, she softly remarked, what if I told you that superpower butter is readily available? Chapter 60. Superpowered butter. What if I were to tell you that this superpowered butter is within easy reach? Superpowered butter within easy reach. Wang Hao meticulously digested the implications of that statement. Superpowered butter equates to divine power. And superpowered butter within easy reach equates to divine power within easy reach. Was such a thing plausible? Hardly. Then why would Instructor Lin make such a claim? Either she was jesting or testing him, assessing how he would react upon learning of such a universe-altering secret. Displaying excessive zeal for the superpowered butter might prompt Instructor Lin to eliminate him in the dead of night. With this in mind, Wang Hao waved his hand dismissively at Lin Meiying. Instructor Lin, I am a man of modest aspirations. The superpowered butter is of no concern to me. I am unworthy of it. You just proclaimed your dedication to serving the people, and now you claim to be unambitious? Lin Meiying was incensed by Wang Hao's words. Have you misunderstood something? I have no intention of silencing you. You are not testing me? Can superpowered butter truly be obtained so easily? Is there a place nearby that resembles a repository for divine artifacts? Come to think of it, the Divine Connection Academy does have one such place. Could the superpowered butter be stored within the Divine Connection Academy's Grand Vault? Wang Hao inquired tentatively. I cannot simply break in and steal it. Lin Meiying shook her head helplessly. Would it be considered within easy reach if you had to steal it? Retrieve the Eye of Destiny. Wang Hao complied, producing the Eye of Destiny. Having been charging for a week, it should be capable of revealing a few more strands of fate. The superpowered butter is in your possession, Lin Meiying declared, holding the Eye of Destiny. When I transformed into a wraith, all my belongings were lost, save for this Eye of Destiny and the superpowered butter sealed within it. It is now in your hands. Wang Hao's eyes widened. The superpowered butter is inside the Eye of Destiny? Precisely. Within easy reach indeed. By cracking open the Eye of Destiny and extracting the superpowered butter, he could wield divine power. But was that truly wise? The superpowered butter belonged to Lin Meiying, a formidable master of mind, body, and technique. After a moment of contemplation, Wang Hao made his decision. He returned the Eye of Destiny to his storage singularity. Rest assured, Instructor Lin, I will safeguard this Eye of Destiny with my life. Once you are successfully resurrected, I will return the Eye of Destiny and the superpowered butter within it to you. Lin Meiying was left speechless. If she intended to use the superpowered butter herself, why would she reveal its existence to him? Revealing this was to encourage him to break open the Eye of Destiny, extract the superpowered butter, and use it to awaken divine power. But what about you, Instructor Lin? You should also be a master of mind, body, and technique, correct? Will you not consume this superpowered butter? Wang Hao asked in astonishment. Lin Meiying smiled with gratification. I am heartened by your concern. But who told you that I have not already mastered divine power? Your instructor Lin is no mere mortal, but a goddess. Wang Hao scoffed. A goddess? More like a female ghost. If you had mastered divine power, why would you have perished, reduced to a spectral form clinging to the eye of destiny? Lin Meiying remained tight-lipped about the circumstances of her transformation into a wraith, vaguely stating, my divine power was ill-suited to address the events that transpired at the time. So I had to abandon my physical form to evade calamity. So there are situations that divine power cannot resolve? Then this divine power is not so divine after all in any case. This superpowered butter is yours. Consume it. Lin Meiying waved her hand dismissively. Expedite the augmentation of your combat prowess. I may require your assistance in the future. Enhancing my power will aid Instructor Lin. Upon hearing this, Wang Hao was relieved. I understand. I shall accept this superpowered butter. But how do I extract it from the Eye of Destiny? The Eye of Destiny's shell was smooth and lustrous, devoid of any fissures or openings. Was he to shatter it to retrieve the superpowered butter? Regrettably, you must indeed shatter it to extract it, Lin Meiying stated mercilessly. In my prime, telekinesis was as effortless as drinking water, but alas, Wang Hao's face fell. Does that mean the Eye of Destiny will be destroyed? Who would be so whimsical as to seal superpowered butter inside the Eye of Destiny? Lin Meiying chuckled. In my prime, teleporting objects was as effortless as drinking water, so it was you. Wang Hao was a decisive individual. Since he had to extract the superpowered butter, he would not lament the loss of the Eye of Destiny. He offered a silent apology to the Eye of Destiny and inscribed a cruciform rune, launching an arcane arrow. With a resounding crack, the arcane arrow shattered the Eye of Destiny. A yellow, plastic-wrapped, mud-like substance tumbled out, the legendary superpowered butter. Gazing upon the fragmented Eye of Destiny, Lin Meiying sighed. Fear not. While its destruction is regrettable, it will one day be restored. Picking up the plastic-wrapped, thumbnail-sized superpowered butter, Wang Hao scrutinized it in the sunlight. It was indistinguishable from ordinary butter sold in supermarkets. One could not differentiate between them. How does one use this? Topically or orally? Wang Hao inquired. Orally. Simply ingest it. And in 2 to 3 days, the fourth power will awaken within you. Lin Meiying replied. Wang Hao nodded, gingerly peeled back the plastic wrapping, steeled his resolve, closed his eyes, and swallowed it whole. The butter was tasteless but clung to the throat. Wang Hao exerted considerable effort to swallow it. He wondered if it would adhere to his intestines. After confirming that he had ingested all the superpowered butter, Wang Hao stood up, straightened his attire, and bowed deeply toward the Eye of Destiny. Instructor Lin, I shall remember your kindness in providing me with this butter. Should you require anything of me in the future, I shall be at your service, even unto death. Lin Meiying nodded with satisfaction. I am gratified by your gratitude, but remember to face me when you speak next time. Huh, aren't you possessing the Eye of Destiny? Nonsense. The Eye of Destiny has been shattered. How could I possess it? Lin Meiying exclaimed, half amused and half exasperated. I am now possessing you for convenience. Wang Hao shuddered in terror. What? You are possessing me? This is unacceptable. Will my yang energy be drained? Depart immediately. You just pledged to be at my service, even unto death. And now you refuse to let me possess you? Men are all fickle. Chapter 61. Beneath the cloak, after consuming the super energy butter, Wang Hao felt no change in his body. Although Lin Meiying mentioned that the fusion of the 3 powers required time, he expected at least some reaction. Perhaps a little nausea or something. Speaking of which, now that I have awakened divine power, does that mean I no longer need to practice in the mornings? Wang Hao inquired of Lin Meiying, suggesting that they might as well go enlist with the Rangers right away. Lin Meiying shot him a disdainful glance. The fourth power is born from the fusion of the other 3. The stronger your heart, body, and skill, the more potent the fourth power will be. So do not think about slacking off. Thus, this divine power was not as divine as it seemed. It still required cultivation to grow stronger. On another note, I would like to ask you for a favor, Lin Meiying suddenly said. I am very interested in your Rector Luca. Take me to meet her. Wang Hao was taken aback. Rector Luca? You want to see her? Do you know her? He was unsure if it was the same Luca he knew. However, considering she was from another realm, a woman, and a powerful mage. It was likely the same person. Lin Meiying replied resolutely, "You go meet her privately. Do not let anyone else see. Better yet, wait for her at her house." "Heading out, are we?" Wang Hao suddenly perked up, walking over to his desk to rummage through a stack of stationery, scribbling something furiously. What on earth is he doing? Why is he writing instead of just finding someone? Lin Meiying approached curiously, only to be infuriated, though she no longer had blood to boil. Wang Hao was writing a letter, and the envelope bore the prominent inscription, "To senior sister Ling Yuan Jibu." You. Lin Meiying was rendered speechless with anger, vaguely regretting giving Wang Hao the super energy butter. "Do not be angry, teacher Lin. This is a farewell letter to senior sister Jibu." Wang Hao replied without looking up. "Upon my arrival at the Divine Communication Academy, she treated me to rice balls, so I suppose it's a matter of gratitude. Today, I shall repay this kindness and sever all ties. Her indifference has wounded my heart." "Is that so?" Lin Meiying felt a twinge of doubt. Could he truly muster the resolve to cut ties with Ling Yuan Jibu? Indeed, while Wang Hao proclaimed his intention to sever ties, the contents of the letter were filled with heartfelt reminders. He first informed Ling Yuan Jibu that the Divine Communication Academy would soon open extensions for graduation, advising her to refrain from engaging in summoning magic and focus on her studies instead. He also cautioned her to distance herself from Li Shangling. The further away, the better. He then detailed the usage of the Hypa original stone meticulously in the letter, hoping it would assist her in awakening her abilities. However, he worried that senior sister Jibu might not possess the super energy mutation gene, so he refrained from directly stating it as a means to awaken powers, instead vaguely suggesting that the colorful radiance emitted by the Hypa original stone was greatly beneficial to one's body and encouraging her to try it during her leisure. Finally, he folded the letter, carefully enclosing it with a fragment of the Hypa original stone, sealing it shut. "I say, this is hardly a farewell letter," Lin Meiying challenged. "And you even included the Hypa original stone to play the Good Samaritan?" Wang Hao waved his hand, arguing, "A gentleman does not part ways with harsh words. What would you have me write? Something vulgar? Moreover, since senior sister Jibu no longer visits the Scientific Secret Institute, she won't have access to the Hypa original stone." Lin Meiying sighed, saying nothing more. "Do as you wish." With the farewell letter in hand, Wang Hao headed straight to the 9th Institute, dropping it into Ling Yuan Jibu's mailbox. Lin Meiying casually asked, "Aren't you going to leave a mark? What if she doesn't have the habit of checking her mailbox?" Wang Hao shook his head, exiting the 9th Institute. "It's fine. I trust my intentions will be conveyed. So, this is not a farewell letter at all. It's more akin to a love letter. Indeed, it is a farewell letter. I have expressed myself quite excessively. Wang Hao, once I regain my peak strength, I shall deliver a proper thrashing to you. Otherwise, my resentment shall never be quelled." The faculty dormitory was located in a rather remote corner of the Divine Communication Academy. Wang Hao had no choice but to rent a small electric bike, riding for nearly half an hour to arrive. Observing the numerous single-story villas surrounding him, he secretly marveled at the favorable treatment of the faculty, who could reside in such splendid accommodations. But among all these houses, which one belonged to Rector Luca? Just check them one by one. Being from another realm, she should have decorated her house with items from her homeland. "I will let you know once I see it," Lin Meiying instructed. Thus, Wang Hao inspected each house, scrutinizing the exterior decorations. Unfortunately, although the residents were different, they seemed to have conspired to decorate their homes identically, rendering them indistinguishable. "Is there a school policy against decorating the lawns?" Wang Hao grumbled as he walked. "At this rate, I'll have to wait in the villa area for Rector Luca to return home. What if she uses a portal to go home? My waiting would be in vain." "Do not go any further. This is the one," Lin Meiying suddenly exclaimed. "This is Luca's home." Wang Hao was taken aback and leaned forward to examine the villa beside him. It appeared ordinary, identical to the other houses, leaving him perplexed as to how Lin Meiying identified it as Rector Luca's residence. Thinking of this, he cautiously stepped into the yard, hoping to peek through the window to glimpse the interior of the villa. "Hey, don't," Lin Meiying blurted, attempting to stop him. But before she could finish her sentence, a flash of black light darted across the yard, and an imposing black jade lion leapt out from nowhere, blocking Wang Hao's path. Who goes there? The black jade lion growled menacingly. Rector Luca is cold and unyielding. Petitioners, begone. Wang Hao stared in astonishment at the black jade lion, which appeared to be carved from a single piece of black jade, with no seams visible. For some reason, this jade lion moved with fluidity and speed, indistinguishable from a real lion. I seek Rector Luca. Is she present? Not daring to offend the lion, Wang Hao inquired politely. The black jade lion lowered its stance, ready to attack. I have already stated, Rector Luca is cold and unyielding. Petitions are futile. If you have legitimate business, proceed to the office of the director of the Arcane Secret Institute. I come with a personal matter. Wang Hao replied awkwardly. Were it not for Lin Meiying's insistence on contacting Rector Luca privately, he would have gone directly to the director's office. Chapter 62. The Dean's Little Secret. If you wish to find Dean Luca, please proceed directly to the office of the Arcane Academy. After much effort in locating Dean Luca's residence, I was taken aback to discover a black jade lion guarding the entrance, preventing Wang Hao from stepping any further. Had it not been for Teacher Lin's insistence on seeking her out privately, I would have indeed gone directly to her office. Left with no choice, Wang Hao turned to communicate with Lin Meiying. Teacher Lin, this lion won't let me in. What should I do? Lin Meiying scrutinized the imposing black jade lion before her. Luca still enjoys commanding elemental beings and golems to do her bidding, it seems. This black jade construct is rather novel. She must have crafted it recently. A golem? Is this black jade lion a golem? Seeing Wang Hao hesitating, lost in his thoughts, the lion grew agitated. If you are not a student of the Divine Communication Academy, I would have torn you apart by now. You have 3 seconds to vanish from my sight. How can such a mere golem possess such a fierce temperament? Reluctantly, Wang Hao took a few steps back, retreating from the small courtyard. It appears that Dean Luca harbors some secrets that are meant to remain hidden. Lin Meiying chuckled softly. You are quite right. In truth, every capable mage possesses certain secrets they dare not disclose. Even the Dean of the Arcane Academy is no exception. Curiosity piqued, Wang Hao inquired. What secrets does Dean Luca hold? Do you wish to swagger into her abode and lounge upon her sofa while awaiting her return? Lin Meiying teased, suppressing her laughter. Or would you prefer to wait outside to avoid startling the fair lady? Wang Hao, though indifferent to waiting outside, was intrigued to learn what method Teacher Lin would employ to allow him to enter boldly. Speak to that black jade feline as I instructed, though their conversation was private. Lin Meiying lowered her voice to share her plan. But what if this newly crafted golem does not recognize Dean Luca? What if I inadvertently provoke it? Wang Hao expressed his concerns. Wouldn't that put me in danger? Lin Meiying laughed. Just go. I assure you it will work. Resolute. Wang Hao nodded and once more stepped into Dean Luca's courtyard. This action incited the black jade lion's ire, which emitted a low, menacing growl, seemingly poised to attack. Hold your horses. Wang Hao mustered his courage, recalling Lin Meiying's advice. Are you not concerned about what lies in the basement reaching Dean Luca's ears? The previously vigilant black jade lion trembled at the mention of the basement, stammering. Why, you know of the basement? Who are you? I have no knowledge of what resides in the basement. I merely echoed Teacher Lin's words. Wang Hao shrugged. Rest assured, I will keep the basement secrets. But allow me to enter and wait for Dean Luca. My feet have grown weary from standing. The black jade lion regarded Wang Hao with a complex expression before eventually relenting and opening the door. Come in. Inside Dean Luca's abode, the decor bore no exotic influences. The living room was simply furnished with a sofa, a coffee table, and a few bookshelves. However, appearances could be deceiving, and the secrets of the basement left Wang Hao feeling quite restless. Please take a seat, but do not wrinkle the sofa. The black jade lion instructed as Wang Hao sat down, assuring him that Dean Luca would return shortly and imploring him not to act irrationally. Wang Hao looked at the black jade lion, astonished. What an enigma! Although it is an artificial golem, how does it possess such intelligence? Has Dean Luca endowed it with an electronic heart? That is one of Dean Luca's well-guarded secrets. Lin Meiying whispered. You would do well to conceal your astonishment, otherwise the black jade lion may conclude that you were attempting to deceive it and subsequently reduce you to mere pulp. It seemed the secret of the basement was indeed intertwined with the golem, although the black jade lion had claimed Dean Luca would return shortly. Wang Hao found himself waiting for over an hour without sight of her. Gradually, fatigue overcame him, and he inadvertently succumbed to slumber within Dean Luca and Apos' home. Not to worry. I possess a heightened sense of danger, so I need not fear ambush, he thought, drifting off. Noticing Wang Hao's audacity to sleep so freely, the black jade lion stealthily unsheathed its claws. If it were to eliminate this reckless intruder, the secrets of the basement would remain secure. Eyeing Wang Hao's exposed neck, the lion's instincts stirred. I suggest you remain still. At that moment, Lin Meiying's voice resonated within the living room. If you dare harm even a single hair on his head, I shall have Luca confine you back to the abyss of the soul stone. The black jade lion was struck with terror, not only realizing it had been discovered in its treacherous intent, but also fearing the deadly threat of being imprisoned back within the soul stone. Though I know not your identity, I implore you to spare me. The black jade lion pressed its head to the ground, adopting a posture of submission. From your words, you seem to be an acquaintance of my master? This is all a misunderstanding. I merely sought to protect her secrets, Lin Meiying scoffed, declining to engage further. Feeling a semblance of safety, the black jade lion hastily retreated to the courtyard, awaiting Dean Luca's return. Master, a formidable individual has arrived at our home. You must return at once. Time passed, and Wang Hao abruptly felt a gentle yet firm tap on his shoulder. As he groggily opened his eyes, he turned to see who had disturbed his slumber. It is you. What? Do you object to the reprimand I issued earlier? A figure clad in a brown robe, complete with a wide-brimmed hood, inquired coldly, their voice grating. Goodness, it's Dean Luca. Wang Hao jolted awake, realizing he had dozed off in her home. He suddenly found himself in a precarious situation. The black jade lion stood cautiously beside Dean Luca, explaining, Master, he seems to be an acquaintance of yours. So I allowed him entry. Dean Luca's robe billowed slightly, revealing blinding white light seeping from its seams. I do not recognize this individual, Wang Hao. You would do well to provide me with a satisfactory explanation, or I shall make you regret your arrogance. What? Is she preparing to attack? Teacher Lin, where are you? What could I possibly say to satisfy her? Luca, it has been ages. You still exude such vitality. In this critical moment, Lin Meiying materialized, positioning herself protectively between Wang Hao and Dean Luca. I was wondering why I had not heard from you. It seems you have taken up the role of Dean at the Divine Communication Academy. You are Lin Meiying? What has become of you? Dean Luca queried, astonished at her transformation. Chapter 63. The basement. Are you Lin Meiying? How did you end up like this? Fortunately, Dean Luca seemed to recognize Teacher Lin. Wang Hao let out a sigh of relief. It appeared he would not need to provide her with a satisfactory answer. Lin Meiying smiled. How should I put it? To evade calamity, I tactically relinquished my physical form. Even someone as omnipotent as you needs to resort to such measures to survive? Dean Luca's ample robe trembled violently. Could it be that this universe was also approaching its end? Goodness, isn't your conversation a bit too explosive? How can the universe be in danger with just a few words? Wang Hao broke into a cold sweat, fearing he might have inadvertently stumbled upon some monumental secret. Has your paranoia not subsided? Ever since your homeland was obliterated, I dare say you have not had a single day free from the dread of cosmic annihilation. Lin Meiying chuckled wryly. Rest assured, the predicament I find myself in now is largely of my own making. Hearing Lin Meiying's words, Dean Luca breathed a sigh of relief. As long as the apocalypse had not yet arrived, Wang Hao's curiosity about Lin Meiying's story intensified. Dean Luca seemed to hold her in the highest regard, even describing her as omnipotent. Yet, how did this all-powerful being become a wandering soul? Did you infiltrate the Arcane Academy seeking my assistance to reclaim your corporeal form? As Dean Luca relaxed, she began to engage Lin Meiying in casual conversation. With such a formidable spirit, you could transform into the legendary Angel of Death through necromantic spells. But then your power would likely be reduced to a mere fraction. Spare me, for I have already discovered a method of resurrection. Lin Meiying waved her hand, gesturing toward Wang Hao behind her. At that moment, Dean Luca realized there was another person in the room, the very Wang Hao she had just dealt with earlier. She curiously appraised him from head to toe, then shook her head without uttering a word. What does that shake of the head mean? Do you have some objection to me? Do not underestimate him. He is now my student. Though he is still quite young, in due time, he shall learn the secrets of reversing life and death from me. Lin Ming interjected, unwilling to let Wang Hao be looked down upon. To her surprise, Dean Luca's expression shifted to one of understanding. Oh, I see. I mistakenly thought. What did you misinterpret? Lin Ming inquired, somewhat irritated. Did you think I intended to usurp Wang Hao's body for my own revival? Dean Luca awkwardly waved her hand, signaling Lin Ming to cease. Then she nodded at Wang Hao, politely stating, your teacher and I are good friends. From now on, should you encounter any troubles at the academy, feel free to seek my assistance. Ah, how fortunate to have aligned oneself with the dean. Yet, Wang Hao was astonished to learn of the connection between teacher Lin and Dean Luca. What had she accomplished in her previous life? Setting aside Wang Hao, Lin Ming and Dean Luca took a seat together, reminiscing about past events. Meanwhile, the Obsidian Lion, upon confirming that Wang Hao and Lin Ming were indeed friends of its master, displayed a more amiable demeanor. It returned from the kitchen, carrying a tray with several glasses of juice, behaving like a dutiful servant. However, in its eagerness, it made a blunder, placing a glass of juice in front of Lin Ming as well. Lin Ming gazed at the glass of juice before her, bemused. How am I supposed to drink this in my current state? She flicked her quilt and teasingly remarked to Dean Luca, your golem-making skills still have room for improvement. Black Treasure, you may take your leave now. Your assistance is no longer required. Dean Luca waved her hand, sending the creature, named Black Treasure, away, before shaking her head with a sigh. Within the Arcane Academy, I must tread carefully, which has significantly slowed the progress of my golem research. Though Black Treasure is my latest creation, its quality does not surpass that of the Thunder Golem you previously encountered. Lin Ming nodded thoughtfully. So, she still lies within your basement? Dean Luca glanced at Wang Hao, subtly nodding in acknowledgement. Who lies in the basement? The secrets of the basement piqued Wang Hao's curiosity immensely, yet he sensed it might be best for him to remain unaware. Clearly reluctant to delve further into the matter of the basement, Dean Luca shifted the conversation. Thanks to Dean Zhou Shirin's favor, I have come to the Arcane Academy and assumed the role of head of this Arcane Institute. Although the work is arduous, witnessing the students flourish brings me great satisfaction. Lin Ming shrugged. Is your work truly so taxing? I observed you guiding the new students in meditation during the first class. Your impatience was palpable. And the moment class ended, you hurriedly left. Ah well. Dean Luca appeared flustered. I had an urgent matter to attend to. It seemed that some summoning magic materials had been stolen from the archives of the Arcane Institute, which weighed heavily on my mind, causing me to be somewhat distracted during the lecture. Summoning magic materials were stolen? Could it be that Senior Chung Feng's materials were pilfered from the archives? Chapter 64. The Past of Yella, the Theft of Summoning Magic Materials? Could it have been the doing of Senior Ching Feng? Wang Hao, seated nearby, felt an involuntary wave of anxiety. One might wonder why. He had indeed perused that very material. Lin Ming was well aware of this. Subtly redirecting the conversation, she remarked, you know, familiars are integral to a mage's craft. Is it truly wise to indiscriminately ban summoning magic in such a draconian manner? Luca pounded the table in frustration. Do others not grasp my perspective? Do you too fail to understand? Are you unaware of how my homeland was ravaged? I am but 24 years old. How could I possibly be aware of events that transpired 50 years ago? Lin Ming countered, resting her chin on her hand. I have merely gleaned that your realm faced obliteration, which prompted your passage through the rift to Earth. What was that planet called? The Promised Land of the Stars? You are mistaken. It is Isdina, meaning land illuminated by starlight in Elvish. That is the name of our elven royal city. Our planet is called Yella, Luca corrected her. This exchange unveiled an abundance of information. First, the other side of the rift was a planet named Yella. Moreover, it appeared that this world had met its demise, and it seemed that Luca, the headmaster, was an elf. Official discussions regarding the otherworldly invasion from 50 years prior were scarce, leaving Wang Hao woefully uninformed. Later, upon entering military academy, He learned in fragments that the Starry Liberation Army had triumphed over the otherworldly coalition without sustaining any casualties. This victory was a crucial condition for the integration of otherworldly beings into the Earth Alliance. Once they were stained with the blood of the Alliance, there would be no turning back. Indeed, your home planet is indeed called Yella. Lin Meiying mused, smacking her forehead. But what connection does its destruction bear with summoning magic? Upon mentioning her obliterated homeland, Luca sighed deeply. How could there be no connection? The very reason for our homeland's ruin lies in the unchecked use of summoning magic. Do you comprehend what kinds of creatures are summoned through this magic? Lin Meiying nodded, then shook her head. I understand a bit, yet not entirely. They seem to be beings from other dimensions, correct? In any case, summoning magic cannot invoke tigers, lions, or elephants. Luca chuckled bitterly. Indeed, summoning magic cannot conjure native Earth creatures. For summoning magic is fundamentally designed to enslave and manipulate beings from other planes. The complex runes involved serve as binding arrays, ensuring that summoned entities are immediately restrained and compelled to obey the summoner's commands. Lin Meiying nodded in contemplation. I see. To exploit beings from other dimensions so recklessly would inevitably invite retribution. The inhabitants of Yella, in their wanton use of summoning magic, ultimately drew the attention of certain entities. Luca reminisced. Lin Meiying was taken aback. What entities took notice of you? Demons. Yella has attracted the gaze of demons. Luca pressed her hands to her head, anguish evident in her voice. These lowly beings are consumed by thoughts of slaughter and destruction, invading one realm after another, leaving only ruin and corpses in their wake. Due to the frequent use of summoning magic, these demons discovered the existence of Yella and sought every means to invade our bountiful and beautiful world. Lin Meiying raised an eyebrow. Demons. Do such beings truly exist? If they inhabit other dimensions, how could they become aware of Yella's existence? Summoning magic essentially creates a conduit between two disparate planes, allowing summoned beings to traverse through. The more it is used, the more likely these conduits are to be discovered. Luca explained. I understand. Lin Meiying nodded, gesturing for Luca to continue. Unable to cross dimensions directly into Yella, the demons instead exploited the mages who recklessly wielded summoning spells, disguising themselves as powerful and obedient otherworldly beings to lure the mages into summoning them to Yella. Luca seethed. The mages, deceived by these seemingly formidable and compliant demons, chose them as familiars or servants. Ultimately, Yella found itself besieged by thousands of powerful demons of various forms. They mocked the foolishness of the Yella inhabitants while waiting for the opportune moment to unleash a massive rift, ushering in their demonic legions. And what of us? The people of Yella? Humph. Wang Hao mused silently. This is the consequence of exploiting others. Had you not sought to enslave them, how would these demons have come to Yella? Finally, on a night that should have been tranquil and serene, these demonic vanguards tore off their disguises, revealing their brutal true nature. They first ambushed and killed their masters, then gathered to perform a sacrificial rite, opening a vast temporal rift. The lord of the demonic army, the terrifying demon king, had long awaited them on the other side of the rift. When Luca mentioned this demonic lord, she spoke in a language Wang Hao could not comprehend, leaving him bewildered. Who is this terrifying king? Luca continued sorrowfully. The demon king towers above, eclipsing Yella's tallest mountains. His power is unfathomable. With mere laughter, he vanquished countless valiant warriors who rose against the demons. Eventually, he grew bored and, using his overwhelming strength, pierced the core of Yella, causing our beautiful and bounteous world to rapidly disintegrate into cosmic debris. Is there truly such a formidable being capable of breaching a planet's core? Fortunately, such a terrifying entity exists in a different dimension from Earth. Thank goodness. Eventually, the demons did not even need to intervene. The people of Yella perished in droves. The shattered Yella had become a realm of death, plagued by constant earthquakes, incessant volcanic eruptions, and catastrophic floods that swallowed the land. Everyone braced for their demise. Thus, when we glimpsed Earth through the new temporal rift, can you fathom the feeling of being at death's door and yet finding hope? Luca exclaimed passionately. I cannot fathom it. Just because your Yella is on the brink of destruction, must you invade our Earth? We quickly rallied the remaining people of Yella to form the last expeditionary force, traversing the temporal rift to Earth. As you already know, our expeditionary force stood no chance against the Liberation Army, being utterly routed in a single confrontation, ultimately compelled to retreat back to Yella. Chapter 65. The Compulsory Apprenticeship through Dean Luca's narrative. Wang Hao finally gained a fundamental understanding of the interdimensional invasion incident that occurred 50 years ago. It turned out that this group of individuals had summoned demons, leading to the destruction of Yella. Unable to survive, they seized the opportunity to invade Earth, only to be met with a resounding defeat at the hands of the People's Liberation Army. Well done. Any act of aggression shall ultimately culminate in failure. The magnificent People's Liberation Army stands invincible. Wang Hao silently applauded the predecessors from 50 years ago. Dean Luca self-deprecatingly remarked, "Our coalition was utterly defenseless against the People's Liberation Army and was even forced back into the spatial rift in one fell swoop. In the end, we had no choice but to surrender. Fortunately, upon learning of our plight, the Earth Union graciously welcomed us Yellow refugees and eventually integrated us into the Earth Union. Such occurrences are commonplace. The People's Liberation Army treats captives well. As a military academy graduate and a reserve member of the People's Liberation Army, Wang Hao felt a sense of pride as he listened to the glorious deeds of his predecessors." Finally, Lin Meiying summarized, "So, your complete prohibition of summoning magic is actually to prevent demon legions from other realms from setting their sights on Earth?" Dean Luca nodded in affirmation. "Indeed. Now that I am also a citizen of the Earth Union, I must use my means to protect this second homeland." Wang Hao began to comprehend why Dean Luca reacted so fervently upon hearing that students were studying summoning magic, exclaiming about expelling them. It appeared there were precedents to consider. However, have you ever contemplated that even if you ban summoning magic at the Divine Connection Academy, other institutions will still teach it? Furthermore, even if you prohibit summoning magic within the Earth Union, the Star Alliance possesses numerous civilizations that are adept in magical arts. Though the approaches to magic may not necessarily align, they have undoubtedly explored methods to access other realms. Lin Meiying stated. Dean Luca, slightly agitated, scratched her cap. "I have been troubled by this issue as well. Recently, I submitted a proposal regarding the prohibition of summoning magic to the higher-ups, and they astonishingly instructed me to return and focus on teaching without overthinking." Lin Meiying chuckled wryly, for she believed this was indeed a matter of frivolity. The demon invasion of Yella was not necessarily caused by summoning magic. The interdimensional portals opened by summoning magic were negligible, hardly drawing the attention of demons. "Perhaps. Let us not dwell on this. Since we have finally met, why not stay at my home today?" Dean Luca interrupted Lin Meiying's musings. "Unfortunately, in your current state, you cannot partake in food. Otherwise, I would prepare for you the renowned creamy sweetmeat soup from Miss Tina." "What on earth is creamy sweetmeat soup? Is there even cream in Yella?" Lin Meiying chuckled. "No worries. I cannot eat it. But what about Wang Hao? You can prepare it for him." Upon hearing this, Dean Luca hesitated and shook her head. "That would not be appropriate. If others were to find out that I entertained a freshman from the Arcane Secret Institute, it would inevitably stir feelings of inequity. They might think I have a favoritism. Well then, are you implying that you wouldn't even host me for dinner?" Wang Hao felt a tinge of regret. Had he known, he would have preferred to dine out with Wen Yanbo and the others. Having been in M87 for quite some time, he had yet to explore the central city, let alone Tianlang City and Phoenix City. "Luca, how would you describe our relationship?" Lin Meiying suddenly raised an eyebrow, in a somewhat obsequious manner. Dean Luca pondered for a moment and extended her pinky to link with Lin Meiying's. "Our relationship need not be elaborated upon. I greatly admire your strength. Back in the Special Affairs Bureau, you looked after me significantly. With just a word from you, I would be willing to risk my life for you." Lin Meiying was evidently touched. "Luca, I did not expect you. No more words from now on. We shall be like sisters." "Yes, sisters," Dean Luca exclaimed, equally exhilarated. Since they were now sisters, it was only natural to share good things. However, unexpectedly, Lin Meiying shifted the conversation, revealing her ulterior motives. "What do you think of Wang Hao?" Dean Luca glanced at Wang Hao. Well, he is quite decent. An ordinary earthling, I suppose. Why do you ask me this? Ordinary is unnecessary. Wang Hao felt a pang of annoyance at Dean Luca's assessment. What did Lin Meiying intend? Why was she steering the conversation towards him? I believe that since our bond is so strong, my student should naturally be your student as well. Not just any ordinary student from the Divine Connection Academy, but one whom you shall impart your lifelong knowledge. Lin Meiying grinned mischievously, revealing her desire to extract the remaining value from Luca and make her Wang Hao's mentor, imparting magical knowledge. Upon hearing this, Dean Luca immediately grew displeased. Lin Meiying, you regard me as a friend, yet you seek to exploit me. Is that not a betrayal of friendship? Lin Meiying hurriedly clarified, I never intended to exploit you. Wang Hao is a rare gem, and with careful honing, his future is boundless. Your mastery of magic far surpasses mine, which is why I yearn for you to guide him. Hearing Lin Meiying praise her magical prowess, Dean Luca felt a sense of elation. Receiving commendation from someone nearly omnipotent was indeed a rare honor. With this thought, she scrutinized Wang Hao once more. You say he is a rare gem? Allow me to test him. You must have been enrolled for at least a week. What magic have you mastered? Lin Meiying beamed, addressing Wang Hao. Dean Luca wishes to test you. Quickly, showcase your skills so she may offer her guidance. Dean Luca initially intended to refute the title of Dean. But seeing Lin Meiying's joyful demeanor, she acquiesced. Wang Hao felt somewhat overwhelmed. Indeed, he had learned some magic, but it was all rudimentary. Spells like Arcane Arrow, Arcane Missile, and Repulsion Bolt were hardly impressive. Would it not be embarrassing to display such basic skills? The only spell that could possibly awe Dean Luca was the Summoning Killer Rabbit. However, performing a summoning spell in her presence would be akin to tempting fate, an exercise in absurdity. Observing Wang Hao deep in thought, Dean Luca gently shook her head. It seemed he was lacking in substance, which explained his current predicament. Lin Meiying must have seen potential in him, suggesting he possessed exceptional talent in martial arts. However, proficiency in martial arts did not guarantee an equal aptitude for magic. All right, I am unsure of the strength of this spell. I have only seen it performed once before. At that moment, Wang Hao suddenly recalled, allow me to demonstrate the locking spell for Dean Luca. I hope you do not consider me too dull. Chapter 66. There is something amiss with this student. Allow me to demonstrate the art of lockpicking, dear Professor Luca. I hope you do not perceive me as overly foolish. As Luca expressed her disappointment in Lin Meiying's recommended student, Wang Hao unexpectedly made his way out, uttering these words. Before she could respond, he had already exited the room and closed the door behind him. Astonished, Luca turned to Lin Meiying. Did he just say he would perform a lockpicking demonstration? Indeed, he did, but I have not instructed him in such a skill, Lin Meiying replied, equally perplexed. She had intended for Wang Hao to showcase his prowess in rapid-fire casting, yet he had suddenly opted to perform lockpicking instead. When had she ever taught him that? Is this student of yours truly reliable? Luca inquired sharply. Do you realize that lockpicking is a technique belonging to the transformation school? Before she could finish her sentence, a sharp click echoed from the door, which swung open, revealing Wang Hao standing at the threshold, arm outstretched, grinning as he greeted them. How do you do? How do you do? I saw no inscriptions or incantations. How am I to know that you genuinely performed the lockpicking? Luca retorted. You might have simply stolen my key and turned it. Moreover, Luca could hardly believe that a mere freshman could master the art of lockpicking, though seemingly unremarkable. The spell essentially transformed magical energy into a universal key capable of unlocking any door, a level of magic far beyond the grasp of a novice. Logically, Wang Hao should not even be able to draw the runes or recite the incantations properly. Suddenly, Lin Meiying recalled an incident. I remember. Wang Hao accompanied the golden-haired girl from the patrol team to visit Ling Yuanjibu's house, but she was not home. That golden-haired girl employed the art of lockpicking. Could it be that Wang Hao had observed and learned the technique at that moment? Is this your student, and you cannot even discern how he learned magic? And what was that you just mentioned? He learned it after a single viewing? If he could truly master it so effortlessly, what need is there for the Arcane Academy or the Mystic Institute? Luca, feeling her intelligence insulted, stepped forward to an unassuming wooden door and addressed Wang Hao and Lin Meiying. Try again. Unlock this door. If you succeed, I will take you on as my apprentice. Wang Hao stood outside, feeling utterly at a loss. Again, he was nearly depleted of energy. For some inexplicable reason, the earlier lockpicking had drained his magical reserves astonishingly fast. He helplessly waved his hand and walked to the table, gulping down Lin Meiying's glass of juice. I can do it, but I need a moment to rest. Lucas scrutinized Wang Hao with narrowed eyes, immediately recognizing the signs of magical exhaustion. Did he truly cast the spell? No, that was impossible. She swiftly made her way to the kitchen, her robe billowing behind her, failing to pay heed to her appearance. This left Wang Hao in a state of agitation, for he distinctly saw a pair of long, fair legs beneath Lucas' robe. How could anyone withstand this? Already feeling faint, Wang Hao's thirst intensified. Was Luca truly so alluring? Lin Meiying quickly warned, mind your eyes. Wang Hao, Luca despises being gazed upon with lecherous intent. Is that not why she always wears a robe? I am not being lecherous, Wang Hao protested, endeavoring to erase the image of those magnificent legs from his mind. But the more he tried not to think about it, the more vividly it invaded his thoughts. Observing Wang Hao's pitiful demeanor, Lin Meiying sighed. It appears I must hasten to teach you a method of cultivating a tranquil mind. At that moment, Luca emerged from the kitchen, holding a disposable cup containing a small amount of blue liquid. She placed the cup before Wang Hao. Drink this. It is a revitalizing potion that will restore your depleted magical energy. Wang Hao nodded, taking the cup and downing its contents. As the cool liquid flowed down his throat, a chill surged through him, reaching his stomach and causing him to shudder involuntarily. With this refreshing sensation, he felt his spirit awaken, and magical energy began to flow back into him. Truly effective. Thank you, Professor Luca, Wang Hao exclaimed, rising to approach the black door. Luca muttered to herself, if you can indeed unlock this door, then calling me teacher will not be too late. Taking a deep breath, Wang Hao traced a purple circular rune on the doorknob. Luca watched, shaking her head, crooked and irregular. Such a rune cannot possibly resonate with the incantation and magical energy successfully. Lin Meiying remained silent, simply smiling in anticipation. Then, Wang Hao began to chant the incantation, Grandfather Lassalam. Is he jesting? Hearing Wang Hao's crude incantation ignited Luca's fury. If you intend to mock me, you may as well leave now. Lin Meiying hastily reassured Luca, do not be anxious. You know my character. Would I bring someone to humiliate you? She urged Luca to continue watching. Given the child's play quality of the rune and the construction site caliber of the incantation, Luca swore that if this lockpicking spell succeeded, she would eat her desk. Yet, in this astonishing world, as soon as Wang Hao completed the final syllable, the black door creaked open. Luca's first thought was that Wang Hao must have cheated, but she quickly dismissed that notion. If she could not detect the absence of deceit, she had no business being the head of the Arcane Institute. However, how could this magic possibly have worked? Magic is a manifestation of willpower. The more one believes in their magical ability, the more effective their spells become, Lin Meiying observed. Perhaps it was Wang Hao's overwhelming confidence that allowed him to overlook the flaws in his rune and chant, enabling him to cast the spell successfully. Yet, surely there must be limits to confidence? How could someone succeed in casting a spell while mispronouncing the incantation? It was utterly absurd. Was he truly the legendary figure so ordinary yet brimming with confidence? Wang Hao turned to Luca, giving her a thumbs up. Am I qualified now, Professor Luca? Luca pondered for a moment before walking to another door, casting a magical lock upon it. Try unlocking this one. That should suffice. Attempting to cast lockpicking again may leave me fainting. How about I demonstrate an arcane missile instead? Chapter 67. The Emperor's Jewel. Upon witnessing Wang Hao open the obsidian door, Luca found it hard to believe that he had truly succeeded in casting the unlocking spell. Resolutely, she decided to cast a magical lock on another door herself. Let me see you open this one. Isn't that enough? I can barely hold on. Wang Hao firmly declined. How about I perform a rapid-fire spell, and we call it a day? Lin Meiying chimed in. Yes. You should have seen it clearly by now, right? Wang Hao indeed succeeded in casting the unlocking spell and opened that door. Do you intend to deny it? It's precisely because I saw it so clearly that I find it hard to believe. Those crooked runes and the off-key incantation. How could that possibly result in a successful spell? After a moment of contemplation, Luca nodded at Wang Hao. You are indeed a rare talent. I might consider accepting you as my apprentice. However, I need to set some ground rules first. Don't blame me if things go awry later. Wang Hao nodded. Please. Professor Luca, go ahead. First, my time for mentoring you will be limited due to my responsibilities at the Arcane Institute. You should continue your studies with the Institute's curriculum. And when I have time, you may come to learn from me, Luca instructed. This request was reasonable, and Wang Hao agreed. No problem. Second, you must not flaunt your identity as my apprentice, nor exploit it for nefarious purposes. If I discover you misusing my name, not only will I sever our teacher-student relationship, but I will also expel you from the Divine Connection Academy. Wait, not even a little privilege for your apprentice? You would expel me over trivial matters? Wang Hao thought to himself, scratching his head. Are you dissatisfied? Luca's tone rose sharply at Wang Hao's demeanor. Of course not. Rest assured, Professor Luca. I will never boast about our relationship. Wang Hao replied, exasperated. Luca nodded. Good. And third, I will constantly evaluate your character. Should I find you lacking in integrity, I will immediately terminate our relationship. Do you understand? Rest assured, while I, Wang Hao, may have my flaws, I will not violate fundamental principles. Wang Hao declared earnestly. Professor Luca, you need not worry. I will uphold my conduct and study diligently, ensuring I do not bring shame upon you. Luca exhaled deeply. She had not originally intended to take on an apprentice, wishing only to focus on her work at the Arcane Institute. Yet, through Lin Meiying's encouragement, she found herself with Wang Hao as an unexpected student. Reflecting on this, she turned to Lin Meiying beside her, questioning whether she had orchestrated this from the beginning. In response to Luca's suspicion, Lin Meiying merely smiled enigmatically, leaving her thoughts inscrutable. Wang Hao, since we are now officially teacher and student, we should have a basic introduction, Luca said, grasping the hem of her robe. My full name is Nicole Liuga Sheng Leisagan Luca, a survivor of the Elven clan of Yelishing Zisadina. Currently, I serve as the Dean of the Arcane Institute of the United Earth Divine Connection Academy. With a swift motion, she removed her brown robe, revealing her true form before Wang Hao. Having heard Eligia describe Luca's beauty, Wang Hao was curious about how stunning this being from another world could be. However, upon witnessing her without her robe, he was utterly astounded. Her beauty was strikingly aggressive. As an elf, Luca's appearance diverged significantly from that of earthlings. And this otherworldly beauty instilled in Wang Hao an inexplicable sense of pressure, a primal alertness he felt as an earthling in the presence of another race. Luca and Apos' stature was impressive, standing at nearly 2 meters tall, surpassing Wang Hao's height of 185 centimeters by 15 centimeters. Initially, he assumed her height was due to her robe, but upon seeing her true form, he realized he needed to look up to her. Moreover, Luca possessed a pair of eyes that radiated a haunting blue glow, exuding pure magical energy. Wang Hao suspected that in darkness, her eyes would shine like lanterns. Not only were her eyes captivating, but a delicate sky-blue rune was etched upon her forehead. While he marveled at Luca's beauty, Wang Hao recalled Lin Meiying's warning and quickly averted his gaze. Ahem, Professor Luca, you are truly stunning. Even the fairest exterior cannot repel the demon army. Luca shook her head and donned her robe once more. Though she left the hood off, let us begin our discussion. What questions do you have regarding magic? Are we getting straight to the point already? Wang Hao rubbed his neck and asked, Professor Luca, may I learn the fireball spell? Fireball spell? Luca paused, taken aback. Why? What do you mean why? It's because being a magician is synonymous with knowing the fireball spell. A magician who cannot cast fireball is akin to a chef who cannot fry rice, essentially a washed-up fish. To his surprise, Luca shook her head. I don't know who told you that every mage knows the fireball spell, but quite the opposite is true. 80% of magicians cannot cast fireball. The magical energy required to drive a fireball is not arcane mana, but elemental spirit energy. Arcane mana? Elemental spirit energy? What are those? Wang Hao scratched his head, vaguely recalling someone mentioning them, but unable to recall the details. What is wrong with you? Luca's expression darkened. I should have covered the 5 types of magical energy in our first lesson. How could you forget so quickly? With her reminder, Wang Hao recalled that she had indeed mentioned similar topics. The magical energies were classified into 5 types: holy light energy, elemental spirit energy, arcane mana, chaotic evil energy, and void entropy energy. He possessed the relatively mild arcane mana, while holy light energy and elemental spirit energy were exceedingly rare. Chaotic evil energy and void entropy energy were perilous, seldom encountered. You barely touched upon these topics. How could I possibly remember? Wang Hao spread his hands. Moreover, your voice was too hoarse. In an echoing lecture hall, it was impossible to hear clearly. Luca was taken aback, then raised a hand to her throat and spoke. How about now? Is my voice still hoarse? Ah, this voice is soft and melodious, akin to a young girl speaking. It is entirely different from her previous hoarse and grating tone. Chapter 68. Elemental Trials. Teacher Luca, your voice is exceedingly melodious, akin to that of a young maiden. Why resort to magic to render it hoarse and jarring? Wang Hao inquired, perplexed. Who knows? Teacher Luca replied with a wry smile. The voice you just heard is the result of my magical alteration. My true voice is far less pleasant to the ears. Is that so? Wang Hao scratched his head awkwardly. Well, to be honest, after listening to you for a while, I find your voice quite magnetic. Indeed, Teacher Luca sighed gently, turning her gaze out the window, as if lost in thought. At that moment, Lin Meiying whispered, as far as I know, her voice was not always like this. It became hoarse after sustaining an injury to her throat while battling demons on Yellowstar. Is that so? Wang Hao felt a surge of respect. He had not anticipated that Teacher Luca had fought against the demons invading Yellowstar. Wait a moment. The otherworldly beings arrived on Earth 50 years ago. If Teacher Luca fought demons on Yellowstar, that implies she is at least 50 years old, right? Lin Meiying scoffed. 50? The lifespan of the elven race is remarkably long. They hardly age. Your Teacher Luca is over 150 years old. Wang Hao gasped in astonishment, realizing that appearances can be deceiving. Should he now refer to her as Aunt Luca? In response to Lin Meiying's teasing, Teacher Luca merely smiled wryly without uttering a word. Elves have such long lifespans. Wang Hao asked curiously, what about the oldest elf alive today? Could they be thousands of years old? The oldest elf currently living is me. I am 143 years old, Teacher Luca said after a moment of silence. Those older than me perished in the battles on Yellowstar. Wang Hao felt a pang of regret for his thoughtless remark, realizing he had struck a sensitive chord. Lin Meiying stepped in to lighten the mood, saying, let's divert our conversation back to the previous topic. Wang Hao, do you wish to learn the fireball spell? You must first master elemental psychic energy. Please teach me. Teacher Luca, how do I harness this elemental psychic energy? Does it involve meditation? Wang Hao eagerly inquired. Teacher Luca shook her head. Mastering elemental psychic energy is far more challenging than arcane magic, for elemental psychic energy possesses a consciousness of its own. Wang Hao was taken aback. A consciousness of its own? How? Indeed. The only way to master elemental psychic energy is to gain its recognition and become a steadfast ally. Only then can you wield its power. Teacher Luca extended her finger, igniting a flickering flame at its tip. I earned the recognition of elemental psychic energy through my valiant battles against the demons on Yellowstar, and it bestowed its strength upon me. It is no wonder that only 20% of magicians can cast the fireball spell. The remaining 80% have been rejected by the elemental psychic energy. Wang Hao realized that his childhood depictions of fireball spells and magicians had been misleading, revealing that it was indeed a rare skill. Teacher Luca regarded Wang Hao thoughtfully and said, to connect with elemental psychic energy, you must either possess an affinity with the elements or, once you gain sufficient strength, attempt to communicate with them through your spells. However, since you are my disciple, I shall grant you a favor. With that, she produced a yellowed piece of paper from an unknown source and began to write vigorously with her finger. Wang Hao leaned in to glimpse the words, only to find that he did not recognize any of them. Teacher Luca wrote for nearly 1,000 words before pausing, then handed the letter to Wang Hao. This is an introduction letter for elemental psychic energy. I hope it will give you special consideration. If you earn its recognition, it will grant you its power. Are you treating elemental psychic energy as a human resources department? This seems absurd. Wang Hao accepted the letter with confusion. Who am I supposed to give this to? Open the letter, read it, and then sign your name, Teacher Luca instructed. Obeying, Wang Hao unfolded the letter and perused its contents. Teacher Luca's magical handwriting was exquisitely beautiful, almost like art, yet he faced one dilemma. He could not comprehend it. Regardless, he reasoned that she would not have inscribed anything detrimental to him, especially with Lin Meiying observing. Placing the letter on the table, Wang Hao concentrated his magic into his finger, mirroring Teacher Luca and Appo's earlier actions as he signed his name. As he completed the final stroke of his name, he suddenly felt as if something was watching him. This presence was omnipresent, capricious yet compassionate, embodying both a stern father and a gentle mother. The pact is sealed. The elements shall pay close attention to you. Teacher Luca exclaimed joyfully. From this moment forward, you must be mindful of your words and actions. When you are worthy to fight alongside the elements, you will naturally master elemental psychic energy. Wang Hao nodded, feeling somewhat bewildered. Is that really how it works? Lin Meiying warned him. If you commit misdeeds, the elements will blacklist you. At that point, no matter how great your abilities, without their recognition, you shall never wield their power. Do not think you can present one face to the world while harboring another in secret. The elements are vigilant, watching you at all times. Wah! Are they watching me even when I change clothes, shower, or use the restroom? Wang Hao asked incredulously. Do I have no privacy left? Lin Meiying did not directly answer his question, but emphasized, magic is a power of the mind. Do you understand? A power of the mind. Wang Hao pondered. Could it be that the omnipresent elements are not truly watching me, but rather, my inability to harness elemental psychic energy stems from acting against my own conscience? He decided not to dwell on it. It was merely about being true to oneself. For 23 years, he had lived by this principle and would continue to do so without needing the elements to monitor him. Having grasped the concept of elemental psychic energy, he turned to Teacher Luca. What about the other 3 types of magic? How can I master them? Without hesitation, Teacher Luca shook her head, interrupting his thoughts. Divine light energy is off limits. I do not wish for my apprentice to become a neurotic fanatic. As for chaotic dark energy and void entropy, do you wish to meet your demise? Is it really that serious? Chapter 69. Recycling waste. Does the sacred light energy transform individuals into superstitious charlatans? What an absurd notion. As for chaotic evil energy and void entropy energy, they are even more outrageous. Teacher Luca bluntly stated that if one wishes to avoid death, it is best to steer clear of them. I understand now. I shall not dabble in these 3 forces. Wang Hao verbally assented with great enthusiasm. Yet internally he felt a stirring excitement. Chaotic evil energy, void entropy energy, one could not deny their imposing allure. As for the sacred light energy, I have no desire to become a charlatan. Teacher Luca nodded thoughtfully before falling into silence, while Wang Hao scratched his head, uncertain of what to say. Ultimately, their relationship was merely one of casual acquaintance. It was only today, when Teacher Luca summoned Wang Hao to the teaching office, that she realized such a remarkable individual existed within the Arcane Academy. Conversely, Wang Hao only gained a rudimentary understanding of Teacher Luca while eavesdropping with Eligia. These 2 individuals, who were as unrelated as strangers, could never have become teacher and student without the intermediary connection of Lin Meiying, who had facilitated Wang Hao's apprenticeship under the head of the Arcane Academy. Reflecting on this, Wang Hao felt a twinge of discomfort. Was he not merely an opportunist? Having bypassed the arduous efforts of Cheng Feng, Meiki Witch, and Ling Yuan Jibu, who had all strived tirelessly yet failed to graduate from the Communication Academy, he merely made a brief visit to Teacher Luca and was promptly awarded a letter of introduction to the elements. Noticing the growing awkwardness in the room, Lin Meiying interjected to lighten the mood. Wang Hao, you may not be aware, but Teacher Luca is exceptionally skilled in divination spells. Would you like to witness her capabilities? Divination spells? Fortune-telling? Wang Hao inquired, intrigued. It merely involves utilizing subtle omens to predict future occurrences, Teacher Luca replied modestly. I have heard of certain artifacts capable of genuine foresight, but alas, such divine objects remain beyond my reach. Exchanging glances with Lin Meiying, Wang Hao slowly retrieved the shattered eye of fate, which had been struck by an arcane arrow. Teacher Luca, please take a look at this. Curious. Teacher Luca accepted the fragmented eye of fate. What is this? A cement sculpture? Lin Meiying subtly gestured to Wang Hao to refrain from revealing the origins of the Eye of Fate, testing teacher Luca's ability to discern its secrets. After examining the shards from various angles, teacher Luca's expression grew increasingly serious, and she finally asked Lin Meiying, "How was this item shattered? First, can you deduce what it is?" Lin Meiying countered with a smile. "Within this object are intricate magical circuits, intertwined with advanced scientific principles that I cannot fully comprehend. It is a powerful artifact that flawlessly merges the forces of science and the supernatural." Teacher Luca's focus became entirely absorbed by the broken Eye of Fate. "While I cannot decipher its electronic components, the magical circuits are somewhat intelligible. It appears to be used for insight and observation." Indeed, Teacher Luca possesses considerable insight. The Eye of Fate, which reveals the threads of others' destinies, is intrinsically linked to the concept of perception, is it not? Holding the fragments of the Eye of Fate, Teacher Luca became increasingly captivated, almost unable to part with it. At length, she shyly inquired, "May I keep this for a few days to study? It is already broken, and you have no use for it." "I would not mind giving it to you outright." Just as Wang Hao was about to dismissively offer the Eye of Fate, Lin Meiying abruptly interrupted. "You may borrow it for research, but should you not provide us with something in return?" Wang Hao was taken aback. "A broken Eye of Fate. And teacher, you wish to extract residual value from it?" To his astonishment, Teacher Luca nodded without hesitation and rose to head to her study. "Let me see if I have anything worthy to accompany this." Once assured that Teacher Luca could not hear them from the living room, Wang Hao quietly lowered his voice to Lin Meiying. "Is this appropriate? It's merely a damaged Eye of Fate. Could it not be given freely to Teacher Luca?" Lin Meiying scoffed. "Given freely? You speak so lightly. This is a legendary artifact. Even if it is currently damaged, it may one day be restored. Since it is an artifact, if Teacher Luca wishes to study it, she must provide adequate compensation." Wang Hao was both amused and exasperated. "Are you not good friends? Even siblings keep accounts. And do you think I have any particular interest in her? I am merely assisting you in obtaining benefits." Lin Meiying expressed her dismay. "Assisting me? Wang Hao, I cannot fathom why you insist on becoming Teacher Luca's apprentice. In my eyes, you are the one." "Hush, she is returning. Be discreet." Lin Meiying swiftly interrupted Wang Hao. Before long, Teacher Luca returned to the living room. Looking disheartened, "I have no treasures worthy of this artifact." Wang Hao silently mused. "Teacher Luca, this object is already broken. Even a loaf of bread would hold more value than this." Feigning generosity, Lin Meiying declared, "In that case, let us forego any compensation. Feel free to study it." Teacher Luca initially brightened at this, but then shook her head vigorously. "That cannot be. I do not wish to take advantage of you. Is there anything you require? I have some connections at the Communication Academy. I will do my utmost to assist you." Wang Hao glanced at Lin Meiying, recognizing her clever maneuver. Now, Teacher Luca owed her a significant favor. Lin Meiying stood and twirled. "In my current state, what more could I need? Merely a resurrection." "Luca, can you completely revive me?" Lin Meiying asked. "I can transform you into a death angel." Teacher Luca replied with evident difficulty. "That hardly constitutes a revival. It merely alters the nature of my soul." Lin Meiying shook her head. "I mean true resurrection. Allow me to reclaim my body and stand openly beneath the sun once more." Upon hearing this, Teacher Luca's expression fluctuated, torn between conflicting emotions. Finally, she gritted her teeth. "It is not impossible. Bring me a recently deceased female corpse. However, I have conditions. You must not take the initiative to kill anyone." "Haha, I was merely jesting. You have always been too serious, even mistaking jokes for earnestness." Lin Meiying suddenly burst into laughter, interrupting Teacher Luca. "Did you forget that I have my own means of resurrection?" As she spoke, she playfully patted Wang Hao beside her. "Haha, is that so?" Teacher Luca chuckled dryly, finding no amusement in the jest. Once Lin Meiying's laughter subsided, she feigned solemnity. "If you truly feel guilty, why not assist Wang Hao with a few tasks? After all, he is now your student. Aiding him would not be a burden." "Very well, I shall await your return." Chapter 70, Divination with the Shattered Eye of Fate. Lin Meiying successfully deceived Luca into willingly owing her a significant favor. However, as a specter, she herself was devoid of desires, naturally passing this favor on to Wang Hao. If you truly feel indebted, why not assist Wang Hao? Lin Meiying cheerfully suggested. After all, he is your apprentice, and you would gain nothing but goodwill. Luca turned to glance at Wang Hao and nodded. That is certainly feasible. At your current level, you cannot inscribe magical tattoos on him, can you? I can assist with that. Upon hearing about magical tattoos, Wang Hao suddenly recalled that Lin Meiying once mentioned it as a means of swiftly unleashing magic, with significant variations in skill among tattoo artists. Since Luca was the head of the Arcane Academy, her proficiency in tattooing must be quite exceptional, he thought. Could it be that Lin Meiying expended so much effort merely to compensate for her inability to help me as a specter? This, seemingly sensing his thoughts, Lin Meiying turned to Wang Hao with a gentle smile, saying nothing. Teacher Lin, you truly are too kind. Wang Hao struggled to hold back his tears, wishing he could stand up and declare that she was the only teacher he would ever recognize, needing no one else. However, if he were to do so, Lin Meiying would likely be infuriated. I need to prepare some materials for the magical tattoos, so today is not possible, Lucas said with an apologetic smile. Instead, let me perform a divination for you. Just a disclaimer, do not take my divination too seriously. Consider it a game. With that, she rose and returned from the bedroom, cradling a stack of cards. This deck was exquisite, each card's back adorned with golden threads, exuding an air of elegance. Wang Hao could not help but be astounded. This deck must be quite valuable. He wondered if it would yield more accurate predictions than ordinary playing cards. Noticing Wang Hao's interest in the cards, Luca placed them before him, saying, this type of card is specifically designed for magical divination. Known as the Endopos, Spirit Communication Deck. Endopos. Feel free to examine it. ISN Endopos. This just a deck of playing cards? Curiously, Wang Hao flipped over the top card and discovered a beautiful oil painting depicting verdant farmlands, with several farmers diligently at work. The bottom of the painting bore the words work, intricately crafted in gold. Work? What does this signify? Wang Hao asked, bewildered. Luca returned the work card to the deck, stating, currently, this card holds no significance. To use it in divining your fate, numerous rituals must be performed. First, tell me what you wish to divinate regarding the Spirit Communication Deck. Wang Hao hesitated, unsure of what to ask. From family, academics, career, love, to even where you misplaced your keys, I can assist with any inquiry. Luca confidently declared. Is it truly that miraculous? In that case, I shall inquire whether I can successfully join the Rangers. Wang Hao pondered and stated to Luca. You wish to become a ranger? Luca asked, surprised. Rangers undertake various perilous missions. Are you certain? Wang Hao nodded earnestly. I have dreamed of becoming a ranger. Luca, with a hint of worry, stroked the cards on the table. However, I am aware that the recruitment standards for rangers have been significantly heightened in recent years. Nevertheless, let me perform a divination for you, but do not take the results too seriously. They hold little weight. Upon hearing Luca's words, Wang Hao felt on the verge of tears. Was she implying that the divination would yield unfavorable results? With a swift motion, Luca shuffled the Spirit Communication Deck and fanned it out before Wang Hao. Concentrate on your question and draw a card. Will I be successful in joining the Rangers? Wang Hao thought as he drew a card. Upon revealing it, he found it depicted a jungle, illustrating a figure struggling through dense foliage. A jungle card, is it? It seems you seek insight into the direction of your future endeavors, as your path is obstructed by trees, rendering it quite challenging. Luca interpreted slowly. Is that so? It feels like the interpretation is somewhat forced. Perhaps it hints at overcoming obstacles, Wang Hao mused. At that moment, Lin Meiying interjected, Wang Hao, do not dismiss Luca's divination magic as mere trickery. Her magic possesses the ability to foresee the future to some extent. Luca humbly shook her head. It does not predict the future. It merely perceives potential events through subtle omens. Shall we proceed? Wang Hao nodded. Luca set aside the jungle card, shuffled the remaining cards again, and divided them into two piles laid out before Wang Hao. Now, select one card from either pile to predict good or ill fortune. Predicting good or ill fortune. How can I discern which pile represents fortune and which represents misfortune? What if I choose incorrectly? Choose freely, Luca encouraged. These cards cannot dictate your fate. Wang Hao nodded and reached for a card from the left pile. As he flipped it over, he found it was the same work card from earlier. Surely this signifies a smooth journey ahead. Wang Hao exclaimed joyfully. Have I successfully secured a position as a ranger? However, Luca furrowed her brow, interrupting Wang Hao's moment of hope. No. This indicates that you are unlikely to become a ranger. Look at the card. It depicts farmers working the land, suggesting you may take up farming after being rejected from the rangers. WTF? Is this how the card is interpreted? Just because it shows farmers means I will have to toil in the fields? Is there not a card depicting a ranger? Luca placed the work card beneath the jungle card and shuffled the deck again. This time, draw 3 cards in one go to predict the unfolding of events. Though skeptical of Luca's divination, Wang Hao solemnly drew 3 cards and laid them out. The first depicted a graveyard, the second a dagger, and the third a doctor in a white coat. None of these cards signify good fortune. Wang Hao hastily pushed the 3 cards toward Luca, requesting her interpretation of their meanings. Luca examined the 3 cards for a while before raising her head. Wang Hao, do you have any enemies? Chapter 71. The Flying Golem. Wang Hao, do you have any enemies? Suddenly, after examining the 3 event cards for a long while, Teacher Luca posed this question. Enemies? You truly struck a chord with me. Where would I possibly find any enemies? Wang Hao pondered deeply, racking his brain but unable to recall any grievances he might have harbored against anyone. Teacher Luca shook her head, pointing at the 3 cards as she interpreted them. The graveyard card symbolizes death, oblivion, and significant failure. The dagger card represents harm, betrayal, and conflict, while the doctor signifies injury, illness, and disability. Together, they suggest that you may become entangled in a fatal incident, resulting in injuries severe enough to confine you to a hospital bed. As for the extent of your injuries, it might compel you to toil in agriculture. Wang Hao felt as if struck by lightning. Initially, he had hoped that as a graduate of the Divine Academy, he would not be reduced to farming, as it would render all his skills utterly futile. Yet if he were to sustain grave injuries, the descent into agriculture would become inevitable. This was unacceptable. Lin Meiying also wore a grave expression, aware that Teacher Luca's divination was no mere child's play. Perhaps a calamity truly awaited Wang Hao in the future. Teacher Luca, is there any way to avert this? Wang Hao asked, trembling. Teacher Luca nodded, shuffling the cards again and dividing them into 3 piles before Wang Hao. These 3 stacks represent 3 different destinies. Please select one stack and draw a card from it. Take heed should you choose one fate. The other 2 paths shall be sealed. Do not think of picking another fate if the one you select does not seem favorable. Wang Hao glanced back at Lin Meiying. This was nothing but a lesser version of the Eye of Destiny, and it lacked the latter's formidable power. For the latter could perceive and observe countless threads of fate, allowing one to choose a path that was truly satisfying. Choose, Teacher Luca urged, pushing the 3 stacks of fate forward. Wang Hao gritted his teeth and selected the middle stack, drawing a card with anticipation. To his surprise, the card depicted a father, a robust figure joyfully carrying his son along a broad road. Upon seeing the father card, Teacher Luca's demeanor visibly softened. It seemed to indicate a positive omen. Father? Could it be that my dad will lend a helping hand? Wang Hao asked, bewildered by the card in his hand. Yet he realized that his father was not a peerless master capable of vanquishing foes. Lin Meiying smacked the back of his head. You fool. The father card not only represents your father, but also elders, relatives, and mentors. From my deduction, this card likely refers to either me or Teacher Luca. Teacher Luca nodded. It likely suggests that with our assistance, you will navigate through perilous situations. The image of the father and son walking along a sunny path indicates that you may even find fortune amidst misfortune. Is that truly the case? Wang Hao scratched his head in confusion. Next, Teacher Luca gathered the 6 cards: jungle, work, graveyard, dagger, doctor, and father, shuffled them, and placed them before Wang Hao. From these, select another card. This will signify what actions you should undertake to alter your destiny. Must I choose from these 6? Wang Hao lamented, fearing he might draw the graveyard card, which would imply a desire for self-destruction. Reluctantly, he closed his eyes and drew a card. This time, he pulled the jungle card. However, inexplicably, the imagery on this card seemed to have transformed. The adventurer, once ensnared in dense foliage, now wielded a machete, courageously clearing a path and resolutely advancing. The image has changed. Wang Hao exclaimed in astonishment. What does this mean? It signifies encouragement for you to forge ahead with resilience and determination to carve your own path. Lin Meiying advised earnestly. From this day forth, you must double your efforts in training to prepare for the impending fatal event. Teacher Luca waved the jungle card. Do not forget to find a place abundant with trees. This is the guidance the jungle card offers you. Wang Hao felt dizzy. Was this divination truly reliable? As time grew late, Lin Meiying tugged at Wang Hao, urging him to return to their dormitory for rest. Teacher Luca halted them. You reside in the 12th courtyard, correct? The faculty dormitory is quite distant from there. I shall have someone escort you back. Wang Hao recalled Teacher Luca's teleportation spell, secretly yearning to experience the marvel of the portal once more. To his surprise, Teacher Luca whistled and called out, Hey Bao, come forth and escort our guests. From an unknown hiding spot, the black jade lion Heibao emerged. Fear not, master. I shall ensure the young master returns safely to his dormitory. Young master, please mount my back. Wang Hao took a moment to realize that the young master referred to him. He waved his hands repeatedly. No, no, no. Do not call me young master. I cannot ride you back. I will simply rent an electric bike and return on my own. Seeing Wang Hao hesitating, Heibao boldly nudged him with its head, causing him to lose his balance and tumble onto its back. At that moment, Lin Meiying chimed in. Wang Hao, don't say I didn't warn you. Quickly hold on to Heibao's neck. Taken aback, Wang Hao instinctively wrapped his arms around the neck of the black jade lion. Why? The answer came as Heibao joyfully bounded out of Teacher Luca's room, leaping skyward with a mighty thrust. Wah! Wang Hao's terrified scream echoed throughout the faculty dormitory. Why are you flying? Heibao laughed heartily. I am the latest creation of my master, possessing the ability to fly. Is this not quite natural? Hold on tight. We are about to accelerate. With that, it transformed into a black arrow, soaring across the night sky of the Divine Academy, heading straight for the 12th courtyard dormitory, accompanied by Wang Hao's anguished cries. Even after collapsing onto his bed, Wang Hao remained shaken, repeatedly checking beneath him to ensure he wouldn't inadvertently fall off and experience the sensation of weightlessness once more. Isn't this a bit embarrassing? Shouldn't you change your pants? Lin Meiying teased. Is this your first time flying? Wang Hao shook his head. I've always traveled by airplane or used personal flying devices. Riding a flying mount is a first for me. And I'm still getting used to it. Now that you are Luca's apprentice, her golem will naturally seek to please you. You can ride it for a flight anytime. You will acclimatize quickly, Lin Meiying remarked as she yawned. I shall rest now. Tomorrow begins new training. Be prepared. As Wang Hao watched Lin Meiying depart, reminiscing about the exhilarating experience of flight, he couldn't help but smile. If only I could possess my own golem capable of flying, one that belongs solely to me. Chapter 72. The 72 Marvelous Techniques of Earthshao. Why must we traverse such a distance to seek out this desolate place? Wang Hao lamented, surveying the towering trees that enveloped him in the wilderness behind the mountain. After Lin Meiying roused him from slumber, he had been led on a 10-mile trek to the depths of this forsaken land. Typically, those students honing their powerful killing techniques seldom ventured this far. Have you forgotten the divination results from Teacher Luca yesterday? She instructed you to engage in diligent practice at a site abundant with trees, Lin Meiying remarked, soaring into the air. Just ahead, there lies a pond where you shall train today. The divination results pricked at Wang Hao's heart like a thorn, rendering him restless. What sort of death-related event awaited him? Since it involved death, it certainly indicated someone had perished. Who could this individual be? And why was he entangled in such a fate? Was he to become the second target of a killer, or perhaps mistaken for the perpetrator himself? Or could it be that he was the very murderer, having inadvertently taken someone's life? The more he pondered, the more anxious he became. Wang Hao coughed lightly and turned to Lin Meiying, inquiring, do you think that Teacher Luca's divination could sometimes be incorrect? Lin Meiying contemplated for a moment. Teacher Luca's divination magic is remarkably accurate. If there were a possibility of error, it would lie in her interpretation of the cards. For instance, the work card could also signify that you have landed a position as a ranger. However, the interpretation of the event card remains perplexing. What does the grave card signify? At this point, Wang Hao perked up. Did not teacher Luca mention that the grave card also represents oblivion? Perhaps it signifies that I was forgotten by someone, leading to a confrontation that resulted in hospitalization. Your altercations with others have no relation to being a ranger. Lin Ming promptly dispelled Wang Hao's unfounded speculations. Instead of praying for calamity to be averted, it would be far more prudent to prepare actively for any potential disaster. With a resigned nod, Wang Hao acquiesced to her wisdom. Soon, they arrived at the pond nestled within the dense forest. This pond was likely constructed by previous generations of students as a swimming pool, now a stagnant body of water reliant on rain for replenishment. Surrounded by trees, the water was tainted with decaying leaves, rendering it a grotesque mixture of mud and muck. First, we shall commence with the fundamentals. Begin with the bone-tempering fist. Remember to seal the 9 vital points as I taught you. Upon arrival, Lin Ming eagerly urged Wang Hao into action, casting a wary glance at the murky pond. An ominous premonition washed over Wang Hao. Surely, he would not need to submerge himself in that water during his training, would he? As he circulated his true energy throughout his body, sealing the 9 vital points, he felt an oppressive weight descend upon him. Gritting his teeth, he attempted to raise his arms, discovering that he could now elevate them to eye level. This is the advantage of breaking through from refining essence to transforming energy. Your physical prowess has ascended to new heights, Lin Ming elucidated. Even when your strength is restricted to 1%, you possess the ability to lift your own arms. Wang Hao nodded in understanding. I see. Enough dawdling. Begin the bone-tempering fist's initial stance. Quickly, Lin Ming switched to her Spartan mode. If you perform as poorly as last time, I shall not be lenient. The memory of his previous failures still haunted him. This time, Wang Hao improved significantly in his execution of the bone-tempering fist, yet he still resembled a marionette in motion. While his physique had strengthened, his waist remained unable to support the weight of his upper body. After each bend, he struggled to straighten up, ultimately having to withdraw some true energy from his lower dantian to regain his posture. Lin Ming, with a bemused smile, observed Wang Hao's training, seemingly oblivious to his struggles. After completing a set of movements, Wang Hao was utterly exhausted, drenched in sweat, his clothes clinging to him as though he had emerged from a river. Enough. Let us consider this progress, Lin Ming acknowledged with a nod. Now, it is time for me to teach you some new tricks. Wang Hao, brimming with enthusiasm, inquired, Are you going to teach me a powerful martial art? Lin Ming stroked her chin thoughtfully. Martial techniques. You may wait for the true Martial Secret Academy to instruct you or pursue self-study at the Sutra Repository. Each individual has their own strengths. What I impart may not necessarily be the most suitable for you. What, then, will you teach me? Wang Hao asked, his brows raised. Is it a new form of magic? With a mysterious smile, Lin Ming replied, Not magic, but equally wondrous. Today, I shall introduce you to the 72 marvelous techniques of Earthsha. Just a small portion of it. The 72 marvelous techniques of Earthsha? Isn't that a celestial level skill? Wang Hao exclaimed in astonishment. Are you certain I can master it? Waving her hand dismissively, Lin Ming explained, the name implies 72 techniques, which means one must grasp all 72 to be deemed a celestial level skill. At your current level, you may not be able to master the Eye of Heaven or cloud walking techniques, but you should have no trouble with the breathing technique or wave skimming technique. Rest assured. This sounds incredibly impressive. Is the cloud walking technique the one that allows one to soar through the skies? Wang Hao's excitement surged. I am ready. Teach me now. Patience, patience. To learn the 72 marvelous techniques, I must first elucidate the underlying principles. Lin Ming waved her finger. Have you ever pondered how the true energy within you can transform to enable you to soar through the heavens and summon rain? This, Wang Hao had never considered it. Based on his experience with internal cultivation, true energy felt more akin to a super enhancer, granting him immense strength, agility, and vitality. However, the notion of commanding his true energy to cloud walk was likely fanciful. Do you see? No matter how you manipulate your true energy within, it cannot achieve what is beyond your inherent capabilities, Lin Ming explained with a gentle smile. At this juncture, you must employ a method to elicit wondrous changes in your true energy. A method? Wang Hao had indeed heard of this. Some heroes would perform intricate gestures and incantations before unleashing their extraordinary powers, hands moving in a mesmerizing dance to conjure wondrous spells. Precisely. That is what we call a method. With the aid of a method, your true energy will awaken latent powers. Lin Meiying affirmed. Today, I shall teach you the corresponding method for the 72 marvelous techniques of Earth Sha, the 28 constellations Grand Hand Seal. Chapter 73. The 28 constellations accompanying the 72 earthly fiends techniques is the grand seal of the 28 constellations. Lin Meiying declared emphatically that to master the 72 techniques, one must first firmly grasp the grand seal of the 28 constellations. Wow, are there truly 28 different seals? Wang Hao inquired with curiosity. Lin Meiying nodded affirmatively. Indeed. Each seal corresponds to one of the constellations in the sky. When you form the grand seal, you resonate with the celestial bodies above, harnessing their power to execute the 72 techniques. Do you understand? Wang Hao nodded in realization. I see. But we are currently on planet M87, 100,000, 8,000 miles away from Earth. How can we resonate with the constellations? Lin Meiying was momentarily taken aback by Wang Hao's question. Well, I'm not quite sure. Do you intend to learn or not? Are you going to argue with me? Wang Hao quickly relented. Yes, I will learn. Very well. I shall begin to teach you the grand seal of the 28 constellations, starting with the horned wood dragon. Lin Meiying positioned her left fist against her chest, her right palm spread out to cover the back of her left hand. Do you see clearly? Wang Hao clumsily mimicked her gesture, like this. Extend your right hand, fingers together. Both hands should be in front of your chest, with your arms naturally bent. Lin Meiying corrected him. Make sure to memorize these seals. If you forget how to form them during practical combat, you will be left with no choice but to await your demise. Wang Hao couldn't help but chuckle, but 28 is quite a lot, isn't it? Well, there are indeed 28 constellations in the sky. If there were only 8, it would be much easier for you. Lin Meiying replied without hesitation. Have you memorized that? Next is the Kongjin dragon. Slow down, Teacher Lin. Wang Hao pleaded. Thus, amidst his fluster, Wang Hao gradually committed the 28 seals to memory, observing his potential. Lin Meiying nodded with satisfaction. In fact, there are many more techniques to learn, such as the 6 secret blessings corresponding to the 36 heavenly masters, and the 7-star seals for sword techniques. These are all essential for you to encounter. As Wang Hao practiced the grand seal of the 28 constellations, he asked, Are there really so many techniques? What if I accidentally mix them up? Then you had better pray for your life. Lin Meiying retorted with a smirk. Let me share a true story. There once was a master who mastered all 108 techniques of the heavenly and earthly fiends. He could summon the winds and rain at will. Unfortunately, in his later years, he developed Parkinson's disease, rendering his hands incapable of forming seals, and ultimately, he perished in a life-and-death struggle with others. Wang Hao chuckled. If you have Parkinson's, you should avoid life-and-death battles and focus on treatment first. All right, have you memorized the grand seal of the 28 constellations? Now, let's test your comprehension. Lin Meiying turned to point at a nearby pool. Next, I will teach you the wave-walking technique, so take off your shoes and stand over here. Gazing at the murky water, Wang Hao expressed disbelief. You want me to take off my shoes and step into that? If you don't want to remove your shoes, you can, but as a novice, it's best to feel the flow of true energy in your body directly with bare feet, Lin Meiying replied. Who said that? I simply do not wish to immerse my feet in this filthy water. Just looking at it is revolting. Wang Hao chuckled awkwardly. Isn't it just walking on water? Perhaps I could fill a basin and practice standing in that instead. Lin Meiying was not inclined to indulge Wang Hao's quirks. Stop the nonsense. There are no sharks in this pool. Just get in. You can wash your feet afterward. Reluctantly, Wang Hao removed his shoes and socks, rolling up his pants to avoid contact with the dirty water. If you can't successfully perform the wave-walking technique, what difference does it make if your pants are rolled up? You'll still sink the moment you step onto the water. Lin Meiying teased. That was a fair point. Wang Hao shrugged. Can I go in naked? What do you think? Lin Meiying snapped. Enough chatter. Come to the edge of the pool. At worst, I can just discard these clothes. Wang Hao inhaled deeply and approached the pool, trying not to focus on the debris floating within. Lin Meiying nodded approvingly. Excellent. Remember, The seals for the wave-walking technique are Kuei Wood Wolf, Wei Moon Swallow, Fong Sun Rabbit, and Winged Fire Serpent. Take a deep breath to gather energy in your chest. Then form the seals with your hands in front of you, and you will be able to execute the 72 techniques. Wang Hao nodded, following Lin Meiying's instructions. He took a deep breath, forming the 4 seals in order: Kuei Wood Wolf, Wei Moon Swallow, Fong Sun Rabbit, and Winged Fire Serpent. At the moment the last seal, Winged Fire Serpent, was completed, Wang Hao felt the true energy within his dantian suddenly divide into 2, racing like serpents toward the soles of his feet, nearly causing him to exhale the breath he was holding. Calm down. If the true energy doesn't concentrate at your feet, how can you walk on water? Lin Meiying explained from the side. Indeed, the 2 streams of true energy flowed down Wang Hao's legs to his feet, spinning rapidly in a clockwise direction along the meridians, as if he had installed 2 propellers beneath his feet. Feeling the unusual sensation emanating from his feet, Wang Hao held his breath and nodded toward Lin Meiying. I think I succeeded. Good. Now try stepping onto the water with 1 foot. Lin Meiying gestured toward the pool. Curiosity about the wave-walking technique overcame his aversion to the dirty water, and Wang Hao confidently stepped onto the leaf-covered surface. Astonishingly, his foot, which should have plunged into the water, felt as though it were stepping on tiles, cold and firm, securely supporting his weight. Seeing that he was firmly standing on the water's surface, Wang Hao was ecstatic and unhesitatingly lifted his other foot to join it. Thus, he found himself standing solidly atop the water. I have mastered the wave-walking technique. Wang Hao, with breath held, turned to Lin Meiying, conveying his exhilaration through his eyes. Lin Meiying smiled and encouraged him to take a few steps instead of just standing there. The surface was smooth and cold, and Wang Hao felt as if he were barefoot on winter tiles. Cautiously, he took a few steps around, convinced that he could truly walk on water. All right, enough playing. Come down now. Lin Meiying waved at him. With your current energy, you'll likely exhaust it within a minute standing on the water. Wait, unfortunately, she spoke too late. Before Wang Hao could turn around, he felt a sudden emptiness in his dantian, and he plunged into the icy depths of the pool. Oh no. Chapter 74, The 3 Elders. Wang Hao, who had just mastered the art of walking on water, was initially elated as he stood on the surface, reveling in the novelty of gliding across the water. However, he was abruptly struck by a wave of emptiness in his dantian. The energy vortex beneath his feet faltered, and he found himself plunging into the depths of the pond. To make matters worse, in his frantic struggle, he inadvertently gulped down a couple of mouthfuls of the murky water, nearly regurgitating the dinner he had consumed the night before. Teacher Lin. Ugh. This is. Ugh. How could you? Ugh. Lin Meiying seethed with fury. Calm your breath before you speak. It sounds as though my appearance is so repulsive that it makes you retch uncontrollably. I. Wang Hao lamented, tears brimming in his eyes. My ability to walk on water only allows me to take a few steps. I never expected to traverse the Yangtze or the Yellow River. But I can and oppose, to even cross a swimming pool. What use is this? Lin Meiying shrugged. Ultimately, it boils down to your insufficient internal energy. You need to practice diligently. I have already mastered the profound level internal technique, the Howren Righteous Qi, and you claim your skills are adequate? Is one profound level technique truly sufficient? You are still merely at the stage of refining essence into Qi. In fact, one should achieve the transformation of Qi into spirit before delving into the 72 extraordinary arts. It feels as though I am asking a middle school student to tackle university-level problems, Lin Meiying remarked. However, your method of exhausting your Qi and refining it anew repeatedly does serve as a form of internal cultivation. Very well. Wang Hao glanced down at his damp and foul-smelling clothes, silently wishing for a chance to return home for a shower and a change of attire. Why the haste? I still wish to teach you the turtle breath technique. As the name suggests, this technique enables you to hold your breath without inhaling, making it applicable whether you are underwater, underground, in toxic gas, or even in outer space. Lin Meiying said with a smile. Wang Hao, feeling exasperated, retorted, I can learn this turtle breath technique, but I require a different setting. Perhaps I could learn it in the swimming pool at the Divine Communication Academy? Lin Meiying, sensing his concern, half-jokingly pointed to the nearby pond. Why seek a distant place? Isn't there water right here? Wang Hao was about to protest when he suddenly heard a faint commotion emanating from the woods behind him. Is someone over there? That can't be possible, he said. Lin Ming also caught the sound and frowned, gazing towards the source. This is a secluded area of the back mountain. Should we investigate? Wang Hao nodded, hastily donning his shoes and socks, cautiously approaching the direction of the noise. He had a vague inkling of who might be in this desolate locale. Perhaps his senior, Jibu, and her companions were still engrossed in their studies of summoning magic. After all, which ordinary student would venture so far into the wilderness? Didn't I inform her about my extended graduation in my letter? Why haven't they given up on summoning magic? Is Li Shangling also with them? Wang Hao pondered anxiously as he approached, contemplating how he would face them. Not to mention Jibu, he had engaged in a fierce confrontation with Cheng Feng and Makivik. Navigating through the dense foliage, Wang Hao neared the site of the quarrel. Just one more thicket, and he would be able to see Jibu and her group. However, an inexplicable fear washed over him, compelling him to retreat. Why are you dawdling? Lin Ming urged. Go see who is arguing. What is there to see? Their quarrel is their own business. Wang Hao hesitated, reluctant to intrude. They had come to such a remote location precisely to avoid being seen. If he were to recklessly burst in, he might inadvertently offend the fair maiden. Lin Ming, incredulous, replied, Fair maiden? How do you know it's a fair maiden? Those are clearly the voices of 3 old men. Besides, their voices are weak and lacking in vigor. They may be quite frail. You should check if they are ill or injured. 3 old men. I thought it was Jibu. Wang Hao sighed in resignation as he stepped through the tall grass, arriving beneath a large tree. There, not far away, he indeed spotted 3 elderly men with white beards and hair. The trio sat cross-legged on the ground, approximately 10 meters apart from one another, forming a triangular formation. Despite their physical distance, their mouths were not idle. Each was fervently hurling insults at the others, claiming superiority and disputing leadership. It appeared they were vying for the position of leader. Their attire was peculiar. One donned a gray monk's robe, resembling a monk but without a shaved head. Another wore a dark Taoist robe, exuding the air of a Taoist priest. The last was bare-chested, with a rag tied around his waist, resembling a madman. A monk, a Taoist, and a madman. Such a combination was truly unparalleled. Wang Hao exchanged a glance with Lin Ming, momentarily unsure whether to approach these 3 individuals. Among the trio, the bare-chested madman was the most animated, spewing insults with remarkable fluency, mercilessly berating the Taoist and the monk, whether accustomed to such behavior or simply indifferent. The monk and the Taoist ignored him and continued their debate. Interestingly, despite the madman's foul language, he refrained from insulting the parents of the Taoist and the monk. It seemed he was aware of their boundaries. Hey, you should go ask what's going on, Lin Ming suggested. I have a feeling these 3 are nearing the end of their lifespans and could perish here at any moment. Goodness, this is serious. Wang Hao hurriedly approached the trio. Excuse me, gentlemen, what are you arguing about? Are you lost? If there is nothing pressing, let us cease this bickering. I can find someone to assist you. As he spoke, the 3 elders simultaneously turned their gaze upon this unexpected visitor. Strangely enough, instead of anger, they regarded him with a peculiar expression. As Wang Hao drew closer, he was struck by an odd realization. Despite their differing hairstyles, attire, and demeanor, these 3 men bore identical features and physiques. What in the world? How is this possible? Are these 3 individuals the 3 corpses of a powerful figure? Does the monk represent his Buddha nature, the Taoist his Tao heart, and the madman his crazy heart? Wang Hao mused inwardly. At that moment, the monk spoke up. Young brother, are you a student from the nearby Divine Communication Academy? May I take you on as my disciple? Chapter 75, The Great Sun. Young brother, are you a student of the nearby Divine Communication Academy? Would you allow me to take you as my disciple? I shall impart to you a formidable set of pure yang martial arts. With diligent practice, no one shall dare approach you within 50 years. This statement left Wang Hao momentarily speechless. Take me as a disciple? I already have 2 teachers. Do I need another? Furthermore, did you just call me young brother? Shouldn't a monk address me as benefactor? Unbeknownst to Wang Hao, after the monk spoke, the Taoist could no longer contain himself. Young brother. Do not heed his words. Becoming his disciple would require you to shave your head and renounce the world. You would be barred from marriage, meat, and wine. What is the meaning of such a life? Come, be my disciple instead. My Taoist teachings emphasize the harmony of yin and yang, nurturing the self. The older you become, the purer your power. The absurdity of the situation overwhelmed Wang Hao, leaving him at a loss for words. To begin with, the monk had not even shaved his own head. His hair was more abundant than that of many programmers. The monk, incensed, retorted, "Do not spout nonsense. Allow this young brother to remain a layman. It will not hinder his prospects for marriage. And even if he were to renounce the world, what of it? I have never adhered to the precepts myself. Why would I impose them on my disciple? Do not presume to dictate my future." At that moment, the madman turned to Wang Hao and declared, "Ignore those two. They are mere hypocrites, prattling on about righteousness and morality while harboring hearts more sordid than a cesspit. Come, be my disciple. Though my heart is a cesspit as well, I make no pretense. Learn my ruthless and cunning techniques, and you shall eliminate anyone who displeases you." Dominating the world with delight. I think it would be wise to keep such sentiments to yourself. Both the monk and the Taoist, enraged, pointed accusatory fingers at the madman, warning him to maintain his distance from their prospective disciple. Observing the three bickering, Wang Hao shook his head, contemplating returning to the Divine Communication Academy to summon the campus doctor to escort the three away. Perhaps they could receive treatment for their mental ailments. As Wang Hao prepared to turn away, the three old men cried out, "Young brother, where are you going? You have yet to take a master. Is this how you recruit disciples? You do not even know me and yet wish to take me as your pupil?" Wang Hao replied helplessly, "Gentlemen, this is the back mountain of the Divine Communication Academy. All who return here are students of the academy. Please seek disciples elsewhere." The Taoist sighed. "We wish we could take the time to find a disciple of excellent character and talent, but our health does not permit it. In truth, we have all sneaked out from our ICU beds. Who knows if we shall draw our last breath at any moment? We simply have no time to be discerning. We must seize whoever we can." This sentiment echoed Lin Meiying's words, revealing that these three old men were indeed nearing the end of their days, eager to find a successor to inherit their skills. "Hey, Wang Hao, this is a splendid opportunity. You must find a way to gain their favor and inherit their martial arts legacy." Lin Meiying's voice suddenly resonated in his ears. "Do you recall why your teacher, Luca, instructed you to practice in the dense forest? It perfectly corresponds with today and Appo's as fortuitous encounter." Wang Hao was taken aback, cold sweat cascading down his brow. Indeed, had it not been for Luca's guidance to practice in the forest, how could he have stumbled upon these three eager old men? It seemed Luca's divination skills were truly remarkable. Yet, did this not also imply that the impending death events, treachery, and severe injuries would similarly come to pass? Could it be that misfortune would not manifest while good fortune did? Sensing Wang Hao's contemplation, Lin Meiying urged, "Do not dawdle. Seize this chance. Since you are already aware that death events will occur, you hold the upper hand." Yes, I understand." Wang Hao inhaled deeply, stepping forward to bow deeply before the three elders. "Honorable seniors, since you seek a successor to carry on your remarkable skills, I humbly offer myself. My name is Wang Hao, a new student of the True Martial Secret Academy, though my time in martial arts is brief. I have barely reached the refinement of essence stage, which should meet your criteria for discipleship." The three old men rejoiced, exclaiming, "Excellent, excellent. There is none more suitable than you. Wang Hao is it? We are fortunate to have encountered you. Truly wonderful. The dilemma that has plagued us for so long shall finally find resolution today." Seeing their exuberance, Wang Hao could not suppress a smile. It appeared there was hope. Yet, why had this matter troubled them for so many years? Had they truly not encountered a suitably gifted disciple in all that time? Then, "You may choose one of us as your master," the three old men said in unison. Wang Hao's smile faltered. "What? One out of three? I cannot learn from all of you." The madman burst into laughter at Wang Hao's comical expression. "You must not be so naive as to expect such a grand fortune. If it weren't for a conundrum that has haunted us for years, we would hardly bother taking on a disciple." "A conundrum? What kind of conundrum?" Wang Hao asked, bewildered. The madman gestured toward the faces of the other two. "Pray tell, what do you perceive our relationship to be?" Could it be that they were the three souls left behind by some great figure? No, that was impossible. Wang Hao pushed the absurd thought aside and ventured. You three appear to be identical. You must be triplet brothers? Correct. Sharp eyes. No wonder you are a top student at the Divine Communication Academy. The madman praised Wang Hao with an enthusiastic thumbs up. Only a blind person would fail to see you are triplets. Such praise makes me feel oddly uncomfortable. Wang Hao cast a sidelong glance at the madman and continued, but how does this relate to your conundrum? The Taoist spoke up. Indeed, we are triplets. Now, young brother, take a guess. Who among us is the eldest? How on earth am I to guess? Wang Hao scrutinized their faces, noting their striking similarity. If they donned identical attire and tidied their hair and beards, it would be impossible to distinguish one from another. He could only shake his head in resignation, indicating he could not deduce the answer. You do not know, do you? The madman laughed heartily. Coincidentally, we three do not know either. Not just us, but our parents and the nurse who delivered us all remain in the dark regarding who is the eldest. This question has tormented us for years, becoming our shared affliction. So this was the great conundrum that plagued them? This was a matter of little consequence, was it not? Chapter 76. Moment of choice to Wang Hao's astonishment. The dilemma that had long plagued the three elderly men turned out to be the trivial matter of determining who among the trio was the eldest brother. Isn't this utterly inconsequential? He thought. However, Lin Ming cautioned him not to speak so lightly of the matter. While it may seem trivial to you, it could very well be a lifelong source of torment for them. You may not comprehend it, but you must certainly show respect. Yes, I understand. Wang Hao nodded eagerly, and then inquired of the three elders. So you three have been unable to ascertain who is the brother and who is the younger sibling all this time? The madman shrugged his shoulders. Indeed. We all look identical. Who would willingly be the stinky younger brother? Would you accept such a title? As an only child, Wang Hao secretly wished for siblings, even if it meant being the younger one. However, he could not voice this sentiment and merely feigned agreement with a nod. Alas, our parents never took our birth order seriously. Had they done so, they could have established our hierarchy while they were still alive. The Taoist sighed suddenly. The madman, displeased by this remark, retorted, What do you mean by that? Are you implying that our parents favored you and that they would assign you the title of eldest? I assure you, that will never happen. Whoever was born first is the eldest. Not even our parents can alter that. Furious, the Taoist responded, Firstly, our parents never favored me. Secondly, why on earth can't they determine our birth order? Do not overstep your bounds. Wang Hao quickly intervened, attempting to mediate. Gentlemen, please. Do not let anger cloud your judgment. As triplets, you are indistinguishable, and surely your parents did not show favoritism towards any one of you. This reasoning seemed plausible, and the Taoist and the madman exchanged glances, ceasing their quarrel. The monk then suggested, Since no one can clarify our birth order, we shall alter our strategy and determine our hierarchy based on our abilities. Wang Hao nodded in agreement. It was indeed a sound approach. When we were in school, we decided to use our exam scores as the basis for establishing our ranks. The monk reminisced with a glimmer of nostalgia. To achieve high scores, we studied relentlessly, often burning the midnight oil until 2 in the morning. While other parents pressured their children to study, ours insisted we take breaks. The Taoist smiled, clearly cherishing those childhood memories. Yet, the madman showed no fondness for the past, bellowing, What a pity. Not only do we three look identical, but our intellect is also identical. Each exam, our scores were the same, leading our teachers to suspect we were cheating. Seriously? Scoring the same? That's absurd. The Taoist shook his head in exasperation. What could we do? We attended the same schools, studied the same materials, and even attended the same tutoring sessions. How could we possibly differentiate ourselves? Well, that's quite impressive. Wang Hao thought to himself, giving silent praise to the trio. Was this the essence of brotherhood? Such extraordinary synchronization seemed unparalleled. Upon graduating and entering the workforce, we continued to compete based on our salaries, the quality of our cars, and the size of our homes. The Taoist continued, yet we still could not determine a victor. You all managed to tie in that too? Surely you weren't all just coasting along at the bare minimum wage, unable to afford houses or cars, Wang Hao mused privately. Eventually, after the great spiritual outburst, We all embarked on the path of martial arts simultaneously. After all, in the realm of martial prowess, there are no firsts or seconds. The one with the strongest fist shall claim the title of elder brother, the madman declared. Yet, it was as if we were cursed whenever one of us trained. The others followed suit, and whenever one broke through, the others did as well. Even injuries were synchronized, making it impossible to determine who was superior. And now, at over 100 years old, we still have not discerned who is the elder brother and who is the stinky younger brother. Listening to their tales, Wang Hao felt a mix of amusement and disbelief. Such a synchronized existence, even among twins or triplets, was rare indeed. You three truly are the embodiment of a singular entity. Now that we have aged and our bodies have weakened, we can no longer rely on our fists to determine our ranks, the monk stated. Thus, we have resolved to find a promising young individual to present our lifelong martial arts creations. Whomever he chooses will signify whose martial prowess is superior, thereby designating the elder brother among us. Now it made sense. No wonder Wang Hao was unable to learn all their martial arts. They were counting on this decision to settle their rivalry. Having concluded their narrative, the three elders turned their gaze to Wang Hao in unison. Do you understand now? You are not merely a student, you are also the judge who must determine which of us possesses the highest martial arts skill. Very well, I comprehend, Wang Hao conceded. Helpless in the face of this reality. Then please, allow me to witness your exceptional skills. The monk nodded. Since we are assessing martial prowess, let us set aside all the miscellaneous skills we have learned elsewhere and focus solely on our self-created martial arts. I am straightforward. My martial arts are honest, embodying the principles of utmost righteousness. After 10 years of secluded practice in the temple, I developed the internal skill Bodhi pure lotus technique, the boxing style great diamond fist, and the sword technique killing restraint blade. If your heart is pure and possesses Buddha nature, then come and learn from me. His three techniques bore a profound Zen quality. Even the sword technique was named killing restraint blade. Was this the legendary pinnacle of martial arts? Non-kill? Before Wang Hao could ponder further, the madman interjected. Do not heed this monk's nonsense. He is attempting to morally bind you, suggesting that if you do not choose him, you lack benevolence and Buddha nature. You, the monk, caught in a verbal trap, was left fuming. While mocking the monk, the madman turned to Wang Hao and declared, I am unlike him. I do not concern myself with political correctness. The essence of martial arts is to defeat others, and thus, one must employ ruthless and cunning methods. I possess an internal skill, profound dark true scripture, a set of claw techniques, evil poison claws, and a firearm technique, determined to the underworld. How about I impart these to you? Wang Hao pretended to nod in agreement while subtly distancing himself from this individual. His erratic personality and sinister martial arts made him wary. He feared that if he chose otherwise, he might fall victim to a claw strike. If it were Li Shanglei here, he would undoubtedly choose the madman's martial arts in an instant, wouldn't he? Chapter 77. Brotherhood. After listening to the monk and the madman's tales, only the Taoist remained. He smiled gently, saying, My two brothers embody the extremes of yin and yang. One is profoundly dark and malevolent, while the other is exceedingly bright and resolute. My path, therefore, harmonizes both, treading the balance of strength and gentleness, the equilibrium of yin and yang. My techniques include the Taishuan golden cannon, the 9 forms of capture, and the inverted chaos sword technique. I hope they find favor in your eyes. Upon hearing the three brothers' accounts, Wang Hao found himself in a quandary. Whom to choose? To be candid, he yearned to learn from all three, even the madman's sinister arts. After all, power is devoid of morality. It is the wielder who determines its righteousness. If he were to employ the wicked venomous claws against Li Shanglei, it could very well be deemed the righteous claw. Are you perhaps targeting Li Shanglei? Lin Meiying inquired helplessly. Wasn't she the one who ambushed you in the end? Li Shanglei is inconsequential. What truly matters is whom I should choose now. In this scenario, selecting anyone feels like a monumental loss. Wang Hao lamented. After pondering for a moment, Lin Meiying suggested, the Taoist techniques resonate well with your own righteous chi formula, both embodying the principle of yin and yang harmony. However, It all hinges on your ability to wield your silver tongue and persuade all three to impart their skills to you. Wang Hao nodded, clearing his throat before proclaiming, Ahem. Respected seniors, I have a thought I am unsure whether to voice. Is it truly worth it to quarrel for so many years over the title of a big brother? Enough. Silence yourself. The madman interjected without hesitation. Do you think I am unaware of your intentions? You wish to learn from all of us, don't you? Wang Hao was momentarily speechless. Although the madman's words were blunt, they struck with piercing accuracy. He indeed desired to acquire all three martial arts. The madman rummaged beneath his garment and produced a translucent white jade ring. After a gentle caress, he retrieved 3 slim notebooks and tossed them onto the ground. These are the essentials of Misfortune true canon, evil venomous palm, and determining the yellow springs. Take them and practice diligently. The monk and Taoist followed suit, producing their own jade rings and placing 3 notebooks beside the others. Lin Meiying whispered in his ear, the jade rings they possess are fabled storage rings, akin to your storage singularity, possessing remarkable utility. The sole difference lies in the fact that your singularity is a scientific creation, whereas the storage ring is crafted through the art of refining. Wang Hao felt a shiver run down his spine. It appeared that the supernatural path, when taken to its zenith, could rival even the scientific realm. At this moment, the 3 elders had already laid the 9 martial essentials before Wang Hao. The madman gestured towards the notebooks, declaring, Behold, this is the martial arts we promised you. You may choose one of us to take with you. However, once you make your choice, we shall destroy the notebooks of the other 2. Why is that? Wang Hao inquired, astonished. The 2 left behind will signify a lack of martial prowess. If their skills are inadequate, then there is no need for such rubbish to exist in this world. The madman replied obstinately. Forget about thinking you can have it all. Lin Meiying suddenly had a thought. Wang Hao? That's sigh. Given this, I suppose I must choose the Taoist techniques. Wang Hao feigned disappointment, letting out a heavy sigh. Yet, it is not merely because the Taoist skills surpass the others, but rather due to their compatibility with my own. Are you truly content with this choice, esteemed seniors? Wang Hao continued, turning to the 3 elders. Upon hearing Wang Hao's intention to select his techniques, the Taoist was initially elated. However, upon reflecting on Wang Hao's words, he hesitated. Indeed, Wang Hao would only choose what suited him, disregarding who possessed superior martial skills. After a lifetime of rivalry, are you truly allowing an outsider's choice to dictate the victor? Does this not render your lives somewhat anticlimactic? Wang Hao spoke slowly. Is the big brother chosen in this manner truly fulfilling? The Taoist nodded slowly, acknowledging the truth in his words. His victory did not stem from being genuinely superior to his brothers, but merely from Wang Hao's selection. The madman grew agitated. Then what do you propose we do? We are all nearing the end of our days. Are we to engage in a bloody brawl at the twilight of our lives? Come, devise a method to establish our order. The Taoist and the monk also looked to Wang Hao, uncertain if he could conjure a solution that would allow these elderly gentlemen to settle their long-standing contest. Wang Hao shook his head. In my opinion, is it truly necessary to determine a victor? Why not maintain an equal relationship until the end of your days? Damn it! What nonsense are you spewing, you wretched brat? The madman fumed, smoke practically billowing from his ears. We have toiled our entire lives for what we possess. Do you think we can simply let it go? The Taoist and the monk mirrored his outrage. Are you suggesting that what we have strived for our entire lives is mere folly? Did you genuinely contend for a lifetime? I beg to differ. Wang Hao shook his head. If you truly battled for decades, wouldn't it always end in a stalemate? Such a notion is absurd. Not to mention, during your school days, did you 3 truly give your all in exams? Could your scores be identical in language arts? Or did you all submit blank papers? The 3 elders exchanged glances, contemplating a defense, yet they were at a loss for words. Once you entered the workforce, seeking parity in salaries, vehicles, and homes is an even greater fantasy. Wang Hao continued, his brow furrowed. And if, after mastering martial arts, you still cannot discern a victor, it suggests that none of you truly wish to win. Have you not heard the saying, in literature, there is no first, in martial arts, there is no second? As Wang Hao spoke, the 3 elders appeared lost in reverie, recalling their youthful competitions. The madman, unable to contain himself, seethed. What do you mean we didn't want to win? Have we merely played house our entire lives? You must provide an explanation today. Otherwise, even in my frail state, I shall claw at you. The Taoist and the monk, however, lowered their heads in contemplation. As if Wang Hao's words had sparked a memory, their original intent in instigating this contest. Is it not obvious? Wang Hao sighed. The reason you have spent your lives engaged in a game without the desire to win lies solely with each of you present. You three were reluctant to separate after your parents passed, preferring to engage in this tedious and prolonged competition, with the sole purpose of remaining together for a lifetime. Chapter 78. The Art of Compromise. The reason you three brothers choose to engage in a game you do not wish to win for a lifetime is singular: your desire to remain together forever. Upon uttering these words, the room fell silent in astonishment. Particularly, Lin Meiying felt that Wang Hao was incredibly reckless, daring to speak such nonsense. Were you not afraid that the eccentric madman would lash out at you? Indeed, after a brief moment of shock, the madman mustered the strength to rise, exclaiming, Who would want to be with these two for a lifetime? Speak another word, and I shall gouge out your brain and feed it to the dogs. Do take care, old chap. Mind the risk of a cerebral hemorrhage. Wang Hao quickly interjected. If you believe I am spouting nonsense, feel free to refute me. I surmise that none of you are yet married, right? After all, once you start a family, your energy will undoubtedly be diverted to your new household, preventing the three of you from spending every moment together. The Taoist hesitated for a moment before nodding. Indeed, none of us are married. I knew it. If any of you had a wife or children, how could you possibly escape from the hospital to such a remote and obscure place as the back mountain of the Divine Academy? A site that has remained undiscovered for countless years? The madman pointed a finger at the monk, indignantly declaring, What nonsense is this? Monks cannot marry. Yet you just admitted that the elder monk has never adhered to the precepts. Wang Hao countered, shaking his head. Left speechless, the madman resorted to threatening Wang Hao once more. Do you believe I want to rip your heart out? To be honest, I am an only child and have never experienced the bond of having siblings, let alone the profound connection of twins or triplets, Wang Hao stated slowly. Your lives, traversed together with like-minded brothers, are indeed legendary. In comparison, who among you is the eldest brother is of little consequence? Never. I refuse to acknowledge such a thing. The madman gritted his teeth. My sole wish in this life is for those two to recognize themselves as the younger brothers and willingly call me Big Brother. To achieve this goal, I studied tirelessly in school, worked relentlessly to earn money, and devoted myself to martial arts training. You dare say I do not wish to win? Speaking of which, at that moment, the Taoist slowly produced 2 bank books from his storage ring. I have always had 2 bank books. One is for competing with you, while the other is for my personal savings. If we combine the amounts in both, my assets should surpass yours. The madman's eyes widened in disbelief. You? How is this possible? The monk chuckled softly, retrieving a stack of yellowed papers from his storage ring. I have kept the exam papers from decades ago. In fact, I intentionally answered a few questions incorrectly on nearly every paper to ensure my scores did not exceed yours. To be honest, achieving a higher score than you is not difficult. The challenge lies in estimating your capabilities. Ha. The Taoist and the monk exchanged glances, their laughter echoing in the room. You both let me win? The madman stared incredulously at his 2 brothers. Why? What is the reason behind this? There is no reason. It is simply entertaining. The Taoist replied with a slight smile. The monk, however, explained earnestly, though we are triplets, our personalities differ greatly. You have always been stubborn and eccentric. Should we win in our contests, you might genuinely harbor resentment towards us. If that were the case, could we still enjoy our camaraderie as we do now? Thus, we tacitly allowed you to win, resulting in the current stalemate. Since you were willing to let me win, why not let it continue all the way and simply make me the eldest brother? The madman exclaimed, his excitement causing the veins in his neck to bulge, prompting Wang Hao to worry about his blood pressure. The monk, with a sly smile, responded, Despite our differences, we are still brothers. I, too, wish to claim the title of eldest brother. Upon hearing the monk's words, the madman felt a mix of frustration and amusement. So all these years, had I been the only fool? At this juncture, the Taoist spoke slowly. I have a question for you. Why have you never used heavenly demon transformation in our contests? The madman was taken aback. How did you know I mastered it? Is it not obvious? Do we have secrets among us? The Taoist sighed. When we learned you had mastered such a sinister technique, we initially thought you would use it to defeat us and claim victory in this prolonged competition. Yet, for decades, it seems you have sealed that skill away, never employing it in our contests. Why is that? Wang Hao listened with great interest, realizing that the madman had also held back. The madman's expression shifted several times as he contemplated whether to brazenly brush it off or concoct a fabricated excuse. Do not even think of lying. You may deceive others, but you cannot fool us, the Taoist admonished. Nor can you evade the topic. Our time is limited. It is time to lay everything bare, the monk added. With both brothers urging him, the madman could only sigh helplessly. How can one utilize heavenly demon transformation against brothers in practice? My desire is to be your elder brother, not to eliminate you. At last, the truth was revealed. The reason for their decades-long stalemate was not due to equal strength among the brothers, but rather each had deliberately held back. The madman hung his head in disappointment. What have we done all these years? It has all been meaningless. It feels akin to being a clown. The monk burst into laughter in life. Why must there be inherent meaning? I believe joy and happiness are sufficient. If you still cling to the title of Big Brother, I can concede and call you that. The Taoist smiled. You are the only one among us who has mastered a heavenly technique, truly surpassing us. The madman's eyes brightened momentarily before dimming again as he shook his head. At this point, the title of Big Brother held little allure. Then let us revert to our old ways. It is once again a draw, Wang Hao declared, in the matters of exams, earning money, and martial arts. Each of you has won once, resulting in a stalemate. Is there any need for another round? The three elders exchanged glances and shook their heads in unison. No need. Then, please embrace each other as a gesture of reconciliation. Chapter 79. Departing with a smile. Come, you three brothers, embrace each other to signify reconciliation. Upon hearing Wang Hao's words, the three elderly gentlemen hesitated. At their advanced age, was it truly necessary to engage in such sentimental gestures? Wang Hao, with a warm smile, remarked, rituals hold significant importance. After decades of rivalry, it is time to celebrate the release from the burdens of a hollow title. The madman vehemently shook his head. No, I absolutely refuse to partake in such sentimental nonsense. However, before he could finish his protest, the monk suddenly lunged forward, enveloping the madman in his arms. Do you remember the last time I was gravely injured in the vortex dunes? You held me just like this. Caught off guard by the monk's embrace, the madman's body jolted. The Taoist shifted forward, opening his arms to include both men in a warm embrace. When was the last time we shared such a moment? It seems that since our parents passed away and we began our competitions, we have not done so. The monk tightened his hold around the Taoist, while the madman regained his composure, attempting to extricate himself from the embrace of his brothers. Stop struggling and be still. Our bodies have aged, and perhaps this may be our final embrace. The Taoist and Appo's voice faltered, revealing his frailty. When was the last time the three of them were entwined in such a manner? The last time was when we were 10 years old. After a fight that led to our parents reprimanding us, we pretended to reconcile for the sake of it. As the madman reminisced, he lifted his arms and placed them around the waists of his brothers. Isn't that quite clear in your memory? The Taoist inquired with a smile. This time, are you still pretending? Ha ha. The monk's hearty laughter rang out. Inspired by his joviality, the Taoist and the madman joined in, their laughter soaring into the heavens, echoing throughout the back mountains of the Divine Academy. Observing the three brothers reveling in laughter, Wang Hao felt a deep sense of contentment. Lin Meiying sighed in relief. You could have easily collected the 9 volumes of techniques with a simple turn of the card and Appo's. I want them all. And Appo's. Why go through such lengths? For me, the scene before my eyes is more precious than 900 volumes of techniques. Wang Hao chuckled. I do not pursue maximal gain, but rather seek clarity of thought. Lin Meiying raised an eyebrow. Oh, so, do you feel enlightened now? Will it be inconsequential if the 3 old men do not impart their techniques to you later? Helping them reconcile should earn me some favor, right? Wang Hao hesitated before responding. Enlightenment? Spare me the talk. Just then, the brothers' raucous laughter abruptly ceased. Wang Hao and Lin Meiying turned to see their heads drooping slightly. The three brothers had unexpectedly passed away amidst their mirth. They entered this world in tears and left with smiles. Their lives are complete, Lin Meiying remarked wistfully. In this vast universe, only genuine emotions can truly touch the heart. Wang Hao, you have performed an immeasurable act of kindness by allowing them to reconcile in their final moments. Wang Hao nodded solemnly. That is true, but what shall we do about their final arrangements? Though they have passed naturally, we must report it and have someone take them away. Lin Meiying pondered for a moment before shaking her head. In my opinion, you should bury them here. This is the back mountain of the Divine Academy, seldom visited, making it an ideal resting place. They surely would be content to rest together. Her reasoning resonated with Wang Hao, who found a secluded spot to serve as the brothers' final resting place. Lacking proper tools, he resorted to digging with his hands. Strangely, the ground, which should have been firm, felt as soft as cake, yielding easily to his efforts, allowing him to dig a deep hole with little exertion. The soil here is remarkably pliable, Wang Hao noted, dismissing the oddity as he continued to dig. Meanwhile, Lin Meiying observed him with a blank expression, rubbing her temples. The elemental forces are assisting him in digging. What is this? When did the spirits of the elements become so helpful? Or perhaps, Wang Hao has passed the elemental trial and is now worthy of wielding their power. Lin Meiying mused, feeling a mix of joy and envy at his seemingly effortless progress. My own journey to earn the elements and oppos recognition was far more arduous. As Lin Meiying contemplated, her gaze drifted to the spot where the three brothers had sat. There, neatly arranged, lay 9 tomes. They were the three brothers' original inner cultivation manuals and a complete set of martial techniques for various weapons. This is quite a bountiful discovery too. Chapter 80. All can be rolled up. It is rather amusing that I do not even know the names of these three elders. Now, I find myself at a loss as to what to inscribe on a memorial stone for them. Before a grave devoid of a headstone, Wang Hao let out a deep sigh. Lin Meiying presented 9 manuscripts to Wang Hao, remarking, "What need is there for acquaintance in our meeting? It is curious that each of these elderly men possessed a spatial ring. Why would you bury them as well? One of them even had 2 bank books. And the madman's ring might very well contain celestial-level techniques. The celestial demon transformation. How could I possibly take such things?" Wang Hao protested vehemently. To take without permission is akin to theft. Lin Meiying wore a playful expression. "Oh, I did not expect you to be so principled. Shall we bury the manuscripts left by these 3 elders as well?" Upon hearing this, Wang Hao hastily snatched the 9 manuscripts from Lin Meiying's hands, exclaiming, "No, no, no. This is different. These were promised to me by the 3 elders. Is that so? How was I unaware that they vowed to bequeath all to you? Wasn't it a matter of you choosing one from the 3? Lin Meiying teased, "You ought to select one set and bury the remaining 2 as accompanying offerings." What nonsense are you spouting? I exhausted my efforts to reconcile the 3 brothers, aiming for a perfect conclusion where I could claim all of these techniques. Now asking me to choose one is no different than asking for my life. Have you ever played games, Lin? Wang Hao pondered, deciding to use flawed logic to persuade Lin Meiying. Lin Meiying paused. Are you referring to those virtual reality simulation games or video games played on personal computers? Both are the same. A game is a game. The platform does not matter. Wang Hao shook his head. I have dabbled in both. Why do you ask? Lin Meiying inquired, perplexed. Wang Hao smiled slightly. The situation we just faced resembles playing an RPG game, akin to triggering a side quest. The objective is to resolve the issues of the 3 elders, and these 9 manuscripts serve as the reward for completing the side quest. There are numerous ways to achieve this. For instance, I could simply select one elder, and they might depart with regrets, leaving me with only one legacy. Alternatively, one might bypass the task entirely and directly claim the rewards, right? Lin Meiying half-joked. Indeed, such unscrupulous tactics exist, but they would diminish one's moral value. Engrossed in the topic of games, Wang Hao continued, however, through my advanced eloquent skills, I managed to persuade the 3 brothers to reconcile, thus securing the complete reward. Truly, a cause for celebration. Fine, it seems boys are inherently interested in video games. Their eyes light up at the mention. Yet, it felt somewhat too smooth, giving an impression of unreality. At that moment, Wang Hao suddenly lowered his gaze to the 9 books in his hands and murmured to himself. Lin Meiying was taken aback, then nervously asked, "What seems too smooth?" Holding up the 9 books, Wang Hao, somewhat bewildered, replied, "I am about to embark on the next phase of my training. And by a stroke of fate, I have acquired these 3 internal arts and 6 corresponding martial techniques. This leads me to wonder if everything has come too easily." Lin Meiying stammered. "In the end, it's your teacher, Instructor Luca, whose divination skills are remarkable. If she hadn't guided you to train deep within the forest, how would you have encountered such an opportunity? Be sure to thank her properly." This reasoning had merit. And Wang Hao nodded, proceeding towards the dormitory. Observing his departing figure, Lin Meiying remained silent. This fool remains oblivious to the fact that the wheels of his destiny have begun to turn. Even if he wishes to rest now, fate will push him onward. All she could do was strive to make him stronger before the final moments arrived. "Lin, what are you daydreaming about?" Wang Hao, halfway gone, turned back to wave at her. Coming. No need to rush. You should mind your own business." Upon returning to the dormitory, Lin Meiying meticulously studied the 3 internal arts: the Bodhi Pure Lotus Skill, Mysterious Nether Scripture, and Supreme Xian Golden Canon. The more she examined them, the more astonished she became, eventually exclaiming, "These 3 old men managed to create such extraordinary techniques? Of course. After all, that mad elder is capable of mastering celestial-level skills. Their creations must be exceptional." Wang Hao asked with curiosity, "What is so remarkable about these 3 internal arts that leaves you in awe?" Lin Meiying raised the manuscript in her hand. The principles of operation, the paths of fortune, the mental methods, and even the cultivation methods are identical across all 3. These 3 fellows must have drawn upon one another during their creation, or perhaps they developed them collaboratively. "What? How can you say that?" Wang Hao asked in astonishment. The principle of these 3 internal arts is to absorb and expel the ethereal energies that manifest at specific times throughout the day. The Bodhi Pure Lotus skill absorbs pure yang energy at noon. The madman's mysterious nether scripture draws from the sinister energy of midnight. While cultivating the supreme Xian Golden Canon requires the nebulous purple energy present during the transition between day and night. Beyond that, these 3 techniques share no differences whatsoever. They are fundamentally 3 copies of the same essence, Lin Meiying declared, tossing the manuscript to Wang Hao. Opening it, Wang Hao found himself both amused and bewildered. As Lin Meiying had stated, the 3 internal arts were remarkably similar from the outset, with a similarity rate reaching 80%. So, possessing these 3 internal arts is akin to having just one. Wang Hao chuckled helplessly, placing the 3 books on the table. Should I even practice this technique? If so, which one should I start with? Lin Meiying contemplated for a moment before responding. Of course you should practice. Though these 3 internal arts are similar, their quality remains intact. If refined, they would at least be classified as mid-level Xian techniques. Mid-level Xian? The Howren Righteous Qi Canon is merely a low-level Xian technique, right? This difficulty is perfectly suited for my next phase of training. As for which to start with, my suggestion is to practice all 3 simultaneously, Lin Meiying boldly stated. Given their similarity and the training sessions divided into morning, noon, and evening, it is simply ideal. From today onwards, you shall practice these 3 internal arts during the hours of the rat, dragon, and noon. Chapter 81. The diligent bird takes flight before the intelligent when it was now 11:50 in the evening, and Wang Hao chose not to repose in his bed. Instead, he sat alone atop the 12th dormitory building, anticipating the arrival of the midnight hour. Pay attention, the hour of Z is fast approaching. The rare Insha energy from practicing the Xianming True Scripture will be fleeting. You must seize it in time. If you miss it, your training in Bodhi Pure Lotus Technique and Tai Xian Golden Scripture will also have to pause for a day. Do you understand? Lin Meiying warned sternly while glancing at the clock. Yes, I know. How could I forget? Wang Hao sighed in response. When Lin Meiying suggested training in all 3 internal arts simultaneously, he expressed strong skepticism towards this impulsive idea. Are you certain this won't lead to madness or even death? Yet, No matter how much Wang Hao protested, Lin Meiying remained resolute, insisting that he train in all three disciplines at once. Do you still wish to become a ranger? Only through such arduous training may you have a chance to break through to the Qi transformation realm by graduation and pass the ranger's assessment. I am only looking out for your best interests, Lin Meiying declared, exasperated. Ultimately, Wang Hao had no choice but to comply with Lin Meiying and Appo's plan and attempt to practice all three techniques at once. Fortunately, these three methods shared a harmonious origin, and the anticipated scene of madness did not unfold. A chilling night breeze swept across the rooftop, and the shadowy trees in the distance danced in the wind. Most of the surrounding dormitory windows were dark, as the majority of students had retired for the night, conserving their energy for the classes to come. Observing all this, Wang Hao felt a pang of loneliness. What are you dawdling for? The yin sha energy has appeared. Suddenly, Lin Meiying called out beside him, quick. The opportunity is fleeting. Snapping back to attention, Wang Hao inhaled deeply, drawing in the rare wisp of yin sha energy and guiding it through his meridians in a complete circuit before finally storing it in his dantian. This yin sha energy was chilling, and after completing the exercise, he felt as if his insides had frozen over. By the time he finished, he was trembling uncontrollably. Seeing that the yin sha energy had been successfully absorbed, Lin Meiying nodded with satisfaction. Well done. Now go rest. We have an early start tomorrow. Wang Hao sighed again, shivering as he stood up and made his way toward the staircase. The fleeting appearances of yin sha energy at midnight, the ethereal purple energy at dawn, and the pure yang energy at noon were all exceedingly rare, which significantly hampered his training efficiency compared to the time he had mastered the Howren Righteous Qi technique in just a week. However, unlike the Howren Righteous Qi technique, progress in these three internal arts yielded tangible results with every effort. Observing the still weak energy in his dantian, Wang Hao felt the potential was immeasurable. If the training methods weren't so rigorous, these three techniques could easily reach a higher tier, attaining the advanced level of the Xian rank. Lin Meiying exclaimed. These three old masters are truly ingenious, managing to harness such rare mystical energies. Wang Hao chuckled bitterly and wrapped his clothes around himself. Even with the three mystical energies readily available for his training, he doubted his progress would be swift. Practicing the Xianming true scripture nearly froze him, while the Bodhi pure lotus technique almost scorched him to ashes. Only the Tai Xian golden scripture, which harmonized yin and yang, lacked such troublesome challenges. Yet, according to Lin Meiying, it was best to advance all three techniques simultaneously to avoid specialization. This was why she had insisted that if he missed the yin sha energy, the training for the other two techniques would also need to cease. Upon reaching the 8th floor, Wang Hao took out his key to return to his dormitory, but was surprised to find the dojo at the end of the hall faintly illuminated, accompanied by sounds of exertion coming from within. Is someone else enduring late-night training just like me? Wang Hao thought, turning to approach the dojo. Let me see who this valiant individual is. The academy had thoughtfully constructed sizable dojos on every floor of the student dormitories, equipped with various exercise apparatuses, allowing students to practice conveniently. As he reached the dojo entrance, he peered inside quietly and spotted a fair-skinned individual drenched in sweat, diligently practicing boxing. The reason he knew this person was fair-skinned was that he was bare-chested while training. Xiaoyu? Wang Hao exclaimed in surprise. Are you still practicing at this hour? The fair-skinned, hard-working individual was indeed Xiaoyu. Startled by Wang Hao's call, he replied, Is that you? Did I disturb your rest? No, not at all. I just finished my course at the Science Secret Institute and returned. Wang Hao fabricated an excuse. But what about you? Why are you still awake? Xiaoyu quickly donned the shirt he had discarded on the ground, smiling shyly. A diligent bird takes flight first. A diligent bird takes flight first. Wang Hao recalled Xiaoyu's previous struggles with cultivating true energy and inquired with concern, How have you been lately? Is your training going well? Very well. Ever since I learned the nameless breathing technique, it feels like a door has opened for me, and I've been making progress. Recently, I've been practicing a high-level Huang rank internal technique, and it's going quite smoothly, Xiaoyu replied cheerfully. Is that so? Since everything is going well, why train until midnight? Wang Hao pondered, then placed a reassuring hand on Xiaoyu's shoulder. Training should be balanced, Don't overdo it. Wait, what's wrong? Nothing. It's all good. Xiaoyu grimaced as he rubbed the spot where Wang Hao had tapped him, then stepped out of the dojo. It is indeed late. I shall take my leave to rest. With that, he turned and headed toward his room without a backward glance. Did I really hit him that hard? Wang Hao stared at his hand in confusion. Xiaoyu's reaction was clearly exaggerated from a mere gentle pat. Lin Meiying speculated. Could it be that residual Yin-Sha energy from your recent training is affecting you? And given how recklessly he has been training, he must have some hidden injuries. With both factors combined, it's no wonder he felt that way. Is that really a possibility? Wang Hao chuckled helplessly, giving his shoulder a firm pat. I feel the Yin-Sha energy affecting me too. Then he must be particularly fragile. Go rest. Don't forget you need to forge weapons in Tianlang City tomorrow. Oh, Chapter 82. Tianlang City. In the second year of the Martial Arts Institute, students typically do not have an urgent need for a suitable weapon, as it is customary for the academy to forge a weapon for each student at the end of their first year. However, Wang Hao is an exception. He finds himself in dire need of 3 weapons. The reason for this urgency is that he has already commenced his weaponry course without authorization. The killing blade requires a blade that has yet to be sharpened. The determining the yellow springs necessitates a spear, and the reversing yin and yang sword naturally calls for a longsword. Although the Martial Arts Institute has a sword hall, it does not provide weapons for first-year students. Just as Wang Hao was feeling distressed, Xiaoyu suggested that he visit Tianlang City, where there are numerous skilled craftsmen capable of forging weapons. It was in fact from Tianlang City that he had purchased the crossbow he used for hunting fierce beasts. Thus, after the day's classes concluded, Wang Hao took a leave of absence from the academy and set off towards Tianlang City. As he strolled along the forest path leading to the central city, an unsettling feeling crept over him. Surely, there could not be any wild beasts lurking in these woods. It had been nearly a month since he arrived at the academy, and he felt as though he had undergone a complete transformation. What could his senior sister Jibu be up to lately? It seemed she was avoiding him, having completely ceased her visits to the Scientific Institute, and he could not find her in the Arcane Institute either. As he walked, his thoughts began to spiral. Lin Meiying could not help but comment, "Did you not send her a letter of severance? She must have received it by now. How could she possibly wish to interact with you again?" "That, I did not actually state anything about severing ties in the letter," Wang Hao retorted, feeling compelled to defend himself. Lin Meiying interrupted him without hesitation. "See, you yourself just admitted it. The letter you wrote her was not a severance letter at all. Who would send a severance letter while also including a priceless artifact? Only you would engage in such folly. Well, there is still a large piece left with Doctor Who. If it comes to it, I can always obtain another," Wang Hao replied awkwardly with a smile. "The issue is, you gifted her the hyper-raw stone, and it did not end well for you. She hasn't replied to you even once these past few days. Perhaps it's best to forget her?" Amidst his conversation with Lin Meiying, Wang Hao arrived at the central city and boarded a bus to Tianlang City. Strangely, apart from the driver, he was the only passenger on the bus. Was the exchange between Tianlang City and the central city truly so sparse? The driver's behavior was equally peculiar. After Wang Hao boarded, the driver scrutinized him closely, hesitatingly inquiring, "You are a genuine Earthling, right?" "Isn't that a redundant question?" Wang Hao countered. "Do I appear to be an automaton?" The driver sighed in relief and pressed the accelerator. "As long as you're a genuine Earthling. We're about to depart. Hold on tight. We want to be stopping along the way." The distance between the central city and Tianlang City is approximately 30 miles, connected by a winding mountain road. Towering peaks flank either side of the road, creating a breathtakingly magnificent view that is difficult to believe is entirely artificial. With only 2 passengers aboard, the bus traversing the winding mountain road exuded a peculiar romantic aura. After admiring the scenery for a while, Wang Hao's brow furrowed. What was amiss? Why was there only this one bus on the mountain road? Am I not riding in a legitimate taxi? Are they planning to abduct me and take me to a secluded place to rob me? He retrieved his B-style handgun from his storage device and approached the driver. The driver, seemingly lost in thought, had set the bus to autopilot and was oblivious to Wang Hao standing beside him. "Driver?" Wang Hao tentatively called out. "Ah, you startled me," the driver exclaimed, visibly shaken. "What is the matter?" If you need to use the restroom, we won't be stopping for another 10 kilometers. This unfortunate demeanor was hardly that of a kidnapper. Wang Hao stowed his handgun and inquired, I'm curious, why is this road so desolate? Why is there only our bus traversing it? Oh, you're asking about that? The driver waved his hand dismissively. It's quite obvious. Tourists flock to Phoenix City, where the handsome and beautiful congregate. Who would want to visit Tianlang City to see orcs, dwarves, and torrents? Orcs? Dwarves? Torrents? What are you talking about, driver? Huh? You don't know? Tianlang City and Phoenix City are settlements for otherworldly beings. The driver looked at Wang Hao in astonishment. When the Earth Union defeated the Yellow Coalition, they promised to provide these refugees from Yellowstar with a new homeland, which turned out to be the newly constructed artificial planet M87. Seriously? I had no idea. Through the driver's narrative, Wang Hao learned more about this historical context. After the Earth Union vanquished the Yellow Coalition, they promised to offer a new home in exchange for the Coalition's integration into the Earth Union. Although the Earth Union upheld its promise, the new homeland was somewhat distant, the newly established artificial planet M87. The refugees from Yellow built their new home on M87, but the once united Yellow Coalition, now cohesive due to their shared plight against the demon legions, began to fracture upon arriving at M87. The arcane adept races established the magical city of Phoenix, while the martial races constructed Tianlang City. Wow, there's a lot more depth to this than I thought. Wang Hao scratched his head. Indeed, I must advise you. Once you arrive, avoid discussing demons, Yellowstar, or anything of that sort in Tianlang City. Every one of those otherworldly beings, without exception, suffers from TPSD. When it flares up, they either go mad and seek to reclaim their ancestral lands on Yellowstar, or they scurry home and hide under their beds, trembling in fear. The driver cautioned. Wang Hao stroked his chin, finding this understandable. If Earth were to endure a fate akin to that of Yellowstar, he would certainly shed his last drop of blood for the sake of Earth. Before long, the bus wound through the mountains, and Tianlang City loomed ahead. Its most distinctive feature was the varying sizes of the buildings. Some towered high as though inhabited by individuals of giant stature, while others were diminutive, resembling the quaint abodes of storybook gnomes. Make haste with your business. I will be stopping here for 30 minutes. If you miss this opportunity, you'll have to wait another 2 hours. The driver called out to Wang Hao. Don't wait for me. I've come to Tianlang City to find a blacksmith, and half an hour will hardly suffice. Wang Hao waved his hand, preparing to disembark. However, the driver called out to him, looking for a blacksmith? Young man, are you a student of the Martial Arts Institute? Chapter 83. The elderly orc young man. Are you looking for a blacksmith? As Wang Hao was about to disembark from the carriage, the driver called out to him. Indeed. How did you know? I have been driving this route for several years. The students from the Academy of Divine Communication are always the ones seeking blacksmiths in Sirius City. I presume you wish to forge a divine weapon? The driver opened the window and pointed in a direction. Follow this street to the end, then turn left. There is a dwarven blacksmith's shop there, and your seniors have all remarked on its high quality. So forging weapons in Sirius City is a fine tradition of the Academy of Divine Communication? Isn't it the case that the Sword Hall of the True Martial Secret Institute produces weapons as well? Why do the seniors still opt to spend extra to commission a weapon? Wang Hao thanked the driver and stepped onto the streets of Sirius City. His initial impression was one of chaos. There seemed to have been no prior planning in the construction of this street. Anyone who fancied a plot of land simply erected a building, resulting in a disordered jumble. However, these were trivial concerns. More unsettling than the disorderly structures were the inhabitants of the street. Towering nearly 3 meters high, covered in thick black fur, were the minotaurs. With human upper bodies and equine lower halves were the centaurs, and the orcs, with their dark green skin and tusks protruding from their blue faces. In the distance, he could even see giants, towering at least 5 meters high, resembling small hills. These otherworldly beings, parading in the streets, were all clad in armor, weapons in hand, their expressions thick with enmity, as if ready to engage in battle at any moment. This hardly felt like a residential area. It resembled an arena poised for conflict. Observing the gunpowder-laden air of the street, Wang Hao felt as though his feet were burdened with a tremendous weight, Would the driver mock him for his cowardice if he returned to the bus? Wow, this is the first time I've seen so many beings from other realms, Lin Ming remarked in his ear. What are you daydreaming about? Hurry to the blacksmith's shop. You still have training to continue. These people look rather fierce. Are you certain I won't be captured and stabbed a couple of times? Wang Hao glanced apprehensively at a minotaur clad in plate armor, brandishing a large axe, feeling a shiver run down his spine. Lin Ming paused momentarily before bursting into laughter. You need not worry. Although these otherworldly beings are heavily armed, they are actually preparing for a potential demon invasion. At least, that is what they believe. Most of them are veterans from battles against demons 50 years ago. Observe those who appear younger, they're not nearly as exaggerated. 50 years have passed, and they still fear a demon army might invade. Wang Hao focused his gaze and indeed spotted a few relatively younger individuals among the crowd, dressed in ordinary casual attire that obscured their origins. All right, stop scaring yourself. Besides, you have achieved a modicum of success. These individuals may not be able to pose a threat to you. Lin Ming reassured Wang Hao. Is that so? Since you say so, I shall muster my courage and proceed to the blacksmith's shop mentioned by the driver. Indeed, as he walked, the otherworldly beings he brushed past paid him no heed. A few even offered friendly smiles, welcoming him to Sirius City. Gradually, Wang Hao began to lower his guard. After all, they were all citizens of the Earth Alliance. United as one family, what was there to fear? The blacksmith shop, named Yellow Forge, was a modest establishment. A display case outside showcased several formidable-looking weapons, a longsword radiating blue light, a halberd stained with blood, armor suited for towering individuals, and a shield that was cracked in half. These items were likely remnants from the battlefield, collected by the shopkeeper and displayed in the window. Wang Hao, can you guess which of these items is the most formidable? Lin Ming asked with keen interest. Is it this halberd? Wang Hao gazed longingly at the bloodied weapon, wondering if the stains were from demon blood. Lin Ming chuckled softly. Much of demon blood is highly prized. No one would allow it to simply dry on their weapon. In fact, the most valuable item among these is that cracked shield. Oh, why is that? Wang Hao inquired, intrigued as he examined the shield. It was a small round shield, marred by numerous alarming cracks radiating from its center, obscuring whatever design had once adorned its surface. Can't guess, can you? Lin Ming laughed heartily. This shield is a family heirloom of your teacher, Ruka. It once helped her withstand a full-force strike from a demon lord. Had it not been for this shield, you would never have met her. This is teacher Ruka's heirloom? How did such a valuable item end up in this seemingly ordinary blacksmith shop? As far as I know, Ruka entrusted this heirloom shield to a skilled craftsman for repair. However, why it remains in such a pitiful state after all this time, I cannot say. Lin Ming lamented as he gazed at the cracked shield. It seems hopeless to repair it. Wang Hao shook his head and pushed open the door to enter the shop. Upon entering, he noticed two fellow Earthlings seated on a sofa, enjoying tea. A closer look revealed that one of them was a familiar face. Senior Lu Dong? What brings you here? Wang Hao exclaimed joyfully as he greeted Lu Dong on the sofa. Lu Dong looked up, recognizing Wang Hao, and stood up excitedly to shake his hand. It's you. Wang Hao, you've become quite famous at the Academy of Divine Communication, taking down two seniors from the Arcane Secret Institute. This has truly brought honor to our true martial secret institute. Wang Hao forced a smile, hoping to downplay the matter. Can we not elevate this incident to such grandiose proportions? I am also a student of the Arcane Secret Institute. At that moment, a tall, slender boy with thick eyebrows and large eyes stood up and urged Wang Hao and Lu Dong to sit on the sofa. Keep your voices down. Don't disturb the master, he cautioned. Following the boy's finger, Wang Hao was astonished to discover an elderly orc seated in a corner of the shop, legs crossed and hunched over, eyes closed as if in meditation. Wang Hao was taken aback. He had not noticed the orc upon entering. Was he the blacksmith of the shop? The master must be meditating. We shouldn't disturb him, the boy said. What if we offend him, and he refuses to forge weapons for us? Wang Hao and Lu Dong nodded in agreement, closing their mouths and casting adoring glances at the elderly orc. Just then, the orc slightly opened his eyes, turned his head awkwardly to glance at Wang Hao and the others, then cleared his throat and shouted in halting Chinese, "Ahem. Where's the owner?" There are so many people waiting here. Hurry up. Chapter 84. The Yellow Forge, where is the boss? Where has he gone? There are so many people here. We mustn't keep him waiting. The old orc, feeling quite embarrassed after being mistaken for the blacksmith by the three, shouted to clarify that he was not a blacksmith. Wait, you are also a customer? The trio, led by Wang Hao, was taken aback. So the boss isn't here? Where's the boss? Wang Hao whispered to Lu Dong and the others. I don't know. When we entered, we saw him sitting in the room alone, and naturally assumed he was the blacksmith. Lu Dong replied with a sheepish shake of his head. I was wondering why he was ignoring us. It turns out he is also a customer. Wang Hao nodded and discreetly scrutinized the old orc sitting in the corner. He appeared to be nearly 2 meters tall, with a robust physique. He donned an unidentifiable leather armor, and around his neck hung a thin cord adorned with an assortment of teeth. Clearly not from the same individual or even the same species. One of the boys whispered, I've heard about the orc customs. They keep a tooth from every enemy or prey they slay, wearing it on a necklace. The more teeth one has, the more they are recognized as a powerful warrior. Wang Hao slightly nodded, contemplating whether this old orc had participated in the Yellow Defense War and fought against demons. Did he possess demon teeth in his collection? By the way, I haven't introduced myself. My name is Zhao Jiawei, and I am also your senior from the Jinwu Secret Institute. The boy extended his hand toward Wang Hao, clearly pleased to meet him. Greetings, Senior Zhao. Are you two here to forge weapons as well? Wang Hao hastily shook his hand. After all, isn't the sword hall at our Jinwu Secret Institute supposed to provide weapons for free? Why come all the way here to forge one? Zhao Jiawei waved his hand dismissively. The items produced in the sword hall are all poorly crafted. They are hardly usable. I wouldn't even want to use them for chopping wood. Lu Dong chuckled awkwardly. The free weapons provided by the sword hall are merely practice pieces made by students who have enrolled in the forging course. Their quality is naturally lacking. Moreover, I've heard that the weapons forged in Yella are extraordinarily powerful, and we wanted to create one that truly meets our needs. I see, Wang Hao nodded. But you're a freshman. Why the rush for a weapon? The patrol team might intervene. Be careful not to have it confiscated. Lu Dong asked, puzzled. To this, Wang Hao merely laughed it off. The trio's techniques were different, and he preferred not to share that secret with others. At that moment, the sound of creaking footsteps emerged from the back door, and a dwarf, barely 1 meter 30 tall and bare-chested, walked in. Despite his short stature, he was incredibly muscular, with bulging muscles covering his body. His feet were quite large. Though he was not tall, his boots resembled 2 small boats, estimated to be around size 50. However, the most striking sight was the dwarf holding a nearly 2-meter-long sword. The hilt measured 1 meter, and the blade was long and gleaming with a bluish glow, extraordinarily sharp. Wang Hao found himself thinking, how would it feel to be struck by this blade, just to test its edge? Your sword has been well maintained. The dwarf called out to the orc. The orc slowly rose from the ground, approached the dwarf, and took the long sword, speaking something in an unintelligible language. Speak to me in Chinese. I cannot understand your Orcish tongue. The dwarf impatiently waved his hand at the orc. I've told you countless times. Yet you still don't listen. The orc remained silent, wrapping a piece of white cloth around the blade of the long sword and then slinging it over his back. Once he finished, he pulled out 2 crumpled earth currency notes and handed them to the dwarf before turning to leave. Wang Hao, with keen eyesight, noticed that the orc handed over 2 $50 bills. A maintenance fee of 100 for a weapon? What? Wouldn't forging one be even more expensive? He began to contemplate practicing with wooden swords, knives, and spears. However, Lu Dong and Zhao Jiawei were oblivious to this. They eagerly approached the dwarf. Are you the boss? We would like to order some weapons. I'm sorry, but I'm not taking any weapon forging orders. The dwarf shopkeeper shook his head. If you need weapon maintenance, I can assist with that. Lu Dong and Zhao Jiawei felt as if struck by lightning. Had they come all the way to Tianlang City just for a weapon that couldn't be forged here? Is it a matter of money? Zhao Jiawei pondered aloud. Money is not an issue. As long as we can obtain a weapon forged by you, we would pay any price. How about 1,000 for a weapon? What? 1,000? That's enough to buy a car. Wang Hao stared in disbelief at Zhao Jiawei, wondering if he was a millionaire. Lu Dong, however, stood awkwardly straight. Unlike Zhao Jiawei, he couldn't afford such extravagant offers. Hearing Zhao Jiawei's price, the dwarf shopkeeper also appeared tempted. Yet, he ultimately waved his hand in regret, saying, "Let me be frank, it's not about the money. I lack the raw materials for forging swords. There are no ores, do you understand? No raw materials? How can a blacksmith shop not have any? That's as absurd as a restaurant lacking ingredients." The dwarf shopkeeper shrugged. "There is nothing I can do. M87 is an artificial planet, with artificial soil beneath us. There isn't even a scrap of iron to be found. Where am I supposed to dig up ores to forge swords? Buy them?" Wang Hao thought. There is a massive development going on at the Hammerstar right now. Ores are as cheap as cabbages. For iron ore alone, $1,000 could buy a spaceship. Ah, you don't understand. The dwarf shopkeeper lit a cigarette. It's not that we haven't thought about purchasing raw materials, but they refuse to sell to us. After all, we who came from Yellow were once invaders of Earth. The Earth United government accepted us, but the people of the Earth United do not. Wang Hao and the others exchanged glances, surprised at this revelation. Carefully, he inquired, "Surely, there must be more than one company selling ore? Have you tried looking elsewhere?" The dwarf waved his hand dismissively. "They all say the same thing. They claim I lack the certification, that I'm not qualified to buy ores. Do they think I'm a fool? That is nonsense. Without a certification, no one, be they dwarf, orc, or earthling, can purchase ores." Wang Hao thought, bemused. "In any case, I cannot forge weapons here. You should leave." The dwarf shopkeeper waved his hand, signaling to dismiss them. Lu Dong and Zhao Jiawei were exceptionally disappointed. They had long heard of the legendary weapons produced by the Yellow Forge and hoped to create one here. How could they lack even the raw materials? Wang Hao, however, was puzzled. According to the driver, many seniors had ordered weapons here before. Could it be, if we bring our own ores, could you forge them for us? Wang Hao tentatively asked. "We will pay you a processing fee." The dwarf shopkeeper displayed an expression of understanding. "That is agreeable. The processing fee is 500. Chapter 85. The gathering task. Although I do not possess the raw materials, I can assist you with the processing." The dwarf shopkeeper finally smiled, and his prices were reasonable. The processing fee is only 500. Upon hearing this, Wang Hao turned to leave. To forge a single weapon costs 500. Thus, if I desire 3, it amounts to 1,500. Am I to be a fool? Well, it's settled then. Despite Wang Hao lacking funds, others were not so constrained. Zhao Jiawei readily agreed to the dwarf's price, asking, "So the processing fee is 500. Should I pay you now or later?" Hearing Zhao Jiawei's words, Lu Dong nearly clenched his fist in frustration. He had been contemplating bargaining with the dwarf shopkeeper. Not everyone possesses the wealth to part with 500 without a second thought. Now Lu Dong felt trapped. If he paid this 500, he would likely endure a prolonged period of financial hardship. Yet, a high-quality weapon is an absolute necessity for a student of the true martial secret academy. He simply could not resort to using the inferior weapons provided by the sword hall for free. However, if he attempted to haggle, he would appear miserly. Compared to Zhao Jiawei, he felt utterly inadequate. Given the circumstances, he resolved to swallow his pride and see if the shopkeeper might offer a discount. Lu Dong thought to himself. Just as he was about to speak, Wang Hao suddenly interjected, "Boss, I wish to forge 3 weapons, including my 2 senior brothers. That totals 5. Could you possibly offer a wholesale price?" The dwarf shopkeeper was taken aback. "Wholesale price? What do you think this is? Each weapon here is crafted with great care and effort. How could I offer a discount for bulk orders? Yet, 500 is exorbitant, and I cannot bear the cost." Wang Hao dismissed the notion of pride, insisting, "Just lower the price a bit. I will return for future forging needs." "That is out of the question. I need to eat as well." The dwarf shopkeeper spread his hands, indicating he would not lower the price. In that case, there was nothing more to discuss. Wang Hao turned to leave, muttering to himself, "I'll return and inform teacher Luca to take back the family heirloom shield. It shall not remain in your possession." To his surprise, upon hearing this, the seemingly immovable dwarf suddenly sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "What did you say? Stop right there. What is your connection to Master Lugo?" "Oh no, teacher Luca had warned me not to disclose my status as her apprentice, and I inadvertently let it slip." Wang Hao nervously glanced at Lu Dong and Zhao Jiawei, only to find two pairs of bewildered eyes. Who is this teacher Luca? It is not surprising that Lu Dong and Zhao Jiawei were unfamiliar with their academy's instructors. Eligia was privy to so much information about teacher Luca solely because she had installed surveillance equipment in the administrative office. Meanwhile, 90% of the students at the Arcane Academy likely did not know that the archmage who constantly donned a robe was a female elf. As for the name Luca, most students referred to her by her surname, Saint Resurged, rather than her given name. Seeing that his senior brothers were momentarily in the dark, Wang Hao felt a slight sense of relief and pointed to the cracked shield displayed in the window. This must be the family treasure of teacher Luca, entrusted to you for repair. Why does it still look like this? Knowing this, who are you to Master Lu Gu? The dwarf shopkeeper questioned, suspicion evident in his eyes. You didn't come here just for this shield, did you? I cannot reveal my relationship with teacher Luca. Such a display of false authority would surely lead to the termination of our master-apprentice bond. Wang Hao cleared his throat and pretended to be serious, stating, It was teacher Luca who recommended me to you, saying you are an exceptionally skilled blacksmith and the right person to craft weapons. However, upon my arrival, I could not help but notice the battered shield and the exorbitant processing fee. The dwarf shopkeeper quickly replied, It's not like that. The family shield of Master Lu Gu is made from a unique or from Yalara star, which simply does not exist on Earth. That is why I have been unable to repair it all these years. Yalara or? Many people came from Yalara star. Did no one bring back even a couple of pieces of that ore? Wang Hao feigned an intent to leave, saying, Perhaps I should seek out another craftsman. Who knows? I might even find a legendary blacksmith capable of repairing this shield. The dwarf shopkeeper sighed and called after Wang Hao. From your words, it is clear you know nothing about Yalara ore. Very well. You simply wish for a discount, correct? I have a compromise. Let us see if it suits you. Seeing the dwarf shopkeeper yield slightly, Wang Hao decided to seize the opportunity, for he was currently leveraging teacher Luca's reputation to intimidate the shopkeeper. If he pressed too hard, the shopkeeper might report him to teacher Luca, and he would be in dire trouble. Discounts are impossible. I have a large family to support. The dwarf shopkeeper pointed to the forge's backyard. My 18th child is only 3 years old. I rely on forging to provide food and shelter. The 18th child. If the shopkeeper knows teacher Luca, he must be at least over 50. What does he eat to remain in such good shape? The dwarf continued, However, we can mutually benefit each other. My current predicament is a lack of forging materials, and you happen to be short on cash. Why not help me procure some more? Once my forge is operational, I would be more than willing to craft several weapons for you. Wang Hao was overjoyed. Assisting him in gathering ore was far more advantageous than parting with 1,500. You want her? Just wait. I will go to Hammerstar and procure several tons for you. Upon hearing Wang Hao's agreement, the dwarf shopkeeper quickly added, I need all kinds of ore. The more diverse and plentiful, the better. That way, I can forge high-strength alloys. Rest assured. Wang Hao turned to leave, thinking that he might even end up receiving money from the shopkeeper. Just as he was about to step outside, he heard Lu Dong's voice calling from behind. Wait. Wang Hao, where are you going to find ore? I'll go with you. Lu Dong, is that you? Wang Hao turned back. I plan to go to Hammerstar to see if I can buy a few tons. Do you want to join me? Lu Dong nodded. I'll go with you. This processing fee is too steep. I only have a few dozen coins for living expenses each month. I cannot afford it. Then there's no time to waste. We should head to the transportation station now. I advise you both to reconsider. At this moment, Zhao Jiawei also rushed out, stopping the two. Have you forgotten why the boss ran out of raw materials? Do you have the necessary permits to purchase, or? Oh, right. I completely forgot about that. Chapter 86. The Alien Mining Project. You two certainly have lofty aspirations. Do you possess the necessary permits to procure ores from ForgeStar? Just as Wang Hao and Lu Dong eagerly prepared to embark on their entrepreneurial venture, Zhao Jiawei interrupted their daydreams. An unlicensed dwarf cannot buy ores, so what makes you earthlings think you can? Lu Dong was taken aback. What should we do then? If ForgeStar 1T sell, where can we acquire ores? Wang Hao stroked his chin thoughtfully. If we only need to purchase a small quantity, perhaps we could get away without a permit, claiming it as samples for research. Zhao Jiawei scoffed at this notion. That's no different from bringing your own materials for the boss to process. You'd be better off preparing for the processing fees. This is a disaster. The flicker of hope in Wang Hao's heart was instantly extinguished, though he had some savings. Parting with 1,500 was still a significant blow. Lu Dong felt even more despondent. I guess I'll have to ask my family for money. Observing their dismay, Zhao Jiawei shook his head. Come now, it's just 500 for processing fees. Why the long faces? I could easily cover it for you. Lu Dong immediately declined. Old Zhao, we've been good friends since our first year. Have you ever seen me borrow so much from you? I consider you a brother. And I wouldn't want our relationship tainted by the stench of money. Zhao Jiawei raised his hands in exasperation. But for me, it's merely a small favor for a friend. If I ever find myself in a dire situation, I will surely ask for your help. Lu Dong replied solemnly. Wang Hao shrugged. Having just met Zhao Jiawei, he couldn't expect him to foot the bill. Seeing Lu Dong's refusal, Zhao Jiawei spread his hands. You can't buy ores, and paying out of pocket hurts. So what's the alternative? Digging for them yourselves? Digging ourselves? Wang Hao and Lu Dong exchanged glances, contemplating the possibility. If we were to find an undeveloped planet to collect ores and bring back enough to satisfy the requirements for the yellow furnace, would that be feasible? Lu Dong furrowed his brow. Wang Hao nodded firmly. Feasible. However, we must keep costs below 2,000. Otherwise, we might as well pay the processing fees honestly. In that case, the undeveloped planet must at least be habitable. Otherwise, purchasing protective gear would greatly exceed our budget. Lu Dong quickly added. The difficulty just increased. There can't be that many habitable undeveloped planets. If there's no water, perhaps that's acceptable. We can simply bring our own supplies. Doesn't that widen our options? That's reasonable. Next, we need mining equipment. Can we acquire a detector and a digger? That's easy. We can just rent them. What about transportation? Rent will suffice. And storage equipment? We can go straight to the point and rent a fully equipped mining spaceship. When we fill it up, we can bring it back to Sirius City. What do you think? No objections. Zhao Jiawei listened in astonishment. These two were utterly reckless. To save a bit of money, they were planning interstellar operations. Moreover, renting a fully equipped mining spaceship might not be cheaper than simply paying the processing fees. Yet, seeing Wang Hao and Lu Dong deep in the details, it was clear they weren't joking. What if that planet poses dangers? Lu Dong expressed his concerns. It would be utterly foolish to risk our lives. Wang Hao retrieved a pulse rifle from his storage point. I can assume the role of a sentry. Lu Dong was elated. That works. But you alone won't suffice. We should check with the Jinwu Academy to see if anyone is willing to join us. It's wise to have more people to share the costs. Wang Hao pondered. Should we ask some seniors from the Arcane Academy for assistance? Do they have a need for forging? Lu Dong nodded, though I'm reluctant to admit it. That group from the Arcane Academy can be quite useful in situations like this. I will reach out to see if anyone is interested in joining. Wang Hao gave a thumbs up. Truly commendable, Senior Lu. As their plans grew more detailed, Zhao Jiawei interjected, Hey. Don't you think this is a bit too insane? Are you genuinely considering mining on an undeveloped planet? Lu Dong sighed. There are no ores buried underground in M87. And mining on developed planets is illegal. Our only option is to venture to undeveloped worlds. But, don't you think this is impractical? Zhao Jiawei lamented. All this trouble just to save 2,000. Is it worth it? Wang Hao smiled slightly, patting Zhao Jiawei on the shoulder. Brother Zhao, you seem to misunderstand. We're not just saving that 2,000. We're embarking on a grand adventure. Imagine it. A few good friends, driving a rented vehicle to an unknown planet too. Treasure hunt. That's the essence of a man's romance. Such absurd reasoning left Zhao Jiawei momentarily speechless. A man's romance? Indeed. Is there anything more romantic than this? Wang Hao continued his banter. Brother Zhao, do you have a girlfriend? Why not bring her along for the adventure? It could be a splendid opportunity to strengthen your relationship. By the time we return from our escapade, a wedding wouldn't be out of the question. Zhao Jiawei's face flushed with excitement. I don't have a girlfriend, but, hey, who has at a wild youth? I'll join you. Leave the equipment rentals to me. My family is in construction, so I have some connections. Wang Hao and Lu Dong exchanged knowing smiles. This was how to share costs. Without further delay, Let us head back to school and start preparing. Zhao Jiawei was even more invested in this than Wang Hao and Lu Dong. Wang Hao, do you have a car? If not, ride with me. Not one to pass up a ride, Wang Hao readily agreed. Upon reaching the parking lot, he was astonished to discover that Zhao Jiawei drove a legendary vehicle valued at 1,000 credits, a car with infinite power. Did you bring this from Earth? Wang Hao asked enviously. No, I bought it after arriving here, Zhao Jiawei replied. Having spent 2 years in M87, I'll sell it after graduation. It's quite a deal. Sold it? Is this the nonchalance of the wealthy? Riding back to the academy in a luxury vehicle. Zhao Jiawei instructed Wang Hao. Your roles in the team are sentry and combatant. Make sure to rest and conserve your energy, and don't forget to maintain your rifle. If anything unexpected happens, we'll be counting on you. Rest assured. On the way back to the dormitory, Lin Meiying expressed her concerns. Is this how exaggerated the young people of today have become? You'd rather venture to an undeveloped planet for mining than spend 2,000? Lin, you wouldn't understand the value of money without being in charge. Wang Hao retorted sarcastically. You're just too poor to even afford weapon crafting. Lin Meiying was infuriated, wishing her savings were still intact. Buying that yellow furnace would be no problem. Oh, so you're just boasting without evidence? Regardless, your savings have vanished into the cosmos, and even if you claimed you could buy Sirius City, I couldn't verify it. Upon returning to the dormitory, Wang Hao meticulously maintained his pulse rifle. Initially, he had a disdain for this energy weapon, yet now it felt increasingly comfortable and appealing. Lin Meiying sighed. Young people don't grasp the gravity of their actions. Should something go awry, you'll have reason to lament. I must caution you that an undeveloped planet does not equate to a lifeless one. Should there be fearsome indigenous inhabitants? One might meet a fate akin to mine in a foreign realm. Indeed, you speak wisely. Listening to Lin Meiying's admonition, Wang Hao also sensed that this plan was rather hasty. Perhaps it could benefit from a revision? The most prudent course of action would be to entirely discard this plan and simply part with some funds. Lin Meiying stated bluntly, suggesting that if one found themselves financially constrained, they could always borrow a little from their mentor, Luca. Is it shameful to seek assistance from a teacher? What a jest. Wang Hao glanced at the clock. It had been 3 or 4 hours since their return from Tianling City. If his senior brothers, Zhao Jiawei and Lu Dong, acted swiftly, they would likely have already secured a spacecraft. To declare that they would not go at this juncture would be tantamount to courting disaster. After much contemplation, Wang Hao resolved to put a safety measure in place for this plan. He turned to Lin Meiying and inquired, Teacher Lin, is there a method by which I could set up a message to be automatically dispatched should I fail to return by the stipulated time? There are numerous methods, I suppose. Your personal computer would suffice. What are you contemplating? Lin Meiying responded, intrigued. Wang Hao shook his head. I must consider the possibility of my personal computer malfunctioning, the remoteness of the undeveloped planet hindering communication, or the signal being disrupted or intercepted. It is imperative that I leave a safety net on M87. While I could inform Wen Yanbo or Xiaoyu to relay a message, complications may arise if they too wish to accompany me. It is not that I wish to exclude them. Rather, their abilities are not yet adequate. Lin Meiying sighed. Very well, I shall teach you. Summoning magic, messenger crow. It serves as a reliable assistant for mages to exchange letters with a minimal failure rate. You can entrust it with your message for assistance, and should you fail to return after a certain period, it will dispatch the letter. That sounds splendid. Teacher Lin, please share the incantation with me. Wang Hao exclaimed eagerly, producing a piece of stationery to pen a letter of distress. Who should I designate as the recipient? Lin Meiying raised an eyebrow. Is that even a question? Naturally, it should be your. Why not set it to senior sister Jibu? It presents a fortuitous opportunity to reconnect with her. Luca, of course, is the only one who could rescue me from an alien world. Chapter 87. Preparations for departure. Dear Teacher Luca, by the time you read this letter, it means I am stranded on some undeveloped planet. I implore you, for the sake of Teacher Lin Meiying, to come to my rescue. Your student, Wang Hao. Having completed the distress letter and inscribed Teacher Luca's name on the envelope, Wang Hao began to prepare for the summoning of the messenger crow. Behold, the summoning technique for the messenger crow is as follows. Lin Meiying waved her hand, and a massive summoning array materialized in the air, accompanied by an extensive incantation. Staring at the intricate array, resembling a spider's web, Wang Hao was taken aback. Is it truly so complicated to summon the messenger crow? This is almost equivalent to summoning 3 killer rabbit arrays. Then why not summon a killer rabbit to see if it can deliver your message? Lin Meiying scoffed, emphasizing that the more intelligent and obedient a familiar, the more complex the summoning method, while the summoning technique for killer rabbits was straightforward. Their singular focus on carnage could lead to rebellion against their master, rendering such creatures unfit as familiars. Wang Hao pondered, but if the summoning array is this intricate, how can it be utilized in battle? Surely one cannot declare, wait a moment, let me draw an array before we engage in combat? Well, there are essentially 2 solutions. The first is to keep the familiar permanently by your side, akin to a companion, which would allow for various combat scenarios. However, this would also mean an additional mouth to feed. If the familiar happens to be a carnivorous creature like a magic Tyrannosaurus, the daily expense for sustenance would be considerable. Who would be foolish enough to keep a magic Tyrannosaurus as a pet? Wang Hao shook his head. What about the second method? The second method involves the use of scrolls to facilitate rapid summoning. Scrolls? Lin Meiying nodded. Indeed, the principle of scrolls is akin to magical tattoos, where the incantation is inscribed in advance. When needed, one simply infuses it with magical energy to activate it. However, unlike magical tattoos, scrolls are single-use. After all, they are inscribed on paper. Wang Hao's interest was piqued. Can I create my own scrolls? If I could summon an entire legion in battle by merely unfurling a scroll, that would be remarkable. Crafting scrolls requires specialized inks and pens, and the cost is not significantly less than forging a weapon at Yellow Furnace. Given your miserly nature, do you truly think you can manage scrolls? Lin Meiying replied with a cold laugh. Enough dilly-dallying. Hurry and set up the summoning technique for the messenger crow. With the notion of scrolls dashed, Wang Hao diligently knelt on the floor, carefully inscribing the summoning array. Given the complexity of this array compared to that of the killer rabbit, he struggled to complete it in one breath. Feeling dizzy and fatigued after covering less than a third of the design. Take a break, Lin Meiying advised. Be cautious, or you may faint from exhaustion. Slowly rising from the floor, Wang Hao went to the restroom to splash some water on his face. At that moment, his personal computer on his left arm buzzed twice, indicating a message had been received. This is a message from Senior Lu Dong. Let me see what it says. Wang Hao opened his personal computer. Have they really managed to secure it? They want me to gather at the gate of the Divine Communication Academy now? Lin Meiying was equally astonished. To procure a mining-class spaceship so swiftly, Zhao Jiaowei must possess considerable influence. What does his family do? How would Wang Hao know? Nevertheless, he was unable to depart immediately, as he had barely completed half of the summoning array. Senior Lu Dong, please wait for me. There is something I must finish before we can set off. Wang Hao quickly typed a reply to Lu Dong and turned back to continue inscribing the array. Knowing someone awaited him, Wang Hao hastened his pace. But fatigue began to take its toll, resulting in a shoddy array. Lin Meiying watched in disbelief, almost in tears. Could you at least make it somewhat presentable? If such a slapdash summoning array were to succeed, it would be an affront to countless mages. At last, he exclaimed, finished. Now for the incantation. Having finally completed the array, Wang Hao began to chant the spell, fervently hoping for a successful outcome. To Lin Meiying's utter astonishment, this hastily drawn array shimmered with a blue light, and when the incantation concluded, a large black bird, adorned with a messenger's satchel, stood firmly at the center of the array. This was none other than the reliable messenger crow. Seeing such a haphazard drawing succeed in summoning, Lin Meiying felt a twitch in her eye. I'm utterly speechless. Crow, this letter is for you. The recipient is Teacher Luca. Wang Hao handed the distress letter to the crow. If I do not return in 48, 36, 24 hours, please deliver it to Teacher Luca, all right? The messenger crow nodded, accepting the letter and placing it in its satchel. Leave it to me. I assure you I will handle it. Thank you. Wang Hao nodded, giving the letter a cursory check before exiting the room. As he descended the stairs, he spotted Lu Dong pacing impatiently at the entrance of the 12th courtyard. Clearly, he could no longer wait and had come looking for Wang Hao. Senior Lu Dong, Wang Hao called out, have you been waiting long? Aha. Before he could finish, a massive yawn escaped him. Summoning the messenger crow had drained his energy, and he longed to lie down for a moment's rest. Noticing Wang Hao's lethargic demeanor, Lu Dong complained, "Did you just wake up? You weren't napping, were you?" "Not at all. As the sentinel of our team, I naturally had to ensure everything was secure. I was merely setting the final safeguards." "Ha," Wang Hao replied, yawning once more. Lu Dong scrutinized him skeptically. "What kind of safeguards could have worn you out like this? At this rate, you'll likely fall asleep before the spaceship even takes off." Reluctantly, Lu Dong led the exhausted Wang Hao to the gate of the Divine Communication Academy, where Zhao Jiawei was already waiting, looking ready to explode with frustration. "Why are you two only just arriving?" Zhao Jiawei shouted upon seeing Lu Dong and Wang Hao. "We've been waiting here for nearly an hour. My sincerest apologies." "Senior Zhao, we truly appreciate your patience," Wang Hao quickly offered. "This interstellar journey is of great significance, and we must ensure every detail is meticulously prepared." Hearing Wang Hao's earnest apology softened Zhao Jiawei's ire somewhat. "Well, it's nothing. After all, it's not a big deal for two rough men to wait. But what about the two sorceresses from the Arcane Academy? How can we keep them waiting?" "Sorceresses? They actually brought sorceresses along for protection?" Wang Hao exclaimed, turning in surprise to see two young women standing beneath a nearby tree, one of whom was smiling and waving at him. "Lin Ligia? How did the inspectors get involved?" Chapter 88. Objective. The unexplored star. Although Wang Hao and Lu Dong sought to find someone from the Arcane Academy to assist with the formation, upon seeing the two mages, an ominous feeling washed over him. Lin Ligia from the campus inspection team was among them. "Brothers," he whispered, nudging Lu Dong, "do you not realize who Lin Ligia is? She is part of the campus inspection team. Our expedition plans may very well be thwarted by her." Before Lu Dong could respond, Ligia approached with another female student. "Don't overthink it. Exploring uncharted planets does not violate the rules of the Divine Communication Academy. We are joining your team as magical protectors. Exploring uncharted planets does not contravene the rules, yet purchasing a few Dream Sakura and Mint Essence does it?" Wang Hao remained troubled by the incident during his first encounter with Ligia. At that moment, the girl beside Ligia huffed impatiently. Wang Hao turned to observe her, noting that her annoyance was almost palpable. She was a petite girl with short silver hair, appearing quite charming provided she would suppress her disdain for Wang Hao. "This is my good friend, Yuhaim. Wang Hao, you should address her as senior." Ligia introduced the silver-haired girl. Before Wang Hao could utter a word, Yuhaim sarcastically interjected, "Don't call me senior. With such an attitude, making so many people wait for you, we ought to be calling you senior." Wang Hao awkwardly chuckled, realizing he had displeased her. It seemed wisest not to provoke her further. Nearby, Zhao Jiawei and Lu Dong were indignant, though Wang Hao was late. He was still their junior from the true martial academy. Who were these Arcane Academy folks to criticize? Sensing the tension, Ligia quickly intervened. "It's getting late. Let us depart. It's 3 in the afternoon. We must act swiftly and aim to return by noon tomorrow." "All right, let us board." Zhao Jiawei drove straight to the M87 transport station, where the spaceship he had procured was currently docked. As Wang Hao sat in the vehicle, drowsiness began to creep in, prompting him to engage Ligia. "Senior Ligia, why are you accompanying us to mine? Do you wish to forge weapons too?" "No, I collect for alchemical materials," Ligia replied astonishingly. "Have you forgotten I am studying alchemy?" Wang Hao queried in surprise. "Isn't alchemy relying on herbs? What do you need her for? Are you confused? Pure herbal concoctions have limited effects. To enhance their potency, it is sometimes necessary to incorporate metal or gemstone powders," Ligia elucidated. "Seriously? Can it even be ingested? Are you certain it won't lead to heavy metal poisoning?" "There may be some toxicity, but in comparison to the efficacy of the potion, minor side effects are negligible. A little metal powder is nothing compared to the potential for limb regeneration," Ligia explained with a smile. "Moreover, the most potent and dangerous potions require the addition of monster materials, such as poisonous toad skins or bloodworm essence. Thank you. But I prefer to keep my distance from alchemy and alchemists. On that note, why did you leave without any preparations?" Ligia countered, "Look at us. We've brought out our finest gear." It was only then that Wang Hao realized Ligia and Yuhaim were clad in vests adorned with golden threads, each wielding a wand at their waists. Lu Dong and Zhao Jiawei in the front were also donned in soft armor. Clearly, they had made ample preparations for this interstellar expedition. Don't worry, I am fully prepared, Wang Hao proclaimed, tapping his storage point on his wrist. Lu Dong and Zhao Jiawei were familiar with Wang Hao's storage point and pulse rifle, confident that he was adequately equipped. Ligia knew he possessed a handgun. Though concerned about its power, she felt reassured. Only Yuhaim shot Wang Hao a disparaging glance, her contempt unmistakable. You, a mere newcomer, should be grateful not to cry for help. Wang Hao caught her expression, feeling a twinge of resentment towards Yuhaim. The reason for my tardiness was to ensure our safety. Should we find ourselves stranded on an alien planet, you will all be thanking me. Nevertheless, he hoped that the safety measures would remain untested. After all, if trouble truly arose, it might be too late for assistance from Teacher Luca at the M87 transport station. Wang Hao beheld the collection-type spaceship Zhao Jiawei had arranged. It was a 20-meter behemoth, divided into a cockpit and cargo hold, equipped with a mining arm and/or detector, a marvel of technology. Brother Zhao, did you rent this? Wang Hao exclaimed, astonished. The rental alone must exceed 2,000, right? Zhao Jiawei reveled in Wang Hao's shock, puffing with pride. I spent not a single penny. This is a machine my company has retired, and I was looking for a place to store it, so I repurposed it. Not only this ship, but it's also stocked with various equipment suitable for interstellar operations, ensuring our adventure is foolproof. Unlike the others, Zhao Jiawei approached this extraterrestrial venture as a grand adventure, unafraid to invest in the best equipment. Fortunately, his company had the necessary supplies, or it could have resulted in a costly mistake. Truly worthy of Brother Zhao. You are impressive. Wang Hao applauded. Let us set forth. The cockpit was divided into 2 rows. Zhao Jiawei and Lu Dong sat in the front, while Wang Hao squeezed into the back with the 2 delicate mages. Once seated, they discovered that despite the spaceship's substantial exterior, most of the space was cargo hold. The cockpit was quite cramped, making it difficult to sit comfortably. As Lu Dong adjusted his seat, he grumbled, Old Zhao, was this ship designed for dwarves? This ship is 40 years old. Its comfort level is bound to be lacking, so bear with it. Zhao Jiawei replied, not particularly adept at starting the engine. But don't you think this narrow ship evokes the spirit of Earth's united interstellar expansion of your? Wang Hao struggled to maneuver his feet into the cabin, finally closing the spaceship's door. It does evoke a sense of nostalgia. Let us not repeat this experience. All right, everyone, fasten your seatbelts. Our interstellar journey begins now. Chapter 89. The land of yellow sands. With a thunderous roar, the mining spacecraft ascended into the sky, embarking on a cosmic adventure that was audacious to the point of absurdity. Who could have predicted that Wang Hao and his companions initially sought merely to save a little money? As they broke through the atmosphere, the vessel trembled violently, leaving Wang Hao to question whether it might disintegrate at any moment. Fortunately, it stabilized once they were beyond the atmospheric confines. My apologies, everyone. Older models of spacecraft tend to have a few quirks, Zhao Jiawei cheerfully reassured the crew. Now, let us confirm our destination. Wait, you took off without confirming a destination? Zhao Jiawei, while accessing the control panel, retrieved 3 coordinates. Here are 3 locations rich in mineral deposits. Let us discuss where to go. He clicked on the first coordinate, revealing a vibrant, ocean-covered planet on the screen. This is our first target. My father's company has confirmed that this planet is abundant in resources. A few excavations, and we could return laden with riches. Lu Dong exclaimed with enthusiasm. This is it. Let us go. However, Zhao Jiawei interjected, scratching his head awkwardly. The only issue is that it's rather far. Traveling from M87 to this planet would take over 20 hours, one way. 20 hours for a one-way trip? My insurance would have already triggered. By the time we arrive, Teacher Luca would be right behind us. Ligia also voiced her dissent. What about the other planets? Zhao Jiawei then displayed the image of the second planet, shrouded in eternal darkness. This one is also a viable option, as it is quite close. Our ship's headlights have been modified to be nearly as bright as a small sun. After a discussion, the group unanimously agreed to proceed to this planet. Zhao Jiawei nodded. Then it and Appos, S settled. Inputting coordinates, X114514, Y1919810, Z31415926. Wait, wait, wait. Wang Hao abruptly leaned forward from the back seat. What are the coordinates? What's wrong? Dao Jiawei, startled, paused midway through inputting the coordinates and looked at Wang Hao. Wang Hao forced his body forward, squeezing between AI Ligia and Yuji, pressing them firmly against the door. AI Ligia remained unfazed, but Yuji's disdain for Wang Hao intensified. Those coordinates are from the Interstellar Alliance. Wang Hao furrowed his brow as he scrutinized the string of numbers on the screen. We absolutely cannot go there. It's out of the question. A collective gasp echoed among the group. The Interstellar Alliance. The atmosphere between the Earth Coalition and the Alliance was particularly tense at the moment. Venturing there to mine resources would be akin to courting disaster. Zhao Jiawei trembled as he deleted the coordinates, expressing his gratitude to Wang Hao. Thanks to you, Wang Hao. If you hadn't been vigilant, we would have been in grave danger. I am merely the sentinel of the team. Wang Hao feigned nonchalance, relishing the moment. AI Li Jia chimed in. I didn't realize you could decipher coordinates. Those complex numbers give me a headache. Not much to it. I learned about it in military school. Wang Hao feigned indifference while secretly reveling in his newfound esteem. Yuji cast a few more glances at Wang Hao, her irritation slightly subsiding. With the first two destinations ruled out, only the third remained. Zhao Jiawei opened the image of a planet blanketed in yellow sands. In my view, this planet is the least favorable option. It has never been logged. We've only conducted a cursory scan from space and taken a few photographs. Who knows what might be on its surface? The coordinates are indeed valid, firmly within Earth Coalition territory, Wang Hao confirmed. So shall we decide whether to proceed to this yellow sandstar? Lu Dong, the most impulsive, immediately cast his vote in favor. I think it's a go. AI Li Jia hesitantly followed suit. Let us take a look. The first planet is definitely out of the question. It's far too distant. Yuji wanted to oppose but struggled to articulate her concerns. She feared the risks posed by the planet but was reluctant to voice her apprehensions for fear of embarrassment. Zhao Jiawei leaned toward abstaining but, seeing two votes in favor, decided to go with the majority. At this juncture, only Wang Hao remained uncommitted. Faced with the inquisitive stares of his companions, he chuckled wryly. What if we return home first and wait until we have more time to explore the first planet? Is that your suggestion? AI Li Jia was the first to vehemently reject it. That's not just a matter of timing. Who could endure being cramped in such a narrow space for over 20 hours? Zhao Jiawei nodded, adding, by the way, there's no restroom on the ship. And when will we have that time again? Second-year students have a packed schedule unlike you freshmen, Lu Dong chimed in, his expression troubled. Yuji, although somewhat aligned with Wang Hao's suggestion, found herself unable to voice her agreement. I'm merely offering my perspective from the safest vantage point, Wang Hao shrugged. If everyone feels otherwise, I shall respect your decision. Let us proceed to the yellow sand star. Zhao Jiawei promptly input the coordinates into the ship's navigation system. Since there are no objections, our destination shall be the yellow sand star. Mining vessel, set sail. Someone has objections. Yuji does not wish to go to the yellow sand star. Wang Hao discreetly turned to glance at Yuji. Coincidentally, she turned to look at him as well, their eyes locking for a fleeting moment. After a brief exchange of gazes, Yuji stiffly averted her eyes. Wang Hao chuckled inwardly, thinking, you are still too young. The ensuing journey was exceedingly dull, the view outside perpetually shrouded in a gray haze that induced drowsiness. Wang Hao, already low on energy, quickly succumbed to slumber despite the discomfort of the cockpit. Observing the peacefully sleeping Wang Hao, Lu Dong chuckled helplessly. He can sleep in conditions like this. He must have a heart of steel. Can we really rely on him as our sentinel? Rest assured, he is just out of military school. He possesses the fundamental qualities. Zhao Jiawei replied. Zhao Jiawei, have you prepared adequate supplies? Don't worry. I've stocked everything. Drill bits, excavation claws, automatic pickaxes, oxygen devices, and pressure balance apparatuses. Everything is foolproof. Not that. I meant to ask. Hey, we've arrived. Look ahead. That's the yellow sand star. Full speed ahead. Chapter 90. Raise your gravel. A resounding rumble jolted Wang Hao from his slumber. As he opened his eyes, He realized he was confined within a narrow space rather than nestled comfortably in a bed. Beside him lay a warm, delicate figure, Lenai Ligia, momentarily disoriented. He recalled that he had been aboard a spacecraft, accompanying Zhao Jiawei and others to the desolate yellow sand star to gather ores for weapon crafting. The violent tremors of the ship indicated they were traversing the planet's atmosphere and were poised for landing, while the others in the cabin were disoriented from the turbulence. Ligia turned to him with a half-mocking inquiry. "Did you sleep well, Sentinel? Is this how you ensure our safety?" Wang Hao awkwardly retorted, "Ah, have you heard of a creature called Nightmare, born from dreams? I just exerted immense effort to shield you from its menace." Ligia scoffed, "Enough nonsense. I hope you've adequately rested. Don't let anything go awry on Yellow Sand Star." At this, Wang Hao rubbed his eyes. The cramped confines of the cabin had afforded him little rest, and he felt far from rejuvenated. "Everyone, brace yourselves. There's a minor issue with the stabilizer, so expect a slight jolt upon landing, but it's nothing to worry about," Zhao Jiawei announced, maneuvering the spacecraft with caution. "We're about to touch down on Yellow Sand Star." "Stabilizer issues? What does that mean?" Wang Hao realized the gravity of the situation and hastily inquired. Zhao Jiawei replied vaguely, "It just means it'll be a bit bumpy during the landing." Lu Dong, Wang Hao, and Yuki gripped the handles beside them anxiously, while Ligia, seated between Wang Hao and Yuki, could not reach a handle and had to cling tightly to their arms. As they descended closer to the surface of Yellow Sand Star, Wang Hao glimpsed the uncharted planet through the window, its surface blanketed in yellow sand, stretching endlessly before him. To suggest that life thrived on such a barren world would be to indulge in fanciful delusions. "Prepare for landing," Zhao Jiawei shouted nervously. With a thunderous crash, the spacecraft descended harshly onto the vast expanse of yellow sand. The 5 occupants were violently thrust against the ceiling before tumbling back into their seats. While the others clung to their grips, Ligia was almost flung out, but Wang Hao, quick-witted, caught her just in time, preventing her from toppling into the front. "Are we not strapped in with safety belts?" Lu Dong groaned, massaging his aching forehead. "Are these even effective?" Zhao Jiawei, his vision blurred from the impact, did not defend the spacecraft's integrity, only muttering, "I'll replace the safety belts when we return. Perhaps you should repair the stabilizer instead." After a brief pause in the cabin, Wang Hao was the first to exit onto the sandy expanse. A peculiar scent assailed him, akin to burying his head in the earth. Above, a faint star cast minimal light and warmth upon the sandy terrain. Consequently, standing on the sand, Wang Hao felt an unrelenting chill. The temperature must have been several degrees below freezing. "BRR, it's freezing." Ligia followed him out and immediately began to lament the cold. Soon after, Lu Dong and Yuki exited the spacecraft, while Zhao Jiawei remained inside, clumsily attempting to activate the mining system. As the system powered on, a tremendous roar emanated from the craft as a colossal drill extended from its belly, poised to penetrate the sandy ground beneath. "All right, let the spacecraft operate on its own. We've come all this way, let us explore the surroundings." Zhao Jiawei leaped down. Ligia shivered uncontrollably. "I'm nearly frozen to death. Do we really have time for exploration? Can't we start a fire and cook something?" Zhao Jiawei quickly opened the cargo bay of the spacecraft, retrieving several insulated work jackets. "I anticipated such conditions and prepared warm clothing in advance. Here." Lu Dong and Wang Hao eagerly donned the jackets. These garments, crafted for laborers, were both lightweight and warm, essential for any outdoor excursion or home life. Ligia and Yuki, however, wrinkled their noses in disdain as they sniffed the jackets. Why do they smell faintly of smoke? Were they previously worn by someone else? The 3 boys paid little heed to the cleanliness of the jackets. Warmth was their priority. Despite the harsh climate, Zhao Jiawei remained buoyant and encouraged everyone to explore Yellow Sand Star. "What is there to see?" Ligia, slightly bored, began drawing various patterns in the sand with her foot. The landscape was monotonous, devoid of intrigue. "Zhao Jiawei, did you bring a tent and sleeping bags? Shouldn't we just set up camp?" Zhao Jiawei was reluctant. "That won't do. We've come all this way. We must explore. Who knows? We might discover a desert oasis." Wang Hao sighed, realizing that this planet likely contained not a single drop of water How could an oasis possibly exist here? Even the most resilient and life-affirming weeds cultivated on Earth would struggle to survive in such an arid environment. Before long, the drill from the spacecraft pierced through the soft sand layer, beginning to excavate the hard rock indoors. The deafening noise created by the drill's clash with the rock was unbearable for the group. Let us move away. Let us move away. Lygia, who had just suggested setting up camp, now insisted they distance themselves from the spacecraft to find a quieter spot. The others, equally tormented by the noise, hurriedly made their way toward the distant sand dunes. As they walked, Lu Dong queried Zhao Jiawei, "Is this the beginning of the mining process?" "Not quite. The drill has only penetrated about 10 meters. Do you think the ores are that close to the surface?" Zhao Jiawei shook his head. "But don't worry. I checked with the detector, and this planet is richly endowed with resources. We'll return with our holds brimming." Upon hearing this, Lygia beamed with satisfaction. "Remember, you promised we could choose first. We won't ask for much, just the ores suitable for alchemy. This is no trouble." Just then, Wang Hao dramatically retrieved a pulse rifle from the storage point, surveying the sky with exaggerated scrutiny, as if sensing an imminent threat. What is happening?" Chapter 91. Veil the sun's radiance. Wang Hao's actions evidently startled everyone. The sudden demeanor of the sentinels in the squad indicated that they had sensed an anomaly. A looming danger. "What is going on? Why did you draw your weapon?" Zhao Jiawei inquired, a mix of fear and confusion in his voice. "Something feels off. Everyone, lie down. I will assess the situation," Wang Hao murmured, furrowing his brow as he gazed skyward. The others exchanged glances, filled with questions, and did not comply with Wang Hao's directive. They wondered, was he perhaps suffering from a bout of paranoia? In this world, composed solely of yellow sand, how could there be life? What could possibly pose a threat? Despite their reluctance to follow his orders, Wang Hao harbored no anger. He cautiously raised his firearm and began to tread slowly towards the distance, covering nearly 100 meters. "Wang Hao, what have you discovered?" Lin Meiying whispered in his ear. "I haven't found anything," Wang Hao replied, astonishingly, though he sensed that something was amiss. Lin Meiying paused momentarily before swiftly grasping the situation. "Is it your precognitive sense of danger?" Wang Hao nodded and then shook his head. "Yes, but it also feels different. Typically, when my danger sense activates, I experience pain or numbness in the area where the threat is located. Yet this time, an unsettling sensation permeates my entire being, from the crown of my head to the soles of my feet, though it is not severe." What could this mean? Was Wang Hao about to face an all-encompassing 360-degree attack? As Lin Meiying contemplated further, she suddenly caught sight of the endless yellow sands swirling nearby. "It's a sandstorm. Fool, get back to the vehicle," she exclaimed in terror. Wang Hao immediately realized the truth. Within this sea of sand, it was indeed the sandstorm that could inflict pervasive, albeit slight, harm upon him. Without hesitation, he turned and sprinted back, shouting to the 4 dazed individuals still frozen in place. "A sandstorm is approaching. Run back, quickly." Zhao Jiawei and the others were not foolish. Upon hearing the word sandstorm, a singular thought consumed their minds: flee. Unfortunately, despite their swift movements, the overwhelming sandstorm descended upon them in an instant. First, the ambient light rapidly dimmed. Then a fierce wind erupted from behind, nearly toppling them forward. Soon after, the sky was blotted out by the engulfing tempest of sand. For a fleeting moment, Wang Hao wished he could simply lie down and wait for the storm to pass. Sand enveloped him, beneath his feet, around his body, above his head, in his clothes, and even in his mouth. "Do not slow down. Otherwise, you will be buried in the sand," Lin Meiying shouted in his ear. "Move towards the spaceship. Follow the sound." Her urgent exhortation steadied Wang Hao. Indeed, the thunderous noise of the spaceship's excavation still echoed in his ears. If he followed the sound, he would surely locate the vessel. With renewed determination, Wang Hao braved the merciless storm and navigated towards the resounding clamor. Fortunately, they had not ventured far. After approximately 10 minutes of navigating through the tempest, he discerned the faint outline of the spaceship and hastened to dive into the cabin. Zhao Jiawei and Lu Dong were already inside, frantically brushing off the sand that clung to them, leaving the cockpit in disarray. Upon seeing Wang Hao, they cast grateful glances his way. "Thanks to you, Wang Hao." "Not at all." "Ugh." Wang Hao exclaimed as he shed his jacket and spat out the sand that had infiltrated his mouth. What bad luck to encounter such a fierce sandstorm. Where are the two senior sisters? Haven't they returned yet? Lu Dong shrugged nonchalantly. No worries. They'll find their way back by following the sound. Compared to this, Zhao, the coordinates you provided are utterly ridiculous. One is too far, another's in the Star Alliance. And the last has an extremely harsh environment. Upon hearing his friend S reproach, Zhao Jiawei could only shake his head in resignation. What can I do? These coordinates were provided by the company. At least there are abundant mineral resources on these 3 planets. Wang Hao furrowed his brow and stroked his chin. Brother Zhao, you mentioned these coordinates were supplied by your family's company, correct? This implies you disclosed the travel plans to your family. Why did they not provide coordinates for absolutely safe, already developed planets, but instead gave you 3 such perilous and unverified locations, one of which is situated in the Star Alliance? When do you plan to explore the Star Alliance? Zhao Jiawei was taken aback by this line of questioning. Stammering without a coherent response, Lu Dong sensed something was amiss and turned to Zhao Jiawei. What is going on? Alas, I was mistaken. Under this dual interrogation, Zhao Jiawei finally confessed. My family is unaware of this trip. I stealthily pilfered this spaceship from the company. As for the coordinates, I haphazardly retrieved them from the company's intranet. These are outdated data, which is why one of them is in the Star Alliance. Good heavens, you truly possess audacity. So your family is entirely oblivious to our travel plans? Zhao Jiawei awkwardly searched for words. Fortunately, our spaceship is an impenetrable fortress. The 5 of us can huddle inside. No matter the severity of the sandstorm, we are secure. 5. Speaking of which, why haven't the other 2 returned yet? They were only 200 or 300 meters from the spaceship, correct? Can it take this long to traverse such a distance? Peering out the window, Wang Hao could see nothing but swirling yellow sand. I will go search for the 2 senior sisters. Sensing the urgency, Wang Hao donned his jacket once more and prepared to exit the vehicle. You 2 stay here. Lu Dong gasped in shock. You're going outside. It's too dangerous. Zhao Jiawei nodded vigorously. Exactly. They'll be back shortly. They cannot possibly miss the noise from the spaceship. Given the constant cacophony emanating from the spaceship, it was indeed strange that the 2 of them had not returned yet. Wang Hao disregarded their concerns and leaped from the vehicle, resolutely heading in the direction from which they had come. Wait, we're coming with you. Seeing Wang Hao's determination, the 2 could no longer remain in the vehicle and jumped down alongside him. Senior brothers, don't exit the vehicle. If the 2 senior sisters can't find us, you'll be lost as well. Wang Hao firmly rejected their offer of assistance and plunged into the storm of wind and sand. Lu Dong and Zhao Jiawei exchanged glances, each harboring the same thought. Who truly is the senior brother and who is the junior? Chapter 92. Bug's Mobilization Elygia? Elygia? Ugh, and that Yuheim? Can you? Ugh, hear me? Amidst the blinding sandstorm, Wang Hao trudged forward with great difficulty, calling out the names of his 2 senior sisters. Losing one's way on this desolate planet could lead to an uncertain demise. As the sentinel of the group, Wang Hao felt an overwhelming sense of guilt for misplacing 2 team members. The sandstorm had struck with such ferocity, swallowing everyone in an instant, leaving him no time to ensure the safety of others. Utilizing the compass on his personal computer, he made his way to the spot where the others had previously retreated, beginning to meticulously search the surroundings. However, in such a tempest, he could hardly discern anything beyond 5 meters, let alone locate anyone. The tracks that should have been left by the others were entirely buried beneath the sandstorm, rendering him utterly helpless. What to do? What to do? Wang Hao paced anxiously. If something unfortunate had befallen the 2 senior sisters, the remaining 3 would undoubtedly be in dire straits as well. Don't panic, Wang Hao. Try digging into the sand beneath your feet, Lin Meiying suggested at the opportune moment. Perhaps those 2 thought, as you did earlier, that lying down and waiting for the storm to pass would suffice, only to be covered by the sandstorm. Indeed, it was a possibility. Wang Hao immediately cast aside his coat and began fervently digging into the sand with his hands. Even with such a violent sandstorm, it was unlikely that the 2 had been buried too deeply. They were probably just covered with a thin layer of sand. Thus, Spreading his search over a broader area would likely yield better results than digging downwards. As Wang Hao frantically dug like a gopher, a voice suddenly reached his ears. "Wang Hao, have you lost something?" Startled, he looked up to find Elijah and Yuheim staring at him in astonishment from less than 3 meters away, watching him on all fours in the sand. "You might not believe it, but I was practicing swimming," he exclaimed, feeling a deep embarrassment at being seen in such a disheveled state. "So, you two weren't buried in the sand after all?" Elijah's eyes sparkled with excitement as she speculated. "Did you come looking for us because we hadn't returned for so long? Did you think we were trapped beneath the sand?" "No, I was merely practicing swimming," Wang Hao protested. "Truly, you are a diligent sentinel, realizing we were missing and coming to find us." "I already said I was practicing swimming. Don't be shy. Who hasn't played in the sand as a child?" "I'm not shy. I told you I was practicing swimming." Despite his mortification, Wang Hao had no choice but to approach the two. "What are you doing here? Hurry back to the spaceship. No need to rush. We discovered a burrow here. We were hiding inside to escape the storm. It's quite safe in there. If we hadn't heard you calling for us, we wouldn't have come out," Elijah said with a hint of pride. Even in the midst of the storm, Wang Hao felt his blood pressure rise in frustration. "Since you heard me calling, why didn't you respond? Could you have heard us over that racket?" Elijah pointed towards the enormous noise emanating from the direction of the spaceship. "But enough of that. Let us retreat into the burrow for a moment." At that moment, Wang Hao suddenly felt a sharp, prickling pain at the nape of his neck. Instinctively, he reached back to grasp whatever it was, only to find himself holding a hard, wriggling creature. The thing was about the size of a palm, seemingly adorned with numerous legs, struggling in his grip, its hard shell causing pain to his hand. This was no trivial matter. Wang Hao froze in shock. He had always believed that this sandy desolation was devoid of life. What sort of creature could survive in such an environment? Yet, if there were no creatures, what was he holding? "Is something wrong?" Elijah asked, noticing Wang Hao standing there dazed. Yuheim frowned. She had started to view Wang Hao more favorably, but his current dull-witted expression made her feel he was rather dim-witted. Wang Hao slowly withdrew his hand, holding it out before Elijah. "What do you think I'm holding?" "What is it? A bug? Such a large bug?" Elijah exclaimed in surprise. "Did you bring this from M87? Hearing Elijah confirm his fears, Wang Hao's heart sank. Summoning his courage, he glanced down at the creature in his hand, an enormous insect with 2 massive wings and 6 pairs of legs, its overall hue a sandy yellow, reminiscent of a locust from Earth. However, the most striking difference was that this insect possessed a pair of sharp mandibles, currently snapping at Wang Hao's fingers. It seemed that the reason he had sensed impending danger was that this creature had intended to bite his neck. "This insect was just about to bite me when I caught it," Wang Hao said incredulously. This planet was not a lifeless wasteland, but rather, Elijah and Yuheim's faces turned pale in unison. This planet harbored life, and it had at least evolved into insects. Almost simultaneously, the three of them shouted, "Run!" and dashed toward the spaceship. This was no place to linger. They needed to depart immediately. It wasn't merely the presence of a small insect that frightened them. It was the implications that this creature represented, a potential ecological chain on this planet. What did this insect feed on? Were there larger creatures that preyed upon it? If life had emerged, could microorganisms exist as well? What harm could these microorganisms inflict upon humans? These were the hard-learned lessons from years of exploration by the Earth Federation. It was understandable that they were frightened. The human body was vulnerable, and a seemingly insignificant bacterium or virus could lead to devastating consequences. As they fled, Wang Hao did not release his grip on the insect. He intended to bring it back for the laboratory. Perhaps a discovery of a new species would earn him a reward. A reckless gamble, indeed. Unfortunately, before the three could reach the spaceship, they spotted 2 disheveled figures rushing toward them. It was Lu Dong and Zhao Jiawei. Insect. Insect. Run. Chapter 93. A Sudden Transformation. Beetles. Beetles. Run. The area surrounding the spaceship was swarming with them. If one were to inquire about the 3 phrases that Wang Hao most dreaded hearing, they would undoubtedly be danger, the spaceship is broken, and beetles. Zhao Jiawei and Lu Dong, surprisingly akin to the legendary talents of old, had inadvertently triggered 3 explosives in an instant, leaving Wang Hao in torment. Elijah and Yuji were no less affected. They nearly collapsed, bewildered by the unfolding chaos. "What is happening?" Elijah exclaimed. Moments ago, an overwhelming swarm of insects had erupted from nowhere, viciously biting them. Lu Dong extended his hand, revealing several gaping wounds on the back, blood streaming forth. It was evident these were inflicted by the formidable mandibles of the flying insects. Casting a glance at the writhing creature still clutched in his grasp, Wang Hao lamented that had he failed to seize it, he would have met the same fate as Lu Dong. At that moment, Yuji stepped forward, cradling Lu Dong's injured hand. She inscribed a pure white rune over the wounds. A brilliant white light emanated from the symbol, gradually flowing toward Lu Dong's injuries, causing the profuse bleeding to miraculously clot. Wang Hao gazed at Yuji in astonishment. She had mastered healing magic? It was said that healing was the most challenging form of magic to acquire within the Arcane Academy. Clearly, Yuji could serve as the team's healer. Panic soon gripped Elijah. What do we do now? This planet is alive, and we're in grave danger. Who knows what other horrors lurk here? Zhao Jiawei instinctively turned to Wang Hao, seeking guidance. Not just him, but the other three also looked to Wang Hao, who had become their de facto leader in this crisis. Was there any doubt? "We must return to the spaceship and ascend immediately." Wang Hao resolutely fixed his gaze on the vessel, declaring, "We cannot linger on this planet for even a moment longer." Elijah was the first to agree. "Yes, let us leave at once." However, Zhao Jiawei's expression turned woeful. "I fear I must disappoint everyone. Our spaceship is an outdated model. Attempting to take off in this sandstorm would be tantamount to suicide. And even if we wait for the storm to cease, I must meticulously clear the sand from the engine before we can fly." The group was taken aback. This was utterly absurd. "Let us contact the rescue team." Wang Hao decisively retrieved his personal computer, prioritizing their escape from this perilous planet. He swiftly navigated to the emergency distress signal option and pressed the confirmation key without hesitation. If all went smoothly, his device would transmit an SOS signal, broadcasting their coordinates across the cosmos. In no time, the nearest rescue team would rush to their aid. But then, a shocking revelation struck him. Staring at the screen, he saw a glaring line of red text. Distress signal transmission failed. Significant interference detected in the vicinity. Please try again in another location. Interference? With sand all around, where could such interference possibly arise? Seeing this, the other four hastily pulled out their own devices, attempting to send out distress signals, only to receive the same warning of interference. What in the world is happening? Zhao Jiawei bellowed, glaring at his device. "Send the signal." In this moment of despair, Wang Hao noticed that amidst the howling winds and the cacophony of excavation, faint insect sounds began to emerge. Looking up, he realized that the mandible-bearing insects had begun to swirl around them, mingling with the sandstorm. "Everyone, stop standing around. Quickly find a place to hide," Wang Hao commanded, waving his arm. "Go." Elijah reacted swiftly. "Let us head to the cave we discovered earlier." "Wait," Zhao Jiawei interjected. "There are still many survival supplies aboard the spaceship. Should we retrieve them? Now is not the time to worry about survival gear." Elijah quickly countered. "No, we must take the survival equipment. What if the cave lacks oxygen?" Wang Hao insisted. "You all go ahead, Zhao Jiawei, and I will grab the supplies." With determination, Wang Hao snatched his rifle and sprinted toward the spaceship, followed closely by Zhao Jiawei. The remaining trio exchanged glances before hastily following the two toward the ship. As they approached the vessel, the number of flying insects intensified. Within 10 meters of the spaceship, the insects became even denser than the sandstorm itself, careening toward the vessel with a fervor, seemingly intent on smashing their fragile bodies against it. The outer hull of the spaceship was soon coated with the remains of the crushed insects and their repugnant secretions. Were these creatures agitated by the noise of the spaceship? Wang Hao pondered. Just then, he felt a sharp pain in his wrist. Glancing down, he realized that the very insect he had been holding had seized the opportunity to bite him, leaving a gaping wound. "Damn it!" Wang Hao roared, crushing the insect in fury. In that moment, he felt something burst forth from the shattered body of the insect, hurtling toward his forehead. Before he could evade it, the object struck him squarely, penetrating his mind. "Oh no, it can't be. Ah!" An overwhelming wave of agony erupted within his brain, radiating outwards to every extremity. The pain was excruciating, as if hands were twisting his very essence, contorting him in a vice-like grip. I am going to die. I am going to die. In the depths of this torment, Wang Hao could only think that he had fallen victim to the lethal venom of the mandible-bearing insect, destined to perish in agony. He hoped that the other four would learn from his plight and manage to escape. At that moment, a strong pair of hands lifted him from the ground. Wang Hao, what is wrong? Why are you lying here? Get up. Chapter 94 New Power. Wang Hao, why are you lying there? Get up. A pair of strong hands lifted Wang Hao from the ground. Strangely, at that moment, the excruciating pain that had previously consumed him vanished without a trace. Wang Hao felt not only relieved from discomfort but also invigorated, as if all his fatigue had been swept away. The person who helped him was Zhao Jiawei, who had followed Wang Hao to the spaceship. Upon seeing him sprawled on the ground like a dying dog, he hurriedly assisted him to his feet. I think I was bitten. I must be poisoned. Wang Hao stammered. Poisoned? What happened? Zhao Jiawei exclaimed in shock, grabbing Wang Hao's hand. Is it the wound on this hand? Wang Hao pointed to his forehead. Here? Is there a thorn or something embedded here? Huh. Zhao Jiawei looked closely at Wang Hao's face, searching for any sign of a thorn or injury. You're being overly dramatic. Lu Dong was also bitten several times, and he didn't collapse like this. At that moment, the remaining three arrived. Upon seeing Wang Hao's bleeding hand, Yujia stepped forward without hesitation to cast a healing spell, demonstrating how crises could unite people. Waving away the insects in front of him, Zhao Jiawei opened the back compartment of the spaceship, retrieving various devices. Next, fusion generator, oxygen maker, medical kit, temperature regulator. As Wang Hao received treatment, he activated the storage singularity, stowing these devices inside. Fortunately, these survival devices were quite small. Otherwise, fitting them into the 2 cubic meters of storage would have been a daunting task. Seeing that everything he had brought out was collected, Zhao Jiawei hastened. Sleeping bags, blankets, water maker, personal cinema, the Karnai magic box game device. Enough. Wang Hao interrupted with a wry smile. Put back the personal cinema and Karnai magic box. The yellow sand star can't even send a distress signal, and you still want to go online to play games? Zhao Jiawei chuckled awkwardly, setting aside the game console to retrieve a small metal box. Just a moment. Let me at least take the explosives. If they detonate inside the spaceship, it would be disastrous. As the storage singularity was full, the group hurriedly carried sleeping bags and blankets towards the cave. At that moment, they finally glimpsed a flicker of hope. If they could hide in the cave and wait for the sandstorm to pass, they could fix the spaceship and leave. Unfortunately, it seemed fate was not on their side. This journey to Yellow Sand Star would not be so easily navigated. Just then, the spaceship, which had been making a deafening noise, suddenly halted, retracting its drill. It had struck a vein of ore. The drill's noise ceased instantly, and the swarm of carnivorous clawed insects that had been surrounding the spaceship immediately halted their frantic assault, then turned their attention towards the 5 individuals. What the hell? What is going on? Lu Dong shouted in fear. These insects are carnivorous. Yujia, usually quiet, exclaimed loudly. They see us as prey. Everyone run. The group quickly fled, but the insects in the air easily outpaced them on the ground. In a matter of moments, Yujia screamed as she fell. A large clawed insect perched on her back. Wang Hao cursed angrily and killed the insect behind Yujia, but more insects continued to swarm onto her back, thighs, arms, and even her face. There were too many. The sheer number of insects that had been drawn in by the spaceship's noise threatened to devour them all. Lu Dong wrapped a blanket around himself, trying to shield against the insect's attack, but the fabric was quickly shredded. After a few bites, he and Zhao Jiawei, realizing they could not fend off the assault, shielded Iligia and Yujia with their own bodies, attempting to protect them from the ravenous swarm. Wang Hao, clutching a pulse rifle, fired wildly into the sky. Don and Appos, T crouched down. Stand up and run. Run. Wang Hao, Don and Appos, T panic. Lin Meiying and Appos. S voice suddenly rang in his ears. Now is the time to unleash your new power. New power? What new power? The breathing technique? Are you suggesting I hold my breath and burrow into the sand? He quickly inquired. Fool, Didn't you just feel something enter your brain from that insect, causing you intense pain? That is your new power, Lin Meiying urged. That was the dominion soul of the insect. You should now possess the ability to control these insects. Quickly, try to command them to stay away. Teacher Lin, what are you talking about? Dominion soul? How do I control them? This is nonsense. Do you not recall what I mentioned before? The union of heart, body, and technique gives rise to a fourth power, the power of dominion. It is a divine force that allows you to manipulate all things in the world at your will. You just absorbed the dominion soul of those insects, and now you have the power to command them. What? Why can I understand every word but not the whole sentence? Stop wasting time. I'll explain later. Now, try issuing commands to the insects. Lin Meiying was becoming increasingly impatient. But be cautious. The power of dominion is your unique ability, a fusion of martial arts and magic, and will consume stamina, chi, and mana simultaneously. Use it wisely. Wang Hao could no longer hear Lin Meiying's words. However, if she claimed he could drive the insects away, he would give it a try. They couldn't just sit around and wait for death. He extended his hands towards the sky, silently commanding, "You, all insects, get lost, as far away as you can." For a fleeting moment, Wang Hao felt like a fool. Did he really think shouting at them would send them fleeing? How absurd. But to his astonishment, the swarm of clawed insects seemed to heed his inner call, swiftly scattering in all directions, disappearing without a trace, as if they had never been there at all. Lu Dong and Zhao Jiawei, who had been bloodied and battered, cautiously lifted their heads. Is it gone? Where did all the insects go? I don't know. Wang Hao, what happened to you? The group turned to find that Wang Hao, who had just been standing with his hands raised, had suddenly collapsed to the ground. Unconscious. Chapter 95, Trapped in the Cave. What happened? Zhao Jiawei gritted his teeth against the excruciating pain in his back and legs as he staggered to his feet. Had the flying insects fled? Perhaps they found our flesh unpalatable. Lu Dong chuckled bitterly, self-deprecatingly. Today's ordeal had indeed imparted a harsh lesson. In the face of such a vast swarm of flying insects, whether one was a martial artist or a sorcerer from the Divine Academy, the only option was to endure the bites in silence. Yet, Elika, upon rising from the ground, immediately rushed to assist the incapacitated Wang Hao. Forget that. We need to see what's wrong with him. Why did he suddenly lose consciousness? Is it poison? Zhao Jiawei quickly joined her, recalling Wang Hao's earlier claim that he had been poisoned, mentioning a sting to his brow. Yuheim, could you check him? However, despite their thorough examinations, they found no evidence of poisoning. Wang Hao lay unconscious, seemingly a victim of sheer exhaustion. Lu Dong, bemused, remarked, "Is his body really that weak? I heard he was seeing a second-year senior sister? One must exercise moderation in all things." Enough of that. Elika waved a hand at Lu Dong. Now that the insects have retreated, what shall we do next? Should we head back to the ship or seek refuge in the cave? Although the swarm had receded, it had not dispersed far. With the absence of the ship's cacophony, the ominous buzzing of the insects filled the air. After weighing the options, Zhao Jiawei hoisted Wang Hao onto his shoulder, gesturing decisively, "Let us go." To the cave. The sandstorm raged on, and remaining on the ship seemed futile. Elika nodded and led the way toward the cave they had discovered. The distance between the ship and the cave was merely a few hundred meters. Yet the storm hindered their search for over 10 minutes. Just as they sensed the swarm growing more agitated, poised to attack once more, Elika finally joyfully knelt down, brushing away a layer of loose sand to reveal an angled entrance. Quickly, into the cave, Zhao Jiawei urged, hastily tossing Wang Hao inside just as the insects began to stir once more. Wait, the entrance is sloped and quite deep, Elika attempted to caution. But Wang Hao had already slid down the opening, landing with a thud. Zhao Jiawei managed an awkward smile. Thank goodness he didn't go in head first. Enough chatter, hurry inside. Time passed, though how long, Wang Hao could not tell, until he awoke to searing pain. Upon opening his eyes, he realized he lay on a blanket within a dry, clean cave, illuminated by a fusion generator nearby. Lu Dong and Zhao Jiawei were sprawled nearby, grimacing as Yuheim tended to their wounds, while Elika sat beside him, curled up and sound asleep, hugging her knees. It seemed they were safe. Yet, ouch, why does my waist feel as if it's broken? At that moment, he was struck by a wave of intense pain coursing through his body. This sensation was distinct from the agony he had endured while absorbing the biting insects. This was a visceral, external pain. At that instant, Elika stirred awake. "Oh, Wang Hao, you're awake. How do you feel? What caused you to faint so suddenly?" I. It feels like my waist is about to snap." Wang Hao groaned, clutching his abdomen, his back, stomach, and legs all aflame with discomfort. Elika glanced at the cave's entrance above, then at Zhao Jiawei, who was still hesitant to look in their direction. She chuckled softly. "You fainted inexplicably, and we brought you here to settle you down." "I see. But why does my entire body ache so much?" Wang Hao nodded, then pressed further. Elika turned to Zhao Jiawei. "If you're in pain, there are painkillers here. Once Yuheim finishes treating Zhao Jiawei and Lu Dong, she can help you as well." "Thank you. But could you explain why I'm in such agony? Honestly, you were quite pathetic, fainting right on the battlefield." "Stop deflecting. What on earth happened to me? Did you just toss me into the cave?" Elika remained tight-lipped, not revealing the truth. Wang Hao felt a surge of frustration but was too incapacitated to act on it, not from lack of desire, but sheer inability. The pain rendered him immobile, and his magical energy and stamina were utterly depleted, leaving him incapable of any action. He vaguely recalled that before losing consciousness, he had commanded the biting insects to cease their assault, and they had complied, retreating into the distance. Was this the power of domination that Lin had spoken of? She had mentioned it as a composite force, consuming both magical energy and stamina with each use, which resonated with his current state. "Lin? Can you explain what is happening?" Lin Meiying's impatient voice echoed in his mind. "There are too many ears around. Wait until later to discuss." Resigned, Wang Hao lay there, patiently awaiting his recovery. The healing process for Lu Dong and Zhao Jiawei concluded swiftly, though they bore wounds from the insects. They were superficial and easily remedied by Yuheim's spells. However, the considerable energy expended in healing left Yuheim too drained to assist Wang Hao, and she sat on the blanket, pale and gasping for breath. She has exhausted her magic. Elika reached out to touch Yuheim's forehead. "We should get her some food to help her recover. Wang Hao, please retrieve the provisions from your storage point." "Provisions from the storage point?" Wang Hao looked down at the storage point on his wrist, revealing only his pulse rifle and a few odds and ends. Everything he had brought from the ship had already been used up. Elika's eyes widened in disbelief. "You didn't take any food from the ship?" "Food? Was there food on the ship?" Wang Hao asked, bewildered. He recalled that Zhao Jiawei had taken the life support device, but had returned several gaming consoles. Just as Elika was about to explode with frustration, Zhao Jiawei stepped forward, taking the blame. Everyone, please don't argue. The fault lies with me. I didn't prepare any food for this trip." Wang Hao felt as if his mind had exploded. "Zhao Jiawei, you didn't bring food, even with the Karnai Magic Box gaming console?" Chapter 96. The Insect Hero Operation. "Why did you bring a gaming console, but not some food?" Iligia exclaimed, ready to confront Zhao Jiawei. "Do you even know how to write the word death?" "Don't be angry. I did bring a water generator." Zhao Jiawei hastily apologized, moving to the machine and filling a jug to offer her. "Please have some." Iligia, exasperated, shook her head wearily. "Is this going to satisfy my hunger when I'm on the brink of starvation?" Wang Hao interjected with a teasing remark. "No worries. Aren't there plenty of insects outside? Catch a few to roast. They should provide some protein." "Do you have any idea how dire our situation is?" Iligia retorted loudly, disregarding her image. "If the sandstorm lasts 2 or 3 days, or if it comes in quick succession, we'll be trapped in this cave. It's pointless to be angry. It only wastes energy. In this situation, it would be better to sleep peacefully and wait for an opportunity." Wang Hao yawned widely, preparing to rest on his blanket. His calm demeanor stemmed from the insurance he had set up. If he did not return to M87 within 24 hours, a messenger raven would depart to deliver a distress signal to Teacher Luca. She would surely come to rescue him. Although he hadn't specified his location in the letter, he believed it wouldn't be too difficult for Teacher Luca to find him. Right? Her divination skills were remarkably powerful. Having vented her frustration, Iligia realized it was futile. Even if she were to beat Zhao Jiawei to death, it would not conjure food. She resigned to her anger and laid down on the blanket to rest. Yu gradually finished a large bottle of water from the generator and stood up, preparing to heal Wang Hao. Don't worry about me. You should rest. Wang Hao waved her off. Don't waste your precious energy healing me. However, Yu sat beside him. How could you be fine after falling from such a height? Was I really thrown into the cave? Wang Hao chuckled, glancing at the cave entrance nearly 6 or 7 meters above. Yu cast a healing spell, focusing on the most painful areas of Wang Hao's abdomen and back, but soon found herself out of breath. Alarmed, Wang Hao called for Iligia, urging her to rest, so Yu would exhaust herself, healing him only to collapse afterward. Before long, the cave was filled with the sounds of 4 different snores. Wang Hao listened closely. Lu Dong and Zhao Jiawei snored long and deeply, a testament to their inner vitality. Yu's snores were rapid, indicating her extreme fatigue, while Iligia's were the softest, almost endearing in nature. At that moment, he quietly crawled out from under the blanket. Lin, can you tell me about this dominion power now? What is it exactly? Didn't I explain it clearly? It's the 4th power you manifested after consuming the super butter, merging the 3 forces of your heart and body, touching upon the realm of the divine. Lin Meiying replied nonchalantly. By the way, you all seem to be having fun playing wilderness survival while trapped in this cave, huh? I have left a distress signal for Teacher Luca, so I can just lie here and wait for rescue. But the dominion power feels like a cat's claw scratching at my heart. I can't bear the discomfort. Wang Hao expressed urgently. Lin Meiying sighed in exasperation. All right, what do you wish to know? Just ask. So, what exactly is this dominion power? Wang Hao inquired anxiously. Dominion power, as the name suggests, is the ability to command, control, and manipulate all things in existence. Lin Meiying elucidated. This power is extraordinarily potent, boundless, and unrestricted. You felt its might when you commanded those insects to disperse, did you not? Control everything? Wang Hao scratched his head and pointed outside at the sandstorm. Can I use this dominion power to stop the storm? Sorry, but no. To command something, you must first obtain its dominion soul. You were able to command those insects because you acquired the dominion soul of the insect when you crushed that one that bit you. Lin Meiying doused his hopes with cold water. Wang Hao suddenly recalled the moment he crushed the insect, feeling something fly into his forehead, followed by excruciating pain. Is that the dominion soul? With that thought, he continued. Then how do I obtain the dominion soul? For instance, can I acquire the sand soul to stop the sandstorm? In theory, yes, but don't think about it now, Lin Meiying said with a pitying expression. You are currently too weak to even command living beings, let alone manipulate the forces of nature. Focus on enhancing your own strength. As your martial skills, magic, and superpowers grow, so too will your dominion power. Eventually, reversing the laws of nature will be within your grasp. After pondering Lin Meiying's words, Wang Hao sighed. So, the dominion power is essentially useless at this moment? These insects are native to the yellow sand star. I can't possibly take them to M87, can I? It seems I need to gather more dominion souls. In response, Lin Meiying shook her finger. No. Have you misunderstood the phrase to command all things, boundless and unrestricted? Who told you that without insects you cannot wield their power? But how can I command insects without any? Wang Hao asked, puzzled. Lin Meiying leaned down and scooped up a handful of yellow sand. If you really want to use insects in battle, you can apply your dominion power to the sand, transforming it into insects, and then command them. Transform sand into insects? Is that even possible? Wang Hao stuttered. Lin Meiying smiled slightly. Of course. You can transform all things into insects, as long as your own power is strong enough. Now that you have just grasped dominion power, the most practical method is to transform yourself into an insect. For example, grow a pair of insect wings on your back and take flight, or sprout pincers to bite into your enemies. I can transform into an insect myself. Wouldn't that make me an insect hero? Chapter 97. The transformation into a bugman. Is it truly possible for me to grow parts of a stag beetle on my own body? This cannot be real. I am not Spider-Man. Stag beetles. You may be the first to discover such a creature, so let us name it as such. Lin Meiying nodded with interest, clarifying that it is not about growing parts of the stag beetle, but rather about wielding its power at will. The stag beetle can bite with its pincers. You can also bite with your pincers. If the stag beetle can fly, then you too can soar. The logic is the same. Similarly, can I grow venomous fangs like a snake, gills like a fish to breathe underwater, possess the extraordinary strength of an ant, the regenerative abilities of a starfish, or even the resilience of a cockroach? Wang Hao immediately drew a parallel, his excitement palpable. Lin Meiying affirmed, precisely. However, the prerequisite is that you must obtain the soul of these creatures to gain control over them. Isn't that easy to say? Once we return to M87, I will venture into the wilderness behind the school to catch fish and insects. The wilderness is devoid of other creatures, only teeming with snakes, insects, and rodents. You are underestimating the challenge. Obtaining a controlling soul is not a simple task. Lin Meiying sighed in resignation. Wang Hao, bewildered, raised his right hand, where a large wound from a stag beetle bite still lingered. Huh? Isn't it enough to crush one to obtain its controlling soul? You must have stepped on ants in the wild, yet you have not acquired an ant's soul. To obtain a controlling soul, you must resonate with the creature, enhancing your synchronization rate. The higher your synchronization, the easier it is to gain the controlling soul. Lin Meiying explained. What? Resonance? Synchronization rate? How can I synchronize with an insect? This stag beetle feeds on flesh. Am I supposed to gnaw on Lu Dong and the others' backs? Well, do you remember why you crushed that insect in the first place? It bit you. Your desire for revenge arose from your injury, did it not? This mutual intent to harm created resonance and elevated your synchronization rate. Lin Meiying smiled. This is absurd. Wang Hao chuckled in disbelief. Next time, I might as well engage with a ferocious beast. It would be a death match, ensuring a synchronization rate of 100%. After all, both parties desire to eliminate each other. Rest assured, once your strength increases, you will not need to enhance your synchronization rate to obtain controlling souls. In certain situations, you may even actively absorb souls. Lin Meiying reassured Wang Hao, though this applies only to lower-level controlling souls. For natural souls such as fire, lightning, and frost, or fundamental souls like time, space, and gravity, a great opportunity is required to obtain them. Wang Hao felt as though he were dreaming. To freely command fire, lightning, and frost, even time and space, is this not akin to becoming a deity? I have mentioned before that the power of control is akin to divine power. Lin Meiying proclaimed with pride, as if she herself wielded such power. From now on, in addition to diligent training, you must seek to acquire more controlling souls. I understand, Teacher Lin. But before that, let me attempt to harness the power of the stag beetle. Wang Hao declared as he removed his shirt. Eager to grow stag beetle wings on his back and soar around the cave, Lin Meiying nodded with interest. Excellent. Let me see if these stag beetle wings can lift your 200 pounds. I do not weigh 200 pounds. Wang Hao retorted as he attempted to activate his power of control, willing a pair of stag beetle wings to sprout from his back. At that moment, a tingling sensation coursed through his back, as if something was growing from his smooth skin, softly drooping onto his back. Unable to see his back, Wang Hao tentatively reached to touch it, only to discover that he had indeed grown 2 wings resembling soft plastic. Teacher Lin was right. He had actually sprouted a pair of wings. When have I ever deceived you? Try moving your wings and see if you can take flight. Lin Meiying watched with excitement, finding the sight of his wings utterly fascinating. Fascinating? I am the stag beetle Superman. Wang Hao laughed, shaking his head as he tested the movement of his wings. The insect wings began to flutter rapidly, generating an upward force that caused his body to sway slightly. And then it ceased. What is this? These wings lack power? Wang Hao exclaimed, turning to inspect the wings on his back. Despite the rapid fluttering, they could not lift him into the sky. Lin Meiying burst into laughter. I told you, you are too heavy. Those wings cannot possibly lift you. What am I supposed to do then? Wang Hao was taken aback. Wings that could not fly were as useless as a chef who could not cook. You could either gather stronger controlling souls to replace the insect wings with more powerful ones, like eagle or dragon wings, or enhance your own strength to empower your insect wings, enabling them to lift you. Lin Meiying observed Wang Hao's futile attempts to fly, nearly bursting into laughter. How frustrating. After finally growing wings, I find I cannot soar through the skies. This is utterly disappointing. No, I must devise a solution. After pondering for a moment, Wang Hao suddenly queried, "These insect wings are for the stag beetle and Apos, as flight. If I were to transform entirely into a stag beetle, I should be able to fly, right?" Caught off guard by his words, Lin Ming paused her laughter. "Indeed, that is correct. You can do it. Have you already mastered the power of control so quickly? It's merely a matter of drawing parallels. I shall attempt to transform directly into a stag beetle and see if I can fly." With that, Wang Hao activated his power of control, and in an instant, he collapsed onto the ground. His skin began to take on the stag beetle's sandy yellow hue, sharp pincers sprouting from his mouth, and a third pair of legs emerging from his abdomen. Seeing Wang Hao in this state, Lin Ming frowned. The reason she had refrained from informing him of this application of the power of control was that she found the sight utterly repulsive. If possible, she would gladly pay a fortune to shield her eyes from this transformation process. Fortunately, the energy consumed by the transformation was far greater than that required to merely grow a pair of wings. Just as he transformed halfway, Wang Hao felt utterly drained, darkness enveloping him as he collapsed onto the blanket, once again losing consciousness. His partially transformed body quickly reverted to its original state. "Thank goodness, I no longer have to witness this bizarre spectacle." Just as Lin Ming breathed a sigh of relief, she suddenly noticed that the previously rhythmic sounds of snoring in the cave seemed to be missing one voice. Chapter 98. Cherish food. Eliminate hunger. Just as Wang Hao succumbed to exhaustion and fainted halfway through his transformation, Lin Ming let out a sigh of relief. As she prepared to rest, she noticed the rhythmic sounds of snoring in the cave, seemingly missing one person's presence. Turning her gaze towards the other four individuals, she observed that Lu Dong and Zhao Jiawei were still snoring thunderously, showing no signs of waking. However, the two girls had fallen eerily silent. It was uncertain whether they were in deep slumber or had awakened. If they were awake, then they must have witnessed Wang Hao's transformation firsthand. Yet, seeing the transformation alone might not lead to any conclusions about the power of dominion. Never mind, it was not her concern. Any rumors that circulated would be borne by Wang Hao. She decided to rest. Thus, Lin Ming also succumbed to slumber. All within the cave appeared to have entered the realm of dreams. At least, that was the facade. Time passed gradually, and it had been 24 hours since they departed from planet M87. During their rest in the cave, individuals occasionally woke to check the situation outside, only to find that the sandstorm had not abated. In fact, it seemed to intensify, as if such tempestuous weather was an inherent part of this planet. The calm they had encountered upon arrival now felt like an anomaly. Initially, they managed to maintain a sense of composure, but as time wore on, anxiety began to grip them all. After all, 24 hours without sustenance and no visible hope of escape would unsettle anyone. "Why one and Apos, this damned sandstorm cease?" Elygia exclaimed, her voice tinged with hysteria as she scooped up a handful of sand and hurled it against the cave wall. "Are we truly trapped here?" "Calm down. Panicking won't help," Lu Dong urged gently. "We are likely just experiencing extreme weather conditions on this planet. We need to patiently wait for the storm to pass. We have a water generator. Surviving for 7 or 8 days is not an issue." Elygia was in no mood to heed such platitudes. She sprang to her feet in anger. "What if this sandstorm lasts 7 or 8 days? Are we to starve to death here?" Zhao Jiawei kept his head lowered, silent. Truthfully, he bore significant responsibility for their predicament. Firstly, it was unwise to seek out an uncharted and undeveloped planet for thrills. Secondly, he had neglected to prepare provisions, drastically diminishing their chances of survival. Yu Ji remained equally reticent, her gaze fixed intently on Wang Hao, who continued to snore peacefully, lost in dreams. Elygia, infuriated by Wang Hao's ability to sleep soundly in such dire circumstances, approached and kicked him. "Stop sleeping. Aren't you supposed to be the sentinel of the team? Wake up." Wang Hao did not awaken from the kick, but Yu Ji gasped in alarm as if Elygia had provoked some fearsome beast. Rubbing his eyes, Wang Hao emerged from slumber. He had slept nearly 20 hours, his body restored to its peak condition, brimming with vitality, save for a slight hunger pang. "How can you still sleep in such a situation? I can't tell if you are exceptionally carefree or have simply resigned yourself to fate," Elygia scolded, her frustration palpable. Think of a solution. We cannot just sit here and wait for death. Rest assured, just a little longer, and someone will come to rescue us. Wang Hao glanced at the time. 24 hours had passed since their departure, implying that Professor Luca had likely received his distress signal. She would now be locating their position and contacting a rescue team. Elygia suppressed her irritation. How do you know someone will come to rescue us? Need I spell it out? The Divine Academy has lost 5 lively students. How could they possibly ignore that? Wang Hao scratched his back. More importantly, I'm a bit hungry. Is there anything to eat? Frustrated by his nonchalant attitude, Elygia pointed toward the cave entrance. To the northwest wind, go drink. Everyone, let us not appear so dispirited. Did I not mention? If you feel hungry, you can catch a few tooth-claw-flying insects to eat. They are high in protein. Wang Hao said with a smile, noticing the lack of enthusiasm among the group. Lu Dong chuckled with exasperation. Perhaps I could stomach such things after starving for another 2 or 3 days. Besides, those tooth-claw-flying insects are small and dangerous. How would we even catch them? Even if we did, it wouldn't be enough to fill our bellies. You're overlooking one crucial detail. Wang Hao raised a finger. I recall that Yu mentioned these insects are. Why are you staring at me like that? As he spoke, Wang Hao noticed Yu was looking at him with a strange expression, a mix of curiosity and fear, as if he were a rare yet perilous creature. In response to Wang Hao's inquiry, Yu recoiled, drawing her neck inward, wrapping herself in a blanket as though she wished to shield herself from his gaze. Lu Dong and Zhao Jiawei exchanged glances, perplexed. What is wrong with her? Did Wang Hao do something outrageous? Unable to discern any clarity, Wang Hao merely shrugged and continued. Cough. In any case, I remember Yu mentioning that these tooth-claw-flying insects are carnivorous. This implies that there must be another kind of creature serving as their prey. Lu Dong responded swiftly. Though tooth-claw-flying insects are tiny and fierce, we could hunt for their food. Exactly. Wang Hao snapped his fingers. Ugh. Their prey. What if it's another insect? If it's something like maggots? Ugh. Elygia reacted strongly, clearly repulsed by the idea of hunting insects' food. Wang Hao shot her a glance. If you weren't so full, I bet you'd be able to swallow tooth-claw-flying insects whole if you were starving enough. Without further ado, Lu Dong and Zhao Jiawei scrambled to their feet. We'll go search for the tooth-claw-flying insects' prey. You all stay here. Wang Hao raised a hand. Wait, let me go alone. I've learned wilderness survival skills in the military, and I am better suited to handle the situation outside than the two of you. That won't do. You are merely a freshman. We seniors must take care of you. Spare me. Just don't hold me back. At that moment, Elygia suddenly sniffed the air. Do you smell that? It smells like roasted meat. So fragrant. Have you lost your mind? Are you beginning to hallucinate? Wang Hao chuckled. While mirages were common in the desert, they typically bore no relation to sense. You're asking for it. How dare you speak to a senior like that? Elygia glared fiercely at Wang Hao. I genuinely smell roasted meat. If you don't believe me, go sniff by the cave entrance. Wang Hao tried inhaling deeply and was astonished to discover that Elygia was indeed telling the truth. There was a remarkably enticing scent of roasted meat. What was happening? Could it be that someone was barbecuing on this desolate planet? Chapter 99. The arrival of aid barbecuing on a desolate, sand-laden planet may sound absurd. Yet the few individuals hiding in the cave were indeed tantalized by the aroma of roasting meat. However, the absurdity of the situation rendered them hesitant to venture outside to uncover the truth. Could it be that this planet harbors intelligent life engaging in a barbecue? Lu Dong inquired in a hushed tone. It might be the rescue team arriving, preparing food for us, Zhao Jiawei optimistically suggested. A glimmer of hope sparked in Elygia's eyes as she urged him to investigate. But Zhao Jiawei recoiled, saying, perhaps we should exercise caution. What if it's a tribe of cannibals? We know so little about this planet. It's best to be careful. Wang Hao could no longer contain himself. He sprang to his feet and declared, I am the sentinel. I shall scout ahead. What is it? Lu Dong asked, supporting him. Is there pain somewhere? My leg still aches. Wang Hao pointed to his thigh, where only a partial treatment had been administered by Elygia, leaving his leg injury neglected. The others exchanged glances, silently pleading with Elygia to attend to him. My magical energy has yet to replenish. I cannot perform healing spells, Elygia stammered. avoiding Wang Hao's gaze. Then I shall go. Lu Dong stepped forward. No, 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 I must go. Wang Hao insisted, blocking him. I possess a pulse rifle. If we encounter formidable foes, my chances of survival increase. Lu Dong and Zhao Jiawei shared a glance and spoke in unison. We shall accompany you. Stay here and protect the two sisters. Wang Hao urged, summoning his inner energy to execute a small leap, swiftly exiting the cave. As Wang Hao ventured out, Lu Dong questioned, why does he always insist on acting alone? Is there something he is not disclosing? Zhao Jiawei sank to the ground in defeat, exclaiming, isn't it obvious? He thinks we are a burden. In his mind, even with an injured leg, he believes he is better off alone. Lu Dong fell silent. At that moment, Yujie glanced between Lu Dong and Zhao Jiawei, seemingly torn between speaking up and remaining silent. The truth was that Wang Hao's desire to scout alone stemmed from a secret. He possessed the power of domination, allowing him to retreat unscathed from the swarm of pincers. It was not that he deemed others as mere hindrances, though their ineptitude was indeed notable. Enduring the searing pain in his thigh, he re-entered the raging sandstorm. Yet this time, the howling winds carried a peculiar scent of roasted meat, making Wang Hao's stomach growl with hunger. Despite his cravings, he pondered, who would dare to barbecue amidst such a ferocious sandstorm? Surely, the winds are too strong to ignite a fire. It cannot be an electric grill. What is happening? Suddenly, he felt something crunch beneath his foot, akin to stepping on a bag of chips. Leaning down, he was astonished to discover that it was not chips, but a charred pincers insect. What on earth is this? Wang Hao gasped, eyes wide. Just moments ago, these creatures had been soaring in the sky, and now they lay burnt at his feet. Who had come to their aid? Could the tantalizing aroma of barbecue actually be the scent of charred pincers insects? Following the scent, Wang Hao uncovered more charred insects, some still smoldering. The surrounding air, once frigid, now bore a searing warmth. He deduced that the source of the fire must be nearby, yet the storm obscured his vision beyond 10 meters. Who was responsible for roasting these insects? Or was it a natural fire? Lost in thought, he abruptly felt a sharp pain atop his head, a warning from his precognitive abilities that danger was imminent. Startled, he dropped to the sand, just as a wave of searing heat swept over him, scorching his back. Before he could react, a massive hand pressed down firmly on him. Found you, little one. Turning his head, he saw a colossal figure made entirely of sand, a sand giant, gripping him tightly, as if fearing he would escape. Ah, you have arrived. Wang Hao exhaled in relief, though a tinge of apprehension lingered. It was undoubtedly his mentor, Luca, come to rescue them. Yet her current mood was not something easily discerned. The sand giant placed Wang Hao upon its shoulder. Need I even say? It is the first time in all these years that I have seen my master so furious. You had best hope she does not sever your student-teacher relationship. Wang Hao let out a bitter laugh, realizing how unfortunate his situation had become. Luca was near the spacecraft, still clad in her voluminous gray robe, unleashing a torrent of fireballs from her palms to incinerate the swarm of pincers above. It was unclear whether she sought merely to eliminate a threat or to vent her frustrations upon the insects. Upon seeing the sand giant return with Wang Hao, she visibly sighed in relief. And the others? She rasped. There, over there in the cave, Wang Hao replied, averting his gaze, pointing toward the eastern side of the spacecraft. We intended to mine for resources, but the sandstorm trapped us here. Without hesitation, Luca interrupted, I ask you, when did you begin practicing summoning magic? Who gave you the audacity to summon a messenger crow? Wait, is that what has you upset? I thought you were furious because we trespassed on Sandstar. Upon our return, I will address the matter. Learning that the others were safe, Luca recorded a mental note against Wang Hao. With a wave of her hand, 9 azure magical runes materialized around her. Wondrous! What sort of magic requires 9 runes? Lin Meiying exclaimed excitedly. Wang Hao, keep your eyes wide open. Legendary magic? Wang Hao remained fixated on Luca, determined not to miss a single gesture amidst the raging storm. In an unfamiliar tongue, Luca chanted, Alchem Yuzi, Miracle of the Pure Sky. Chapter 100, A Bountiful Return, The Miracle of Purity in the Heavens. After the completion of the chant, Teacher Luca raised her right hand high above her head, and a dazzling beam of light shot up from the ground. Piercing through the raging sandstorm, and soaring into the sky. To Wang Hao's astonishment, the sandstorm that had raged for 24 hours began to gradually subside, revealing a dim sun once again in the sky. She actually quelled the storm. Teacher Luca, my superhero, gazing at the darkened sun. Wang Hao wished fervently to cling to Teacher Luca's leg. I knew you would come to save me. Teacher Luca was clearly not angry. But even if she intended to scold him, it would have to wait until they returned home. Gritting her teeth, she said to Wang Hao, go call the others. We are preparing to leave. Yes, yes, yes. Wang Hao quickly turned and walked toward the cave. After just a few steps, a sharp pain shot through his thigh, forcing him to slow down and hobble forward. At that moment, a magical chain suddenly shot out from behind Teacher Luca, piercing into Wang Hao's back and linking the two of them together. What initially felt like an insurmountable burden transformed into an unexpected lightness. All his pain seemed to vanish into thin air. Hey, I and Apos, am all better, he exclaimed excitedly, patting the spot that had hurt him, finding it completely painless. Lin Meiying promptly interrupted this foolish display. Don and Apos, be reckless. You Don and Apos, feel pain because Teacher Luca has linked your souls. She is sharing your suffering. The more you act foolishly, the greater burden she must endure. Is that so? Wang Hao turned his head to see the faint chain extending from Teacher Luca to his back. Teacher Luca is so gentle. I could cry. To spare her from more pain, Wang Hao decided to lie down and crawl toward the cave. You really don't need to go to such lengths, Lin Meiying remarked, half amused, half exasperated. Arriving at the cave's entrance, Wang Hao excitedly shouted inside, Hey, come out quickly. Rescue has arrived. What? Elijah was the first to burst out of the cave. What are you talking about? Why are you lying on the ground? Can't you walk anymore? I told you. I was practicing swimming. Wang Hao replied casually, Hurry up and get your things. We need to leave. Teacher Luca came personally to pick us up. Elijah was stunned. Teacher Luca? She's here? How is that possible? Lu Dong and Zhao Jiawei rushed out of the cave to inquire about the situation. Upon emerging, they were astonished to find that the long-raging sandstorm had indeed ceased, revealing a clear sky. Zhao Jiawei exclaimed, It must be because the storm stopped that the rescue team can find this planet. Wait, look over there. Lu Dong pointed into the distance, noticing some signs. The sandstorm over there hasn't stopped. Everyone turned to see that, indeed, several kilometers away, a storm continued to wreak havoc. However, no matter how fierce it was, not a single grain of sand would blow this way. This is the remarkable work of the esteemed Archmage of the Arcane Institute. She utilized the legendary spell, Miracle of Purity in the Heavens, to bring the storm to a halt. Archmage Saint Resurged, Lu Dong and Zhao Jiawei gasped, realizing the implications. How did he arrive? This could mean serious trouble. He has a good relationship with Director Gao, and now a major punishment might be unavoidable. At that moment, Elijah pointed in astonishment toward the distant storm. Look, isn't that storm getting closer to us? Wang Hao turned his head again and indeed felt that the storm, which had once been dozens of kilometers away, seemed to be inching closer. Let's go. Don't bother packing. Zhao Jiawei decisively turned and ran toward the spaceship. Quickly. To the ship. Hey, wait for me. As the other four took off running, Wang Hao could only dig his way through the sand, cautious not to exert himself and exacerbate Teacher Luca's pain. Zhao Jiawei and Lu Dong assumed Wang Hao's leg injury had flared up again and decided to carry him on their shoulders toward the ship. After enduring the storm for 24 hours, half of the spaceship was buried in sand. Teacher Luca stood beside the partially buried vessel, casting a spell to summon several sand giants, who worked together to excavate it from the sand and place it aside. Oh my! It truly is Archmage Saint Resurged, Lu Dong thought in despair, wishing it were Director Li Junin instead. If only he were the one who came. Quickly repair the ship and leave this place. Teacher Luca commanded. Zhao Jiawei rushed to the engine compartment, removing the protective casing to meticulously inspect the sand intrusion inside. At that moment, Wang Hao peeked into the storage compartment and was surprised to find it brimming with colorful and varied ores. He picked up a dirty stone and brushed off the dust, revealing a striking red hue. This is red dew stone. Elijah approached excitedly. We can use it to concoct the spring sun elixir. Give it to me, I want it. Wang Hao casually tossed it back into the storage compartment. I was just saying it could forge divine weapons. We can distribute the spoils later. Such a nuisance. Elijah huffed. Teacher Luca watched closely, and Elijah, unable to express her frustration, discreetly pinched Wang Hao's waist. However, she had no idea that Wang Hao's pain was shared by Teacher Luca. So her efforts to pinch him were futile, only causing Teacher Luca to frown slightly. Zhao Jiawei quickly completed the inspection of the spaceship, clearing out the sand inside. All done. It should be fine now. Everyone, board the ship. We are preparing to return home. Cheers erupted as everyone rushed onto the ship. However, once they settled in, they realized one crucial detail. There was still someone standing outside the spaceship. Archmage Saint Ray Sagan, you. Zhao Jiawei scratched his head awkwardly. Are you teleporting back to the Academy of Divine Communication? Or are you joining us for a ride? Teacher Luca remained silent, standing with her arms crossed outside the ship. Motionless. With her silence, Zhao Jiawei hesitated to start the ship. For a moment, the six of them exchanged glances, caught in a stalemate. You idiot. Your teacher Luca must have used a long-distance teleportation to arrive here so quickly. Then she cast the legendary spell Purity in the heavens. She must be exhausted and unable to teleport again. Lin Meiying whispered urgently in Wang Hao's ear, quickly bring her on board. Wang Hao snapped back to reality. Jumping down to pull teacher Luca into the spot he had just vacated. This ship is cramped and shabby. I didn't intend for you to sit here, but was hoping to arrange a special vehicle for you. However, seeing the storm closing in, a special vehicle won't arrive in time. Would you mind enduring this for now? With a laugh, teacher Luca could not suppress a smile at Wang Hao's exaggerated antics. I'll sit here. Where are you going? I'll just sit in the storage compartment. Wang Hao cheerfully declared, flinging open the storage door and diving inside. Let us go, let us take off. With a loud roar, the spaceship slowly ascended. As they distanced themselves from the planet, the effects of purity in the heavens began to fade, and an endless sandstorm once again rose over the sea of sand. Alien language. Those outsiders didn't take all their belongings. They left them in the cave. Alien language. Let us see if we can find anything useful. We hope to discover something warm, or we may not survive the impending cold winter. Chapter 101. The mysterious metal in the city of Tianlang. At the Yellow Forge, the dwarf proprietor reclined in a rocking chair, indulging in a moment of respite. His little shop had remained closed for quite some time. Not due to a lack of patrons, but rather because a skilled artisan struggles to create without materials. The depths of the M87 artificial planet yielded no iron ore, and the absence of a permit prevented him from purchasing ready-made ore, leading every visitor to depart in disappointment. In a few more days, I fear I shall have to shutter my shop. The dwarf sighed wistfully, contemplating the mouths at home awaiting their meals, which only added to his headache. At that moment, a piercing screech of brakes echoed from outside. The dwarf peered through the window to behold a 20-meter-long spaceship gradually descending before his shop. Though the vessel appeared quite antiquated and coated in yellow dust, it emanated a familiar scent, the unmistakable aroma of freshly unearthed ore. The dwarf leapt from his rocking chair, cautiously approaching the entrance. Could it be that a significant client had arrived with, or hoping for him to process it? If so, securing this deal could sustain him for several more months. Yet, to his surprise, the individuals who disembarked from the spaceship were none other than those impoverished students who had previously deemed 500 coins too exorbitant. Scratching his beard, the dwarf recalled having mentioned that if they gathered enough ore, he would waive their processing fees. He wondered just how much these youngsters could have brought back. Wang Hao burst through the grand doors of Yellow Forge, exclaiming, Boss, we returned with the ore. Come quickly and see if this is enough. Clearing his throat, the dwarf feigned nonchalance as he stepped out of the smithy. You've returned? Truly brought back ore? But let me make this clear. If it's only 10 or 20 pounds, don't even think about it being free. Zhao Jiawei, having disembarked to access the storage compartment, reassured, Fear not, boss. We have an ample supply. Upon witnessing the storage compartment brimming with various ores, the dwarf's eyes sparkled with astonishment. Even if I were to sell my shop, I could not procure this quantity of ore. What did I say? You might even have to pay me. Wang Hao chuckled, patting the storage door. So, how much are you willing to offer for it? The dwarf trembled slightly as he picked up a piece of red dew stone. These ores are exceedingly precious. I could only work with such high-grade materials when serving the Great Lord. Where on earth did you find these ores? Wang Hao and Zhao Jiawei exchanged glances, both shaking their heads in resignation. Let us be honest, these ores are beyond my means. The dwarf rummaged through the storage compartment, yet he added, however, if you're willing to allow me to work on credit, I could showcase my finest craftsmanship and forge superior weapons for you. Intrigued, Zhao Jiawei inquired. What do you mean by your finest craftsmanship? The art of alloying, the dwarf declared with conviction. In essence, it involves forging alloys. But these alloys differ from those produced in your Earth Union. They require the unique techniques of our Yellow Dwarf clan. They cannot be mass-produced industrially. Each piece must be painstakingly hammered out by hand. Zhao Jiawei was taken aback. What kind of alloys can you produce? After rummaging for a while, the dwarf's face lit up with joy, cross-victory black stone, vein gold, and spectral iron. With these materials, I can forge an alloy of extraordinary strength, Ode alloy. Ode alloy? What is that? Ode alloy is regarded as the hero's steel of Yella. Every legendary figure who has made their mark on the Yella continent has wielded weapons forged from our dwarven craftsmanship. Some have slain dragons with swords of Ode alloy. Others have donned armor forged from it to commit regicide. And during battles against the Demon Legion, Ode alloy weapons have achieved countless feats of valor. Wang Hao and Zhao Jiawei nodded vigorously. This is excellent. We shall proceed with Ode alloy. Then it's settled. What is this? The dwarf picked up a piece of gray-white ore from the corner of the storage compartment. I've never seen this ore before. Wang Hao examined it closely, noting its resemblance to silver ore. However, could a lifetime blacksmith not recognize silver ore? Isn't this silver ore? Zhao Jiawei asked bluntly. What is so strange about it? I've been a blacksmith my entire life. How could I not know what silver ore looks like? I assure you, whether on Yella or in the Earth Union, I am familiar with every metal and stone. The dwarf's beard trembled with indignation. And this is far from silver ore? As he spoke, he carried the gray-white ore to the anvil, raised his heavy hammer, and struck it with tremendous force, producing a thunderous clang. Logically, if it were silver ore, it should have flattened beneath a single blow, yet the gray-white ore remained unperturbed, unchanged from its original state. Interesting. I must find an opportunity to study this further. The dwarf was evidently intrigued by the unfamiliar ore. At that moment, Zhao Jiawei could no longer contain his impatience. Uncle, you can study this, or later. Can we discuss the weapons we desire? All right. What weapons do you wish to forge? Do you have any specifications? The dwarf, with no choice but to set the gray-white ore aside, began to converse with Zhao Jiawei. Wang Hao, fascinated by the gray-white ore, pondered whether it might be a previously unseen metal. Is there any more of this gray-white ore in the storage compartment? I would like to collect a piece. While the dwarf and Zhao Jiawei discussed the weapon specifications, Wang Hao dove into the storage compartment, rummaging through the various ores. Strangely, despite the plethora of minerals, the gray-white ore was exceedingly rare. Eventually, he unearthed a piece the size of a pineapple from a corner. I shall keep this, he exclaimed gleefully, placing the substantial piece into his storage pocket, pondering its potential value in the future. Lin Meiying mocked him. Look at you hoarding wealth. If you weren't so eager for that 1,500 processing fee, how would you have been trapped on Hammerstar for an entire day and night? And what of being trapped on Hammerstar? It was a unique experience. Wang Hao retorted defensively. Moreover, if I hadn't gone to Hammerstar, how could I have awakened my dominion power? You would have awakened your dominion power even without going to Hammerstar. At that moment, Zhao Jiawei turned to Wang Hao and called out, Hey, it's your turn. What do you want to forge? A sword, a spear, and a dagger? Coming right up. Chapter 102. The passage of time upon returning from the Yellow Sand Star, Wang Hao settled into a few tranquil days of life. This was largely due to teacher Luca, who organized an extravagant press conference to announce the extraordinary escapades of the 5 mischief makers who ventured to the Yellow Sand Star, where they found themselves trapped for 24 hours. The audience was both amused and bewildered, exclaiming, You truly know how to have fun. The Yellow Sand Star expedition team quickly became the center of attention, basking in their newfound fame. Although many regarded them as unreliable, they were undeniably impressive. Some audacious individuals even sought to emulate their antics, attempting to rent a spaceship from Zhao Jiawei. However, none of this concerned Wang Hao anymore. His daily routine now consisted of commuting between the Jinwu Secret Institute, the Arcane Secret Institute, and his dormitory, dutifully keeping a low profile. The reason for his newfound diligence was simple. Teacher Luca had firmly warned him that any further mischief would result in his expulsion and severing of their teacher-student relationship. Such a period of asceticism was not without its merits. Wang Hao's sole purpose for visiting Tianlang City was to forge weapons. And now he merely needed to practice 3 internal martial arts while awaiting the completion of his new weapons, allowing him to commence training in the killing blade, determining the yellow springs, and reversing yin and yang sword. Yet, this waiting game endured for a full 6 months. By the time their cohort of new students shed their naivety and truly became first-year students, Wang Hao, Lu Dong, and Zhao Jiawei still had not received their weapons. On a sunny noon, Wang Hao sat atop the dormitory roof, engrossed in his practice of the Bodhi Pure Lotus technique. This technique required him to absorb the pure yang breath that emerged at specific moments in nature, and timing was crucial. Moreover, the quantity was minuscule, akin to the size of a fingernail, take it or leave it. After 6 months of practice, he had gained considerable insight into searching for the pure yang breath. The moment this scorching essence manifested in the world, he would swiftly consume it, drawing it into his dantian. The side effect of this pure yang breath entering his body was an unbearable heat, making Wang Hao feel as if he had ingested molten lava. This heat radiated from within, and even shedding all his clothes provided no relief. No matter how many times I experienced this, I cannot adapt to this sensation, Wang Hao lamented, enduring the internal blaze while voicing his complaints to Lin Meiying. One moment it's scorching, and the next it's freezing. When will this arduous training ever end? Lin Meiying nonchalantly responded, At your current pace, it will likely take another 6 months to reach perfection. Another 6 months? By then, I will be a second-year student. Wang Hao grumbled despondently. While others suffer from a lack of talent leading to slow progress, I alone struggle due to an incompatible technique. Had I chosen a more accelerated internal art back then, I might have already achieved the transformation of qi into spirit. Transformation of qi into spirit? You think internal martial arts are as simple as building a house? Just stack bricks and mix cement, and voila? Everyone progresses through diligent accumulation. Lin Meiying lethargically debunked Wang Hao's grandiose fantasies. The internal martial arts practiced by the 3 brothers were of moderate difficulty, and countless practitioners had toiled for years without making any progress. Let's set aside future matters for now. It's time to eat. A person is like iron, and food is like steel. Missing a meal is unbearable. On his way to the dining hall, Wang Hao unexpectedly encountered Lu Dong and Zhao Jiawei, who had just finished their class. Each bore a gleaming sword on their back, its hilt adorned with a red ribbon. Their weaponry class had commenced long ago. Yet they had yet to receive the weapons forged in the yellow furnace, resorting instead to the inferior products from the sword hall. Hey, Wang Hao, just arriving? Zhao Jiawei greeted him. Did you just finish class? Lu Dong, unable to contain his impatience, inquired. Did you go to Tianlang City a few days ago? Are our weapons ready? Not yet. It will likely take a few more months, Wang Hao replied, shaking his head. The dwarf owner mentioned that the alchemical process is inherently time-consuming, and given that ours are made from top-tier OD alloy, it is only natural that it takes longer. Lu Dong and Zhao Jiawei were fuming. If we wait a few more months, we will be graduating. I suspect that guy might be planning to run away. Rest assured, the business of the yellow furnace is thriving. Every time I visit, it's packed with customers. The dwarf owner absolutely cannot afford to flee. Didn't he recently give you the payment for that batch of ores? Well, that might be. Could it be that he is too overwhelmed with business to focus on our weapons? I wouldn't know. After a light-hearted chat with his senior brothers, Wang Hao took a plate of food and settled in a corner of the dining hall, eating slowly. Over the past 6 months, his strength had seen little advancement. His internal martial arts training had reached a bottleneck, and he needed to master all 3 techniques to achieve a breakthrough. His magical studies progressed steadily, but teacher Luca was often too busy to offer much additional guidance. As for the development of his supernatural abilities, he had made no progress. His precognitive ability seemed to have reached its limits, showing no signs of new applications. The miraculous power of dominion had also fallen silent. Over the past 6 months, Wang Hao had tried various approaches but failed to acquire any new Dominion souls, leaving him with only the ability to command the strength of the beetle. Regarding his stagnant progress and strength, Lin Meiying considered it not necessarily a negative development, rather than viewing Wang Hao's growth as having slowed. It could be interpreted that he had previously advanced too rapidly. Now was the perfect time to solidify his foundation. Deep accumulation would lead to a powerful emergence. Aside from his slow progress, Wang Hao harbored an immense sense of regret. He had completely lost contact with Ling Yuan Jibu for the past 6 months. It seemed she had been deliberately avoiding him, as he had seen little of her around the academy. Even when he intentionally lingered near the Arcane Institute and the Ninth Institute, he had only caught fleeting glimpses of her twice, and on both occasions. She was accompanied by that irritating Li Shangling. He wondered if Ji Bu and her companions had continued to implement their graduation plans. It had been half a year, and the academy had yet to introduce any extension mechanisms for graduation. Perhaps they were becoming restless. Wang Hao sighed deeply as he ate. Lin Meiying, knowing precisely what he was musing over, urged, "Stop sighing. Hurry up and eat. After that, we'll head to the back mountain to practice our techniques." The techniques in question referred to the Great Diamond Fist, 9 styles of seizing, and Evil Poison Claw. Wang Hao had long since mastered these 3 forms, nearly dreaming of them to the point of dismantling his bed. The only constraint was that his accompanying internal arts had not kept pace, resulting in a less than optimal execution of the 3 techniques. "Enough talk, just practice as I instruct," Lin Meiying said bluntly. "Practice makes perfect. Do you understand?" All right. "I'm going," Wang Hao replied, rising to place his tray in the recycling area before patting his belly and heading towards the back mountain. Chapter 103. The Incident of Death. Why must we venture so deep today? Wang Hao remarked, a mix of amusement and exasperation evident in his voice as he gazed at the towering, dense forest ahead. This was the very grove where he had encountered the 3 elders of the heart, and also their eternal resting place. Have you forgotten Master Luca's teachings? One must temper oneself in the depths of the forest. Lin Meiying replied, suppressing a chuckle. How else could you have met the 3 elders and received their legacy? But that was in the past. It takes half an hour just to come here. Wang Hao lamented despondently. Lin Meiying said nothing. The reason for making Wang Hao run so far into the forest was merely to punish him for recalling Ling Yuan Jibu. Since you have the energy to daydream, why not run a little more? Channeling his vital energy, Wang Hao gently struck a palm against a massive tree. This was the palm technique known as the 9 strikes of capture, which emphasized a balance of strength and softness. When practiced to perfection, it could shatter a tree's inner structure without harming its bark, causing the leaves to wither and fall within days. However, due to Wang Hao's incomplete mastery of the Tai Xian Golden Scripture, his strike did not unleash its full potential. Is that all you've got? Is that really it? Lin Meiying seized the opportunity to mock him. Did you not claim to have mastered all forms of strikes? The 9 strikes of capture is inherently a balance of softness and strength, Wang Hao retorted. If you prefer to see forceful strikes, that can be arranged. Taking a deep breath, he employed the Bodhi Pure Lotus technique and delivered a powerful punch to the same tree. This punch was indeed fierce, cracking through the trunk with a resounding snap, causing leaves to cascade down. Wang Hao, brimming with pride, withdrew his hand from the tree. What do you think of that? TSK, your method of applying force is flawed, Lin Meiying critiqued dismissively. You should distribute the force evenly along the trunk rather than concentrating it at a single point. With the right technique, your punch could have broken the tree. Is that so? Wang Hao nodded, retracting his fist and cautiously striking the trunk again. At that moment, the sky 3 miles away suddenly darkened, followed by a deafening explosion. Wang Hao stared in shock at the direction of the sound, muttering to himself. Could that explosion have been caused by my punch? What is happening over there? Lin Meiying furrowed her brows, glancing towards the explosion's origin. This is an uninhabited area. How could there be an explosion without reason? Wang Hao, should we investigate? I suppose we should. Wang Hao hesitated briefly before propelling himself towards the explosion site. Could Master Luca's divination have lasted so long? And was he about to encounter some fortuitous event? As he approached the explosion point, a pungent odor became increasingly apparent, causing him to cough. What's going on? Lin Meiying inquired. Is there something in the air? Cough, cough. There's a very strong irritant. Wang Hao grimaced in response. Strong irritant? Don't leap around in the trees. Approach slowly. Lin Meiying sensed something was amiss and urged Wang Hao to proceed with caution. Wang Hao complied, descending to the ground and retrieving a pulse rifle from his storage device. He crouched low, advancing cautiously through the dense forest. While moving, he could not help but speculate. Could this be the death incident that Master Luca mentioned? Lin Meiying shook her head silently. Truth be told, she had interpreted the incident from 6 months ago when Wang Hao was trapped on the yellow sand star as the foretold death incident. It made sense. Had it not been for Master Luca's intervention to rescue him, several unfortunate souls might have already been buried in the sands. Yet, if that were the case, what could explain the recent explosion? Was a spacecraft from that planet involved? Wang Hao, have you sensed any danger? Lin Meiying questioned. Her unease growing. Wang Hao continued to crawl forward, denying any sense of peril. No, I don't feel anything at all. Be cautious, take your time. Under Lin Meiying's anxious reminders, the 3-mile journey took nearly 20 minutes. As the pungent smell intensified to the point where he had to hold his breath, Wang Hao finally reached the explosion site. This area should have been the heart of the forest, but the surrounding trees had been violently uprooted and ignited. The acrid odor seemed to emanate from the burning foliage. To his shock, lying in the charred earth were 3 individuals. The 3 unfortunate souls were positioned in a right-angled triangle, spaced 2 meters apart, resembling a bizarre formation. Are they alive? Should we call for an ambulance? Wang Hao squinted to get a better look. Strangely, despite lying at the center of the explosion, their clothing remained intact, as if they had only just collapsed there after the blast. Wary and with his pulse rifle at the ready, Wang Hao cautiously approached the trio. Curious about their identities, were they extraterrestrial beings like the 3 elders or residents of M87? It was unlikely they were students from the Celestial Academy. No student would willingly come to such a desolate place. However, as he drew nearer, his heart raced. These 3 individuals looked so familiar. One was well-built, another of average stature, and the last was relatively petite. They bore an uncanny resemblance to. No, it couldn't be. There were 4 of them before, and now there were only 3. It was impossible. Finally, Wang Hao reached within 5 meters of the trio. This distance was sufficient to discern their faces. One of the individuals of average build was none other than Chung Feng, his senior whom he had not seen in ages. No, this cannot be. Dreading to look at the petite figure, he hesitantly reached out to check Chung Feng and Appo's pulse. He was lifeless. It's impossible. Why has this happened? This cannot be. Quickly check the other 2. Perhaps they are still alive. Lin Meiying's timely interjection broke the trance Wang Hao was in. Awakened from his stupor, he scrambled to the side of the tall figure, reaching for his neck to check for a pulse. It was Makivik. He too had perished. Please, let it be Li Shangling. It must be Li Shangling. Wang Hao slowly stood and approached the last individual, praying for a miracle. Regrettably, no miracle occurred. Lying there was Ling Yuan Jibu, his long-lost gentle senior. She lay pale upon the scorched earth, her hair matted with dirt, devoid of the elegance she once possessed. Upon confirming that the 3rd individual was indeed Jibu, Wang Hao found himself at a loss for what to do next. He stood there, dazed beside her, helpless and uncertain of his next move, even neglecting to check if her pulse still beat. Fortunately, Lin Meiying, with her sharp eyes, noticed that Jibu and Appo's chest was still subtly rising and falling, indicating that she still clung to life. Wang Hao, she is not dead yet. Alive? This revelation jolted Wang Hao from his numbness. He extended a trembling hand to feel Jibu's pale neck and indeed detected a faint pulse. Jibu. Hold on, Jibu. I will call for an ambulance. At that moment, Lin Meiying interjected with a cold splash of reality. An ambulance may not arrive in time. Wang Hao, you must perform first aid on her immediately. First aid? How do I do that? Wang Hao hastily removed his shirt to apply a bandage, only to find no visible wounds on her body. Listen carefully. I will now teach you the earthly fiend's 72 marvelous techniques of qi healing. Use the qi healing technique to attempt to save her. The voice of Lin Meiying shone like a beam of light in the darkness, instilling boundless hope in Wang Hao. Listen well, The technique is Heart Moon Fox, Room Fire Pig, Kuimu Wolf, and Ghost Golden Sheep. After forming the seals, he would feel his vital energy surging towards his 2 index fingers. At that moment, he was to place his fingers upon her temple. I understand. Thank you, Teacher Lin. Wang Hao did not dwell on why Lin Meiying had shifted from the heart to the temple. Without hesitation, he formed the hand seals for the energy healing technique. Prioritizing the brain meant that, at the very least, he could exchange one final word with her. Lin Meiying gazed at Wang Hao, her expression filled with compassion. Indeed, after completing the 4 hand seals, Wang Hao suddenly felt all of his vital energy rushing towards the tips of his fingers, nearly depleting him entirely. Fortunately, after half a year of diligent training, his internal strength had significantly improved compared to when he was learning the Lingbo technique, allowing him to grit his teeth and persist. He pressed his 2 index fingers onto Jibu's temple. This energy healing technique proved remarkably effective. Almost instantly, Ling Yuan Jibu's eyelids fluttered, and she began to breathe again. Effective. Effective. Wang Hao was overjoyed, intensifying his output of vital energy, desperately drawing from the dwindling reserves in his dantian. Wang Hao. To his astonishment, under the effort of the energy healing technique, Ling Yuan Jibu managed to speak. Is it you? It is I. It is I. Wang Hao fervently replied in his heart, yet he could not utter a sound. If he responded aloud to Ling Yuan Jibu now, his vital energy would leak out, interrupting the healing technique. I miss you so much. Perhaps due to a momentary clarity, her fragmented speech began to flow coherently. The 3 of us were deceived by Li Xiangling. She is not a freshman. She used us. She wouldn't let me see you. I received your letter. I have kept it on my desk. Jibu, please don't talk. Just rest well. Wang Hao internally shouted, futilely wishing for her to quiet down. Sensing his plea, Ling Yuan Jibu ceased her words, instead laboriously moving her fingers to point at her chest. Wang Hao anxiously contemplated. Does Jibu feel uncomfortable? Here, for you. Chapter 104. The pain of loss in her final moments. Ling Yuan Jibu summoned all her strength to raise a finger towards her chest, signaling that she had something to give to Wang Hao. Do not move, Jibu-senpai. Lie still and await rescue. Wang Hao felt an acute sense of urgency as he watched Jibu's hand rise, his own internal energy swirling in turmoil. Jibu could no longer articulate her thoughts. Her eyes pleaded with Wang Hao to retrieve the object from her chest. At that moment, he was employing energy healing techniques with both hands, unable to speak or reassure her, nor could he reach for the item she desperately wanted him to take. They were locked in a stalemate, immobilized by the gravity of the situation. Sensing Wang Hao's dilemma, Jibu ceased to urge him and closed her eyes, seemingly gathering her strength. Just as Wang Hao was trying to comprehend her intentions, an inexplicable force suddenly emanated from her forehead. Under its influence, the strings of her clothing began to unravel, revealing a slender black cord around her neck. Is this some form of telekinesis? She has awakened her superpower. Lin Meiying exclaimed in astonishment, realizing that perhaps it was this protective psychic energy that had spared her from the fate that befell the others. Wang Hao, however, could not absorb Lin Meiying's words. He was transfixed by the black cord around Jibu's neck. She was using her telekinesis with all her might to extract the cord from her garments, but the more she exerted herself, the closer she drew to her demise. Wang Hao's heart ached as he witnessed her struggle. It felt as though an eternity had passed when the black cord was finally freed. At its end dangled a small vial containing a dark, conical shard, an artifact he had once sent along with a letter, the fragment of a hypa stone. Jibu had fashioned it into a delicate necklace, keeping it close to her heart. With her telekinetic power, she placed the vial beside Wang Hao before closing her eyes forever. Jibu-senpai? His hands, which had been pressed against her cold temples, gradually released their grip as disbelief washed over him. Had she truly departed this world? Unwilling to accept this fate, Wang Hao tentatively pinched her waist, hoping for a sign of life. But it was in vain. Jibu could no longer speak, walk, leap, or smile. Wang Hao, you must hold on. Lin Meiying cautioned, concerned that the emotional toll might shatter his mental state. Gently, Wang Hao removed the hypa necklace from Jibu's neck and placed it around his own. This was her final gift to him, and he vowed to cherish it. Yet, there was still a glimmer of hope. Lin-sensei, You mentioned that the Tai Nirvana Sutra possesses the power to reverse life and death. Is it capable of reviving Jibu-senpai? Wang Hao's heart brimmed with hope as he turned to Lin Meiying. Absolutely. I would never deceive you. However, she hesitated. What is it? You will need to obtain some of her DNA to prepare for her resurrection, Lin Meiying replied cautiously. DNA, you say? With great care. He plucked a few strands of hair from Jibu's head and placed them into the small vial. Once this task was complete, he grasped Jibu's cold hand and softly spoke. Jibu-senpai, please rest peacefully. Once I master the Tai Nirvana Sutra, I will revive you. First. Second, I shall ensure that Li Xiangling pays for her actions. Before he could utter his final words to Lingyuan Jibu, a sharp pain suddenly pierced the back of his head, prompting him to roll aside instinctively. In an instant, something struck the ground where he had just been, embedding itself into the earth with 3 resounding thuds. Li Xiangling. The sensation was all too familiar. Reminiscent of the ambush he had suffered during his battle against Chung Feng and Makivik in the 9th Institute. It was now clear that the assailant had been her. With no time to inspect what had landed nearby, Wang Hao aimed his pulse rifle at the direction from which the projectiles had come, only to find nothing but a few charred trees standing in silence. How could this be? She had just launched her attack. How could she vanish so quickly? Wang Hao stared into the emptiness ahead, questioning his own senses. Could it be that Li Xiangling possessed the ability to teleport or turn invisible, allowing her to evade his sight after launching an attack? Remembering her first ambush months ago, he recalled that the surveillance had shown no signs of her raising her hand. Could it be that the one who launched the attack was not Li Xiangling herself? With this thought, Wang Hao slowly rose to his feet and cautiously approached the direction of the projectiles. Perhaps Li Xiangling had set up some mechanism that allowed her to attack without being physically present. At that moment, a sudden, intense pain shot through his forehead. Anticipating this, he executed a forward roll to evade the incoming arrow, then raised his pulse rifle and fired at a specific point on the tree trunk. The sound of energy bullets striking something resonated, and a piece of charred bark fell away, accompanied by a shrill cry. Upon closer inspection, Wang Hao discovered a creature resembling a chameleon, albeit with several sharp spines protruding from its back. Sensing Wang Hao's approach, the chameleon-like creature launched a spine in his direction. With a fierce shout, he extended his fingers and caught it midair. Before the creature could launch a second attack, Wang Hao delivered a swift kick, turning it into a mere pulp. This little beast seemed to possess camouflage abilities. I hadn't even noticed it perched on the tree, Lin Meiying remarked, relieved that the danger had passed. Wang Hao nodded, realizing that he had only been able to pinpoint the chameleon's location due to the attack it had launched against him. The mystery of Li Xiangling's ability to ambush him without raising a hand was finally unraveled. She must have employed this chameleon. But how would he locate Li Xiangling now? Wang Hao surveyed his surroundings, pondering Jibu-senpai's words about Li Xiangling's deceit. What had transpired here? You must consult Teacher Luca. She will certainly have the answers, Lin Meiying advised. Wang Hao nodded and prepared to contact Teacher Luca via his personal computer. However, Lin Meiying interjected, "You needn't hurry. She has already arrived." Turning around, he beheld a rift in space at the center of the explosion, from which Teacher Luca, clad in a gray robe, emerged slowly. Chapter 105. The shape of the moon. The significant incident that occurred within the academy could not escape the notice of Professor Luca. She opened a portal that led directly to the epicenter of the explosion. Upon her arrival at the scene, she was immediately struck by the sight of 3 students sprawled on the ground, her mind reeling. This was a calamity. A student death had transpired within the school. This situation had escalated dramatically. Her gaze soon fell upon her cherished apprentice, who stood dazed with a pulse rifle beside the 3 fallen students. Wang Hao, did you have any involvement in this? Professor Luca inquired, her voice trembling. No. It wasn't me. Wang Hao quickly protested. It was Li Xiangling. This Teacher Lin can vouch for it. Lin Meiying appeared and succinctly recounted the events that had transpired, particularly emphasizing the last words of Ling Yuan Jibu. Li Xiangling had deceived them. After listening to Lin Meiying's account, Professor Luca rubbed her face with her hand and took a deep breath. Do you know why I rushed here? She asked. Indeed, although an explosion occurred here, you shouldn't have sensed it, right? Lin Meiying sensed something amiss. Have you cast a barrier here? Luca shook her head and replied candidly. I sense the presence of a demon. Demons? Is it the same legion that annihilated Yellowstar? Lin Meiying was taken aback. It has been 50 years since I last sensed a demon's aura. Yet, the moment they appeared in this world, I detected their existence immediately. Professor Luca pressed her hand against her temple in anguish. This world was once again under siege. Lin Meiying realized the gravity of the situation. Luca was a formidable sorceress. Seasoned by countless battles against demons, her instincts could not be mistaken. Yet, how could a demonic legion, which should exist in another dimension, manifest in M87? Luca glanced at the 3 students lying on the ground, circled around them slowly, and made her deduction. The demons were summoned to this world intentionally. These 3 students were used as sacrifices. Sacrifices. The word pierced Wang Hao's heart deeply. He had indeed heard of this as a high-level application of summoning magic. The more powerful the offering, the stronger the summoned minion would be. What kind of demon requires 3 lives to summon? Lin Meiying inquired, her brow furrowed. Strong enough that no one could consider it a mere minion, Luca stated with unwavering conviction. We must swiftly locate and eliminate this demon. Who knows what havoc it might wreak in M87? Wang Hao stepped forward. Professor Luca, allow me to fight alongside you. Luca nodded appreciatively. Her apprentice was showing courage when it mattered most. She extended her hand, tracing an eye-shaped rune before her, and said to Wang Hao, I need you to be my eyes. Eyes. Wang Hao was taken aback. Without answering, Luca fixed her gaze upon the eye-shaped rune. Suddenly, 2 emerald beams of light shot forth, striking her eyes. Professor Luca, Wang Hao exclaimed in alarm. Would this not blind her? Do not worry. Professor Luca placed a hand on Wang Hao's shoulder. I have exchanged my vision for a temporary means to scout the demon. That is why I need you to be my eyes. At that moment, Luca's vision no longer encompassed the sky, earth, trees, or flowers. Instead, an unseen presence vividly reflected within her sight, the trace of the demon. Footprints. She crouched down to touch a patch of charred grass, noting only one set of prints, those of a humanoid demon. Moreover, it had just been summoned and was still feeble, the footprints varying in depth, leading deeper into the mountains. Wang Hao saw nothing on the scorched ground. Clearly, Luca's demon-sensing vision was indeed invaluable. Carry me. Follow my lead. Professor Luca commanded as she placed an arm around Wang Hao's shoulders. Without hesitation, Wang Hao bent down and hoisted her onto his back, setting off deeper into the forest. Meanwhile, Luca pieced together additional information based on the clues they had. There is someone aiding the demon, likely the summoner, she observed, noting the irregularity of the footprints. It must be Li Shangling. Wang Hao seethed, glaring ahead. Professor Luca, once we catch up, leave her to me. Li Shangling's actions had violated the laws of the Earth Union. It was imperative to report this. They will dispatch rangers to handle this matter, Lin Meiying interjected, suggesting that this was not a matter for a mere student to intervene in, and that Wang Hao should focus on supporting Professor Luca. Wang Hao gritted his teeth, wishing more than anything for the rangers to remain uninvolved. He yearned to avenge Ling Yuanjibu himself. This way, Professor Luca suddenly halted Wang Hao's advance. There's a small cave ahead. We must enter. Wang Hao looked up and indeed spotted a small cave suitable for a single person to pass through. He gently set Professor Luca down, holding his pulse rifle at the ready as they prepared to enter the cave. There's no need for such caution. The demon is not within the cave. Let us proceed directly, Professor Luca said. Wang Hao lowered his rifle and took Professor Luca's hand, stepping aside as they entered the cave. Inside, it was pitch dark, yet Luca was unimpeded. She merely needed to follow the demon's traces to avoid obstacles. Ela. Wang Hao raised his hand to draw a rune, illuminating a white light sphere within the cave. This basic magic had been learned in the Arcane Institute class, and he now executed it with remarkable ease. With the light sphere illuminating their surroundings, he discovered that the cave had been transformed into a modest library, complete with bookshelves, sofas, desks, a blackboard, and even a small bed. Regrettably, the library contained only texts on summoning magic, with the summoning circle scrawled across the blackboard. Undoubtedly, this was the secret study of summoning magic by Jibu and her peers. Their graduation plan had never ceased. No wonder he had scarcely seen her over the past 6 months. She had been holed up in this cave studying magic. If only I had come here more often to train, perhaps I could have discovered their ongoing studies in summoning magic sooner and prevented this tragedy. Chapter 106. The Night Blood Demon. If only I could frequently practice in this grove over the next 6 months. I might have discovered that Sister Jibu and her companions were researching summoning magic in this cave, potentially averting today as tragedy. Alas, though this is merely a cave, it has been tidied up meticulously. The floor is adorned with a thick carpet, fresh flowers grace the table, and in a corner, Wang Hao even spotted an incense burner. It is evident that this is Sister Jibu's handiwork. Teacher Luca surveyed the cave, then gently approached the sofa to examine it closely. Are there any clues? Lin Meiying inquired. I am utterly ignorant regarding demons. I must leave everything to you. That demon has rested upon this sofa, Teacher Luca observed after a thorough inspection, and judging by the impressions left, it must have transformed into a human female. Lin Meiying was taken aback. You can deduce that? Basic deduction. Now, let us consolidate the information. Teacher Luca rose. This demon is a formidable entity that requires 3 sacrifices for summoning, yet upon its arrival in this world, it was exceedingly weak, needing assistance to walk. Furthermore, it disguised itself as a human female to evade detection. Truly the esteemed Master Yoga, Lin Meiying praised, to derive so much information from such a scant clue. With Lin Meiying's commendation, Teacher Luca felt a slight swell of pride. Moreover, this demon entered the cave but left no traces of having exited, which implies it remains within this cave. Wang Hao interjected, startled, raising his pulse rifle. It indicates that after a brief respite, it regained strength and fled using spatial teleportation. Lin Meiying cast a disparaging glance at Wang Hao. Must you be so alarmed? Teacher Luca nodded. Considering all the information, I deduce this demon is a superior night blood demon. Such demons possess great power but fear light. Once exposed to illumination, they rapidly weaken, even to the point of death, Lin Meiying affirmed. Thus, this demon was weakened to the extent that it required assistance? Precisely. Their entrance into this cave was to escape the sunlight. Having evaded the sun, the night blood demon swiftly restored its strength and escaped via spatial teleportation. Teacher Luca sighed. Allowing this demon to flee is indeed grave. Who knows where it may go and what it might do? Their sole objective is to open a massive demonic portal, ushering in legions of demons into this world. By then, it would be too late. No, I must report this to the dean at once. Teacher Luca realized the impending crisis, casting a spell to open a portal to the dean's office. Wang Hao, return to your dormitory immediately and stay put. If you encounter any unfamiliar or strange women, contact me at once. With that, she vanished without a trace. Teacher Luca Wang Hao could only shake his head in bemusement. Couldn't you at least take me back with you when you open the portal? Lin Meiying urged. Don't linger here. You must return to your dormitory at once. If you truly encounter that night blood demon, you would be no match for her. Not daring to gamble with his life, Wang Hao decisively exited the cave. Halfway out, however, he suddenly recalled something and turned back to scrutinize the small library. As crucial evidence, this library would undoubtedly be seized by the Rangers, and everything within would be thoroughly examined. Not only here, but Sister Jibu's dormitory would face the same fate. Soon, all traces of her existence in this world would vanish. With this thought, he felt an overwhelming impulse to turn back and take everything related to Sister Jibu and hide it away. I advise against such actions. Lin Meiying, having spent half a year in close quarters with Wang Hao, understood his thought process all too well. If your actions lead to our failure in capturing the night blood demon, you would be deemed a traitor to the United Earth. Upon hearing this, Wang Hao clenched his jaw and stepped out of the cave, heading straight for his dormitory. As he passed a critical point, he observed 3 colossal tree giants in the distance, seemingly carrying something towards the Academy of Divine Communication. There was no need to ask. It was clear they were tasked by Teacher Luca to transport Sister Jibu and her companions' bodies. Alas, how did things come to this? Before he could return to his dormitory, the Academy of Divine Communication was surrounded by numerous rangers. Wang Hao counted roughly 7 or 8 rangers stationed around the vicinity of his dormitory alone. Each was fully armed, vigilantly watching the passing students. Moreover, atop the dormitory building where he frequently practiced, 2 ominous black barrels were mounted. This is quite an extensive operation, Wang Hao thought, observing the watchful rangers. Is this really necessary? Hey, student, what business do you have? One ranger called out as Wang Hao approached. Feeling guilty, Wang Hao stammered. I live here. The ranger scrutinized him suspiciously. Please present your identification. This person is fine. I know him. Just as Wang Hao fumbled to locate his student ID. A booming voice interrupted him. Startled, he looked up to see an unexpected face. Stammering, he exclaimed, Brother Liu. Louis. Ahaha. Junior Wang Hao. You still remember me. Louis laughed heartily. What a surprise to see you here. After years away, I have returned. Without a second thought, Wang Hao rushed forward and embraced Louis. This generous senior had gifted him a storage device and a set of equipment upon their first meeting, significantly aiding him. He considered Louis a benefactor in his life. Brother Louis, what brings you back? Wang Hao asked, filled with excitement, though he already knew the answer. Oh, it's a long story. Louis shook his head. For the next few days, stay in your dormitory and avoid going out. By the way, have you encountered any strange women? Wang Hao leaned closer, lowering his voice. You mean the Nightblood demon? How do you know? Louis gasped, quickly covering Wang Hao's mouth. You didn't summon that Nightblood demon, did you? I warn you. Confessing now might save your life, Brother Louis. What are you implying? I'm not the culprit. I'm merely a witness. Chapter 107. A terrifying experience in the hospital. Wang Hao, after much persuasion, finally clarified to his senior brother Louis that he was not the summoner of the Dark Night Blood Demon, but rather the first person to discover the scene. So that's the case. You must not get involved in this matter. As the one who discovered the site, you will likely be frequently summoned. Louis pointed towards the dormitory building. Now hurry back to rest. Wang Hao hesitated for a moment before inquiring, what about senior sister Jibu? The 3 students who died in this incident? What will happen to them? Louis replied helplessly, they are all dead. What else can be said? We cannot desecrate their remains. Moreover, it is said they were deceived and were not willing sacrifices for summoning demons. Upon hearing this, Wang Hao nodded vigorously. Indeed, they were tricked. The true culprit is that person named Li Shangling. If you encounter her, do not hesitate to eliminate her, and be wary of her potential ambushes. Louis scrutinized Wang Hao and cautiously asked, Wang Hao, may I inquire if any of the deceased students were particularly close to you? Yes, one of them, named Lingyuan Jibu, was very dear to me, Wang Hao confessed without hesitation. Patting Wang Hao on the shoulder, Louis solemnly consoled him. Take care, Wang Hao. I assure you, we will capture this Li Shangling and provide you and the 3 deceased students with justice. It is my duty as a ranger. Wang Hao found it somewhat amusing. He was not overly mournful, for with the Tai Nirvana Sutra, there was hope for Jibu's resurrection. Furthermore, he preferred to deal with Li Shangling himself, wishing to avenge senior sister Jibu personally. After bidding farewell to Louis, Wang Hao returned to his dormitory and opened his personal computer. At that moment, the campus forum was in a frenzy, with everyone desperately seeking information about what had transpired and why a multitude of rangers had infiltrated the campus. Due to the lack of clear information, rumors began to circulate, suggesting that M87 had been ambushed by the Star Alliance. Meanwhile, the teachers were frantically comforting the students, urging them not to panic, to remain calm, and to stay in their dormitories. They also requested that anyone who spotted a strange, unfamiliar woman should report it immediately. The reassurance, rather than calming the students, only heightened their curiosity about the mysterious woman, sending the entire Tongshan Academy into chaos. Wang Hao shut his personal computer and retrieved the necklace hanging from his neck. The fragment of the Hypa original stone and a lock of hair lay quietly within a small vial. In that moment, he was struck by a wave of nostalgia, realizing that he would never again see senior sister Jibu's smiling face. It's all right. I possess the Tai Nirvana Sutra, which can revive her. Sob. Lin Meiying, for once, refrained from interrupting Wang Hao, allowing him to express his emotions quietly. Oddly enough, despite Lingyuan Jibu having awakened her superpower, making her graduation a certainty and possibly the first artificially awakened individual, she still chose to remain in the cave library, pursuing some graduation plan. Did she intend to graduate alongside Chengfeng and Makewitch? If so, wouldn't it be simpler to expose them to the hyperrays as well? Or was it that Li Shangling was hindering her escape? Wang Hao vaguely recalled Jibu's last words, which mentioned that Li Shangling forbade her from meeting him. How could a second-year senior restrict her junior's movements? If she wished to see him, couldn't she simply find an opportunity to meet him at the 12 courtyards? Why wait for Li Shangling's approval? Reflecting on the previous conflict 6 months ago, when Chengfeng and Makewitch inexplicably went berserk, it struck him as exceedingly suspicious now. He could not comprehend it, but there was certainly something amiss with Li Shangling. Perhaps she was the root of the problem. Although Lu Yi had mentioned that someone would come to inquire about certain matters, Wang Hao waited until late into the night without any ranger arriving at his door. An hour away from midnight, it was time to practice the Xianin true scripture, yet his mind was in turmoil, making it impossible to concentrate. Take a day off. At this rate, you might end up exhausting yourself. Lin Meiying remarked. That won't do. I must hasten my strength, join the rangers, and swiftly deal with Li Shangling. Wang Hao declared, charging towards the door. Lin Meiying sighed in exasperation. You've lost your mind. The rangers have surrounded the entire Tongshan Academy. And you expect to retrieve Li Shangling from under their noses? Well, Wang Hao was left speechless. Therefore, you should calm down. Rest well to adjust your state. Tomorrow, be fully focused on your training. The sooner you master the Tai Nirvana Sutra, the sooner you can revive senior sister Jibu. Once she is back. Will you even care if you personally dealt with Li Shangling? Lin Meiying advised. Her words resonated with Wang Hao, prompting him to wash his face and prepare for bed. However, just then, his door was flung open, and Teacher Luca rushed in. Wang Hao, I have discovered the whereabouts of the Dark Night Blood Demon. Will you accompany me? I am always ready, Teacher Luca. Wang Hao exclaimed, retrieving his pulse rifle. Make sure to leave Li Shangling's life to me. Observing the bloodthirsty resolve in Wang Hao, Lin Meiying couldn't help but laugh in disbelief. Did you not hear a word I said? This time, Teacher Luca did not allow Wang Hao to walk on his own, but opened a portal, revealing what seemed to be the campus hospital on the other side. This area was usually deserted, with few rangers stationed there. After presenting their teacher credentials, the two effortlessly entered the hospital. Given that Tongshan Academy was a place for martial arts and magical studies, accidents could occur at any time, so the hospital was naturally kept in top condition. The hospital boasted 3 floors, complete with internal medicine, surgery, emergency, ultrasound, operating, and rescue rooms, almost indistinguishable from a conventional hospital. Wang Hao had even heard whispers of a morgue located underground, though he was uncertain of its authenticity. Upon entering the hospital, Teacher Luca guided him towards the staircase while advising, I will use the demon hunter's vision shortly. You will act as my eyes, just as you did this morning. Understand? Rest assured, Teacher Luca. Wang Hao nodded, then questioned, where are we headed? Is the demon hiding in the hospital? Indeed, they have entered the hospital. Our destination is the basement of the hospital, Teacher Luca replied. A sense of foreboding washed over Wang Hao, and he stammered, Teacher Luca. May I ask what is in the basement? The morgue. Wow. Chapter 108. The Demon Trap, What Lies Beneath the School Hospital? Wang Hao uttered with a tinge of foreboding. Teacher Luca gazed vacantly at the dark, foreboding staircase and softly articulated, the morgue. Wang Hao was initially taken aback, his brows furrowing deeply. The morgue? Could something have happened to Senior Jibu's remains? In a swift motion, Lin Meiying appeared, stating, a demon and a demon summoner seeking a body surely harbor sinister intentions. Luca, we should first contact the rangers. Teacher Luca shook her head, resolutely choosing to proceed alone. Lin, why do they need the body? What do Li Shangling and that night blood demon intend to do? Wang Hao inquired, his anxiety palpable. Many malevolent spells require corpses as conduits, such as necromancy. Lin Meiying hesitated before revealing this grim information to Wang Hao. Considering the opposing forces of the night blood demon and the demon summoner, it was likely. In that fleeting moment, Wang Hao felt an overwhelming surge of rage welling up within him, nearly compelling him to charge into the basement with his pulse rifle. However, he quickly quelled this fury, steadying Teacher Luca, who was beside him. Let us proceed. Do not be overly anxious. I sense no demonic presence below. Teacher Luca whispered gently. Lin Meiying nodded in approval, recognizing the rare virtue of self-restraint amidst turmoil. Yet, Wang Hao resolved to ensure that Li Shuangling would pay dearly for this seething anger. With teacher Luca's assurance that no demonic aura lingered below, Wang Hao stowed away his pulse rifle and gently descended to the lower level, carrying her on his back. Before them lay a dimly lit corridor, ending at the morgue of the school hospital. The faint, even footprints solely indicated the souls, suggesting that the night blood demon had regained strength. Teacher Luca murmured as she leaned against Wang Hao's back, "But why seek a body? Shouldn't our priority be to escape?" Lin Meiying speculated. Perhaps they aim to resurrect some minions using necromancy? That seems implausible. Summoning 3 arcane academy students with necromancy, what could that achieve? Teacher Luca countered, shaking her head. Their current adversaries are the numerous rangers. Or perhaps they intend to utilize the corpses to create corpse poison bombs, aiming to detonate and spread it within the Divine Connection Academy, then escape amidst the chaos? Lin Meiying cast a sidelong glance at Wang Hao, refraining from voicing this hypothesis for fear of reigniting his restrained fury. Summoning courage, they traversed the eerie, shadowy corridor until they reached the morgue door. Wang Hao grasped the doorknob but hesitated to open it, dreading the sight of Senior Jibu's remains being desecrated post-mortem. "What is it?" Teacher Luca asked, puzzled. "There is no danger within. Simply open the door. Or are you afraid of seeing a corpse?" Wang Hao remained silent, inwardly reciting the Tai Nirvana Sutra, which could resurrect his senior, before abruptly flinging open the morgue door. As the door swung wide, he was not met with the chilling sight of cold storage cabinets, but rather with 3 enormous summoning circles emblazoned upon the wall. In that instant, the circles erupted with blinding light. Simultaneously, Wang Hao felt an urgent alarm resonating throughout his being. Danger! Ambush! Caution! Without a moment's hesitation, he hurled teacher Luca behind him and dropped to the ground. A hissing sound erupted from within the morgue as green, viscous liquid shot out above him, its force so potent that it traversed the entire underground corridor, splattering against the doorframe with a loud crash. Had he not sensed the impending peril and acted swiftly, he would have been drenched in this noxious substance. Yet even so, 1 or 2 droplets fell upon his shoulder, igniting an intense burning sensation. He hastily tore at his clothing, frantically wiping the affected area, only to discover that the fabric had been corroded, leaving a gaping hole. Is this a strong acid? He pondered in astonishment at the tattered remnants of his attire. Had I not reacted in time, the consequences could have been dire. At that moment, low growls resonated from within the morgue. A grotesque creature, half man and half lizard, clawed its way out from the summoning circle, standing ominously within the morgue. The potent acid had emanated from its maw. Seeing its initial attack fail, it began to gather strength for another assault. Clatter, clatter. Wang Hao trembled as he lifted his hand, attempting to launch an arcane arrow. However, faced with such a horrifying and ghastly creature for the first time, his mind went blank, struggling to inscribe the necessary runes in the air, unable to recall the incantation. Sifa Loda. In this critical moment, he relied on teacher Luca, who swiftly cast a spell, conjuring a radiant barrier that shielded the entrance of the morgue, separating the lizardman creature from Wang Hao. With a hissing sound, the monster unleashed another stream of strong acid, all of which was intercepted by the multicolored barrier. Witnessing this, Wang Hao retreated several steps, positioning himself behind teacher Luca. "Thanks to your quick thinking." Teacher Luca expressed her gratitude. "My vision has yet to recover, leaving me unable to respond to such an ambush. Without you, I might have met my demise tonight." "Not at all. Were it not for your swift actions, I would have been dissolved by that acid," Wang Hao replied, patting his bare chest in relief. Teacher Luca nodded. "Now? We merely need to wait for my vision to restore, then we can." Before she could finish, the second summoning circle on the wall erupted forth, releasing a 2-meter-tall giant that charged towards the door like a rampaging rhinoceros, startling both Wang Hao and teacher Luca. "Do not fear. This creature cannot breach the rainbow barrier," teacher Luca shouted to Wang Hao. Unfortunately, the giant's target was not the door, but the adjacent wall. With a resounding crash, it smashed through the wall, creating a massive opening and barreling towards Wang Hao and teacher Luca. With teacher Luca's sight still impaired, facing such an onslaught left her defenseless, and she instinctively shielded Wang Hao with her body. I have already lost 3 students. I cannot allow Wang Hao to perish. Worry not. Allow me to handle this, Wang Hao declared, fully prepared to test his long-practiced Golden Titan fist. Chapter 109. Fierce Battle. Do not be afraid, Teacher Luca. Allow him to experience the might of the great diamond fist, which I have diligently honed for half a year. As the little giant crashed through the wall and circled around the rainbow barrier, making a beeline for Teacher Luca, Wang Hao emerged from behind her, channeling all his vital energy to leap forward and confront the behemoth head-on. Stop. Teacher Luca gasped in horror. You, a mere apprentice in magic, are recklessly challenging this brute force demon? Are you seeking death? She momentarily overlooked the fact that Wang Hao was not just a student of the Arcane Institute, but also of the True Martial Institute. Moreover, after mastering the Radiant Vitality technique, he had officially ascended to the refining essence into Qi realm, far surpassing his peers in strength. With a resounding thud, Wang Hao collided with the little giant, both forces clashing and causing both to stagger backward in disarray. Wang Hao retreated a few steps before being caught by Teacher Luca, regaining his balance just in time. Meanwhile, the little giant crashed hard against the rainbow barrier, momentarily dazed. It was only then that Wang Hao could clearly discern the little giant's appearance. Its physique was immensely robust, with every limb larger than that of a human. Its skin was a dark crimson hue. Where eyes ought to be, there were merely 2 indented spots, perhaps organs for sensing the environment. Having seemingly struck its head against the rainbow barrier, the little giant grasped its skull, struggling to regain its composure. An opportune moment, Wang Hao thought, elated. He swiftly summoned all his pure yang energy, concentrating it in his right fist, and struck at the creature's heart. This was a relentless move from the great diamond fist, which, though it appeared to be a brutish attack, was actually a concentrated force aimed at purging malevolence with lethal precision. With a swift whoosh, the punch hurtled toward the little giant, striking true to its heart. With overwhelming penetrating power, Wang Hao astonishingly pierced through its chest, creating a gaping hole. Lin Ming silently cursed. She had failed to correct Wang Hao's bad habit, allowing him to once again transform the great diamond fist into a great penetrating fist. She hoped that the little giant would perish from this heart wound. Otherwise, just as that thought crossed her mind, a sudden shift occurred. The little giant, with its heart punctured, let out a thunderous roar, its form expanding once more as its muscles bulged grotesquely. Its dark crimson skin turned a ghastly gray, and the 2 eye-like indentations widened with excitement. In this state, the little giant seized Wang Hao, who was still connected to its chest, and tightened its grip around his neck with ferocious strength. Wang Hao felt as if his airway were caught in a vice, rapidly constricting. Wang Hao, deprived of her vision. Teacher Luca stumbled to her feet, desperate to rescue Wang Hao. Before she could act, a hissing sound reached her ears. The lizard man emerged from the collapsed wall, slowly advancing toward her. Wang Hao, on the brink of suffocation, realized he was mistaken. Before he could be asphyxiated, the little giant would surely twist his head off. He had to take immediate action to save himself, or he would face certain death. Though his heart had been pierced, he would not perish, however. If his head were shattered, he could not continue to fight, could he? With this thought, Wang Hao painstakingly reached for the little giant's head, then began to pat it lightly, as if testing a watermelon. This was a technique from the 9 styles of seizing, utilizing gentle strikes to infusing energy into the opponent's body. Once accumulated to a certain degree, it could be detonated with a special method, yielding extraordinary results. Enduring the agony in his neck, Wang Hao continued to pat the little giant's head. The creature seemed to perceive the light touches as mere massages, even failing to tilt its head away, standing there blankly as Wang Hao continued. Little did it know, with each pat, a surge of hidden energy was being injected into its brain. After delivering 9 consecutive strikes, Wang Hao felt he had reached his limit. He twisted his wrist and infused a surge of yang energy into the little giant's brain. The 2 opposing forces collided within the creature's head, triggering a rapid chemical reaction. The yang energy served as a catalyst, causing the yin force to whirl chaotically, entangling the little giant's internal tissues before ultimately exploding. With a resounding bang, the little giant's head erupted, its brain matter splattering against the ceiling. Its grip on Wang Hao slackened, and he tumbled to the ground, coughing violently, relieved that he had not been crushed for another 10 seconds. At that moment, something suddenly shot from the remnants of the little giant, hurtling toward Wang Hao's forehead. Upon absorbing this entity, he was once again beset by the excruciating pain he had experienced 6 months prior on the yellow sand star. As if his brain were being forcibly squeezed. Ah! A piercing wail reverberated throughout the basement, echoing through the entire infirmary, even catching the attention of the sentinels stationed outside. The lizard man, poised to attack Teacher Luca, was startled by the agonized cry, staring in terror at Wang Hao, who was clutching his head and howling in pain. Damn it. The one who got his head blown off is the little giant. Why are you screaming? Unable to see the unfolding chaos, Teacher Luca felt a surge of anxiety, fearing for Wang Hao's safety. Without a second thought, she raised her hand to summon a radiant divine spirit. Valkyrie, Valkyrie, come to my side. A brilliant light cascaded throughout the basement as an elven Valkyrie, clad in platinum armor and wielding a great shield and sword, emerged from the summoning circle. After bowing to Teacher Luca, she raised her shimmering silver sword, pointing it directly at the lizard man. Sensing the imminent danger, the lizard man opened its mouth, spewing a stream of corrosive acid toward the Valkyrie. Unfazed, she raised her shield, deflecting the acid entirely. Outsider demon, the Valkyrie declared in the elven tongue, I now bestow upon you divine judgment. With that, she stepped forward, and the platinum sword erupted with a myriad of radiant lights, dismembering the lizard man into countless pieces. With the threat neutralized, Teacher Luca rushed to Wang Hao's side. Are you all right? Wang Hao? Hold on. I will take you to the vitality chamber upstairs. It's all right. Luca, don't touch her. Lin Meiying interjected, gripping Teacher Luca's arm, her eyes alight with fervor. Wang Hao is not in danger. On the contrary, he is acquiring new power. New power? Gradually regaining her vision, Teacher Luca rubbed her eyes, glancing at Wang Hao, who was rolling on the ground. It certainly did not appear as though he was gaining new strength. Indeed, new power. The long-awaited soul of dominion. Chapter 110. The elusive shadow. Though uncertain of the new power Lin Meiying spoke of, Teacher Luca felt a sense of relief. If she claimed all was well, then Wang Hao must be unscathed. However, her gaze drifted to the Valkyrie Valky, who had just vanquished the lizard man with a thunderous strike. This elf. She must be. Teacher Luca hesitated to elaborate on this matter. She is my guardian. Guardians are akin to familiars, magical beings bound by contracts with mages. However, guardians are of a higher order, more intimate in their connections. It is said that many mages have wed their guardians, living in eternal companionship. Observing the pointed ears of the Valkyrie Valky, Lin Meiying shook her head, choosing silence. Meanwhile, the agonized Wang Hao gradually regained his composure, lying on the ground and gasping for breath. Are you all right, Wang Hao? Teacher Luca rushed to his side, pressing against his chest. Where does it hurt? Wang Hao could utter no words, merely gesturing with a hand in dismissal. At that moment, the door at the top of the stairs crashed open, and 2 heavily armed rangers burst in. What has transpired here? Teacher Luca surveyed the 2 demon corpses on the floor, then glanced at the rangers. Letting out a deep sigh, they have indeed been alerted. Upon learning that demons had previously invaded the infirmary and left behind 2 summoning circles, the rangers proceeded cautiously into the morgue. Meanwhile, the 3rd summoning circle on the wall radiated with brilliant light. Something was about to emerge from it. It seemed the conditions to trigger the 3 summoning circles were quite specific. The lizardman's was activated when the morgue door was opened. The giant's was triggered 20 seconds after the lizardman's interference, and the last one was naturally activated when someone entered the morgue's rear. Yet, the last was also the unluckiest. It had not even managed to escape the circle before being swiftly dispatched by the 2 rangers, reduced to mere pulp. Sitting on the ground, Teacher Luca numbly gazed at the 3 demon corpses before her. I have lived in peace for far too long. My combat instincts have dulled. To think I would forsake my sight while pursuing a demon. Had it not been for Wang Hao today, I might have perished here. Ah, it's nothing. Lin Meiying casually reassured her. But why did you insist on investigating this demon alone? Would it not be better to collaborate with the rangers? Teacher Luca lowered her head in contemplation. I wish to resolve this matter completely before the dean's return. I even harbored thoughts of personally slaying that night-blood demon. Yet in my current state, I fear I would be felled in an instant. Just as Lin Meiying was about to respond, Wang Hao, who had recently endured excruciating pain, flipped over and stood up, striding toward the morgue. Teacher Luca gasped. Wang Hao, what are you doing? Be cautious. There may still be danger inside. Let him go. Lin Meiying interjected, recognizing that the death of Ling Yuanjibu had left an insurmountable chasm in Wang Hao's heart. Upon entering the morgue, Wang Hao disregarded the astonished looks of the two rangers, opening each drawer to search for Ling Yuanjibu's body. Yet, after inspecting all the drawers, he found nothing. Not only was Jibu's body missing, but those of Chung Feng and Makivik had also vanished. Classmate, what are you doing? One ranger hurriedly approached Wang Hao, grasping his arm. What are you searching for? I'm looking for Sister Jibu. Wang Hao replied, staring at the empty drawers, at a loss for words. Could it be that Li Shangling and that night blood demon truly took the three bodies away to perform some vile sorcery? This revelation sent the rangers into a frenzy, turning the academy upside down in search of clues. However, Li Shangling and the night blood demon seemed to have vanished without a trace, leaving no leads. Subsequently, the rangers expanded their search to Sirius City, Phoenix City, and the Central City, even dispatching personnel to seal off transportation hubs. Yet still, the two miscreants remained elusive. Everyone was plagued by a singular query. Where could this person and demon, along with the three bodies, have gone? Wang Hao and teacher Luca faced relentless inquiries. The rangers sought to extract any leads from their words, questioning them at least 4 or 5 times a day. Under such intense scrutiny, it was impossible for Wang Hao to conceal any secrets. From Chung Feng's graduation plan to the fierce battle against the demons in the basement, every detail was recounted in vivid clarity. Even his precognitive abilities slipped from his lips inadvertently. Fortunately, the rangers, seasoned in their experiences, did not find this particularly alarming. Their sole focus was on locating the night blood demon and Li Shangling, indifferent to whether Wang Hao possessed foresight or not. Stop asking me. I don't know anything anymore. Wang Hao erupted one afternoon, sitting in the temporary command post established by the rangers, cradling his head and shouting. The ranger in charge of the inquiries felt equally helpless, aware that this student could yield no more information, but the pressure from above was mounting, and he was powerless to alleviate it. What else do you wish to know? That day, I wore dark gray boxers. He pounded the table with a resounding thud. And I really like Sister Jibu. Is that sufficient? That we already know. The interrogator replied without lifting his head. Already know? My underwear? Or my feelings? Wang Hao exclaimed in astonishment. The interrogator raised his head solemnly and stated, both. Think again. He urged. This left Wang Hao utterly exasperated. Teacher Luca was not faring any better. Skilled in divination, she had performed hundreds of readings, yet found no trace, as if the demon and Li Shangling had never existed. My divination spells are utterly ineffectual, suggesting that the night blood demon possesses power far beyond my own, she remarked incredulously. But how can this be? A mere night blood demon, no matter how strong, must have its limits. The ranger nodded repeatedly, jotting down notes. New lead, exceptionally powerful, far surpassing the Archmage of the Arcane Institute. After recording this, he continued, shall we try again? Allow me a moment's respite. The unexpected savior who extricated Wang Hao and teacher Luca from their plight was none other than a surprising figure. One day, while Wang Hao was under interrogation, a ranger burst into the temporary command post in a flurry. Zhou Shirin has returned. The Dean has returned? Chapter 111. Special Operations Bureau Zhou Shirin has returned. The most formidable ranger has come back. Senior Zhou is back? Wasn't he on a perilous mission for the Star Alliance? Upon hearing the name of that man, all the rangers present became restless, rushing out to witness the legendary strongest ranger, the esteemed Dean of the Divine Communication Academy, the most powerful entity of the Earth Alliance. Wang Hao also craned his neck, eager to understand who this Dean truly was. The last time he experienced his presence was when he eavesdropped on a conversation between him and teacher Luca. At that time, he seemed to be an amiable, cheerful, and rather mischievous individual. Beyond that, Wang Hao knew nothing else. Following the crowd of rangers, Wang Hao arrived at the entrance of the temporary command center, where he saw a man approximately in his 40s, slender and lanky. A scruffy beard adorned his chin, and his hair was disheveled, resembling a bird's nest. He wore a wrinkled suit, clearly fatigued from a long journey. Could this unkempt individual be the Dean Zhou Shirin? Dean. Director of Education Chiu Ying emerged from nowhere. Dean. You have returned? This man was indeed the legendary Zhou Shirin, one of the strongest individuals in the Earth Alliance. He nodded slightly. Given such a significant incident at the school, how could I pretend to be unaware? So, has everything been resolved? Qiuing said nothing, merely shaking his head to indicate that there had still been no progress after all these days. The surrounding rangers lowered their heads in shame. Their inability to uncover a conclusion was a reflection of their incompetence. At that moment, two men, one older and one younger, entered the command center. The older man appeared to be in his 50s, while the younger seemed to be around 30. Both wore stern expressions, seemingly in a foul mood. Perhaps influenced by their demeanor, the surrounding rangers' spirits plummeted, and the command center fell into an eerie silence. However, Wang Hao was startled. He recognized the older man. Wasn't he the one who had given him a ride while escaping from the asteroid belt 6 months ago? If it weren't for him, Wang Hao might have been trapped there. Why was he here? Could he be a ranger too? Looking around, Wang Hao dismissed that thought. The other rangers clearly held a strong aversion towards the two men, indicating their disapproval. At this point, Zhou Shirin awkwardly smiled and approached to introduce the newcomers. Allow me to present our comrades from the Special Operations Bureau, sent from above to assist us in resolving this incident. This is Comrade Chao Jun. The elderly man, Chao Jun, waved at the crowd without saying a word. So, his name is Chao Jun. Wang Hao pondered, surprised to find him affiliated with the Special Operations Bureau. It seemed that his presence in the asteroid belt was not a mere coincidence. Perhaps he was there to handle the theft case at the Divine Communication Academy. The Special Operations Bureau, formerly known as the Bureau of Special Circumstances, operates under the Earth Alliance's military framework, akin to the Rangers but far more enigmatic. With a higher level of secrecy, had Wang Hao not heard of them during his military training, he would be utterly bewildered at this moment. Rumors suggested that the Special Operations Bureau was, in fact, an espionage agency specializing in deploying spies to the Star Alliance. Wang Hao mused. So they are also responsible for the affairs of the Earth Alliance? Zhou Shirin then pointed to the relatively younger Special Operations agent, saying, "This is Chen Xinghan. Don't let his youth fool you. His capabilities are among the very best." Chen Xinghan smiled modestly, saying nothing, merely acknowledging the introduction. Well, Zhou Shirin sighed deeply. Could one of you provide me with an update on the current situation? A ranger stepped forward, handing over a document that summarized the events and all confirmed information, including details about the suspects Li Shuangling and the Dark Knight Blood Demon, as well as the deceased Ling Yuan and witness Wang Hao. After a cursory glance, Zhou Shirin pinched the bridge of his nose. 3 students have perished. How can he explain this to their families? Have you not yet located Li Shuangling and the Dark Knight Blood Demon? Chen Xinghan inquired, visibly displeased. Regrettably, no. They seem to have vanished without a trace, leaving no clues behind. The ranger in charge admitted shamefully. Their last known location was the school hospital's morgue, where they abducted the bodies of the 3 deceased students and left behind a demonic trap array. Chen Xinghan nodded. I believe the ones capable of deciphering this demonic trap array are not our ranger comrades, but rather a teacher-student duo from the Divine Communication Academy. Are they present? Wang Hao and teacher Luca were lost in thought nearby. Upon hearing Chen Xinghan's inquiry, they raised their hands, acknowledging their presence. So, the teacher is of a different world. No wonder she is so adept at tracking demons. Chen Xinghan nodded, setting the documents aside. Everyone, please step aside for a moment. I need to discuss some matters privately with Zhou Shirin. Kindly give us some space. The rangers exchanged glances, shaking their heads as they vacated the area. The Special Operations Bureau is rather domineering, demanding an immediate clearance of the premises. Wang Hao and teacher Luca followed suit but were halted by Chen Xinghan. Wait a moment. We have questions for you. Is it not over yet? Teacher Luca and Wang Hao exchanged helpless glances and stayed behind. Once all the rangers had exited, Chen Xinghan smiled at teacher Luca. You are Ms. Nicole Yoga, correct? Could you create a barrier to completely isolate the command center from the outside? I can. Though unsure of Chen Xinghan's intentions, teacher Luca raised her hand and snapped her fingers. With a resounding sound, a thick black veil enveloped the command center, severing any perception of sound or sight from either side. Zhou Shirin looked puzzled and raised his head. Xiao Chen, why are you doing this? Chen Xinghan tapped the documents in his hand, the The thought process of the Special Operations Bureau differs from that of the Rangers. We always consider the worst-case scenarios first. The prolonged inability to capture the elusive Dark Knight blood demon and Li Shuangling hints at a dire possibility. Do you know what that is? Zhou Shirin remained silent, his brow furrowing into a knot. It indicates the presence of a spy within our ranks. Chapter 112. A dire situation. The prolonged inability to apprehend the demon and Li Shuangling raises the grim possibility of an internal spy. Qin Shinghan's startling assertion left Zhou Shirin and Wang Hao momentarily speechless. A singular thought reverberated in their minds. Could there truly be a spy infiltrated by the demon within the Rangers? This notion seemed implausible. Yet, it was equally conceivable that there existed a traitor among the faculty and students of the Arcane Academy. After all, the incident that summoned the demon was instigated by a newcomer named Li Shuangling. Qin Shinghan continued, suggesting that the presence of one Li Shuangling does not preclude the existence of others. Wang Hao and Zhou Shirin found this proposition credible. After all, no one could ascertain the normalcy of newly enrolled students. So, Xiaochun, can you identify this demonic spy? Zhou Shirin, appearing weary, slumped in his chair, his mind burdened by the daunting task of discerning the identity of a traitor among the over 600 individuals associated with the academy. Qin Shinghan tapped on the documents in hand. The identity of this traitor cannot be discerned solely from these files. However, upon reviewing the case files, I have identified a highly suspicious individual. This person is omnipresent in the events surrounding this incident, yet remains unscathed by any insinuation. The very person who ought to be scrutinized has consistently evaded attention. A chill ran down Wang Hao's spine as he wondered if Qin Shinghan was alluding to him. Indeed, a piercing gaze fixated on Wang Hao's face. Wang Hao, do you have anything to clarify? Before Wang Hao could utter a word, Professor Luca interjected. I stake my life on it. Wang Hao is in no way connected to the demon. He bears no responsibility for this summoning incident. Patience, Ms. Lu Gu. Qin Shinghan waved a finger. This is merely my personal conjecture. However, it is undeniable that Wang Hao is deeply entwined in this matter. He shares a close connection with Ling Yuan Jibu, one of the deceased, and has engaged with the other two victims. His numerous statements indicated discord with the summoner, Li Shuangling. He was the first to discover the summoning scene, and, based on my deductions, Wang Hao, you must have mastered summoning magic by now, correct? Wang Hao was rendered speechless. Indeed, he had acquired knowledge of summoning magic, a fact he had chosen to keep from the Rangers for fear of misunderstanding. Yet, he had only ever successfully summoned a killer rabbit and a messenger raven, hardly anything akin to summoning a demon. As for the other points raised, he had already clarified them during the recent interrogations. As far as I know, the Arcane Academy's Arcane Secret Institute, under Ms. Lu Ji's leadership, has effectively prohibited the study of summoning magic. Qin Shinghan inquired with a hint of a smile. Wang Hao, where did you learn your summoning magic? At this juncture, it was no longer feasible to conceal the truth. He opened his mouth, prepared to divulge that he had learned summoning magic from Senior Jibu. It was I who taught him summoning magic, Professor Luca promptly interrupted. In truth, he is my newly accepted apprentice, and I have been secretly guiding him in his magical studies. Qin Shinghan appeared slightly taken aback. Wang Hao is your apprentice? If you intend to protect him, then you must do so without reservation. Professor Luca nodded affirmatively. Indeed, Ling Yuan Jibu and his associates were clandestinely studying summoning magic, a fact I discovered thanks to Wang Hao's tip-off. After that incident, I recognized his potential and selected him as my apprentice. While I personally mentored him, I also tasked him with monitoring anyone daring to study summoning magic. His ability to promptly identify the summoning site stems from his ongoing surveillance of Ling Yuan and his peers. But, Qin Shinghan stammered, momentarily thrown off balance by Professor Luca's revelations, aren't you the one who strictly prohibits the study of summoning magic at the Arcane Academy? Professor Luca smiled enigmatically. I am a hypocrite. Is that a problem? Familiars are crucial aids for any mage. It matters not if other students lack proficiency. But my apprentice must not remain ignorant of it. With that, a summoning array materialized beside her, and the Valkyrie Varki, whom they had encountered in the basement days prior, emerged, standing gallantly beside Professor Luca, asserting to all present, I, Nicole Lugu, St. Resigan's Luca, am also proficient in summoning magic, and my apprentice merely possesses foundational skills. Thus, Wang Hao's suspicions could be entirely dispelled. However, the cost was that he would be perceived as a treacherous informant who betrayed his close senior. While Professor Luca would be branded as a biased and duplicitous teacher, Zhou Shirin and Old Chao gaped in astonishment at the absurdity of Professor Luca's defense. Both seasoned individuals were too astute to accept such implausible claims. Yet, they had never anticipated that Professor Luca would willingly tarnish her own reputation to shield a student. After a lengthy silence, Chen Xinghan began to applaud. Splendid. Truly splendid. Your unwavering defense of Wang Hao prompts me to consider you as a suspect as well. Take this Valkyrie away. Otherwise, I shall exercise my authority to apprehend you on the grounds of attempting to assault a special agent. Professor Luca stood her ground, retorting sharply, Do you know who I am? I am a survivor of the Yellow Star, a grand mage of the Anti-Demon Alliance who has battled demons for years. Do you truly believe I could be a spy for the Demon Legion? Such a notion is preposterous. Even if all of Earth-S United were to ally with the demon forces, we Yellow would never. Chen Xinghan turned to glance at Chao Jun, both sharing an inscrutable smile, as if finding humor in Professor Luca's words. Zhou Shirin buried his head deeply, unwilling to speak. What do you mean by that? Professor Luca furrowed her brow, demanding clarification. To be candid, the summoning of demons to Earth has persisted since the surge of spiritual energy 50 years ago. Chen Xinghan replied solemnly. Do you know what kind of individuals typically engage in summoning? Professor Luca remained silent, processing the gravity of Chen Xinghan's revelation that demons have been descending upon Earth for 50 years? How could that be? The vast majority of those who summon demons are from otherworldly origins. That is, the yellow people you mentioned. Chen Xinghan asserted with conviction. You lie. Every yellow person harbors an intense hatred for demons. How could they possibly conspire with them? Professor Luca exploded with indignation. In solidarity with her fury, Valkyrie Varki placed a hand upon her sword's hilt, glaring intently at Chen Xinghan. Unfazed, Chen Xinghan smiled slightly. Shukabaika, St. Resigan's car. What is your connection to him? Chapter 113. The Return of Possessions, Shukabaika St. Resigan's Carl. What is your relationship with this person? Upon hearing this sudden name, Wang Hao is utterly perplexed. Who on earth is this? Yet, noticing the name contains St. Resigan's, he wondered if this individual might be a relative of Teacher Luca. Indeed. Upon hearing the name, Teacher Luca trembled violently. What has happened to him? How long has it been since you last contacted your only relative? Chen Xinghan pulled out his personal computer and scrolled for a moment, revealing that this individual had been apprehended by the Special Affairs Bureau a year ago for participating in a demon summoning ritual. Due to the involvement of others in his case, a verdict had yet to be declared, but life imprisonment seemed inevitable. Teacher Luca was so enraged she could hardly speak, hastily retrieving her personal computer in an attempt to contact Shokabaika. However, no matter how fervently she called, the response was a chilling silence of unanswered calls. Wang Hao also noted that the Valkyrie Valky was anxiously observing Teacher Luca's computer. Did she know this Shokabaika as well? At that moment, Chen Xinghan waved his hand dismissively. No need to bother. This Carl has been in the Special Affairs Bureau prison for a year. Even if you were to smash your personal computer, you wouldn't be able to reach him. Setting down her device, Luca and Valky exchanged glances, simultaneously adopting an aggressive stance directed at Chen Xinghan. You must provide me with an explanation, otherwise, you shall not leave this room today. Zhou Shirin immediately stood up, exclaiming, Teacher Nicole, do you realize what you are doing? Quickly have your guardian lower her sword. It's all right, it's fine. She can't hurt me. Chen Xinghan chuckled, waving his hand. I can understand. After all, it's your last relative. Your dear cousin has been imprisoned. Who could remain unmoved after hearing such news? It turned out that this Shokabaika was indeed Teacher Luca's cousin. Wang Hao cautiously glanced at Teacher Luca, concerned that in her fury she might harm the sardonic Chen Xinghan. Yet, what would anger accomplish? Her cousin had been in prison for a year, and she had remained oblivious. Chen Xinghan spread his hands. If you had shown him more concern earlier, perhaps he wouldn't have been led astray into participating in the demon summoning ritual. While speaking, Chen Xinghan opened a picture on his computer and held it up before Teacher Luca. Wang Hao, keen-eyed, also caught a clear glimpse. It depicted a dimly lit room, at the center of which was a colossal summoning circle, and a man with elven ears was being restrained by a group of armed special affairs agents, utterly immobilized. The evidence was indisputable. Teacher Luca had no choice but to accept that her cousin truly was imprisoned. Moreover, the charge was one she could scarcely bear: collusion with demons. In the past, there had been traitors who colluded with demons on Yellowstar. But she could never have imagined that a member of the St. Resigans family would fall to such disgrace. Carl, why did you do this? When did you become so entwined with demons? Do you honor the memories of our departed kin? What of those who sacrificed themselves on the front lines against the demon legions? Turning to glance at Valky beside her, Teacher Luca could no longer withstand the weight of this revelation and fainted. Teacher Luca, Wang Hao rushed to support her. Are you all right? She will be fine. The Valkyrie Valky took Teacher Luca from Wang Hao. Surprisingly speaking, I will take her to rest. Wang Hao stood astonished, watching as the Valkyrie carried Teacher Luca towards the command center. Wait, you can talk? Now, no one is here to protect you. It and Oppos, as time to confess. Chen Xinghan approached Wang Hao with a smile that lacked warmth. Isn't this just bullying? Wang Hao thought to himself. Regardless, he couldn't afford to lose face for Teacher Luca. He boldly pulled over a chair and sat down. I don't know what there is to confess. Ask whatever you wish. However, I must clarify that I have no connection to the demon summoning. After saying this, he paused to add, and neither do Jibu and her companions. They were deceived by Li Shangle. Chao Jun, nearby, couldn't help but chuckle. This lad was quite amusing. Still thinking of defending his beloved even in dire straits. Alas, if this girl named Ling Wanjibu had not met such misfortune, she might have found happiness. All right. Then I shall inquire. Chen Xinghan nodded. You should have visited Star Rainbow City in the asteroid belt half a year ago. What were you doing there? The asteroid belt? Why do you ask about that? Wang Hao stared blankly at Chen Xinghan, then glanced at Chao Jun. Did this matter relate to the demon summoning? Seeing Wang Hao remain silent, Chen Xinghan produced a $100 Earth bill from somewhere. Do you know what this is? Money. Money? Wang Hao felt his mind momentarily short-circuit. Do you know where this bill came from? Chen Xinghan continued questioning, initially intending to shake his head. Wang Hao suddenly recalled a detail from half a year prior. Upon entering Star Rainbow City, he had given the guards $100 Earth. Could this bill be? Chen Xinghan nodded, placing the $100 note into Wang Hao's hand. You guessed correctly. I retrieved it from those foolish guards. So you need not deny anything. Recount to me everything that transpired in Star Rainbow City. Does the incident in Star Rainbow City relate to the demon summoning? Wang Hao glanced at the legendary Dean Zhou Shirin, who bore a weary expression, also waiting for him to speak. With no other choice, Wang Hao recounted the events as they had unfolded, from the moment he spotted the stalker in M87, to following it to the asteroid belt, infiltrating Star Rainbow City, assisting Zhou Jack in retrieving the stolen staff, and finally escaping unscathed. Ultimately, I made my way to the airport, where I encountered Master Chow. After all that, I returned to M87, and I suppose I can consider it a successful retreat. The recounting left the three listeners in stunned silence, especially Dean Zhou Shirin. With such abilities, why bother attending an academy? You should join the Rangers directly. Regrettably, Wang Hao was oblivious to the Dean's inner thoughts. Otherwise, he would have found it utterly delightful. What a remarkable young man. Your performance surpasses even our newest agents in the Bureau. Chen Xinghan praised, raising his thumb. Now, where is that staff? Wang Hao touched the storage point on his wrist and retrieved the staff he had forgotten for half a year, handing it over to Chen Xinghan. Why didn't TU report it immediately? Dean Zhou inquired. Well, I have been hoping to find an opportunity to return it stealthily to the Grand Repository. But could I easily approach there? Wang Hao pondered for a moment and casually replied, I simply forgot about the staff. Chapter 114. A new divination. I completely forgot about this. In response to the Dean's inquiry, Wang Hao casually replied, You forgot about this? Do you even comprehend what kind of staff this is? Chen Xinghan, astonished, held the staff in his hands. This is a soul channeling staff. Soul channeling staff? What is that? Observing the perplexed expression on Wang Hao's face, Chen Xinghan returned the staff to the Dean. If you don't know, then you don't know. In any case, it's best if you don't meddle with such a perilous object. Dean Zhou, remember to keep it safe. And perhaps enhance the defenses of your grand treasury while you're at it. Dean Zhou Shirin took the staff. examining it carefully before storing it away with great solemnity. Is this thing really that dangerous? Wang Hao pondered, utterly bewildered. The staff had been in his storage for half a year, and he had never considered using it. Now, he was being informed that it was a dangerous soul-channeling staff? I truly regret not having investigated it sooner. All right. The case of the Grand Treasury theft at the Academy of Divination can finally be concluded. Chen Xinghan clapped his hands and straightened his posture. That fellow Zhou Jieka will finally face judgment, won't he? Wang Hao exclaimed in surprise. Zhou Jieka? Judgment? You've already captured him? Is there any need to ask? The moment you left, I apprehended him. To dare steal from the Academy of Divination is truly a reckless endeavor, Chen Xinghan said nonchalantly. The Academy of Divination has always been a valuable contributor of talent to the United Earth, and as such, its security level is quite high. It is not surprising that the Special Affairs Bureau would intervene in the theft case. However, Chen Xinghan managed to capture Zhou Jieka almost immediately after Wang Hao's departure. How efficient must he be? If he had acted any faster, there would have been no need for Wang Hao to get involved. Moreover, what connection does this theft case at the Academy of Divination have with summoning demons? Actually, it has little to do with it. I simply encountered you, the concerned party, and took the opportunity to resolve this matter. Chen Xinghan chuckled, allowing Zhou Jieka to receive a formal ruling and thus serve his time in prison to reform. Zhou Jieka. Wang Hao recalled something and casually asked, isn't Zhou Jieka associated with the Star Alliance rather than the United Earth? Do you have the authority to judge him? Upon hearing this, Chen Xinghan and Apos' expression darkened. What if he is from the Star Alliance? If he dares to steal under the United Earth's jurisdiction, the Special Affairs Bureau can apprehend him. It seems that only the Rangers possess enforcement authority within the Star Alliance. You old spies must have engaged in some underhanded activities. Regardless, Zhou Jieka's fate is of no concern to anyone. If he is captured, so be it. No one will advocate for him. Now that this case is resolved, we must turn our attention to another matter, Chen Xinghan continued. What happened to Li Shangling and the Night Blood Demon should soon be unveiled. Wang Hao immediately interjected, I don't know, don't ask me. Chen Xinghan smiled and said, I won't ask you, but I would like you to play a game with me. I read in the documents that you traveled all the way to the forest behind the Academy of Divination to train because Lady Lu Gu had once divined for you using cards? You intend to use the divination deck to locate Li Shangling and the demon? Wang Hao retorted, give it up, it's futile. Teacher Luca has tried every method of divination over the past few days and found no clues. Ah, so divination is ineffective? Chen Xinghan mused. Typically. Unless the subject of the divination is significantly stronger than the diviner, the divination spells will fail. Given that Master Lu Gu has battled demons on Yellow Star for so many years, she should not be at a disadvantage compared to a Night Blood Demon, should she? How would I know? I have never faced a Night Blood Demon directly. In any case, both the Night Blood Demon and Master Lu Gu could easily overpower me. Out of nowhere, Chen Xinghan produced a stack of divination cards and placed them on the table, turning to Zhou Shirin. I have no knowledge of magic. I shall leave the card reading to you, Dean Zhou. I will merely provide escort for you. Dean Zhou Shirin, with great effort, stood up and took a seat opposite Wang Hao to shuffle the cards. Is the Dean injured? Wang Hao observed with curiosity this legendary figure, who had not displayed the demeanor expected of the strongest. His disheveled appearance and lackluster expression gave the impression that he had not eaten, drunk, or slept in days. The divination deck appeared rather ordinary, far inferior to Teacher Luca's deck adorned with golden threads. Moreover, Zhou Shirin's shuffling technique seemed clumsy, indicating that he was not accustomed to playing cards. After awkwardly laying the cards out in a fan shape, Zhou Shirin instructed, think of the question you wish to divine. Then draw a card. Chen Xinghan interjected, remember to consider the whereabouts of Li Shangling and the Night Blood Demon. Do I need you to remind me? Wang Hao concentrated intently on Li Shangling's visage before reaching out to draw a card. The card depicted a sword, wielded by a figure whose face was obscured, as they swung it forcefully. Upon seeing this, Chen Xinghan feigned surprise. A murderous aura? If anyone harbors the deepest hatred for Li Shangling in this world, it would undoubtedly be you. Wang Hao placed the sword card on the table, not denying Chen Xinghan's assertion. Were it not for his lack of strength, he would have chased after Li Shangling long ago. After reshuffling the cards, Zhou Shirin divided them into 2 stacks. Now, we shall predict the outcome. Wang Hao closed his eyes and randomly drew a card. To everyone's astonishment, it illustrated a galloping horse, with a figure riding atop, vaguely discernible as a woman. Li Shangling has fled. Chen Xinghan's expression soured. Indeed, with so many days past, how could she still be on M87? They had arrived too late. Upon hearing that Li Shangling had escaped, Wang Hao felt a mix of frustration and elation. Naturally, he was vexed that Li Shangling had gotten away. But he was also pleased, as this might afford him an opportunity to avenge Sister Ji Bu personally. Next, Wang Hao rapidly drew 3 cards. One depicted a clock, another a dagger, and the last showed a sunset. Wang Hao recognized the dagger. It had appeared during Teacher Luca's earlier divination, symbolizing betrayal and treachery. Could it be that, as Chen Xinghan suggested, Li Shangling and the Night Blood Demon could evade capture due to an insider's assistance? Strangely, Chen Xinghan and Zhou Shirin's attention was not on the dagger card, but rather fixated on the clock card. Deep in thought. What does this clock signify? Wang Hao inquired with curiosity. Hiss. Chen Xinghan exhaled. No wonder Master Lu Gu could not divine any clues regarding this Night Blood Demon. This demon has somehow tapped into the powers of time. Chapter 115. Why do the weak fight? This demon has dared to meddle with the power of time? No wonder Master Lu Gu could not foresee her whereabouts. It seems the demon army has dispatched their most formidable warriors. After 50 years of fruitless attempts to invade Earth, they must be feeling quite desperate. Chen Xinghan and Zhou Shirin exchanged incredulous glances, contemplating the notion of time manipulation. Is this for real? The ability to pause time and act at will? If one possessed such power, why choose to invade Earth when one could ascend to become the sovereign of the universe? Time manipulation does not necessarily equate to halting time, Zhou Shirin clarified. Regardless of its form, the power of time is exceedingly troublesome. Space is sanctified, while time reigns supreme. Chen Xinghan raised his hands in exasperation. Captain Zhou, as the mightiest individual of the Earth Alliance, can you influence time? Zhou Shirin shook his head in silence. There were 3 cards of fate. In addition to the time card, there were a dagger card and a night card. Chen Xinghan furrowed his brow and remarked, did they escape under the cover of night with the assistance of a traitor? It makes sense. The Dark Night Blood Demon can only unleash her true power at night. They must have found a hiding place, waiting for the darkness to slip away undetected. Zhou Shirin sighed, acknowledging the skill it took to evade the ranger's search. At that moment, Wang Hao abruptly stood, exclaiming, they must be hiding among the corpses. What did you say? Can you be certain? Chen Xinghan and Zhou Shirin inquired, taken aback. Wang Hao hesitated, returning to his seat and shaking his head. This idea had sprung suddenly into his mind, devoid of any evidence. If Li Shangling and the Dark Night Blood Demon were indeed concealed among the dead, they could have launched a surprise attack while he was attempting to rescue Senior Jibu. Even with his precognitive abilities, escaping the grasp of a Dark Night Blood Demon wielding time powers would likely prove impossible. Though Chen Xinghan and Zhou Shirin refrained from pressing further, they etched Wang Hao's speculation into their memories. As the first to discover the summoning site, any information he provided could be invaluable to their investigation, even if it seemed far-fetched. Now, let us conclude this divination, Chen Xinghan urged Zhou Shirin. Choose one of the 3 paths, Wang Hao. Zhou Shirin reluctantly divided the cards into 3 piles before Wang Hao. Having previously chosen the middle card, he decided to do so again. With this thought, Wang Hao reached out and drew the central card. The card depicted a farmland, teeming with people toiling in the fields. Was this not the card suggesting a potential future in agriculture? This card signifies that you should focus on your work and refrain from unnecessary distractions. Chen Xinghan said with a grin, placing the work card aside. Li Shangling and this demon will fall to our hands. There will be no opportunity for you, a novice, to intervene. Alternatively, one could interpret this as a sign that encountering this demon would lead him back to farming. But is that truly the case? Wang Hao mused. I believe this card tells me that with diligent effort, I will inevitably cross paths with Li Shangling and the Dark Night Blood Demon. He tapped the work card, noting that interpretations of the divination cards could vary. His interpretation was not without merit. While your reasoning is not incorrect, what sort of work would lead you to meet Li Shangling and the Dark Night Blood Demon? Zhou Shirin and Chun Xinghan exchanged glances, pondering Wang Hao and Apos' intentions. I aspire to become a ranger, Wang Hao declared earnestly. For this, I am diligently honing my skills. Zhou Shirin rarely displayed a smile, but now he beamed with approval. Excellent. Such ambition. You truly are a worthy student of Teacher Luca. Chun Xinghan, however, spoke with a hint of envy. Why does everyone desire to be a ranger while no one wishes to join the Special Operations Bureau? Our benefits far exceed theirs. Wang Hao chuckled in disbelief. The primary condition for joining the Special Operations Bureau is that one must have heard of you. Out of over 500 students in the Divine Academy, perhaps no more than 5 are even aware of the Bureau's existence. How can you expect to recruit successfully? Greater benefits come with greater risks, Zhou Shirin remarked dryly, casting a glance at the complaining Chun Xinghan. For the sake of the Earth Alliance, sacrifices are unavoidable, Chun Xinghan replied with a smile. Upon hearing this, Zhou Shirin fixed a steely gaze upon Chun Xinghan, seemingly contemplating a reprimand, while Chun Xinghan remained nonchalant, unconcerned with the implications of his words. It appeared that a rift existed between the two. Wang Hao observed the dean and Chun Xinghan, intending to mediate, yet unsure how to initiate the conversation. Let us resolve these matters first. After a moment of mutual contemplation, Chun Xinghan averted his gaze. We shall determine the meaning of this work card after examining the final set of cards. Zhou Shirin gathered the 6 cards, sword, mount, time, dagger, knight, and work, shuffled them, and presented them to Wang Hao for selection. Previously, the jungle card had directed Wang Hao to refine himself in the depths of the forest, ultimately leading him to acquire 9 advanced techniques. What guidance would this new set of cards impart? With a heart full of anticipation, Wang Hao reached out and drew one. This is time? Chun Xinghan exclaimed in astonishment at the card in Wang Hao's hand. Indeed, this was the time card, but it differed from the previous one. It depicted a young man, glistening with sweat, lifting a colossal hourglass. What does this signify? Wang Hao feigned ignorance, questioning whether it was urging him to cultivate abilities related to time. Chun Xinghan shot him a sidelong glance. Is that even a question? To defeat Li Shangling and the Dark Knight Blood Demon, you must wield time powers to counter their own. But, time powers? Are you dreaming? Zhou Shirin's expression was equally grave, deeming the card's suggestion implausible. All right, enough of this divination. It's time for you to leave. Chun Xinghan waved Wang Hao off. If you recall any clues, inform Master Lu Go, and she will relay them to us. Wang Hao stood in bewilderment. Aren't you pursuing the traitor? What about the traitor? The traitor must be apprehended, but you cannot be involved. Chun Xinghan said impatiently. Your rank is too low, Wang Hao. You are still in the reserves. What a surprise. You initially deceived me into thinking I was the traitor. Wang Hao huffed, rising to visit Teacher Luca in the adjacent lounge. Just return home. Zhou Shirin called after him. I still have matters to discuss with Dean Luca. Oh, Chapter 116. The Power of the Demon Teacher Lin. Please teach me how to pause time. I'm sorry, but I truly cannot teach you that. After ensuring he was sufficiently far from the Ranger's command center, Wang Hao immediately sought guidance from Lin Meiying. However, Lin Meiying unhesitatingly declined, informing Wang Hao that she was not omnipotent. Wang Hao, feeling anxious, exclaimed, You saw the divination just now, right? To defeat Li Shangling and the Dark Knight Blood Demon, I must master the power of time to contend with them. But I haven't even grasped the ability to stop time myself. How can I teach you? Lin Meiying chuckled wryly. Do you truly believe that the power of time can be wielded so casually? Controlling time is something that many desire throughout their lives but cannot achieve. Then what am I to do? Without the power of time, how can I confront Li Shangling and the Dark Knight Blood Demon? Wang Hao, feeling utterly despondent, lamented. Lin Meiying cleared her throat. Actually, if your sole intention is to eliminate Li Shangling without provoking the Dark Knight Blood Demon, it is still feasible without mastering the power of time. If Li Shangling were truly that formidable, she wouldn't need to resort to deceit to gather 3 sacrifices. Wang Hao clenched his fists. What nonsense. How can I spare one while eliminating the other? I intend to vanquish both Li Shangling and the Dark Knight Blood Demon with my own hands. Since I lack the power of time, I must find a means to counter it. How naive. How do you plan to counter the power of time? We don't even know the extent of the Dark Knight Blood Demon's control over time. Do you intend to confront her head-on? You might find yourself drained of blood before you even realize how you perished. Actually, you do have a direction in which to strive for the power of time. Lin Meiying said softly, don't forget your ultimate trump card. Ultimate trump card? Wang Hao paused for a moment and then tentatively inquired, are you referring to the power of dominion? Can it help me obtain the power of time? The power of dominion can manipulate the myriad phenomena at will, including the ethereal concepts of time, space, and causality, Lin Meiying replied. As long as you can acquire the soul of dominion, mastering time will not be beyond your reach. Wang Hao initially felt a surge of excitement but then sighed deeply. The soul of dominion? I can hardly dare to imagine it. After all this time, I only possess a soul of the pincer bug. Lin Meiying chuckled, fool. Did you forget that just a few nights ago in the basement of the school hospital, you acquired another soul of dominion? Huh, did I? Wang Hao scratched his head in confusion. I don't remember that at all. You truly are a gem. The reason Wang Hao had forgotten was due to the prolonged time he had spent being choked by that small giant, which had deprived his brain of oxygen, causing memory loss. Now, with Lin Meiying's reminder, he finally understood. He had inadvertently absorbed a soul of dominion. When you and that demon were intent on killing each other to survive, that shared desire increased your synchronization rate, Lin Meiying elaborated. Our attempts to collect souls of dominion over the past 6 months have failed for similar reasons. Wang Hao, astonished, asked, then, in the future, if I wish to absorb souls of dominion, will I have to fight to the death with them? That's the theory, Lin Meiying replied with a grin. Alternatively, you could quickly enhance your strength. At that point, you could absorb weaker souls of dominion without high synchronization. Just the thought of absorbing a biological soul of dominion is already so complicated. How will I obtain souls related to lightning, flames, time, and space? How can I enhance my synchronization with time? Is it feasible to squander time recklessly? Enough of that. I will first try out this newly acquired soul of dominion. Wang Hao quietly retreated to a secluded corner, beginning to examine the soul of dominion he had just obtained. The moment he began to observe the soul of dominion, all information regarding the small giant was instantly perceived by Wang Hao. Unlike the nameless soul of the pincer bug, this small giant demon was scientifically named the brutal terror demon, born on a planet tainted by poisonous waters. Due to its exceptional physical prowess, it had caught the eye of the demon legion, becoming a low-ranking warrior serving as cannon fodder. Though a low-ranking warrior, the brutal terror demon had redeeming qualities, namely, its ability to brutalize. When Wang Hao fought this demon, he had punched through its chest, yet it not only survived but grew stronger, nearly turning the tables on him. This was its inherent gift of brutality. Stripping off his shirt, Wang Hao activated the power of dominion, soul of the brutal terror demon, heart of fury. With a resounding crack, Wang Hao's muscles contorted dramatically, causing his entire form to swell noticeably, straining his trousers to their limits. Had he not been accustomed to loose-fitting attire, he might have burst them right then and there. But that was not the end. After his physique expanded, the next transformation occurred in his skin. Within the blink of an eye, his skin turned from a healthy hue to a deep, coal-black shade. Wang Hao's eyes became bloodshot and swollen, resembling those of a dead fish. Ah, power. I feel as though I could punch through steel. The brutalized Wang Hao lightly waved his hand, reveling in the abundant strength. Ah, I need a poor soul to test this. Oh, will the brutalization cause a loss of reason? Lin Meiying gasped, realizing that the Academy of the Divine Spirit was under strict watch by the Rangers. If Wang Hao were to wander out seeking trouble with demonic powers, he would be viewed as an insider threat. With that thought, she hurriedly shouted at Wang Hao. Snap out of it. Do not lose yourself to the allure of demonic power. Ha, ha. Wang Hao was too consumed by his newfound strength to heed Lin Meiying's warnings, panting heavily as he scanned the area for a target to test his new abilities. Fortunately, he had chosen a deserted area for his experiment. Otherwise, chaos would surely ensue. After a frustratingly long search for a target, Wang Hao's frustration boiled over, and he turned to a nearby tree, delivering a fierce punch. He did not use any energy. Relying solely on brute force, and astonishingly, he broke the trunk of a tree as thick as a rice bowl with a single blow, causing it to crash to the ground. Huh. After venting his brute strength, Wang Hao felt exhilarated, panting heavily as he sought his next target. Stop! I am with the campus patrol. What are you doing? Wait a minute. You are Wang Hao. Chapter 117. The Heart of the Terror Claw. I am a member of the campus patrol team. What are you doing? What the hell? Wang Hao. Just as Wang Hao shattered a tree with a single punch, the righteous campus patrol team arrived promptly at the scene. However, the member of this patrol team was none other than his old friend, Lin Eligia. Seeing Eligia, Wang Hao emitted a strange noise. You arrived just in time. Stand still and let me strike you once. Let us see how strong I am now. Eligia looked at Wang Hao, whose body had swollen, in astonishment. What happened to you? Just a few days ago, you were perfectly normal. Have you consumed some inferior alchemical potion? Wang Hao, unwilling to elaborate, clenched his fist and aimed a powerful blow at her face. The punch was swift and fierce. Eligia barely managed to evade it, rolling awkwardly to the side. A gust of wind whipped past, grazing his scalp and even removing a small tuft of hair. Eligia, astonished and crouching on the ground while clutching her scalp, exclaimed, Wang Hao, have you lost your mind? Oh ho! Wang Hao continued to emit bizarre sounds, swinging his fist towards the crown of Eligia's head. This was no longer a mere test of strength, it was a genuine attempt on her life. I see that not only is your body in turmoil, but your mind seems to be as well. Feeling the murderous intent, Eligia finally comprehended that Wang Hao was serious and could not afford to be careless any longer. She swiftly rolled away from the punch and clambered to her feet, albeit in a rather undignified manner. Although aware that something was amiss with Wang Hao, Eligia did not think of him as a demon. Rather, she assumed he had ingested some strange potion that had transformed him into this monstrous version of himself, having witnessed numerous such accidents in her studies of alchemy. She was no stranger to the bizarre. Haha. Seeing Eligia escape from his grasp, Wang Hao let out another strange cry before charging forward again. Eligia remained composed, retreating to increase the distance between them while inscribing a deep blue rune on her palm. This rune seemed to encapsulate the power of frost, and once completed, the surrounding air dropped several degrees. Wang Hao, oblivious to her actions, focused solely on testing his might against her. Though his strength had surged, his intellect had been lost. You were much more impressive back on the yellow sandstar. Eligia swiftly pressed the rune against the ground, and it instantly transformed into a massive freezing trap. Laid out before her, Wang Hao, devoid of common sense, completely overlooked the obvious trap and stepped right into Eligia's icy snare. In an instant, a wave of bone-chilling cold erupted from beneath him, enveloping him in a thick layer of frost. Seeing him ensnared, Eligia couldn't help but smile triumphantly. You've fallen for it, haven't you? However, even encased in ice, Wang Hao refused to cease his assault, gathering all his strength to break free from the frosty bindings. The ice creaked under the strain of his power, as if it would shatter at any moment. Eligia furrowed her brow, realizing Wang Hao was quite the handful. Uncertain how long this state would persist, she knew she could not simply walk away. What if he turned his aggression towards others? The direst concern was what would happen if he attacked the Rangers. He could be captured or even killed on the spot. I hope you won't hold this against me later. With that thought, Eligia conjured an arcane rope with a flick of her hands, deftly looping it around Wang Hao's neck and tightening it to induce unconsciousness. Her intention was to render him compliant. Having previously suffered at the hands of the brutal terror demon, then being ensnared by Eligia once more, Wang Hao is indeed a magnet for misfortune. Frozen in ice, he began to feel suffocated within seconds, his eyes rolling back in preparation to collapse. Seeing her tactic work effectively, Eligia felt a surge of relief. This was indeed fruitful. Once Wang Hao succumbed, she would quickly loosen the rope to avoid accidentally choking him to death. Rah! Just as Wang Hao was on the brink of unconsciousness, the terror demon blood coursing through him ignited, propelling him further into a state of frenzy. In Eligia's horrified gaze, his skin darkened to a deep ebony. A row of sharp bone spines sprouted from his back, and his nails morphed into black, hardened, pointed weapons. Having undergone a second transformation, Wang Hao's strength surged, effortlessly shattering the ice encasing him and tearing off the arcane rope around his neck. This is bad, this is bad. Even Eligia, despite her usual composure, sensed the gravity of the situation and wasted no time fleeing. This was beyond her ability to handle. She needed to leave it to the teachers. Are you truly going to abandon Wang Hao? A voice suddenly pierced the air. In this state, if he is seen by the Rangers, his future could be ruined. At that moment, a voice echoed in Olivia's ear, urging her to remember that he was still her friend and that she should assist him in this critical moment. Who? Who is speaking? Startled by the mysterious voice, Olivia quickened her pace, racing 100 meters away in the blink of an eye. The identity of the speaker is irrelevant. I can provide you with the means to subdue Wang Hao. The reason for his current state is the runaway power within him. You simply need to extract the magic from his body. But, Olivia was still in a state of confusion, struggling to process the voice's suggestions. Stop hesitating. Do you want to watch him perish? Seeing her uncertainty, the voice grew impatient. Don't forget that you survived your return from the Yellow Sand Star thanks to Wang Hao's considerable favor. What was this mysterious voice? How did it know they had returned safely from the Yellow Sand Star because of Wang Hao? Although teacher Luca had informed the entire academy of the incident, no details were disclosed. Had Wang Hao or Lu Dong inadvertently revealed something? Regardless, the voice made a valid point. It would be utterly tragic to watch Wang Hao be captured by the Rangers. Steeling herself, she surveyed her surroundings and noticed a nearby classroom building. A plan forming in her mind. In his second bout of fury, Wang Hao had completely lost his senses, his mind consumed solely with the desire to destroy. Fixating on the escaping Olivia as his target. His singular purpose now was to catch up to her and tear her apart. At that moment, Olivia, who had been fleeing, suddenly pivoted and dashed towards the classroom building. Without hesitation, Wang Hao altered his course and followed her inside. This is perfect. Chapter 118. The malevolent flame. Elika chose to flee into the teaching building, calculating that at this moment, Wang Hao was devoid of reason and would inevitably repeat his previous mistakes. Upon entering the building, she swiftly darted into a girls' changing room, a space sufficiently confined to allow her to set up a battlefield to her advantage. Soon, a cacophony of banging echoed from outside the changing room. Undoubtedly the sound of Wang Hao smashing doors and rattling locks in his frantic search for her. Fortunately, the Rangers had sealed off the Academy of Divine Communication, suspending all classes, or else the commotion would have drawn attention far sooner. However, she could not afford to ignore him entirely. Such a racket would eventually attract the Rangers, leading to her doom. Hastening to finalize her preparations, Elika nervously pushed open the door to the changing room and retreated to a corner, awaiting Wang Hao's arrival. As expected, the moment she opened the door, the thunderous banging ceased. It seemed Wang Hao had indeed noticed her presence. Elika's heart raced as she anticipated his approach. Huffing and puffing, his gruff breaths echoed as Wang Hao neared the changing room. Elika glanced at the floor, fervently hoping her setup would prove effective. If this ploy failed, she would be trapped in the changing room, facing an inevitable demise. With a creak, a dark arm grasped the door frame, revealing the monstrous Wang Hao, who had transformed into a fearsome figure. The door felt constricting due to his enlarged physique. Even with her mental preparations, Elika felt her heart stop upon seeing him. Finally locating Elika, Wang Hao emitted an ecstatic screech, bending down to enter the changing room and slowly advancing toward his prey. Yet at this critical moment, Elika found her fear dissipating. She lowered her gaze, intensely fixating on a spot on the floor, seemingly awaiting something. As Wang Hao reached the center of the changing room, an oil-yellow rune flickered beneath his feet, and a torrent of thick, slippery butter erupted, flooding the entire room. Taken by surprise, Wang Hao slipped, crashing down with a thunderous thud. Success! The butter trap worked. Elika exclaimed with exhilaration. But that was not all. The spiderweb trap. With a whoosh, a green rune materialized on the ceiling and a large, resilient spider web shot forth, ensnaring Wang Hao, who lay sprawled on the floor. This web was not only tough, but also highly adhesive, rendering even Wang Hao's newfound strength ineffective against it. Yet, the onslaught did not cease there. After confirming he was trapped, 2 frost trap runes manifested on the adjacent walls, unleashing a torrent of freezing frost upon Wang Hao, adding an extra layer of security. With this, he should be unable to escape. Elika breathed a sigh of relief. This tactic had previously been employed for bear trapping. and now she was using it against her fellow student. At that moment, a mysterious voice echoed again. Do not dawdle. Be wary of him evolving once more. Seize this opportunity to absorb his magical energy. I will only explain how to absorb it once, so listen carefully. Enough already. I know what to do. Elika traced a dark rune before her, directing it at the grounded Wang Hao, and a stream of purple magical energy flowed from his body into hers. This method of siphoning magic is prohibited at the Academy of Divine Communication, isn't it? The mysterious voice observed Elika draining Wang Hao's magic. Bemused at the disobedience of each student, Elika retorted with indignation. If I didn't know how to siphon magic, wouldn't I be utterly lost right now? I had intended to teach you on sight, yet you seem to have mastered it already, the voice replied with resignation. How could I learn in time? Before I could grasp it, Wang Hao would have broken free from the trap and torn me apart. True, not everyone is as perceptive as Wang Hao. The guiding voice urging Elika to defeat Wang Hao was none other than Lin Meiying. She understood that the power of dominion was a composite of martial arts, magic, and superpowers, and thus, if one facet was drained, the dominion would falter. Observing Wang Hao, now coated in frost and ensnared in a web, Elika shook her head. It seemed he could not yet control this brutal, terrifying power. The mere exertion of it had rendered him senseless, transforming him into a mindless force of destruction, far from sufficient. At this moment, Elika had drained Wang Hao's magical energy, and beneath the web, he gradually reverted to his original form, indicating the release of the dominion. She could have ceased her siphoning, but recalling the considerable trouble Wang Hao had caused her, she felt compelled to continue, intending to extract every last ounce of his magic. Isn't that enough? Lin Meiying watched Elika with disapproval. Are you intent on stripping him bare? Elika showed no signs of halting. How could I leave any magic behind? What if he goes berserk again? I must ensure, What is this? At that moment, Elika felt a surge of energy entirely distinct from the magic she had previously absorbed flowing into her body. This energy was wild and malevolent, like a raging inferno imbued with destructive power, enough to send shivers down her spine. Lin Meiying observed intently. Realizing that Elika had completely drained the arcane energy from Wang Hao, and what she was now absorbing was a different kind of magic. She initially anticipated Elika would extract elemental energy, but to her astonishment, a vibrant green, flame-like magical energy surged from Wang Hao, of which Elika absorbed a portion. This is chaos corruption, she thought, alarmed. When did Wang Hao gain mastery over such perilous magic? Could it be that his transformation into a demon inadvertently granted him access to this power? Elika clutched her abdomen, her features contorted. It's so hot. It feels like it's going to burn me alive. Someone save me. It's fine. This is merely a form of magic. If you ignore it, it will eventually settle down. Lin Meiying could only attempt to soothe Elika in frustration. Truly, greed leads to folly. Wouldn't it have been better to stop earlier? As misfortune would have it, footsteps echoed from outside the changing room at that very moment. Professor Luca's voice rang out from afar. There's no mistaking it. I can indeed sense the presence of a demon here. Chapter 119. Unraveling the restrictions. There is no mistake. I can indeed sense the presence of a demon here. The voice of teacher Luca echoed from outside, sending a shiver down the spines of Lin Meiying and Iligia. Especially Iligia, who, despite feeling the searing pain from the chaotic dark energy, suddenly sprang up from the ground. Teacher Luca is here. What should we do? We must quickly devise a reason, no matter what, to avoid implicating the demon. Lin Meiying urged, retreating back into Wang Hao's body, falling silent. How am I supposed to come up with a reason? With freezing spells and webs. Hey. Iligia was on the verge of losing her mind. What justification could possibly explain her using traps meant for ferocious beasts on a first-year junior? Moments later, Teacher Luca entered the girls' changing room accompanied by a ranger. Upon seeing the slippery oil, webs, and frost strewn across the floor, both were left dumbfounded. What on earth had happened? Where's the demon? Lin Meiying breathed a sigh of relief, for the ranger accompanying Teacher Luca was none other than her esteemed senior, Louis. With him around, Wang Hao was likely to be safe. Is that not Wang Hao bound within the web? Louis immediately spotted his junior entangled in the net. What happened? Was it the work of the demon? Teacher Luca, anxious, approached to check Wang Hao's condition and, upon discovering he had merely fainted, let out a breath of relief. She turned to the bewildered Lygia and inquired, "What transpired here? Who attacked you?" Unable to conceive an explanation, Lygia opted for honesty, stating bluntly, "It was I who bound him like this." Why? Both Luca and Lu were taken aback. "Are you out of your mind?" Because we were engaging in something quite thrilling." Lygia stammered. Strictly speaking, there was truth in her words. Being chased by a demonized classmate was indeed exhilarating, though she hoped never to experience it again. With oil, webs, and frost everywhere, you certainly had an exhilarating time. Louis glanced at Wang Hao on the ground and asked, "But why is he unconscious?" "I drained him dry." Lygia replied candidly. I understand. I shall take my leave," Louis declared without hesitation, stepping outside while muttering under his breath, "Today's juniors are certainly quite the thrill-seekers." While Louis could be easily deceived, Teacher Luca was not so easily fooled. She recognized that the oil and webs on Wang Hao were the result of a magical trap, and his faintness was due to the depletion of his magical energy, unrelated to any thrill-seeking escapade. Most importantly, the demonic aura was emanating from her precious apprentice. After a moment of contemplation, Teacher Luca made a decisive choice to conceal this matter immediately. She raised her gaze to Lygia and instructed, "You must get up and return to your dormitory at once. Not a word of what transpired today should leave your lips. Do you understand?" Oh, okay. I understand." Lygia had not anticipated that Dean Luca would be so agreeable, permitting her to leave so easily. Just as she was about to rise and exit, she hesitated and turned back to ask, "What about Wang Hao?" "I will help him recover. You need not concern yourself with that." Teacher Luca waved her hand, urging her to leave. "In that case, I shall take my leave." Lygia stuck out her tongue and made her swift exit. Today, she had indeed reaped considerable benefits, acquiring not only a great deal of Wang Hao's magical energy, but also valuable chaotic dark energy. Fortune favors the bold, after all. As Teacher Luca waved her hand, the magical web, frost, and oil dissipated, revealing Wang Hao's figure. She keenly noticed that Wang Hao's pants had been stretched significantly, almost losing their modesty. "Lin Meiying, are you present? Come forth and provide me with an explanation." Teacher Luca's expression was as frigid as ice. "What dark sorcery did you teach him to transform into a demon?" Goodness, seeing this, you still do not suspect Wang Hao as the traitor, but instead doubt my influence on him? Lin Meiying emerged, remarking, "It seems you have fully acknowledged this student." Teacher Luca did not deny it, insisting on an explanation. "This is not the place. Let us go to your residence. Since you genuinely recognize Wang Hao as your apprentice, there is no harm in sharing this secret with you." Lin Meiying nodded. "Very well." Teacher Luca lifted Wang Hao in her arms, raised her hand to the sky, and with a whoosh, the two vanished from the girls' changing room. Within Teacher Luca's residence, Lin Meiying briefly recounted the matter of the power of dominion to Teacher Luca, clarifying that the demonic aura she sensed earlier was indeed a result of Wang Hao's transformation. Upon seeing Wang Hao's pants stretched out, I presumed he was the one who had turned into a demon. However, I never anticipated it would involve such a fourth power, the power of dominion. What a convoluted situation. Teacher Luca rubbed her forehead, indicating her difficulty in accepting this so-called power of dominion. Lin Meiying shrugged. "Such is the reality." That night, did you not witness Wang Hao writhing in agony, wailing in despair? It was because he absorbed the dominion soul of the brutal terror demon. Consequently, he now possesses the ability to wield the power of the brutal terror demon, albeit at the cost of losing his sanity due to the demon's blood. This ability must not be used again, at least not for now. Teacher Luca declared without hesitation. "I shall teach him some more practical magic." "Oh, the esteemed Dean Lessigans is finally free? What do you intend to teach him?" Lin Meiying jested lightly. Teacher Luca responded resolutely. "Naturally. The quickest way to enhance his combat abilities is to enable him to summon his own familiar." Lin Meiying was taken aback, summoning beings from other realms, forming contracts, and acquiring familiars? Wasn't this what Luca had vehemently opposed in the past? In the past, I oppose summoning magic due to concerns about demons discovering this world. Unfortunately, I never imagined that demons had already set their sights on this place 50 years ago. Teacher Lucas sighed. In times like these, one must resort to all means and utilize every available power. The Grand Dean also proposed establishing a dedicated course on summoning magic, allowing students to acquire familiars or even guardians under our supervision to prepare for potential crises in the future. This is indeed a prudent decision. It is unwise to blindly prohibit summoning magic, but one cannot allow students to engage recklessly. The demise of the deceased Lingyuan Jibu serves as a vivid example. By the way, I have a question for you. Teacher Lucas suddenly recalled something and turned to ask, did you truly choose Wang Hao as your student by chance? You mentioned that you both met due to the battle at the space station. But what a coincidence that he just so happens to possess the qualifications for mastering the fourth power. Do you believe it is the choice of fate? Chapter 120. Sword Demon, why do I feel so dizzy? Wang Hao complained, cradling his head in a listless manner while standing in the courtyard of Teacher Luca. How can you say that? If it weren't for someone draining your magical power, you might have been captured by the Rangers for transforming into a demon. Lin Meiying mocked him, incredulous that the power of the brutal terror demon could backfire on you. It was your subordinate that was defeated. Wang Hao awkwardly shook his head. When he utilized the soul of the brutal terror demon, he recklessly absorbed all its power, including the ability to transform and the volatile demonic blood. If given another chance, he would surely refine the essence while discarding the dross. Let me try again. This time, I want to lose control. Wang Hao took a deep breath, determined to only accept the power of transformation, rejecting everything else. Lin Meiying quickly intervened. Stop being reckless. This is the teacher's dormitory area, very close to the Ranger's temporary command center. If Zhou Shirin or Qin Xinghan discovers you transforming into a demon, it would be disastrous. Reluctantly, Wang Hao ceased the activation of the terror demon's soul. He resolved to practice his transformation on the mountainside once the Rangers withdrew from the academy. At that moment, Teacher Luca emerged from the house and approached Wang Hao. Are you rested? Today's lesson will teach you a spell for summoning. Summoning spell? Wang Hao was taken aback. Could it be necromancy? Necromancy, you say? Lin Meiying smacked Wang Hao's head. Unless the Earth Alliance is destroyed, necromancy is not something you can study openly. Today, Teacher Luca will teach you how to summon your own familiar. Summon a familiar? Like the Valkyrie Varki? Wang Hao rubbed his hands together, excited. Let's do this. I'm ready. Before we begin learning, I must clarify the definition of a familiar, Teacher Luca said earnestly. Strictly speaking, a familiar is a high-level application of summoning spells. While summoned minions can assist you in battle and obey your commands, familiars bound by a contract are far more reliable. Wang Hao nodded. Is that so? First, familiars are more dependable than minions shackled by a summoning circle. The binding of a summoning circle may gradually weaken over time, and the summoned minion may resist. Or a skilled mage might break the binding. In such cases, your own minion might turn against you. Teacher Luca explained, while a familiar will not have this concern. Once a contract is signed, it cannot be undone unless you employ special methods to sever it. So, the binding of a summoning circle can decay over time? Wang Hao was astonished. I had no idea. Lin Meiying shrugged awkwardly. I didn't mention it. After all, summoning spells were just recently unbanned. And I couldn't teach you this knowledge behind Teacher Luca's back. Who knows? Teacher Luca shot Lin Meiying a disapproving glance. Who taught you the summoning technique for the messenger crow? Mentioning the messenger crow, Teacher Luca whistled towards the house. And a large black bird flapped its wings, flying out of the window to perch on her shoulder. Wang Hao focused his gaze and recognized it as the messenger crow he summoned half a year ago before heading to Hammerstar. He was surprised that Teacher Luca still kept it after all this time. This crow was summoned by you, so returning it to its original world must be your task. Teacher Luca affectionately patted the crow's head, but over the past 6 months, I've grown attached to it, so let it stay with me. Wang Hao attempted to command the messenger crow in his mind, but the bird completely ignored him, pecking at Teacher Luca's white hair instead. It seemed that after 6 months, the binding power of the summoning circle had nearly dissipated. Now, compared to him, the summoner, Teacher Luca, who had cared for it for half a year, seemed more like its true master. Familiars have many other advantages, such as telepathy, loyalty, and shared senses, Teacher Luca continued. As a mage, possessing your own familiar is unparalleled. It was hard to imagine that just yesterday, Teacher Luca held a strict prohibition on summoning magic. Clearly, her conversation with Chun Xinghan had a profound impact on her. Wang Hao pondered and asked, Teacher Luca, what if I want a familiar like the Valkyrie? A Valkyrie? You mean Varki? Teacher Luca was taken aback, instinctively touching the back of her neck. Indeed, Valkyries are so impressive and powerful. If I could have a familiar like you, it would be worth it for a lifetime. Wang Hao beamed, gazing enviously at Teacher Luca. Teacher Luca couldn't help but chuckle at her disciple's request. Varki is not an ordinary familiar. She is actually my guardian. Guardian? Wang Hao asked curiously, what is that? A guardian is essentially a familiar bound by a soul contract. Teacher Luca pondered for the right words, explaining that unlike the numerous familiars one could have, a guardian is singular, as one can only possess one soul. Therefore, unless there is a deep mutual understanding and shared ideals, one cannot make another their guardian. Lin Meiying interjected, don't underestimate guardians. In many ways, they are your soulmates. Many mages remain unmarried, living alongside their guardians for life. Upon hearing this, Wang Hao couldn't help but feel that Lin Meiying was essentially his guardian in a sense. Stop being foolish. You think you can handle me as your guardian? Lin Meiying saw right through his thoughts, insisting he should focus on enhancing his strength and reviving me. As for guardianship, find someone else. Whether it was Lin Meiying's hidden grievances or not, Teacher Luca teasingly addressed Lin Meiying. Indeed, humans cannot sign familiar or soul contracts with other humans. Unless Lin Meiying were transformed into a lich or a death angel, you would be able to. That's enough, Luca. Let us continue with the lesson. In any case, guardianship is premature for you. First, decide what kind of familiar you desire. What form of familiar do you want? A tank to protect you on the front lines? A ranged attacker to provide support? Or a healer to tend to your wounds? Wang Hao shook his head in confusion. He could engage in close combat, deal damage from a distance, and even perform healing techniques like chi therapy. Who knows what kind of familiar he truly needed? Or perhaps you require a functional familiar to assist you in tasks you cannot perform. Teacher Luca shrugged, suggesting a mount that can fly you into the skies, or a large fish that can take you underwater. Lin Meiying, perhaps more attuned to Wang Hao than he was to himself, interjected, is there a familiar that can grow alongside Wang Hao? He is just a novice. Even if he were to summon an ancient beast, it wouldn't want to sign a contract with him. Wang Hao's eyes lit up. Yes, that's exactly what I want. How about a sword demon? Teacher Luca contemplated. This is a living weapon that resides in the void of annihilation. Sometimes, it recognizes and follows a powerful warrior, growing alongside them, ultimately becoming a unique sword that harmonizes perfectly with its master. That sounds fascinating. That's the one. Wang Hao clapped his hands in excitement. Could anything be more fitting for him? Teacher Luca waved her hand, presenting the summoning spell for the sword demon before Wang Hao. You must summon the sword demon yourself to establish the contract with it. Is your body able to endure this? Wang Hao nodded, concentrating his magical energy at his fingertips, and began inscribing the summoning array upon the ground. He was no longer the inexperienced novice who had struggled to summon a mere messenger crow half a year ago. A mere sword demon was well within his capabilities. While Wang Hao diligently inscribed the runes, Lin Meiying quietly beckoned Teacher Luca aside. Excuse me, do you have any knowledge regarding chaotic dark energy? Somewhat Teacher Luca replied, her brow furrowing. Why do you ask? You don't intend for Wang Hao to harness chaotic dark energy, do you? I would advise against it. While its destructive power is unparalleled, its danger is equally formidable. Sorcerers who wield dark magic seldom enjoy long lives, as they often inadvertently incinerate themselves. Lin Meiying found herself at a loss, for it was not merely a question of whether she wished Wang Hao to study chaotic dark energy. The truth was that such terrifying dark flames already coursed through his veins. Somehow, during his transformation into a demon, he had seized this frenzied, chaotic, perilous, and malevolent energy, even passing it on to Lin Elijah. Just as she hesitated over whether to divulge this matter to Luca, A faint purple light flickered from Wang Hao's direction, and a rusted longsword, less than a meter in length, emerged gracefully from the array, hovering before him. Is this truly the sword demon? She stared wide-eyed at the animated weapon, worrying that a mere gust of wind might shatter it. Teacher Lucas stepped forward. Did I not mention? This sword will grow alongside you. With time and nurturing, it shall undoubtedly become a legendary weapon of unparalleled might. With Lucas' assurance, Wang Hao could only nod, albeit with a tinge of skepticism. Now, the next step was to forge a pact with the sword demon. Teacher Luca produced a sharp dagger from her waist and handed it to Wang Hao, instructing him to slice his wrist and let a few drops of blood fall. For this contract must be inscribed with blood to hold binding power. Chapter 121. Transformation. The pact with a familiar necessitates the inscription of one's own blood to attain binding power. Teacher Luca presented a sharp dagger to Wang Hao, urging him to draw forth some blood. Must it be so gruesome? Wang Hao silently lamented as he took the dagger, slicing his wrist to create a 3-inch long wound. Blood immediately flowed profusely from the gash, pooling on the ground. Recite after me. Address the sword spirit. Teacher Luca whispered, wandering spirit of the lost. Do you wish to become my companion and fight alongside me? Drink my blood, and from this day forth, we shall share life and death and destiny. Share life and death. Is it possible for me to summon a turtle for this pact? Though he internally critiqued the grandiloquent wording of the contract, Wang Hao echoed the incantation. Upon hearing the words of the pact, the sword spirit emitted a faint, melodic chime, gradually floating down to the pool of blood, delicately sipping the crimson liquid with its blade. It drank. It drank. Wang Hao's face lit up with joy. It is willing to become my familiar. Teacher Luca cautioned sternly. Wang Hao, you must treat your familiar with kindness. Violating the oath will incur punishment. What? Am I truly destined to share life and death with the sword spirit? Wang Hao gasped, alarmed at the thought of dying alongside it if it were to perish. Not quite so exaggerated. You simply cannot send your familiar to undertake perilous tasks. Should it perish with resentment, that animosity will rebound through the blood pact. Teacher Luca shrugged, adding that it could very well result in a true sharing of life and death between them. So that is how it is, Wang Hao mused, stroking the blade of the sword spirit. This rusty sword has traversed dimensions to become my familiar. It is indeed a fateful connection. How could I possibly send it to its demise? Lin Mei interjected. If you truly need a sacrificial pawn, simply summon a common one. Teacher Lin, you are truly incorrigible. With the pact established, Wang Hao returned the sword spirit to the void. He resolved to summon it for assistance in the next battle. However, will I still need to inscribe the magic circle and chant the incantation? How can it be as swift as your summoning of the Valkyrie? Teacher Luca, summoning my own familiar should not be such a hassle. It would be troublesome in the event of an ambush, Wang Hao casually inquired. Teacher Luca chuckled softly. The reason I can summon so swiftly is that I have inscribed the spell on my back. Oh, this is the magical tattoo that Teacher Lin mentioned before. Now is the perfect opportunity to have Teacher Luca assist me with one. Teacher Luca readily agreed. Come inside. The materials for the magical tattoo have long since arrived. I just haven't had the time to assist you. Once inside, she retrieved a set of tattooing tools and a small vial of ink, instructing Wang how to take a seat. In addition to the summoning spell for the sword spirit, I can inscribe some simpler spells for you as well. How about Arcane Arrow and Arcane Missile? I can place them on your index finger during battle. You can simply extend your hand to unleash the Arcane Arrow. Wonderful. Do it. Wang Hao eagerly extended his finger. The summoning spell for the sword spirit was inscribed upon his deltoid. Magical tattoos consist of runes and incantations, typically with the rune at the center, surrounded by the syllables of the spell. A skilled tattoo artist can minimize the size of the spell, allowing for more spells to be inscribed on other parts of the body, as expected of a grand mage. Teacher Luca managed to inscribe the remarkably intricate summoning spell for the sword spirit onto a patch of skin no larger than a coin. Upon completing the final stroke, the complex design vanished, leaving only a patch of crimson skin. It is done. The magical tattoo remains concealed under normal circumstances. It will only reveal itself and emit light when you channel your magic into it. When you infuse enough magical energy, the spell will activate. Summoning the sword spirit to your side, Teacher Luca explained. Lin Meiying chimed in. By the way, not just any tattoo artist can conceal magical tattoos. Teacher Luca took great care to ensure it automatically hides when not in use, considering your status as a reserve. You should express your gratitude to Teacher Luca. Is that so? Wang Hao was instantly moved to tears. Teacher Luca, you are truly so kind. I could cry. It's nothing. Teacher Luca grasped Wang Hao's right hand, warning that getting a tattoo on his finger would be quite painful, urging him to remain quiet, as distractions could lead to mistakes. Wang Hao promptly complied, closing his mouth. Lin Meiying watched with interest as Teacher Luca focused intently, now fully regarding Wang Hao as her own. This was a stark contrast to 6 months prior, when she reluctantly accepted him as her apprentice. The bond they forged during the demon incident likely played a significant role. Along with the fact that Teacher Luca's brother, Carl, was imprisoned, she wished to cherish those few close to her, and apprentice Wang Hao was certainly one of them. Teacher Luca's plight was indeed unfortunate. Perhaps after this, they could explore options for reducing her brother's sentence, sentencing an elf to life imprisonment. It seems they would have to endure the whims of successive prison wardens indefinitely. The lockdown at the Academy of Divine Communication was lifted shortly thereafter, as it had been confirmed that Li Shanglei and the Night Blood Demon had managed to escape. Most of the rangers would withdraw within days, and the headmaster had tasks to attend to. However, before his departure, he announced 2 significant matters before the entire faculty and student body. The first announcement was the introduction of a summoning magic course at the Arcane Institute, an elective where students would learn some fundamental summoning spells under the guidance of teachers, and discover how to acquire their own familiars. The students at the Arcane Institute erupted in excitement, as it effectively relaxed the restrictions on summoning spells. Hooray! They had long desired to have their own familiars. Amidst the jubilation of the Arcane Institute students and the envy of those at the True Martial Institute, the headmaster declared the second matter. Beginning with the students of the class of 2098, the Academy of Divine Communication would implement a mechanism for extended study. Students who failed their graduation examinations would have the option to remain at the Academy and continue their studies until they met the graduation requirements. Upon this announcement, the Academy of Divine Communication was abuzz with excitement. The most jubilant were those whose studies had not been ideal, as they were granted another opportunity. Conversely, the most incensed were the already graduated students. They flocked to forums to criticize Zhou Shirin. Why was this extended study policy not implemented sooner? As Wang Hao gazed at the lively forum, he sighed and turned his gaze out the window. The mechanism for extended study had finally arrived, but regrettably, it was at the cost of Senior Jibu's blood. Had it not been for the recent summoning demon incident, Zhou Shirin's actions might not have been so swift. Chapter 122. The Enchantment of Succubus Teacher Lin. May I inquire why the Divine Communication Academy mandates a 2-year program? What can one truly learn in such a brief span? Even ordinary universities require 4 years for graduation. Wang Hao gazed vacantly out the window, his words directed at Lin Meiying, yet also echoing his own musings. Lin Meiying, with a hint of impatience, retorted, "Are you still preoccupied with this matter? Did you not obtain the hair of Ling Yuan Jibu? Once you master the Tai-E-Nirvana divine art, you can resurrect her." Wang Hao let out a long sigh, shaking his finger at Lin Meiying. "You underestimate me. Am I the type to mourn for a decade like a gentleman? I merely wish to delve into the origins of this tragedy." As he spoke, he lifted his personal computer and presented it to Lin Meiying. Ever since the dean announced the extension mechanism, the Academy's forum has been inundated with grievances from past dropouts, lamenting how good policies have eluded them. It often devolves into a cacophony of insults. Some even threaten to set fire to the Academy or blow it up with explosives. Lin Meiying dismissed the concerns with a wave of her hand. "Let them come. The Rangers are stationed here at the Academy. 1 would perish. 2 would perish in tandem. The issue lies not in their threats," Wang Hao insisted, "but in understanding the essence of these grievances. Is there truly a foolproof method of guarding against such actions? If these individuals are determined to wreak havoc, will the Rangers remain at the Academy indefinitely?" This indeed posed a challenging dilemma. Although these former students were not particularly skilled, they had spent 2 years at the Academy. If they were intent on destruction, they might succeed. Lin Meiying sighed in resignation. Why can't you all see the reasoning behind this? What reasoning? Wang Hao queried, perplexed. The nature of the Divine Communication Academy is fundamentally different from other universities. Its very purpose is to cultivate the sharpest blades for the Earth Alliance. To put it metaphorically, the Divine Communication Academy is akin to a more advanced military academy. Lin Meiying elucidated. A more advanced military academy? Wang Hao began to grasp her meaning. Now you understand? The Earth Alliance requires only the sharpest blades. Those who cannot refine themselves into such instruments within 2 years will naturally be eliminated by the academy. Lin Meiying concluded, her statement as chilling as it was logical. Wang Hao struggled to accept this harsh truth. But even if these individuals cannot become the Earth Alliance's blades, other fields require their talents. For instance, in planetary colonization or hunting magical beasts. Lin Meiying scoffed. Such tasks can be accomplished with a power mech and an energy weapon, and they would be executed with greater efficiency and safety. Technology is the foremost productive force. Wang Hao felt deflated. Lin Meiying was right. A graduate who had painstakingly honed their skills for 2 years at the academy would find their combat capability inferior to that of an ordinary person trained for merely a few hours in a power mech. Currently, a fragile peace treaty exists between Earth and the Star Alliance. The Earth Alliance cannot deploy regular troops to Star Alliance territories, thus necessitating the use of Rangers and Special Operations Agents who emphasize individual strength, Lin Meiying explained. Should this tenuous peace be shattered, I fear. Lin Meiying's stark realism cast a shadow over Wang Hao's future. What was the purpose of his arduous journey to the Divine Communication Academy if the end result seemed so grim? Reflecting on the moments he had used the eye of destiny to glimpse the future, he recalled seeing some fates confined to home or working in the forging stars. Could it be that he had foreseen the futility of his studies, prompting him to abandon that path altogether? Well, do not be too disheartened, Lin Meiying reassured him. Though progress may be slow on the supernatural front, its potential is immense. Perhaps through your own efforts, you could ascend to become a deity wielding dominion over countless universes. You certainly have a knack for humor. At that moment, a knock echoed from his dormitory door. Upon opening it, he found Wen Yanba standing there, looking rather furtive, clutching a thick dictionary. What brings you here? Wang Hao inquired, stepping aside to let him enter. Once inside, Wen Yanba promptly shut the door. As if wary of eavesdroppers, Wang Hao raised an eyebrow, puzzled by his peculiar behavior. Cough, cough. Wang Hao, have you decided which mystical creature you will summon as your familiar? Wen Yanba asked, getting straight to the point. Following the introduction of summoning spell courses, a fervor had swept through the Arcane Institute. Each student was deliberating over the type of familiar they ought to choose. Some believed that a magic user with low melee capabilities should select a tank to draw enemy fire and absorb damage. Others argued for a servant-wielding destructive power to maximize output, yet others felt the need to find a creature that was cute, beautiful, or handsome, deeming aesthetics paramount. Wang Hao thought their discussions pointless. His choice was, he wanted them all. Of course, his current abilities did not support possessing multiple familiars, but he planned to gradually collect his own army of summoned creatures, akin to playing Pokemon. In response to Wen Yanba's question, he rubbed his shoulder and replied, I have already chosen my familiar, an awakened sword demon from the Oblivion plane. Though it lacks power now, it has the potential to grow alongside me. To his surprise, Wen Yanba wore a strange smile. You, my friend, are hasty. Look what I've discovered. It will surely make you abandon that sword demon nonsense. Observe this. He pulled a yellowed, brittle piece of paper from the dictionary and handed it to Wang Hao. As he unfolded it, Wang Hao realized it was a summoning spell, though its intended target remained a mystery. Bewildered, he looked up at Wen Yanba, who bore an odd expression. As if to say, you know what's coming. I went to the library today to conduct research and stumbled upon this, Wen Yanba explained. Before Dean St. Resigans took charge of the Arcane Institute, it was permissible to freely explore summoning spells. Thus, I found an ancient account from a senior in the library. Do you know what this spell summons? What is it? Wang Hao's curiosity was piqued. Could this spell conjure some magnificent, awe-inspiring creature? This spell is used to summon a succubus. Succubus. Chapter 123, The practitioner, the senior from the Divine Communication Academy, is truly impressive. Can he actually obtain the incantation to summon a succubus? Wang Hao lowered his gaze at the blueprint in his hands, incredulously asking once more, "Is this succubus the one I'm thinking of?" Wen Yanba grinned mischievously, nodding vigorously. Indeed, the one with alluring features, a pair of wings, horns, and a tail, known for her promiscuous nature. All right, enough of that. Wang Hao interrupted hastily, aware that there was a third person in the room. Let us not discuss such indecent topics in front of a lady. What do you say? Should we try summoning one? Wen Yanba exclaimed, raising the blueprint with excitement. Isn't it fantastic to have a succubus as a familiar? Well, the idea of a succubus being a familiar is rather far-fetched, Wang Hao replied. Not to mention, do you have the courage to summon her in front of others? Yuan and Apos. To even get past teacher Luca, she has a peculiar list of acceptable creatures for summoning, recommending students choose from it for their familiars. A succubus is certainly not on that list. This reasoning calmed Wen Yanba's excitement as he tapped the yellowed paper. In that case, I'll just stick with my choice of the Silver Knight as my familiar. Since you have already made your decision, what do you need me for? Are you trying to persuade me to choose a succubus as my familiar? It's not like we're sharing something good. Wen Yanba chuckled, then turned to leave. I'm off. I still need to return this dictionary to the library. Goodness, you're borrowing a dictionary just to cover for that paper? Even if you're holding it, no one would be able to tell what it is. Wang Hao gazed down at the yellowed paper in his hands, suddenly calling out to Wen Yanba, "Wait, you mentioned this paper was left by a senior from our school?" Wen Yanba nodded. "Yes, it's been decades. That senior must be over 40 by now. Take me to the library. I wish to see this notebook." Although puzzled by Wang Hao's interest in such an old notebook, Wen Yanba led him to the library, where they located the aged manuscript. Admittedly, it lacked much of interest. The most valuable content was the ritual for summoning a succubus, while much of the other knowledge was outdated. Wen Yanba handed the notebook to Wang Hao and went off to return the dictionary, cradling this ancient notebook, which was likely older than himself. Wang Hao found a corner to peruse it slowly. The handwriting was quite hasty, with many parts difficult to decipher, yet overall it contained substantial insights. It recorded unique understandings of transformation magic and illusions, captivating Wang Hao's attention. However, the author primarily focused on summoning spells. Half of the notebook was dedicated to researching how to summon powerful servants. He even compiled a list of otherworldly creatures he had summoned, detailing their strengths and weaknesses. For instance, the flame imp was highly stealthy and destructive but was quite disobedient, while the wind-winged serpent was ferocious and poisonous, making it an excellent choice in life-or-death battles. Wang Hao became engrossed as he read through the entire notebook, even declining Wen Yanba's invitation to dinner. The wealth of experience from predecessors was truly invaluable. Upon finishing the last entry, Wang Hao closed the notebook, reflecting that reviewing this manuscript was akin to attending a magic class. Were there any similar manuscripts available? With this question in mind, Wang Hao approached the front desk to seek out the librarian. To his surprise, he encountered a familiar face, the prodigy of the humanoid intelligence machinery. Wasn't he supposed to be overseeing the Sutra Pavilion? Long time no see, the prodigy greeted Wang Hao with a smile. How has the training for the righteousness technique 2.0 been progressing? Quite well, quite well. Wang Hao nodded repeatedly. What brings you here to work? What about the Sutra Pavilion? I manage both libraries, visiting the Sutra Pavilion in the morning and here in the afternoon, the prodigy explained. Oh, I see. Wang Hao placed the notebook on the counter. I'm looking for similar manuscripts. The experience of those who came before us is truly invaluable. The prodigy glanced at it and identified its origin, exclaiming, "Isn't this Li Shouqing's notebook?" Li Shouqing? Who is that? Wang Hao inquired. A student from the 2065 graduating class. This is the notebook he left in the library, the prodigy clarified, though the notebook isn't signed. I compared it with the handwriting of past graduates and confirmed that it is indeed his. Remarkable, as expected of a prodigy, you can accomplish such feats. The prodigy flipped through the computer and added, Li Shouqing has another notebook in the library, located in room X, cabinet XX. If you wish, you may go and peruse it. What is wrong with this guy? How can he misplace things so often? Wang Hao bid farewell to the prodigy and turned to find this other notebook. Curiously, this manuscript was recorded in a high-quality bound notebook, and due to its premium quality, it showed no signs of having lain in the library for 35 years. Filled with respect for his predecessor and curiosity for knowledge, Wang Hao eagerly opened the notebook. October 10th, 2065, clear weather. That damn old Zheng is impossible to deal with. I can't scold him, but he can scold me. Isn't that a double standard? What? This is a diary? Wang Hao was astonished, flipping through the notebook again. No wonder it was written in such a fine notebook. It wasn't a magic manuscript at all, but a diary. While it is generally impolite to pry into others' diaries, Wang Hao, driven by immense curiosity, continued reading, wondering if it might contain some magical insights. November 23, 2065, a new dean arrived at the Arcane Institute, claiming to prohibit the study of summoning spells. Who does he think he is? November 25, 2065, Sunny. Is everyone at the Divine Communication Academy a monk or nun? Not a single person looking for a partner? My high school classmates have already changed partners twice in their freshman year. December 1st, 2065, Sunny. Tried chatting with a well-endowed junior. She didn't take a liking to me. Unexpectedly, this diary was rather dull. Li Shouqing didn't mention any magical insights, merely detailing trivial matters. Just as Wang Hao was about to set the diary aside, he stumbled upon an extraordinarily explosive entry. I have discovered the incantation to summon a succubus. My single days are coming to an end. Wait, you're summoning a succubus for that reason? Chapter 124. Forgotten memories. Was your intent in summoning a succubus truly for this? As Wang Hao perused Li Shouqing's diary, he found himself torn between laughter and tears. Did this fellow genuinely wish to summon a succubus as a girlfriend? No. The mere act of summoning a succubus was already quite unbearable. With a swish, Lin Meiying materialized behind Wang Hao. What is the matter? Are you averse to otherworldly companions? Not at all. I have no objections. Wang Hao shrugged. However, binding someone with a summoning circle and then demanding they become one's girlfriend felt rather despicable. Ah, I didn't expect you to have such principles, Lin Meiying exclaimed. Of course. Upon encountering such sensational content, Wang Hao felt compelled to continue reading, eager to uncover how many otherworldly female companions Li Shouqing had summoned. Unexpectedly, after this entry, Li Shouqing's diary remained blank for several days, leaving Wang Hao to ponder what might have caused this interruption. It was only about a week later that a hasty sentence appeared in the diary. The happiest moment of my life is nothing more than this. I can feel the sky is pink while walking down the street. Li Shouqing, did you really summon a succubus? Is this truly appropriate? Wang Hao flipped through the diary quickly, finding the subsequent entries succinctly detailing Li Shouqing's joyful life after summoning the succubus. He named his succubus girlfriend Linger and concealed her in his dormitory, embarking on a sweet cohabitation. This succubus, Linger, not only warmed his bed but also took on the household chores, even imparting profound magical knowledge to him, such as transformation and illusion spells. The knowledge he had previously recorded about these two types of magic was sourced from Linger. Is this truly absurd? Wang Hao held the diary in disbelief. This Li Shouqing had genuinely summoned a succubus to be his wife? He could certainly be considered self-sufficient in a peculiar sense. Lin Meiying regarded the diary with curiosity. Strange. One would think that summoning a succubus to cohabit would have been strictly forbidden even 30 years ago by the Divine Academy. How could he manage to go undetected? Isn't it obvious? He must have kept her hidden at home. Wang Hao exclaimed. Once that succubus Linger is stowed away in the dormitory, who could possibly find her? Lin Meiying shook her head. Have you forgotten that after you transformed into a demon, the demonic aura you emitted was instantly detected by Luca? By that time, Luca had already become the head of the Arcane Institute. As she spoke, she pointed to an entry dated November 23, 2065, stating that a new head had arrived at the Arcane Institute, declaring a ban on summoning magic. Indeed, at that moment, Professor Luca had taken office. How could he possibly overlook Li Shouqing's secretive arrangements? Intrigued, Wang Hao flipped a few pages back in the diary and discovered an entry that stood out. On March 6, 2066, he pinned, I rented a room in Central City to settle Linger. Director St. Lei Sagan is formidable. Even though Lingo disguised herself, her presence was still detected. Damn it, this old man has also been cracking down on summoning spells. If it weren't for the need to explain to my family, I would have left him 87 with Ling. So it wasn't that he hadn't been discovered. Rather, he had acted swiftly. Moreover, Professor Luca's prohibition on the study of summoning magic had indeed provoked a number of students keen on this field. The ensuing days settled into a mundane routine, with Li Shouqing moving out of the dormitory to live with the succubus Linger in the rented room. This idyllic existence continued for an extended period, during which Li Shouqing repeatedly emphasized in his diary that it was the happiest time of his life, until an unwelcome visitor disrupted their tranquil life. This unexpected guest was none other than the child of Li Shouqing and the succubus Linger. On September 16, 2066, he wrote, "I am going insane. I am truly losing my mind. When I saw that wrinkled little creature resembling a monkey, I felt my heart might stop. I am an earthling. And Lingo is a succubus from another world. How can we have a child? I was utterly unprepared for this. I have become a father just like that? I am only 24 this year." Upon reading this passage, Wang Hao felt as though he might spew blood in disbelief. Was there no reproductive barrier between humans and succubi? And didn't he, your girlfriend, have any psychological preparation while carrying the child for 10 months? Did she only begin to panic when the child was presented before him? Lin Meiying, however, offered an explanation. There's nothing extraordinary about this. Perhaps it's due to the peculiar physiology of the succubus race. I am more curious about what transpired next. Wang Hao hastily flipped through the notebook, discovering that after this astonishing entry, Li Shouqing wrote very little in his diary. It was hardly surprising, with the sudden addition of a child who could find the mood to write. Closing the diary, Wang Hao stretched and prepared to leave the library. He was intensely curious about the continuation of Li Shouqing's story. What became of the half-breed? What happened to the succubus Linger? And what ultimately transpired with Li Shouqing? Regrettably, the diary ended abruptly, leaving only questions. Approaching the front desk of the library, Wang Hao inquired of the prodigy, "Are there any other diaries belonging to Li Shouqing?" "There are none. These are the only 2 notebooks related to him in the library," the prodigy replied while copying something. "No more? Does that mean I will never know the follow-up?" Wang Hao sighed, feeling a sense of loss. This unfinished tale of love between a human and a ghost truly left one in suspense. Wang Hao asked the prodigy how he deduced that the previous magical notes and this diary both belonged to Li Shouqing. Lin Ming suddenly posed a question. "It seems neither of these notebooks ever mentioned the name Li Shouqing, did they?" Wang Hao paused, realizing the implication. Isn't it obvious? Of course. It was compared with the admission documents. Fool. How could a library automaton have access to admission documents? Just ask. Lin Meiying replied, somewhat exasperated. All right, I'll ask. Wang Hao raised his gaze towards the prodigy. "May I ask you one more question? Which documents did you compare to identify these 2 notebooks as belonging to Li Shouqing?" The prodigy looked up. "I compared them with the signatures on Li Shouqing and Appo's as probation report and voluntary withdrawal form." Probation? Expulsion? Wang Hao blinked in confusion. "What is that?" "You may not know. On October 10, 2066, Li Shouqing received a probationary notice for certain reasons, after which he quickly withdrew from school and was never heard from again." Goodness, did the summoning of the succubus lead to his undoing? Chapter 125. Perils abound upon hearing that Li Shouqing had been placed under probation for certain reasons. Wang Hao's first thought was that his summoning of a succubus as a wife had been discovered. However, he quickly sensed a discrepancy. Could such a transgression merely warrant probation? After all, when Li Shangling summoned the blood demon of the night, it had mobilized the entire Ranger Corps. Curiosity piqued, Wang Hao inquired of the prodigy, "May I peruse the report regarding the probation and the expulsion?" The prodigy shook his head, stating, "Your permissions are insufficient. Cursed be the interruption of clues." Yet, he knew precisely whom to approach. 2 individuals could potentially aid him in acquiring Li Shouqing's records, Professor Luca and Lin Iligia from the Campus Enforcement Squad. If this matter were to reach Professor Luca, it might even alert the Rangers. Given the current unique circumstances at the Arcane Academy, it would be prudent to avoid unnecessary complications. With this thought, Wang Hao retrieved his personal computer and dialed Lin Iligia's number. "What do you want?" Iligia's voice came out somewhat awkwardly. "I have a small favor to ask, Sister Iligia," Wang Hao replied, feigning charm. "You can secretly access past student records. can't you? What are you planning? Lygia exclaimed, incredulity lacing her tone. I warn you, that's a serious violation of regulations. Don't court disaster. And what about installing cameras in the teaching office? Would that be a violation? Wang Hao retorted. If I were to inform Professor Luca about your little misdeeds, you would surely be in deep trouble. You scoundrel. Lygia snapped, though begrudgingly, she agreed to meet Wang Hao. After a brief wait at the ice cream parlor adjacent to the Arcane Institute, he saw Lygia approach, accompanied by a nearly 2-meter-tall, slender female warrior clad in pink armor. Who is this? Are you so fearful of me that you brought a bodyguard? Wang Hao scrutinized the warrior, noting her exceptionally muscular physique, likely capable of shattering a wall with a single punch. Where had she found such muscle? Lygia patted the warrior's shoulder. This is my familiar, Crimson Battle Spirit. If you misbehave, she'll give you a lesson. All right. I'm intimidated. Wang Hao produced Li Shouqing's diary, flipping to the page where he summoned the succubus and handed it over. The reason I wish to examine the student records is to investigate an old incident at our school. Lygia took the diary, her eyes lighting up with excitement after a few glances. No way. Do boys really go this far? Please refrain from generalizing. Wang Hao protested, tapping the table in annoyance. In any case, Li Shouqing ultimately faced probation before voluntarily withdrawing. I wish to ascertain his subsequent fate, as well as the whereabouts of the succubus Linger and the half-breed. Lygia calculated, this child's birthday is in 2066. So this year he should be 33? That's 10 years our senior. Let's go to the teaching office and uncover the truth. Without hesitation, this member of the campus enforcement squad decided to breach the school rules purely out of her curiosity. Leading Wang Hao to the teaching office. Within the administrative building, Wang Hao whispered, shouldn't we head to the archives or something? We can't access the archives. Lygia replied cautiously. But current student records exist in both paper and electronic formats, accessible via the teaching office's computer. I see, Wang Hao mused, recognizing Lygia's familiarity with such illicit activities. It appeared this was not her first foray into mischief. With Director Chiu inconveniently absent, the duo seized the opportunity. Lygia stationed Crimson Battle Spirit at the door and stealthily accessed Director Chiu's computer, adeptly entering an unknown username and password to log into the Arcane Academy's database. Wang Hao frowned. How many times have you done this? What else with the unnecessary questions? Lygia snapped, her focus glued to the screen. You want me to help you with your underhanded schemes while criticizing my moral character? Right now, you're my accomplice. Wang Hao, don't expect to come away unscathed. What else can I say? Wang Hao shrugged, silently hoping Director Chiu would not return unexpectedly. Navigating the student record system with ease, they searched for the 2065 cohort and the name Li Shouqing, yielding a single result. Without hesitation, Lygia reached to open the file. At the instant Lygia's finger touched the screen, Wang Hao felt a violent biting sensation on his cheek and neck, a premonition of danger. Without a moment's thought, he shoved Lygia aside and ducked under the table. As Li Shouqing's file opened, a verdant summoning circle materialized on Director Chiu's computer screen, and several venomous snakes emerged, rushing towards the spot where the two had just been seated. Had it not been for Wang Hao's forewarning, they would have been in dire peril. Crimson Battle Spirit. Lygia cried out in alarm, having fallen to the ground without time to recover. However, her familiar, upon sensing the danger, leapt from her position at the door and swiftly dispatched the snakes with decisive strikes, reducing them to mere pulp. Lying on the floor, Wang Hao exhaled in relief after witnessing Lygia's familiar neutralize the threat. No wonder familiars are indispensable companions to mages. In such a perilous situation, without Crimson Battle Spirit's intervention, they might not have emerged unscathed. Once the danger had passed, Lygia stood, trembling. What just happened? It appears someone tampered with the student records. If anyone attempts to access Li Shouqing's file, it triggers a summoning circle that unleashes venomous snakes to attack the viewer, Wang Hao speculated. Gazing at Li Shouqing's photo on the screen, Lygia's expression was one of disbelief. How is this even possible? What kind of mage could set such a trap within the computer network? Wang Hao fell silent, realizing this was beyond his comprehension. The student records were part of the Arcane Academy's intranet. Who could possibly lay such a trap? Could it be that formidable figure, Chen Xinghan? At that moment, Lin Meiying's voice echoed eerily. Creating traps on the network is impossible, but manipulating a computer is a trivial task, isn't it? Chapter 126. The concealed infant setting traps within the confines of the internet is an impossibility. However, manipulating a computer is a trivial endeavor. While Wang Hao and Iligia were still in a state of confusion, Lin Meiying suddenly interjected with a warning. Manipulating a computer? Both Wang Hao and Iligia were taken aback, particularly Iligia, who was astonished to hear that enigmatic voice once more. With a swift motion, Lin Meiying manifested before them, urging, quickly document this file and leave at once. Your situation is exceedingly perilous, do you understand? Without the luxury of inquiring about the identity of this stunning woman, Iligia hastily retrieved her personal computer to photograph and archive Li Shouqing's file, before rushing out of the administrative building with Wang Hao. Less than 2 minutes after their departure, a figure rushed into the teaching office, frantically logging into a computer. The two apprehensive individuals dared not linger and sprinted for over 10 miles until they reached a desolate area in the back mountains, where they finally paused to catch their breath. Gasping for air, they exchanged glances, still reeling from the encounter. That computer undoubtedly belonged to Director Chiaoying. Why would he install such a ruthless anti-theft mechanism? Iligia pondered anxiously. Could it be that Li Shouqing's file conceals some unspeakable secret? Wang Hao, however, remained silent, fixated on Iligia. The notion of using a summoning array as a trap was something he had only witnessed once before, when Li Shangling summoned the Dark Blood Demon. Considering that Li Shangling had fled with the aid of an insider, the identity of this traitor began to surface. But he refrained from making hasty assumptions. Lin Meiying's appearance suggested that it was possible others had tampered with Director Chiaoying's computer. Iligia gasped, "Wait, who are you? You were the one who guided me to defeat Wang Hao last time." "Ah, I share a similarity with your Crimson Fighting Soul," Lin Meiying remarked, glancing at the Crimson Fighting Soul that silently accompanied Iligia. "So, she is a familiar," Iligia sighed in relief. Although her first encounter with Lin Meiying seemed to occur before the dean announced the opportunity to study summoning magic, it was of little consequence. "Now, quickly produce your personal computer." Wang Hao extended his hand, eager to uncover the secrets hidden within Li Shouqing's file. Iligia nodded and obediently handed over her personal computer. Wang Hao immediately navigated to the disciplinary section and noted the prominently displayed text. Due to an altercation off campus, a major demerit has been recorded, and the student is under probation. Beyond that, there was nothing more. What? Is that all? Wang Hao gazed at the screen in disbelief. Did Iligia fail to capture the entire file? Impossible. I didn't miss a single word. Iligia retorted defiantly. You shouldn't skim through it. Reluctantly, Wang Hao read the entire document, which included tedious details such as exam scores and awarded honors. Yet, there was nary a mention of Li Shouqing's connection to the succubus, nor any clear explanation for his expulsion. As they stood perplexed, Lin Meiying prompted, "Check the appendix. There should be a handwritten note from Li Shouqing." "Right." Wang Hao quickly flipped to the appendix and indeed discovered a letter of self-reflection. The handwriting was wild and flamboyant. One might mistake it for an extravagant script. Wang Hao squinted and read through the entire note. Surprisingly, although it was labeled as a letter of reflection, it resembled more of a manifesto, vaguely mentioning an individual residing in Phoenix City named Mig Tianhua, while vehemently disparaging him, as if Mig were responsible for a profound personal grievance. Setting down the personal computer, a profound question lingered in Wang Hao's mind. How could the prodigy compare this wild script to the 2 notebooks in the library? What did this letter of reflection signify? Iligia queried, perplexed. All I know is that he must have clashed with this Mig Tianhua. But why they fought? And the fate of the succubus and the half-breed remain mysteries. Phoenix City, that is the capital constructed by the Yellow residents, skilled in magic. To unravel this mystery, it appears a visit is in order. With this thought, Wang Hao turned to Iligia, stating, "Do not breathe a word of today's events to anyone. It's imperative we avoid alarming any potential threats." "What do you mean by alarming threats? I'm more concerned about being silenced," Iligia exclaimed, half amused and half anxious. Lin Meiying cautioned her, "From this day forth, You should remain inseparable from your crimson fighting soul. She is a formidable familiar, capable of protecting you in critical moments. While the crimson fighting soul was indeed powerful, it still lacked the means to counter unexpected ambushes. Had it not been for Wang Hao's foresight, they might have faced dire consequences from the venomous serpent they had just encountered. Lygia returned to her dormitory, troubled and accompanied by her crimson fighting soul. Wang Hao, meanwhile, remained in the desolate area, deep in thought and silent. What are you contemplating? Should you seek assistance from Luca? Lin Meiying inquired. At the very least, she could help distract Qiuing, preventing you from falling victim to his schemes. Wang Hao was not concerned about Qiuing posing a threat to him. Firstly, he could not definitively ascertain whether Qiuing was the insider who aided Li Shangling. And secondly, even if he were, the Rangers were currently stationed at the God Communicating Academy, leaving him unconcerned about any reckless actions. I wonder, could Li Shouqing's intense hatred for Mig Tianhua stem from the latter having killed the succubus Lingo? Wang Hao speculated. It seemed plausible that Mig, sensing the demonic aura of the succubus, would seek to eliminate her. Lin Meiying nodded in agreement. Indeed, that seems likely. If your conjecture holds true, then we may have uncovered the succubus's whereabouts. Furthermore, with the death of his wife, it would be understandable for Li Shouqing to leave the God Communicating Academy shortly thereafter. Thus, the most significant enigma remained. What had become of that half-breed child? Wang Hao spread his hands, pondering the child's lineage, half human and half demon. Would he lean towards his father or mother? To determine whether he favored his father or mother ultimately questioned, would he align more with humanity or with demons? To find that child, a journey to Phoenix City seemed inevitable. Chapter 127. The Sunflower Spring. Wang Hao never anticipated that his casual inquiry into an old rumor would lead him to uncover a connection between the Demon Legion and a traitor within the Divine Communication Academy. The immediate priority was to locate this hybrid and discern his background, whether he had colluded with the Demon Legion. What of Li Shouqing himself? After cohabiting with a demon from the Legion for over a year, did his heart still lean towards Earth, or had he already succumbed to the demons? No wonder Chen Xinghan remarked that the infiltration of the Demon Legion had been pervasive since 50 years ago. One could merely flip through the library and uncover a traitor. It is said that spotting a single cockroach in a house suggests the presence of countless others. Was the Earth Alliance truly so riddled with infiltration that it resembled a sieve? This led Wang Hao to ponder. Could Lygia, whom he had just encountered, also be a spy for the Demon Legion? The thought sent an involuntary shiver down his spine. Such self-induced fears were best left unexamined. Lin Meiying suggested. The situation has escalated. Your actions in accessing Li Shouqing's file have certainly raised alarms. It would be prudent to seek refuge with Luca and the Rangers immediately. However, Wang Hao mused, if they were to inform the Rangers, their formidable strength would likely enable them to swiftly locate Li Shouqing, the traitor, and even the hybrid. Yet, what if the Rangers were merely living peaceful lives, untouched by the Demon Legion's invasion? Wouldn't this disrupt their existence? After a moment of contemplation, Wang Hao replied, I prefer to conduct my own investigation first, then report to teacher Luca and the Rangers. Are you certain? Time is not on your side. The individual who set a trap on Qiuing's computer will soon trace your connection to Lygia, Lin Meiying remarked, astonished. Wang Hao flashed a confident smile. Rest assured. I have already considered that. The Rangers now oversee the Divine Communication Academy. Apart from the Grand Principal, no one else can access the surveillance footage. That traitor cannot possibly identify me and Lygia through the recordings. Observing Wang Hao's unwavering confidence, Lin Meiying sighed deeply. Are you foolish? Does the traitor truly require surveillance footage to ascertain your identities? Summoning a servant from another realm with an acute sense of smell would suffice to easily locate both of you. Is that even possible? Wang Hao pondered. Realizing the urgency of the matter, he swiftly applied to leave the academy for Phoenix City, and due to his connection with teacher Luca, his request was promptly approved. You may leave, but you must go with your classmates. Furthermore, you must return within 3 hours. Do you understand? The ranger in charge of approvals admonished. What? I am heading to Phoenix City for an investigation. To have a deadweight accompanying me, and only 3 hours to spare? This is unreasonable. He contemplated whether to appeal to teacher Luca when a classmate entered, intending to accompany Wang Hao to Phoenix City. Upon seeing him, Wang Hao's spirits brightened. "Wen Yanba, what brings you to Phoenix City?" As a key figure in unraveling the long-buried secrets, Wen Yanba was indeed fortunate. He had meticulously sifted through the vast collection of the arcane library to find that particular journal, granting Wang Hao a glimpse into events from over 30 years ago. He truly ought to express his gratitude. "Let us go to Phoenix City. I shall treat you to a delightful meal." On the journey to Phoenix City, Wang Hao learned that Wen Yanba intended to get a magical tattoo for his familiar. "By tattooing a spell on my back, I can summon my familiar with a mere gesture during combat, eliminating the need for runes or incantations." "How convenient," Wen Yanba eagerly declared. "You should get one too. For 500, you can have both a large and a small magical tattoo. What a bargain." "No, no, no. If I wished for a magical tattoo, I would simply consult Teacher Luca. Besides, I am uncertain about the tattoo artist's skill level. Teacher Luca can compress intricate summoning arrays and lengthy incantations down to a size scarcely larger than a coin. Compared to the sparse buses heading to Sirius City, the number of travelers heading to Phoenix City was notably larger, including many visitors from afar. This city, constructed by mages, was known by many names: City of Magic, City of Miracles, Sun Pearl, and so forth. As they neared Phoenix City, the sight of a second sun appeared in the distant sky. The tourists on the bus gasped, rushing to the windows, exclaiming, "Look, look! The Sunflower Spring! That is the legendary Sunflower Spring." Feigning indifference, Wang Hao stole a glance at the second sun and quietly inquired of Wen Yanba, "Ahem, what exactly is the Sunflower Spring?" "Wah, you don't know about the Sunflower Spring? It is the most famous attraction of M87. Wen Yanba exclaimed dramatically. "Legend has it that the mages of Yella brought a fragment of their sun and hung it above Phoenix City. In reality, it is merely a magical illusion." "Ah, I see. So it is just a spectacle," Wang Hao mused, realizing that the sun of planet M87 was also an artificial creation. However, Wen Yanba continued, "The Sunflower Spring possesses a second miracle. It transforms all the water within a 10-mile radius of Phoenix City into shimmering liquid gold." Transformed into liquid gold? What does that entail? Wen Yanba retrieved a bottle of purified water from his backpack, tearing off the packaging. "Just wait. Once we approach closer, you will see." Glancing around, Wang Hao noticed that several others were also eagerly holding water bottles, seemingly anticipating a spectacle. Influenced by the excitement of those around him, he too began to wonder what marvel the Sunflower Spring would unveil. As the bus entered the 10-mile radius of Phoenix City, a miracle occurred when Yanba's water bottle shimmered with golden light, and the half bottle of transparent liquid instantaneously transformed into glimmering liquid gold, radiating a dazzling glow. Wang Hao was left dumbfounded, unable to comprehend the spectacle before him. Not only he, but the other passengers were also exclaiming in astonishment. A magical wonder, akin to a divine miracle. Wen Yanba, chuckling, unscrewed the cap of the water bottle and drank it down, swallowing the liquid gold along with it. Wang Hao attempted to intervene, but it was too late. He could only watch helplessly as Wen Yanba consumed the golden liquid. "Ha! Look at your dumbfounded expression." Wen Yanba laughed heartily, while others remained oblivious. "Can't you see? The Sunflower Spring is essentially a grand illusion." Chapter 128. The Hero of Yella. While others fail to perceive the truth, can you, a student of the Arcane Academy, not discern it? Wen Yanba laughed heartily. This Sunflower Spring is, in essence, a grand illusion capable of influencing the entirety of Phoenix City. Grand illusion? Wang Hao pondered briefly, swiftly grasping the underlying principle. This Sunflower Spring could transform the appearance of all water within a 10-mile radius into flowing gold, yet its essence remained nothing more than ordinary water. If one were to drink the golden liquid with eyes closed, they would discover it was merely a sip of water. This Sunflower Spring has other fascinating applications as well. Wen Yanba continued with keen interest. It is said that on one occasion during the Ghost Festival, a mischievous child transformed the Sunflower Spring into a fountain of blood and flesh. At that time, all the water in the city turned into fresh crimson blood. Wang Hao felt a wave of nausea wash over him. That is utterly disgusting. If I were to transform it into a refuse fountain, wouldn't that lead to a city awash with filth? Before long, the bus halted at the entrance of Phoenix City. The two exited with enthusiasm, heading straight for a tattoo parlor. Unlike the chaotic Tianlang City, it was evident that Phoenix City had been meticulously planned during its construction, distinctly divided into commercial, residential, and magnificent garden districts. The tattoo parlor when Yanba saw it was tucked away in a nondescript corner of the commercial area. The streets of Phoenix City were lined with trees native to Yella, creating a strikingly beautiful scene. The marble-paved roads lent an inexplicable sense of nostalgia, while the twin suns hovered above, prompting Wang Hao to marvel at the splendor of Phoenix City, a veritable treasure compared to Tianlang City. A lamentable aspect was the scarcity of local residents. The streets were teeming with tourists snapping photos. "Here we are. This is the place I'm looking for," Wen Yanba exclaimed as they arrived at a quaint shop named Moonlight Ink. The glass window displayed a striking mural of a bare-backed maiden, adorned with an exquisite flower, undoubtedly a tattoo studio. The owner of Moonlight Ink was an alluring cat-eared woman whose age was indiscernible. She greeted Wen Yanba warmly. "Welcome. You've arrived." Yes, I'm here," Wen Yanba replied, a bit shy to meet her gaze. "We agreed earlier that I would get the summoning circle of the Silver Knight tattooed." "Of course. Please, come inside. The tattoo artist has been expecting you." The cat-eared woman ushered him in. "And you? Do you wish to get a tattoo as well?" Wang Hao quickly waved his hands. No, I'm merely accompanying him." "Then please, have a seat while I prepare some tea for you." "There's no need for that. It's my first visit to Phoenix City, and I would like to explore," Wang Hao insisted, waving his hands again. "May I ask if I wish to find someone? Where should I begin?" Upon hearing "find someone," the cat-eared woman's demeanor shifted to one of wariness. "Oh, looking for someone? You're not a native of Yella. What business do you have here? Why such a strong reaction?" Wang Hao thought. Truly, she was quick to change her tone like a cat. He chuckled to reassure her. "I'm not a suspicious person. I'm a student from the Divine Communication Academy. I came to Phoenix City to find someone I've only heard of by name and am unsure how to proceed." This revelation did little to assuage her suspicions. A student from the Divine Communication Academy? Students from there shouldn't be looking for people in Phoenix City. Is it forbidden for me to have a few friends from other realms? Wang Hao retorted, his anger flaring as he invoked the name of Master Luca. "Are you familiar with Master Nicole Yoga Saint Leisegan Luca? She sent me here to find someone." "You certainly pronounce her name fluently. But how do you know she would even bother with you?" Upon hearing the name of Master Luca, the cat-eared woman's demeanor changed yet again. "How could Master Yoga send someone without clear instructions? You need to leave Phoenix City immediately, or I shall call for assistance." In utter bewilderment, Wang Hao was unceremoniously expelled from Moonlight Ink. "Though I may have borrowed Master Luca's reputation, I truly am her apprentice." With no other option, he slowly made his way along the cobblestone path. Mig Tianhua. This name sounds quite formidable. Surely he is a master of fire magic? At the convergence of the residential, commercial, and magnificent garden districts lay a square, adorned with a row of statues standing proudly in its center. These figures commemorated the heroes of Yella who valiantly resisted the invasion of the demon horde, erected by the residents of Phoenix City in their honor. Intrigued, Wang Hao wondered if Master Luca's statue might be among them. As he scanned the statues with little effort, he soon spotted her likeness. Nicole Yoga Saint Leisegan Luca, a powerful sorceress from the elven city of Istina. When the brutal war began, she resolutely raised her staff for both the elves and Yella. Though the description was brief, Wang Hao could feel the grandeur of Master Luca's past and the immense challenges faced in battle against the demon horde. Filled with curiosity and respect, he continued to admire the other statues. These heroes of Yella hailed from diverse races: elves, orcs, dwarves, spirit beings, and even dragons, representing swordsmen, knights, sorcerers, archers, and summoners alike. Despite their myriad differences, in this moment at the Memorial Square, they shared a singular title: Heroes of Yella. "What are you doing?" Lin Meiying expressed her dissatisfaction with his idleness. "Weren't you seeking Mig Tianhua? Why are you distracted by these statues?" Wang Hao awkwardly chuckled. "I'm in the process of searching. What if Mig Tianhua is among the heroes of Yella?" Wouldn't that save us from a futile search? What are you imagining? What are the odds? Lin Meiying retorted indignantly. There are countless beings from other realms, and only a few dozen are recognized as heroes of Yella. How fortunate could Li Shouqing possibly be to have a hero of Yella pursuing his wife? If luck were not on his side, he might not even be here today. Wang Hao stood in stunned silence, pointing towards a statue at the far end of the square. Isn't that Mig Tianhua's statue? Lin Meiying gasped, quickly turning to look. Indeed, she beheld a striking inscription at the base of the statue, written in both Yella script and Chinese. Mig Tianhua, the will of Yella, the embodiment of earth fire. Before his immense power, even the demon horde trembled in disarray. Astonished, Lin Meiying gazed at the statue. Quickly, let us find out to which race he belongs and where he resides, so we may seek him out. Before Wang Hao could raise his gaze, a gruff voice echoed nearby. No need to look or search. The mountain has come to find you. Chapter 129. Mig Tianhua, without the need to search for me. The mountain has come to seek you. Before Wang Hao could even catch a glimpse of the statue of Mig Tianhua, he was abruptly seized by a powerful force at his waist, lifting him skyward towards the solar flower spring. Oh no! He cried out in alarm as he neared the radiant fountain. The one gripping him seemed irritated, promptly covering Wang Hao's mouth with a large, hand-shaped piece of magma rock. What is this? He pondered, only to feel himself hurled towards the solar flower spring. He braced for incineration, but upon collision, he discovered that this artificial sun radiated only dazzling light, devoid of any heat. He even felt a refreshing coolness when placing his hand upon it. Truly, it is a magical creation. Normally, an incandescent bulb of similar brightness would be hot enough to incinerate me. With a thunderous sound, another object landed atop the solar flower spring. Turning to look, he beheld a colossal magma figure standing 3 meters tall behind him. Its form was fluid, lacking a fixed shape, yet vaguely humanoid. Its body coursed with molten lava, yet it posed no threat to Wang Hao standing nearby. A fissure at its head served as a mouth. What do you want sneaking around? The magma figure glared at Wang Hao. Answer me, or I shall leave you here. Stunned, Wang Hao realized, you are Mig Tianhua, the embodiment of the earth? A magma being? Is there something amiss? I have heard you are a student of the Academy of Divine Communication and acquainted with Master Lu Go. Shall I fetch her to have you expelled? Mig Tianhua threatened fiercely. How do you know I am a student there and no teacher, Luca? Wang Hao asked, recalling he had only mentioned it once in passing. Was the cat-eared girl truly Mig Tianhua? I am the embodiment of the earth. Nothing that transpires in Phoenix City escapes my ears. From the moment you set foot in this land, your every action has been under my watchful gaze. Mig Tianhua explained. So that is how it is? A deity of the earth in Phoenix City. Since fate has intertwined our paths, I shall directly inquire about Li Shouqing. Tianhua, I have a question. 33 years ago, did you have a conflict with someone named Li Shouqing? There have been countless who have clashed with me. Who could remember them all? Mig Tianhua interrupted gruffly. How bothersome. You stay here while I take a nap. With that, he transformed into a red meteor and soared towards the magnificent garden. The residents of Phoenix City were accustomed to Mig Tianhua's antics. Though some eyed Wang Hao with curiosity, many unfortunate souls had been abandoned atop the solar flower spring for hours, often reduced to tears or worse. The locals hardly spared him a second glance. This is infuriating. How can such a creature be deemed a hero of Yella? Wang Hao thought, gazing down from nearly 1,000 meters above. The fall would surely shatter bones. Mig Tianhua, oblivious to his predicament, had unceremoniously tossed him atop the solar flower spring, exhibiting a blatant disregard for his plight. Yet, this height was not insurmountable. Wang Hao bent down to behold the magnificent garden, closing his eyes momentarily as he summoned his power. During his time at Hammerstar, he had been fortunate to acquire the soul of the jawclaw fly, granting him the ability to wield its unique powers, including the gift of insect wings. With a swift motion, a pair of translucent wings sprouted from his back, glistening like a rainbow in the sunlight of the solar flower spring. Though initially unable to fly when he first gained this ability, 6 months of rigorous training had significantly enhanced his mastery, yet he still could not soar. Even without flight, gliding with the wind would suffice. Taking a deep breath, He leaped from the solar flower spring towards the magnificent garden. Ah! A spectator gasped at his reckless descent. While outsiders were unaware, the locals understood that although Mig Tianhua delighted in scaring others, he had never truly intended harm. His intention was merely to frighten, and he would retrieve them once the time was right. Yet, here was one audacious enough to jump. The rush of wind enveloped Wang Hao as he relished the long-lost sensation of weightlessness. With his agility honed, he had not felt such exhilarating descent in ages. What are you doing? Flap your wings. Be careful not to crash. Lin Meiying shouted in alarm. Reluctantly, Wang Hao activated his wings. A surge of lift emanating from his back, defying gravity's pull. While insufficient for soaring, it significantly slowed his descent. With this newfound strength, he glided gracefully towards the garden. Goodness, he can fly. The onlookers, once terrified, now breathed a collective sigh of relief. Clearly, he must be a distinguished student from the Academy of Divine Communication, having mastered the rare art of flight. As he approached the garden, he spotted Mig Tianhua seated atop a large stone, arms crossed, observing him. Wang Hao adjusted his wings and descended towards the magma being. You possess some skill. Over the years, I have placed at least 200 individuals here. You are the fifth to descend on your own accord. Mig Tianhua regarded Wang Hao with newfound respect, refraining from further aggression and instead offering commendation. Wang Hao frowned. Have you considered that this could frighten someone to death? What if those you place here have a fear of heights? I only punish those who misbehave in Phoenix City. Mig Tianhua shrugged. So in your eyes, is my inquiry about your misbehavior? By your standards, even spitting on the ground could warrant a visit to the heavens. Your inquiries about me are indeed misbehavior. The others are merely minor offenses: stealing, brawling, dining, and dashing. The most severe case was a young man summoning demons, and I dealt with him appropriately. What of it? Was this demon-summoning youth named Li Shouqing?